On the high-altitude training ground, smoke filled the air, and steel tracks crushed gravel. The officers and soldiers were filled with despair, but soon everyone was stunned. No one could have imagined that the one who turned the tide of the battle was an 18-year-old junior lieutenant. On the front lines, the thick smoke of battle still lingered. The roar of diesel engines and the screeching of tracks crushing stones intertwined, painting a brutal picture of steel and will. A few minutes earlier, the armored duel seemed to have tipped in favor of the 5th Tank Company of the Independent Regiment, while the 3rd Tank Company of the 5th Border Defense Regiment had suffered more than 2/3 of its losses after the first round of head-on assault, with the remaining 3 tanks wandering around like lone wolves in a sorry state. The captain of the 5th Tank Company of the Independent Regiment sat calmly in his command vehicle. Although the 5th Regiment's sudden dogfight tactic had given him some trouble, he still maintained control of the overall situation. Like a seasoned hunter, he commanded the wolf pack, preparing to completely encircle and annihilate the wounded prey, calm and confident, as if everything was under his control. However, war is always full of unpredictable variables. Just as he was about to issue the order for the general offensive, strange and unusual fluctuations appeared on the battlefield. The 2nd Platoon leader urgently called out over the radio, "Company command. 2nd Platoon under attack. Repeat, under attack." The background was accompanied by explosions and shouts of alarm, which made the captain's heart tighten and his expression instantly become tense. "I don't know." From the flank and rear, 2 tanks were destroyed almost simultaneously, and an armored personnel carrier is gone too. The 2nd Platoon leader's voice was filled with disbelief. The captain looked up abruptly, his confident and composed face freezing instantly, astonishment and a vague sense of panic welling up inside him. How is this possible? Where did they get their firepower? An infiltration team? It's impossible to take down 2 vehicles in such a short time. The captain's mind raced. 5th Regiment infantry infiltration? Even with a small number of infantry carrying anti-tank rocket launchers, it was impossible to destroy 2 tanks almost simultaneously. Air support? Not planned for the exercise. Hidden armored forces? Intelligence indicated only the 3rd Tank Company was in this direction. A sense of foreboding rose within him. Something unusual was definitely amiss. Immediately send a reconnaissance team to check the 2nd Platoon's damaged area. Quickly, the captain ordered sharply, while tightening the formation and strengthening flank and rear vigilance. The Red Army may have unknown ambushes or new tactics. Bad news followed one after another. The 3rd Platoon leader reported in confusion on the radio. The 8th Squad has lost contact. The captain's heart sank, and his vigilance rose sharply. No damage reported. Radio connection established, but no answer. Driving the Panzer VII. A Panzer VII. Able to be contacted but no answer? Was the crew not in the tank, or had the tank been captured? The captain's heart skipped a beat, connecting it to the 2nd Platoon's flanking maneuver. Capturing the tank? Absurd, yet possibly the truth. He growled, "Order all units. Guard the Panzer VII. Destroy it on sight." But the reaction was still a beat too slow. Squad 1 calling. "Tank number 7 is attacking us. It's hiding behind a damaged tank." Boom. The radio cut off abruptly, leaving only the piercing static of electrical signals. In less than 10 minutes, the 5th Tank Company had suddenly lost 3 tanks and at least 2 armored vehicles out of its 7 main battle tanks and several auxiliary vehicles, its firepower reduced by nearly half. The culprit was most likely that mutinous Tank number 7. The 5th Regiment had 3 tanks left, but their firepower remained. Combined with the elusive Panzer VII tanks, their numbers were equal to the Independent Regiment's 3 tanks. The Independent Regiment captain suppressed his anger and quickly ordered Panzer V and Panzer VI tanks, in coordination with the remaining armored vehicles, flank and encircle the remaining forces of the 5th Regiment. Prioritize ensuring flank and rear security. If you spot a Panzer VII, destroy it immediately. At the same time, he urgently contacted the regimental command for reinforcements. On the other side of the battlefield, inside an infantry fighting vehicle of the 5th Regiment, Su Ming leaned back in his seat, his headset loosely hanging to one side, calmly watching the Panzer VII ahead. The infantry fighting vehicle was cleverly concealed in the shadows behind the tank, forming a mobile command and cover platform. The atmosphere inside the Panzer VII was completely different. The commander, Shurjin, had sweat blurring his camouflage paint, his eyes gleaming with excitement, his adrenaline surging. He quickly issued precise orders. Driver, advance slowly to the left front at a 30-degree angle, using the wreckage of the armored vehicle as cover. Observer, 10 o'clock, for 120 meters, target prediction. Gunner, prepare. Loader, get ready. Shurjin's orders were swift and decisive. The gun muzzle blazed, and the side of the independent regiment's tank in the distance was instantly destroyed, thick smoke billowing up. The observer growled, hit. Su Ming's mind echoed. Take it, it's ours. Use their ironclad tanks to smash the line. The driver, his face flushed with excitement, exclaimed, Squad leader, this is so thrilling. Driving an independent regiment tank to fight an independent regiment. The gunner and loader, though their hands trembled, operated the tanks with lightning speed. Shurjin hissed sharply, don't get too excited. Stay calm. We are a knife plunged into the enemy's heart. The knife must be fast and steady. Driver, don't stop for too long. Get moving. The Panzer VII roared into action, launching a preemptive strike like a tiger into a flock of sheep, creating chaos and panic behind the independent regiment's lines. Not far away, on the position of the 3rd Company of the 5th Regiment, the 3rd Company commander held up his binoculars, his expression gradually changing from despair and confusion to astonishment, and finally bursting into ecstasy. He witnessed firsthand the tank bearing the independent regiment's insignia relentlessly attacking enemy vehicles, killing them one by one with pinpoint accuracy and ruthlessness. What surprised him even more was that behind that traitorous tank, a 5th Regiment infantry fighting vehicle, the very one he had assigned to Su Ming, was always following closely behind. What the hell is going on? The 3rd Company commander's mind was in chaos as he muttered to himself. Internal strife within the independent regiment? Or did Su Ming actually pull off the tank grabbing he mentioned? On the radio, the 2nd platoon leader was so excited he almost cried out, Company commander, we've received a message from platoon leader Su. They've captured an independent regiment tank, codenamed Number 7. They've destroyed 2 tanks and 2 armored vehicles. Be careful to identify friendly forces. The rest are to be handed over to Su Ming and the 3rd Company for support. The company commander was fired up, his ears ringing, and he stood there stunned for a few seconds. He'd actually managed to steal a tank? Not only had he succeeded, but he'd used the stolen tank to destroy a third of the independent regiment's armored forces. This was insane. Was Su Ming a reconnaissance soldier or a special forces soldier? No, with that kind of brain, he was more than qualified to be an armored corps commander. After the initial shock came overwhelming joy and renewed fighting spirit. What was initially a foregone conclusion had been turned around by Su Ming's incredibly daring switcheroo. The advantage began to tilt towards the 5th Regiment. Ha! Good lad. Well done. The 3rd Company commander laughed, his long-suppressed frustration vanishing. He grabbed the radio and shouted hoarsely but firmly, Attention, company. The tide has turned. The independent regiment has been disrupted by our infiltration detachments and suffered heavy losses. The time for a counterattack has come. All tanks, armored vehicles, and infantry fighting vehicles, charge. Coordinate with the Panzer VII tanks, launch a pincer attack from the front and rear, and rout the 5th Tank Company in one fell swoop. The roars were like mountains and seas, and the tanks and armored vehicles launched a fierce charge, rushing towards the chaotic lines of the independent regiment. Morale soared, and the 5th Regiment's offensive was extremely fierce. Inside the forward command tent, Colonel Leijianbong, the regimental commander, stood with his hands behind his back in front of the battle map, his brow furrowed and his face grim. Staff officers moved back and forth, reporting in hushed tones, the atmosphere oppressive. The reconnaissance company had been almost completely wiped out. The 3rd Tank Company had suffered heavy losses, and other companies were stalled. The 5th Regiment had encountered obstacles at every turn from the start. The Chief of Staff cautiously spoke up. Regimental Commander, the 3rd Company may not be able to hold out. The independent regiment has a clear advantage in armored forces. Should we order the 3rd Company to retreat and preserve its strength? Lei Jinbang stared at the tiny red arrow on the map, his mind filled with complex emotions. Retreat? Where to retreat to? Once the front line collapses, the entire defensive line risks crumbling. At this moment, a communications staff officer stumbled into the command post, his face a mixture of shock and elation. Report. Report to the regimental commander. Urgent telegram from the 3rd Tank Company. The 3rd Company commander is calling. With the support of Su Ming's detachment, we have turned the tide of the armored battle on the front. We have routed most of the armored forces of the 5th Tank Company of the Independent Regiment, and the enemy is in chaos. Our unit is pursuing the victory, requesting approval to expand our gains and break through the frontal defenses. A deathly silence enveloped the command post. Lei Jinbang froze, slowly turning his head, his lips moving slightly, but no sound came out. The chief of staff stared in disbelief, wondering if he was hallucinating. The communications officer repeated the story, and everyone was speechless with astonishment. The 3rd Tank Company, seemingly doomed, somehow turned the tide of the battle. They routed the Independent Regiment's main armored force, and are now pursuing their victory? Just a few minutes ago, they were requesting tactical guidance, and now they've launched a counteroffensive. Lei Jinbang walked up to the communications officer, took the battle report, and scanned each word with sharp eyes. After confirming that there were no errors, he slowly said, according to the supplementary report from the 3rd Company and the simultaneous report from Su Ming's detachment, Su Ming led the 7th Platoon of the 3rd Reconnaissance Company, using the terrain and smoke cover to infiltrate the 5th Tank Company from the flank and rear, and successfully captured a main battle tank of the Independent Regiment. Then, they drove the captured tank, disguised as an Independent Regiment unit, and launched a surprise attack from inside the lines. In a very short time, they destroyed 3 tanks and 2 armored vehicles of the Independent Regiment, causing the 5th Tank Company to lose nearly half of its armored strength and throwing its command system into chaos. The 3rd Company seized the opportunity to launch a full-scale counterattack, working together from inside and outside, and decisively defeated the enemy in front of them. Capture enemy tanks, internal attack, coordinated attack from within and without. Each phrase struck the hearts of the command officers like a heavy hammer. This tactic itself was bold and audacious, but what was even more incredible was that Su Ming, with a squad of infantry, turned it into reality on the armored battlefield amidst a hail of bullets and achieved such a brilliant reversal of the battle. The entire area fell silent. Through the battle report, everyone seemed to see a breathtaking scene unfolding on the front lines. The mutineer tanks rampaged through the battlefield, turning the Independent Regiment's cavalry upside down. In this desperate situation, the 3rd Company of the 5th Regiment launched a counterattack, roaring as they charged towards the unsuspecting enemy. Lei Jinbang gripped the telegram, his hand trembling slightly. Looking at the vibrant, rapidly advancing red arrows on the map, his eyes gleamed with an unprecedented light. Su Ming had once again created a miracle, and this time, on the crucial armored battlefield that would determine the outcome of the entire exercise, he had single-handedly turned the tide of the battle. Inside the frontline command tent of the 5th Border Regiment, the atmosphere remained heavy, like leaden clouds before a storm. The reconnaissance company's flank had been thwarted, the high ground had remained unconquered after a prolonged assault, the 3rd Tank Company's frontal armor was on the verge of collapse, and other attack directions were similarly blocked. The red arrows of attack had almost come to a standstill, and a sense of defeat enveloped everyone's hearts. Just minutes before, the battle report from the front lines tore through the dark clouds like lightning, instantly illuminating the entire gloomy battlefield. It wasn't a local victory, but a complete reversal of the situation on the main armored battlefield, with the Independent Regiment's proud armored assault force suffering heavy losses in a very short time. The loss of armored shields created a fatal gap in the Independent Regiment's defensive line, allowing the 5th Regiment not only to stabilize its front, but also to launch a full-scale counterattack. This sudden reversal fundamentally altered the course of the entire exercise. Lei Jinbang broke the silence with a decisive and sharp voice. Tell the 3rd Company to approve expanding the victory. Don't give the enemy a chance to breathe. Press on and break through the breach to completely destroy the frontal defense. Tell the 3rd Company commander that I'm waiting for news of the red flag being planted. The communications officer responded and left. The others in the command post seemed to be released from a spell, and various hushed exclamations began to rise. How? How did they do that? They sneaked behind the enemy's armor, seized the tank, and then beat the original owner senseless. Lei Jinbong smiled and glanced at his subordinates. Who says reconnaissance soldiers can't drive tanks? The performance of the 7th Platoon this time proves that diversified and integrated training makes sense. The more you learn, the more you can do, and the greater your chances of battlefield adaptability and victory. The Chief of Staff nodded, his initial shock gradually turning into a re-evaluation of the new strategy. He looked at the red arrow on the map, his eyes gleaming with hope. At this rate, the 5th Regiment has a good chance of turning the tide. Lei Jinbong's sharp eyes swept towards the flank of the high ground. Don't forget, the Independent Regiment also has its ace unit, the Snow Wolf Special Forces. They've been holding back, probably waiting for an opportunity. Almost simultaneously, on the reverse slope of the high ground, at the temporary command post of the Snow Wolf Special Operations Squadron, Squadron Leader Yuan Fei had just finished a call. His face was grave as he looked around at his core team members and issued the order. Abandon the defense of the high ground. All personnel shall proceed with the decapitation mission. Target, the 5th Regiment's frontline command post. The team member was stunned for a moment. Captain, are we giving up the high ground? Yuan Fei explained in a deep voice. The Independent Regiment's frontal armored defense line has collapsed, the 5th Tank Company has suffered heavy losses, and the 3rd Tank Company of the 5th Regiment is taking advantage of the situation to launch a fierce attack. If we cannot destroy the command center of the 5th Regiment before it completely breaks through, the Independent Regiment will definitely lose the exercise. Previously, the Independent Regiment had an armored advantage, and the 5th Regiment's reconnaissance company was suppressed. In a short period of time, the battle situation changed drastically, even requiring special forces to carry out high-risk decapitation missions. Yuan Fei was wary of Su Ming's absence and dared not easily divide his forces, making the full-scale infiltration of the 5th Regiment's command the only option. Time became the most precious resource and the most pressing pressure. Yuan Fei quickly assigned tasks. Group 3 will provide rear cover and guard the remaining forces on the high ground. Groups 1 and 2 will follow me. Target coordinates have been issued. The route will follow Plan 3, stealth, speed, and a decisive strike. Upon receiving the order, the 2 elite special operations teams quickly organized their equipment and checked their weapons like cheetahs, then silently disappeared into the bushes and sped toward the 5th Regiment's forward command post. Meanwhile, the area surrounding the 5th Border Regiment's forward command post is characterized by complex terrain, dotted with rock pillars, ravines, and sparse shrubs. While not prominent on the map, it is the optimal route for special forces skilled in infiltration to approach the regimental command's core, offering both opportunities to observe enemy positions and ample cover for maneuver. The 8th Platoon of the 3rd Reconnaissance Company lay in ambush here for nearly an hour. Under the command of their squad leader and key personnel, they used the terrain to set up crossfire points, cover all possible passages, and establish concealed sniper positions. Sniper Song Un and the spotter almost blended into the environment, forming an impenetrable net of death in the entire area. Squad leader, are they really going to come this way? A private asked in a low voice from behind the earthen embankment. The sun was scorching, and the long period of stillness and lying in wait had made his arms numb. Shut up. Keep quiet, the squad leader ordered in a low voice without turning his head. If the platoon leader says they'll come, they will. Trust our judgment. Another soldier muttered under his breath. But it's been an hour, and we haven't seen a single target. The squad leader, peering through the camouflage netting, surveyed the open area. What's the rush? The exercise isn't over until the whistle blows. Stay alert. Keep your eyes peeled. If you miss a target, go back and do 20 hours of extra nighttime infiltration training. Just as the soldiers of the 8th Platoon were about to stretch their joints, Song and calmly reported. At the 11 o'clock position, at a distance of 450 meters, the shadow of the rock pillar appears to be a human figure moving towards the main passage. The equipment characteristics confirm it is a snow wolf. They're here. The infiltrators instantly perked up, subtly adjusting their guns, their breathing slow and deep, their eyes locked on their target. From the shadow of the rock pillar, the first figure clad in a ghillie suit appeared silently, moving cautiously. The second and third followed immediately, maintaining a standard formation and providing alternating cover as they advanced swiftly, displaying exceptional professionalism. Leading the team was Yuan Fei, who vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, confirming the area matched the reconnaissance information, but a growing unease intensified as they approached the target. Action! Yuan Fei ordered in a low voice. The Snow Wolf team members leaped from their concealed positions, preparing to quickly advance through the main passage towards the regimental command tent cluster. Bang! A crisp sniper rifle shot ripped through the silence of the open field, and white smoke rose from the head of the assault soldier ahead. Hit! Ambush! Yuan Fei roared, rolling behind a rock as his heart sank. Then, the rapid fire of automatic rifles, machine guns, and sniper rifles erupted simultaneously, forming a dense net of fire that completely enveloped the Snow Wolf team members. Take cover. Find cover, Yuan Fei shouted hoarsely, but it was too late. Although there were rocks on both sides of the passage, the 8 squads' carefully arranged crossfire points covered all directions. Rapid maneuver and precise counterattacks seemed pale and powerless against the ambush with absolute terrain and firepower superiority. Hiss! Hiss! White smoke, signifying death, rose one after another. Attempts to throw smoke grenades to cover the retreat were met with precise shots from snipers above. Despair overwhelmed Yuan Fei like a tidal wave. 20 minutes later, the gunfire subsided, and smoke and white haze filled the main passage and surrounding area. Yuan Fei leaned against the rock, the smoke warning device still emitting white smoke. He slowly tore off the Snow Wolf armband, his face calm, but his eyes filled with frustration and bewilderment. They had lost. It wasn't a direct gunfight, nor was it due to complex tactics. The loss stemmed from poor anticipation. The enemy had laid a trap beforehand, waiting for them to walk right into it. The soldiers of the 8th platoon remained vigilant, emerging from their hiding places to clean up the battlefield, confirming that each fallen member was incapacitated. One of the fallen team members tried to reason with the others, but bang! Another shot came down. The soldier who fired explained. The platoon leader instructed that we must finish off any remaining shots while cleaning up the battlefield to prevent capsizing. This exercise is like real combat. The Snow Wolf team members were speechless, their faces turning terrifyingly dark. Yuan Fei looked at the squad leader of the 8th platoon and asked in a dry voice, Who? Who is your platoon leader? Reporting, sir, we are the 8th squad of the 3rd platoon of the reconnaissance company. Our platoon leader is Su Ming. Su Ming. Yuan Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. You're from the reconnaissance company? The squad leader nodded and reminded him. According to the exercise rules, fallen personnel should no longer participate in information exchange. Yuan Fei stood there stunned. A series of mysteries in his mind were solved, but he found it even harder to accept. The Snow Wolf Special Forces Squadron had been like a pawn controlled by Su Ming from beginning to end, and this pawn was just a second lieutenant platoon leader of the reconnaissance company who had only recently been promoted. Inside the forward command post of the 5th Border Defense Regiment, the announcement of the end of the exercise had just finished airing when the tent flap was suddenly flung open. Shen Lai, the captain of the Snow Wolf Special Forces, strode in, sat down directly opposite Lei Jinbong, lit a cigarette, and his eyes revealed a mixture of frustration at defeat and curiosity. He exhaled a smoke ring and exclaimed in undisguised amazement, Commander Lei, your 5th Border Regiment is truly amazing. When I saw the battle report this morning, I thought you were going to lose, but I didn't expect you to turn the tide and win in the blink of an eye. This comeback is brilliant. Lei Jinbong, a cigarette dangling from his hand, leaned back slightly, tapping his fingertips on the table, and calmly replied, The battlefield is ever-changing. Who dares to say they've got it all figured out until the very last moment? My regiment is tenacious and refuses to give up. As long as we have a breath left, we're thinking about taking a piece of the enemy's flesh. Shen Lai's focus was on the final stage, You deliberately revealed the location of the command post to us as bait, right? So we could decapitate them and then wipe them out in one fell swoop. Lei Zhenbong laughed. That's right, it was fishing. But Lao Shun, you overestimate me. This whole setup, from casting the hook and baiting to pulling in the net, was all planned by Su Ming. And in the end, it was his men from the 3rd Platoon, 8th Squad who ended up trapping you all. He explained that the entire battle, from the frontal armored counterattack to the high ground containment, and then to luring the enemy into an ambush, was almost entirely driven by Su Ming leading a platoon. Shen Lai was astonished. He had thought Su Ming was just a king of soldiers, but he hadn't expected his battlefield strategic vision and command capabilities to be so formidable. An hour ago, the 5th Regiment was in dire straits. After Su Ming took command of the 3rd Platoon, he first reported to Lei Zhenbong, Regimental Commander, we will definitely lose if we fight head-on. The enemy has the advantage in equipment, terrain, and manpower. We have no chance of winning if we fight them head-on. I have a battle plan that may give us a chance to survive. He divided the more than 30 men in the 3rd Platoon into 3 squads. The 9th Squad was stationed on the flank of the high ground to contain the Snow Wolf Special Forces. The 7th Squad rushed to the front to find an unconventional way to break the deadlock, and the 8th Squad lay in ambush outside the regimental command to build ambush fortifications and wait to decapitate the enemy. Lei Zhenbong was astonished. Su Ming, can your squad hold off the Snow Wolf Squadron? Without heavy firepower and armor, can you even handle a frontal assault? Will the Snow Wolf Squadron follow your predetermined route? Su Ming calmly and methodically replied. The 9th Platoon has undergone advanced reconnaissance, infiltration, and counter-espionage training, which can delay the enemy. The 7th Platoon's attempt to break the deadlock is better than watching the 3rd Company be wiped out. The 8th Platoon's advance ambush will likely trap Snow Wolf. Lei Zhenbong was persuaded, and the plan in the face of adversity became the only feasible solution. He gave him the maximum authority. Do as you say. Coordinate as much as you need support. Just focus on the results. This led to a series of thrilling reversals. The 9th Platoon held the high ground. The 7th Platoon seized the tanks and launched an attack from within, and the 8th Platoon ambushed and decapitated the enemy. Shen Lai was shocked by Su Ming's overall capabilities. A 2nd Lieutenant platoon leader could train an ordinary infantry platoon into 3 combat units with different functions, but working together, demonstrating a modular, multifunctional, and highly coordinated combat mode, showcasing a brand new prototype of integrated combat power. As the exercise ended, at the reconnaissance company's temporary assembly point, Company Commander Li Chuan looked at the returning soldiers with mixed feelings. The soldiers of the 9th Platoon on the high ground quietly returned to their unit, their clothes covered in mud and bits of grass, but their eyes were bright and sharp, a stark contrast to the other soldiers. The squad leader of the 8th Squad ran over to report. Company Commander, the 8th Squad has completed its mission and is returning to the unit. We have wiped out an entire Snow Wolf company. Li Chuan's pupils contracted. You wiped out an entire Snow Wolf squadron? How did you do that? The squad leader of the 8th Platoon explained. The platoon leader had anticipated that the Snow Wolf would come to carry out a decapitation strike, so he ordered us to ambush them in advance. Near the end of the exercise, they really did plunge into the fire net, and we didn't hold back at all. Li Chuan took a deep breath. Where's the platoon leader? The 7th Platoon is supporting the 3rd Company on the front lines. They're probably still there or on their way back, the 8th Platoon leader replied. Li Chuan looked at the returning soldiers of the 7th Platoon, his eyes filled with respect. He patted Su Ming on the shoulder. Good lad. You did a great job. Your 3rd Platoon, you're awesome. I'm impressed. Su Ming smiled and said, Company Commander, no matter how good the 3rd Platoon is, it's still the 3rd Platoon of the Reconnaissance Company. Political instructor He also smiled and said, the logistics department has sent some beer. Tonight, the whole company will be in the field to celebrate our victory and to celebrate that the Reconnaissance Company has produced such good soldiers as Su Ming and the 3rd Platoon. With the campfires blazing, laughter and beer foam filling the air, the 3rd Platoon's status as the best in the whole company was undisputedly recognized by everyone in the company. The following morning, the high-altitude sun pierced through the thin clouds, shining on the training ground where intense combat had just taken place. The companies of the 5th Border Defense Regiment packed their belongings, boarded their vehicles, and set off back to their posts. Although the exercise had ended, for the field army, it was not only a contest of victory and defeat, but also an important means of testing combat capabilities, identifying weaknesses, and improving combat effectiveness. On the morning of the 3rd day, Li Chuan, the reconnaissance company commander, and He Lei, the political instructor, were all ready to go to the regimental headquarters for the exercise debriefing meeting. "Company commander, please wait a moment." Su Ming's voice came from behind, stopping Li Chuan. "What is it?" Li Chuan turned around, puzzled. According to the daily schedule, Su Ming should be leading the 3rd row of drills at this time. "This is a report I wrote for the reconnaissance company, as well as the 3rd and 6th companies, outlining their performance recommendations and reflections during the exercise." Su Ming handed over a few neatly bound pages of material. "Okay, I understand. I'll read it on the way." Li Chuan took it without saying anything more and got into the car with He Lei. Watching the vehicle drive away, Su Ming muttered to himself, "The old company commander's arrogant temper is acting up again." He knew perfectly well that Li Chuan was still bothered by the nickname 2/3 company commander. Inside the meeting room, the air seemed to freeze. It was deathly silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The company and battalion commanders were all stunned by the frankness and audacity of the report in their hands, many holding their breath. Li Chuan and He Lei sat upright, feeling extremely uneasy, sensing countless gazes cast upon them from all directions, a mixture of astonishment, skepticism, and a sense of morbid curiosity. Even without anyone speaking, the two could guess the thoughts churning in everyone's minds. The reconnaissance company had performed a great service, but had it become too arrogant? The platoon leader had dared to criticize a brother company beyond his rank, even questioning the regimental commander? The report mentioned the company commander's rigid tactics and the 5th Regiment's inflexible fighting style, fueling unspoken speculation. Li Chuan and He Lei felt helpless. The report wasn't their doing. If they had any complaints, they should go find the person in charge, Su Ming. As company commanders, protecting their own was instinctive, but the current situation left the two unsure if they could hold out. Especially the fiery gazes from the 3rd and 6th company commanders, their teeth clenched, as if they were about to pounce. The silence was broken by Regimental Commander Lei Zhenbang, who calmly asked, "Report, I presume everyone has seen it all? What are your thoughts?" The entire room remained silent. No one spoke first, and no one could fathom the regimental commander's thoughts. Lei Zhenbang then called on the 3rd company commander. "Present." The 3rd company commander stood up, inwardly lamenting. "The reconnaissance company was the one who caused this trouble. We should be looking for Li Chuan." Lei Zhenbang asked directly, "What are your thoughts on this report?" The 3rd company commander quickly organized his thoughts in response. "The analysis of the problems in the 3rd company is spot on. We humbly accept it, and will deeply reflect on and rectify it. But on behalf of the 3rd Company, I absolutely disagree with the views that criticize the regimental commander's command and question the 5th Regiment's combat capabilities." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3rd Company commander secretly felt pleased with himself. He both admitted his own mistakes and upheld the regimental commander's authority, giving the regimental commander a way out. The surrounding officers nodded in approval. Lei Zhenbang turned his gaze to the 6th Company commander, who responded loudly, "Report. I completely agree with the 3rd Company commander's opinion. We acknowledge the problems with the 6th Company, but we absolutely do not agree with the statement that the regiment commander or the 5th Regiment is incompetent." His gaze then fell on Li Chuan. Li Chuan stood up and said in a calm tone, "Report to the regiment commander. I personally fully agree with Comrade Su Ming's report. This exercise exposed problems in the 5th Regiment's overall tactical thinking, coordinated operations, and fighting spirit. Having problems isn't scary. What's scary is avoiding them. If you make a mistake, face it head-on and correct it immediately and thoroughly." Li Chuan's words shocked everyone present, and incredulous gazes were all directed at him. This was tantamount to openly supporting the reconnaissance company's criticism of the regimental commander and the entire regiment, single-handedly pushing the reconnaissance company to the opposite side of all the brother companies. and even subtly placing it against the regimental leadership. As everyone was filled with surprise and doubt, Regiment Commander Lei Jinbong slammed his fist on the table, the heavy thud reverberating throughout the room. Everyone thought the 7th Company commander was finished and was about to receive a reprimand. But the next second, the regiment commander spoke. "I think Su Ming is absolutely right. The problems pointed out in the report are all correct. The one who is wrong is not him, but all of you here, including me, the regiment commander." His words were filled with anger and deep reflection. Rigid, dogmatic, completely brainless. 3rd Company, why couldn't you beat the 5th Company of the Independent Regiment in a frontal armored confrontation? 6th Company, where was your combined arms training? You couldn't coordinate at crucial moments, causing the attack to be sluggish. Lei Jinbong's gaze was sharp as he questioned each of them, while also sweeping over Li Chuan. Although he didn't call him out individually, his tone was equally stern. "Reconnaissance Company, what have you been doing? Where is your tactical flexibility?" Lei Jinbong became more and more agitated as he spoke, standing up and pointing his finger almost at everyone's nose. "We won this exercise on the surface, but did we really win? If Su Ming and the 3rd Platoon hadn't suddenly emerged and achieved unexpected results, could we have held on to this victory? A regimental-level confrontation exercise, and the final outcome depended on a single platoon." His tone was filled with anguish. The meeting lasted more than 10 minutes. Lei Jinbong delivered a stern reprimand and a profound self-criticism, leaving no officer in charge unscathed. All were flushed and sweating profusely. His words were like knives, piercing to the heart of the matter, stripping away any trace of complacency, self-satisfaction, and stagnation. As the meeting ended, the group left the regimental headquarters building with mixed feelings. The atmosphere had suddenly changed. The 3rd and 6th Company commanders, along with other company commanders, surrounded Li Chuan, their tone friendly and their eyes kind. Li Chuan instantly felt a chill run down his spine, realizing these guys were settling scores later. Li Chuan grabbed the stunned He Lei, sprinted to his car, stepped on the gas, and sped away amidst the pleasant gazes of the others. Following Su Ming's report, the regimental commander led a thorough self-examination at the debriefing meeting, ordering that the meeting's content and reflections be compiled into minutes and distributed to every squad and platoon in the entire regiment. A greater sensation spread at the grassroots level, with the 3rd Company, the 6th Company, and the Reconnaissance Company being singled out for conservative tactics, and their tactical errors being published in black and white, becoming living teaching materials for discussion and analysis throughout the regiment. On the day the report was issued, the companies were in an uproar. Platoon Leader Su is a genius. The regimental commander even had to write a self-criticism because of his report. In the field, Brother Ming is ruthless and doesn't talk much. One word can startle the regimental commander, and the whole regiment trembles. Isn't the reconnaissance company platoon leader afraid of being punished? He's too bold. Everyone was talking, and the 3rd Company commander, the 6th Company commander, and Li Chuan felt their faces burning with shame. After the meeting, the 3 chose to temporarily withdraw, unwilling to even step out of their office. They needed time to process this unprecedented public execution and the regimental commander's soul-searching questions. He Lei, the political instructor of the reconnaissance company, looked at the dazed Li Chuan, both amused and exasperated, and took on the responsibility of providing psychological counseling. "Old Li, cheer up. Su Ming's willingness to speak frankly is a good thing. It shows that you've cultivated backbone members with both thought and courage," Li Chuan said in a muffled voice. "I came back from the Army Academy after further studies, and he said I'm a fish that slipped through the net of quality education. This is an insult to my career. Where do I put my old face?" He Lei suppressed a laugh. "The regimental commander didn't just say it about you. The 3rd Company commander and the 6th Company commander were also slipped through the net. The words may be rough, but the meaning is true. Being said a few words won't hurt you. Take it easy." Li Chuan was silent for a moment, then turned to look at He Lei and asked a question that caught him off guard. "Old He, do you think I still have a chance?" "What chance? Is it the chance to rebuild my image as the company commander in front of Su Ming?" He Lei hesitated to answer, and the light in Li Chuan's eyes dimmed instantly. his confidence waning. Outside the company commander's and political instructor's office, the platoon leaders, who had quietly crept in, eavesdropped. Originally intending to confide in someone, they were initially taken aback by the company commander's heartfelt words, but then felt relieved. It turned out they weren't the only ones suffering and questioning their existence. Even the company commander had been driven to doubt himself. Their hearts instantly felt much lighter, and their pain subsided. Meanwhile, the results of the 5th Border Regiment's exercise and Su Ming's 3rd Platoon's outstanding performance had already been presented to higher levels of leadership. After carefully reading the exercise report and analysis, the military region leaders were deeply impressed and gratified. Su Ming and his 3rd Platoon's combat experience not only validated the theoretical potential of the combined small tactical unit, but also provided a practical model for the diversified function expansion and in-depth training of non-commissioned officers. At the military region headquarters, Major General Wu Tianming, the chief of staff, put down his report with satisfaction on his face. Su Ming is a rare talent. He has ideas, dares to put them into practice, can lead troops, and win battles. Such a talent must be given special attention and cultivation. He is not only a typical example of officer development, but may also represent a vibrant new direction for the future development of the Army. While the car was moving, Healy said, "Old Li, it's not good to have such a long face so early in the morning." Li Chuan said in a muffled voice, "It's not at him, it's at myself." The 3rd Company Commander and the 6th Company Commander keep bringing up the 2/3 of the company commander's thing. Every time I see Su Ming, I think of their smug look, and it makes me angry. Healy advised, "They're just jealous and sour grapes, deliberately trying to annoy you. Don't take it seriously." Li Chuan retorted stubbornly, "Who am I competing with? I'm competing with myself. Should we have Su Ming train the entire reconnaissance company in the 3-platoon formation?" Healy analyzed rationally. The regimental commander may not agree. Su Ming's training is almost harsh, and not all soldiers can adapt to it. Rashly implementing it may backfire. Li Chuan sighed. If only the whole company were top-notch soldiers. Healy said helplessly, "Let's take a look at the report first. He had a different opinion on your command at the time." Li Chuan opened Su Ming's report, and Healy leaned closer to browse it. After a moment, the two looked up simultaneously, their eyes filled with shock. "This kid, he's incredibly audacious, daring to criticize even the regimental commander." Li Chuan gripped the report, his tone complex. "What do we do now? Should we show the report to the regimental commander?" Healy asked in a low voice. "We must report it to the regimental commander privately immediately," Li Chuan decided decisively. "When we get to the regimental headquarters, we'll go to the regimental commander's office first." In front of the regimental headquarters building, Li Chuan and Healy got out of the car and met up with the 3rd and 6th companies. The 3rd Company commander greeted them warmly. "Seventh brother." Li Chuan ignored him and strode quickly toward the building. The 3rd and 6th Company commanders looked puzzled. "Seventh brother, are you ignoring us? Are you really angry?" Healy explained with a smile. "He has something important to report to the regimental commander privately." Inside the regimental commander's office, Lei Zhenbang looked at Li Chuan, who hurriedly entered, and asked, "Why are you here instead of going to the meeting room?" Li Chuan stepped forward and presented Su Ming's report with both hands, saying, "Regimental Commander, please take a look at this first." Lei Zhenbang glanced at the cover, which read, "Exercise Reflection and Summary Report," and asked, "There will be time to discuss the reflection and summary at the meeting. Why rush it?" Li Chuan explained. The report was written by Su Ming. It covers the performance analysis of the reconnaissance company and the 3rd and 6th companies, as well as the overall view. Lei Zhenbang was intrigued, carefully flipping through the report. The only sound in the office was the rustling of papers. Li Chuan, feeling uneasy, watched the regimental commanders changing expressions. The report bluntly stated that the commander's entire regiment's tactical thinking was rigid and that he didn't understand modern warfare, using sharp language. Su Ming is young. He spoke too harshly, but his intentions were good. "Don't take it to heart," Li Chuan advised. Lei Zhenbang looked up and said in a deep voice, "Too extreme? No, not at all. It hits the nail on the head, very insightful. I'm very pleased." Li Chuan was stunned. not expecting the commander to show appreciation instead of anger. Su Ming held a heavier place in the commander's heart than he had anticipated, and a complex emotion swept through Li Chuan's heart. 10 minutes later, in the regimental headquarters conference room, all the battalion and company commanders of the 5th Border Defense Regiment were present, and the atmosphere was solemn. Regimental Commander Lei Jinbong entered, gave the order, and the officers stood up and sat down, and the meeting officially began. The debriefing session had a clear theme. Victory should not lead to arrogance, defeat to discouragement. The core focus should be on thoroughly analyzing the problems. The Chief of Staff read out detailed performance data for each unit, objectively and bluntly presenting their strengths and weaknesses. 3rd Company Commander Lei Jinbong called out directly. The 3rd Company Commander stood up, sweat beading on his forehead. Explain why tactical disjointedness and coordination errors occurred during the exercise. Lei Jinbong's tone was serious, his authority commanding respect without anger. The 3rd Company Commander replied, Regimental Commander, the coordinated training was not implemented effectively. The officers and soldiers lacked combat awareness, and there was complacency. We deeply reflect on this, strengthen rectification, and prevent it from happening again. Sit down. The 3rd Company Commander sat down, his heart still pounding. 6th Company Commander. Present. Explain the reasons for the slow progress of the assault operation. The 6th Company Commander also reviewed the shortcomings in training and unfamiliarity with tactics, and vowed to train harder in the future. Lei Jinbong did not name Li Chuan, but instructed the officer to distribute the report to all the officers. Take a good look at it, and speak only if you have any new insights. Apart from Li Chuan and He Lei, the other officers knew nothing about the report. After reading it, the atmosphere at the meeting suddenly became tense and awkward, and shock appeared on their faces. The company commanders of the 3rd and 6th companies had their uniforms soaked with cold sweat. What was even more unbelievable to everyone present was that the report, which directly criticized the regimental commander for falling into empiricism and lacking innovation, was signed by Su Ming, the 3rd platoon leader of the reconnaissance company. A 2nd lieutenant platoon leader actually publicly criticized the regimental commander for not knowing how to fight. In a formal report, everyone's eyes instantly and subconsciously glanced at the regimental commander Lei Jinbong, who was sitting calmly in the front row with a normal expression, and then quickly looked away. The early winter afternoon sun in Beijing was lazy. Outside a high-end real estate agency, a man in a suit, Xiao Wang, beaming, saw a middle-aged couple out. Mr. Su, Ms. Zhang, take care. I'll handle all the paperwork. Contact me anytime if you need anything. His tone was enthusiastic, almost obsequious. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, while his wife, preoccupied, forced a smile. Watching the car drive away, Xiao Wang let out a long sigh of relief, his face beaming with barely suppressed excitement. A colleague sidled up, gesturing enviously. Wow, another sale. Your commission must be around this much, right? Xiao Wang feigned modesty, replying, Luck, it's all thanks to the client's trust. His eyes, however, betrayed his smugness. Mr. Su's decisive purchase, targeting a promising old courtyard house, made Xiao Wang uneasy. Brother Wang, how do you manage to get such a big client to keep coming back to you? The other salespeople gathered around. Xiao Wang shook his head. It's simply about providing what's needed. Accurately identify the client's needs, provide excellent service, and trust will naturally follow. Even so, he understood that luck played a significant role in this deal. The commission from 4 courtyard houses would be enough to settle down and cover the down payment. The atmosphere in the car was different from what Xiao Wang had imagined. Zhang Fangfang looked at the street scene rushing past the window and complained, This is the 4th one. There's still no response from our son. Who are you buying all these courtyard houses for? Are you just going to leave them empty? The original plan was to send her son to the army for 2 years, and after his service, he would naturally take over the family business and assets. Who could have imagined that their son, Su Ming, would be so successful in the army, racking up victory after victory? 2nd-class merit, 1st-class merit, 3rd-class merit, 3 military honors in just 1 year, completely disrupting the couple's plans. Su Changjun, gripping the steering wheel, explained, He'll focus on his military service, and I'll buy a house to keep. It's an investment. Zhang Fongfong raised her voice. An investment? Don't you understand now? Our son's been promoted to officer. During their argument, Su Chengjun knew perfectly well that their 2-year agreement, that he would return home after completing his mandatory military service, was being contradicted by his son's string of good news. First-class and second-class merit awards were showering him with honors, making the agreement seem pale and laughable. He was filled with unease, afraid to tell his wife about the potential life-or-death ordeal that lay ahead. Zhang Fongfong, with her keen maternal instincts, felt her worries transform into complex emotions in the face of these honors. Su Qingjun grasped at a straw. There's still a chance. The promotion order doesn't mean he has to go to military academy immediately. I'll find time to talk to him and do some ideological work. Personal will is very important. He's always had a headache from looking at textbooks and couldn't sit still. Can he handle studying to become an officer? He might back out. He was half comforting his wife and half comforting himself. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, the atmosphere was electric in the reconnaissance company of the 5th Border Regiment. On the company's drill ground, officers and soldiers stood in neat rows, their military bearing impeccable. The smoke of the high-altitude exercise had dissipated, but honors and rewards were ever present. Li Chuan, holding an order, loudly proclaimed, "By order of the Military Region Command, in recognition of the 3rd Platoon of the Reconnaissance Company's heroic completion of a critical mission, it is hereby awarded a collective 3rd-class merit." Li Chuan and He Lei personally handed the banner symbolizing collective honor to Su Ming, the platoon leader of the 3rd Platoon. The soldiers of the 3rd Platoon stood taller, their faces beaming with excitement and pride. In the brutal exercise, the 1st and 2nd Platoons had been killed early on, while only the 3rd Platoon, under Su Ming's leadership, survived and became the key force that decided the outcome of the battle. The soldiers felt as sweet as honey in their hearts. The 1st and 2nd Platoon leaders, standing at the front of the line, felt the envious and expectant gazes of the soldiers behind them. Their hearts burned with rage, and they silently groaned. "Brothers, please don't compare. We're under so much pressure comparing ourselves to Su Ming." The awarding ceremony continued. Li Chuan took a deep breath and picked up another, more solemn order. According to the order of the Military Region Headquarters, to commend 2nd Lieutenant Su Ming for his outstanding performance in the high-altitude exercise and for exploring innovative training models, he is hereby awarded a 1st-class merit. Whoosh! The 5 words were read aloud, causing a stir throughout the room. This was Su Ming's 2nd 1st-class merit award since enlisting, a highly prestigious honor in peacetime, one that many soldiers could never achieve in their entire lives. Li Chuan and He Lei personally pinned the gleaming 1st-class merit medal to Su Ming's chest, both deeply moved. The dazzling light brought increased pressure, and the company commander's repressed feelings of isolation resurfaced. Li Chuan tried to calm himself down and gave Su Ming and the 3rd Platoon their usual encouragement. "I hope you will remain humble and modest, cherish this honor, and continue your efforts. Take this commendation as a starting point and bring glory to the company." The 3rd Platoon responded in unison, their voices resounding and their morale soaring. The ranks dispersed, and the parade ground was instantly filled with joy. The soldiers crowded around, eager to see the 1st-class merit medal on Su Ming's chest, their envy and excitement overflowing. The soldiers of the 3rd Platoon stood tall and proud, their pride evident. No matter how tough or tiring the training, or how numerous or difficult the advanced tactical theories, they would never give up. The 3rd Platoon was the ace of the reconnaissance company, and Su Ming was their god. Li Chuan looked at Su Ming and the 3rd Platoon surrounded by their followers, forced a smile, and whispered to He Lei, "Keep an eye on the training this afternoon. I'm going back to rest for a while." Su Ming stopped Li Chuan in time. "Company commander, the 3rd Platoon just received a collective merit award, and I was lucky enough to get one too. According to the old tradition, shouldn't you take us to the brother company for an exchange and learning?" Li Chuan's lips twitched. Looking at the eager Su Ming, and remembering the dark faces of the 3rd and 6th Company commanders after the meeting, he patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "This exchange opportunity is for you young people to go on your own. Be careful and come back soon." Su Ming ultimately abandoned the idea of going to the 3rd and 6th companies to build rapport. Company Commander Li Chuan was in a state of intermittent autism and made it clear that he would not participate. Without the company commander as a shield, the risk of Su Ming leading his team to visit them increased dramatically. He was almost certain that the 3rd and 6th company commanders were currently holding back their anger and had nowhere to vent it. Seeing the 3rd platoon showing off would definitely trigger both old and new grudges. After all, the aftershocks of the exercise debriefing meeting were still reverberating throughout the regiment. Everyone knew that Su Ming, the prodigy platoon leader of the reconnaissance company, had single-handedly offended not only the commanders of the 3rd and 6th companies, but also indirectly criticized the regimental commander and even inflicted a sustained psychological blow on his own company commander. Going to the brother company at this moment would not be a wise move. Moreover, Su Ming's mindset had calmed down considerably. He was still excited and proud to receive the first-class merit for the second time, but the initial urge to let the whole world know had diminished. He figured it was better to keep a low profile, quietly accumulate wealth, and avoid attracting hatred. However, his 3 platoons of soldiers didn't think so. The collective 3rd-class merit had them fired up. This is a genuine honor for the entire platoon, the best reward for the blood and sweat shed under the platoon leader's hellish training over the past month. What other group in the entire regiment shines brighter or commands more attention than their 3rd platoon? Not displaying this honor is like wearing fine clothes in the dark. It just doesn't feel right. The soldiers secretly thought, "We must show it off." The platoon leader has spoken. This time, the military merit won't be specially displayed to the 3rd and 6th companies, but the platoon leader is too modest. Exactly. Being too modest is a sign of insecurity. This collective 3rd-class merit was earned through hard work and skill. If the platoon leader isn't going, can we go and represent the 3rd platoon to report our achievements? The soldiers became more and more excited as they discussed. In the end, everyone elected Shurjin, the squad leader of the 7th Squad, who was eloquent and thick-skinned, to go to the platoon leader for instructions. Platoon leader, the brothers think that we should take the initiative to go to the brother company for exchange and learning, learn from each other's strengths, and make up for our weaknesses, and show the spirit of the 3rd platoon. Shurjin looked serious and earnest, trying hard to show his thirst for knowledge. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, seeing right through their ulterior motives. Exchange and learning, indeed? They clearly wanted to show off. However, he pretended not to notice and nodded in agreement. Want to go for exchange and learning? That's great. Units learn from each other and improve together. Go if you want, but be mindful of your image and don't embarrass the reconnaissance company. Shurjin was overjoyed, barely suppressing a laugh, and saluted before rushing back to report the news. The soldiers of the 3rd platoon, having received the platoon leader's approval, instantly erupted in excitement. Led by their squad leader, the group, full of vigor and high spirits, marched in a grand procession toward the 3rd and 6th Company's barracks, beginning their planned honor exhibition. However, the ideal was far from reality. Before dinner that evening, the 3rd platoon returned to the reconnaissance company, their uniforms covered in mud and grass clippings, their faces stained with sweat and dust, their hats askew, and some even limping as if they had just rolled around in the mud a dozen times and fought another encounter battle with the reinforced platoon. Looking at the defeated troops, Su Ming was both annoyed and amused. What happened? Did you get into a fight? Which company was so enthusiastic in treating you like this? Shurjin, with a mournful face, explained, "Platoon leader. The brothers from the 3rd and 6th companies were too enthusiastic about learning. They insisted on dragging us into a combat-oriented physical exchange, and we couldn't handle it, so this happened." The reality was far worse than Shurjin described. At the 3rd Company's garrison, the company commander, with a dark face, blocked their way with his menacing tank crew. "Since you're already here, don't just stand there. It just so happens that we need tank maintenance today, and we're short of men to push the tracks and clean the gun barrels by hand. Let the elites experience it." The 6th Company fared even worse, being treated as enemy troops and chased around the obstacle course, subjected to friendly hand-to-hand combat and mud pit exercises. The 2 company commanders were seething with anger. The reconnaissance company's hero had delivered himself to their doorstep to show off, only to find himself in the line of fire. The third company commander threatened, "If you dare to come to my territory and act tough again, believe me, I'll bring out a tank and use blank rounds to give you all a collective victory celebration." The men of the third platoon knew they were in the wrong and couldn't fight against so many opponents. They could only protect their banner and flee back to the reconnaissance company in a panic. The attempt to steal a chicken backfired, which probably best describes the feelings of the third platoon at this moment. A week later, the Su family's exquisite villa in Beijing was bustling with activity. Su Qingjuan's booming voice commanded, "Check everything carefully. It's almost time to leave." Today, the couple planned to visit Su Ming at the plateau unit again. The news leaked out, and uncles and aunts rushed over, eager to share in the joy. Even the elderly Mr. Su Weigua insisted on coming, with the caregiver pushing his wheelchair. "Junzi, take me with you. It's been so long since I've seen my grandson." The whole family was a mix of excitement and nervousness, preparing for this special visit. Su Chengjun squatted down and patiently persuaded the old man. "Dad, that won't do. The altitude is high and the air is thin. You're too old to handle it. Even we young people would struggle. You can't take the risk." Su Ming's second uncle chimed in. "Big brother is right, Dad. Just stay home and wait patiently. We promise to bring back lots of photos and videos." After persuading the old man to stop, Su Changjun looked at the room full of eager relatives and had a headache. "I'm saying, are you all really going? This is a family visit, not a group tour. This group is too big." The relatives rushed to agree. "We haven't seen our nephew for so many years, he has to go. We've been working on our lung capacity. Absolutely no problem." Seeing the enthusiastic faces of his brothers, sisters, nephews, and nieces, Su Qingjun nodded with a wry smile. All right, everyone go. But I can't guarantee that so many people will be allowed in the army." He waved his hand. "Get ready. Let's go." At this moment, the family tour group was full of momentum, carrying gifts and local specialties, ready to leave. Suddenly, the sound of festive gongs and drums grew louder as it approached from the other end of the street. Someone joked, "Who's celebrating a happy occasion today? The gongs and drums are really lively. What a coincidence. We're here to visit our nephew, a good omen." Everyone's mood improved even more, feeling that good omens were coming one after another. The Su family had indeed been blessed with good fortune after producing someone like Su Ming. The sound of gongs and drums grew louder and louder as a procession comprised of members from the Armed Forces Department, street officials, and a folk dance troupe made a lively stop in front of the Su family's villa, watched by the neighbors. The colonel leading the procession was the same officer who had delivered the first-class and second-class merit certificates last time. Beside him were leaders from the local government and the Double Support Office, all beaming with smiles. The colonel stepped forward and shook Su Qingjuan's hand. "Boss Su, the whole family is here. Congratulations." Several leaders surrounded Grandpa Su Weigua and congratulated his grandson Su Ming on his meritorious service. "Your grandson is truly remarkable, bringing honor to the entire district." Su Qingjun was stunned by the scene. This was exactly the same as the last time a good news report was delivered. Could it be impossible? Su Qingjuan's heart skipped a beat, and his voice trembled. "Sir, what's going on?" The colonel excitedly announced. "Boss Su, your son, Comrade Su Ming, has made another meritorious contribution in the army. He has once again been awarded the first-class merit. We have come to deliver the good news to the meritorious family according to procedure." Su Qingjuan's tongue stammered, his mind buzzing. "Is my son still alive?" The colonel smiled understandingly. "Yes. He's fine, healthy, and lively. Don't worry, Mr. Su. Anyone who has served in the military, upon hearing about a first-class merit, will first confirm the person's safety." Grandpa Su Weigua, in his wheelchair, trembled with excitement as he tried to stand up. "My grandson. He's done another meritorious service? A first-class merit? Did I hear that right?" The leader next to him quickly helped him up, his voice filled with emotion. "Your grandson, Su Ming, has done another first-class merit. He's a source of pride for your whole family, and for the entire district." Tears streamed down the old man's face as he wept with joy. Our Su family has finally produced a true dragon. He has brought glory to our family." Looking at the joyful family members filling the room and the congratulatory procession at the door, Su Changjun suddenly waved his hand. "What are we going to do today? We're not going anywhere. Let's have a big banquet. Invite all the relatives, friends, and neighbors we can. Let's have a good time at the Su family today to celebrate my son's new achievement." At this moment, the 2-year agreement and the plan to persuade him to retire seemed unimportant in the face of the highest honor. As a father, Su Qingjun felt immense pride and honor. His son, Su Ming, had earned the highest honor with his passion and talent, immersing the entire Su family in a joyous atmosphere of glory. File shows that Su Ming, 18 years old, with 6 months of military service, is a second lieutenant platoon leader in the 3rd Platoon of the Reconnaissance Company of the 5th Border Defense Regiment in the Tibetan region. He is skilled in high-precision sniping, mixed martial arts, all-terrain vehicle driving and tactical maneuvering, rapid-fire rifle shooting, platoon-level command, and extreme wilderness survival. His ability rating is S+, and his psychological rating is A+. He was promoted ahead of schedule, and his recent performance in a high-altitude exercise demonstrated revolutionary combat capabilities, attracting significant attention from the military region. Zhou Xiaoyu, a captain and confidential staff officer of the 4th Ministry of the General Staff, stared at the file for more than 10 seconds, lost in thought. 18 years old, 6 months of military service, promoted to 2nd lieutenant ahead of schedule, S+ rating. Each word struck her like a hammer blow. She muttered to herself, "Is there an error in the database? Or is it a forgery by enemy agents?" Reason told her that this was almost impossible. The file came from multiple verifications and background checks. The contrast between Gundam's S+ overall capabilities and its short service life is striking. Despite her initial shock, Zhou Xiaoyu quickly regained her composure. She was reviewing the files to find specific tactical personnel for a top-secret joint operation. Young, unfamiliar, possessing top-tier individual combat skills, strong mental fortitude, and the ability to make independent judgments and handle situations on the spot. With the window of opportunity closing, Zhou Xiaoyu decided to trust the system and the review mechanism. This is it. She took a deep breath, submitted a temporary secondment application, and attached the highest priority operation codename, quickly initiating mission preparations. At the Tibetan Military Region Reconnaissance Company's base, hurried footsteps sounded. Li Chuan pushed open the door and entered, his expression unusually serious and slightly worried. "Su Ming, get ready immediately. Assemble at the helicopter pad in 10 minutes. Su Ming looked up in surprise. "Company commander? To the military region? Is there an urgent mission?" Li Chuan briefly explained. "You've been specifically requested by the higher-ups. The Z-9 attack helicopter is almost here. Just show up." "Yes, sir." Su Ming immediately stood up, straightened his back, saluted, and strode towards the helipad. Li Chuan watched him go, his feelings complicated. On the one hand, he had temporarily lost the prodigy platoon leader, and his sense of authority had been slightly restored. On the other hand, the mission was completely unknown and extremely risky, and Su Ming was only 18 years old, with limited but exceptional experience. The sound of a 9-rotor attack helicopter approached from afar, quickly transporting Su Ming to a military airfield in the military region. Upon disembarking, he was greeted by a colonel who cut straight to the point. "Lieutenant Su Ming, you will be assigned to a joint operations team. Specific missions, objectives, and cooperating units will be explained upon arrival at the rendezvous point. The transport plane is ready. Board immediately." "Yes, sir." Su Ming stood at attention and saluted. The colonel returned the salute briefly, "Wishing you a successful mission and a triumphant return." He jogged onto the transport plane, where only a few fully armed guards were present. He was gestured to sit down. The engine roared. The plane taxied, took off, climbed, and disappeared into the clouds. Su Ming leaned against the cabin wall, closed his eyes to rest, his mind racing. Joint operation? Cross-military region? What exactly was the nature of this highly classified and urgent mission? Counterterrorism? Border emergency? Escort? Infiltration? He recalled his recent performance. His outstanding performance in the high-altitude exercise, his audacious self-reflection report, and the results of the integrated tactical unit training. All of these could attract attention. Since they chose me, it proves I have value, Su Ming muttered to himself, conserving his energy, remaining vigilant, and adapting to changing circumstances. The more unknown the situation, the more calm he needed to be. The flight was long, and he didn't know how long it would take. The transport plane began its descent, and he felt the vibrations of the landing gear. He opened his eyes and saw the outline of a huge, brightly lit city through the porthole, recognizing its familiar architectural layout. Beijing. Su Ming was slightly taken aback. He had grown up here and was familiar with the city's layout and atmosphere. The oxygen concentration in the air, amidst the urban hustle and bustle, confirmed his judgment. The mission location was in Beijing, which was unexpected. The hatch opened, and a damp, cool night breeze rushed in. Su Ming's feet touched the concrete ground of the Beijing military airport. A dark green, ordinary Jeep silently drove up and stopped. The car door opened, and a young man in civilian clothes, but with a tall and upright posture, jumped out. His sharp gaze swept over Su Ming, and he smiled, extending his hand. "Lieutenant Su Ming? I'm Song Lin, a field operative from the 4th Ministry of Machine Building, ordered to pick you up." In the instant of their handshake, he keenly felt the thick calluses on his hand, clearly a result of long-term shooting training. Su Ming's mind raced. The 4th Ministry of Machine Building belonged to the General Staff System, specializing in technical intelligence and security in specific fields, and was highly confidential. Song Lin opened the back door. "Please get in. Staff Officer Zhou is waiting for you." Su Ming got in, and the Jeep drove away from the airport, heading west along the ring road towards the outskirts, not towards the military headquarters in the city center. The buildings outside the window gradually thinned out, and lights appeared sporadically. Su Ming couldn't help but ask, "Where are we going?" Song Lin didn't turn his head, his tone calm but meaningful. "You'll know when we get there." Su Ming raised an eyebrow, half jokingly and half seriously, saying, "I just want to confirm if we're going to a unit that requires a confidential route. Do we need to be blindfolded? I know the rules." Song Lin paused slightly on the steering wheel, glanced at Su Ming in the rearview mirror, and replied after a 2-second silence, "Lieutenant Su, don't worry, I won't hide the route you need to know." Su Ming nodded, saying nothing more, leaned back in his seat, and focused his gaze on the scenery outside the window. The car entered a mountain road, and the familiar scenery confirmed his guess, West Mountain. He had played there since childhood, on spring and autumn outings, family hikes. He knew the paths well. He was secretly surprised. West Mountain, a scenic area, a sanatorium, yet it had no connection to the mysterious organization. Was it a hidden gem in the city? The Jeep turned onto an inconspicuous side road and drove along the winding mountain road, finally stopping in front of a rather old-fashioned, antique-style courtyard. The building was small, nestled against the mountain and hidden among the trees. Song Lin turned off the engine and got out of the car. Su Ming looked around and sighed. "I never thought that after driving in these mountains for so many years, I would never have discovered this hidden gem. It's just a temporary forward branch, convenient for handling some external affairs," Song Lin explained simply, leading Su Ming towards the main entrance. There were no signs at the entrance, only 2 staff members who seemed to be chatting idly, their gazes sweeping over the area before returning to their original positions. Su Ming gestured to the scattered small shops around the perimeter, and Song Lin explained, "These are the branch's peripheral businesses, producing and selling their own goods to earn operating funds, while also observing the scenery of passers-by." Su Ming understood and gave a thumbs up. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Using the crowds in the scenic area as cover, they set up observation points and buffer zones on the perimeter, keeping the core hidden. Locals spent little, while tourists provided cover for their mobility. Song Lin slightly curved his lips, gesturing for Su Ming to follow. The two entered the building, passed through the empty lobby, and arrived at the elevator. The elevator doors were made of ordinary metal, without buttons, and had a composite verification panel embedded beside them. Song Lin operated the fingerprint, iris scan, and complex numeric password with swift and smooth movements. Su Ming politely looked away and Song Lin said. The system has 16 independent links in a fixed order. If one step is wrong or illegally cracked, the elevator shaft and entrance passage will initiate a self-destruct program, making the core area even more secure. Su Ming sincerely praised. Impressive. With his exceptional memory, he had already memorized the 16-step operation sequence. The elevator doors slid open silently, and the floor buttons only went down. Song Lin pressed the bottom floor button, and the elevator descended smoothly, a slight feeling of weightlessness washing over him. After a dozen seconds, it came to a stop, the doors opened, and a spacious, bright, and modern underground lobby came into view. The hall has a high ceiling of 5 or 6 meters, with neatly arranged lights illuminating it like daytime. The walls are made of light gray sound-absorbing material, and the floor is smooth. Dozens of people in civilian clothes or training uniforms are busy in different areas, operating computer terminals, discussing in hushed tones, or organizing equipment. Despite the large number of people, everything is orderly, with only a slight hum of conversation and equipment noise and good air circulation. A young female captain approached. Song Lin said, "Staff Officer Zhou, the man has been brought." Zhou Xiaoyu sized up Su Ming. "Su Ming." Su Ming saluted and reported, "Good morning, Staff Officer Zhou. Su Ming from the Reconnaissance Company of the 5th Border Regiment of the Tibetan Military Region reporting for duty." After returning the salute, Zhou Xiaoyu said to Song Lin, "Go and urge them again. They have limited time." Song Lin left. Zhou Xiaoyu gestured for Su Ming to follow, and they crossed the hall to the conference room. There were already 7 people inside. 5 men sat at one side of the long conference table, their ages and demeanors varying, all composed and sharp, clearly experienced operatives or technical experts. The man at the head of the table, a middle-aged man around 50, had a resolute face and hawk-like eyes. He wasn't wearing epaulets, but his imposing and dignified aura was palpable. The moment Su Ming entered, the middle-aged man's gaze locked onto him, a penetrating scrutiny that seemed to dissect everything. Ordinary people might face immense pressure, but Su Ming, having experienced life-or-death trials and supreme honors, possessed a mental fortitude far exceeding his peers. He met the man's gaze calmly, upright and neither arrogant nor servile. Zhou Xiaoyu reported. "Reporting to the director, Lieutenant Su Ming has arrived." The section chief nodded slightly. "Time is tight. Let's get ready to begin once everyone is here." Zhou Xiaoyu stepped forward and said, "Before the meeting begins, I have some questions for Lieutenant Su Ming." After obtaining permission from the middle-aged man, Zhou Xiaoyu took out several photos from her briefcase and spread them out in front of Su Ming, explaining the background of the operation. Then, she fixed her gaze on Su Ming and asked, "Lieutenant Su Ming, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Su Ming only looked at the photos for a moment before asserting, "This is a frame-up." "What's the reason?" Zhou Xiaoyu pressed. Su Ming casually pointed out that the distribution of bullet holes and the highly concentrated source of the shots were completely inconsistent with the publicly stated chase and firefight. He pointed to the photos, analyzed the dense bullet impact points inside the cabin, indicating close-range shooting, and combined with the angle of the bullet holes on the deceased, preliminarily determined it to be execution-style shooting. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Su Ming clearly and logically analyzed several suspicious points. Even with just a quick glance at the documents, he discovered clues that clearly contradicted the publicly available information. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes softened. "Your analysis is completely correct. This is indeed a meticulously planned frame-up." Zhou Xiaoyu explained that the operation by the undercover intelligence agent and advance team had failed 24 hours prior, and the agent had been captured. Therefore, the core of this mission was to rescue the captured agent. She then activated the projector, displaying a photo of Dr. Angus on the screen, explaining his capture by Nakam 3 days earlier, and emphasizing the dual mission objectives. The mission objectives are clear: successfully rescue our intelligence agent and Dr. Angus, while simultaneously capturing Nakam and obtaining as much evidence of his crimes as possible. Zhou Xiaoyu emphasized that targets could be killed directly if necessary. Time is of the essence, and all mission milestones must be completed before other forces intervene. The middle-aged man added, Prioritize the rescue of Dr. Angus at all costs. After the meeting, Zhou Xiaoyu took full command of the operation, with 6 team members from the Intelligence Department of the 4th Ministry of Machinery Industry. During a short break, Su Ming and his team members briefly introduced themselves and received a rapid guide to everyday Burmese phrases. Memorize common dialogues within half an hour, depart on time in 30 minutes, and remember never to reveal their identities. With his photographic memory, Su Ming quickly memorized the contents of the manual. 30 minutes later, the 8-person team traveled to the border region by military transport plane and, with the assistance of a backup, stealthily entered the country. 5 hours later, the team successfully infiltrated the area controlled by Na Cam, where villagers were forced to cultivate pharmaceutical raw materials, forming a complex and distorted relationship of dependence. Despite being unfamiliar faces, Su Ming and his group blended into the crowd without arousing suspicion through clever disguise and impersonation. Outer observation posts and buffer zones ensured concealment, while the core area remained well hidden. The continued flow of people and supplies provided cover and opportunity for their operation. Inside the safe house, a tactical whiteboard displayed photos of the surrounding area and key roads and buildings. Zhou Xiaoyu outlined a preliminary operational plan. The intelligence agent was imprisoned in the water fortress, while Dr. Angus was held captive at Nuoka's private estate. The operation was divided into 2 groups. Group A would raid the water fortress to rescue the intelligence agent, while Group B would infiltrate the estate to rescue Dr. Angus. After the operation, the 2 groups would rendezvous and be escorted away by helicopter. Su Ming raised objections to the plan. Na Cam's armed forces numbered over 1,000, with a private guard of nearly 100, who could provide reinforcements within 15 minutes should the operation be exposed. Groups A and B needed to complete their missions almost simultaneously. Any delay could cause the plan to collapse. He frankly stated, "Real combat missions are not movie shoots. Any mistake could lead to total defeat." Su Ming proposed a new plan. The 6 men would concentrate their efforts on rescuing the intelligence agent from the water fortress, while he would infiltrate the private manor alone to rescue Angus and seize the opportunity to kill Nuoka. A system notification sounded. Random mission issued. Complete the rescue of Angus and the killing of Nuoka solo. Reward 50,000 military merit points. Su Ming was certain. Even the system approved of his idea. However, Su Ming's suggestion of acting alone sparked doubt and dissatisfaction among the team members. They felt that he was neglecting teamwork, placing a critical task on himself, and that the risk was too high. Zhou Xiaoyu was also shocked. She had expected constructive tactical suggestions, but hadn't expected Su Ming to plan to go it alone. "Lieutenant Su Ming, are you joking?" Zhou Xiaoyu's expression was serious, her tone becoming more forceful. Su Ming firmly replied, "Staff Officer Zhou, I'm serious. I'll handle the rescue of Angus and the elimination of Nuoka. You proceed with the original plan to focus on rescuing the intelligence agents. All other logistical and evacuation arrangements remain unchanged." A deathly silence fell over the safe house, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Chapter 2:12 Acting Alone, a textbook demonstration. 10 minutes later, Group A and Group B began to act separately according to the finalized battle plan. In Group A, the 6 team members were meticulously divided into 3 functional units. 4 players act as the assault vanguard, responsible for breaking through the goal and engaging the enemy at close range. 2 players act as support, responsible for clearing the flanks, controlling passageways, and providing mid-range fire support. And 2 players serve as long-range snipers and observation posts, occupying high ground. With a clear division of labor and well-defined responsibilities, the team demonstrated the rigor and order expected of an elite special operations group. However, when it was Group B's turn, the scene appeared unusually simplified and even somewhat strange. Group B consists of 2 people. The command team consists of 1 person, Zhou Xiaoyu. All frontline combat functions, including assault, support, reconnaissance, and coordination, fell entirely on Su Ming's shoulders. Yes, after some almost stubborn insistence, Su Ming finally succeeded in persuading Zhou Xiaoyu and was granted permission to carry out the mission of rescuing the target Angus and eliminating Nuoka on his own. Of course, this is not an unconditional concession. Zhou Xiaoyu insisted that she must follow the operation from the periphery as an observer and liaison. The reason is that she is worried about Su Ming's lone wolf style of operation. If any major unforeseen changes occur, she needs to be able to communicate with Group A and even the rear command in a timely manner. Su Ming had no choice but to accept this. As long as she doesn't directly intervene in the core battle or disrupt his rhythm of action, then so be it. Are you sure you can really do it? Have you thought about the consequences if your overconfidence causes the entire mission to fail? After successfully infiltrating a secluded spot on the outskirts of Nuoka's private estate, Zhou Xiaoyu, watching Su Ming about to depart, couldn't help but lower her voice and remind him again. Staff Officer Zhou, at this point, there's no point in discussing this anymore. Su Ming checked the silencer on the pistol. As planned, wait for my signal. I'm leaving. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure slid away silently, like a cheetah blending into the night. Watching Su Ming's figure quickly disappear into the shadows, Zhou Xiaoyu felt a sense of helplessness. The Archives Department's analysis report on Su Ming's abilities probably missed the most crucial point. This guy has an almost blind, powerful self-confidence deep down. However, the arrow had already been released, and there was no point in saying anything now. She could only choose to believe. Or rather, they were forced to accept Su Ming's choice. Because Su Ming's previous attitude was resolute. Even if she disagreed, he would act alone in his own way. As for responsibility, we'll talk about that when he returns from his mission. Composing herself, Zhou Xiaoyu quickly found the best observation point and lay in wait, pointing her night vision binoculars toward the manor, her heart involuntarily racing slightly. Based on the timeline, Group A should have already begun their operation by now. Due to the failure of the previous rescue operation, the security level at Nakam's private estate has been raised to the highest level. Inside and outside the wall, there are numerous sentry posts, both visible and hidden, with searchlights sweeping across key areas from time to time, and patrol teams moving regularly through the compound. However, Su Ming's movements were faster than usual. He moved like an invisible shadow, precisely positioned in the blind spot where the two sentries' vision shifted, his figure flashing as he closed in on the two nearest sentries. Snap! The extremely faint sound of bone cracking was almost completely masked by the night wind. Su Ming used his hands like iron clamps to twist the necks of the two men in an instant with a professional and ruthless technique. The two sentries collapsed to the ground before they could even make a sound. The series of movements was swift and clean, and the sentry on the distant wall was completely unaware. Taking advantage of the natural curtain of the heavy night, Su Ming's infiltration operation was made to the fullest extent of its stealth. He sometimes sprinted along the wall, and sometimes crawled across open areas, seemingly knowing the blind spots of the surveillance cameras and the patterns of the lighting like the back of his hand. Zhou Xiaoyu, who was observing through binoculars not far away, couldn't help but hold her breath, her eyes filled with astonishment. Su Ming's infiltration and silent elimination techniques were like a textbook demonstration, no, even more ruthless and efficient than the textbook. He actually just went in like that. Having successfully infiltrated the manor, Su Ming's equipment was extremely minimal. A Colt M2000 pistol with a high-efficiency silencer holstered on his leg, and a dark, dull, triangular bayonet with deep blood grooves held upside down in his hand. Upon entering the building, he immediately began a breathtaking, silent purge along the corridor. Nuoka's manor is vast and complex, with even small patrol teams on fixed routes. Such tight security would normally be considered airtight. It's not that no one can break in, but to infiltrate and carry out operations here without alerting the police or revealing oneself is an almost impossible task. This is precisely the core reason why Su Ming had previously firmly opposed the plan to divide his forces. At that moment, he secretly rejoiced that he was acting alone. If he were to bring other people along, he would have to coordinate and cooperate, while also ensuring the safety of his teammates. In such a complex environment, he was not entirely confident in achieving the same results. Su Ming's overall physical qualities, combat intuition, and killing efficiency have long surpassed the scope of ordinary king of soldiers, or rather, the limit of strongest king of soldiers. Therefore, tasks that seem impossible to ordinary people may have theoretical room for maneuver for him. Extra companions, in this time and place, may become a burden that requires attention. At this moment, Su Ming was like a precise and ruthless killing machine, or a top assassin possessed by him. With every movement, he anticipated the enemy's vision. With every strike, he aimed straight for the vital points. His timing was impeccable. He would always appear like a ghost in the gaps between patrols, the instant a sentry turned to light a cigarette, or the moment a guard became complacent due to fatigue, and silently thrust out his bayonet. In his hands, the triangular bayonet, a weapon known for its bloodletting power, became an invitation to death. It would always pierce the cervical spine, heart, or temples with pinpoint accuracy, killing the victim instantly, leaving them with very little chance to even struggle or whimper. The cold, sharp blade takes lives while minimizing the sound. Although the exact room where Angus was held is unclear, this is not a problem. Su Ming quickly selected a lone patrolman as his target. He emerged from behind the pillar like a ghost, suddenly covering the other man's mouth and nose with one hand, while the triangular military dagger in his other hand was already pressed against the man's Adam's apple, the cold touch instantly conveying the threat of death. Su Ming whispered in the other person's ear in fluent Burmese with a slight local accent. "Where is that foreigner you arrested being held? To be honest, I'll just knock you out. If you don't talk, you'll die right now. It's your choice." Sensing that the other person's body stiffened with fear, Su Ming slightly loosened his hand covering their mouth, giving them a little space to speak. It's in that detached building behind the main building, the innermost room on the second floor. Keep going straight ahead, turn right, and you'll see the stairs." Enveloped by the shadow of death, the guard spoke the location almost without hesitation, his voice trembling. Su Ming's ability to exploit human weaknesses and fears stems from his in-depth study of psychology, which he grasps perfectly. However, after the guard finished speaking, Su Ming acted without hesitation. Thud, the sound of a sharp object entering flesh. The bayonet plunged into a vital spot without hesitation. "Sorry, I was just kidding. In your next life, remember to be a good person." Su Ming whispered his last words in the other's ear before gently laying down the body that was rapidly losing its life. In the guard's unfocused pupils, the last thing that remained was endless regret and resentment. If I had known this would happen, I would have shouted it out loud. Following the information he had obtained, Su Ming successfully located the detached building, cleanly and efficiently dealt with the 3 guards at the stairwell and outside the door, and quietly entered the room. Inside the room, a haggard-looking foreign man with a terrified look in his eyes was handcuffed to a chair. Su Ming lowered his voice and confirmed in English, "Angus?" Angus, who had been in despair, was so excited when he saw someone sneaking in that he almost cried out. He nodded frantically and whispered, "It's me. It's me. Please help me out. Stay here and don't move. Keep quiet. I'll go deal with Nuoka and come back soon to take you away." After confirming that his target was correct, Su Ming said this and turned to leave. "What?" Angus stared at the mysterious rescuer's back, which had appeared and disappeared so suddenly, and was completely bewildered, his mind blank. Shouldn't they have unlocked my handcuffs first and left immediately? Why are they still going to kill their leader? However, Su Ming's figure had already disappeared outside the door. Chapter 2:13 Mission completed, Recruitment of the Intelligence Chief. Finding Na Ko is much simpler than finding Angus. According to intelligence, Na Kam has a severe drug addiction and acts ostentatiously. At this moment, outside the master bedroom suite, which is the most central and heavily guarded area of the manor, there are nearly 10 elite guards. But in Su Ming's eyes, there are still flaws in their positioning and vigilance. Using unconventional routes such as ventilation ducts and outdoor balconies, he blended into the building's shadows, avoiding all visible posts, and sneaked into the outer room of the suite. Inside the room, Nuoka, who had just ingested a large amount of drugs, was in a state of delirious excitement and confusion. Lying on the luxurious bed, he felt as if the whole world was spinning beneath his feet. filled with a twisted pleasure. So much so that when a strange figure, exuding a chilling murderous aura, appeared beside his bed, his muddled mind couldn't comprehend the situation for a long time. Su Ming gave him no chance to react. The triangular military dagger in his hand flashed with a cold light, precisely ending the drug lord's sinful life. Before the mesmerizing smile on Nuoka's face had even completely faded, his consciousness had already sunk into eternal darkness. Letting you die in such ecstasy is too good for you. Su Ming glanced coldly at the body that had quickly lost its vital signs, turned around without hesitation, and quickly retreated along the original route. He returned to the small building, deftly unlocked Angus's handcuffs, and quietly withdrew from the manor along the predetermined route, taking the target who was still in a state of shock and confusion with him. The designated assembly point will be reached in 20 minutes. The 6 members of Group A arrived breathless and tense, carrying the wounded intelligence officer they had successfully rescued. Their clothes were slightly disheveled, and some of them had bruises on their bodies, clearly indicating that they had been through a fierce battle. During the final evacuation phase, their whereabouts were unfortunately exposed, they were pursued, and they almost failed to escape. When they saw that Su Ming, Zhou Xiaoyu, and the rescued Dr. Angus were already waiting there, and that Su Ming was even calmly checking the equipment, all the members of Group A were stunned. Quick! Don't let them get away. Catch them. Kill them. In the distance, the shouts of the pursuers and sporadic gunshots rapidly approached. Get on the plane quickly. They're catching up. Team A members urged anxiously. The group quickly boarded the helicopter that was already waiting to pick them up. The rotors accelerated, the fuselage lifted off the ground, and quickly left the pursuing figures and gunfire far behind. Inside the cabin, the members of Group A finally breathed a sigh of relief, looked at each other, and still felt lingering fear in their eyes. Their operation was fraught with danger and almost failed. Staff Officer Zhou, are you all right? Why aren't you saying anything? A team member noticed that Zhou Xiaoyu had been silent since they reunited, and her eyes seemed a bit unfocused, so he asked with concern. She's fine, just a little visual and olfactory shock. She'll be fine after a while. Su Ming leaned against the cabin wall and said calmly, his tone as if he were discussing the weather. Indeed, when Su Ming appeared at the rendezvous point with Dr. Angus and sent the signal, Zhou Xiaoyu was deeply shocked. She couldn't believe that Su Ming had accomplished the task, which she considered extremely difficult and required meticulous teamwork, all by himself in such a short time. What made it even harder for her to get used to was the thick, pungent smell of blood emanating from Su Ming, and the chilling killing intent that, though restrained, still made her stomach churn. The triangular bayonet is still the most convenient to use. It draws blood quickly and is highly effective at killing. Su Ming murmured, seemingly savoring the memory, and casually wiped away the few remaining marks on the bayonet. Vomit! These words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Zhou Xiaoyu finally couldn't control herself anymore and began to violently vomit into the vomit bags prepared in the cabin. Not only her, but also the aura of rust and death emanating from Su Ming in the relatively enclosed space of the cabin made several tough guys in Group A feel uncomfortable, and their expressions changed slightly. The feeling Su Ming gave them at this moment was not like that of a comrade who had just completed a mission, but more like that of a killer who had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, indifferent to life. No one could possess such a strong and oppressive aura of malevolence without having personally ended a considerable number of lives. About 10 minutes after Su Ming and his group successfully evacuated, a large-scale artillery barrage and intense gunfire erupted throughout Nuoka's territory. The Joint Task Force launched a full-scale offensive on time, delivering a devastating blow to the Nakam armed forces. When the vanguard stormed into Nakam's private estate, they were astonished to find that Nakam, their primary target, had already died in his bedroom, his body cold and clearly long dead. The mission has been successfully completed. Su Ming and his group returned safely to China via secret channels. Inside a confidential meeting room of the 4th Department of the General Staff, the head of the Intelligence Department of the 4th Ministry of Machinery Industry looked at the excessively young second lieutenant in front of him with a very complicated expression, a mixture of surprise, admiration, and a hint of barely concealed eagerness. Zhou Xiaoyu has submitted a preliminary mission report detailing the operation. The director never expected that the task, which was originally anticipated to be fraught with difficulties and extremely risky, would be completed smoothly in such an unconventional, yet efficient manner. What shocked him most was undoubtedly the part of the report about Su Ming acting alone. He single-handedly infiltrated the heavily guarded drug lord's lair, successfully rescued a high-value target, and incidentally cleaned up Nakam. If Su Ming hadn't single-handedly achieved both of these core objectives, the entire operation would never have gone so smoothly, and Group A might have even been driven into a desperate situation due to exposure. Such talent is simply a born special operations ace and a powerful tool for intelligence operations. He was intrigued and very much wanted to recruit such a talent to his team. Lieutenant Su Ming, have you considered developing within our 4th Ministry of Machine Building? With your abilities and the qualities you demonstrated this time, there is definitely a vast world and important mission for you here that far surpasses that of regular troops. The section chief's tone was completely different from his cold and businesslike manner before the operation. At this moment, it was full of undisguised admiration and recruitment intent. Su Ming was about to politely decline. There was a knock on the conference room door, and Zhou Xiaoyu walked in. She first glanced at Su Ming quickly with a complicated expression, clearly still vivid in her memory of vomiting in the cabin. Then she reported to the department head. Chief, the Tibet Military Region Command has sent an urgent telegram, requesting 2nd Lieutenant Su Ming to immediately end his reporting and rest period here and return to his original unit as quickly as possible. Upon hearing this, a clear look of disappointment and regret flashed across the head of the intelligence department's face. The talent had barely returned and hadn't even settled into their new role when their former employer urgently came to demand them back. Based on the principle that easy to borrow and easy to return, easy to borrow again, he could only immediately arrange the relevant procedures and transportation. Before seeing Su Ming off, he patted Su Ming's shoulder forcefully and solemnly promised, Comrade Su Ming, you have made outstanding contributions to this mission. Don't worry, the 4th Ministry of Machine Building will definitely apply for the credit that should be given to you, and will do so with the highest level of approval. So, Su Ming, who had just returned to China, had no time to rest properly before boarding another military plane and flying directly to the Tibetan military region. Upon arriving at the military region in Tibet, he was greeted by the same colonel who had received him last time. However, the news the colonel told him surprised even the usually calm Su Ming. Lieutenant Su Ming, please get some rest at the military district guest house tonight and recover your energy. The colonel smiled, his eyes full of approval. Tomorrow morning, the military region will hold a special promotion and commendation ceremony for you. Also, prepare in advance, as the leader or relevant department comrades may talk to you after the ceremony. The focus is on some issues related to the diversified development and practical application of non-commissioned officer functions. We'd like to hear your thoughts and experiences. You've really done a great job this time, and brought a lot of glory to our military region. Chapter 214 Promotion to Lieutenant. Unprecedented. As a colonel, he personally arranged for Su Ming to stay in a fairly nice guest house room within the military region. He also carefully explained the precautions and assembly time for tomorrow's ceremony. Only after confirming that everything was in order did he turn and leave. As he left, the colonel couldn't help but take another deep look at Su Ming. As someone who knew some of the inside information, the shock he felt was far greater than it appeared on the surface. For any officer, promotion in military rank is naturally a highly memorable milestone in their military career, symbolizing honor, responsibility, and organizational recognition. However, Su Ming's current rank is only 2nd lieutenant, and this promotion is only to lieutenant. According to standard procedures and conventions, the promotion of such junior officers is usually handled by a simple but solemn ceremony arranged by their battalion or company-level unit, where their direct superior officer, such as their captain, changes their shoulder insignia. More often than not, the change of rank might simply be done by a superior after the authority issues an order, a process that is quick and efficient. However, The military region has now decided to hold a formal and high-profile promotion ceremony in the solemn military region auditorium for Su Ming's promotion as a second lieutenant. This is surprising enough. Even more unexpectedly, according to the information he received, the ceremony had even attracted the attention of a high-ranking official from the General Staff Headquarters. Coming all the way for a second lieutenant's promotion is probably an unprecedented event in the history of field troops. Of course, Su Ming, who was in his guest house room at the moment, was completely unaware of the thoughts and information churning in the colonel's mind. Despite his physical exhaustion, Su Ming, who had been traveling extensively, was in a peculiar state of excitement. Looking back on this experience, it was indeed quite tumultuous. First, I was urgently seconded by the 4th Ministry of Machinery Industry to carry out a high-risk mission in northern Myanmar. As soon as the mission ended, before I could even catch my breath, I received orders to return to the Tibetan military region without stopping. But the thought of the military region holding a special promotion ceremony for me tomorrow seemed to wash away all my fatigue with excitement. He's a second lieutenant now. Once he's promoted, he'll be a first lieutenant. Is it far from lieutenant to captain? He is currently a platoon leader. After being promoted to lieutenant, he will likely have the opportunity to serve as deputy company commander based on convention and seniority. If he were to rise to the rank of captain, wouldn't he be qualified to be a company commander? However, Su Ming also understood the actual situation of the military. While promotion in military rank and promotion to specific positions are closely related, they are not absolutely synchronized. Military rank represents seniority, benefits, and some qualifications, while specific leadership positions, such as platoon leader, company commander, battalion commander, etc., require corresponding vacancies. The military is structured like a pyramid. When someone moves up, someone else naturally has to be transferred or retire, one person for one position. In any case, being promoted to lieutenant is a significant recognition and a new starting point, something to be happy about and look forward to. As for the question he might be asked tomorrow about the report on diversification of the functions of non-commissioned officers, Su Ming was quite confident. That report embodied a great deal of his thinking and practical observations. He had repeatedly scrutinized every point in it and had truly grasped its essence. Moreover, he has vivid and compelling real-life examples around him that are sufficient to support his views. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, there was a gentle knock on the door of the guest house. A soldier arrived on time, carrying a set of perfectly ironed army service uniform without any wrinkles, along with matching cap badges, collar insignia, shoulder boards, and other items. He asked Su Ming to change, and then guided him to the military region's auditorium. Su Ming was slightly surprised to see this. He traveled light on his secret mission this time, without bringing any regular clothes. I never expected the military region's logistics department to be so thoughtful and meticulous. They even sent someone to his former unit to retrieve his uniform and arranged it so neatly. This thoughtfulness warmed his heart. The atmosphere inside the military region's auditorium was solemn and respectful. Beneath the towering dome, a huge August 1st Army flag hangs prominently in the center of the wall, its bright red color and golden 5-pointed star, and the characters, August 1st, shining brightly. As Su Ming stepped into the spacious, bright, and exceptionally quiet space with firm and regular steps, he immediately felt an invisible, yet powerful aura rushing towards him. That is the solemnity unique to the military, the grandeur embodied in the solemn ceremony, and even more so, a military spirit that is condensed here and passed down from generation to generation. Before the promotion ceremony officially began, Su Ming waited in the designated area backstage. From here, he could clearly see the situation inside the auditorium through the gaps in the curtain. Officers entered the auditorium one after another with composure and took their seats in the front row and the middle. Although Su Ming had a premonition that today's event would be large, the scale he witnessed still exceeded his expectations. So far, the lowest-ranking officers entering the auditorium are lieutenant colonels, with colonels being a common sight. He also caught a glimpse of several officers with the gold epaulets of senior colonels. What struck him most was the sight of the two soldiers who were the last to enter the hall, just before the ceremony was about to begin. One of them was Major General Wu Tianming, the chief of staff of the Tibetan military region, whom he knew. The other was a lieutenant general with a dignified face and a composed demeanor. Su Ming had never met this general before, but the 2 stars on his shoulder insignia and the subconscious respect shown by the surrounding officers all pointed to his extraordinary status and importance. Once all the invited guests were seated, the promotion ceremony for Su Ming officially began. As the presiding officer gave a loud and solemn introduction, Su Ming straightened his uniform collar, held his head high, and strode confidently onto the podium with standard and powerful steps. Below the stage, dozens of eyes from leaders and colleagues at all levels instantly focused on him, many of them filled with complex emotions such as scrutiny, curiosity, and admiration. Faced with such a scene, Su Ming remained calm, his eyes were firm, and his posture was as upright as a pine tree. He showed no fear or panic, and was exceptionally composed. His composed demeanor drew silent nods of approval from many mid to high-ranking military officers in the audience. They had all heard more or less about the legendary deeds of this young lieutenant, and seeing it with their own eyes today, they found it quite interesting. Ordinary junior officers, suddenly placed under the gaze of so many high-ranking leaders on such a grand stage, would inevitably feel nervous, perhaps even unsure of what to do with their hands and feet. The young man in front of me is so calm and composed. His mental fortitude is truly beyond that of his peers. Su Ming stood on the stage, saluted the military flag and the leaders below the stage, and then turned to face the audience. Subsequently, Colonel Wang Xiaoqiang, director of the training department of the military region, steadily walked to the front of the stage, stood behind the podium, picked up an order document stamped with a bright red seal, and began to read it aloud in a clear and loud voice. The General Political Department of the Tibetan military region has decided that Comrade Su Ming has demonstrated firm ideology and excellent military skills since enlisting in the army. He has made outstanding contributions, especially in recent major missions and military theory research, and has met the promotion criteria. With approval from higher authorities, Comrade Su Ming is hereby promoted to the rank of lieutenant. This order is hereby issued. After the order was read aloud, Colonel Wang Xiaoqiang closed the document. A warm and sustained round of applause immediately erupted from the audience, a testament to their support for the order and recognition of Su Ming's achievements. Immediately afterwards, Colonel Wang Xiaoqiang walked up to Su Ming in person. Su Ming straightened his body as the colonel carefully and solemnly removed his original 1-bar, 1-star second lieutenant shoulder insignia, and then neatly placed the brand new 1-bar, 2-star first lieutenant shoulder insignia on his shoulders. The golden star shimmered slightly under the lights, symbolizing new responsibilities and a new beginning. From being promoted to second lieutenant and appointed platoon leader for his meritorious service in the last exercise, only about 2 months have passed. Such an astonishing speed of promotion is unprecedented in the history of field troops. Furthermore, anyone with even a slight understanding of Su Ming's resume knows that he himself is a product of breaking conventions. He was promoted and awarded officer rank directly based on his outstanding combat achievements without ever attending a military academy for systematic officer training. This promotion to lieutenant, to some extent, continues this exceptional model. However, considering the remarkable achievements Su Ming made in this short period of time, as well as the extraordinary military talent and theoretical knowledge he demonstrated, this breaking with convention is not only reasonable, but also seems justified. Chapter 215, Going to the Army Command Academy? After the rank change ceremony was completed, Major General Wu Tianming, Chief of Staff of the military region, spoke directly. Comrade Su Ming, we are gathered here today not only to witness your promotion, but also to take this opportunity to gain a deeper understanding of the exploration and planning report you submitted earlier on the construction of a diversified system of functions for non-commissioned officers in the new era. As the author of this highly forward-looking report, please briefly explain your original intention and core thinking in writing this report. Su Ming nodded slightly, stepped forward, and facing the numerous high-ranking military officers below the stage, began to speak in a clear and confident voice. Commander, esteemed leaders. I believe that the non-commissioned officer corps is different from the traditional conscript and officer system of our army. In the future development of the military and combat-oriented training, non-commissioned officers will play an increasingly important role and become an indispensable backbone and mainstay of grassroots combat units. I have read a large number of Chinese and foreign military books, and I have also carefully studied some publicly available information on foreign military battles, training models, and organizational structures. I have found that in the most basic tactical units, such as squads and platoons, non-commissioned officers often assume crucial responsibilities. They are not only technical experts and training instructors, but also often the core nodes of tactical execution, and even the actual commanders in small-scale, independent operations. Therefore, I believe that promoting the diversification and integration of the functions of our military's non-commissioned officer corps is a necessary and urgent trend. Establishing and improving the sergeant-major system with Chinese characteristics is also an inevitable choice to adapt to future warfare and strengthen grassroots combat capabilities. Combining foreign military experience, the current situation of our army, and the needs of future warfare, Su Ming clearly and logically explained the fundamental reasons and starting point for writing this report from multiple dimensions. After listening to his opening statement, many officers in the audience seemed to be deep in thought. Soon, someone raised their hand to indicate that they wanted to ask a question. After receiving Major General Wu Tianming's approval, an officer stood up and asked, "Comrade Su Ming, your theoretical exposition is very clear. Then, could you please provide a specific, real-life example from our daily lives? To explain more intuitively, where exactly does the practical significance and urgency of the diversification of non-commissioned officer functions, and even the establishment of the position of sergeant major, lie?" Of course. Su Ming smiled slightly. This was exactly what he had prepared. Coincidentally, I have a very vivid and convincing real-life example right here. These words immediately piqued the interest of the audience, who focused their attention even more intently. My current unit is the reconnaissance company of the 5th Border Defense Regiment. Before I was promoted to officer, my squad leader, Shi Jin, a second-term sergeant, was an extremely outstanding representative of sergeants in my eyes. Su Ming's tone carried a hint of emotion and respect. As a squad leader, he was dedicated to his duties and trained batches of outstanding soldiers and elite soldiers. He was able to organize all the training for the whole class in an orderly manner, and he did his best to help each soldier improve his military skills and overall quality based on their individual characteristics. Of course, I know that these are all things that an excellent class monitor should do. But the problem is precisely that this second-term sergeant squad leader, who performed well in all aspects, faced the reality of being discharged from the military after his term of service expired. As people age, their physical fitness naturally declines, which is an objective physiological law, and there is nothing wrong with it. However, it would be wrong to let an outstanding sergeant who has accumulated rich experience in training, management, and teaching, and who has demonstrated strong learning and adaptability, leave his combat post simply because his physical peak has passed. I believe this is undoubtedly a huge waste of the military's valuable human resources. There was a slight pause. Su Ming's voice rose. Before the last live-fire exercise on the plateau, I was ordered to act as the platoon leader of the 3rd Platoon and organize the entire platoon for a month of intensive training beyond the syllabus. My squad leader, Shi Jin, mastered most of the professional skills and tactical knowledge required to be a tank commander and officer in just 1 month, with amazing perseverance and comprehension. In the crucial battle of this exercise, my squad leader, who was originally a reconnaissance squad leader, took on the temporary role of tank platoon commander and calmly and decisively issued more than 30 specific tactical instructions to his subordinate vehicles under the complex electromagnetic environment and intense confrontation. In the end, the tank squad he commanded achieved the brilliant feat of 1 tank defeating 4. In retrospect, only 3 of the more than 30 instructions he issued were deemed unnecessary, demonstrating an astonishingly high accuracy and effectiveness of his commands. And this is just the result of a month of targeted intensive training. Imagine if a second-term sergeant squad leader with outstanding learning ability, on-the-spot decision-making ability, and rich experience in leading troops were to have to take off his uniform simply because of relatively narrow promotion channels for sergeants and relatively singular job roles. Wouldn't that be a heartbreaking waste? If we can follow the path envisioned in my report, we can provide such outstanding non-commissioned officers with opportunities and platforms to continue their studies, expand their functions, and develop into sergeant major or professional and technical non-commissioned officers. I believe that they will be able to make more and more valuable contributions to the modernization and combat capability development of our Army in their new positions. Su Ming's narration combines specific people, events, and data, conveying genuine emotion and strong logic. As soon as he finished speaking, enthusiastic applause erupted again from the audience, and many officers nodded in agreement. This real-life case from the grassroots level, which happened around us, is more impactful and persuasive than any theoretical deduction. Immediately afterwards, another colonel raised his hand to ask a question. Comrade Su Ming, you emphasized the necessity of diversifying the functions of non-commissioned officers and also gave successful examples. So, what specific ideas or plans do you have for how to systematically cultivate and build such a diverse team of non-commissioned officers? Su Ming thought for a moment and answered fluently. I think we can learn from the officer training system, but at the same time we should highlight the characteristics of non-commissioned officers. For example, a periodic rotation and cross-training system for non-commissioned officers can be established. Based on their years of service and professional level, non-commissioned officers can be arranged to conduct short-term internships or training in different branches of the armed forces and different professional positions. The goal is to master their own profession and acquire multiple skills. Officers can pursue advanced studies at institutions of higher learning, such as the Army Command College and engineering colleges for various branches of the armed forces, while non-commissioned officers can also have access to non-commissioned officer schools or non-commissioned officer training centers specifically tailored to their characteristics. We can first select a few qualified colleges or training bases to set up pilot programs such as Master Sergeant Training Class and Senior Professional and Technical Sergeant Training Class to explore experiences, improve teaching materials and training models, and then gradually promote them. Non-commissioned officers and officers are simply two types of backbone personnel in the military with different functional divisions and development paths. But they have one crucial thing in common. They are all a group that can and must continuously learn and improve to adapt to the changing nature of warfare. Stopping learning means you might be eliminated. For more than 2 hours, Su Ming handled the questions from officers of different departments and ranks with ease. The answers were both theoretically sound and grounded in grassroots realities, with clear viewpoints and solid arguments. This effortless performance made the General Staff Lieutenant General, who had remained silent throughout, look increasingly impressed and nod slightly from time to time. What was originally planned as a promotion ceremony has turned into a high-level military theory seminar and debate. After the meeting, in a quiet little lounge next to the auditorium, the Lieutenant General from the General Staff picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and remarked to Major General Wu Tianming, the Chief of Staff of the Tibetan Military Region, who was accompanying him. Old Wu, your Tibetan Military Region has really given us a big surprise this time, producing such an extraordinary talent. A long-term strategic vision, flexible thinking, and the courage to innovate. What's even more valuable is that they have both a solid theoretical foundation and excellent practical skills, and they can combine the two in their thinking. This is excellent. These are the new types of military personnel that our Army currently desperately needs. Major General Wu Tianming responded with a smile. Comrade Su Ming is indeed a promising talent. He has a particular characteristic. He is an avid reader of military books. Not long after he joined the company, he read through all the books in the reconnaissance company's library. He still felt it wasn't enough, so he bought and applied for more books at his own expense, which boosted the learning atmosphere in their company. Before the last high-altitude exercise, we had already tried to have him conduct some small-scale, non-commissioned officer multi-skilling, training exploration in the 3rd platoon he led, and you heard him say that the results were very good. The lieutenant general put down his teacup and said in a serious tone, "Such talents must be given special attention and their development path must be carefully planned." I read all of his reports carefully. The depth and foresight of any one of these papers are more than enough to serve as a doctoral dissertation for the Army Command College. Now that he's been promoted to lieutenant ahead of schedule, when do you plan to send him to academies for further studies? While working at the grassroots level can certainly help accumulate experience, systematic military theory education and strategic thinking training are also indispensable. Major General Wu Tianming immediately replied, "We have already communicated and coordinated with the Army Command College. Arrange for him to study at the school together with the students of the most recently enrolled intermediate command training class. Systematic theoretical improvement and expansion of thinking are crucial to his future development." Yes, this arrangement is very good. The lieutenant general nodded in approval, then pondered for a moment and said, "The ideas he put forward in his report, especially his suggestions on the reform of the non-commissioned officer system, have a wide scope and are of great significance. After I get back, I will need to convene a meeting with relevant departments to conduct a special study and discussion, and then notify your military region after I have formed a preliminary opinion. We may need Comrade Su Ming to provide more detailed information or participate in some discussions later." Major General Wu Tianming replied solemnly, "Understood. We will fully cooperate with headquarters work." Chapter 216 The Reconnaissance Platoon Leader Wants to Learn Armored Command. Su Ming broke free from the solemn and enthusiastic atmosphere of the military region's auditorium, boarded the arranged vehicle, and after a bumpy ride, finally returned to the familiar reconnaissance company of the 5th Border Regiment. The news of his return spread like wildfire throughout the entire company. Soon, all the soldiers in the company, whether they were training, resting, or busy with their work, excitedly poured out and spontaneously gathered in the open space in front of the barracks. The soldiers in the 3rd platoon were especially excited. Upon learning that their platoon leader had returned victorious after completing a mysterious mission, the anticipation and vague unease of the past few days instantly transformed into soaring enthusiasm. The days Su Ming was away from them felt like an eternity. Although Company Commander Li Chuan personally oversaw the training, and the training subjects were strictly implemented according to the syllabus with no reduction in intensity, the men of the 3rd platoon still felt something was off. The training volume may not have decreased, but I always feel like I'm missing that energy. The passion and sense of fulfillment of being precisely controlled by the platoon leader, constantly pushing the limits, and feeling visible progress every day. Regular training became dull and uninteresting, as if the spring inside my body had been wound up, and a lingering sense of lethargy permeated every bone. Now that Su Ming has reappeared in the company, the soldiers of the 3rd platoon seem to have been instantly infused with a soul, and their eyes light up. "Platoon leader, you're finally back. We've missed you so much these past few days." "That's right. In the days you were away, I didn't eat well, I couldn't sleep well, and I couldn't muster any energy for training. I felt really unwell." "Platoon leader, please, just train us properly. We've been doing drills and basic exercises for the past few days. We're practically rusting. There's no challenge at all." Yes. Bring us some hard dishes. We can't stand this mundane life." The soldiers chattered amongst themselves, their genuine emotions overflowing with nostalgia for the devilish training of the past. They themselves didn't realize that it was only when Su Ming really left that they clearly felt how precious the painful yet joyful training, full of purpose and a sense of accomplishment, under the platoon leader was. Company Commander Li Chuan, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, overheard the heartfelt words of the 3 platoons' bastards. His face darkened instantly, and he nearly fainted. Goodness, as soon as Su Ming came back, these kids couldn't wait to start telling on him? Judging from this, the training that Company Commander Li has been personally supervising these past few days has become synonymous with perfunctory and boring. If you didn't know better, you'd think he'd been torturing 3-player teams these past few days. Li Chuan felt incredibly sour inside, as if he had overturned a jar of old vinegar. Indeed, love can be transferred. Once upon a time, Li Chuan, the fierce tiger, company commander of the reconnaissance company, was an irreplaceable spiritual pillar in the hearts of all the officers and soldiers in the company. He was a tall figure with great prestige. But ever since Su Ming, this prodigy, arrived, especially since he took charge of the 3rd platoon, the situation has quietly changed. The reverence and respect that the 3rd row had for him seemed to have unconsciously transferred to Su Ming. Not only the 3rd platoon, but now many soldiers in the 1st and 2nd platoons are also getting restless as they see the 3rd platoon innovating and making rapid progress every day. They have privately approached the company commander to subtly express their desire to go to the 3rd platoon for training. While Su Ming was away on a mission, Li Chuan finally regained some of his complete company commander feeling, personally taking charge of all 3 platoons for a few days. As soon as Su Ming returned, well, he felt he was about to revert to being that weak company commander who could only manage 2/3 of the company. Li Chuan complained in a low voice to his instructor. He lay beside him, sounding annoyed. Old he, as the political instructor, you must keep a close eye on the morale of the soldiers in the company. Look at the way they're acting now. Do they even respect me as their company commander? They're completely lawless. Upon hearing this, He rolled his eyes helplessly. As the political officer of the company, how could he not pay attention to the ideological work of the soldiers, especially the Maverick 3rd Platoon? Not only are they concerned, but they're also having a headache about it. Su Ming's training beyond the curriculum and multi-skill development model has indeed enabled the soldiers to learn real skills, resulting in an astonishing rate of growth. But the immense pressure that comes with it is also very real. Privately, many soldiers from the 3rd Platoon would come to him to complain and vent. They say things like, "Instructor, the pressure in the 3rd Platoon is too much. Every day it's just training and studying. It's even more tiring than when I took the college entrance exam. If I had known that joining the army would be like this, I would have preferred to study hard and go to university." Hele was so tired of hearing it. At such times, Hele, this caring instructor, never gives the soldiers empty chicken soup for the soul or pie in the sky. He understood the psychology of these young soldiers well, and sometimes his comfort and encouragement seemed inadequate. His approach to guiding has always been simple and direct. "I understand that sitting in the 3rd row is tough and stressful. If you really can't hold on, it's okay. I'll talk to your platoon leader Sue and get you transferred out of the 3rd Platoon." Perfect timing. There are several soldiers in the 1st and 2nd Platoons who dream of further training in the 3rd Platoon. You come out and let them take their place. What's amazing is that every time he said those words, the warrior who was frowning and looked like he was about to collapse just a second ago would immediately change his expression. He straightened his back, his expression serious, and his tone resolute. "Instructor, please don't. I'm just chatting with you, that's all. As long as I don't die from training, I'll train like crazy. Make me quit the 3rd row. You'd have to carry me out of here. Those who want to take my place, no way." Hele could only shake his head and smile wryly at this. Well, this instructor figured it out. The best way to deal with these hypocritical guys in the 3rd Platoon is to retreat in order to advance. Getting them to quit? That's harder than climbing to heaven. As for the company commander's prestige within the company, he was helpless too. He really tried his best. "Hey, platoon leader, that spurt on your shoulder. When did you get promoted to lieutenant?" Just then, a sharp-eyed soldier from the 3rd Platoon finally noticed the change in Su Ming's shoulder insignia. The single bar and 2 stars were particularly eye-catching in the sunlight. From a 2nd lieutenant's salary of 1.1 cents, it became a lieutenant's salary of 1.2 cents. That shout was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. Everyone was so excited that they didn't really look closely at Su Ming's epaulets. Now that the truth has been revealed, everyone's eyes are focused on it, and a chorus of gasps and low exclamations erupts. Su Ming smiled. "It happened this morning. I returned to the military region yesterday and stayed at the guest house for one night. I attended a promotion ceremony specially organized by the military region this morning, which is why I was delayed until now to come back." Hiss. This statement elicited another collective gasp. A promotion ceremony specially organized by the military region. In the soldiers' minds, What level must someone be to have a promotion ceremony specially held by the military region? It is either a major collective commendation and promotion, or a key milestone for senior officers at the colonel level or above, such as a senior colonel being promoted to major general. And now, the military region has actually held a special ceremony for Su Ming's trivial promotion from second lieutenant to first lieutenant. What's more, since the order to promote him was issued, his own platoon leader hasn't even stepped into the gates of a military academy yet. This is the second time that an exception has been made. Platoon leader is awesome. Brother Ming is awesome. Holy crap, is this what our platoon leader is like? He's so cool. We have to celebrate. Extra food tonight. He's going to be a captain soon. Ming Ji will be a company commander soon. What are you talking about? Ming Ji is a lieutenant now. He could be a deputy company commander by now. The soldiers were so excited that they danced and cheered, as if Su Ming's promotion was a joyous occasion for all of them, and they had even begun to imagine the wonderful life Su Ming would have as company commander. This life is unbearable. Li Chuan's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, his heart filled with unbearable sorrow. He, the official company commander, is still standing right here, and these guys are already hoping for Su Ming to become the company commander? Is there no justice left? Is the next step to get him promoted to captain, and then these bastards will sign a petition asking him to step down and give way? Li Chuan, who had initially been somewhat welcoming of Su Ming's successful return to the team, now had no such mood at all and only felt a tightness in his chest and shortness of breath. With a dark expression, he didn't say a word, turned around, and strode away in another direction of the camp, his back view exuding a sense of desolation. Hey, old Li, where are you going? He called out from behind. I want to be alone, Li Chuan said in a muffled voice without turning his head. Jingjing? Who is Jingjing? Could it be the nickname of the company commander's wife? He stroked his chin, muttering to himself with some doubt, but didn't think much of it. He turned around and continued to join the soldiers in warmly surrounding Su Ming, congratulating him on his triumphant return and promotion. Li Chuan felt he needed to find a place to question his existence. He had never felt so depressed since becoming the reconnaissance company commander. He always believed that quality is more important than quantity, and was eager to recruit elite soldiers. He even dreamed of gathering all the best soldiers in the entire regiment to join the reconnaissance company. But now he's starting to understand that being too outstanding and too dazzling as a top soldier isn't necessarily a good thing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in a small room in the 3rd Company right now, with the 3rd Company commander and the 6th Company commander in front of him, a few bottles of beer and a plate of peanuts, looking melancholy as he tries to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Old Li, don't look so gloomy. Your company has produced such a precious gem as Su Ming. You should be happy. Look at us. We'd be begging for a soldier as outstanding as him. The 3rd Company commander picked up his wine bottle and clinked it against Li Chuan's, offering words of comfort. The 6th Company commander echoed. That is, count on your fingers. How much have you and your company benefited from Su Ming's arrival since he joined your reconnaissance company? Leaving aside the weighty collective 3rd-class merit award, isn't the overall quality of the soldiers in the company visibly improving? The 6th Company commander pointed to the cigarette in Li Chuan's hand and said sarcastically, Look at yourself. When have I ever seen you so luxurious as smoking Huazi cigarettes? And one pack after another. Li Chuan looked down at the burning Zhonghua cigarette between his fingers and was speechless for a moment. He swore that the cigarettes were absolutely not a product of subordinates' tribute or corrupting their leader. They were purely his own. Yeah, I often go to Su Ming's place to mooch off him whenever I have free time. There's nothing we can do about it. Su Ming is just too extravagant. He treats Huazi cigarettes like they're ordinary ones, and it seems like he has an endless supply. Huazi, who wouldn't want to smoke? Who can smoke so freely under normal circumstances? I admit that the reconnaissance company and I did benefit a lot from him. Li Chuan sighed, took a swig of beer, and muttered, I'm not jealous, really. I'm just a little depressed. Think about it. He hasn't even gone to military academy yet, and he's already a lieutenant. Once he returns from his advanced studies at the Army Academy, given his abilities and achievements, he'll likely be promoted again. At that time, Li Chuan lowered his voice. I'm afraid my position as the reconnaissance company commander will have to be given to him." Upon hearing this, the 3rd and 6th company commanders also fell silent. They understood Li Chuan's concerns. According to the age limits and conventions for promotion of officers in field units, it would be extremely difficult for Li Chuan, at his current age, to advance to the rank of major and deputy battalion commander. Often, if you fail to get promoted at a certain key age, your chances will only get slower and slower, and your opportunities will become increasingly slim. Given Su Ming's terrifying abilities and rapid accumulation of merit, once he is promoted to captain, the military region will definitely arrange a company commander position for him. There's a place for everyone. If Su Ming wants to take the position, someone else has to step down. This person will either be promoted and leave, or change careers. Things aren't as absolute as you think. The company commander patted Li Chuan on the shoulder, comforting him again. Who can say what will happen next? Don't be so pessimistic. That's right, 7th brother. Come on, let's have another drink. There's always a way out. The 6th company commander also raised his bottle. Company commander, the 3rd company commander, and the 6th company commander are all here. Just then, Su Ming's voice suddenly rang out at the door, interrupting the three's quiet gathering. Li Chuan looked up and saw Su Ming standing there, somewhat surprised. "What are you doing here?" "I went to your dormitory to look for you, but I couldn't find you. The instructor said you came to the 3rd company and haven't gone back, so I came looking for you." Su Ming walked in with a smile on his face. "There's something I'd like to discuss with you, company commander." "Something to discuss? Let's go back to the company headquarters now." Although Li Chuan still felt a pang of sadness, he always took Su Ming's important matters very seriously and was about to get up immediately. "Company commander, there's no need to go back specifically." Su Ming waved his hand. "The 3rd company commander is here too, and what I need to discuss is somewhat related to him." "Oh, what does this have to do with me?" The 3rd company commander became interested, put down the wine bottle, and sat up straight. The company commander was very curious about what could possibly be related to him. "All right, you can talk here then." Li Chuan sat down again. Su Ming cleared his throat and said seriously, "Company commander, it's like this. Chief of Staff Wu of the military region talked to me and arranged for me to go to the Army Command Academy for further studies in about a month and a half." Li Chuan nodded. He knew about this arrangement, and it was what he had hoped for. Su Ming needed systematic theoretical learning and strategic thinking training. Su Ming continued, "In the month and a half before I go to military academy for further studies, I don't want to be idle. I want to ask the 3rd company commander for guidance and systematically learn the basic command knowledge of armored troops." The room fell silent instantly upon hearing this. Li Chuan was stunned. The 3rd company commander opened his mouth wide, and even the 6th company commander looked at Su Ming with a look of astonishment. A platoon leader in a reconnaissance company wants to learn armored vehicle command. Isn't this a bit too big a leap from one's major? Chapter 217, I want to apply for the Armored Command Department. As soon as Su Ming said this, the previously somewhat dull room fell into a brief silence. The expressions on the faces of the 3 company commanders froze for a moment, then were replaced by astonishment. Learning armored command. As the person directly involved, the company commander of the 3rd Tank Company stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief, almost thinking he had misheard. A platoon leader from a reconnaissance company came to learn how to command armored vehicles? Is this for real? Logically speaking, shouldn't reconnaissance officers who are about to go to the Army Command Academy for further studies focus on specialized fields such as infantry tactics, reconnaissance, and special operations command? Learning armored vehicles across different branches of the military. Isn't that taking a bit too big a step? The company commander put down the bottle, leaned forward slightly, and tried to clear his mind. "Wait, Su Ming. Tell me first, which major do you plan to apply for when you go to the Army Academy for further studies? Is it the Infantry Tactics branch, or the Armored Command branch?" Although the Army Command College offers a wide range of specializations, the Infantry Tactics Department and the Armored Command Department are undoubtedly the 2 largest and most mainstream systems. However, the selection criteria for trainees in the Armored Command Department have always been stringent. It not only requires a solid foundation in military theory, but also a high level of mathematical logic, spatial imagination, and macro-level planning ability. It is not something that anyone can easily get in by simply applying. Of course, it's the Armored Command System. Su Ming answered almost without hesitation, his tone firm, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. The art of commanding infantry tactics is certainly important, but I always feel that it lacks a certain awe-inspiring power. Commanding a steel torrent, conducting large-scale armored group maneuvers and battles. That's the true romance of a man. My goal has always been to become an excellent armored forces commander. Su Ming's words fell clearly. Click, click. It sounded as if invisible, subtle sounds, like shattering glass, were echoing in the room. Not just once, but 3 times. The 3 company commanders present felt as if a piece of their hearts had been broken. The 3 company commanders were internally ranting and raving. Li Chuan, I knew it. This kid is indeed physically in Xiao's camp, but mentally in Han. He's supposed to be a soldier in my reconnaissance company, but all he thinks about is commanding tanks. Where's the agility and stealth of a reconnaissance soldier? He's been fed to armored vehicles, hasn't he? 6th Company Commander. Good heavens. You've got some nerve. Saying infantry tactics are not difficult? Our 6th Company is the first to disagree. Kid, do you know what our field army relied on to conquer the world back then? It was our unique light infantry tactics of infiltration, which allowed us to completely break through the enemy's armored advantage. You call that not difficult? Believe me, I'll challenge you to a one-on-one infantry squad tactics test right now. 3rd Company Commander. What? I thought the pressure was that Su Ming might take over from Lao Li as the reconnaissance company commander in the future. Turns out, his goal is to become an armored commander. Then my position as the 3rd Tank Company commander is in danger? The clown is actually myself? Su Ming was naturally unaware of what the 3 company commanders were thinking. In fact, Su Ming had already acquired and fully mastered the relevant knowledge system of infantry tactical command through a system lottery a long time ago. As for armored command, it is also part of the theoretical treasure trove provided by the system. But this is the same reason he wanted to drive a tank and pilot a plane before. Theory is theory, and practice is practice. The feeling of personally driving and commanding a steel behemoth is something that theoretical discussions can never replace. Theory without practical support ultimately appears somewhat pale. The company commander struggled out of his complex emotions, rubbed his temples, and said in a deep voice, If you've really decided to use this time before going to military academy to systematically learn the basics of armored command from me, personally, I have no objection. However, you still have to ask your company commander whether he will release the man or if there are any other arrangements. Back in the day, when the 3rd Company commander was studying at the Army Command Academy, he was specializing in armored command. He himself knew that in that place full of talented people, his grades were only average. After graduating, he returned to his old unit and worked his way up to the position of Tank Company Commander, but it seemed that he had reached a bottleneck. The art of armored vehicle command is an extremely demanding test of an officer's comprehensive qualities. This kind of competence often doesn't refer to individual military skills like hand-to-hand combat or shooting accuracy, but rather to a higher level of thinking ability. This includes the ability to perform logical deduction, spatial awareness, resource allocation, and a macro-level grasp of complex battlefield situations. The command of an armored unit at the company level is arguably the most basic and simple level. This is because it typically does not require commanders to consider the complex logistical support required for long-duration, long-distance operations, the close coordination with Air Force/Air Defense Forces, and the variables beyond the capabilities of a company-level unit, such as dealing with high-intensity enemy airstrikes. However, once the command level jumps from company to regiment, the difficulty will increase exponentially. A fully equipped armored regiment consists of far more than just tanks and infantry fighting vehicles that charge into battle. It encompasses multiple specialized units, including command center, reconnaissance and intelligence, fire support, air defense and missile defense, engineering support, equipment maintenance, logistics supply, and communications. Simply commanding such a large combined arms battle group to switch combat readiness levels and maneuver on the battlefield requires the commander to issue dozens or even hundreds of orders in an orderly and accurate manner within a very short period of time, ensuring that all units can coordinate and complete the assembly, advance, and deployment. During a maneuver, if the enemy air force launches a sudden attack, the commander must, in a split second, assess the nature of the threat, evaluate friendly losses, adjust the route or formation, call for air defense support, or organize concealment and camouflage. Every decision concerns the lives of hundreds or thousands of officers and soldiers and the success or failure of the entire battle operation. It can be said that a qualified armored commander is no easy task. Without strong overall qualities, rich experience, and a calm and clear mind that can remain calm under pressure, one simply cannot hold that position or shoulder that heavy responsibility. In contrast, special forces employ a lean, flexible, and unconventional operational command style. Although it also demands extremely high levels of expertise, its operational scale, the complexity of inter-service coordination, and its impact on the overall battlefield are more aptly described as completely different compared to the large-scale troop command of armored formations. When Li Chuan heard the company commander pass the buck to him, he immediately spread his hands, adopting an attitude of, "It's none of my business. What opinions could I possibly have? What opinions would I dare to have? I wholeheartedly support him to learn whatever he wants. As long as it doesn't interfere with the company's normal work, I have absolutely no objection." Although Su Ming's heart for armored vehicles made him, as the reconnaissance company commander, feel a little uneasy, he thought about it again and realized that it might not be a bad thing. At least, the pressure that might be vying for his position as reconnaissance company commander seems to have quietly shifted to the third brother's side. Li Chuan suddenly felt that the depression in his heart seemed to have dissipated a lot. "You're coming to learn from me. Can you guarantee that you won't fall behind in the daily training and management of your third platoon? Don't end up neglecting both sides." The third company commander was still a little worried and asked another question. He didn't want to disrupt the normal operations of the brother unit by teaching Su Ming, thus giving others cause for criticism. Su Ming smiled and assured him, "Don't worry, third company commander, there's absolutely no problem. I have already drawn up the training outline and recent plans for the third platoon. The squad leaders are all capable officers. They just need to lead the soldiers to carry out the plan. If anything goes wrong, they will be responsible for it themselves. I only need to conduct regular inspections and assessments and grasp the general direction. I don't need to do everything myself." Su Ming's answer made the third company commander envious once again. "Look at the soldiers they lead. They're so easy to manage. Then I think about those troublesome squad leaders and key personnel in my company. It's true what they say, comparisons are odious." The company commander took a deep breath and nodded. "Since seventh brother has no objections, and you can make the arrangements on your end, then, all right. Come over here whenever you have time during this period. I will try my best to take the time to talk to you about some of the basics of armored command and my experiences and lessons learned." Although I sensed immense pressure, but as a veteran and a comrade in arms who was like an older brother, how could he possibly refuse the request of a young officer who was eager to learn and had a bright future, just because of the ridiculous reason that he felt his future position might be threatened? This is inconsistent with his principles as a person, and it also violates the fine tradition of mentoring and passing on experience in the military. "Thank you, company commander." Upon hearing this, Su Ming smiled sincerely and stood at attention, saluting. After thanking him, he glanced at the empty beer bottles and peanuts scattered on the table, assuming the three company commanders were having a small get-together, and tactfully said, "Then I won't disturb the three company commanders drinking and chatting any longer. I'll go back and prepare. Third company commander, what time would be suitable for me to come over tomorrow?" "Just come to my office after the morning training starts." The company commander waved his hand. "Yes." Su Ming saluted again, then turned and left the room. No sooner had Su Ming left than the room erupted in chaos. "See that? Sixth brother, third brother, you both saw it, right?" Li Chuan pointed to the door and complained to his two old friends. "This kid, he's in the reconnaissance company, but his heart has already flown to your tank company. The problem is, you can't do anything about him. He's just that outstanding. He's so outstanding that even when he's not in the company, He can run his platoon perfectly well. It seems I'm stuck with this 2/3 company commander label for life, and I'll have to wear it until the day I retire. The 6th company commander also took a swig of beer, still feeling indignant. That kid's words are really infuriating. What do you mean by infantry tactics aren't difficult? Huh? What did our field army rely on to rise to prominence and establish its prestige back then? Isn't it precisely because of this masterful light infantry tactic? Many mechanized units have suffered heavy losses in the face of our infiltration and encirclement tactics. That's a gross underestimation of us veteran infantrymen. The 6th Company commander studied at the Army Academy, majoring in infantry tactics. Although he thought armored vehicle command was cool, he lacked the necessary skills and could only study infantry tactics. All right, you two stop putting on this act in front of me. The company commander interrupted them, annoyed. Right now, I'm the one who needs comfort the most, okay? I feel immense pressure. Li Chuan put on a sympathetic expression and patted the 3rd Company commander on the shoulder. Third brother, I totally understand how you feel. It's true. Ever since this kid joined the company, I, as the company commander, haven't been able to properly teach him much. They have such strong self-learning ability and high comprehension that they can understand many things immediately, or even without any instruction. Just do your best. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, but don't mislead anyone. These words sound like words of comfort, but upon closer inspection, something doesn't quite feel right. The 6th Company commander also came over, his tone slightly teasing. Third brother, out of the 3 of us, you were the only one who got into the Armored Command Department back then. You used to brag to us a lot, saying that people who join the Armored Division are all highly intelligent and have logical thinking skills that surpass ordinary people. Be confident. Show your former glory. Use your extensive knowledge and rich experience to conquer this kid. Let him know that Armored Vehicle Command isn't something you can learn just by reading a book. The company commander was speechless as he looked at his 2 old friends, who were clearly enjoying the spectacle. Indeed, those who can enter the Armored Command Department are all top performers who have undergone rigorous selection. But the problem is, during the last high-altitude exercise, he personally witnessed Su Ming's on-the-spot command of the tanks he seized. His calm, decisive, and orderly command performance was nothing like that of a novice. He's like a seasoned veteran who's been in this business for years. Li Chuan patted the 3rd Company commander's shoulder one last time, speaking earnestly. Go for it. Lao San, I believe in you. Make us brothers proud. Company commander. The next day, in the morning, Su Ming arrived at the 3rd Tank Company's camp on time. Thanks to prior notice from the company commander, he easily found the company headquarters. You're here pretty early. The 3rd Company commander was tidying up the documents on his desk when he looked up, saw Su Ming, and nodded. I didn't have anything urgent to do, so I came early. If you have something to do, 3rd Company commander, please go ahead and do it. I'm not in a hurry, Su Ming said sensibly. The company commander said, Yes, I found some basic armored vehicle command theory materials that I promised you yesterday. There are textbooks and also, some notes I took when I was taking classes at the Army Academy. Take a look first, so you can get a general idea. The company commander took out several old books and a few thick notebooks from his drawer and pushed them in front of Su Ming. It's clear that he really put his heart into preparing. Okay, thank you, 3rd Company commander. Su Ming accepted it with both hands. You can watch from my office, keep quiet, the company commander said. As a company commander, he also has many company affairs to handle every day, including leading training, attending meetings, and reviewing documents, so he cannot be a full-time teacher. He could only use his work breaks and rest time to explain it to Su Ming. Su Ming understood this perfectly. He wasn't in a hurry anyway. The 3rd Platoon's training is now on track, with a good system and atmosphere established. The 3 squad leaders each fulfill their responsibilities and are fully capable of managing daily training. You only need to be assessed periodically and keep the overall direction in mind. There's a high degree of freedom involved. Su Ming sat down and began to review the materials prepared by the 3rd Company commander. The book is a general textbook for Armored Corps Command, with systematic but basic content. Even more precious are those notebooks. although the paper is somewhat yellowed and the writing is slightly blurred due to its age. But it contains many key points from the teacher's lectures, case studies, and the third company commander's own insights and reflections, and even some doodle-like battlefield sketches. Although Su Ming had already mastered a comprehensive and in-depth knowledge system of armored command through the system, it was still very beneficial to review these basic materials, especially to see the learning trajectory and thinking of the senior officers back then. He possessed a photographic memory and read extremely fast. Since he already knew much of the content by heart, he could read through it almost instantly. About 30 minutes later, the company commander finished dealing with an urgent matter and returned to his office. How was it? How much did you read? Was there anything you didn't understand? Or did it feel too abstract, and you couldn't quite grasp it for the time being? The third company commander asked as he picked up the teacup on the table, preparing to take a sip of water to moisten his throat. He guessed that Su Ming had probably only read the beginning and was getting dizzy from all the technical terms and tactical symbols. This is precisely the time for him to play the role of mentor. Reporting to the third company commander, I've finished reading them all. The content, I understand most of it. Su Ming closed the last notebook, looked up, and answered calmly. Puff, cough, cough, cough. The company commander almost spat out the mouthful of water he had just drunk, choking him and causing him to cough repeatedly until his face turned red. Company commander, are you all right? Su Ming quickly stood up. And nothing. Cough, cough. I choked a little. The company commander waved his hand, caught his breath, and his face was filled with disbelief. You've read it all. So much and so fast. There's absolutely nothing. Not a single thing you don't understand. Some things in my notes might be written rather hastily. Su Ming nodded. Yes, I've watched them all. It's just a note. There might be some problems with it. Su Ming picked up one of the books, turned to a certain page, and pointed to a chart and the annotation next to it. Here, company commander, you may have made some mistakes when you took notes back then, or you may have misunderstood the lecture. The standard emergency evacuation formation for this armored company, when it is ambushed by an enemy anti-tank team on the flank, should be a fan-shaped retreat with alternating cover by platoons, while the company's fire support group moves forward to suppress it. The arrow and text you drew in your notes could easily be interpreted as each vehicle breaking out on its own, which could easily lead to a loss of command and control and greater casualties in actual combat. The company commander peeked out, and his pupils contracted slightly. That was indeed a point he had misremembered back then. Later, the teacher pointed it out in his assignment, and he understood and corrected it, but he never had time to change the error record in his notebook. So many years have passed, he himself has almost forgotten. The key question is, how did Su Ming figure that out? This requires a deep understanding of the tactical background and a thorough familiarity with the organization, firepower configuration, and tactical principles of an armored company. You, the third company commander, looked Su Ming up and down as if he were a monster. Is this really the first time you've systematically encountered the theoretical knowledge of armored command? He specifically emphasized the word system. Su Ming answered frankly. Reporting to the third company commander, strictly speaking, yes. However, when I was reading books in the reconnaissance company and the regiment's library, I was quite interested in books on armored warfare and mechanized warfare theory, and I read quite a few of them. I've memorized some basic theoretical knowledge and typical battle examples. Based on the information you provided, it's not too difficult to understand. The company commander remained silent, but his heart was in turmoil. Good heavens! Theoretical knowledge can be learned through self-study and rote memorization, but what is truly difficult is to integrate and apply it, to be able to identify subtle errors, and to be able to connect scattered knowledge points into an organic whole and form one's own framework of understanding. Su Ming was able to reach this level solely through self-study, even spotting errors in the armored company commander's notes from years ago, errors that came from a formally trained background. This can no longer be described as simply good talent. This is simply monstrous. He suddenly realized that Li Chuan and the 6th Company commander's previous minor complaints and watching the show attitude were really quite ridiculous. Faced with such a junior whose learning ability and comprehension are terrifying, these seniors should perhaps feel more than just pressure. It should be described as shocking and a complex feeling of witnessing the rise of a genius. Chapter 218: The Ultimate Goal of Armored Command. In the great melting pot of the military, whether it's a squad leader, platoon leader, company commander, or political instructor, a phrase they often use to encourage their soldiers is, "We all have two shoulders and one head. So who's worse than whom? Why are you inferior to others?" In the military camp, an environment that values collective honor and emphasizes hard work and striving for progress. If a soldier lags behind others in some aspects, the usual explanation is that she did not train hard enough or put in as much effort as others. This is almost a universally accepted logic. However, at this moment, the third company commander standing in front of Su Ming felt a shock he had never felt before. He clearly recognized a fact. Some things, such as talent, cannot be completely compensated for or surpassed by diligence and hard work alone. Su Ming proposed to learn armored vehicle command from him. The third company commander's original plan was very clear. Start with the most basic theoretical knowledge. To this end, he worked through the night to find his most treasured textbooks and his precious notes, which he had painstakingly taken out while studying at the Army Command Academy. In his view, to learn the complex subject of armored command, one must first build a solid theoretical framework. Otherwise, everything is just castles in the air. The third company commander figured that with his current skill level and experience, he was capable of teaching Su Ming some basic knowledge and skills. After all, his own command capabilities are currently limited to the size of a tank company. Moreover, his unorthodox teaching methods certainly cannot compare with the scientific, systematic, and comprehensive education provided by the Armored Command Department of the Army Command Academy. But reality caught him off guard. Su Ming had not only mastered these theoretical stepping stones that he had carefully prepared, but had even reached the point of being able to integrate them thoroughly and distinguish subtle errors. What's needed behind this is far more than diligent reading and memorization. It's also an innate keen insight into the art of military command and a strong ability to integrate logic. That's talent, a talent that's beyond the reach of most. Although it's a bit embarrassing for an old armored soldier to say it out loud. The company commander's side looked at Su Ming with a complicated expression and chose to be honest. But I must admit that, based on my current level of military theoretical knowledge and the level of mastery you have demonstrated at the theoretical knowledge level of armored command, I'm afraid there's nothing more I can teach you. These words are indeed somewhat undignified. He was, after all, a proper undergraduate graduate of the Armored Command Department of the Army Command Academy. Yet he frankly admitted to a lieutenant who had not yet stepped into the gates of a military academy that he was unteachable. But facts speak louder than words. Faced with Su Ming, a monster who could master theory through self-study and apply it in practice, the third company commander truly felt powerless. Su Ming smiled and said sincerely, "Company commander, you are too modest. Theoretical knowledge is ultimately just something on paper. It's static. What I value more is practical application. That is, truly applying those rules and tactical principles to the command and control of the steel torrent." Hearing Su Ming say that, the third company commander couldn't help but laugh and scold. "I bet you came here from the beginning with practical skills, right? You already have a solid grasp of the theoretical knowledge, don't you?" Being directly exposed, Su Ming didn't mince words and readily admitted it, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Theory can be learned on your own, but the real feeling of commanding an armored company into action cannot be experienced from books. Honestly, who can resist the sense of power and control that comes from commanding a steel mass to advance and retreat in unison? The company commander slapped his thigh, as if he had found a kindred spirit. "You've hit the nail on the head. In the beginning, I even whispered to Lao Chi that a good prospect like you would probably be targeted and poached by special forces. At the time, I felt it was a pity. Now I realize I was narrow-minded. Being a special forces soldier is certainly exciting, but what's more thrilling than commanding thousands of troops and driving a torrent of steel? This is the true romance of our soldiers, especially armored soldiers." After saying that, the third company commander waved his hand imposingly. "Come on, don't just stay in the office. All talk and no action is useless. Come with me to the training ground, and I'll show you how the real thing works. Since Su Ming was eager to put his ideas into practice, the third company commander decided to stop hiding them. He finally understood that with Su Ming's terrifying learning talent and comprehension, once he entered the Armored Command Department of the Army Command Academy for systematic advanced training, his future prospects would be absolutely limitless. At that time, as one of Su Ming's mentors in Armored Vehicle Command, even if only in practical terms, he will be very proud. When I brag to people in the future, oh no, I mean, when exchanging experiences, you can confidently say, do you know so and so? I even took him on a bus ride and practiced formations with him back in the day. The company commander led Su Ming to the comprehensive training ground of the 3rd Tank Company. At this moment, the officers and soldiers of the company are carrying out their daily basic training. The sounds of commands, the clanging of metal, and the low growl of engines warming up are intertwined, creating a strong military atmosphere. The 3rd Company commander stood still, pointing to the silent steel behemoths on the training ground. Let me test you. A war suddenly breaks out, and for an armored group, from receiving orders to engaging in combat. What do you consider to be the most crucial first step? Speed of mobilization. Su Ming answered without hesitation. This was one of the core points he had extracted from countless battle examples and theories. That's right. It's all about mobilization speed. The company commander nodded approvingly, then explained in more detail. The battlefield situation changes rapidly. As a mechanized force that relies heavily on mobility, it is inevitable that it will move from its training grounds or assembly areas to the battlefield. You can never predict where the next battle will take place. But what is certain is that the armored formations will get there mainly through 2 methods, rail transport and road mobility. These 2 types of maneuver at the strategic/operational level involve complex scheduling, camouflage, air defense, route planning, and so on. But that's an advanced course that's only taught systematically at the Army Command College. I can't teach that here. The company commander waved his hand, then changed the subject. But I can show you with your own eyes. How does an armored company complete all preparations in the shortest possible time after receiving an emergency maneuver order, transforming from a static training state to a dynamic advanced state? The efficiency of this pre-battle transition directly determines whether you can reach a key position before the enemy or seize a fleeting opportunity. Let me demonstrate the standard procedure to you first, and you can watch carefully. After speaking, the company commander's expression turned solemn. He turned to face the training ground, gathered his strength, and issued a loud command. Attention all. Stop training. All company assemble. The order was like a thunderclap. The soldiers of the 3rd Tank Company, who were originally scattered in different places for different training subjects, seemed to have been put on pause. Then, at the short and powerful commands of their squad leaders, they quickly ran to the company assembly point to assemble. Their movements were clean and efficient, without the slightest hesitation, and they quickly formed a neat square formation. Subject: Emergency Maneuver Preparation Drill for Company-Level Armored Detachments. Hear my command. The company commander stood at the front of the ranks, his voice steady and clear, and began to issue a series of instructions. Order: each tank crew, in sequence from 1 to 7, maintaining the prescribed spacing, form a single column and complete the initial formation along the pre-designated road southwest of the training ground. Order: armored personnel carrier crews and infantry fighting vehicle crews shall, according to the predetermined plan, alternately merge into the flanks and rear of the tank column to form a mixed formation. Order: logistics support vehicles and personnel transport convoys, once assembled, will follow at the rear of the column. As the company commander issued his orders, the entire company began to mesh and operate like precise gears. A sergeant holding a red and yellow command flag and a silver whistle in his mouth quickly took his position. He was the company's dispatcher. The sharp whistles, combined with the orderly changes in flag signals, translated the company commander's macro-level instructions into specific vehicle dispatch orders. Boom! Rat-a-tat-tat. In an instant, the previously relatively calm training ground erupted in cheers. The earth began to tremble slightly, and the deep roar of a diesel engine grew louder as it approached, creating a breathtaking sound. Tanks painted in desert camouflage, like awakened behemoths, slowly rolled out of bunkers or vehicle yards one after another, their heavy tracks creaking and groaning as they rolled across the ground. Following closely behind, wheeled armored vehicles, infantry fighting vehicles, and troop transport trucks also started up, emitting faint exhaust fumes. A strong and unique mixed scent quickly filled the air. It was the smell of unburnt diesel fuel, the metallic scent of steel baked by the scorching sun, and the slightly burnt smell of tire rubber rubbing together, creating the unique battlefield atmosphere of the armored troops training ground. Although it is only a tank company in size, with 7 main battle tanks, a command vehicle, and several auxiliary vehicles, totaling 13 pieces of equipment. But when these steel creations actually come to life before your eyes, the combined visual and auditory impact is far beyond what television documentaries or movie special effects can achieve. The sheer weight, the power, and the beauty of industrial machinery made Su Ming's heart race, and his blood seemed to be heating up slightly. He couldn't help but imagine. What if this scale were expanded tenfold or 100-fold? What a magnificent sight it must be to see hundreds of tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, self-propelled artillery, and anti-aircraft missile vehicles assembled together. Even watching it on a screen is enough to get your heart racing. What kind of shock would it be to personally face such a steel forest in reality and feel the earth resonate with the simultaneous roar of countless engines? To take it a step further, imagine yourself as the commander of that massive steel torrent, standing behind the observation post of the command vehicle or through a data link terminal, deciding their advance, retreat, division, and attack/defense. What a terrifying yet incredibly proud responsibility and power that must be. A tank company's maneuver preparation exercise is not simply a matter of driving the vehicles out of the parking lot and calling it a day. That was just the prelude. The company commander nimbly boarded the command tank, which was covered with antennas, and crawled into the turret. The crew members quickly took their positions and closed the hatches. Immediately, clear and concise communication signals began to come from the radio. Initiate communication test. Each crew, report in turn. Tank 1, communications are working properly. Radio is functioning. Tank number 2, normal. Armored vehicle number 3, signal strong. Powertrain self-check. Tank number 1, engine operating condition is stable, oil pressure and coolant temperature are normal. Tank 2, power system ready. Fire control system integration testing. Tank number 1, fire control computer initialization complete, observation and aiming system normal. A series of tense but orderly checks and tests were completed in just a few minutes. This is not only to ensure that the vehicle can move, but also to ensure that it can fight after it is in motion, and to communicate effectively and strike precisely in complex tactical environments. Attention, all company, came the company commander's steady and powerful voice over the radio. Mobility preparation drill, move out. With the order given, the armored column, which had already completed its formation and initial testing, began to move slowly forward. The heavy roar of tracked vehicles intertwines with the relatively light engine sounds of wheeled vehicles, creating a unique symphony of steel. Although this was just a short-distance maneuver demonstration within the training grounds, and the vehicle did not actually leave the camp. But the imposing formation, the coordinated movements, and the overwhelming sense of real combat pressure were already quite vivid. After the drill, the vehicles returned to their original positions in sequence. The third company commander nimbly jumped down from the command tower, dusted off his hands, and walked up to Su Ming, who had been watching intently. "Did you see clearly?" the company commander asked. "From the moment I gave the order, all company assemble, to the moment the first tank drove out of the yard and we officially began formation maneuvering. How long do you estimate it took?" Su Ming thought for a moment and shook his head. "I was so focused on the process and details that I didn't time it." 19 minutes. The company commander reported a precise number. "Is this result considered fast or slow?" Su Ming asked curiously. From his perspective as an outsider, the entire process was already quite efficient and effective. The third company commander frankly stated, measured against the emergency deployment standard of the entire Army's armored forces. Our third company's speed is only considered average. An elite tank company, commanded by an excellent company commander, with well-trained officers and soldiers and well-maintained equipment, can complete the same emergency assembly, vehicle departure, basic inspection, and formation in 9 minutes, or even less. More than double the difference. Su Ming was somewhat surprised. In the ever-changing modern battlefield, a 10-minute difference is enough for an armored unit that arrives first to gain a decisive advantage, or for the delayed side to fall into a passive or even desperate situation. Even a second can affect the course of a battle, let alone a full 10 minutes. The gap is indeed obvious. The company commander nodded and explained. Many factors affect the speed of emergency response. First, is the company commander's contingency plan thorough, his response decisive, and his instructions clear? Secondly, it is the daily combat readiness, awareness, and proficiency of all officers and soldiers in the company, including the driver's skills, the commander's coordination, and all crew members' familiarity with their own responsibilities. Furthermore, the equipment's integrity and the level of routine maintenance are also crucial. Our 3rd Tank Company of the 5th Regiment has achieved a respectable result within the Tibetan military region. But compared to those elite heavy armored forces stationed in the main strategic directions, ready for battle every day, the gap becomes apparent. He paused, but his tone was not discouraged. Rather, it was a factual analysis. It's not that we're willing to fall behind or lack ambition. The combat effectiveness of the armed forces is related to the strategic environment, training support conditions, equipment upgrade speed, and even traditions and atmosphere. The nature of our regiment's main mission determines that our training focus and standards in certain aspects will differ from those of heavy equipment units that specialize in tackling tough challenges. Su Ming recalled the opponents from the last high-altitude exercise and asked, what was the approximate emergency deployment time of the tank company of the independent regiment that we fought against last time? The company commander recalled, based on their own publicly available data and performance in the exercises, it should take about 12 minutes. The independent regiment is the face of our military region. It is a unit that is frequently deployed to participate in cross-regional exercises and to be inspected by higher authorities. The requirements in all aspects are naturally stricter, the training standards are higher, and their strength is indeed much stronger than that of the tank company of our ordinary infantry regiment. But the company commander abruptly changed the subject, his eyes revealing a look that was both longing and clear-headed. Even the tank company of the independent regiment, compared with the elite companies in the main heavy equipment regiments and mechanized brigades of the Northern Military Region and the Eastern Theater Command, there is still a considerable gap. Those are completely different levels of existence. At this point, the company commander seemed to be stirred by distant memories and aspirations. His eyes became somewhat unfocused, and his tone carried a hint of emotion and longing. Do you know, Su Ming? Almost every officer who chooses to take the path of armored command has an ultimate dream deep in his heart. Or rather, a dream unit eager to be commanded. Infected by his expression, Su Ming asked curiously, what is it? The company commander took a deep breath and said, word by word, a heavy assault division belonging to the Z Group Army of the Northern Military Region. That is the top-tier main heavy equipment division that is recognized by the entire Army as having the strongest combat power, the best equipment, and the most outstanding combat achievements. They are the true ace of aces, the tip of a blade. When this unit was mentioned, the 3rd Company commander's eyes seemed to light up, and his tone was filled with undisguised admiration. The current commander of the Heavy Assault Division is my idol. When I was studying at the Army Command College, I was fortunate enough to attend one of his lectures. His demeanor, his eloquence, and his understanding of armored warfare and combined arms operations were simply breathtaking. Su Ming noticed a detail and asked with some surprise, Company Commander, wait. Your senior classmates who studied at the same time as you are all teachers now. Su Ming was somewhat shocked. This speed of advancement was simply too astonishing. The company commander quickly waved his hand to clarify. Oh no, that's not it. My idol is 2 years ahead of me. He's my senior. But even the difference of 2 sessions is enough to show how extraordinary his abilities and opportunities are. Back in the Army Academy, he was a prominent figure and a record holder, commanding the Army's top heavy armored division. Do you know what that means? Su Ming tried to describe it. Extremely awesome? It's more than just awesome. It's incredibly awesome. The company commander waved his hand forcefully, as if to sweep away all the inadequate adjectives. That is the glory of standing at the pinnacle of the entire armored forces, and the responsibility of bearing the nation's sharpest steel sword. It is a place where the most advanced equipment, the best soldiers, and the deepest traditions converge. Commanding such a force is not just about power, but also an unparalleled challenge and the highest honor. He looked at Su Ming, his gaze becoming unusually serious and solemn, as if he were entrusting him with an important mission. Su Ming, since you have made up your mind to pursue the path of armored command and possess such amazing talent, then why not make commanding the Army's first heavy armored division your goal in your military career? This goal is absolutely commensurate with your ambition and ability, and it is worth pursuing and striving for. The Highland sun shone on the 3rd Company commander's face, which was slightly flushed with excitement. It also illuminated the even more fervent and determined flame that suddenly ignited in Su Ming's eyes. That imagined torrent of steel seemed to become clearer and more concrete than ever before at this moment. It has become a glorious future that we can strive for. Chapter 219 3 Years of Advanced Study? I can just apply to skip a grade. During the period when Su Ming frequently visited the 3rd Company to immerse himself in learning armored command, the soldiers of the 3rd Company gradually noticed an unusual phenomenon. Their company commander seemed a bit off. Have you noticed? The company commander has been disappearing like a ghost lately. We hardly ever see him on the training field anymore. That's right. I feel that ever since platoon leader Su from the reconnaissance company started coming around here often, the company commander's spirit has been different from before. He always seems a bit depressed. To say feeling down is an understatement. Judging from his state, it was as if he had shut himself off. Keep your voices down. I have some juicy gossip to share. A soldier lowered his voice and leaned closer to his comrade mysteriously. Last night, I got up to use the bathroom and passed by the company commander's barracks. I thought I heard someone sniffling inside. Could it be? No way. A tough guy like the company commander, crying? Did something terrible happen at home? What about your wife? It's hard to say. It seems that even the instructor went over and stayed up most of the night to talk to them and do some ideological work. Oh, is it that serious? Company commander, please don't overthink it. The soldiers gathered together, whispering among themselves, their voices filled with concern and curiosity. Platoon leader Su is here. Someone with sharp eyes shouted. The sound was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly shattering the previous whispers. All eyes turned to the tall, imposing figure walking towards them, Su Ming. All the speculation about the company commander was immediately put to the back of their minds, and the soldiers swarmed around him, their faces beaming with enthusiasm. Platoon leader Su, what are we practicing today? As usual, let's solidify the basics first. After these few runs, the brothers' movements are getting better and better, not bad. Su Ming affirmed with a smile. The soldiers of the 3rd Company felt incredibly happy to receive praise from this guest commander, and their enthusiasm soared even higher. Attention, everyone. Training begins as planned. The platoon leader shouted in a loud voice. Yes. The response was loud and clear, brimming with youthful vigor. Soon, the garage doors opened with a rumble, and one after another, steel behemoths roared out, kicking up clouds of dust on the training ground. Infantry tank coordination, mechanized infantry coordination, various tactical exercises were conducted in turn. The commander in the field, who was issuing orders and making effective arrangements, was none other than Su Ming, the platoon leader of the reconnaissance company. This scene was quite peculiar at first, but it has now become the norm on the training ground of the 3rd Company. Since Su Ming came to learn from experience, his amazing learning ability has left even the company commander speechless. He only briefly touched on the basic theories, because he had already mastered them. Su Ming was fascinated by the art of actual combat command. Therefore, He would always be present whenever the third company conducted combined arms tactical training, and he was never content to just watch from the sidelines. He would always take the initiative to participate as a temporary commander and lead the soldiers in the drills. What impressed the soldiers of the third company even more was that, under Su Ming's command, they could clearly feel their own progress. He has a keen eye and can always pinpoint subtle flaws in coordination and errors in tactical integration, and provide effective improvement methods. This tangible sense of improvement, felt every day, makes everyone train with exceptional dedication and willingness. Over time, Su Ming, this outsider, unwittingly took on some of the company commander's command and training responsibilities. What's most amazing is that the entire third company not only had no reservations about this, but was actually happy to see it happen, and their enthusiasm for training soared to unprecedented heights. Inside the company headquarters office, the company commander stood alone by the window, silently watching the bustling training scene outside. Watching his soldiers, led by Su Ming, full of energy and high morale, he felt extremely conflicted. A familiar feeling of self-isolation quietly spread. Following in the footsteps of reconnaissance company commander Li Chuan, this company commander of the armored third company also experienced the subtle feeling of being crushed by talent. He had to admit that talent can sometimes be something that makes people feel helplessly envious. In just over a month, Su Ming has made astonishing progress through observation, seeking advice, and practical exercises. Now, in terms of command and dispatch, tactical response, he even shows a tendency to surpass Su Ming, who has formally studied in the Armored Command Department of the Army Academy. Take the simplest example of a tank company's maneuver preparation. In his hands, it would take 3 companies 19 minutes to complete. But Su Ming's command managed to compress the game down to 15 minutes. The mere 4-minute difference reflects a profound understanding of process optimization, personnel coordination, and equipment performance. He now completely understood Li Chuan's frustration back then. With a prodigy like Su Ming emerging in the company, which commanding officer wouldn't feel some pressure? He even had a vague feeling that his prestige among the soldiers was being unknowingly replaced by this young reconnaissance platoon leader. He thought about it, half self-deprecatingly and half seriously. If the higher-ups really issued a transfer order to make Su Ming the third company commander and transferred him away, these heartless lads below would probably applaud louder than anyone else. Sigh. Thinking of this, the third company commander couldn't help but let out a long sigh, his brows furrowed. What's wrong? Are you getting worked up about yourself again? The third company instructor pushed open the door and came in just in time to see him like this. He couldn't help but smile and comfort him. If you ask me, you're just overthinking things and making yourself miserable. The company commander turned around, his tone tinged with grievance and bitterness. I didn't want to either. But look at them. They always complain when they train, but now that Su Ming is here, they're all like they've been injected with chicken blood, training like crazy. It makes it seem like I treated them so badly before, you bunch of ingrates. The third company political instructor smiled and said, the soldiers' high level of enthusiasm for training and improved combat effectiveness are ultimately a great thing for the company. The third company commander smiled wryly. At this rate, I might as well just hand over my company commander position to Su Ming. I think he'll lead the company better than I do. However, with this kid's talent and ambition, he certainly won't just be aiming for the position of company commander in the future. Didn't I tell him to broaden his horizons, like, to command a heavy division? I think he actually has a chance. When the heavy armored division was mentioned, the company commander, who came from a tank crew, couldn't help but reveal a look of longing in his eyes. For any armored commander, the ultimate dream is to lead the best equipped and most powerful heavy armored force and strategize in an imagined battle against a steel torrent. The company commander changed the subject, his tone tinged with envy. Su Ming keeps coming to my place, which makes Lao Qi very proud. Zhao Dashi's promotion order has come down, and the order for his old squad leader, who was originally going to retire, has also been put on hold. The 7th brother walks with a swagger now. He'll probably wake up laughing in his sleep at night. The reconnaissance company and the third company were stationed next to each other, so news traveled quickly. The reconnaissance company had a series of happy events this month. Squad leader Zhao Dashi was successfully promoted to officer and will soon be going to military academy with Su Ming. An outstanding sergeant squad leader had his original retirement plan canceled and was able to stay in the army. These two things are said to be directly or indirectly related to Su Ming. So how could Li Chuan not be overjoyed? Don't just envy the 7th Company commander. The instructor smiled and pointed to the cigarette pack on his desk. So you've started smoking Huazi now too? The company commander finally showed a slight smile. That's true. Su Ming is a guy who knows how to get along with people wherever he goes. He's generous and never stingy. Otherwise, would I teach him so completely without reservation? Although Su Ming's arrival made him, the company commander, feel a sense of crisis, the benefits were also real. For the company commander, who was already married and under considerable financial pressure, being able to smoke a few packs of good cigarettes from time to time was a luxury he would never have dared to dream of in the past. Inside the dormitory of the reconnaissance company. Today is the last day that Su Ming and Zhao Dashi spent in the reconnaissance company. Tomorrow, they will travel to the military region, board a military transport plane, and fly directly to the university that countless soldiers aspire to attend. Shizhuang Army Academy. The two were packing their simple belongings. Su Ming had been looking forward to his upcoming military academy life for a long time. Shizhuang Army Academy is a true military academy, on par with the National Defense Military Academy in Beijing, and a sacred place for the growth of commanding officers in the military. Although in a few years, Shizhuang Army Academy will be merged into the National Defense Military Academy. But at least for now, Shizhuang Army Academy holds an irreplaceable position and honor in the hearts of many soldiers, especially command majors. Platoon leader, you've been gone for 3 years. I really hate to see you go. An old soldier helped Su Ming pack his belongings, his voice full of reluctance. 3 years is neither a long nor a short time. When you return after completing your studies, I wonder how many of us old brothers will still be able to stay in the army, another soldier remarked. 3 years have passed, and no one knows how many of these veterans will still be in the military. The military camp remains, but the soldiers come and go. This is an eternal law of the military. Platoon leader, is this meal really a farewell feast, and we'll never see each other again? An old soldier remarked. Seeing his subordinates' mixed emotions of joy and sorrow, Su Ming put down what he was holding, patted the shoulder of the soldier next to him, and said with a smile, "Don't think about the time so rigidly. I won't stay at the Army Academy for the full 3 years." Huh. Everyone was taken aback. Su Ming spoke casually, as if he were stating something perfectly natural. Once I get there, I'll familiarize myself with the environment and the courses. Once I get used to it and feel that I can keep up with the pace, I will apply to skip a grade. It shouldn't take that long. Skipping a grade? The soldiers in the 3rd platoon looked at each other, stunned by their platoon leader's arrogant and confident idea. That's a disciplined and rigorously assessed army academy. Skipping grades sounds like a legend. Zhao Dashi, who had already changed into his new student badge, interjected with a smile. You guys, stop looking so gloomy. I wouldn't be surprised if any miracle happened to our platoon leader. Maybe in a few months, he'll be able to come back to see us in a much better capacity. Zhao Dashi himself was also filled with excitement. With Su Ming's help and his own hard work, he achieved his long-cherished goal of being promoted to officer, and his path to becoming a military officer finally began. Although he still needs to undergo further training at a military academy and pass an internship assessment before he can be officially awarded a rank, he is already extremely satisfied and full of confidence in the future. Zhao Dashi's words were like a ray of sunshine, dispelling the gloom in everyone's hearts. Yes, regular advanced training takes 3 years, but when have their platoon leaders ever taken the regular route? Skipping a grade might be a pipe dream for others, but for Su Ming, perhaps we can really look forward to it. Thinking about this, everyone's mood brightened, and they felt a greater sense of anticipation for reunion as they faced the impending separation. Chapter 2:20 Heading to the Army Academy. A visit to relatives turns out to be empty. While everyone was discussing and imagining the skipping grades miracle that Su Ming might create at the military academy, Company Commander Li Chuan and political instructor He walked in and happened to catch a few key words. I heard you all chattering about skipping grades as soon as I stepped out the door. Li Chuan raised a thick eyebrow and asked curiously, "What grade are you skipping? Who wants to skip a grade?" Looking at his most outstanding platoon leader, the third platoon leader, and Zhao Dashi, who had just been promoted, Li Chuan felt a mixture of pride and reluctance. Within a year, 2 officers from the company went on to study at top military academies, a remarkable event that has not been seen in the history of the reconnaissance company for a long time. The military academy training period is not short, so as the company commander, he naturally had to come and give a few more words of advice and express his care before leaving. Company commander, we were worried that the platoon leader would be gone for 3 years and we wouldn't see him again, a soldier answered quickly. But the platoon leader said that he went to the Army Academy to apply for a promotion, so it might not be that long. Skip a grade. Upon hearing this word, Li Chuan was taken aback at first. Then a look of amusement and exasperation appeared on his face. Goodness, this person hasn't even stepped into the gates of the Army Academy yet, and his mind is already on skipping grades. This kind of mentality may not be a good thing in the serious environment of a military academy. The usually composed instructor, He took over the conversation and spoke earnestly. Third platoon leader. The opportunity to study at the Army Academy is very precious, so you must approach it with a humble and down-to-earth attitude. That place is nothing like our own company. It's full of hidden talents and has strict discipline. Think twice before you do anything or say anything, and be extremely cautious. As someone who's been there, He knows all too well what Shizhuang Luyuan is like. The place is frequented not only by outstanding local youths selected through the college entrance examination, but also by top performers from all units of the military who have been promoted for meritorious service. Anyone who gets to that point is a ruthless character with real skills. Given Su Ming's exceptional skills and occasional unconventional personality, He was genuinely worried that he might cause some trouble if he went there. The instructor is right. Li Chuan nodded in agreement, but then his tone shifted, a sharp glint of protectiveness flashing in his tiger-like eyes. But you better remember this. Once we get there, we won't cause trouble, but we're definitely not afraid of trouble either. If there really are any blind fools who, relying on their academic background or good upbringing, dare to look down on our brothers who fought their way up from the front lines and from the remote mountains, and call you a country bumpkin, you better show him the same ruthlessness you have on the training field and teach him a lesson. Don't hold back. Don't embarrass our reconnaissance company. Upon hearing this, He immediately frowned and stopped him. Old Li, what kind of talk is that? At the same time, he gave Li Chuan a look, signaling him to be mindful of his actions. How could a company commander incite fighting in front of his soldiers? Old He, I'm not wrong. Li Chuan stiffened his neck, as if a long-standing memory had been stirred up, and his voice rose a little. Back when I went for further studies, didn't I encounter those arrogant guys? They thought our border troops were tough, but they were ignorant and incompetent. I still remember that feeling. That's all ancient history. Why are you bringing it up again? He shook his head helplessly. How could I not remember? This is a matter of dignity. Li Chuan turned to Su Ming, his tone resolute. Su Ming, listen to me carefully. At the Army Academy, obeying discipline, respecting instructors, and uniting with classmates are the top priorities. But our soldiers' spirit and backbone cannot be bent. We won't bully others, but we must never be bullied. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Su Ming immediately straightened his back and answered loudly. I will not bully others, nor will I be bullied by others. Although it is unclear what exactly the company commander went through back then, rivalry and even friction among soldiers were probably unavoidable in such an environment where elites gathered. Being timid and hesitant, swallowing one's anger, and keeping quiet is definitely not the style of a soldier. All right, stop standing there. Li Chuan waved his hand, his smile returning, and announced to everyone. I've already notified the cafeteria. They'll be adding extra food tonight. Braised pork belly and pork rib soup are all you can eat. For our 3rd platoon leader and 3rd squad deputy. Oh no, he's Zhao now. Let's give him a proper send-off. The atmosphere in the dormitory was instantly ignited and the soldiers cheered. Long live the company commander. Company commander, so, can we have a drink tonight? Someone asked boldly with a grin. Drink. I'll make an exception today and let you drink to your heart's content. Li Chuan waved his hand generously. Since tomorrow is a day off and there are staff on duty in the company, it's fine to have a few drinks to celebrate. For the reconnaissance company, such a day of double celebration certainly deserved a hearty farewell. The Su family's small Western-style house in Beijing. As night fell, the building was brightly lit and bustling with people, much more lively than usual. In the living room, Su Qingjun was surrounded by his family, undergoing a final check before departure. Check everything again. Is everything packed? Don't forget anything. Dad, I've already packed. I haven't even opened my luggage since I heard we were going last time. Actually, there's nothing special we need to bring. We'll go tomorrow, and if all goes well, we'll be back the day after. The main thing is to see Xiaoming. Don't forget to load those local specialties and nutritional supplements that I brought for Xiaoming into the car. Su Ming's 2 uncles and 2 aunts were all present and busy with various tasks. Because this family visit involved a large group. Apart from the old man who needed to rest and the nanny who took care of him, the entire Su family mobilized, heading straight for the remote military camp in Tibet. In fact, the family visit plan was made more than a month ago, but it was repeatedly postponed because the army sent over the weighty first-class merit award. There's no way around it. Another first-class merit award. The great news of bringing honor to the family made the old man beam with joy. Such an event, enough to make one's ancestral graves emitting auspicious smoke, naturally warrants a grand banquet, inviting relatives and friends to celebrate. In addition, relatives from all walks of life rushed to offer their congratulations, as well as the old man's old comrades in arms. As a result, the trip was delayed until now. These past 2 days, all the celebrations have finally come to an end, and the plan to visit relatives at the military base has been put back on the agenda. Brother, if we go tomorrow, won't it coincide with Xiaoming's training, making it inconvenient to meet? Su Ming's second uncle asked with some concern. No, Su Qingjun said confidently. I asked around, and tomorrow is the weekend, so the troops are off work. It's a good time to arrange for family members to visit. He still has that much common sense. This time, it won't be like last time, will it? We were just about to set off when the army's good news arrived with a bang. One of Su Ming's aunts joked with a smile. Do you think meritorious service is as easy as cabbage? You think you can just get it whenever you want? Su Qingjun replied irritably. Last time was just a coincidence, a once-in-a-century coincidence. Speaking of this, Su Qingjun felt a complex mix of emotions. Of course I'm happy and proud. What father wouldn't be proud of his son who is so successful? But after calming down, I felt mostly depressed. He originally planned to take advantage of the opportunity to visit his family to have a good heart-to-heart talk with his son and do some ideological work on him. The Su family only has this one son, and their huge business is waiting for him to return from military service and inherit it. Who would have thought that once the good news arrived, the son's roots in the army would be even stronger, making it exponentially more difficult to persuade him to leave. Seeing that Su Qingjun looked preoccupied again, Su Ming's second uncle smiled and comforted him. Brother, if you ask me, you really don't need to be so anxious and upset. How old is your nephew? He's still very young. A man's ambition lies in all directions. Let him train in the army for a few more years, make a name for himself. Wouldn't that be great? Su Qingjun sighed and voiced his inner worries. He's young now, but think about it. His promotion is practically a done deal, isn't it? After completing 2 years of compulsory military service, you can be promoted to officer and go to military academy, where you'll study for 3 years. After this round trip, I'm already in my mid-20s. After graduating and becoming an officer, I'll serve in the military for a few more years, and before I know it, I'll be almost 30. By then, will he be able to take over my business? It's like being in a completely different world when you're in a different field. Su Qingjun is currently unaware that Su Ming has been promoted to the rank of lieutenant ahead of schedule. During this period, Su Ming only wrote 1 letter home to let everyone know he was safe, without mentioning anything about his meritorious service and promotion. The more he tried to hide it, the worse Su Chengjuan's premonition became. So, have you thought about how to persuade him this time? Su Ming's second uncle asked. Su Chengjun gritted his teeth and said fiercely, I'll confront him directly. If he's determined not to come back and inherit the family business, I won't give him a single penny. Let's see if he's scared. Big brother, you're just being stubborn. Su Ming's second uncle shook his head with a smile, clearly not believing him. I'll scare him a little, okay? I don't believe this kid isn't afraid. Su Chengjun muttered, sounding a little unsure of himself. The next day, early morning, the rotors of the attack helicopters whipped up huge gusts of air, their roar echoing through the valley. With their neatly packed bags on their backs, Su Ming and Zhao Dashi waved goodbye to Company Commander Li Chuan and their comrades from the 3rd Platoon before turning to board the plane. Li Chuan led his company in a simple yet heartfelt farewell ceremony. As he watched the helicopter rise from the ground and gradually become a black dot on the horizon, Li Chuan felt a strong sense of reluctance. The soldier who brought him countless surprises and pressure is finally about to fly to a wider world. On the airplane, Zhao Dashi looked at Su Ming beside him and couldn't help but speak again, his tone full of helplessness. Patrolman Su, are we really going to report to the Army Academy like this? Su Ming's civilian clothes were crisp and his military bearing was impeccable, without any problems. The problem is that the row of medals he wore on his chest was simply too dazzling. Leaving aside the 3rd class and 2nd class merits, the 2 gleaming 1st class merit medals, representing the highest honor for soldiers, are enough to make anyone who sees them gasp in astonishment. This isn't like attending a National Day parade or a commendation ceremony for heroes and role models. It's just reporting to a military academy. Isn't it a bit too ostentatious? What? Is there a problem? Su Ming turned his head and asked calmly. Isn't this a bit too conspicuous? We're going there to study and further our education, not to show off our achievements, Zhao Dashi said, carefully choosing his words. Su Ming smiled slightly and said, Do the Army Academy's regulations prohibit cadets from wearing legally obtained military medals when reporting for duty? I don't recall. Besides, didn't the company commander specifically remind us last night? To avoid unnecessary trouble and misunderstandings, it's best to let people know in advance which unit we come from and what honors we carry. I think the company commander makes a lot of sense. Zhao Dashi opened his mouth, but was speechless for a moment. That's true, and the company commander did indeed mean that. But the scale of this honor display is simply too astonishing. He could almost imagine the sensation that would be caused when Su Ming walked into the Army Academy's freshman registration area wearing these 2 first-class merit medals. Even the school's instructors and leaders would probably have to show him great respect. 2 hours later, the helicopter landed at the military airport of the military region. Su Ming and Zhao Dashi did not linger, but directly transferred to a military transport plane that had been waiting for them, and flew to their destination Shizhuang. At almost the same time, the reconnaissance company headquarters. What? My son? He went to military academy for further studies? Su Chengjun, who had just arrived at the company with his large family, was completely stunned and his mind went blank after hearing Li Chuan's explanation. He traveled thousands of miles to visit his relatives, full of plans and explanations, only to be told that the main character had already flown away. Not only was this trip a waste of time, but all our plans were ruined instantly. Li Chuan looked genuinely apologetic. Brother, I'm so sorry, it's such a bad timing. If you had come a day or 2 earlier, even if you had arrived yesterday, you could have still made it to see him and see him off. He and another soldier from our company set off for the military region's airport early this morning. It's over, it's all over. Su Chengjun muttered to himself, feeling as if all his strength had been drained away. The plan to persuade him failed because he didn't see his son. What was even more disheartening was that his son had already embarked on at least 3 years of military academy studies. This means that for a long time to come, his chances of even communicating face-to-face will become slim. Seeing this, Li Chuan quickly comforted him. Brother, don't think like that. Su Ming is so promising. It's such a great thing that he's been selected to study at the Army Academy. You should be proud of him. Furthermore, there's something you might not know. Su Ming is no longer an ordinary soldier. He's already a lieutenant. Su Qingjun suddenly looked up, his eyes wide open. Lieutenant, this isn't right. In the military, isn't promotion usually done by first attending military academy and then passing an assessment after graduation before being awarded a rank? How come he's doing it now? Li Chuan patiently explained. That is indeed the normal procedure, but Su Ming's situation is special. His achievements are immense, earning him 2 first-class merits. Therefore, the military region promoted him to officer and conferred upon him a rank, which was done exceptionally. You received the good news that was sent to your home before, and that is the evidence. He fully meets the highest standards for promotion by exceptional means. Su Qingjun was completely shocked, his mouth slightly open, unable to speak for a long time. Promotion beyond the usual ranks? Lieutenant? Such a big thing, and that brat didn't mention it at all in his letter. He knew it. This kid is determined to stay in the army and has never thought about coming back. That brat. Su Qingjun felt a mix of pride and anger. Li Chuan continued to comfort him. Brother, don't be too disappointed. Su Ming is now studying at the Shizhuang Army Academy. That place is much closer to the capital than here, and the transportation is convenient. If you want to visit him in the future, or if he has a holiday, there will be plenty of opportunities to meet, so you won't have to travel such a long distance anymore. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light returned to Su Qingjun's dim eyes. Yes, the immediate family members of military academy cadets are allowed to visit their relatives in accordance with regulations. Shizhuang is indeed much closer to Beijing now. He still has a chance. Although they missed their target this time, their son's path seemed to have taken them a step closer to home. This calmed his chaotic emotions somewhat. In the company's reception room, Su Ming's uncles and aunts are anxiously awaiting the outcome of Su Qingjun's communication. They hoped that the military leaders could make an exception and allow them, as non-immediate family members, to have the opportunity to visit Su Ming and take a look at the places where he fought and lived. However, what they received was a jaw-dropping message brought back by Su Qingjun. Su Ming is no longer in the company and is currently en route to military academy. The group looked at each other, speechless for a moment. So, after all this trouble, all this fuss, all this travel across thousands of miles, this family visit trip, before it even started, has already been declared a complete waste of time? A helpless atmosphere, both amused and exasperated, immediately filled the reception room. Chapter 2:21 Arrival at Shizhuang Army Command Academy. The main gate of the Shizhuang Army Command Academy. This prestigious military academy, hailed as the West Point of the East, stands quietly in the morning light. The solemn and dignified gate, the powerful inscription of the school name, and the double sentry posts in front of the gate, symbolizing honor and responsibility, all speak of its profound history and authority. To put it simply and directly, this place is absolutely awesome. At this moment, Su Ming and Zhao Dashi stood outside this hall that countless soldiers longed for. How impressive! How awe-inspiring! Zhao Dashi tilted his head back, his gaze lingering almost greedily on the academy's imposing signboard and magnificent gate, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. His dark face gleamed with the excitement of his dream coming true. Squad leader Zhao, mind your image, Su Ming said, suppressing a laugh. Your drool is practically dripping down to your feet. It was rare for him to see Zhao Dashi, who was usually calm, aloof, and even somewhat cold in the company, showing such an obsessed and even a bit foolish side, staring blankly at the school gate, which was really unbearable to look at. Reminded by Su Ming, Zhao Dashi suddenly came to his senses, quickly sniffed, wiped his mouth, and a rare hint of embarrassment appeared on his dark face. I've lost my composure. I've lost my composure. He muttered to himself, but his eyes still couldn't help glancing towards the school gate. There was no way around it. This was the place he had always longed for, a place he once thought was unattainable. Now that his dream had come true, how could he not be overwhelmed with emotion? Supai, didn't you bring a digital camera? Zhao Dashi suddenly remembered something. His eyes lit up, and he said with a hint of pleading, Can you take a couple of pictures of me here at the entrance? Just to remember this place. Throughout the entire company, only Su Ming, This big shot possessed such a rare item as a private digital camera. Sure, Su Ming readily agreed, taking out his camera from his bag. Take a few pictures for me later. Me? I don't know how to use this fancy stuff. Zhao Dashi quickly waved his hand, looking troubled. If I break it, I can't afford to pay for it. It's simple. I'll teach you. You'll learn in a minute, Su Ming said with a smile. Okay then. So Zhao Dashi straightened his clothes, stood tall and proud in front of the gate of the Army Academy, trying his best to strike the most heroic pose. Su Ming picked up his camera, found the right angle, and pressed the shutter. Snap! For Zhao Dashi, a single photograph seemed far from sufficient to capture the surging emotions he felt at that moment. Supai, over here, let's take another one from this angle. And another way, take a picture of yourself facing the gatehouse from the side. Wait a minute, let me straighten my hat. Snap! 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 Zhao Dashi kept changing his posture and position, as if trying to capture his figure in every angle of this sacred academy. Su Ming patiently acted as the photographer, pressing the shutter again and again. In his previous life, Su Ming might have felt a little impatient with this kind of check-in photo, but at this moment, he completely understood Zhao Dashi's feelings. This is the Army Command Academy. It is the cradle of military elites. What's wrong with taking a few more pictures? Moreover, if it weren't for that fortuitous training assignment and his subsequent efforts, Zhao Dashi might have truly never had the chance to experience this place. At this moment, Zhao Dashi's rare, almost childlike excitement and elation could be described as dream realization stress disorder. To put it simply, it's like being overwhelmed by immense joy and not knowing what to do, so you can only record and vent in the most direct way. Finally, the red-carded cadet sentry standing guard at the gate couldn't stand it any longer. He maintained his standard military posture, but spoke sternly to interrupt this seemingly endless act of taking photos. Hello, comrades. Please show your identification and register before entering the school. This red-card cadet sentry was utterly speechless. It's normal for officer cadets to take photos in front of the school gate every graduation season. Before they even got inside, they were startled and started banging on the door. And it was two unfamiliar military officers in civilian clothes. This attitude, doesn't it seem a bit too much like someone who's never seen the world before? With this kind of mental fortitude, is he really here for advanced studies at the Army Academy? Comrade Sentinel, please wait a moment. We're not finished filming yet, Su Ming said, turning around and replying politely but casually. They arrived early, had plenty of time, and weren't in a hurry. Anyway, he had prepared several memory cards for the camera, which was enough for Zhao Dashi to take as many pictures as he wanted. This was the first time he had ever seen Zhao Dashi so emotionally expressive, so he decided to let him indulge himself. Su Ming's confident answer made the sentry cadets frown inwardly. Although school rules don't prohibit taking photos, this is just too casual, isn't it? However, Zhao Dashi, reminded by the sentry, sobered up a bit and quickly said, That's about it. I was too complacent. Supai, come here quickly, let me take your picture. After that, let's hurry inside to report for duty. Su Ming said nonchalantly, What's the rush? There's still plenty of time. Zhao Dashi lowered his voice and said, Isn't it inappropriate for us to keep taking pictures like this at the entrance? Bad influence? What's wrong with it? Su Ming raised an eyebrow, looked directly at the sentry, and asked loudly, Comrade Sentry, is there a rule at the academy that taking photos at the gate is not allowed? The red-card cadet sentry, his expression slightly cold, maintained his military composure as he answered in a businesslike manner. There is no explicit rule prohibiting photography. However, please complete the registration process for entering the school as soon as possible. Did you hear that? Su Ming smiled at Zhao Dashi, then handed him the camera. Here, I'll teach you how to use it. Now it's my turn to be the model. Just as Su Ming stepped forward to instruct Zhao Dashi on how to operate the camera, the row of military medals he wore on his chest gently collided with the movement, producing a crisp and unique metallic sound. The subtle sound instantly caught the attention of the sentry cadets. He had initially glanced at her with a slightly scrutinizing gaze and a hint of barely perceptible arrogance, but the next second, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he froze as if struck by lightning. Holy crap! What did he see? The officer's chest was covered with numerous military medals. Third-class merit, second-class merit. That's not all. The most glaring and unbelievable thing is those two first-class merit medals. The golden light was so dazzling in the morning light that it almost blinded him. The red card trainees were in turmoil. He was on guard duty at the Army Academy and saw quite a few generals, leaders, and heroic figures. But he was so young and looked no older than him, yet he wore so many high-value military medals. Especially those two first-class merit medals, which symbolize the highest honor for soldiers. This is simply unheard of. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could such a young officer receive such an honor? A first-class merit. What does that mean? In peacetime, this is something that is almost earned with one's life, or through an earth-shattering contribution. It's fake. It must be fake. In a flash, several possibilities raced through the sentry cadets' minds, and they swiftly completed their logical reasoning. The first possibility, a vain imitator. Some young people in the local area who admire soldiers but cannot get into military academies buy counterfeit military uniforms, ranks, and medals to impersonate officers in order to show off, attract attention, deceive unsuspecting people, or impress girls. There have been similar cases before. The second possibility, a foolish enemy agent. They attempted to infiltrate military academies to conduct reconnaissance, sabotage, or espionage. The two people in front of me, one of them was acting silly, only knowing how to pose for photos, and was so excited that he seemed like he had never seen the world before. The other one was even more foolish. He didn't do his homework on forging his identity and actually flaunted two first-class merit awards in public, as if he was afraid people wouldn't know he was a fake. Is this person's IQ a joke? Combined with the two's somewhat sneaky behavior at the school gate, constantly taking photos and looking around, and abnormal conduct, the sentry cadets quickly tipped their scales toward the second possibility. These two are probably incompetent enemy spies. The thought of this made the Sentinel cadets' hearts race and their adrenaline surge. The countless anti-espionage and anti-infiltration training materials he had received on a daily basis instantly became clear in his mind. Live enemy agents delivered right to our doorstep? What is this? This is a walking military achievement. If you can capture two enemy agents with your own hands, you should at least get a second or third-class merit, if not a first-class merit. His palms, which were gripping the gun, were slightly sweaty. Unfortunately, he knew the gun was loaded with blanks, serving only as a deterrent and training tool, and would have little actual lethality in a real fight. This made him feel a little regretful, but looking at Su Ming and Zhao Dashi's seemingly not very capable appearance, he gained more confidence. With the combat skills I honed at the Army Academy, subduing these two amateur enemy agents shouldn't be a problem. Just as the sentry cadets were having a lot of internal monologues, secretly assessing the situation, thinking about how to instantly subdue the enemy and call for support, Su Ming and Zhao Dashi finally finished taking photos, put away their cameras, and walked to the registration table with their identification. The red card trainee suppressed his excitement and nervousness, trying his best to appear calm and composed to avoid alerting the enemy. He took their identification documents and scanned them sharply. Su Ming, Reconnaissance Company, 5th Border Regiment, Tibetan Military Region. Zhao Dashi, 5th Border Regiment, Tibetan Military Region, Reconnaissance Company. Upon seeing the identification information, the sentry cadets' sneer deepened. Just as expected. Even the forged identity is so typical. A reconnaissance company of a border defense force in a remote and arduous Tibetan area. Do you think that because the emperor is far away, it's difficult to verify? And they were incredibly stupid. The two of them actually forged the same unit, not even bothering to cover it up. This gun, it must be loaded with blanks, right? At this moment, Zhao Dashi suddenly glanced curiously at the rifle in the sentry's hand and casually said. He had no ulterior motives. It was simply out of professional habit and curiosity. At the gates of important units in inland cities, sentries are often armed with blank rounds for guard duty and ceremonies, unlike their frontline border posts where they are always armed with live ammunition. It's definitely a blank round. Did you think we were on our border, ready at any moment? Su Ming casually remarked. What was said in jest was taken seriously by the listener. These words exploded like thunder in the ears of the sentry cadets. His expression changed slightly, and he inwardly cried out in alarm. We've been discovered. They've figured out the guns are loaded with blanks. The deterrent has failed. He had originally planned to point a gun at the other person at a critical moment, order them not to move, and then call for backup. This contingency plan has now completely failed. It seems that hand-to-hand combat is the only option. We must act swiftly and decisively, subduing them with the fastest grappling techniques before they can react. The best strategy is to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. The sentry cadets' eyes sharpened, their bodies subtly adjusted, their right feet imperceptibly taking a half-step back, their right hand fingers twitching slightly, and their entire body's muscles quietly tensing, entering a state of combat readiness. Su Ming's eyesight was incredibly sharp. He almost immediately caught the subtle changes in the other person's body language. But Su Ming wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he smiled with interest, looked the sentry up and down, and asked, "Comrade Sentinel, you seem unusually tense right now. Your vigilance is a bit excessive. Are you planning to attack us?" "You attacked us?" Zhao Dashi was taken aback upon hearing this, and looked closely at the sentry, asking in confusion, "How did you figure that out?" Su Ming began explaining like a drill instructor, his tone calm. Pay close attention to the subtle movements of his right foot and right hand. That's a subconscious pre-action that the body produces based on the prepare to attack command issued by the brain. However, he must be struggling with whether we are a threat or whether he should take action immediately. The hesitation in his brain caused his body to hesitate and become uncoordinated. As a martial arts expert, Su Ming was very familiar with the warning signs of such attacks. The red card cadet sentry in front of me clearly used a standard close-quarters grappling technique. After listening to Su Ming's analysis and carefully examining the sentry, Zhao Dashi nodded thoughtfully. "Now that you mention it, it does seem to make some sense." Su Ming took half a step forward, his curiosity deepening. He was genuinely puzzled. "Comrade Sentinel, what exactly did we do that made you so uneasy that you wanted to take action? Could it be, really because of taking pictures?" He paused, then said, half jokingly and half seriously, "If you couldn't film it, you should have said so earlier. There's no need to go to such lengths, is there?" I just asked, and the answer was yes, it's okay to take pictures. Could it be that he doesn't like the two of us? The atmosphere became somewhat subtle and tense at that moment. Chapter 222 Imperial Jade Liquor, 180 yuan a cup. Now, Hu Jie, the red card cadet sentry, was on tenterhooks. A chill, a mixture of astonishment, tension, and even a hint of panic ran up my spine. It's over. He had a bad feeling. His own tactical intentions were so thoroughly exposed without his knowledge, and were analyzed clearly by these two enemy agents, as if dissecting a lesson plan. First, he astutely pointed out that the gun contained blanks, and now he has directly exposed his plan to take action and capture the suspect. The plan being exposed means the difficulty will increase dramatically. The other side was already on guard, and there were two of them. Although he had undergone combat training at the Army Academy and was more than capable of dealing with ordinary people, these two in front of him were enemy agents. Who knows what kind of rigorous training they received? Were they carrying any weapons? Once a fight breaks out, he is likely to be injured, or even killed. Sacrifice? The thought flashed through Hu Jie's mind, but instead a tragic and resolute feeling welled up inside him. Enemy agents dared to openly infiltrate the gates of the Army Academy. As soldiers, how could we back down? Even if it means sacrificing one's life, it is a worthy sacrifice for the country, protecting important military academies. It is worth it. Yes, that's it. Before you die, shout with all your might to alert your comrades and classmates on campus. We absolutely cannot let those two get away. His mind even began to involuntarily rehearse the scene of his sacrifice. He clung tightly to the leg of an enemy agent, refusing to let go no matter how much another man struck him, until reinforcements arrived. His mother back home was devastated upon hearing the news, but she was also proud of him, because he had sacrificed himself to protect the military academy and the country. Thinking of this, Hu Jie's eyes became even more resolute. Almost spitting fire, his body taut like a fully drawn bow, ready to unleash that desperate strike at any moment. Comrade Sentinel. Just then, Su Ming's voice rang out again, with a hint of realization and amusement. You wouldn't think we're enemy spies, would you? The more Su Ming thought about it, the more likely this seemed. Even if the other party disapproved of them taking photos, as gatekeepers of the Army Academy, they should have basic discipline and judgment. They would never resort to violence against students who came to register without any reason. The only explanation is that the other party seriously doubted their identities and attempted to subdue them first before interrogating them. The problem is, Su Ming looked down at himself, then at Zhao Dashi, feeling incredibly frustrated. How do we look like enemy agents? Even if Deputy Squad Leader Zhao has a serious face, he has nothing to do with sleazy or sneaky. Comrade Sentinel, there must be some misunderstanding here. Please don't act rashly. Zhao Dashi was also anxious when he heard this and quickly tried to dissuade him. If a fight were to break out between them and the sentries at the main gate of the Army Academy, that would be quite a spectacle. On the first day of school registration, I was arrested as an enemy agent. If this news gets out, their reputation, and even that of their old unit, will probably resonate throughout the Army Academy. Now that he had been exposed, Hu Jie decided to stop hiding it and shouted sternly, "You two enemy agents, stop putting on an act in front of me." At the same time, he adopted a more standard and aggressive fighting stance. Hu Jie's eyes were fixed on Su Ming and Zhao Dashi. Speak. What exactly is your purpose? Who sent you? They really think we're enemy spies. Su Ming was speechless. Does he look like a bad guy? He's only somewhat intimidating when Sergeant Zhao has a dark expression. Comrade Sentinel, you've got a huge misunderstanding. Zhao Dashi was both amused and annoyed. Pointing at the identification in Hu Jie's hand, he said, "We really are from the reconnaissance company of the 5th Border Defense Regiment. Didn't you see our identification? Tibetan Military Region, 5th Border Defense Regiment." He really couldn't understand it. It's good that the sentries at the Inner Mongolia Army Academy are highly vigilant, but to this extent, to be so paranoid as to mistake comrades wearing standard military uniforms and carrying official identification for enemy agents without any basis is an absurd judgment. Border outposts face more complex situations, so there's no need to be so paranoid. Comrade Sentinel. Su Ming's tone calmed down, carrying a hint of warning. I advise you to calm down and not to act irrationally because of a momentary misjudgment or impulse. If something really goes wrong, we won't take responsibility. You dare threaten me? Hu Jie's sneer intensified, and at the same time, a surge of anger at being looked down upon welled up within him. Are enemy agents this brazen these days? With his identity about to be exposed, instead of trying to escape or make excuses, he actually turned around and threatened the sentry? I, Hu Jie, am currently just a top-ranking cadet at the Army Academy, but I am also a future officer. Undeterred by any threats from enemy agents, we vow to fight them to the death. He encouraged himself mentally, which boosted his morale even further. You two stop pretending. Hu Jie's gaze was particularly sharp as it pierced Su Ming's chest, where his most conclusive evidence lay. Especially you. Your military medals are your biggest weakness. Don't they do their homework before impersonating military officers? Do you think first-class merit awards are like cabbages? You can't just hang as many as you want on them. Give up resistance immediately. Su Ming and Zhao Dashi exchanged a glance and instantly understood the crux of the problem. I see. The problem lies in the shiny medals on Su Ming's chest. The 2 first-class merit medals, in particular, were too conspicuous and beyond the comprehension of this sentry cadet. This led him directly into a logical chain. This must be fake. The person wearing the fake military medal must be an imposter. The imposter is likely an enemy agent. I told you not to be so ostentatious. Now look what's happened. There's been a huge misunderstanding. Zhao Dashi looked at Su Ming helplessly, his tone full of amusement and exasperation. Su Ming also found it somewhat absurd. No way. The sentries from the Army Academy. Are they really that unworldly? Why can't I wear my military medals, which I earned through my own skills and blood and sweat, with dignity? Do you have to hide your merits? Zhao Dashi spread his hands, saying helplessly, what do we do now? We've already been labeled as enemy agents. Su Ming remained quite calm. Let it be a misunderstanding. His gun was loaded with blanks. It couldn't hurt anyone. In terms of hand-to-hand combat, do you think he could be a match for the two of us? Given his current state of mind, where he's only thinking about sacrifice and glory, if he were an enemy agent, he would have been killed countless times already. These words, though spoken softly, clearly reached Hu Jie's ears. A greenhorn? Never seen the world? Hu Jie felt a surge of heat rush to his head, and anger and humiliation made his cheeks burn. He, a dignified student at the Army Academy and a future elite officer, was so scorned and ridiculed by two enemy agents. So how do we prove our identities now? Are we going to have to cause a scene with the college leadership and get the disciplinary committee to handle it on our very first day? Zhao Dashi frowned, feeling that this matter was a bit tricky. Don't worry, I have a way. Su Ming smiled, turned to Hu Jie who was glaring at him, cleared his throat, and suddenly, in a slightly teasing tone, pronounced clearly. Imperial Jade Liquor, 180 yuan a glass. How about this wine? Let me tell you, how about that? Are these few words enough to prove my identity? The scene fell silent for a moment. Zhao Dashi looked at Su Ming with a blank expression, puzzled. What's this? Secret rendezvous code? New authentication passwords used by the military? How come he's never heard of it before? However, Hu Jie, who was standing opposite them, relaxed his tense face and body at a visible speed after hearing these familiar lines from a classic spring festival gala skit. The hostility and resolve in his eyes were quickly replaced by surprise and uncertainty. Those who can speak fluently are at least people who have lived in China for many years and are familiar with popular culture. Would enemy agents memorize lines from comedy sketches to infiltrate their targets? The tension in Hu Jie's heart finally began to waver slightly. He realized that he might have made a huge blunder. Just then, the entrance to the Lu Academy became lively. Today is the registration day for new students. Although Su Ming and his group arrived early, other officers from various military units, whether accompanied by their families or coming alone, are also beginning to arrive one after another. Their gazes were almost unanimously drawn to the dazzling light on Su Ming's chest, and they all stopped and began to whisper among themselves. My God! 1, 2. Those are 2 first-class merits. Really? A living first-class merit citation? And 2 of them at once. Who is this amazing person? They look so young. Even our division commander doesn't have as many medals as him. He's amazing. Are these trainees here to register? Or are they here for an awards ceremony? Exclamations, gasps, and whispers blended into a small wave of sound. Su Ming instantly became the absolute focus of attention, making it difficult for him to keep a low profile. Zhao Dashi was not used to being stared at by so many eyes, so he silently moved his feet and stood next to Hu Jie, whose expression had begun to stiffen. Seeing Hu Jie's transformation from ready to die to questioning life, Zhao Dashi's initial displeasure dissipated, and he even felt a sense of understanding. He lowered his voice and said in a tone of someone who had been through it all, Comrade Sentinel, were you scared? It's not your fault. Anyone would probably react like this the first time they saw it. Hu Jie managed to squeeze out a syllable from his throat, his face already flushed red to the roots of his ears. At this point, even a fool would understand. The lieutenant before him could not possibly be an enemy agent. Those military medals are probably all real. This truth shocked him even more than the misunderstanding that they were enemy agents, and made him feel utterly ashamed. Su Ming also walked over, looked at Hu Jie, and asked, Now, can we go and report it? Yes, sir. I'll contact them right away. Hu Jie instinctively stood at attention, even changing his form of address. At the Army Academy, Red Card cadets habitually address unfamiliar junior officers as company commander. Please don't. Su Ming waved his hand, his tone calm, yet carrying a Versailles-like quality that made Hu Jie even more ashamed. What kind of company commander am I? I'm just an ordinary platoon leader. Ordinary? Hu Jie's lips twitched uncontrollably. These things you're wearing on your chest would probably make many generals feel awe, yet you call them ordinary. He wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. I'm sorry, platoon leader. I was too rash and arbitrary before. Please criticize me. Hu Jie straightened up, apologized loudly, and his face turned red. The sentry is sacred and inviolable. Your high vigilance and strong sense of responsibility are commendable. Su Ming's tone softened somewhat, but his next words made Hu Jie's heart tighten. However, I must remind you that next time you encounter a similar suspicious situation, please do not reveal your tactical intentions so obviously. If we two really are well-trained enemy agents today, while you're assuming an aggressive stance and still thinking about how to achieve glory, you might already be a corpse. There won't be any chance to say so much nonsense. These words were like cold awls, piercing Hu Jie's face until it burned, yet he had no way to refute them. Indeed, having one's intentions clearly seen through by the opponent is almost fatal in real combat. Furthermore, your procedures for handling suspected enemy agents are also highly problematic, Su Ming continued, looking at him sharply. I'm guessing you're a trainee who came from a local area, right? Hu Jie looked up abruptly, his eyes filled with shock, and nodded subconsciously. He couldn't understand how the other party could tell. Not only Hu Jie, but also some of the students who stopped to watch showed curious expressions. How can you tell whether someone is a local student or a military student based on just a short contact? Want to know how I figured it out? Su Ming asked. Hu Jie nodded vigorously. Instead of answering directly, Su Ming turned to Zhao Dashi and asked, Squad Leader Zhao, if you were on this post and encountered a situation similar to your suspicion that we are enemy agents, what would you do after confirming that you cannot use firearms to deter them? Without hesitation, Zhao Dashi replied without much thought. I will strictly follow the procedures, check their documents, register them, and then let them in. Put it in. Hu Jie and some other trainees looked puzzled. Zhao Dashi nodded, his voice steady. Yes, put it in. Then, I will immediately report the suspicious situation to my superiors, explaining my judgment and the basis for it. At the same time, secretly observe their movements. Once the higher authorities have formulated a detailed arrest plan and mobilized enough manpower, we will decisively carry out the arrest after they enter a relatively closed and controllable area. This way, we can ensure a high success rate in making arrests, prevent them from resorting to desperate measures outside the school and harming innocent civilians, and also maximize the safety of the sentries themselves and other personnel. Su Ming picked up the conversation, looking at Hu Jie, who was already somewhat stunned. Did you understand? This is the difference in thinking between military personnel with some combat experience and civilian personnel who lack this experience when dealing with emergencies. You're thinking about head-on confrontation and heroic sacrifice, while they're thinking about how to complete the mission with the least cost and in the safest way. It's not that we're not brave, but that we understand how to use tactics and rules better. Hu Jie's face flushed red and then turned pale, and fine beads of sweat even appeared on his forehead. He then realized how naive and dangerous his actions had been in the eyes of true experts. It's like showing off your skills in front of Guan Yu, a legendary Chinese martial artist. It's utterly shameful. Looking at the young student, Su Ming's tone finally carried a hint of the magnanimity of a senior. Finally, I'll leave you with one last piece of advice. In the future, when you are on duty, observe more and think more. Don't assume that someone is fake or a bad person just because they have many honors or are young. There are many hidden talents in our unit. Yes, platoon leader. I've got it. Thank you for your guidance, platoon leader. Hu Jie straightened his chest and answered loudly, feeling both ashamed and grateful. Being a sentry isn't easy these days. I almost made a fool of myself. After a while, inside the academy gate, an officer wearing the rank of major strode out, his gaze fixed directly on Su Ming, who was being watched by the crowd. He was an officer in the school affairs department. After receiving Hu Jie's report, he knew that the special student under close observation had arrived, so he quickly came out to greet him. Chapter 2:23 The head of the school affairs department personally received them. The Shizhuang Army Command Academy, this prestigious name, carries a weight comparable to a sacred temple in the hearts of countless young people who harbor dreams of a military career. For local students, It is the hall of glory they have been dreaming of after years of hard study and fierce competition to cross the single-plank bridge. For an active duty soldier, especially an officer eager to break through and seek transformation, this place is an irreplaceable sacred ground. This is by no means an exaggeration. From young platoon leaders in grassroots companies to mid to senior level commanders at the division and brigade levels, everyone regards pursuing advanced studies at the Army Academy as a crucial milestone in their military career. In fact, Shizhuang Army Academy is fully deserving of this respect. Even if the academy system is adjusted in the future, it will no longer recruit high school students directly from the local area, but will be directly merged into the larger National Defense University framework, retaining only the 12 core command and professional directions. At that time, the admission threshold will be further raised. Those who come for further training are at least junior officers, starting with the rank of captain, making it a special academy among military academies. However, in the eyes of the public, the Special Forces are far inferior to the Army Academy. After all, Special Forces are a place that people both love and hate. They love that they can forge true elite soldiers, but they hate that once good prospects are sent in, they are often like throwing good meat buns to a dog, and it is very difficult for them to return to their original units. It's not a pleasant feeling to have your own hard-earned prodigy become someone else's treasure. It's like doing the work for someone else's benefit. The Army Academy is completely different. This is a pure land that teaches people how to fish. Officers from all over the country draw upon this wellspring of knowledge and hone their wisdom in command. After completing their studies, most of them will return to their original units or take up more important positions, giving back what they have learned to the troops and driving the overall improvement of combat effectiveness. More realistically, coming here to gild one's resume often means a smoother path for promotion, making up for shortcomings in education and a better chance of getting a higher position in the future. How could one not yearn for such a holy land that can both improve oneself and benefit the troops? As the head of the administrative department of the Army Academy, Major Jiang Hongjun has always felt a deep sense of pride and honor. This pride stems from the prestigious reputation of the university he serves. Although he was only a major, when he went out, many lieutenant colonels and even colonels would politely address him as Section Chief Jiang. The Army Academy receives hundreds or even thousands of trainees each year with diverse backgrounds, including many hidden talents. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for him, as the head of the School Affairs Department, to personally greet a new student at the gate. But today, the situation is different. School leaders personally gave instructions that a student under special attention would be reporting for duty today. At first, Jiang Hongjun was a little confused, but when he saw the tall figure at the gate, who was vaguely surrounded by a few people, and the dazzling light reflected off the figure's chest in the sunlight, he instantly understood. 1, 2, 3. Golden and shimmering. Third-class merit, second-class merit. And then there's that, even from a distance, is visually striking. First-class merit. And there's more than one. Jiang Hongjun felt his eyes were slightly dizzy from the light, and his heart felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Goodness! This is no ordinary lieutenant. This is a mobile museum showcasing meritorious service. Jiang Hongjun clicked his tongue in surprise, quickly straightened his military uniform, and strode forward to meet them. Today is the day for new students to register. In accordance with the college tradition, a grand opening ceremony will be held this afternoon to encourage the new students to strive for excellence in the new semester. Therefore, Su Ming's wearing of a crisp uniform and the solemn display of his military medals, which represent honor, was not only inappropriate, but also perfectly in line with the Academy's spirit of encouraging students to display their honors and inspire each other. Lieutenant Su Ming, hello. I am Jiang Hongjun, the head of the administrative section of the Army Academy. Jiang Hongjun walked up to Su Ming with a warm, yet dignified smile and extended his hand. Section Chief Jiang, hello. Thank you for your hard work. Su Mingli stood at attention and saluted, then shook hands with the other party, his attitude respectful and polite. No need to be so polite. Welcome to the Army Academy. Please follow me. I'll take you through the enrollment procedures first. Jiang Hongjun stepped aside to lead the way. Okay, thank you for your help, Section Chief. Under Jiang Hongjun's personal guidance, Su Ming and Zhao Dashi followed him to the office area. Zhao Dashi followed behind, deeply shocked. He benefited from Su Ming's influence and witnessed firsthand what special treatment meant. The head of the school affairs department personally received and assisted with the procedures. This kind of spectacle is unimaginable for ordinary students. Walking along the wide, tree-lined path of the Army Academy, Su Ming's chest was covered with medals that clinked gently with each step, producing a crisp and unique ding-dong sound. The sound wasn't loud, but it seemed to possess a certain magic. Each time it rang out, it was like a small hammer gently tapping on Jiang Hongjun's heart. With years of self-cultivation, he tried his best to control his gaze from always drifting towards that starry place. Because every extra glance he took at it was a silent blow to the lone third-class merit medal on his chest. There's really no way to compare people. Jiang Hongjun smiled bitterly to himself. I was overjoyed when I was awarded a third-class merit for my outstanding work this year, and I wore it on this occasion today, hoping to show it off a little. But now, he wished that medal could disappear. We're both officers, but I'm only a major. How come there's such a big difference in honors? The head of the school affairs department personally greeted a new lieutenant, a rare scene that naturally caught the attention of other students who came to register, causing a murmur of commotion and discussion. Look, Section Chief Jiang from the school affairs office came to greet us personally. Wow, he's definitely a big shot. This treatment is amazing. Nonsense. If you had 2 first-class merits on your chest, I'd believe the dean would come out to greet you. The world of the pros is something we newbies can only look up to. Wherever Su Ming and his 2 companions went, they became the center of attention. Whether it's the senior students walking in a line not far away, the freshmen carrying luggage with curious expressions, or the faculty members hurrying by, their eyes are involuntarily drawn to the dazzling light on Su Ming's chest. What followed were all sorts of looks, including astonishment, admiration, curiosity, and envy. Holy crap! Who is that lieutenant? Could it be a metal wholesaler? That's too outrageous. My God, there's a real dragon among this year's freshmen. With those 2 first-class merits, let alone lieutenant colonels and colonels, even generals would have to treat them with respect, right? What extraordinary achievement did he make? In peacetime, a first-class merit is. Stop guessing. This is definitely a god-level figure. We need to stay away from him in the future. No, we need to find a way to absorb some of his divine aura. Listening to the faint whispers around him, Zhao Dashi tried his best to keep a calm expression and followed along without looking to the side. He inwardly groaned. Instructor, you told me to remind the platoon leader to keep a low profile, but this situation, it's really impossible to keep a low profile. The company commander said it was okay to be high profile in doing things, but the platoon leader hasn't even started doing anything yet, and just standing there is already high profile to the skies. Zhao Dashi could almost foresee that the next few years at the Army Academy, following Su Ming, would inevitably be anything but peaceful. With Section Chief Jiang Hongjun personally coordinating, Su Ming and Zhao Dashi's enrollment procedures were processed exceptionally smoothly and efficiently. In terms of choosing a major, Su Ming unsurprisingly entered the Armored Command Department, one of the elite departments of the Army Academy, while Zhao Dashi, based on his own strengths and the recommendation of the Army, entered the Mechanical Engineering Department. Since the majors are different, the subsequent course arrangements and dormitory assignments will naturally be different as well. After completing the formalities, Zhao Dashi temporarily parted ways with Su Ming and went to the Department of Mechanical Engineering to report for duty. Jiang Hongjun then led Su Ming to the cadet team where the Armored Command Department was located. On the way, Jiang Hongjun remembered the important matter and said to Su Ming, Comrade Su Ming, the college will hold a freshman mobilization meeting this afternoon as usual. After careful consideration, the college leadership has decided that you will be the student representative for this year's freshmen to give a speech. Please prepare briefly. A freshman mobilization meeting? I'm going to be a representative. Su Ming was indeed somewhat surprised when he heard this. I just arrived and haven't even entered the dormitory yet, and I've already been assigned this show-off task. Yes, this is an arrangement made by our superiors, Jiang Hongjun said with certainty. Su Ming subconsciously declined. Section Chief Jiang, this? I'm new here. How could I possibly be qualified to speak on behalf of so many outstanding students? Before I came here, my instructor repeatedly told me that the Army Academy is full of hidden talents and that I must be humble, cautious, and discreet. This freshman representative bears a heavy responsibility. I think the college should choose another capable person instead. Jiang Hongjuan's lips twitched almost imperceptibly as he listened, and he couldn't help but mentally complain. Excessive modesty is just arrogance, Comrade Su Ming. What merit or ability do they possess? With all those dazzling medals on your chest, if you don't become the representative, who else in this term would dare to take the position? Moreover, this was specifically requested by the school leaders. Jiang Hongjun adjusted his expression, his tone becoming more gentle but still firm. Lieutenant Su Ming, please don't refuse. Since the leader has chosen you, it's natural that he thinks you're the most suitable. The content of your speech doesn't need to be too complicated. The main thing is to inspire everyone and share your experiences of growing up in the military. Or, talk about the effort and dedication behind these honors, set an example for the students, and encourage them. As he spoke, Jiang Hongjuan's gaze involuntarily drifted towards Su Ming's chest. Ouch, it's still so blinding. Every eye contact felt like a small soul shock. Seeing that the other party's attitude was clear, Su Ming did not insist and nodded. All right then, I will follow the Academy's arrangements. I will make some simple preparations later. Moderation and yielding is a virtue, but excessive refusals seem pretentious. Soon, Jiang Hongjun led Su Ming to the freshman dormitory building of the Armored Command Department, pointed out his room, and then said goodbye and left. Comrade Su Ming, I'll be going back now. If you encounter any problems in your studies or life, you can come to the School Affairs office to find me. Thank you, Section Chief Jiang, you've worked hard. After seeing Jiang Hongjun off, Su Ming picked up his luggage and pushed open the door to his assigned dormitory room. This is a standard 6-person room, spacious, bright, and fully equipped. At this time, there were already 5 roommates who had arrived earlier in the room. The moment the door opened, all 5 people in the dormitory, who were either tidying up or chatting on their beds, turned their eyes toward them. When a new roommate arrives, everyone is naturally curious and scrutinizes them. However, when their gaze is focused on Su Ming, especially on his chest adorned with numerous medals. Wow! As if electrocuted, 3 people in the dormitory instantly sprang up from their beds or chairs, standing ramrod straight, snapping to attention, and saluting Su Ming in loud voices. Good morning, Company Commander. Seeing this, the other 2 were a beat slower and seemed a little confused, but they immediately followed suit and hurriedly stood up to salute. There is a reason for this difference in response. Su Ming hadn't had time to change into his cadet uniform yet. His lieutenant rank was still prominently displayed on his shoulders. At the Army Academy, although in principle all newly enrolled junior and mid-level officer cadets will be given uniform red badges, cadet shoulder insignia, and everyone's status is temporarily equal, this is more of a formality. In actual interactions, the intangible influence of military rank and seniority still exists. Normally, people might just nod and say hello to a lieutenant of the same age or with similar seniority. But Su Ming was clearly not a typical lieutenant. The chest full of medals, especially the 2 first-class merit medals, exuded an invisible pressure that would confuse anyone who saw them. These are the 5 red card trainees in Su Ming's dormitory. 3 of them came from the military, 1 was promoted for meritorious service, and 2 were enrolled in military academies. They knew the weight of these honors and immediately became solemn and respectful, reacting almost as if they were facing a high-ranking official. The other 2 were local youths who entered the Army Academy through the college entrance examination. Although they were not very familiar with the specific rules of the military, they were not blind and had basic military knowledge. They knew very well what that row of dazzling military medals meant. This new roommate is no ordinary person. The 5 men saluted and looked at Su Ming. In addition to the initial shock, an invisible pressure now permeated their hearts. Everyone is nominally a top-tier trainee, but suddenly this superstar moves into the dormitory. What will their future communal life be like? It might not be so easy and carefree anymore. Chapter 224 Outstanding Representatives of the Freshmen. With Su Ming officially moving in, the other 5 red card trainees in the dormitory felt a mixture of awe and curiosity, and even a little bit of trepidation. The gleaming array of honors on Su Ming's chest was not only a visual shock to them, but also a cognitive shock. They could hardly imagine what kind of trials and tribulations they had to endure and what outstanding contributions they had to make to have garnered so many honors. Especially those 2 first-class merit medals, which represent the highest honor for soldiers. A living first-class merit is extremely rare, and this young comrade in arms actually has 2. Looking across the entire army, those who have received this honor are probably few and far between. Don't call him platoon leader. Su Ming wore a gentle and sincere smile, and spoke in an approachable tone. I'm also a freshman now, just like everyone else, here to study. From now on, let's call each other classmates. He was just about to put his luggage into the locker when his quick-thinking roommate interrupted him. Class monitor, let me help you. A student named Wang Hua immediately stepped forward and enthusiastically took the luggage from Su Ming's hands without saying a word. Since Su Ming wouldn't allow him to be called company commander, he immediately switched to squad leader, a respectful title that would soon be common among the new students. After the new students enrolled, each class had to elect a representative, and in his opinion, Su Ming was the only one who could be the class monitor. Thank you, Su Ming said, not deliberately refusing the kindness. His roommate's enthusiasm was somewhat unexpected. He acted so quickly that he didn't even have time to react. Let me introduce myself. My name is Su Ming, and I come from the reconnaissance company of the 5th Border Defense Regiment of the Tibetan Military Region. Su Ming took the initiative to speak, breaking the slightly tense atmosphere with a hearty smile. From now on, we'll be brothers in the same trench, so please take good care of me. Su Ming's initiative and humility quickly won over everyone. The atmosphere in the dormitory relaxed, and everyone began to introduce themselves. My name is Wang Hua, from the Mechanized Infantry Company of the T Division of the A Group Army in the Beijing Military Region. Ding Qingxin, Tank Company, D Division, H Group Army, Eastern Military Region. Luo Huan, I came from a local college entrance examination background. My hometown is Susheng. I also came from a local college entrance examination. After the introductions, Su Ming gained a basic understanding of his 5 roommates. Ding Qingxin was promoted to officer through meritorious service. Wang Hua and another person were admitted to military academies, and Luo Huan and another person were local students who entered university through the National College entrance examination. Su Ming took out several packs of Huazi's cigarettes from his luggage and handed one to each person. This gesture left the roommates feeling quite flattered. The aroma of tobacco filled the dormitory. As Su Ming spoke with an unpretentious manner, the initial restraint and awe gradually melted away, replaced by a sense of ease and familiarity. Class monitor. Luo Huan lit a cigarette and couldn't help but ask curiously, his eyes filled with longing for heroic tales. They say, the first-class merit is awarded to family members. You must have earned these too by risking your life, right? He was a local, and his understanding of the military came mostly from movies and rumors. He had not yet experienced the tempering of the grassroots, and his understanding of the first-class merit was filled with romanticized imagination. Ding Qingxin exhaled a smoke ring and replied with a complicated tone. Our army group did produce 2 first-class merits last year. Unfortunately, they were both posthumously awarded the title of martyr. He was promoted for meritorious service and had 2 third-class merit awards to his name, so he knew the heavy weight of military merit in peacetime. Another roommate, who came from the military to study, also remarked, although I came from military school, I admire the brothers who were promoted to officers through meritorious service the most. That's something they earned through real fighting, and they're tough. Within the student circle of the Army Academy, there exists a subtle hierarchy of contempt. Those who are promoted to officers based on merit and achievements often look down on military students who are simply good at taking exams. However, both of these perspectives sometimes suggest that student officers who come directly from local areas and lack military experience are less soldierly and more confident. Of course, this chain is more of a tacit, subtle feeling, especially in the early stages. It's not as exaggerated as you think. Su Ming took a drag of his cigarette, his tone indifferent, as if he were talking about something ordinary. These 2 first-class merits were awarded once because I wrote a paper that the higher authorities found useful. Another one was given during a collective review after a large-scale military exercise in the military region. Speaking of actual combat missions, I do have a second-class merit award that I received for carrying out border missions. As for the third-class merit, it's not worth mentioning. There's nothing to say about it. He spoke casually, but to Ding Qingxin and his roommates who had military experience, the weight behind those few words was immense. Can you get a first-class merit award for writing a thesis? What kind of strategic achievement would that be? To be awarded a first-class merit for an exercise? That would require playing a decisive role in the exercise. This is not exaggerated. It's downright understated to the extreme. Only Luo Huan, a local youth who hadn't yet deeply integrated into the military, understood only a fraction of what he was saying, but instead became excited. You can get a first-class merit award for writing a paper? I'd better study this carefully. If only I could write one. He seemed to have discovered a shortcut to glory, and his eyes lit up. Ding Qingxin bluntly poured cold water on his enthusiasm. A paper that can be awarded a first-class merit is probably more difficult and significant than carrying out a high-risk combat mission. The squad leader is just being modest. You, a greenhorn, really dare to dream like that. Exactly. You've never been to a company-level unit. You don't know how deep the water is here. Another person joked with a laugh. Can't I even think about it? Luo Huan muttered, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Before Su Ming arrived, he and another student from another region had been educated by these 3 veterans and were at the bottom of the dormitory ecosystem. It's okay, having a goal is a good thing. Su Ming smiled and patted Luo Huan on the shoulder, encouraging him. Keep it up. Opportunities are always for those who are prepared. After tidying up his room and making his bed neat and tidy, Su Ming sat down at his desk and began preparing a simple outline for the afternoon speech by the freshman representative. For him, it was not difficult to say a few words, share some experiences, and encourage his classmates in such a formal setting. After a little thought, a well-organized and concise speech draft was already in place. At lunchtime, the cafeteria was bustling with noise. As their first proper meal after entering the Army Academy, at Su Ming's suggestion, the 6 roommates went to the cafeteria together for the first time. Although there were subtle differences among the students in the dormitory, namely, those who were promoted to cadre positions, those who took the entrance exams, and those from local areas, these delicate boundaries temporarily disappeared under the influence of Su Ming, who was at the top of the invisible pyramid. The 5 of them followed Su Ming's steps almost subconsciously and willingly. In certain environments, when your strength and achievements reach a sufficient level, prestige and cohesion will naturally arise without the need for deliberate cultivation. Scientific research may suggest that there is a 99% probability that freshmen will share a meal with their roommates on their first day of school to foster a closer relationship. At this moment, the 6 people in the dormitory are perfectly putting this law into practice. Although Su Ming's lieutenant shoulder insignia had been replaced with the uniform red card cadet shoulder insignia, he did not remove the medals on his chest. Anyway, the mobilization meeting will be held soon after the meal, so taking it off and putting it back on would be troublesome. And so, he once again became the focus of attention. Wherever he went, eyes followed him like a shadow. Su Ming was already used to being the center of attention, and simply queued, got his food, and ate with a calm expression. His 5 roommates, however, had much more complicated feelings. At first they felt a little uncomfortable, but soon, a sense of pride and honor quietly grew within them. After all, being able to be roommates with such a big shot seems to carry a special kind of luster. Squad leader, I counted. Since we sat down, at least 30 people have slowed down and looked this way as they passed by. It wasn't just passing by. I felt that more than 2/3 of the people in the cafeteria were glancing at our table out of the corner of their eyes. So this is what it feels like to be the center of attention? It's actually pretty exciting. Come on, they're not looking at you. They're looking at the class monitor. Don't get too cocky. Amidst laughter and conversation, lunch drew to a close. Just as the 6 people were clearing their plates and preparing to leave, a figure suddenly stood in front of them, somewhat shy but determined. She was a female student also wearing a red badge. She had a pretty face and a pair of large, clear eyes that were now shining with undisguised admiration. She was holding an exquisite notebook and a pen in her hand. Class monitor. Her voice was clear and crisp, tinged with a hint of nervousness. Could you please sign your name for me? The Army Academy has majors such as communications and recruits female students every year. The woman in front of us is obviously one of them. Su Ming was somewhat surprised and asked with a smile, "Why do you need my autograph?" The female cadet's face flushed slightly, but her eyes became even more determined. She straightened her back and answered earnestly, "Before I was admitted to military academy, I swore that if one day I could meet a living first-class meritorious soldier, I would definitely get his autograph. This would be one of the most precious mementos of my military career." Upon hearing this, Su Ming's smile deepened. He didn't ask any more questions, took the pen and notebook, and neatly signed his name on them. "Thank you, class monitor." The female student took the notebook as if she had received a treasure, her face beaming with a bright smile. She was so happy she almost jumped for joy. Then, realizing the occasion, she quickly composed herself, gave Su Ming a slightly awkward salute, and ran off excitedly. At 1 p.m. sharp, in the auditorium of the Army Academy, the mobilization meeting for the class of 99 freshmen was officially held. The auditorium was solemn and brightly lit. All the new students of the class of 99, dressed in their regular uniforms, sat neatly in the designated area, full of energy and with bright eyes. In addition, some outstanding student representatives from the 1997 and 1998 classes who had been selected to attend the ceremony were also seated in the front row. They were also in full military uniform, and their expressions showed the composure and confidence of senior students. After all personnel were in place, the mobilization meeting officially began amidst the majestic strains of military music. The Army Academy attaches great importance to each freshman mobilization meeting, because every young face sitting here could be a backbone of our nation's great wall of steel and the hope for the future of the field army. Amid thunderous applause from all the students, the Academy leaders stepped onto the main stage. Leading the group was a dignified-looking Lieutenant General, the Dean of the Army Academy. Following closely behind were 3 Major Generals who were Vice Deans, as well as leaders from various departments and units, making for a truly impressive lineup. Colonel Sun Yuan, Director of the Academic Affairs Office, delivered the opening speech, which was both enthusiastic and full of high expectations. After that, the conference proceeded to the commendation session. Under the envious and admiring gazes of many new students, outstanding student representatives from the previous 2 cohorts took to the stage in turn. The Lieutenant General personally presented each outstanding student with an Outstanding Student certificate and shook hands with them warmly. Snap, 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 snap. The audience erupted in enthusiastic and sustained applause. Seeing the undisguised admiration in the eyes of their younger schoolmates, the outstanding students on stage tried their best to remain serious, but their brows couldn't help but reveal their pride and arrogance. As senior students, as outstanding individuals who have stood out from the competition, they are now enjoying the honor and attention they deserve. Hooray, newbies! Let's give a round of applause to celebrate the even more glorious chapter that is about to unfold. Such a thought may be passing through the minds of many outstanding students. After the awards were presented, the outstanding students stepped down from the stage and returned to their seats. The admiring glances they occasionally received from the audience still brought them great joy. However, the scene that appeared on the stage the next second left these outstanding students, who were just immersed in a sense of accomplishment, speechless with shock, almost doubting whether they were seeing things. As a representative of the class of 99, Su Ming walked steadily onto the podium. Under the spotlight, he stood tall and straight in his crisp casual clothes, his posture as sturdy as a pine tree. On his chest, the dense array of military medals reflected a dazzling light under the strong illumination, like star medals inlaid on his uniform. His face was resolute and handsome, his eyes were calm and sharp, and he exuded a composure and restrained sharpness beyond his years. At this moment, Su Ming, standing in front of the podium, undoubtedly became the most dazzling presence in the entire room. So handsome, absolutely breathtakingly handsome. Clap, 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 clap. Before Su Ming even began to speak, the moment he stood still and his gaze swept across the entire audience, a round of applause that was even more enthusiastic, longer, and almost boiling over than when he had previously commended outstanding students erupted. The male trainees looked on with fervor and worship, and many of them couldn't help but straighten their backs. The few female students in this cohort had undisguised admiration and excitement in their eyes. The clapping was so forceful, as if they were afraid that their respect was not fully expressed. So handsome. He's so handsome. Those medals. My God, just how many merits did he accumulate? Is this the legendary big shot? He's even more amazing in person than the rumors suggest. So he was the one who caused such a stir in the cafeteria and at the entrance today? He truly lives up to his reputation. Meanwhile, the outstanding students from the classes of 98 and 97 sitting in the front row had a collectively petrified and incredulous expression. Holy crap! What's going on? How could there be such a monster among this year's freshmen? First class merit? 2 of them? Second class merit? Third class merit? His chest was covered with medals? This is a freshman. Are you kidding me? Even in a senior military officer training program, he would definitely be a godlike figure that people look up to, right? Who exactly is he? Is he a relative of the dean? Or the descendant of some meritorious official? Otherwise, how do you explain all those honors? They don't match his age at all. Is it now fashionable for veterans to pretend to be newbies, come to the academy to experience life, and dominate the competition? Not only the students, but also the dean of the Army Academy, the vice deans, and the department heads on the podium had their eyes fixed on Su Ming. His eyes held scrutiny, admiration, and deep expectation. A special person has arrived among this year's freshmen. They had already received reports of him, and today they saw him with their own eyes. Indeed, he was extraordinary and unlike anyone else. The atmosphere in the entire auditorium reached an unprecedented climax, with Su Ming's appearance on stage. Chapter 225, 3 months of military training? That's too long. On the stage, spotlights softly illuminated the podium. With a smile on his face, Colonel Sun Yuan, the director of the Academic Affairs Office, solemnly handed the microphone to Su Ming. The moment he handed over the microphone, the seasoned and knowledgeable senior colonel's gaze still couldn't help but quickly sweep over Su Ming's chest. There was no way around it. The light refracted by that area under the intense sunlight was simply too arrogant, as if it possessed its own magnetic field, attracting everyone's attention. So many. Colonel Sun Yuan took a deep breath inwardly. As the head of the Academic Affairs Office and a senior colonel, he couldn't help but feel a strange ripple in his heart when he looked at those heavy medals, especially the 2 first-class merit medals that symbolized supreme glory. He even felt a little apprehensive. In peacetime, living first-class meritorious servicemen are extremely rare, and this excessively young lieutenant in front of us is actually wearing 2. Such a rank is so high that even a major general with a gold star on his shoulder would have to treat him with respect and feel deep reverence. Over the years since its establishment, the Army Academy has welcomed countless new students, but it is truly unprecedented for such a powerful person to enter with such a heavyweight honor. Su Ming took the microphone, adjusted its height, and calmly surveyed the entire room. He showed no stage fright whatsoever, and his voice carried clearly through the loudspeaker to every corner of the auditorium. His speech lacked flowery language, but every word was powerful and resonant. Drawing on his own experiences, he spoke of ideals, responsibilities, dedication, and the eternal pursuit of victory by soldiers. His words were simple yet powerful, brief yet deeply moving. When he concluded his speech with a standard, powerful military salute, thunderous applause erupted from the audience and lasted for a long time. The way the new students looked at Su Ming was no longer just curiosity or envy, but filled with almost fanatical worship. Su Ming's image has been elevated to an unparalleled level in their minds. His handsome and resolute appearance, his upright military posture, his low-key and humble attitude, and his strength and achievements that speak for themselves. All these elements combined create a near-perfect template for a master. To many freshmen, Su Ming didn't need to say much. His mere presence, adorned with his medals, was itself a vivid and powerful motivational speech. With Su Ming's speech concluded, the freshman mobilization meeting entered its final stage and came to a successful close after concluding remarks from the college leaders. As soon as the conference ended, Su Ming did not excitedly go with other freshmen to familiarize themselves with the campus or go back to the dormitory to chat, but went straight to the magnificent library of the Army Academy. Classes don't officially start until tomorrow, so instead of chatting idly in the dorm, I should make the most of the time to absorb knowledge. The small library of the 5th Border Regiment's company was worlds apart from the vast and modern military academy library in front of us. The library was quiet and solemn, filled with the unique atmosphere of books. Su Ming quickly found the section of professional books related to Armored Command, pulled out a thick book called Modern Armored Combined Armor Tactical Theory, found a seat by the window, and quickly immersed himself in it. His plan was clear: make use of all available time to study in advance and grasp the course structure as soon as possible. If he finds that the college's teaching pace is too slow for him, he will not hesitate to initiate the skip-a-grade process. Time is precious. There's no need to waste it on knowledge you've already acquired. However, Su Ming clearly underestimated his current popularity at the Army Academy. It is unknown who passed the message among the trainees. That legendary figure, whose chest is covered in medals, is reading in the library. This single act caused a huge uproar. In less than half an hour, the library study area, which was originally quite spacious, was full at an astonishing speed. Later students even had to wait in line for an empty seat, or simply stand in the aisle between the bookshelves. This scene left the library's logistics staff stunned. They adjusted their glasses and muttered to themselves, "That's strange. I haven't heard of any college-wide exams these past few days. Why is your enthusiasm for learning suddenly so high? This is even more exaggerated than before the final exams." In fact, the vast majority of these students who flocked to the event had ulterior motives. They either pretended to browse through books or whispered discussions, but their eyes always involuntarily drifted towards the corner where Su Ming was. Of those who can truly settle down and read, less than 1 in 10 can. However, Su Ming, the protagonist who was being watched, seemed to be surrounded by an aura of isolation. He was completely absorbed in the words, charts, and tactical simulations on the pages of the book, oblivious to the countless gazes directed at him from the outside world. His reading style left the newbies, who were secretly observing him, speechless. That's not reading a book, it's clearly flipping through pages. His slender fingers moved quickly and steadily across the pages, his gaze scanning rapidly like a scanner, occasionally pausing briefly on a particular page for a moment of thought before continuing to turn the pages. Is this how a master reader does it? Is he looking for something, or is he really looking? That's incredibly fast. As expected, the learning methods of the experts are different from those of us mere mortals. Shoo, keep your voice down, don't disturb the master. In the minds of many students, Su Ming's image has been completely deified, and any unusual behavior he makes is automatically interpreted as the demeanor of a master. Time slipped away quietly amidst the rustling of turning pages and countless furtive glances. It wasn't until the librarian walked up to Su Ming and politely reminded him that it was closing time that Su Ming suddenly looked up from his sea of knowledge and realized that night had already fallen outside the window. He sat there from afternoon until evening, forgetting even to eat dinner. After packing up his books and standing up, Su Ming rubbed his slightly sore eyes and walked towards the library door. However, as soon as he pushed open the heavy glass door, the scene outside made him pause and be slightly taken aback. Good heavens! Under the streetlights at the library entrance, quite a few people were gathered, and they all appeared to be female students wearing red name tags. They huddled together in 2s and 3s, talking in hushed tones, but their eyes were all fixed on the library exit. He's out. The master is out. Someone whispered something, as if they had pressed a switch. The group of female students, who had clearly been waiting for a long time, immediately rushed forward and surrounded Su Ming, their bright eyes filled with anticipation and a little shyness. "Master, could you sign my autograph? I really admire you." A female student with a ponytail mustered up her courage and handed over her notebook. "Hey, can we take a picture together? Just one." Another short-haired girl held up her phone. "We've been waiting here for so long, just to see you." The scene was both chaotic and enthusiastic for a moment. Although Su Ming had experienced many big events, this was the first time he had ever been surrounded and intercepted by a group of female students of the same age. He tried his best to maintain a gentle and patient attitude and met everyone's reasonable requests one by one. Signatures, brief words of encouragement, and even a few quick group photos. It took him nearly half an hour to finally break through the encirclement and reach the dormitory building. Back in his dorm, he opened the door and was greeted by 5 pairs of eyes that seemed to be burning with gossip. "Squad leader, you're finally back." Manhwa was the first to jump up. "You haven't had dinner yet, have you? We figured you must have forgotten, so we specially got you a meal from the cafeteria this afternoon, and it's still warm in a lunchbox." As he spoke, he magically produced a thermal lunchbox from the cabinet. Su Ming's stomach rumbled twice at just the right moment, honestly reflecting his needs. He didn't stand on ceremony, took the lunchbox, thanked her, and sat down at the table to eat heartily. His hunger was soothed by the food, and he asked curiously, "How did you know I hadn't eaten? And you even prepared it in advance?" Hey. Ding Qingxin grinned. "After the mobilization meeting, we saw you heading to the library. Later we heard that the library had been occupied, and we guessed that you must be so engrossed in it that you would definitely miss the meal times. We went to the library and took a look. Wow, it was packed with people, especially the girls at the entrance. How dare we go in and call you? Wouldn't that make us public enemy number 1? Luo Huan, standing to the side, added with a look of envy. "Class monitor, you have no idea. This afternoon, the news that Su Ming is in the library has become the top story in the Army department. Not only freshmen, but also many sophomores and juniors came to watch. In the end, there were so many people that they attracted the patrol officers, who thought something had happened. Your connections are truly something else." Su Sheng also exclaimed, "We're all on our first day of school, but you, class monitor, have already become a star. Your charisma is irresistible." Ding Qingxin leaned closer, winked, and asked, half jokingly and half enviously, "Class monitor, honestly, how does it feel to be surrounded by so many girls asking for autographs and photos? Isn't it incredibly rewarding? The personal problems of our field army officers are a major headache. If we can resolve this during our time at the Army Academy, it will be much more efficient." Su Ming swallowed the food in his mouth and chuckled. "You guys, as future field army officers, instead of thinking about how to study tactics and improve your command abilities, you're always thinking about these things?" Wang Hua protested his innocence. "Squad leader, you can't say that. Progress is certainly important, but personal issues also affect the morale and stability of the army. If you don't seize the opportunity now, when you go down to the grassroots level to lead troops, you'll be so busy all day long that you won't have time to spare. Look at the military now. There are quite a few officers in their 30s who still don't have a job." Su Ming waved his hand and smiled. All right. I don't have time to think about these things right now. There's not enough time." Meanwhile, in the office of the Dean of the Armored Command Department, the lights illuminated the room brightly. Behind the desk sat an elderly man with a Major General's badge on his shoulder, a resolute face, and sharp, eagle-like eyes. He was Major General Fang Jinhua, the Dean of the Armored Command Department. The arrival of Su Ming, this special new student, had naturally been on his desk long ago. In fact, before Su Ming entered the Army Academy, the Academy's top leaders had already spoken with Fang Jinhua. The core message is clear. This lieutenant from the 5th Border Defense Regiment of the Tibetan Military Region has an extraordinary background and experience. The leaders of the General Staff Department personally contacted him and asked the Academy to pay close attention. The Army Academy is directly under the jurisdiction of the General Staff. How could Fang Jinhua not know the significance of the general staff chief personally inquiring about a new student? In his many years of military and teaching career, Su Ming was the first student to receive such high-level care upon enrollment. This is both an honor and an invisible pressure and expectation. Fang Jinhua was known for his straightforward and fiery personality. He was known for his strictness and even harshness when leading troops. He had the most dislike for pretty faces who relied on connections but had no real skills. Even if someone is favored by the chief of the general staff, if they prove to be an incompetent fool, he will not give them any face and will do whatever he wants. This is his principle as a soldier and educator. But at this moment, as he carefully perused the highly encrypted personal file in his hand, Fang Jinhua's furrowed brows gradually relaxed, replaced by a strong interest and even a hint of excitement at finding something to hunt for. This kid is interesting, he muttered to himself, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. The records in the file are like a condensed legend. He served in the military for only 6 months, yet his career skyrocketed. He has submitted numerous highly constructive strategic reports, some of which have even been adopted by top management. Having participated in real border conflicts and top-secret missions, his performance was nothing short of amazing. He received awards and commendations at an alarmingly high frequency and level, and ultimately entered the Army Academy with the rank of lieutenant after a series of exceptional promotions. Such a resume, if searched across the entire field army, would probably be hard to find another like it. This cannot be simply described as excellent. It can only be called monstrous. I wonder how much talent you have in armored vehicle command. Fang Jinhua murmured, his gaze deep. He wasn't impressed by geniuses who only talked about military strategy on paper. What he valued was the kind of inspiration that could transform theory into decisive battlefield intuition. As the dean of the Armored Command Department, Fang Jinhua's qualifications alone were enough to intimidate everyone. 12 years ago, he was the commander of the 1st Heavy Armored Assault Division, which was renowned throughout the army. That is the iron fist of our army, a symbol of the highest honor of the armored forces. The iron torrents he commanded had crushed enemy defenses in actual combat. In the field of armored vehicle command, he is a recognized leading figure with unfathomable practical experience and theoretical expertise. Therefore, he knew better than anyone else. For an excellent armored commander, diligence and hard work are fundamental. But what truly determines how far they can go is often that innate, keen sense of the battlefield situation and macro-level controllability. That is, talent. One of the highest standards for measuring the achievements of an armored commander is whether he can become the ace of ace, the commander of the 1st Heavy Armored Division. Coincidentally, the current commander of the 1st Heavy Armored Division is Fang Jinhua's last disciple, whom he personally trained at the Army Academy and who was once a prominent figure in the Army Academy. Now, looking at Su Ming's growth trajectory, which can be described as monstrous, an idea cannot be suppressed in Fang Jinhua's mind. If this kid also has the same potential in armored vehicle command, wouldn't he be a peerless gem? As a former commander of a heavy armored division and a veteran of the armored forces, one of his greatest wishes is to see this elite unit produce outstanding talents and maintain its edge forever. For him, training and cultivating the next qualified, or even surpassing, Heavy Armor Division commander was more attractive than any personal honor. In Fang Jinhua's eyes, a flame called expectation gradually ignited. He closed the file and looked out the window at the tranquil night scene of the Army Academy, as if he could already see the young lieutenant's figure in the classroom tomorrow. Su Ming, let me see if you're really cut out for this. The next morning, a loud reveille broke the tranquility of the Army Academy. Strict military-style management was immediately implemented, just like that of grassroots companies and field troops. Getting up, doing morning exercises, tidying up personal belongings, and training in formation. Every single thing required meticulous attention. The difference was immediately apparent in Su Ming's dormitory. Luo Huan and Su Sheng, the 2 local students, were in a flurry of activity, especially when faced with the soft military blanket. No matter how they folded it, they could hardly achieve the tofu block standard, and they were sweating profusely with anxiety. Hey, you two, hurry up. That's not how you crumple a blanket. You guys are still not convinced after I told you your greenhorns? If this were our company, the squad leader would have thrown your blankets out the window long ago. Manhwa and Ding Qingxin watched anxiously from the sidelines, unable to resist offering guidance, their tone carrying the habitual teasing of veterans towards new recruits. Seeing this, Su Ming put down his neatly folded quilt and went over to demonstrate for himself. Hands must be steady, force must be even, and the stitching must be precise. Come on, I'll teach you. Take your time, don't rush. Under his patient guidance, Luo Huan and Su Sheng worked up a sweat and finally managed to fold a decent shape. Although it was still far from the standard, it was at least presentable. According to the Army Academy's regulations, all new students, regardless of their previous experience, must participate in a 3-month basic military intensive training program after enrollment. This was a necessary training and challenge for local students like Luo Huan and Su Sheng, who had no prior experience. But for officers like Su Ming, Wang Hua, and Ding Qingxin, who had fought their way up in the field, this content was already muscle memory and posed no challenge whatsoever. Standing by the dormitory window, watching the new recruits gathering downstairs, Su Ming had already made his decision. 3 months? That's too long. His gaze drifted further into the distance, to the teaching building of the Armored Command Department. Precious time should not be wasted on repetitive basic training. He needs a faster pace, deeper areas, and a broader battlefield. A clear plan gradually took shape in his mind. Chapter 226 Applying for No Training. Special Treatment. On the large parade ground of the Army Academy, commands, footsteps, and instructors' shouts mingled together, creating an atmosphere that was both tense and full of energy. The freshmen from various departments of the class of '99 are undergoing a 3-month intensive basic military training program here, commonly known as freshman training. The training content over these 3 months was essentially no different from what an ordinary young man experiences in basic training after entering the military, standing at attention, practicing drills, physical fitness, memorizing regulations and rules, and mastering the most basic individual combat tactics. Its core purpose is to reforge and reunite the will, discipline, and style of soldiers. For student soldiers like Luo Huan and Su Sheng, who were directly admitted to military academies from civilian life, these 3 months were undoubtedly a challenging and even somewhat torturous introductory course. They needed to start from scratch and adapt to this high-intensity collective life and strict discipline. For trainees like Wang Hua and Ding Qingxin, who were promoted from field troops through examinations or meritorious service, this content is already ingrained in their bones, making it easy for them to do, and they even feel a bit nostalgic about it. Of course, a small number of trainees who have been in the military for a long time and have developed some veteran habits may feel a little uncomfortable when suddenly pulled back to this new recruit mode, where everything starts from scratch and orders are strictly followed. They may need to readjust their habits. Listen up, all of you. No matter if you were a formidable squad leader or a technical expert in the Army before you came to the Army Academy, or even if you were just an acting platoon leader, Hu Jia, the instructor in charge of the new student training for Su Ming's class, was pacing back and forth in front of the formation with his hands behind his back, his voice loud and clear, carrying the authority of a senior student and instructor. Once you're here, dressed in this red uniform, you all share only one identity. Those are the trainees. You are here to learn, but more importantly, you are here to be molded. Hu Jia's sharp gaze swept over every face, lingering for a second longer on the faces of several seemingly carefree veterans. I know some of you have been in the military for quite a while, your old hands. But I'm telling you, put away all those arrogant and lazy habits you have in the company. Here, I'm in charge. If anyone dares to act recklessly or try to cheat me, I will not be polite. I have plenty of ways to teach you what rules are. He suddenly pointed at a trainee in the line who unconsciously scratched his neck and shouted sternly, "You, what are you doing looking around in the ranks? You need to report before you move. Have you forgotten all the regulations?" The trainee whose name was called immediately straightened up and shouted, "Reporting, instructor. I was wrong." Seeing the group of newbies in front of him so obedient and daring not to utter a sound, Hu Jia couldn't help but feel a little smug. Being selected to serve as a freshman instructor is an affirmation of his abilities by the college, and also a valuable experience and training opportunity. At the Army Academy, students who perform exceptionally well, especially in management positions, often have an advantage when it comes to job assignments after graduation. At that moment, he seemed to see himself in the future as a commanding officer in a field army, leading and training troops. However, just as he was feeling triumphant and preparing for the next training exercise, a calm voice rang out from the ranks. Report. Hu Jie looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was Su Ming who stepped forward. His heart tightened instinctively, but he remained expressionless. Speak. Su Ming stood ramrod straight, his tone clear and firm. Instructor, I believe that the subsequent basic training will have limited impact on my personal ability improvement. I request not to participate and plan to study in the library instead. These words immediately caused a slight commotion in the queue. Many trainees secretly exchanged surprised glances. Would you dare to request to skip training while the instructor is establishing his authority? Or go to the library instead? That's so unique. Instructor Hu Jie's words hadn't even finished yet. Hu Jie's first reaction was a surge of anger. You've gone too far. I just said we should follow the rules, and you contradict me in front of everyone? Isn't this a slap in the face and an attempt to undermine me? He was just planning to take this opportunity to curb the arrogance of this troublemaker, re-establish his authority, and make an example of this troublemaker to deal with. The next second, he turned his head and saw Su Ming. His expression immediately changed. This guy is no ordinary troublemaker. He's a true god. The anger on his face vanished instantly, replaced by an almost fawning smile. He nodded repeatedly, his tone unusually amiable. Oh, going to the library to study? That's great. Learning knowledge is also a way of contributing to the military. No problem, of course. Go ahead, Su Ming, the student. The speed of this change of expression and the abruptness of the attitude shift left all the trainees in the queue dumbfounded. How come Instructor Hu, who was just stern and emphasizing iron discipline, suddenly became so gentle and easy to talk to? Thank you, Instructor. Su Ming seemed unsurprised. After politely thanking him, he turned and left the playground, walking unhurriedly towards the library. Only after watching Su Ming leave did Hu Jie finally breathe a sigh of relief. Although everyone was a red card trainee here, regardless of their previous status in the company, it was different for Su Ming, this big shot. Before Hu Jie became the instructor for Su Ming's class during their new student training, the head of the school affairs department spoke with Hu Jie specifically. All of Su Ming's requests, as long as they weren't excessive, were fulfilled. As for the training during the new recruit training period, Su Ming didn't want to train, so he didn't have to. It didn't matter if Su Ming slept in the dormitory instead of training. That's right, they have that kind of privilege. Furthermore, the 3-month basic training is only for junior officers who enter the academy for further study each year. As for the middle and senior officers, they come to study, so who would participate in basic training? There's no time to waste 3 months. And so, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Su Ming left the playground and headed straight for the library. It made others look on with envy. Sure enough, a big shot is a big shot. The treatment is definitely different. Hu Jie wiped away non-existent cold sweat, and when he turned to face the queue, his expression instantly returned to its previous sternness, even becoming a few degrees fiercer. What are you all looking at? Focus. Whispering in the ranks. What kind of behavior is that? That was a special case. You all better practice properly. Anyone who dares to move or look around again, get ready for push-ups. The Army Academy library was so quiet, it seemed like a completely different world from the bustling playground. Su Ming occupied a quiet corner by the window. On the desk in front of him, there were 2 mountains of books, roughly 20 in total. Upon closer inspection, the titles on the covers of these books clearly belong to 2 different fields. One is the core textbooks for armored command systems, such as Armored Forces Tactics, Introduction to Combined Arms Forces Command, and Modern Armored Offense and Defense Theory. On the other side are professional books on infantry tactics, such as Infantry Squad Tactics, Application of Mechanized Infantry Combat, and Research on Light Infantry Peak Tactics. Within the Army Academy's academic system, infantry tactics and armored command are deeply intertwined. In layman's terms, armored command can be seen as a high-level evolution and specialization of infantry tactics in mechanized and combined arms warfare. The two are related, but their difficulty levels are incomparable. The infantry tactics specialty requires a systematic study of the century-long development of foot infantry, motorized infantry to mechanized infantry, including combat theory, command art, troop deployment, coordination, and logistical support. Commanders need to comprehensively consider many variables such as enemy situation, friendly situation, terrain, weather, and equipment to make optimal decisions in complex situations. The Chinese army was once hailed as the pinnacle of light infantry in the world, with its mastery of infantry tactics being so refined that it has long been ingrained in the very marrow of the nation's military culture. From the ancient Art of War by Sun Tzu to countless modern battle examples, the Chinese military demonstrates its ultimate pursuit of tactical planning. It is no exaggeration to say that the Chinese are a fighting nation, with their genes deeply ingrained in them, skilled in strategy and tactics. The armored command specialty, on the other hand, stands on this solid foundation and faces the battle against the steel torrent from a higher dimension. It requires commanders not only to understand infantry, but also to be proficient in the performance and use of various armored equipment such as tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, and self-propelled artillery, and to master the complex scheduling of combined arms operations. It possesses the extraordinary ability to grasp the rhythm of the battlefield and find decisive opportunities in high-speed maneuvering and high-intensity combat. If the difficulty level of an undergraduate course in infantry tactics is 1, then the difficulty level of an undergraduate course in armored command may be as high as 10 or even more. That is why a truly outstanding armored commander is extremely rare. Many people, even if they study armored command, may only reach the level of commanding an armored company or battalion throughout their military careers, and find it difficult to touch the higher levels of command art. Su Ming was immersed in the sea of books, his eyes sharp as lightning, his mind racing. He flips through the book extremely quickly, almost like scanning, but each pause signifies the absorption and internalization of key knowledge points. In addition, Su Ming had already obtained the infantry tactical command and armored command skills from the system as a foundation. At this moment, systematically studying the rigorous and comprehensive teaching materials of the Army Academy is more like an efficient verification and integration for him. He grasps many theories instantly, and the connections between different knowledge points are automatically linked and integrated in his mind. These are the core undergraduate courses that ordinary people need to study hard for 3 years and practice repeatedly to barely master. In just one afternoon, Su Ming absorbed the essence of the 2 large stacks of textbooks in front of him like a sponge absorbing water. Within the military academy, Su Ming's every move, this rising star, has never lacked attention. The news that he had stood out from the crowd and gone to the library on the first day of recruit training spread like wildfire throughout all the cadet teams. Have you heard? That genius from the Armored Command Department didn't even participate in recruit training. He's been spending all his time in the library. Really? That's incredible. Would the instructor really agree to that? He not only agreed, but I heard the instructors were very polite to him. What's he doing at the library? Studying on his own? Can you really become an armored commander through self-study? I think going to the library is just an excuse. People of their rank can't really be trained like greenhorns. Where would that leave their pride? That makes sense. They probably just don't want to be controlled like that. Various speculations and discussions circulated among the trainees. Some people think Su Ming is arrogant because of his talent, some think he has powerful connections, and some simply envy his special treatment. Just as the outside world was buzzing with discussion, Su Ming closed the cover of the last book and let out a soft breath. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. The framework of his knowledge system had already been completed. He stood up, put the books back in their places one by one, and then left the library with firm steps. He didn't go back to his dormitory or to the playground, but went straight to the administrative office area and knocked on the door of the head of the school affairs department. Please come in. Su Ming pushed open the door and entered. Major Jiang Hongjun, who was behind the desk, looked up and saw him. He was slightly surprised, but immediately smiled and said, "It's Comrade Su Ming. Please have a seat. Is there anything you need, whether it's for your studies or daily life?" Section Chief Jiang, excuse me. Su Ming sat down opposite him and got straight to the point. Regarding the new recruit training, I formally request to not participate in the entire process. I believe that repetitive basic military training is a waste of my time. Jiang Hongju nodded almost without hesitation and said, "Sure, no problem. Your situation is special, and the Academy understands. We support your desire to spend your time on more valuable things." This was something that had been instructed by his superiors, and Jiang Hongjun was already mentally prepared. "Thank you, Section Chief." Su Ming paused, then calmly stated his second sentence. "In addition, I am applying to skip a grade and hope to participate in the undergraduate graduation examination for the relevant major as soon as possible." Sure, skipping a grade is fine, as long as it meets the requirements. Jiang Hongjun habitually agreed, but then suddenly realized his mistake and stopped abruptly. He looked up, his eyes widened slightly, his smile froze, and he wondered if he had misheard. "Wait, Comrade Su Ming, what did you just say you were applying for?" Jiang Hongjun leaned forward slightly and asked uncertainly. "Apply to skip a grade and participate in the undergraduate graduation assessment," Su Ming repeated clearly. Jiang Hongjun took a breath, confirming he hadn't misheard, but his mind was still a little fuzzy. "Skipping a grade? Undergraduate graduation exam? You're sure? Didn't you just officially enroll today? The courses in the Armored Command Department." Su Ming nodded and added, "I'm sure. Besides, I'm not just applying for the undergraduate graduation assessment for the Armored Command Department." Jiang Hongjuan's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "Who else?" Meeting his gaze, Su Ming calmly said, "There's also the Infantry Tactics Department. I'm applying to take the undergraduate graduation exams for both majors simultaneously." "What?" Major Jiang Hongjun stood up abruptly from his chair, his face filled with shock and disbelief, and his voice changed. He could hardly believe his ears. It's one thing for a freshman on his first day of school not to participate in new recruit training, but now he actually has to skip grades and take the undergraduate graduation exams for two of the most difficult command majors at the same time, and two of them together. This can no longer be described as special or confident. It's simply unbelievable. The air in the office seemed to freeze completely at that moment. Chapter 227 Application for Dual Bachelor's Degree Graduation Assessment. Major Jiang Hongjun felt a throbbing pain in his temples. He blinked hard to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. Armor Command Bachelor's Degree Examination. Infantry Tactics Bachelor's Degree Examination. A Dual Subject Bachelor's Degree Graduation Examination. He repeated Su Ming's words, each syllable filled with disbelief. Goodness, how long has this big shot been enrolled? The first day of recruit training wasn't even over yet. Other students didn't even know which way the doors to their major courses faced. He's actually going to apply for an undergraduate degree, which is equivalent to graduation level. The timing of this is absolutely outrageous. You're already thinking about graduating before the freshmen have even officially started classes? Whether they are promoted for meritorious service, inter-military academy through entrance examinations, or are admitted through local college entrance examinations, all students who complete 3 years of advanced study at the Army Academy and pass the graduation assessment will receive a nationally recognized bachelor's degree. Su Ming's immediate application for undergraduate assessment is essentially equivalent to applying for early graduation defense and comprehensive evaluation. If he passes, it means he can complete a degree program that others take 3 years to finish in less than 3 days. If this gets out, it will definitely cause a sensation in the entire military academy circle and become the most legendary event in the history of Army academies. Although there have been precedents of skipping grades in the history of the Army Academy, it usually only meant skipping 1 or 2 semesters and joining a higher grade. It's unheard of and outrageous that someone like Su Ming would apply for a double bachelor's degree graduation assessment without attending a single regular class. What's the difference between this and slamming your fist on the table and saying, "I want to graduate"? Comrade Su Ming. Jiang Hongjun took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil surging within him, and advised in the most earnest tone. Your strength and past achievements are evident to all and beyond doubt. However, I personally suggest that you reconsider this decision. Look, it's only the beginning of the semester. The new student training period isn't even halfway over, and the formal course instruction hasn't even started yet. How about this? You can settle down and attend classes for a few days to get familiar with the teaching style of our Army Academy, the professor's thinking, and get a feel for the learning pace. If you still feel you have the capacity to learn more, then we can discuss skipping a grade. Even skipping a grade directly to the second year isn't out of the question, okay? He felt he had done everything he could. As the head of the school affairs department, he has a responsibility to guide students, especially promising talents like Su Ming who may take detours due to their youth, towards a more stable and solid path of growth. Apply for graduation assessment directly? Taking such a big step could easily lead to trouble. Section Chief Jiang, there's really no need to reconsider. Su Ming shook his head, his smile remaining calm, but the firmness in his tone was unwavering. The core content of undergraduate courses in infantry tactics and armored command mainly consists of those 20-odd textbooks. I have read and understood the content. I don't think it's necessary to spend months or even years repeating what we've already learned. That's a waste of time. A mere 20-odd textbooks? Finished reading? Understood? Wasting time. Jiang Hongjun felt that his understanding had been challenged once again. Those are over 20 of the most advanced and systematic textbooks in the field of Army command. Not 20 novels. It is filled with complex theoretical deductions, case studies, charts and data, and command and decision-making models. Many people spend months studying one of these books and still can't fully understand it, yet he uses merely to describe it? And he casually said, "I've finished watching it." He admitted that Su Ming was an absolute genius, the kind of person who had 2 first-class merit awards and was a walking legend. But battlefield merit and advanced studies in the military academy system are 2 different things. The former tests courage, decisiveness, skills, and even luck. The latter, especially a profession like armored vehicle command, tests one's meticulous logical thinking, macro-level strategic vision, ability to control complex systems, and profound theoretical foundation. This isn't something you can achieve quickly by working yourself to the bone. In Jiang Hongjuan's view, Su Ming was likely lifted by his past glorious honors. At such a young age, he had reached a height that many people could not achieve in their entire lives, which inevitably made him arrogant and even somewhat conceited. Arriving in the new environment of the Army Academy, eager to prove himself in a more astonishing way, he made such an unrealistic and attention-grabbing application. He can understand that the person is young, but as an elder and manager, he has an obligation to bring them back to reality. Comrade Su Ming, it's a good thing to seek progress, and we all support you. But I personally believe that the construction of a command system needs to be done step by step and steadily. This cannot be fully understood by reading a few textbooks. It requires a lot of scenario exercises, sand table simulations, and realistic training to truly grasp it. Jiang Hongjun tried to persuade him patiently, and finally attempted a compromise. How about this? I'll help you apply to skip a level first. This will save time and give you time to adapt and buffer. He felt that his suggestion was already very generous and pragmatic. However, Su Ming's attitude did not soften in the slightest. Section Chief Jiang, thank you for your kind offer, but I've already made up my mind. I will apply for the dual-subject undergraduate assessment. Su Ming's tone was quite firm. Jiang Hongjun sighed inwardly, even feeling a hint of helplessness and annoyance. Why are you so stubborn? You won't listen to any kind or harsh words. If it weren't for the other party's intimidating military medals and possible background, why would a major section chief like him need to waste his breath on a red card cadet? Since Comrade Su Ming, you have made up your mind. Jiang Hongjuan's tone softened, and he said in a businesslike manner, then I'll follow the procedure and submit your application. As for whether it's approved or not, and how it's approved, that's up to the higher-ups to decide. It's hard to reason with a damned devil. He muttered to himself. He has done what he was supposed to do in persuading people and has fulfilled his responsibilities. He couldn't do anything about it if the other party insisted. After all, How could a major directly reject the formal application of someone who had received 2 first-class merit awards? He had no reason to do so, neither emotionally nor logically. After seeing Su Ming off, Jiang Hongjun didn't dare to delay. He immediately took the hot potato-like application and hurried to the Academic Affairs Office, where he found his superior, Colonel Sun Yuan, the director of the Academic Affairs Office. Director, I have something to report to you. Jiang Hongjun placed the application on the table. Comrade Su Ming has applied to skip a grade. Colonel Sun Yuan, who was reviewing documents, didn't even look up and casually replied, "Oh, skipping a grade. That's good. It shows the student has ambition. Applying to skip 1 or 2 grades." He was not surprised that star students like Su Ming applied to skip grades. In fact, he thought it was normal. Geniuses always have to be a little unconventional, and as long as it's within reasonable limits, the academy usually supports them. Director, Jiang Hongjun swallowed hard and said, forcing a smile, he's not applying to skip 1 or 2 levels. He's applying for undergraduate graduation assessment. Sun Yuan paused, pen in hand, and finally looked up, his face showing astonishment. What? Undergraduate exam? You haven't attended a single class and you're applying for an undergraduate exam in Armored Command. Is he planning to graduate and leave? This was completely beyond Sun Yuan's expectations. Jiang Hongjun added with difficulty. It's an undergraduate exam for 2 majors, Armored Command and Infantry Tactics. As for whether he wants to apply for graduation, he said it was an application for assessment, but didn't explicitly say graduation. But passing the assessment doesn't necessarily mean infantry tactics. Sun Yuan was truly shocked and unconsciously sat up straight. As the director of the Academic Affairs Office of the Army Academy, he has seen all kinds of outstanding students over the years, including top performers from various units, top scorers in the college entrance examination, and meritorious heroes. What kind of genius hasn't he seen? Some students skipped grades, and while it was rare for someone to skip 2 grades, it was still within his knowledge and experience. But someone like Su Ming, who didn't attend a single proper professional class on the first day of enrollment and new recruit training, immediately started shouting that he wanted to participate in the 2 most demanding undergraduate graduation assessments for command majors. This is absolutely insane. Is this person here for further study, or to challenge us? Or perhaps he just wanted to quickly get a higher degree? Nonsense. Sun Yuan's face darkened, and his tone became reprimanding. Section Chief Jiang. Comrade Su Ming is young and may have acted impulsively and not thought things through. But as the head of the school affairs department, you should understand the importance of this. Can such an application be submitted so casually? Have you considered the impact and consequences? Sun Yuan and Jiang Hongjun had the same idea. The young man, burdened with numerous honors, became arrogant. They wanted to use this extreme method to highlight their uniqueness or to satisfy some kind of vanity. Jiang Hongjun said with a wronged expression, "Director, I've tried everything I could to persuade him. I'm practically worn out from talking so much." But Comrade Su Ming's attitude was very firm. "As you know, given his situation, can someone of my level simply refuse him?" Upon hearing this, Sun Yuan was speechless for a moment. Yes, it was a formal application submitted by the recipients of the 2 first-class merits. Does the Army Academy's rules and regulations include any clauses prohibiting trainees from applying for assessments in advance? It doesn't seem to be explicitly stated that it's not allowed. But no one has ever done this before. The key question is, who could easily reject the request of such a meritorious official? From both a moral and logical standpoint, this seems unreasonable and could even dampen enthusiasm. Go and call Comrade Su Ming over. Sun Yuan rubbed his temples. I'll talk to him myself. He planned to use his position as the Dean of Academic Affairs to do some more ideological work with Su Ming, explaining things clearly and thoroughly. It's good for young people to be ambitious, but they should avoid being overly ambitious. The art of conducting requires climbing step by step. Trying to reach the top in one leap may result in a more devastating fall. It would be better to be down to earth first, apply to skip a grade or 2, join a higher grade for a while, and get used to the pace before making any decisions. Soon, Su Ming was invited to Sun Yuan's office. Comrade Su Ming, please have a seat. Sun Yuan wore a formulaic but still relatively gentle smile. Section Chief Jiang has already reported your application to me. I understand and appreciate young people's desire to grow quickly. However, I have a personal suggestion. Do you think it might be more prudent? We'll arrange for you to join a class in the current year, or even the current year, to audit the classes for a period of time. On the one hand, I want to test my actual level and how well it matches the course, and on the other hand, I want to familiarize myself with the college's teaching and assessment methods. After that, we'll discuss the specific plan for skipping a grade based on the actual situation, shall we? Su Ming sat upright, his gaze clear and firm. Director, thank you for your suggestion. But I've thought it through very clearly. My mindset remains unchanged. I will apply for a dual-subject undergraduate degree. Sun Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he knew something was wrong. This young man is as stubborn as a mule, completely unyielding. This is a difficult situation. Sun Yuan adjusted his strategy and tentatively asked, Comrade Su Ming, since you've applied for undergraduate graduation assessment, does that mean you actually want to finish your studies at the Army Academy as soon as possible and get your diploma? If that's the case, perhaps we could try to persuade them further by saying that academic qualifications are not the only goal. Accumulating skills is more important. Su Ming's answer once again surprised Sun Yuan. I do hope to save time and move on to the next stage of my studies as soon as possible. But I don't plan to graduate and leave now. I believe I have mastered the content covered at the undergraduate level. If possible, I hope to directly enter the master's program after passing the undergraduate examination. I don't think it's necessary to spend another 3 years on the knowledge we already have. Wow. Sun Yuan almost choked on his own saliva. He's been the Dean of Academic Affairs for so many years and has heard countless outrageous statements. But this one definitely ranks in the top 3. Is undergraduate education too easy? Want to directly pursue a master's degree? Good grief, you're not here to skip grades. You're trying to reach the top in one step, treating the academic ladder like a slide. There's a PhD after a master's degree. Are you planning to get them all at once? Looking at Su Ming's young and earnest face, Sun Yuan felt a deep sense of powerlessness for the first time. There was no way to persuade him. This young man's ambition and goals had reached a level that his regular work experience could not cover. Sun Yuan abandoned his attempts to persuade him and reverted to a purely official stance. I understand your thoughts. I will truthfully report your application, along with your ideas, to the college leadership. Whether it will be approved in the end, and how it will be arranged, is up to the leadership. Go back and wait for further notice. Su Ming saluted and said, Yes, Director. Thank you. After saying that, Su Ming turned and left the office. After the door closed, Sun Yuan-kai let out a long, helpless sigh. He rubbed his throbbing temples. This was probably the most bizarre and troublesome student application he had ever handled since becoming the Dean of Academic Affairs. Su Ming's application clearly exceeded the scope of a decision that a Dean of Academic Affairs could make on his own. He had to report to the President of the Army Academy immediately, as well as the 2 deans of the Infantry Tactics Department and the Armored Command Department. Whether or not to approve it, and how to approve it, is up to these bigwigs to decide. He has conveyed what he was supposed to convey, and he has done what he was supposed to do to dissuade others. He has fulfilled his duty. First, he approached Colonel Zhao Yuantong, the Dean of the Infantry Tactics Department. To his surprise, Dean Zhao remained remarkably calm after hearing the report. Zhao Yuantong pushed up his glasses, a hint of interest even appearing on his face. Oh, Su Ming is applying for the undergraduate exam in infantry tactics. Sure, I approve. As long as he can pass our department's undergraduate assessment and achieve the required grades, he can graduate directly or continue to pursue a master's degree, no problem. Our department welcomes all students with genuine talent and skills to challenge themselves. Sun Yuan was somewhat surprised by Dean Zhao's open-mindedness, but considering that infantry tactics were a relatively more basic specialty, perhaps the standards could be a little more flexible. Next, he went to the office of the head of the Armored Command Department. Facing Major General Fang Jianhua, the former commander of the 1st Heavy Armored Assault Division, known for his fiery temper and strict standards, Sun Yuan was even more cautious when reporting. After listening, Major General Fong Jinhua remained silent for a moment, his sharp, hawk-like eyes narrowing slightly. This kid is interesting. The Major General's lips curled into an enigmatic smile, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. All right, I approve his application. Sun Yuangang breathed a sigh of relief, but then the Major General's tone suddenly changed, and his voice became stern. But please give him a message. Assess him. I'll let him take the exam. The college will organize the most rigorous and comprehensive undergraduate graduation level assessment for him. However, if this kid's assessment results are terrible, and he's just bluffing and has an empty reputation, don't blame me for not giving him any face. I'll go and beat him up myself. The Academy of Military Sciences is not a place for him to show off or grab attention. Understand? Sun Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly nodded. Understood, Dean. I will definitely pass on the message. Major General Fong Jinhua's attitude is very clear. He appreciates young people who dare to break with convention and have a sharp mind, and he is willing to provide a fast track for true geniuses. But all of this is predicated on the fact that you must prove yourself with solid, genuine skills. If it were merely arrogance and ignorance, then what awaits Su Ming would not be flowers and applause, but rather the old general's most severe reprimand, which might even affect the evaluation of his entire military career. Chapter 228 The Army Academy is in an uproar. Creating school history? Su Ming's application to take the undergraduate examinations for both infantry tactics and armored command simultaneously received clear approval from the two department deans and was eventually submitted to the president of the Army Academy. After reviewing the document, the principal raised no objections and signed off on its approval. Thus, Su Ming officially became the first student in the history of the Shizhuang Army Command Academy to be allowed to take the undergraduate graduation level assessment on the second day of enrollment, and it was an extremely difficult double-subject assessment. Whether Su Ming's actions stemmed from excessive confidence or even arrogance, or were a demonstration of his well-prepared strength, they have already made history for the Army Academy. This can no longer be described simply as skipping a grade. When others skip grades, they skip 1 or 2 semesters and enter higher grades ahead of time. Su Ming's posture clearly indicated that he was standing right outside the threshold of graduation, ready to knock on the door. The prerequisite, of course, is that he can prove in the assessment that he deserves that graduation certificate. In recent years, the most famous record of skipping grades in the history of military academies is that of a legendary student who skipped 2 grades. That man was a prominent figure in the academy back then, and now he is even more renowned, having risen to the rank of commander of the 1st Heavy Armored Assault Division of the Field Army. He is also the last disciple of Major General Fong Jinhua, the dean of the Armored Command Department. If Su Ming can successfully pass the dual subject assessment this time, his leap-forward speed will surpass the record set by the current division commander back then, becoming a new benchmark. Su Ming was already a prominent figure at the academy, so such earth-shattering news naturally spread like wildfire, and the academy had no intention of hiding it. In the view of Major General Fong Jinhua and others, since they had the courage to make such an application, they should have the courage to accept everyone's scrutiny. Afraid of failing the exam and being embarrassed? If you were afraid, you shouldn't have mentioned it in the first place. If one cannot withstand the criticism and pressure that follow a failed assessment, it only shows that their mental fortitude is inadequate. They couldn't believe that a young man who could win so many honors based on his achievements would only have this much resilience. If that's the case, then the legitimacy of those military achievements is questionable. Conversely, if Su Ming succeeds, it will be a significant milestone in the history of Lu Academy, inspiring future generations to strive for excellence. The elite effect can boost morale in a company, and it is equally applicable in the Army Academy, where elites gather. Soldiers, especially these future officers, need this kind of courage to challenge and surpass. The official announcement of the news instantly dropped a bombshell into the already turbulent lake of the Army Academy, causing a sensation throughout the entire academy. Within the Army Academy, the student body can be roughly divided into 3 major groups: junior officers, mid-level officers, and senior officers. The junior officer group mainly consists of students like Su Ming who were promoted for meritorious service, entered military academies, or were admitted through local college entrance examinations. They belong to the reserve officer stage. The vast majority of them are second lieutenants or first lieutenants, and they are in a critical period of laying the foundation and accumulating energy. For this group, especially the freshmen of the class of '99 who had just enrolled, Su Ming had become their collective totem and ceiling. When the news spread, the lower grades were in an uproar. My God, applying for undergraduate assessments on the second day of enrollment? And for two of the most difficult command majors? This guy is defying the heavens. Infantry tactics plus armored command. Just thinking about all those textbooks makes my scalp tingle. Are the geniuses really going to be tested on all of that? As expected, the thought process and action of a big shot who can win a first-class merit are beyond the comprehension of us mere mortals. This is going to break the school's record. It's so exciting. Luckily, I got the autograph yesterday. This will be a family heirloom from now on. The students from the previous and current cohorts, as senior students, should have been able to establish their authority and enjoy the admiration of the new students. But this year, Su Ming, this monster, emerged, completely shattering their sense of superiority as seniors, leaving only deep respect and the feeling that he's someone you can't mess with. Showing off? In front of Su Ming? That would be utterly humiliating. However, the reaction of mid-level officers to this matter was completely different from that of junior officers, and the tone changed drastically. This group mainly consists of colonel-level officers who have already held certain positions and have certain qualifications in the military and are now pursuing further studies or higher degrees. A subtle sense of class generally exists in their minds. A group of junior officers? A bunch of clueless newbies who haven't experienced any major storms. The college's grassroots workforce will need the guidance of these seniors in the future. A group of high-ranking military officers? Yes, they are senior and have high rank, but many of their ideas are outdated and they can't keep up with the times. They belong to the old guard. Sooner or later, they will be swept away by these promising young people who are in their prime. In summary, at the Army Academy, we mid-level officers dare to take charge of things that junior officers collectively dare not do. What senior officers are too lazy or unable to handle, we mid-level officers can handle. Prioritizing approval before reporting to higher authorities and handling special cases with special measures. This is the confidence and style of the mid-level military officers. Therefore, upon learning that Su Ming, a newbie who had just enrolled, dared to be so arrogant, the mid-level officers' discussions were filled with scrutiny, doubt, and even disdain. A mere fresh recruit who hasn't attended a single class and even skipped basic training now dares to apply for a double bachelor's degree? Who gave him the audacity? He's utterly arrogant. 2 first-class merits? The situation in the Tibetan military region is special. There's always a chance of luck. So young, with a suspiciously clean resume, completely unknown. Who knows if there's any exaggeration involved? Exactly, if he's really that good. How come I've never heard of him in any competitions or important missions involving army groups or higher? Maybe it's because there's no tiger in the mountains. The Army Academy isn't some remote region like theirs. It won't tolerate this kind of arrogant and attention-seeking behavior. Did they get the collective approval of us mid-level officers to put on such a show? Putting everything else aside, just look at that comprehensive theory exam and the subsequent scenario assignments and papers. I'd like to see what he can come up with. Does he really think he can become a commander just by memorizing a few books? What a joke. Compared to the fervent worship of junior officers, the discourse of mid-level officers was filled with arrogance based on seniority and experience, as well as an instinctive aversion and skepticism toward rule breakers. As for the senior military officers, they are all truly shrewd and capable individuals. They knew the saying, there must be something fishy going on when things are out of the ordinary. While the environment in the Tibetan military region is indeed harsh, there are relatively more opportunities to earn merit, but a first-class merit is by no means a trivial matter, let alone two. A young officer who can emerge from there with such dazzling medals must have extraordinary abilities and should not be underestimated. Therefore, most senior military officers have maintained a rational silence and adopted a wait-and-see attitude regarding this incident. They are watching the drama unfold, but are not quick to take a stand. If one must choose a side, it must be in accordance with the organization's official decision. One must never rashly step forward. The assessment officially began the following day. The first part was a written theory test. The assessment will be held in the teaching building of the Armored Command Department. This exam, designed for only one person, had a truly impressive lineup of invigilators. Chief Invigilator, Senior Colonel Sun Yuan, Director of the Academic Affairs Office. Deputy Invigilator, Senior Colonel Zhao Yuantong, Dean of the Infantry Tactics Department. Deputy Invigilator, Major General Fang Jinhua, Dean of the Armored Command Department. Exam type, closed book written exam. Exam content, a mixed exam paper covering the core theories of infantry tactics and armored command. Exam duration, 3 hours. Special note, this exam paper was personally set by Senior Colonel Zhao Yuantong and Major General Fang Jinhua, and was not selected from a question bank. It aims to comprehensively and deeply assess the candidate's theoretical knowledge and practical application potential, and is significantly more difficult than the standard undergraduate graduation exam paper. Clearly, the two deans intended to take this opportunity to carefully assess Su Ming's true capabilities. In the spacious tiered classroom, only one examination table was placed in the center of the front row. Su Ming sat there alone, a stark contrast to the 3 examiners sitting side by side on the platform. 2 senior colonels and 1 major general, 3 high-ranking officers, had piercing eyes, and the invisible pressure they brought was enough to make any trainee's heart race and their palms sweat. Major General Fang Jinhua, in particular, is known for his fiery temper and sharp eyes. Rumor has it that he would actually take physical action to educate unruly trainees. Taking the exam under such pressure, anyone with slightly weaker mental fortitude might not even be able to hold their pen steady. Colonel Sun Yuan opened the sealed bag of exam papers and placed a thick stack of papers in front of Su Ming. The first half of the exam paper consists of multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions, covering the core concepts, historical battle examples, regulations, and other basic knowledge that must be mastered at the undergraduate level for both majors. This part is considered easy points for students who have carefully read the textbook. The real challenge lies in the 4 comprehensive short answer questions at the end of the exam. This is a signature dish that the 2 deans tailored specifically for Su Ming. The question has a complex background, spanning multiple eras and tactical scenarios from motorized infantry to mechanized combined arms forces. It requires candidates to not only have a solid theoretical foundation, but also clear strategic thinking, flexible adaptability, and independent analytical judgment. The questions are highly open-ended, with no standard answers, and are designed to test the commander's internal skills. Even outstanding students who are about to graduate have to rack their brains to solve these problems. Even if it were some of the high-ranking military officers who were to answer, they would still have to think about it carefully. The exam has begun. Under the focus of 6 gazes, Su Ming remained calm and composed, as if the suffocating pressure around him did not exist. He picked up his pen, quickly glanced through the exam paper, then lowered his head and began to answer the questions. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the pen nib gliding across the paper was exceptionally clear and swift in the extremely quiet classroom. Su Ming spoke almost without pause, reading the question, understanding its meaning, organizing the answer, and writing it down. The whole process was smooth and seamless. For the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions, he answered almost immediately upon seeing the questions, at a speed that was astonishing. On the podium, Colonel Sun Yuan's eyes widened further and further. This speed is just too outrageous. He couldn't help but suspect that Su Ming was filling out the form randomly, or Colonel Sun Yuan glanced furtively at the 2 upright deans beside him, and an absurd thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the 2 deans leaked the questions in advance? Otherwise, their answering speed would be even smoother than copying the answers. Colonel Zhao Yuantong and Major General Fang Jinhua initially didn't pay much attention to the basic questions, since they were just rote knowledge. Their attention was focused more on observing Su Ming's test taking state and rhythm. However, when Su Ming began answering the 4 final short answer questions at the same astonishing speed, the expressions of the two deans changed slightly. There was no scratching of the head, no long periods of contemplation, and not even extensive calculations on draft paper. Su Ming simply read through the questions quickly again, his gaze lingering briefly on the key information in the question stem before his pen began to dance across the page once more. Clear, neat, and logically rigorous lines of text quickly spread across the answer area, with clear viewpoints, sufficient evidence, and progressive analysis. Occasionally, one could even see some insightful and forward-thinking points of personal perspective. Zhao Yuantong's brow twitched almost imperceptibly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Major General Fang Jinhua maintained a serious expression, but his sharp eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the words that kept flowing from Su Ming's pen, as if examining a rough gem that was not yet carved, but was already radiating brilliance. Really? Or fake? Colonel Sun Yuan was deeply shocked. Looking at Su Ming's almost tireless pen and then at the increasingly serious expressions of the two deans, he suddenly felt that this assessment, which was originally regarded as a farce or a youthful adventure that shows no regard for the world, might go in a direction that no one had anticipated. The air in the classroom seemed to become even more stagnant because of Su Ming's overly fluent answers, with only the scratching sound of pen tip rubbing against paper remaining, like silkworms eating leaves, quickly and firmly devouring the heavy test paper. The hearts of the 3 proctors were gradually raised with the sound. Chapter 2, 29 Practical Assessment, Urban Warfare Command of Mechanized Units. The exam is a mixed theory test, and the allotted time for answering the questions is 3 hours. However, from the moment Su Ming picked up his pen to the moment he put it down, the entire process took less than half an hour. Yes, even Colonel Sun Yuan, who was proctoring the exam, couldn't help but check his watch several times to confirm. This speed is simply unbelievable. It's even much faster than directly copying the standard answer. Su Ming's pen almost never stopped, as if he already had a ready-made, clear answer to those complex tactical simulations, historical battle analyses, and theoretical debates in his mind. Report, all answers completed. Su Ming's calm voice rang out in the empty classroom, breaking the suffocating silence. Colonel Sun Yuan, the director of the Academic Affairs Office, glanced at Su Ming with a complicated expression. His eyes contained shock, doubt, and a hint of barely perceptible expectation. He stepped forward and took away the exam paper, which was densely covered with writing but had neat handwriting. The exam officially ended. Su Ming saluted and walked steadily out of the classroom. The sun was shining brightly outside, and there was still plenty of time before lunchtime. Sun Yuan did not leave the classroom. Senior Colonel Zhao Yuantong and Major General Fang Jinhua stayed on as well. The 3 examiners began grading the papers on the spot from the podium. Sun Yuan stood to the side, his eyes fixed on the red pens in the hands of the 2 deans. He wanted to see for himself whether Su Ming's lightning-fast answers were just a random doodle or a genuine display of extraordinary confidence. The review process was unusually quiet, with only the rustling of paper turning and the faint sound of red pen strokes. Senior Colonel Zhao Yuantong was in charge of infantry tactics, and Major General Fang Jinhua was in charge of armored command. The 2 men initially appeared to be reviewing the documents with serious expressions, but as they delved deeper into the review, Dean Zhao's eyebrows twitched slightly, and Major General Fang's usually cold and hard lips twitched almost imperceptibly. Multiple choice, fill in the blank, all correct. Basic concepts, data, regulations, not a single error or omission. This had already secretly surprised Sun Yuan. Next came the 4 short answer questions. The 2 deans slowed down their review process noticeably. They read the papers very carefully and occasionally exchanged a few words of feedback in hushed tones. This viewpoint is a tricky angle, but it's logically sound. Zhao Yuantong pointed to one of the questions about the rapid deployment of motorized infantry in complex terrain and said in a low voice, "Yes, his understanding of the use of armor in restricted terrain goes beyond the textbook. He has his own thoughts." Major General Fang Jinhua looked at the answer to another question involving combined arms assault and pointed to a novel artillery forward cover scheme proposed by Su Ming. Time ticked by. When the last red checkmark appeared and the two completed exam papers were pieced together, Sun Yuan couldn't help but lean closer to take a look. Full marks. Two strong, bold red characters were prominently written on the total score column of the exam paper. That was Major General Fang Jinhua's own handwriting. The exam paper on the mixed theory of infantry tactics and armored command was personally set and graded by the two department deans. The difficulty level far exceeded that of regular undergraduate graduation exams, and Su Ming's score was full marks. This result caused Colonel Sun Yuan to gasp in shock. Colonel Zhao Yuantong showed a relieved smile, while Major General Fang Jinhua, though still keeping a straight face, betrayed his inner turmoil with a slightly gleaming eye. After many years, the Army Academy has once again produced a perfect score in the written test on tactical theory. The last person to create this miracle was Major General Fang Jinhua's protege, the now renowned commander of the 1st Heavy Armored Assault Division. But this time, Su Ming is facing an extremely difficult exam paper that combines two majors and is personally set by the dean. Its value has undoubtedly reached a new level. The results were officially announced before lunchtime. Instantly, as if cold water had been poured into a boiling oil pan, the entire Army Academy erupted in chaos. My God, a perfect score in theory. And it's a mixed exam? Wow, I'm in awe. This isn't just a top student. This is a genius. I knew it. Su Ming will always create miracles. This is so inspiring. From today onwards, Su Ming will be my guiding light and my role model. I saw a preview of the test paper. It took me half a day to figure out a single question, while the genius could finish it in half an hour and get a perfect score. What a difference between people. The junior officers, especially the new recruits, were completely excited, their cheers, amazement, and admiration overflowing. Su Ming's undeniable achievements solidified his status as a god and greatly boosted the morale of the new students. However, this scene left some of the mid-level officers feeling rather uneasy, and sour comments began to circulate again. Shaw, a perfect score in theory. What's so great about that? Anyone can talk the talk, but don't walk the walk. That's right. Maybe the two deans went easy on him because he was a first-class meritorious official. Who can say for sure? Doing well on theoretical exams doesn't mean you can lead troops. Have you forgotten the story of Zhao Kuo? Don't rush. There's still the practical assessment this afternoon. That's when the real test will begin. I want to see if he'll still be so arrogant on the training field. Yes, practical skills will prove you right. Just knowing how to pass exams won't get you far in the field. Their words still carried their usual arrogance and pickiness, as if they could not demonstrate their experience and high level as mid-level officers without doing so. His whole body was soft, except for his mouth, which remained hard. As for the senior military officers, most of them showed an expression of "I knew it" and nodded to themselves. This result confirms their judgment. Su Ming's reputation is well-deserved. They maintained a composed, observing stance, but the interest in their eyes had clearly intensified. In the afternoon, the practical assessment began as scheduled. Assessment content: Urban Warfare Command of Mechanized Troops. Assessment location: Comprehensive Tactical Training Ground. Assessment type: Practical assessment combining infantry command and armored command. Assessment time: 4 hours. Available equipment: standard weapons and equipment for a standard infantry company and a standard tank company. This practical assessment, which combined infantry and armored forces, was specially arranged by Major General Fang Jinhua, the Dean of the Armored Command Department. Furthermore, the topic of urban warfare by mechanized troops was chosen, with Su Ming serving as the offensive side. From any perspective, this is an incredibly difficult challenge. Old Fang, isn't this difficulty setting a bit too high? Senior Colonel Zhao Yuantong, Dean of the Infantry Tactics Department, couldn't help but speak up. Urban warfare itself is a complex combat subject that is under continuous research. Now you've added the prerequisite of mechanized forces, and it's an offensive war. This is more than one level more difficult than a regular assessment. Originally, Zhao Yuantong's plan was that the practical assessments should be conducted independently. The Infantry Tactics Department tests pure infantry command, while the Armored Command Department uses the standard undergraduate inspection and assessment items. However, Major General Fang Jinhua insisted on conducting mixed testing and set up such an extremely difficult urban warfare scenario. This puts immense pressure on Su Ming, who is on the offensive. Fang Jinhua explained. Old Zhao. Some of the points this kid made on the test paper were unexpected. It's clear that he has developed many unique insights into armored vehicle command. I want to see how well he can apply his insights in actual combat command. That's right. He deliberately set up this difficult problem. For the attacking side, mechanized troops are at a significant disadvantage in urban warfare. Despite having a full tank company and a full infantry company in terms of manpower and armor, the attacking side commanded by Su Ming had only half an infantry company and half a tank company, giving them a near 2-to-1 advantage. However, in the specific context of urban warfare, this theoretical advantage is often greatly offset or even reversed. The Army Academy possesses a complex urban warfare training ground covering hundreds of acres, specifically for the research and training of related tactics. As is well known, in terms of the development trend of modern warfare, the possibility of large-scale armored groups engaging in battles on plains is decreasing, while urban warfare in complex urban environments is gradually becoming the mainstream combat style. Therefore, for mechanized forces that rely heavily on mobility and firepower, how to effectively exert their combat power in urban warfare has become a valuable and challenging research topic. Urban warfare severely limits the effectiveness of armored units. In the maze-like streets built of reinforced concrete, armored vehicles such as tanks are hampered in their movement and have limited visibility, making them easy targets for anti-tank fire hidden among the ruins. Even disregarding armored forces and focusing solely on infantry combat, the attacking side would still be at a disadvantage. In any urban warfare scenario in history, the attacking side often needs to deploy several times the number of troops as the defending side in order to have any chance of winning. To launch an urban warfare assault with an equal force is tantamount to suicide. The difficulty has now increased further. In urban warfare with mechanized troops, Su Ming, as the commander of the attacking side, not only needs to meticulously plan the infantry's house-to-house fighting, infiltration, and flanking maneuvers, but also must prudently utilize the precious armored forces, weighing their support role against the risk to survival. If the deployment is flawed, the defenders can take advantage of the terrain to divide and quickly eliminate the attacker's infantry and armor. This practical project is extremely difficult. For this reason, this assessment can be extremely effective in testing Su Ming's on-the-spot reaction and comprehensive command capabilities. Whether that perfect theoretical answer is merely a theoretical dragon-slaying skill on paper, or truly stems from the individual's exceptional tactical talent and understanding, will be revealed in this practical test. Stand at attention. At ease. Su Ming's commands were clear and forceful. Before him, 150 officers and soldiers wearing red cadet shoulder insignia moved quickly and lined up in neat rows. Of these 150 people, 32 are tank cadets who will operate 8 Type 59 main battle tanks in groups of 4. The remaining 118 men were all assigned as infantry and placed under Su Ming's direct command. Su Ming's armored force consisted of 8 Type 59 tanks, while the defending side only had 4, with both personnel and armor numbers being half that of Su Ming. At this moment, although it was an assessment, Su Ming was actually commanding a combined arms battle involving a tank company and a mechanized infantry company. Although the organization is not entirely standard, it is sufficient to simulate actual combat command at the company level. How is Su Ming feeling? Only excitement and exhilaration can describe it. He finally had the opportunity to command his troops in a real battle. Such a combined command assessment was impossible to achieve in his original 5th Border Defense Regiment, and only the Army Command Academy had such complete facilities and conditions. Although how mechanized troops fight urban warfare is considered an almost unsolvable problem, Su Ming believes it is not an insurmountable obstacle. Just a few words. Su Ming's gaze swept across the ranks, his voice steady and powerful. I am Su Ming, a lieutenant from the Zhongwei military region, and also a freshman in the class of '99 at this academy. In terms of seniority at the Army Academy, some of you here may be 1 or even 2 years ahead of me. But I can tell you with certainty about the upcoming assessment. He paused slightly, his tone revealing immense confidence and an almost arrogant certainty. I will lead you all to create the history of the Army Academy. His unvarnished and confident words, like a pebble thrown into a still lake, instantly stirred up 1,000 waves in the hearts of the trainees. Everyone was shocked, completely unexpected that this young lieutenant commander would say he wanted to lead them to create school history. What confidence and courage this is. Su Ming continued. I know that many of you are curious about how I obtained these medals on my chest, especially these 2 first-class merits. He paused for a moment. Su Ming's voice suddenly rose, like the beating of war drums. Soon, I will show you with my actions. Honor is always the best proof of strength. With all the honor and conviction of an officer, I will lead you to victory and create a glorious achievement that belongs to each and every one of you. And to this assessment, do you have the confidence to do it? Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the 150 trainees were completely ignited by Su Ming's passionate emotions, their blood boiling, and they couldn't help but burst into a deafening roar in response. Have! The roar echoed and surged through the air above the training ground. This boiling fighting spirit even made Jiang Hongjun, an officer from the school administration department who was responsible for recording the assessment process, feel his blood boil and his long-lost passion rekindled. He sighed inwardly. Damn it, after spending so much time in the administrative office, which is full of paperwork, I haven't felt this hot in years. I never expected that recording a freshman's assessment today would actually get me all fired up by this kid. With a sigh, he unhesitatingly gave Su Ming full marks for morale building and pre-battle mobilization on the evaluation scoreboard. In any situation, a commander's ability to quickly inspire and maintain high morale and a strong desire for battle among his troops is an important indicator of his leadership ability and a valuable tradition passed down through generations in our army. As the commander, Su Ming suddenly had a deeper understanding of a scene he had witnessed when he was learning in the 3rd Border Defense Company. Why does the company commander always give a passionate mobilization speech before assembling the entire company for any major mission? That is not a superfluous formality, but an indispensable quality of a qualified commander, and the key to igniting the fire in the hearts of soldiers. At this moment, inspired by his infectious words, the morale of this hastily assembled attacking force had reached its peak. Every trainee's eyes shone with a light, a powerful fighting spirit, and drive that burst forth from being trusted and encouraged. The young commander before them was a recipient of 2 first-class merit medals and numerous other military medals. His words resonated deeply. Honor is the best proof of strength. They believed that this extraordinary cadet officer might truly have the ability to lead them to write a new chapter in the history of the Army Academy on this training ground. Create a glorious chapter that belongs to them and is worth remembering. Chapter 230, A Revolutionary Battle Deployment. After the pre-battle morale boosting session concluded, high spirits continued to surge through the ranks. Platoon leaders, stay behind. The rest of you, immediately inspect your weapons and equipment according to your unit structure. Su Ming issued the first order of the combat preparation phase. Yes, the instructions were concise and to the point. In addition to the squad leaders and platoon leaders of each class quickly stepping forward, the remaining trainees immediately dispersed and, according to their respective professional assignments, began to check their firearms, individual equipment, and tank crews' pre-battle preparations in a tense but orderly manner. As the commander of this mixed company, Su Ming knew that before the battle began, he had to ensure that the most junior command personnel, namely the squad and platoon leaders, thoroughly understood his overall combat intentions and specific deployments. Because once the battle becomes intense, communications may be disrupted, and the situation will inevitably become chaotic. It is these platoon and squad leaders on the front lines who can truly implement the commander's will into every combat group and every soldier's actions. Su Ming turned around to face the tactical board standing behind him. Hanging on the board was a topographical map of the comprehensive urban warfare training ground. This is also one of the additional difficulties faced by the attacking side. They have no opportunity to conduct on-site reconnaissance of this simulated city and can only rely on an abstract two-dimensional map, combined with their own tactical skills and spatial imagination, to formulate an attack plan. This is by no means a god's eye view. Many details, blind spots, and the internal structure of buildings are unknown. The commander can only rely on repeated deductions and simulations in his mind to build them. Mechanized troops fighting in urban warfare is widely recognized as a difficult problem. Su Ming's voice drew the platoon and squad leaders' attention back to the map. In the complex urban environment, our tanks are restricted in their mobility and have a narrow field of vision, making them easy targets for the anti-tank firepower of the defending side that is lying in ambush in various places. How can we avoid using our weaknesses to directly confront the opponent's geographical advantages? Feel free to share any initial ideas you have. At this moment, Su Ming's habits from his past as an instructor inadvertently surfaced. Even when he already has a plan in mind, he still prefers to listen to the opinions of his team members first when faced with a problem. As a commander, effectively listening to and incorporating reasonable suggestions from subordinates is also an important quality. Faced with Su Ming's sudden inquiry, the platoon and squad leaders were clearly taken aback. In their minds, the commander simply gives orders. Why are they asking for their opinions? However, as a student at the Army Command College, even if I can't say I'm 100% confident, I do have basic tactical thinking. Report. Although it is urban warfare, I think our armored forces should not rashly penetrate into the city streets to engage the enemy, even if we have a numerical advantage in tanks. The urban terrain is severely fragmented, making it difficult to effectively implement traditional combined arms tactics. If we can find a way to lure the defending armored forces into an open area on the outskirts of the city for a decisive battle, it will be most advantageous for us. I suggest that we engage in flexible and mobile guerrilla warfare in the city, using squads or even smaller combat teams to wear down the enemy. The platoon and squad leaders took turns speaking, offering their respective insights. Everyone knows that the attacking side is at a disadvantage in urban warfare. Tanks are an invincible steel torrent on plains, but once they are trapped in a concrete jungle of high-rise buildings, they become clumsy and vulnerable. Infantry-tank coordination in cities is extremely difficult. Tanks often only serve as mobile cover, and if they are hit by anti-tank weapons, the explosion could affect nearby infantry, causing even greater casualties. After listening, Su Ming first affirmed the direction of everyone's thinking. Everyone's thinking is very clear. Indeed, our ideal scenario would be to draw the defending side's armored forces out of the city and engage in a decisive battle on the outskirts. But he changed the subject, pointing to a city area on the map. The defending commander isn't stupid either. They were very aware of the enormous advantages of holding a city and fighting in urban areas. Based on the most basic tactical logic, they would never easily deploy their valuable armored forces on the outskirts of the city. They will inevitably use it as a mobile firepower stronghold for core defense, hiding it in a favorable position inside the city, waiting for an opportunity to ambush us. No one could refute Su Ming's analysis. Their ideas have some merit, but they are mostly wishful thinking on their part. The enemy on the battlefield will never act according to the script we hope for. Any other ideas? Su Ming glanced at everyone and saw that they were all deep in thought, and no one spoke up. He smiled slightly and said, "Since no one does, then I will speak." Su Ming picked up a special tactical marker and neatly circled several key points on the topographic map. The hospital, the central bank building, the city hall, and this small power plant. As he spoke, he wrote with lightning speed, and in the blank space of the tactical board, he began to quickly draw a three-dimensional structural diagram of one of the buildings. As the attackers, how should we deploy our forces? Let's try to think in reverse and put ourselves in the defensive position to predict how they will deploy their troops and firepower. Under the astonished gaze of several squad leaders, Su Ming quickly sketched a three-dimensional cross-sectional sketch of a power plant building, clearly showing the main structure, possible floors, high points, and passageways. The brushstrokes are fluid, the structure is accurate, and it even has a certain sense of perspective. This impressive military rapid drawing work immediately impressed the group. Did Lieutenant Su Ming have studied drawing or engineering drawing? Su Ming tapped the sketch with the tip of his pen. Take this power plant as an example. If a two-man sniper team were deployed from this high vantage point, at least it can effectively control the intersection area of the east-west main road and the two north-south secondary roads, forming a crossfire line of sight. Before he could finish speaking, he saw the two squad leaders beside him instinctively take out their notebooks and pens, ready to take notes. Who gave you permission to take the laptops out? Su Ming frowned, his tone becoming serious. The group was taken aback, looking somewhat bewildered. A bad pen is worse than a good memory. Such a detailed plan must be written down for fear of forgetting. Su Ming pointed to his temple. Combat deployment relies on this. Instead of pen and paper, in a real battlefield environment, anything you record in your notebooks could fall into enemy hands if you are killed, wounded, or encounter an emergency, thus exposing our complete operational intentions and deployment details. As frontline commanders, who can guarantee they won't fall in a hail of bullets? Who can guarantee their notebooks won't be lost? Su Ming's series of questions were like a bucket of cold water poured over their faces, instantly sobering up the squad leaders and leaving them speechless. They realized that their peacetime study habits were vastly different from the requirements of actual combat. What Su Ming was talking about was the bloody reality of the battlefield. But if you don't write it down, it's really easy to get confused or miss things when dealing with complex deployments, and then the command will definitely make mistakes. Su Ming's tone softened, taking on a tone of imparting experience. As squad and platoon leaders, you don't need to imagine that the pressure of command is too great. Just remember three things. First, understand and remember what the overall core intent of this operation is. Second, clarify the specific tasks and functions of your assigned squad or platoon in this operation. Third, understand your tasks and how to coordinate and cooperate with the tasks of other adjacent or cooperating squads and platoons. By grasping these 3 points, no matter what unexpected changes occur on the battlefield, you will be able to quickly determine what you should do at that moment and how to coordinate with the overall situation. These words were like a wake-up call, enlightening the young officer cadets and bringing expressions of surprise and realization to their faces. As trainees, most of them will serve as platoon leaders or deputy company commanders after graduation, with almost no practical combat command experience. Su Ming's words directly address the core principles of grassroots command and are undoubtedly invaluable insights. Yes, I understand. The group was invigorated and immediately put away their notebooks, beginning to carefully memorize and understand the material as instructed by Su Ming, rather than simply mechanically taking notes. He is a promising young man. Su Ming nodded secretly at their ability to quickly adjust their state. Those who are able to enter the command department of the Army Academy are certainly not mediocre. Their comprehension and adaptability are much stronger than those of ordinary soldiers. Su Ming's pen moved quickly across the central area of the map, connecting several key buildings he had circled with lines. The defending side has a limited number of people, so they will inevitably concentrate their efforts on defending these key buildings in the core area of the city. Therefore, the main battlefield will definitely be fought in the core area of the city. Soon, Su Ming marked various symbols around several key buildings in the city's core area on the map. Triangles represent potential machine gun firing positions, circles represent sniper positions, and dashed arrows indicate anticipated enemy movement routes and ambush areas. He combined the building structure and street layout to analyze the possible troop deployments, firepower allocations, and even tactical intentions of the defending side in a clear and organized manner, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. This intelligence analysis not only shocked the platoon and squad leaders, but also filled them with admiration. After Su Ming's meticulous analysis, the defensive deployment that was originally hidden in the fog seemed to become much clearer, as if the opponent was, to some extent, operating with their cards open. Now, we have a general idea of the defensive infantry's firing positions and troop deployment priorities. The remaining key is their 4 tanks. Su Ming's pen pointed to a relatively open area next to the core area of the map, which resembled a plaza or parking lot. Their tank missions are different from ours. We are on the offensive and need to be mobile. They only need to defend and can remain still. This area can be used to support core buildings when advancing, or to rely on buildings for cover when retreating, making it an ideal armored waiting position. Although there are only 4 tanks, if we pre-position several individual anti-tank teams carrying rocket launchers around this area to form a crossfire network, the losses would be enormous if we tried to force our way in with tanks. So, Su Ming paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone, before uttering a conclusion that stunned them all. Our tanks cannot follow the conventional approach and directly drive into the city's main roads to participate in a strong attack. Can't enter the city? The platoon and squad leaders were completely dumbfounded. If mechanized troops are fighting in urban warfare, but tanks don't enter the city to participate in frontal attacks, what kind of mechanized troops are they? Although tanks have many drawbacks in entering the city and are easy targets, without the direct fire support and armored cover of tanks, wouldn't pure infantry be unable to move an inch in the face of the enemy's possible tanks and fortified positions, having to fight against steel with their flesh and blood? The defending side also has infantry, so the threat of combined infantry and tank warfare remains. I don't understand. If the tanks don't enter the city, how can we fight this battle? Su Ming noticed their confusion. The men nodded obediently. This was completely beyond their conventional tactical thinking. Su Ming began to explain in detail, his tone calm and confident. The Type 59 tank has a limited maximum firing elevation angle, but its main gun has a range of several kilometers. Of course, the farther the distance, the more pronounced the parabolic trajectory of the shell, and the accuracy will be affected. Therefore, we can deploy our 8 tanks in 2 tactical groups. The first group, 4 to 5 vehicles, will move ahead of time to these pre-calculated firing positions on the outskirts of the city. He marked several locations on the edge of the map with a pen. They do not enter the city, but are used as long-range mobile artillery. Based on the coordinates transmitted back by our forward observers, they carry out precise indirect fire coverage and suppression of enemy preset positions, armored waiting areas, and troop assembly points in the core area of the city. He paused briefly, allowing the idea to settle in everyone's minds, before continuing. The remaining 3 or 4 tanks will form the second tactical group. They did not attack along the main roads, but instead used the opportunity created by the first tank group's fire suppression and feints, as well as the cover of the complex terrain on the outskirts of the city, to carry out covert tactical infiltration. Choose blind spots or weakly defended alleys and the edges of ruins to quietly infiltrate the city and outflank, or even the rear of the defender's main position. Su Ming drew a meandering arc on the map, piercing straight behind the defensive positions in the core area. Then, launch a sudden attack, catching them off guard and attacking them from both sides. Such a tactical arrangement made the platoon and squad leaders present gasp in shock. Hiss. The idea is extremely bold, creative, and subversive. But the difficulty is also incredibly high. The idea of using tanks as long-range artillery is not new. A tank is essentially a direct-fire artillery piece that can move quickly. Under certain circumstances, it can also take on the task of providing indirect fire support, and there are precedents in military history. The key issue is that this is happening in a densely built-up urban environment. Even if fire is applied, the defending soldiers can simply take cover in sturdy buildings, and the munitions used in the exercise are unlikely to actually collapse the buildings. So how effective can this kind of fire suppression be? It is very likely that all talk and no action will result in no real damage to the enemy's personnel, instead wasting valuable tank resources and exposing firing positions. As if seeing through the many doubts in everyone's hearts, Su Ming's face revealed that signature, confident smile, full of control. I know what you're worried about. It's simply because they feel the urban environment weakens the effectiveness of artillery fire, making it impossible to accurately kill enemies hiding inside buildings, right? But what if we have already determined in advance the main areas of troop concentration, the locations of firing points, and even the approximate standby points of armored vehicles? Therefore, what we need to do is not to carry out indiscriminate bombing. Instead, through precise calculations, we ensure our shells land directly near the windows, bunkers, or even on the roofs of their tanks where they are hiding. Use explosions and shrapnel to force them out of their bunkers, disrupt their deployment, and create an absolute opportunity for our infantry infiltration and flanking tank assault. These words were spoken lightly, but to the platoon and squad leaders, they sounded like a fantasy. Calculate. How do I calculate it? The urban environment is complex and ever-changing. The landing point of a shell is affected by many factors such as distance, wind direction, and initial velocity. Who can guarantee that the precise trajectory that can make a shell go through a window or hit the roof can be calculated? This requires not only mathematical ability, but also a kind of battlefield intuition derived from an extreme understanding of weapon performance and environmental factors. Or rather, it is a higher level of tactical calculation art that they have not yet encountered. However, just when they thought it was an almost impossible task, Su Ming had already begun writing down a series of parameters and formulas on the tactics board and quickly calculating them by referring to the map scale. His eyes were focused and his movements were fluid, as if he were performing a task that he had rehearsed countless times. At this moment, Su Ming is using his actions to slowly open a new world of firepower application and tactical coordination for these future commanding officers. Meanwhile, on the other side, the defending team's command post. The commander of the defending side was a cadet major named Luo Mingji from the mid-level officers group. Luo Mingji felt utterly disdainful of his opponent this time. Who is he? A member of the Army Command Academy's Intermediate Officer Training Program. He knew perfectly well what the class of mid-level officers meant at the Army Academy. It's a kind of seniority, a circle, an underlying rule and influence of managing first and then commanding. It's ridiculous to put such an experienced major in charge of a defensive battle against an attacking force led by a freshman who is just starting out and trying to impress others with his military medals. This is like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. It's giving the other side far too much credit. Luo Mingji felt a surge of displeasure whenever he thought of the various sensations and topics Su Ming had caused at the Army Academy these past 2 days, which represented a certain authority and tradition among the mid-level officers. When did it start that the spotlight at the Army Academy shifted to a newly arrived rookie student? In today's assessment, he wanted to make the other side understand what true command is and what the cruel reality of the battlefield is. A perfect score for armchair strategists? In the face of real combat, they are utterly vulnerable. He was eager to teach this arrogant freshman a lesson. Chapter 231: The Silent Major General and Colonel. For Luo Mingji, serving as the commander of the defending team was far from an ordinary assessment task. This is more of a battle to defend honor and social status. He represents not only himself, but also the entire group of mid-level officers at the Army Academy. How dare a newcomer from outside, who doesn't even have a formal background from one of the 7 major military regions and just joined halfway through, stir up trouble in the Army Academy, a territory they've cultivated for many years? Do they really think there's no one left among their mid-level officers? What good is a perfect score on a tactical theory exam? What about those who received 2 first-class merit medals? No, 2 first-class merits are indeed hard to deny, but at most they prove that this person's personal military skills are abnormally strong. Perhaps he is the king of individual soldiers, or perhaps he is an adventurous hero. However, the art of command and personal bravery are 2 completely different things. The former requires systematic knowledge, practical experience, a broad perspective, and the ability to control the troops with ease. Luo Mingji firmly believes that Su Ming is so young that it is impossible for him to have commanded even a combined arms battle at the battalion or company level. A lieutenant in a field army is at most a deputy company commander or company commander, and this is his first time entering the Army Academy for further study. What does this mean? This shows that he had never been exposed to the Army Command Academy's top-notch, systematic command talent training system. They may have some superficial knowledge due to their cleverness and experience, but that's all unorthodox and not up to par. In a formal, high-intensity confrontation, They are destined to be exposed for what they truly are. Luo Mingji is a dignified major, a mid-level commanding officer who has worked his way up from the grassroots level step by step. Within the Army Academy's Intermediate Officer Training Program, who doesn't know his name? Luo Mingji. Luo Mingji is nicknamed Daji, which means having lofty ambitions. He has always been regarded as the backbone of the field army in the future, and a potential talent who will soon be able to display his abilities on a broader stage. Luo Mingji's thoughts drifted to the scene after the victory. Under his brilliant command, Su Ming, that arrogant freshman, was utterly defeated, kneeling and begging for mercy, losing his armor and weapons, and in a sorry state. After the assessment, this most outstanding freshman in this year's Army Academy will be trembling with admiration, clinging to his leg and crying, "You are the real master. I was blind and ignorant before. Please take care of me in the future." Then, the president of the Army Academy, along with the two deans of the Infantry Tactics Department and the Armored Command Department, would personally walk up to him, pat him on the shoulder with admiration, and say earnestly, "Comrade Mingji, you are the true elite cultivated by the Army Academy, and the hope for the future of the field army. You are the only one who can be the next commander of a heavy armored division. No, with your talent, you are destined to be a rising star." At that time, all the new recruits at the Army Academy will idolize him, and the mid-level officers will be proud of him. Even the most arrogant senior officer cadets had to take the initiative to curry favor with this future star general and extend olive branches. He, lost in his wonderful fantasy, Luo Mingji couldn't help but let out a few strange, pig-like giggles. Cough, cough. The major officer from the Academy's assessment team, who was standing aside recording the assessment process, couldn't stand Luo Mingji's absent-minded and lewd appearance any longer. He coughed twice to pull him back from his daydream. "Comrade Luo Mingji, I'm reminding you that the pre-battle deployment time is a total of 30 minutes. You've been spacing out for 5 minutes, and there are still 25 minutes left." The major in the assessment team spoke in a flat tone, but a hint of barely perceptible disdain flickered in his eyes. Is this mid-level officer from the coordination team a bit mentally unstable? The assessment has already begun, yet instead of doing anything productive, you're just standing there daydreaming with such an unpleasant expression and making strange noises. Who knows what's wrong with you? A hint of displeasure swept through Luo Mingji as his beautiful reverie was interrupted. 25 minutes? Why would it take so long to deal with a mere newbie? He even felt that 10 minutes would be more than enough. Mechanized troops fighting in urban warfare? That's a nightmare for the attacking side. He's still on the defensive, having the advantage of being well rested. He could win this battle with a snap of his fingers. He didn't need to put in any effort at all. Ahem. Luo Mingji cleared his throat, adopting the dignified posture befitting a mid-level military officer. Before the battle, morale-boosting mobilization is a necessary procedure, and this is a good opportunity to showcase his charm and presence as a senior officer. "Dear alumni of the Army Academy," he raised his voice, trying to make it sound inspiring. "Today, the fact that you are able to become members of my team under my command is a kind of good fortune in itself, because I will lead you to a glorious victory that you have never experienced in the Army Academy. I will make you all personally experience the supreme pride and honor of being the Crusher. Tell me, are you excited? Are you happy? Answer me loudly." Luo Mingji delivered what he considered a highly inflammatory pre-battle speech and then confidently awaited the overwhelming response. However, after he finished speaking, the room fell silent. The students on the defensive side stared wide-eyed at Luo Mingji, as if he were a monster, their faces filled with embarrassment and bewilderment. Excited? Happy? Is this commander suffering from some serious illness? Are we that familiar with you? The major in the assessment team turned completely pale. What kind of pre-war mobilization is this? Low class, embarrassing, utterly devoid of substance, and even a bit ridiculous. Without hesitation, he forcefully wrote a big 0 in the morale cohesion and commander prestige column of the assessment evaluation form. Luo Mingji was slightly taken aback when he didn't receive the enthusiastic response he had expected, but he quickly understood. It's normal. These new students in the lower grades haven't experienced any big scenes or the thrill of easily crushing opponents alongside strong people, so it's understandable that they can't resonate with the ambition in his words. He remained completely calm, instead displaying a sense of superiority as if he were the only one sober in a world of drunks. Just wait. Soon they'll understand how right and lucky it was to follow me. Luo Mingji. Putting aside his distractions, Luo Mingji focused his attention on the sand table and map of the urban warfare training ground in front of him. He was quite familiar with the terrain of this simulated city. After all, he had done a lot of simulations here during his intermediate officer training courses. He quickly began to set up defenses. The 1st Infantry team will be deployed on the 3rd and 5th floors of this bank building to establish crossfire points and ensure that the entrance areas of the east-west main road and the north side road are locked down. The 2nd group will occupy the high ground of the City Hall clock tower and set up observation posts and sniper positions. 3rd group, you are the anti-tank hunting team. Carry rocket launchers and lie in ambush behind the ruins at the southeast corner of this intersection. This is one of the most likely routes the attacking tanks will take. Once you see a tank, don't ask for permission, fire hard. Finally, our 4 tanks should not be exposed prematurely. All vehicles must be concealed and parked in this semi-enclosed parking lot on the east side of the core area plaza. No unauthorized action is permitted without my order. Once the attacking infantry gets bogged down in the streets and alleys, or their tanks rashly enter the core area, our tanks will quickly rush out to coordinate with the ambushes in various locations to form a final, deadly encirclement and annihilation. After making the deployment, Luo Mingji looked at the dense array of symbols representing his own forces on the sand table, nodded in satisfaction, and even couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Beautiful. It's a truly flawless defensive system." In his view, his deployment was a classic move. Given the considerable area of urban warfare and his limited forces, abandoning the outer perimeter and concentrating his strength to defend several key points in the core area, forming a multi-layered, mutually supportive, 3-dimensional firepower network, was the wisest choice. Faced with such an impregnable fortress, let alone a mixed company commanded by a rookie, even a fully equipped battalion would have to break several teeth trying to take it down. He simply couldn't think of any other way the attacking side could break through his defenses. Has everyone clearly understood their position and task? Luo Mingji looked around at everyone. Yes, I heard you. The replies were sparse, and morale was clearly low. All right, get into position immediately. Luo Mingji waved his hand. Following the plan, the defending trainees quickly dispersed and headed to their respective defensive positions. At this moment, if Major Jiang Hongjun, who was in charge of the attacking team's assessment records, could see Luo Mingji's complete deployment plan, he would surely be extremely shocked. Because Luo Mingji's defensive setup at this moment, from the core concept to the specific selection of firepower points and the standby positions of armor, was almost exactly the same as the enemy's plan that Su Ming had analyzed and predicted for the attacking squad and platoon leaders in front of the tactics board, without any difference. Even in some details, such as the reserve team's mobility plan, communication support between various points, and backup plans for dealing with emergencies, Luo Mingji's deployment appeared to be more crude and negligent than Su Ming's prediction. Let's turn our attention back to the attacking side. Su Ming's battle plan is nearing completion. Has everyone clearly understood their mission, action plan, and coordination signals with neighboring units? Su Ming made a final confirmation. Understood. The reply was loud and clear, filled with barely suppressed excitement. All right, according to plan, let's begin. Yes. In stark contrast to the somber atmosphere on Luo Mingji's side, the trainees under Su Ming's command were all in high spirits and had sharp eyes. Not only because of the successful pre-battle mobilization, but also because of the unprecedented tactics that Su Ming had just described, which both shocked and excited them. In particular, Su Ming was able to calculate the theoretical trajectory of the shells when the Type 59 tank was firing indirectly at excessive distances using a series of complex formulas and parameters, and promised to provide surgical, artillery support based on this. This move completely overturned their traditional understanding of tank use, as if opening a door to a completely new tactical world for them. In the distance, the observation seats. The examiners and key observers for this mixed practical assessment, Senior Colonel Zhao Yuantong and Major General Fang Jinhua, stood side by side, watching the movements of the attacking side's position from afar and conversing in hushed tones. "Old Fang, what do you think Su Ming will do in this fight?" Zhao Yuantong frowned slightly, looking at the troops being mobilized in the distance. "In my opinion, no matter how he deploys his forces, he will have a hard time winning this battle. Even if he manages to break through by chance, it will be a Pyrrhic victory with a very poor casualty ratio." In Zhao Yuantong's view, if this were a pure infantry urban warfare command assessment, Su Ming might still have a chance of winning, given the inspiration he showed in theory. But with the addition of armored units, the situation becomes infinitely more complicated. The defending side has the advantage of terrain and tanks as strong mobile support points, so the defensive strength is not simply a matter of adding up. Although the attacking side has an advantage in numbers and armor, these advantages are greatly diminished in urban warfare, and may even become a burden. It is indeed difficult. Major General Fang Jinhua's gaze was calm. As long as he doesn't lose too badly, and he has demonstrated the command qualities he should have shown in each of the assessment items, and has made all the necessary attempts, even if he ultimately loses, I will still pass him. He deliberately increased the difficulty, his intention being to test Su Ming's potential limits. His theoretical answers were so impressive that he wondered if those same impressive results could be applied to actual combat command. He had his own standards. He didn't expect Su Ming to actually win this almost impossible battle, but only that he demonstrate command ability and tactical thinking that matched or even exceeded his rank and education. Even if you let him pass like this, it will probably attract a lot of criticism and gossip. You're just making enemies and causing trouble for him for no reason, Zhao Yuantong reminded him. Fang Jinhua's tone was calm yet firm. I want to become a truly excellent commander, especially an armored commander. If he can't even withstand this much doubt and pressure, and his mentality collapses easily, then no matter how smart or talented he is, his future achievements are destined to be limited. You can't raise a general who can withstand storms in a greenhouse. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuantong said no more. Fang Jinhua is a veteran general who has led heavy armored forces, fought tough battles, and cultivated outstanding successors. In terms of armored force command and talent cultivation, his insights and decisions are unmatched by anyone in the Army Academy. Just then, they saw the attacking side begin its actual operation. Tank Group A, as planned, will move to the preset positions at coordinates A1 to A4. Upon arrival, they will deploy in a single line, maintaining a 30-meter interval between vehicles. Tank Group B, proceed at full speed toward the infiltration point along the southwest flanking route number 7, maintaining radio silence. The 1st Infantry Assault Team, along with the Engineer Group, shall stand by in Area E6, awaiting the signal for fire preparation. The reconnaissance team will advance and covertly infiltrate into Area F to establish forward observation posts and report on the dynamics of the enemy's core area at any time. Under Su Ming's clear and coherent commands, the attacking students moved swiftly and in an orderly manner. The entire mobilization process was busy but orderly, demonstrating a solid training foundation and efficient command. However, the two deans soon discovered something unusual. Huh? What's that kid doing? Colonel Zhao Yuantong looked at the 4 tanks of Group A that were clearly heading in the opposite direction from the city's outskirts, and then at the other 4 tanks of Group B that were making a wide detour along the city's edge. A look of confusion appeared on his face. His tanks, aren't they planning to enter the city? They're operating in groups, and in completely different directions. Major General Fang Jinhua analyzed. It seems he realized that it was too risky for the tanks to go directly into the city, so he wanted to find another way. The idea has merit, but as long as Luo Mingji doesn't do anything stupid, he will never deploy armored forces outside the city to be attacked. And what is he trying to do by sending his teams, especially Group A, to such a far place? Using it as a fixed turret? The distance is too far, the accuracy cannot be guaranteed at all, and its effect in urban warfare is negligible. Group B's flanking maneuver. Is it an attempt to find a weak point in the defense and penetrate? That would be extremely difficult. Fang Jinhua didn't fully grasp the deeper meaning behind Su Ming's move for a moment. Using tanks separately, away from the main attack direction, somewhat violates the conventional principle of concentrated use of armored vehicles. However, as they learn more about Su Ming's specific mission arrangements for the two tank groups through binoculars and reports from his staff, they gained a more detailed understanding of the situation. In particular, the concept of utilizing the 4 long-range artillery tanks in Group A and the incredible calculation formula and precision strike concept that underpinned this idea. Colonel Zhao Yuantong's face first showed extreme astonishment, which then turned into undisguised shock. He subconsciously adjusted his glasses, as if trying to see more clearly and confirm whether he had misheard. Meanwhile, Major General Fang Jinhua, a seasoned veteran with extensive experience, fell into a long silence after his pupils initially contracted slightly. His gaze was fixed on the distant coordinates on the sand table representing Su Ming's long-range tank position, then slowly shifted to Luo Mingji's defensive position in the city's core area. His fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the edge of the sand table, as if he were rapidly performing calculations and deductions in his mind. After a long silence, the veteran slowly exhaled, a sound only he could hear, and muttered to himself, "That's interesting. No, it's not just somewhat interesting." His eyes became unusually sharp, flashing with surprise, scrutiny, and an indescribable, burning light, as if he were seeing something new sprouting from the ground. The colonel was shocked. The major general remained silent. This assessment, which was initially thought to be a one-sided affair, seems to be hurtling toward a direction that no one could have predicted, one full of unknowns and possibilities. Chapter 232. The assessment ended as soon as it began. A pre-selected position approximately 2,300 meters away from the core area of the urban warfare simulation city. The coordinates have been precisely marked, and the 4 Type 59 tanks are deployed in a horizontal line, about 30 meters apart from each other. This distance far exceeds the engagement range that tanks should have in conventional urban warfare. However, this is not a routine operation. The tank crew members are currently wielding entrenching tools, digging hard into the solid ground. Faster. Not deep enough. The soil here is a bit loose. Let's dig another 10 centimeters deeper. Yes, this depth is about right. Tamp down the soil at the bottom to prevent it from collapsing. Tank, prepare to enter position. Note, align with the center line of the trench, slowly drive in, and compact the foundation twice. The trainees, who were serving as tank crew members, were covered in sweat, but worked with exceptional enthusiasm. They didn't dig foxholes, but 4 custom-made shallow trenches, almost as wide as the tank hull. The depth of the ditch was carefully calculated. It is not the same depth from beginning to end, but rather has a certain slope. All of this was simply to realize the commander's tactical concept, which sounded somewhat out of the ordinary. In order to find out for themselves what Su Ming was up to, Colonel Zhao Yuantong, Major General Fang Jinhua, and Colonel Sun Yuan, the director of the Academic Affairs Office, were unable to contain their curiosity and went straight to this artillery position far from the main battlefield. Logically, examiners should not directly intervene or ask candidates about tactical details during the assessment, but these two are the joint chief examiners for this mixed assessment. Sometimes, rules need to make way for curiosity. Su Ming, what are you doing? Colonel Zhao Yuantong asked first, his tone full of doubt, looking at the bustling civil engineering work and the 4 tanks that seemed out of place. Su Ming was squatting on the ground, using simple tools to make final measurements and calculations. Upon hearing the question, he immediately stood up at attention, saluted, and replied, "Reporting to Dean Zhao. I am currently confirming the excavation depth and finalizing the calculated parabolic trajectory of the shell and the coordinates of its theoretical impact point." The trajectory of the shell? The coordinates of the impact point. Colonel Zhao Yuantong frowned, not fully understanding for a moment what this had to do with digging a trench. Su Ming pointed to the 4 tanks and explained, "Yes, Dean. I plan to use these 4 tanks as long-range, indirect fire support units for this offensive. To enable tank guns to achieve a similar indirect fire effect to howitzers at such long distances, the elevation angle of the gun must be significantly increased. The turret elevation angle of the Type 59 tank is fixed, so we can only rely on a little bit of physical cheating. He walked to the edge of a dug trench and gestured. Drive the rear half of the tank into this sloping ditch, leaving the front half on flat ground. In this way, the entire tank is in a front higher than back posture. The change in the vehicle's angle effectively increases the gun's firing elevation angle relative to the horizontal plane. The deeper the trench is dug and the more suitable the slope, the greater the equivalent angle of elevation we can obtain. If the calculations are done correctly, theoretically, we can make tank shells fly a distance of 2 kilometers with a large parabolic trajectory and land on the target in the core area of the city. Physically increase the elevation angle, turning tanks into temporary self-propelled artillery. The method seemed simple, even somewhat crude, but the quick wit and profound understanding of the weapon's performance it contained made the 3 senior officers present exchange glances. Major General Fang Jinhua, a veteran armored commander who had spent his entire life dealing with tanks, instantly understood Su Ming's full intentions. A flicker of realization crossed his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by deeper skepticism. The idea was ingenious, but it was too idealistic. I get your thinking, kid. Fang Jinhua spoke, his voice steady. Use trenches to change the tank's posture, achieve high-angle curved firing, and use the tank as a fixed artillery piece. This idea is creative. However, the urban area is vast, and the buildings severely obstruct the view within a distance of 2 kilometers. How effective are the firepower and accuracy provided by your 4 makeshift artillery pieces in a platoon-sized urban battle? It's probably just a drop in the ocean, nothing more than a bang. In his view, this kind of long-range, indirect firepower might be useful against targets on large open areas, but against small groups of infantry and armored vehicles hidden in reinforced concrete jungles, it would be like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, and it would be difficult to achieve substantial results. Dean Fong, I have taken all of your considerations into account. Su Ming still wore that signature smile, radiating powerful confidence. I had already done a detailed analysis and prediction of the defenders' core firepower points, troop concentration areas, and armored standby positions before the battle. My artillery support is not aimless saturation fire, but rather targeted precision strikes. All we need to do is have them fire rapidly at those few pre-calculated fixed coordinate areas. With one salvo, I am confident that I can reduce their defensive strength by at least 1/3 and greatly disrupt their command and defense system. Su Ming's confident, almost arrogant remarks made Major General Fang Jinhua even more suspicious. Regardless of how accurate Su Ming's pre-battle enemy situation analysis was, the very concept of precision strike is practically a pipe dream under current technological conditions. At such a long distance, how can you use unguided tank shells to hit specific locations in the city? The computational workload and precision control required are comparable to those of top-tier artillery reconnaissance and firing correction, and even need to take into account a series of complex factors such as ballistics, meteorology, and batch differences in ammunition. If that were truly possible, the experts and professors from the artillery department would probably all be coming to seek their apprenticeship tomorrow. Can you calculate the parabolic trajectory and final impact point of a tank shell? How do you calculate it? Fang Jinhua pressed, his tone full of inquiry. He had seen many excellent artillery commanders, but he had never heard of anyone who could complete such a complex indirect fire command under such rudimentary conditions. Su Ming's answer was understated, as if he were talking about something perfectly ordinary. Of course, it can be calculated using a formula. A series of parameters, including the initial velocity, mass, ballistic coefficient, propellant temperature, atmospheric pressure, humidity, wind speed and direction, and even the Coriolis effect of the Earth's rotation, are considered. By substituting the corresponding ballistic formulas and performing comprehensive calculations, we can deduce the theoretical flight trajectory and impact range of the shell at different elevation angles. What we need to do is set the most suitable physical elevation angle for the tank, and then assign the corresponding aiming parameters to the cannon based on the calculation results. Major General Fong Jinhua remained silent. Although he didn't fully understand the specific formula Su Ming mentioned, he could grasp the underlying physical and mathematical principles. In theory, this is indeed feasible. The problem is, it's too difficult to implement. Are the collected parameters complete and accurate? Is the formula applicable? Is the calculation process fast and error-free? This is not a complex task that can be completed by the human brain in a short time. It is more like the work of a sophisticated computer. Could this young lieutenant in front of me be a hidden human calculator? Report. All trenches have been excavated, compacted, and checked, and they meet the standards. A trainee ran over and reported loudly. Tank crews, move to the designated firing positions immediately. Su Ming gave the order decisively, without further delay. Yes. For heavy Type 59 tanks slowly started moving and carefully drove into their respective trenches. Accompanied by the crunching sound of metal tracks crushing the soil, the tank gradually took on a unique front-high, rear-low posture. Once they were fully in place, the gun barrels pointing skyward did indeed achieve a much greater angle of elevation than when firing from flat ground. Su Ming conducted another quick on-site verification and angle fine-tuning, confirming that there was no major deviation from the theoretical calculation. Fire support position ready. Su Ming waved to the communications soldier waiting in the distance. Everything was proceeding smoothly according to his bold yet meticulous plan. The long-range reconnaissance team is in position, and the B group of tanks and assault infantry are moving stealthily, flanking and maneuvering. And now, the Iron Hammer, Group A tank cannon, hanging over the enemy's head has also been set up. Meanwhile, in the city's core area, at the defending team's command post, Major Luo Mingji was smug and self-satisfied. All of his personnel had entered their designated positions according to his flawless defense plan. A crossfire network has been established, anti-tank ambush points are poised to strike, and armored reserves are concealed and ready to engage. In his view, the core area of the entire simulated city had become a steel fortress filled with spikes. Time passed by, and more than half an hour had already gone by since the assessment began. Calling observation post number 1. What's the situation on your end? Luo Mingji picked up the walkie-talkie. Report. The streets are quiet. No attackers have been detected. Stay vigilant. They may be trying to infiltrate. Continue to observe. Yes. 10 more minutes passed. Report. A small group of attacking infantry has been spotted in Area 2. The number of soldiers is unknown, and they appear to be conducting reconnaissance. A new report came through the walkie-talkie. Are there tanks accompanying them? No tanks were found. Don't alert them. Let them in a little more, and then deal with them all at once the main force is exposed, Luo Mingji calmly ordered, feeling that he had everything under control. He was brimming with confidence. They had occupied all the advantageous terrain, with heavy machine guns blocking key routes, snipers controlling high ground, anti-tank teams securing vital positions, and armored units ready to launch a swift and decisive attack at any moment. What can the opponent use to fight him? Wasting time. He couldn't be happier. The longer the 4-hour assessment period lasts, the more advantageous it is for him, the defender. However, his smug pleasure lasted for less than a minute. The next second, boom, 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 boom. For muffled yet loud explosions rang out simultaneously from different directions in the city's core area, almost in one order. The sound did not come from nearby, but rather from a distant and heavy source. However, the shockwave of the explosion and the smoke from the simulated impact point rose real within the defensive zone he had deployed. What's going on? Post number 1. Report the situation immediately. Luo Mingji's heart tightened, and he shouted into the walkie-talkie. However, all that answered him was a piercing electrical noise. The 3-story building where the number 1 guard post was located was currently shrouded in a thick white smoke. Anti-tank team number 3. Have you spotted the enemy tank? Which direction are you firing from? Luo Mingji hurriedly called out to the anti-tank team that was lying in ambush at the key intersection. Report. Nothing found. We didn't see anything. The artillery fire seems to be coming from a very far place. The voice of the leader of Team 3, equally confused and even a little panicked, came through the walkie-talkie. Didn't find anything? Luo Mingji was dumbfounded. How could the noise and flash of a tank firing its cannon possibly escape the notice of a nearby observation post? Unless the shells came from a distance and angle they couldn't even imagine? Before he could figure it out, boom, 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 boom. For more explosions, almost happening in quick succession. This time, the explosion seemed to be closer, landing directly near his number 2 infantry squad, which was deployed at another street corner fortress. Number 2. Report casualties. Where is the enemy? Luo Mingji's voice was already starting to change. We're under heavy artillery fire. We're inside a building, but the shells seem to be able to curve. Requesting backup. Requesting buzz. The voice on the walkie-talkie abruptly stopped, also drowned out by static. Luo Mingji's face turned deathly pale in an instant. This is unbelievable. What on earth is going on? His troops occupied fortified buildings, making them difficult to threaten with conventional direct fire. But these shells, it's like they have eyes, deliberately going into windows and near bunkers. The horrifying roll call continues. Boom, boom, boom. In the city, the explosions began to become rhythmic, no longer a salvo, but precise and deadly shots one after another, or two at a time, constantly exploding at the defensive nodes that Luo Mingji had carefully set up. Sniper positions, machine gun emplacements, command and observation posts. The key support points he relied on to maintain the defensive line are being rapidly eliminated one by one. Meanwhile, the constant reports coming from the walkie-talkie were decreasing at an alarming rate, turning into a chilling silence. What drove him to despair the most was that, from beginning to end, no squad could accurately report the location of the attacking artillery positions, and no one could even say exactly which direction the shells were coming from. His troops were as if they were fighting an invisible ghost, only able to passively take hits and have no power to fight back. Finally, when the explosions temporarily subsided, Luo Mingji peered out through the remaining intact window with trembling fear, and what he saw terrified him. On the streets and among the ruins, a large number of attacking infantrymen had appeared at some point. They were tactically skilled and were rapidly approaching his command post building in battle formation. His outer defenses had already crumbled silently. Captain, outside. Outside is full of attackers. We're surrounded. The last remaining team member's voice trembled with terror. They didn't even have a proper firefight. It was as if the brothers on the periphery had been wiped out by some invisible force. Now, the positions of hunter and prey seemed to have been completely reversed. Armored squad. All of you. Charge out. Crush them. Luo Mingji, his eyes bloodshot, issued orders to the last remaining reserve force over the walkie-talkie, seemingly insane. He can't just sit here and wait to die. However, what came through the walkie-talkie were even more desperate cries and continuous explosions. We've been ambushed. Attacking tanks. They've appeared out from behind us. What? Behind you. Luo Mingji was struck dumb, standing there stunned. How did the attacking tanks end up behind their own armored reserve? Shouldn't they have charged straight in and been thrashed by their own anti-tank teams and pre-positioned positions? The battlefield situation was changing rapidly, leaving him no time to think things through. From the direction of the semi-enclosed parking lot in the core area where he used to hide his armored forces, came the sounds of intense tank gunfire and explosions. Clearly, the 4 tanks he had placed his hopes on were suffering a fatal blow from an unexpected direction. Boom, bang, bang. The sounds of explosions, impacts, and simulated hits from buzzers filled the air. Before long, everything returned to calm, with only a few wisps of thick white smoke slowly rising from the direction of the parking lot. Soon, the public channel of the walkie-talkie crackled with the dejected, even angry, reports of tank casualties from the defending side. It's too brutal. Really brutal. We didn't even have infantry cover. We were surrounded by their tanks and anti-tank crews. What kind of battle is this? We haven't even fired a single shot, and we've already been surrounded and wiped out. I'm speechless. I'm really speechless. I knew our commander was unreliable a long time ago. This commander is as stupid as a pig. As Luo Mingji listened to these merciless death farewell speeches, his face turned from white to green, then from green to purple, before he finally slumped down, the walkie-talkie slipping from his limp hand. He lost completely, utterly, and he didn't even fully understand how he lost. In the distance, on the seemingly ridiculous, trench-covered tank firing positions, Su Ming lowered his binoculars, a knowing smile playing on his lips. He confirmed through the last information transmitted from the forward observation post that all the defenders' heavy firepower and armored forces had been eliminated. The remaining infantry had been divided and surrounded, and the command post was within easy reach. With the aid of physical cheat codes, combined with precise calculations and bold flanking maneuvers, they achieved an overwhelming victory in this asymmetrical urban warfare assessment. A completely new combat mode that combines extremely rational calculation with unconventional tactical thinking. It revealed its sharp fangs for the first time on the assessment field of the Army Command Academy. Chapter 233 The Academy is shocked. Perfect score in practical assessment. Although nearly an hour had passed since the start of the assessment, the actual intense fighting lasted less than 30 minutes. At this moment, the defending side, which had originally held the advantage of terrain, was well rested, and was considered to have victory in its grasp, was now in complete disarray. Inside the bank building in the core area, which served as the last stronghold, only 5 trainees, including Commander Luo Mingji himself, were still putting up a last-ditch resistance. "Captain, it's over, it's all over. They're everywhere outside, searching floor by floor. We should get out and sign for withdrawal from the fight." A trainee, pale as a ghost, trembled, his mental defenses completely broken. Although the exercise rules do not specify surrender, being captured or killed in action is a foregone conclusion, and continuing to hide is meaningless. Luo Mingji stared blankly out the window at the lingering smoke that represented the shelling and battle, still unable to accept the absurd and tragic reality before him. He lost, and lost miserably and inexplicably. His painstakingly constructed and supposedly impregnable defense system collapsed in less than half an hour, with a casualty rate of over 90%. This was a complete denial of his command abilities, and even led him to absurdly suspect that his team had collectively defected or were slacking off. Otherwise, how could they have suffered such a swift and complete defeat? Withdraw? No. Impossible. Luo Mingji snapped back to reality, a stubborn glint in his eyes, and his voice suddenly rose. "The word give up doesn't exist in my dictionary, Luo Mingji's dictionary. The assessment hasn't officially ended yet, so we still have a chance." He tried to encourage the few remaining defeatists around him. "Brothers, look at the guns we have. What is urban warfare? It is the most suitable form of combat for the small to defeat the large and the weak to overcome the strong. It is the natural stage for guerrilla warfare. Even if we are outnumbered and suffer heavy losses, as long as we are still in the steel and concrete of this city, as long as we still hold weapons, we can appear and disappear like ghosts. Find an opportunity to harass them, or even carry out a decapitation strike to eliminate their commander, Su Ming. As long as we succeed, victory will still be ours. Believe in yourself, we can do it." Under his strong encouragement, the remaining 4 trainees managed to boost their morale slightly, and a faint, almost desperate flame of hope rekindled in their eyes. So, 5 minutes later, after a chaotic guerrilla maneuver and a reckless encounter, Luo Mingji was left with only 1 student, his face covered in dust and his eyes filled with terror. Team leader, it's just the 2 of us left. What do we do?" The trainee's voice was trembling with tears. "Don't panic." Luo Mingji himself was actually quite panicked, but he absolutely couldn't back down verbally. The more desperate the situation, the more miracles can happen. The 2 of us are smaller and more agile targets. Keep looking for opportunities, and remember, the goal is decapitation. As long as we take down Su Ming, we win. Believe in yourselves. Okay, alright. 3 minutes later, at a stairwell corner cluttered with debris, Luo Mingji and the last member of his team were cornered by 3 attacking infantry cadets. The dark muzzle of the gun was steadily pointed at them. Luo Mingji looked at the enemy, so close at hand, opened his mouth, and finally let his arm fall limply, his face filled with resentment and confusion. But his final pride, or rather, his final stubbornness, still sustained him. I refuse to accept this. He abruptly raised his head and shouted at the assessment team officers who were recording the battle results not far away. I demand a post-battle review. I demand to see the detailed battle records. I don't understand how I lost. With the defending commander captured alive, this mixed practical assessment officially came to an end. From the start of the attacking side's fire preparations to the final clearing of the battlefield and elimination of the remaining enemy, the total time taken was only 1 hour and 15 minutes. Final result: the defending team was completely wiped out, with no one surviving. The attacking side, in such a fierce urban assault, suffered negligible casualties, a near insignificant victory with 0 casualties. Su Ming demonstrated his command skills, tactical innovation, and troop control in this highly challenging assessment. The 3 people who observed the entire process: Senior Colonel Sun Yuan, Director of the Academic Affairs Office; Senior Colonel Zhao Yuantong, Dean of the Infantry Tactics Department; and Major General Fang Jinhua, Dean of the Armored Command Department, were deeply impressed. Major General Fang Jinhua, in particular, a veteran who had been immersed in Armored Corps command and teaching for decades, was the one most deeply affected. At this moment, he had completely grasped the ingenuity of Su Ming's entire battle plan. Beyond visual range precision firepower, using a rudimentary physical add-on, for Type 59 tanks were transformed into long-range indirect fire artillery pieces. This was not a simple saturation shot, but a surgical precision strike carried out after a meticulous pre-battle analysis and prediction of the enemy's defensive focus. The first salvo crippled the enemy's forward observation posts and key firing positions, instantly eliminating the defenders' eyes and teeth, plunging their command system and defense system into chaos and paralysis. There is also the disruptive application of infantry tank combined arms tactics. The infantry did not storm the city directly, accompanied by tanks. Instead, under the cover of long-range firepower, they quickly seize key buildings and high points that have been cleared by their own firepower, consolidate the occupied area, and use it as an observation post to guide targets for subsequent firepower. The infantry's role shifted from accompanying tanks in an assault to consolidating gains, eliminating remaining enemy forces, and guiding long-range firepower. And the most fatal aspect is the rear flanking maneuver and encirclement. The other 4 tanks did not participate in the frontal assault or long-range artillery fire, but instead carried out a bold, long-range tactical flanking maneuver. Taking advantage of the complex terrain on the outskirts of the city and the moment when the enemy's attention is drawn to the frontal long-range fire, they quietly circled around to the flanks and rear of the defending armored reserve and core positions. At the most unexpected time and place for the enemy, in coordination with the infantry that had completed the frontal clearing and occupation, a decisive pincer attack was launched, annihilating the enemy's last armored force and command corps in one fell swoop. This set of combined moves is clear in its approach, with each move linked to the next. It is bold and innovative, yet based on solid tactical calculations and a deep understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. In Fang Jinhua's view, this was not only a victory in the assessment, but also a highly inspiring tactical demonstration of the difficult problem of urban warfare by mechanized troops. His initial expectations were very low. As long as Su Ming's defeat isn't too humiliating and he demonstrates basic command skills, he will approve it. But to everyone's surprise, Su Ming not only won, but won so brilliantly and in such a groundbreaking way. Especially his calculation ability for tank ultra-long-range precision indirect fire is simply unbelievable. The military skills and interdisciplinary knowledge he possessed allowed the veteran general to see a whole new possibility in the field of military command. There were no surprises in the evaluation process. Full marks. Colonel Zhao Yuantong said decisively, a smile of appreciation on his face. Without a doubt, a perfect score. Major General Fang Jinhua's tone was calm, but the certainty in his eyes was unquestionable. The 2 deans quickly reached an agreement. Senior Colonel Sun Yuan, the director of the Academic Affairs Office, hesitated, considering things more deeply. Both deans have given full marks to the practical skills assessment. This seems to be unprecedented in the history of our military academies. The evaluation criteria for practical assessments are more flexible and open-ended. Does a perfect score mean absolute perfection without any flaws? Could we deduct a small number of points as a distinction and to leave room for leeway? He wasn't questioning Su Ming's performance, but rather making a decision based on management and established practices. Major General Fang Jinhua raised an eyebrow, exuding the decisive and ruthless aura he possessed on the battlefield. No precedent. Then let's set this precedent starting today. Su Ming's performance this time deserves full marks. School history is meant to record glories, not to tie our hands and feet. If I say it's a perfect score, then it's a perfect score. His attitude was quite firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Seeing this, Colonel Sun Yuan knew that the veteran general had made up his mind and had sufficient reasons, so he said no more. He knew that even if the principal were present, he would have to carefully consider Fang Jinhua's decisions. All participating trainees, whether on the attacking or defending side, along with their two commanders, were quickly assembled in the center of the training field. Senior Colonel Sun Yuan, director of the Academic Affairs Office, stood at the front of the line and announced the results in a loud voice. This mixed infantry and armored vehicle combat assessment has now concluded. After comprehensive evaluation by the assessment team and approval by Dean Zhao Yuantong and Dean Fang Jinhua. Under the leadership of Commander Su Ming, the attacking force demonstrated clear tactical thinking, meticulous operational deployment, close coordination among its various units, and resolute and decisive execution, successfully completing the highly challenging urban assault mission with outstanding performance. The assessment team unanimously agreed that this was a near-perfect example of tactical command. Therefore, the score for all trainees on the attacking side in this practical assessment is full marks. This result will be officially recorded in each student's graduation assessment score file. Whoosh! Upon hearing this, the attacking team erupted in cheers. The trainees were stunned in disbelief at first, then burst into huge cheers. A perfect score in the practical assessment. A first in the history of mainland universities. They personally participated in and witnessed the birth of history. This honor belongs not only to Commander Su Ming, but to every one of them. More practically, this dazzling, perfect score will directly benefit their final job assignment after graduation, paving a brighter path for their military career. Awesome! Someone shouted excitedly. Awesome, you're amazing. Immediately afterwards, a deafening cheer erupted, and all the attacking students looked at Su Ming with fervent admiration and gratitude. At this moment, they truly felt the weight of Su Ming's words before the war. I will lead you to create the history of the Army Academy. They also fully understood that behind the heavy military medals on Su Ming's chest lay such convincing and formidable strength. In stark contrast, the defending students had deathly pale faces. They all hung their heads in dejection, like wilted eggplants. It's over, completely over. Given this comparison, it's easy to imagine that their performance was extremely poor. This will have a serious negative impact on their graduation assessment. In their view, the culprit behind all this was Luo Mingji, a commander who was ambitious but incompetent and whose command was like child's play. Many people cast resentful and contemptuous glances at him. Feeling the hateful gazes from behind, Luo Mingji's face burned with embarrassment. He was both flustered and confused, but his stubbornness, or rather, his unwillingness to admit his mistakes, surged up again. Report, he shouted. Speak, Director Sun Yuan said, looking at him calmly. Luo Mingji, with his neck stiff, retorted defiantly. I don't accept the results of this assessment. My defense setup is fine. My team members occupied the most advantageous terrain. Why were they all wiped out in such a short time? I think there are doubts about the attacking team's results, and there may be problems with the evaluation process. He is still making a last-ditch effort to salvage some dignity for himself. Director Sun Yuan's voice suddenly turned stern. Luo Mingji. The entire assessment process was supervised and recorded by the Institute's assessment team, ensuring fairness and impartiality. Whether your defense deployment is reasonable or not is another matter. But the troops you commanded were indeed quickly disintegrated under the attacking side's organized, efficient, and precise long-range fire coverage and infantry assault coordination. The specific tactical details and process will be analyzed and explained in detail during tomorrow's tactical review class, and you will understand it naturally then. He paused, his gaze sharp as a knife, and continued. Furthermore, as a commander, especially a mid-level officer studying at the Army Academy, your performance is disappointing. The pre-battle mobilization was perfunctory, the attitude was frivolous, and there was a lack of basic respect for junior cadets, which failed to effectively boost the morale of the troops. For this alone, you have seriously neglected your duties. After you get back, write a 5,000-word self-criticism and submit it to the Academic Affairs Office tomorrow. You should seriously reflect on your thinking and work style as a commander. Luo Mingji was struck as if by a heavy blow, and his face turned deathly pale instantly. Not only did they lose the assessment, but they also had to be publicly reprimanded and forced to write self-criticisms. This is an absolute disgrace. He opened his mouth, but could no longer utter any words of rebuttal. Director Sun then announced the defensive team's assessment results. Objectively speaking, the individual defending trainees executed orders fairly well under limited conditions, but overall, due to the commander's mistakes and the opponent's overwhelming performance, their scores were generally low. This further fueled the resentment of the defending students towards Luo Mingji. The news that Su Ming achieved a perfect score in the practical assessment once again shocked the entire Army Command Academy. The academy was in complete uproar. The new trainees were overjoyed and spread the news far and wide. As expected, the master is invincible. Perfect score in theory. Perfect score in practice. All that's left is the graduation thesis. Isn't that a piece of cake? This student skipped grades and graduated with 2 bachelor's degrees. It's a sure thing. The mid-level officers were caught in a state of shock, disbelief, and indescribable embarrassment and indignation. What? Major Luo Mingji, who represented them in the battle, actually lost to a freshman who had just enrolled in the school in a street fight where they had the defensive advantage. And a crushing defeat at that. How is that possible? When they learned that Luo Mingji's entire army had been wiped out without even figuring out the enemy's main attack direction and methods, many people cursed him inwardly. What an idiot! He has disgraced the entire mid-level officer corps. However, their deep-rooted sense of superiority and concern for face make it impossible for them to accept this fact. They attributed their defeat more to Luo Mingji's personal incompetence than to the strength of their opponents. Su Ming's perfect score in the practical assessment, breaking the school's history, was more like a resounding slap in the face to this self-important group, leaving a burning pang. Meanwhile, the senior military officers who were more focused on the talent itself offered their congratulations and expressed their interest. They see things more clearly. The fact that Major General Fang Jinhua, known for his discerning eye and strict standards, gave Su Ming a perfect score without hesitation shows that this freshman is definitely not just lucky. His potential and the qualities he has displayed have already attracted the attention of the truly high-level officials. Many people began to speculate whether Su Ming would become General Fang Jinhua's second closed-door disciple after the current Heavy Armor Division commander. Perhaps a future star is truly rising in this campus. Chapter 234. To enter the Dual Academy Intermediate Officer Coordination class. Inside the freshman dormitory building at the Army Command Academy. Squad leader, you're amazing. We're in awe. You passed the undergraduate entrance exam for both infantry tactics and armored command majors so easily. Perfect score in tactical theory. Perfect score in practical assessment. Breaking records in both areas. Squad leader, you're not just making your mark in school history. You're going to have your name engraved at the very top of the honor wall. Class monitor, could you please sign this? I want to absorb some of your divine aura, so I won't fail my next exam. Su Ming's astonishing achievement of full marks in both theory and practical skills was like a hurricane sweeping through the entire college, causing a sensation that lasted for a long time. Successfully skipping grades and soon obtaining 2 undergraduate degrees and bachelor's diplomas simultaneously is a foregone conclusion and an undisputed fact. At this moment, Su Ming's 5 roommates surrounded him, their faces filled with undisguised admiration and excitement. If it weren't for military discipline and the restraint of men, they would almost have had the urge to pounce on Su Ming, hug his legs, and sing "Conquer" at the top of their lungs. We all have 2 shoulders and 1 head, so how can the difference be so great? Sure enough, those weighty military medals, especially the 2 unattainable first-class merit medals, were not obtained out of thin air. The strength they represented had exceeded the scope of normal people. Don't get too excited too soon. Su Ming sat at his desk, not looking up, his pen scratching on the paper, his tone as calm as if he were discussing the weather. I still have 2 graduation theses to submit. The procedures aren't finished yet. A thesis? The group was taken aback, exchanged glances, and then their expressions turned strange. One of my roommates asked cautiously, "Class monitor, you still don't know?" Dean Zhao Yuantong of the Infantry Tactics Department and Dean Feng Jinhua of the Armored Command Department announced this publicly this afternoon after the results summary meeting. Given your outstanding performance in the theoretical and practical assessments, which broke the school's historical record, we hereby grant you exemption from the undergraduate thesis required for this grade skipping assessment. In other words, procedurally speaking, you've already passed the assessment for a double major bachelor's degree. The news has spread everywhere. This is what shocked everyone once again. Exempting Su Ming from his graduation thesis is an extremely rare privilege in the history of the Army Academy, especially in the undergraduate skip grade assessment. It is almost equivalent to the 2 deans jointly certifying Su Ming's outstanding performance, exempting him from the last formal hurdle. I know. Su Ming put down his pen, looked up, and his face remained expressionless. If you know that, why are you still writing? Several roommates exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with surprise. Because there is no need for exemption. Su Ming's answer was simple and direct, carrying a calm and matter-of-fact tone. We've already had both written and practical exams, so why would we care about writing a couple more papers? It won't take much time anyway. Since I voluntarily applied for the grade skipping assessment, I should strictly follow the complete assessment procedures. The deans meant well by exempting us, but I think it's better to complete what needs to be done. Hiss. A collective gasp of cold air filled the dormitory. The way the group looked at Su Ming had evolved from admiration to a kind of awe, as if they were looking at a non-human. Sure enough, the way big shots think and act is on a completely different level from ordinary people like them. What confidence and self-discipline that is. Squad leader, I'll go get you a thermos of hot water. Luo Huan, who came from a local area and had a relatively weak physical foundation, struggled to get out of bed, supporting his body which was sore from the intense training during the day, and picked up the thermos. Comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable. While he was still struggling to adapt to the pace and physical demands of military academy, his squad leader had already effortlessly broken through the school's historical records and was still considering completing his thesis according to the rules. The gap is so vast that even a chasm cannot describe it. Thank you. Su Ming nodded in thanks, then returned his attention to the paper. In his view, the 2 undergraduate papers, which combined his own practical experience with theoretical thinking, did not require too much effort. Get it done as soon as possible, submit it as soon as possible, and complete the procedures smoothly. There are many other things that require his attention later, so there's no need to save time in this kind of place. Luo Huan had only been out for a short while when the dormitory door was suddenly pushed open. He rushed back, carrying an empty thermos, looking utterly shaken and panting. What's wrong, Luo Huan? Did you get chased by a stray dog while getting hot water? Another roommate joked. No. Luo Huan clutched his chest, pointed to the door, and lowered his voice, unable to hide his excitement. There are so many people at the dormitory entrance. A huge group of them, all top-ranked students from other departments, especially a bunch of female students. They're making a huge fuss, all saying they want to see the class monitor and get his autograph. Some people even tried to rush up to ask what was going on. If it weren't for the fact that this was a boys' dormitory building and the staff on duty downstairs were holding them back, someone probably would have actually rushed in. Red card female trainees, and many of them. The other roommates, who had been slumped over, suddenly perked up, their eyes lighting up. I'm going to see. This is a rare sight. Su Ming finally frowned, put down his pen, and said with a hint of helplessness in his voice, "You guys, find an excuse to get rid of them for me. I don't have time to deal with this. If all else fails, go find the police and tell them that people are gathering and disrupting order." Recalling his previous experience of being ambushed after leaving the library, Su Ming still felt a chill run down his spine. He came here to learn and improve, not to become a campus star. Class monitor, this kind of good thing. You really aren't going to show up? Several roommates were somewhat incredulous. How many people would kill for such an opportunity to be pursued by so many members of the opposite sex? If you have free time, go ahead and deal with them. Just don't let them bother me. Su Ming waved his hand, buried himself back in his thesis, his attitude clear. The roommates exchanged glances, each seeing a gleam of eager anticipation in the other's eyes. Being in a good position, with the powerful class monitor protecting them, this kind of diplomatic mission didn't seem so bad, did it? Yes, sir. You're busy, squad leader. Leave this small matter to us. 10 minutes later, the group returned to their dormitory full of pride, with extra snacks, handmade folded stars, and even a few sealed letters in their hands. They forced it on us, saying we should give it to you. Class monitor, one of them explained, a blush of excitement still lingering on her face. I never dreamed that in a Buddhist temple like the Army Academy, no, I mean a serious military academy, I would be surrounded by so many female classmates asking me questions. I feel that, given this trend, my chances of resolving my personal life before graduation have greatly increased. This is one of the most important things concerning the stability of my military career. By the way, dating while at the Army Academy isn't against the rules, is it? I remember the regulations saying, in principle, we don't encourage it, but we don't prohibit it either, provided that it doesn't affect your studies and training and doesn't violate regulations. Once you're deployed to a grassroots field unit, you'll see how many older officers are going gray trying to find a partner. We call this advanced planning, strategic vision. What a pity, the disciplinary team arrived too quickly, otherwise we could have chatted a little longer and gotten to know each other better. Sure enough, any unusual large-scale gathering of students could not escape the watchful eyes of the Academy's disciplinary team. A group of disciplinary officers with red armbands quickly arrived and dispersed the crowd under the pretext of maintaining normal life order and preventing congestion. The young military police trainees were probably thinking to themselves, these guys really don't take us military police seriously? Are they trying to rebel? Most of the enthusiastic female trainees are at an age where they are full of youthful energy and have a strong desire to admire the strong. For them, Su Ming, a fellow student with handsome looks, brilliant achievements, extraordinary abilities, and an air of mystery, undoubtedly perfectly matched their image of a strong person. Unable to get close to Su Ming in person, they were eager to know everything about him. A message leaked from an unknown source, Zhao Dashi, a freshman in the 1999 class of the Infantry Tactics Department, and Su Ming came from the same unit, the 5th Border Defense Regiment, in the Tibetan area. This news instantly caused a stir among a specific group of people. Many female students seemed to have found a secret passage to understand Su Ming's past, and so. Infantry Tactics Department, a freshman dormitory. Zhao Dashi was so frustrated that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. In the past 2 days, Su Ming, the 3rd platoon leader who came with him from the 5th Border Regiment, has been stirring up trouble at the Army Academy, doing one shocking thing after another, breaking records time and time again, and becoming the most talked about person. Before arriving, Zhao Dashi had a premonition that with Su Ming's skills and personality, he would not remain unknown even in the prestigious Lu Academy, a place teeming with hidden talents. But to his utter surprise, Su Ming's outrageousness was not a minor incident, but rather an outrageous act that went so far as to expose the entire school's history. Before leaving, Su Ming listened attentively to his instructor's earnest advice. Be low-key, be humble, and study hard. On the contrary, he took to heart the words the company commander said to him as he left, patting him on the shoulder. Go and do a good job. Don't bring shame to our border defense regiment. This isn't just not shameful. It's like the whole group's faces have been gilded. Now, something even more troubling has come up. Group after group of female students, mainly top students from other departments, somehow found out his identity. They all came knocking on his door, surrounding and intercepting him, with only one purpose: to find out about Su Ming's heroic deeds, past glories, and even personal preferences during his time in the Border Defense Forces. Hateful. I, Zhao Dashi, cherish the ideal of serving my country and aspire to become an outstanding officer in the field army and a pillar of the future. Coming to the Army Academy is about immersing oneself in the sea of knowledge and honing one's skills. I'm not here to be a Su Ming's deeds promoter or an unofficial matchmaker. If you want to know about Su Ming, why don't you go find him in person? What's going on with everyone surrounding me? Old Zhao, what kind of luck have you had with women? No, I mean, what kind of information luck have you had? Such a great opportunity to interact with female students from different departments, and you're not going to seize it. Zhao Dashi's roommates were extremely excited. Such a bustling scene was a spectacle in the monotonous life of military academy. I came to the Army Academy to study, not to be a matchmaker. If you're interested, you can deal with it. Zhao Dashi said irritably. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. What's wrong with the female trainees? Do you need these things to become an excellent, pure-field Army commanding officer? Focusing wholeheartedly on improvement is the right path. The administrative office of the Military Academy is nearing the end of its working hours. Major Jiang Hongjun packed his things and was about to leave the office when he looked up and saw Su Ming walk in. When his gaze fell on the neatly bound stack of manuscripts in Su Ming's hand, alarm bells immediately went off in his heart, and an ominous premonition arose. I'm afraid I'll have to leave work later tonight. Section Chief Jiang, are you still at get off work? Could you please help me? Su Ming smiled and stepped forward, handing over 2 documents. These are my undergraduate theses on infantry tactics and armored command. Could you please pass them on to Dean Zhao and Dean Fong? Thank you for your help. A thesis. Jiang Hongjun was taken aback, instinctively taking the paper and asking in surprise, Comrade Su Ming, didn't the 2 deans already publicly announce today that you're exempt from the graduation thesis requirement for this advanced assessment? Su Ming's attitude remained as gentle yet firm as ever. Thank you for your kind offer, deans, but there's no need to waive it. It's just 2 papers, it won't take too much time. I think it's better to go through the entire process according to the complete assessment regulations, so that it's complete from beginning to end. Jiang Hongjun looked at the calm young lieutenant in front of him and was filled with admiration. Exemption from graduation thesis is a privilege and honor that many students dream of but cannot obtain. When it came to Su Ming, he was simply rejected and told to follow the rules. It's estimated that among all the officers at the Army Command Academy, only Su Ming would dare to disregard the favors of the 2 deans, and his reasons are irrefutable. Well, what else can I say? It's just running an errand to deliver some materials. Jiang Hongjun nodded resignedly. Okay, I'll send it over to you now. I'll probably have to report it to Director Sun as well. Thank you for your hard work, Section Chief Jiang, Su Ming said politely. Jiang Hongjun took the paper and quickly left the office. He dared not delay. Given how much the 2 deans value Su Ming, if he were to cause any problems because he was a little slow in delivering the materials, it would be nothing more than asking for trouble. He first went to the Academic Affairs office and briefly explained the situation to Director Sun Yuan. After listening, Colonel Sun Yuan was taken aback at first, then shook his head and smiled wryly. This kid, I'm truly impressed. Okay, I understand. Dean Zhao and Dean Fong should be with the principal right now, discussing Su Ming's future training arrangements. You can send it directly there. Principal's office. Behind the large desk sat the president of the Army Academy, who carried the rank of Lieutenant General. On the sofas on either side sat Senior Colonel Zhao Yuantong and Major General Fong Jinhua, respectively. The atmosphere was serious and earnest as they discussed the follow-up arrangements for Su Ming, this special student. According to the normal training process of the Army Academy, newly enrolled officer cadets usually undergo 3 years of systematic study and eventually obtain a junior college or bachelor's degree. Pursuing a master's degree is generally a course offered to mid-level military officers who already have some service experience and come to further their studies. But Su Ming's situation is too special. His performance at the Army Academy was phenomenal, especially since it was his first time studying there. If his performance in the assessments is strictly based on his passing grades, he could now obtain 2 bachelor's degrees and, theoretically, even apply for graduation and return to his original unit. The problem is that he has only been enrolled for 2 days. 2 days to get some experience at the Army Academy and then go back? This is utterly ridiculous. There has never been such a lightning graduation in the history of the Army Academy. More importantly, this hasty visit meant that, apart from obtaining 2 diplomas, Su Ming received almost no substantial learning or improvement at the Army Academy, completely contradicting the original intention of sending him there for further studies. What specific ideas do you two have regarding Su Ming's upcoming studies? The lieutenant general tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his gaze sweeping over the 2 department heads. Major General Fang Jinhua spoke first, his tone decisive. Principal, I suggest that Su Ming be directly admitted to the intermediate officer training class of our Armored Command Department to study for a master's degree. Based on his theoretical foundation, tactical thinking, and calculation ability demonstrated in this assessment, he is fully capable of keeping up with the master's program's course pace, and may even be able to handle it with ease. We cannot limit him with the standards of a regular freshman. That would be a waste of talent. Colonel Zhao Yuantong sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat helpless. According to regulations and procedures, Su Ming's student status is currently mainly in the Armored Command Department, and Fang Jinhua, being in a position of power, has a reasonable opportunity to make this suggestion. But he really couldn't bear to let such a promising talent go entirely to the Armored Division. He hesitated for a moment, then tentatively began to speak. Principal, Dean Fang's suggestion is excellent. However, Comrade Su Ming also demonstrated exceptional talent in infantry tactics. What do you think? It would be possible to allow him to also enroll in our Infantry Tactics Department's Intermediate Officer Training Program. The courses on both sides are staggered, so with his learning ability, he should be able to keep up. It is unprecedented in the history of the Army Academy for a single student to simultaneously enroll in 2 intermediate officer training programs from different departments. Major General Fang Jinhua glanced at Zhao Yuantong, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. As long as Su Ming feels he can handle it and has the energy to keep up with his studies, I don't object in principle. Indeed, he has a unique understanding of combined arms command, and being exposed to the command thinking of different branches of the armed forces is not necessarily a bad thing. The lieutenant general did not immediately express his opinion, but instead asked, "Have you learned about Comrade Su Ming's personal wishes? What are his plans for the next step?" Fang Jinhua replied, "I haven't formally spoken to him yet. However, I did ask him a few questions when he submitted his application to skip a grade. He said that after passing the undergraduate exam, he did not intend to graduate immediately, but hoped to continue his studies at the college and pursue a master's degree in a related field." The lieutenant general nodded slightly. It's a good thing that they want to pursue further studies. The college is also willing to provide unconventional training paths for exceptionally outstanding students. However, the training efforts can be increased and the pace can be accelerated. But we must follow the laws of education and the laws of talent development, and we must never force growth. We need to ensure that he takes each step solidly and builds a strong knowledge system, rather than simply pursuing speed. He has great potential, but he will also have heavy responsibilities in the future, and he must lay a solid foundation. Yes, Principal, we understand. Zhao Yuantong and Fang Jinhua replied in unison, deeply agreeing. Just then, there was a rhythmic knocking on the office door. Thump, thump, thump. Chapter 235 is a paper. It's a strategic research report. Report. Jiang Hongjuan's calm, yet slightly tense voice rang out from outside the door, breaking the atmosphere of focused discussion in the principal's office. Come in. After receiving permission, Major Jiang Hongjun, head of the school affairs section, took a deep breath, straightened his military uniform, and pushed open the door to enter. Inside the office were the principal, Dean Zhao Yuantong, and Dean Feng Jinhua. The three highest-ranking leaders of the college gathered together. An invisible pressure made the section chief, who was in charge of daily administrative affairs, feel a bit of stress. Jiang Hongjun quickly saluted. Section Chief Jiang, is there anything I can help you with? The principal asked, putting down his pen. Jiang Hongjun's direct visit at this time clearly indicates that it's not a routine matter. Jiang Hongjun stood ramrod straight and gave a concise report. Reporting to the principal, Dean Zhao, and Dean Feng. Comrade Su Ming has just submitted his 2 undergraduate theses, one on armored command and the other on infantry tactics. Director Sun Yuan instructed me to submit it directly to the 2 deans for review. Upon learning that the 2 deans were with the principal, I delivered it directly over. As he spoke, he presented the 2 neatly bound manuscripts of his thesis with both hands. Upon hearing this, Major General Feng Jinhua raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of doubt. Paper. Hasn't the college already issued a formal notice granting him an exemption from his undergraduate thesis requirement? He announced the decision to Zhao Yuantong in public this morning. So how come the paper was finished by the afternoon? Jiang Hongjun relayed the following truthfully. Comrade Su Ming said that he hopes to complete the standard skip-level assessment process in its entirety. And he said, writing these 2 papers wasn't a big deal for him, and it was better to get them done. Upon hearing this, the 3 generals in the office were all slightly taken aback. Major General Feng Jinhua and Senior Colonel Zhao Yuantong exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of helplessness and amusement in each other's eyes. That's exactly what that kid Su Ming would say. Confident, pragmatic, and even a bit stubbornly unappreciative. The lieutenant general couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, his tone devoid of reproach, but rather revealing a hint of appreciation. This kid. He's not happy about being given a favor. He insists on doing things his own way. This is truly the first time our Army Academy has encountered a student like this. Okay, he has character and principles. Zhao Yuantong and Feng Jinhua received the thesis from Jiang Hongjun. The printed manuscript felt quite substantial, with neat and clear handwriting, clearly indicating that it had been carefully written and copied. Their eyes first fell on the title of the paper. The copy in Zhao Yuantong's hand had 4 bold and imposing characters on the cover, using war to sustain war. The document in Feng Jinhua's hand had a more professional and forward-looking title, on the necessity and preliminary concept of the development of informationized main battle tanks. Almost simultaneously, both battle-hardened and experienced generals gasped slightly. As Colonel Zhao Yuantong stared at the 4 characters, using war to sustain war, he felt a powerful, majestic, and awe-inspiring philosophy of war wash over him. The strategic vision and boldness contained in these 4 simple words are not something a young student who has just passed his undergraduate exams could easily handle. Major General Feng Jinhua's attention was firmly drawn to the keyword, informationized main battle tank. As a veteran armored forces commander, he was all too aware of the weight of this concept. This is not just about technological upgrades to the tanks themselves, but also involves profound changes in future battlefield awareness, command and control, fire coordination, and even the entire Army's combat system. The topic of this paper goes far beyond the scope of a typical undergraduate thesis, pointing directly to the forefront of the development of Army equipment and tactics. Driven by curiosity and a keen sense of professionalism, the 2 didn't even bother with formalities. After nodding to the principal, they immediately and eagerly opened their papers and began reading them with great immersion. As Colonel Zhao Yuantong looked at the scene, his brows furrowed and relaxed intermittently, and his breathing involuntarily became slightly heavier. The paper's opening statement is extremely insightful. What is the foundation of a country's strength? It is not limited to national defense, economy, or education, but fundamentally lies in the vast and stable territory. And the only reliable means to defend the cornerstone of this territory is a strong and always ready national defense force. The article then progresses step by step, elaborating on the importance of strengthening national defense education for all citizens, promoting patriotism and martial spirit, and building a comprehensive national defense concept. He then shifted his focus, proposing that a modern, large-scale comprehensive military exercise base should be built, integrating direction and monitoring, battlefield simulation, auxiliary evaluation, comprehensive support, and base management, based on advanced computer technology, to provide the troops with a training platform that closely approximates actual combat. Finally, the article's core argument bursts forth. True combat power must be generated and maintained through high-intensity confrontation exercises and even limited real-world combat tests that closely resemble actual combat. Dignity lies only on the edge of a sword, and truth lies only within the range of cannons. Realizing the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation is the sacred mission of every soldier. These statements are filled with a powerful sense of inspiration and mission. This article, Using War to Sustain War, presents clear viewpoints and rigorous logic. It combines insightful strategic thinking with concrete and feasible suggestions, and is written in a sharp and powerful style. Zhao Yuantong was deeply moved as he read the paper, and his hand holding it trembled slightly. This hardly resembles an undergraduate thesis. This is clearly a highly substantial and insightful strategic research report. How could he not be shocked that a young officer in his early 20s could have such a broad vision and such a deep sense of patriotism? On the other side, Major General Fang Jinhua's expression was even more solemn, his brows furrowed, his eyes piercing as he meticulously studied Su Ming's discourse on informationized main battle tanks, word by word. The paper not only elaborates on the extreme necessity of developing an informationized main battle tank, with strong information perception, processing, interaction, and sharing capabilities in the current and future battlefield environment. Furthermore, it boldly outlined a preliminary conceptual framework. Tanks are no longer just isolated firepower platforms. Instead, it should become a key node in the battlefield information network, integrating advanced observation and aiming systems, data links, friend or foe identification, navigation and positioning, and even preliminary tactical artificial intelligence-assisted decision-making functions. To achieve real-time information fusion and collaborative operations with infantry, artillery, air force, and even rear command posts. This paints a clear and highly attractive blueprint for the next generation of main battle tanks, and even armored warfare modes of our army. The lieutenant general principal, seeing the two subordinates' drastically different yet equally shocked reactions, was also thoroughly intrigued. He held out his hand. It seems that Comrade Su Ming's two papers are quite interesting. Let me take a look at them too. Upon receiving the paper, the lieutenant general quickly began to browse through it. He read very quickly, but his eyes became increasingly focused and bright. A moment later, he put down the paper, his expression becoming extremely serious. Section Chief Jiang. The lieutenant general principal turned to Jiang Hongjun, who had been standing quietly waiting, his voice steady and powerful. Have you read the contents of Comrade Su Ming's two papers? Reporting to the principal, no. After Comrade Su Ming submitted it, I sealed it directly and sent it over without even looking at it. Jiang Hongjun immediately straightened his back and answered, realizing that things might not be so simple. The lieutenant general nodded, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Yuantong and Fang Jinhua, and the three exchanged a meaningful look. The lieutenant general commanding officer gave the order in a deep voice. Very good. Section Chief Jiang, regarding Comrade Su Ming's submission of his undergraduate thesis and the specific content of these two theses. From now on, this will be classified as an internal confidential matter. You will need to sign a confidentiality agreement later. He paused briefly and then made specific arrangements. Comrade Su Ming's paper, Using War to Support War, has clear viewpoints and a magnificent style, which has great inspirational and educational significance for the trainees. After review, it can be used as a representative of the outstanding undergraduate graduation theses of this year in our college and publicized within an appropriate scope on campus for the majority of teachers and students to observe and learn from. But his tone suddenly became more forceful, and he pointed to another paper. This article is titled, On the Necessity and Preliminary Conception of the Development of Informationized Main Battle Tanks. The views and ideas involved are quite forward-looking and sensitive, and must be kept strictly confidential and not disclosed to the outside world in any form. I will keep the original document myself, and after reading it, I will archive and store it confidentially. Seemingly feeling that this wasn't thorough enough, the Lieutenant General added, Section Chief Jiang, go and get two things done immediately. First, after you go back, have the other 5 students in Su Ming's dormitory each copy the confidentiality rules 10 times and hand them into your office before work tomorrow. This is discipline, and also a reminder. Second, immediately begin an investigation to find out if, besides Su Ming and the 3 of you, anyone else has, under any circumstances, come into contact with or seen the complete or partial contents of these 2 papers, even if they only glimpsed the titles. Report the investigation results directly to me. Jiang Hongjun felt a chill run down his spine and immediately saluted to accept the order. Yes, Principal. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. He knew that something that could make the principal take it so seriously and issue a direct order for secrecy was no small matter. He originally thought he was just running an errand to deliver some materials, but he didn't expect to get directly involved in the center of a confidential incident. It seems that nothing related to Su Ming is ever simple. After Jiang Hongjun received the order and hurriedly left, a brief silence fell over the principal's office. The 3 generals looked at each other, and they could clearly see the lingering shock in each other's eyes. This article, Using War to Sustain War. Senior Colonel Zhao Yuantong broke the silence first, his voice still trembling slightly with excitement. Let alone an undergraduate thesis, even as a master's thesis or a higher-level graduation thesis, its depth of thought and strategic vision are fully qualified, and may even be more outstanding. I really didn't expect that such a young officer could have such a magnificent strategic vision in his mind. We have been waiting and hoping for such promising talents with a broad vision and a strong sense of responsibility for far too long. Major General Fang Jinhua took a deep breath and continued, his tone equally solemn. Principal Dean Zhao is right. Su Ming's paper on informationized tanks has transcended mere academic discussion in its significance. It involves the development direction of future main battle equipment, and even more so, it involves profound thinking on the transformation of our Army's entire future combat system, command mode, and organization. Many of the ideas inside, although only preliminary frameworks, are so clear in their thinking and so specific in their direction that they are both impressive and sobering. We must attach great importance to this. The Lieutenant General nodded slowly, his gaze deep. We have all seen the value of these 2 papers. These not only reflect Su Ming's personal talent, but may also represent a kind of future-oriented military thought that we urgently need. I will submit both papers, along with our review comments, directly to the relevant departments of the General Staff and the Equipment Development Demonstration Institutions on behalf of the Academy. Especially the article on informationized tanks, which requires professional evaluation by experts in the relevant field. Inside the dormitory, after leaving the principal's office, Jiang Hongjun rushed to the dormitory of Su Ming, the freshman class of 99. It was already evening, and most of the students had finished their evening activities and were preparing to rest or study. Jiang Hongjun's sudden arrival surprised and made the 5 people in the dormitory, apart from Su Ming, feel nervous. It's quite unusual for a major, a section chief, to personally visit the freshmen's dormitory in the evening. Section Chief Jiang, you wanted to see me? Su Ming stood up. Jiang Hongjun's expression was serious. Without exchanging pleasantries, he went straight to the point, his voice low. Su Ming, before submitting these 2 papers to me, did you show them to anyone else? Even your roommates? Or did they happen to glimpse the contents? Even if you only glanced at the title, it counts. This question startled Su Ming slightly. He thought for a moment, then shook his head. Probably not. I was very focused when I was writing it, and as soon as I finished, I packaged it up and went straight to you. Su Ming looked at his 5 roommates. When I was writing my thesis, were you guys there and saw what it was about? The 5 people were taken aback by the sudden serious question and looked at each other blankly. The quick-witted Ding Qingxin immediately replied, No, we were all out when the class monitor was writing it. Downstairs in the dormitory. Handling some external matters. He was referring to the incident in the afternoon when he helped intercept the enthusiastic female student. When we got back, the squad leader had almost finished writing, and we didn't get a close look. Really, Section Chief Jiang, we didn't see anything. Yes, Section Chief. How could we dare disturb the squad leader while he was writing his thesis? He didn't even glance at it. Others quickly echoed this sentiment, trying to distance themselves from the situation. Jiang Hongjuan's sharp gaze swept across the 5 men's faces, judging that they were not faking it, and his expression softened slightly, but his orders remained stern. Good. However, given the special nature of Comrade Su Ming's thesis content, as instructed by the principal, each of you 5 in the dormitory must copy the confidentiality rules 10 times and submit them to my office before training tomorrow morning. The 5 people were stunned, as if struck by lightning. What? Why? Why, Section Chief Jiang? What did they do to deserve this? Why did I suddenly have to copy the confidentiality rules 10 times while I was just staying in the dorm? This is absolutely a bolt from the blue. There's no reason why. This is an order. A direct order from the principal. Jiang Hongjuan's tone was extremely serious, directly citing the highest directive. Execute the order. Upon hearing that it was the principal's order, the 5 of them immediately swallowed back all their complaints and questions, like ducks being choked, leaving only bitterness and helplessness on their faces. They dejectedly replied, "Yes, we understand. The principal's order. What merit do they have to be remembered by a lieutenant general, especially in this way? No need to guess. It must be because of squad leader Su Ming again. What shocking thing did the class monitor write that required invoking confidentiality regulations and drag them, the innocent bystanders, into being punished?" The group groaned inwardly, but also secretly vowed that they would stay far away from their class monitor if he ever did any written work in the dormitory. Do not look at what is improper, lest you suffer undeserved misfortune. That's the end of the paper matter. Jiang Hongjun solemnly instructed Su Ming. The relevant content has been classified as internal confidential information. You yourself must also be careful not to discuss the specific viewpoints of the paper with anyone else. Understand? Understood, Section Chief Jiang. Su Ming nodded calmly. He never expected that the 2 papers he wrote casually would attract such high attention and be subject to such confidentiality. While the viewpoints in using war to sustain war are sharp, they still fall within the scope of strategic discussion. It seems the problem mostly lies with the article informationized main battle tank. He was merely making some forward-looking projections and ideas based on a comprehensive understanding of future war development trends and the possibilities of existing technologies. He never expected it to elicit such a strong reaction. Jiang Hongjun gave a few more detailed instructions before leaving the dormitory. He's even considering submitting a formal report tomorrow to apply for a single dormitory room for Su Ming. Although there is no precedent for providing single dormitories to lower-grade students of the Army Academy, what has Su Ming done that has no precedent? The next day, the Academy officially issued a document announcing that Su Ming had successfully passed the dual major undergraduate examination for the Infantry Tactics Department and the Armored Command Department, and was awarded the corresponding bachelor's degree in accordance with regulations. Meanwhile, Su Ming's article, Using War to Support War, after necessary review, was posted on the college bulletin board as the most representative outstanding undergraduate thesis of the year and distributed to various student teams for study and discussion. This paper immediately aroused great interest and heated discussion among students of all grades in the college. My God, this paper, was it really written by that freshman Su Ming? How could a junior student possess such strategic vision and writing skills? This depth and scope is more than enough for a master's thesis, isn't it? How can an undergraduate thesis be written to this level? It's so impressive. It gets my blood pumping, and I wish I could jump right into the training ground. Using war to sustain war. How well said. True strength is forged through fighting and training. This student is truly a genius in both academics and practical skills. This thesis is absolutely the pinnacle of undergraduate theses from the School of Civil Engineering over the years. Praises poured in, and Su Ming's reputation among the students reached a new height. While everyone was discussing using war to supplement war, Su Ming himself was invited to the Academic Affairs Office. Senior Colonel Sun Yuan, the director of the Academic Affairs Office, spoke with him personally. Su Ming, regarding your upcoming study arrangements. Dean Zhao and Dean Feng's initial intention is to have you simultaneously enroll in the Intermediate Officer Coordination class of the Infantry Tactics Department and the Armored Command Department. This means you will be studying 2 master's programs at the same time, and the academic pressure and intensity will be very high. I'd like to hear your personal opinion. Is that all right? Sun Yuan got straight to the point and asked. I have no objection. I can accept it. Su Ming's answer was crisp and straightforward, as if he were talking about something very ordinary. This kind of academic pressure is really nothing to him. Sun Yuan nodded, greatly admiring Su Ming's confidence and decisiveness. All right, since you have no problem, let's prepare in this direction. The relevant procedures will be completed as soon as possible. You can prepare yourself and report to the coordination class of the Armored Command Department this afternoon to familiarize yourself with the environment and courses. However, Su Ming shook his head. Director Sun, it might not be possible this afternoon. I need at least a week. A week? Colonel Sun Yuan was taken aback, somewhat puzzled. You've already completed all the undergraduate assessments. Shouldn't you be moving on to the next stage of your studies? What are you going to do this week? Su Ming raised his head, his gaze calm and firm, and said something that Colonel Sun Yuan had not expected. The Army Command Academy's excellent professional courses seem to include more than just infantry tactics and armored command, right? Colonel Sun Yuan was stunned at first, and then a guess that shocked him and even made him feel unbelievable suddenly came to mind. He widened his eyes slightly, staring intently at Su Ming, his voice unconsciously lowering, carrying a tone of probing and confirmation. You mean, you don't still want to? Chapter 236, the first all-round prodigy in the Army Academy? Holy crap! Even Sun Yuan, as the director of the Academic Affairs Office, who was usually very disciplined, couldn't help but let out a low gasp of surprise. He has sworn before in his life, but that was usually in extreme helplessness or in private. This was the first time he had ever lost his composure in front of his students, especially Su Ming, a student he valued highly. He had just asked Su Ming why he had delayed entering the intermediate level officer coordination class by a week. Although Su Ming's answer was subtle, Sun Yuan had been immersed in the position of the Academic Affairs Office for many years, and his ability to read people's expressions and understand their intentions was already superb. He grasped almost instantly the shocking true intention hidden beneath Su Ming's calm words. Director Sun, is that not acceptable? When Su Ming calmly asked a question to confirm his understanding, Sun Yuan's last shred of hope was shattered. He could no longer maintain his composure. The shock within him surged like a tsunami. Because Su Ming's next plans can no longer be described as diligent or ambitious. That's simply a crazy thing that no normal person would even dare to think about. Okay, why not? Sun Yuan took several deep breaths to barely suppress the turmoil in his heart, and squeezed out a complex expression on his face that mixed helplessness, shock, and a sense of absurdity. As long as you're happy. He found that he couldn't find any explicit rule to oppose Su Ming's idea, because in theory, the Army Academy encouraged students to learn independently, as long as they could pass the assessment. But someone as autonomous as Su Ming is probably the first of his kind since the establishment of the Army Academy. If there's nothing else, Director Sun, I'll take my leave now. Su Ming nodded and turned to leave. Wait. Sun Yuan called out to him again instinctively. Su Ming stopped and turned around to look at him questioningly. Sun Yuan looked at the young yet overly calm face before him, hesitated for a long time, and finally uttered a sentence that even he himself found somewhat strange. Studying is one thing, but you need to remember to balance work and rest. Don't push yourself too hard, and let your brain rest properly. The words were spoken somewhat haltingly, sounding less like a lecture from an academic affairs leader to a student and more like a helpless yet heartfelt admonition from an elder to their younger relative. After saying that, Sun Yuan himself found it somewhat amusing. During his many years at the Army Academy, he reminded countless students to cherish their time, study diligently, and learn to the point of exhaustion. But when it came to Su Ming, the situation was completely reversed. He actually had to advise the other party not to work too hard and to take a break. What's going on here? I understand. Thank you for your concern, Director. Su Ming replied politely, then turned and left the office. Watching Su Ming's figure disappear at the end of the corridor, Sun Yuan let out a long sigh, leaned back in his chair, and couldn't help but murmur a sigh. What a prodigy, truly a prodigy. Having served as the director of the Academic Affairs Office of the Army Academy for so many years, he boasted that he had seen all kinds of talented students and outstanding role models. But a monstrous talent, like Su Ming, who was all-round, without any blind spots, and whose style of doing things was so unconventional, was truly unprecedented. After leaving the Academic Affairs Office, Su Ming did not return to his dormitory or go to the training ground, but went straight to the college library. His goals are clear, and his steps are steady. He planned to make the most of his week by systematically studying all the core courses at the associate and bachelor's levels of other major operations and support specialties offered by the Army Command College. Since we've come to the Army Academy for further studies, our purpose is to learn and acquire knowledge. Now that the undergraduate threshold for the two main command majors has been easily crossed, why not take this opportunity to broaden our horizons? Let's take a one-step approach and get a general understanding of the distinctive professional curriculum system of the Army Academy. Communications Engineering, Electronic Warfare, Engineering Corps Command, Chemical Defense Corps Command, Logistics Command and Management. As a comprehensive command academy, the Army Academy offers nearly 10 major disciplines, each with further subspecializations. While these specialties may not be the absolute protagonists, like infantry and armored vehicles, each is an indispensable and important link in modern combined arms forces, together forming a solid foundation for joint operations. For others, it would be nothing short of a pipe dream to learn about so many professional fields in just 1 week. The textbooks alone would pile up into a small mountain. But for Su Ming, who possesses the ability to remember everything he sees, this is not an impossible task. His confidence stems from his powerful memory, efficient information processing skills, and comprehensive comprehension. It would be a real waste not to make good use of such talent. The library's vast collection of military books provided him with perfect conditions for self-study. You can find almost everything here: teaching syllabi, designated textbooks, compilations of classic battle cases, academic journals, etc. for each major. What Su Ming needs to do is act as a highly efficient information receiving and processing center, categorizing, understanding, and integrating this knowledge. Soon, news that Su Ming was spending time in the library again spread like wildfire among the students, sparking a new round of speculation and discussion. Why is the genius at the library again? Didn't he pass all his undergraduate exams? Could it be that he was bored and went to read some leisure books? Impossible. The professor's time is so precious. I bet he's preparing for his master's degree courses. I heard the two deans are going to make an exception and let him directly enter the mid-level officer's master's program. Self-studying a master's degree? That's way too exaggerated. But for a genius like him, it doesn't seem entirely impossible. Anyway, I have a feeling that once a genius starts spending a lot of time in the library, it's bound to be something big. Last time he went to the library, he came out and applied for a double major skipping exam. This time, I wonder what big commotion he'll cause this time. Let's just wait and see. We mortals can't fathom the thoughts of a master. Meanwhile, at the departmental leadership level, Deans Zhao Yuantong and Feng Jinhua have already made preliminary arrangements for Su Ming's transfer to their respective departments, intermediate officer training classes, even reserving seats and course schedules. However, the news brought by Sun Yuan, the director of the Academic Affairs Office, surprised both deans. Wait a week? What? Major General Feng Jinhua put down his teacup, his brows furrowing slightly. Time is precious for outstanding students who are eager to get into their studies as soon as possible, and he didn't quite understand why Su Ming would take the initiative to postpone it. Sun Yuan smiled wryly, trying his best to make his tone sound less shocking. Dean Feng, based on my communication with Su Ming, It seems that he plans to use this week to self-study the core undergraduate content of the other major combat and support majors in our college. What? Major General Fong Jinhua's voice involuntarily rose, a rare look of astonishment on his face. He wants to study another undergraduate major on his own? What is he trying to do? Even someone as knowledgeable as him was taken aback by Su Ming's grand plan. This kid is treating the Army Academy like a knowledge supermarket, planning to do a one-stop shopping and take away all the degrees from all the majors? Will he become the first all-rounder in the history of the Army Academy? He couldn't quite understand Su Ming's motives. Proficient in infantry tactics and armored vehicle command, they are the golden combination for future combined arms commanders, enough to make great strides in the military. Doesn't this kid understand the principle of don't bite off more than you can chew? Having too many interests can easily lead to being a jack of all trades and master of none. Dean Fong. I have also tried to persuade him in a tactful way. But Comrade Su Ming, he seems to have his own ideas and is very persistent. He said, the Army Academy has more than just those two good majors. Sun Yuan quickly added that he didn't want the straightforward old general to think he was doing a poor job. Major General Fong Jinhua remained silent for a moment, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. Finally, he waved his hand, his expression shifting from astonishment to a complex mix of relief and indulgent helplessness. Forget it. If he wants to learn, let him learn. It's only a week anyway. It won't cause any major problems. It's not a bad thing for young people to be energetic and curious. He recalled the almost terrifying ability Su Ming had demonstrated to absorb and apply knowledge during the assessment. Perhaps the conventional wisdom of biting off more than you can chew doesn't necessarily apply to this kid. Sun Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time felt a little emotional. Indeed, there is always someone who can subdue another. This old general, known for his strict demands and fiery temper, showed an unusual level of tolerance and understanding towards Su Ming. This is understandable, as Su Ming's potential and talent may even surpass those of Fong Jinhua's prize student from back then, who is now the commander of a heavy armor division. As a leading figure in the field of armored forces, how could Fong Jinhua not be tempted? They probably already regarded Su Ming as their successor and were preparing to nurture him with all their might, so they naturally had more tolerance and expectations for his unconventional behavior. Tibetan Military Region. As the Chief of Staff of the military region, Major General Wu Tianming's daily work is incredibly complex and demanding. But no matter how busy he was, there was always one thing on his mind. How is that precious darling, who was personally selected and paid special attention to by the General Staff Chief, and came from his own military region, doing in his studies at the Army Command Academy? Su Ming, this young border guard officer, has long been regarded by the Chief of Staff as one of the key hopes for the future development of the military region. Now that his child has gone to the highest military academy for further studies, he, the parent of the mother's family, is now in charge. Both publicly and privately, I feel it's my responsibility to understand my child's learning situation. Therefore, he took the time to inquire about Su Ming's recent situation from the Army Academy through confidential channels. You wouldn't believe it until you ask. Even this Major General Chief of Staff, who has weathered countless storms, was stunned by the series of news that came his way. What? Skipped a grade? He just arrived and applied for a dual undergraduate degree in infantry and armored warfare. They passed all the exams. Perfect score in tactical theory, perfect score in practical skills too. And they even broke the Army Academy's historical record. Your undergraduate thesis was selected as the best in the entire college that year and was publicly posted for study. After repeatedly confirming that the information was correct, the Chief of Staff held the phone for a long time without saying a word. His face was initially filled with disbelief, but it was gradually replaced by great surprise and pride. He knew Su Ming was outstanding. The deeds and military achievements reported by the Border Defense Regiment were enough to prove it. But he never expected that Su Ming would be so outrageously outstanding even after arriving at the Army Command Academy, a place full of hidden talents. This is no longer adapting well. This is practically sweeping through. It's only been 2 or 3 days since they started school. He completed an undergraduate degree in a way that would normally take others 3 years, and in such a perfect, record-breaking manner. The chief of staff grew increasingly smug, unable to suppress his smile. He was overjoyed. Look, these are the soldiers from our Tibetan military region. They've really made me proud. It's better to share happiness than to enjoy it alone. Su Ming came from the reconnaissance company of the 5th Border Regiment, and this honor should be shared with his former employer. So the chief of staff made a phone call directly to the 5th Border Regiment. When Regiment Commander Lei Zhenbong received the good news call from the chief of staff, he was stunned for a few seconds after hearing the contents, and then he was overjoyed and proud. Good lad. Su Ming. That was brilliantly done. The Tibetan military region has several border defense regiments and one independent regiment under its jurisdiction. There has always been open and covert comparison and competition among these regiments. Since Su Ming arrived at the 5th Border Regiment, he has repeatedly made outstanding contributions, and the honors he has brought to the 5th Regiment have made the commanders of the other regiments extremely envious. Now that Su Ming has made such a big fuss at the top university, it has undoubtedly added another layer of glory to the 5th Border Regiment in front of all the other units. Lei Zhenbong has never stood as straight as he does now. When the news reached the regimental headquarters, it was naturally necessary to notify Su Ming's home reconnaissance company immediately. Reconnaissance company headquarters. Since Su Ming and Zhao Dashi went to the Army Academy for further studies, Company Commander Li Chuan's mood has been somewhat complicated these past few days. On the one hand, he was indeed finding it somewhat difficult to adapt. When Su Ming was in charge, he took on a heavy responsibility for the company's training, management, and many other tasks. It even led Li Chuan to once have the illusion that his position as company commander was dispensable, and he was often frustrated by the nickname, two-thirds company commander in private. Even after Su Ming left, the 3rd Platoon continued to operate according to the training outline he left behind. But the overall command of the company was finally returned to Li Chuan's hands. This helped him regain some of the feeling and confidence of being a complete company commander. But Li Chuan's feelings for Su Ming, this soldier, were sincere and deep. These were soldiers he had spotted at first glance in the recruit training camp and personally trained, like his most outstanding disciples. It would be a lie to say I don't miss them. But this longing is occasionally mixed with a subtle sense of, why did heaven create both Zhou Yu and Zhuge Liang? Oldly, good news. A notice just arrived from the regimental headquarters. Instructor He Lei, holding a document in his hand, excitedly pushed open the door, his face beaming with barely suppressed excitement. What good news? Look how happy you are. Li Chuan looked up from the map, somewhat puzzled. It's about Su Ming. That kid's at Lu Academy. He Lei's voice trembled slightly with excitement. He broke the Army Academy's historical record. On the 2nd day after I arrived, I applied to skip a grade and take the undergraduate exam for both infantry tactics and armored command. The result? He passed both the tactical theory and practical assessments with full marks. I've already earned 2 bachelor's degrees. Holy crap! Li Chuan jumped up from his chair, his eyes wide with shock. This is insane. And it's only been a few days? He graduated from the Army Academy and knows all too well the difficulty of the assessments and the intensity of the competition there. What others struggle to achieve in 3 years, Su Ming accomplished in just 2 or 3 days, with a crushing perfect score. This is beyond just being excellent. It's practically a challenge. After the initial shock, Li Chuan suddenly realized a crucial issue, and his heart skipped a beat. Wait, could it be that this kid is finishing his studies and coming back? If Su Ming comes back now, wouldn't his complete company commander feeling, which he has only just regained a few days ago, be gone again? He Lei quickly waved his hand. No, that's not true. The regiment said that after he successfully skipped a grade at the Army Academy, he has been arranged to continue his studies, aiming for a master's degree in these 2 majors. Upon hearing this, Li Chuan breathed a sigh of relief, followed by a surge of even deeper admiration and pride. Good lad. He's a born soldier. He'll be the brightest star wherever he goes. He paused, then suddenly remembered someone else. By the way, what about Zhao Dashi? How's that kid doing at the Army Academy? Has the regiment said anything? He Lay's excitement subsided slightly, and he shook his head. The regiment only focused on reporting Su Ming's situation. Zhao Dashi wasn't mentioned. However, Dashur is a hard-working and reliable kid with great perseverance, and Su Ming is there to look after him. It should be not bad, right? He said the last BA with a hint of hesitation. Being in the same place as a son, like Su Ming, would probably make even the brightest star appear dim. Li Chuan had obviously thought of this as well. He stroked his chin and smiled, a mixture of mischief and sympathy in his eyes. It's not that I'm worried about Daishur getting into trouble at the Army Academy. I'm worried. I hope this kid doesn't do anything rash and insist on comparing himself to that freak Su Ming. That would surely make him so withdrawn he'd become autistic. He paused for a moment, then nodded in deep agreement, silently praying for Zhao Dashi, who was far away at the Army Academy. Dashur, focus on your studies and don't be foolish enough to compete with Su Ming. That's not even a contest on the same level. Chapter 237. As expected, the big boss's father is also a big boss. Beijing, a weekend morning. A black sedan smoothly drove out of the city and headed southwest along the highway towards Shizhuang City. Inside the car, Zhang Fangfang was organizing the clothes and snacks she had brought for her son, her expression somewhat uneasy. Are we really going to go like this? Should we call our son first and let him know? Zhang Fangfang asked for the umpteenth time, her fingers unconsciously stroking the bag containing local specialties. Su Chengjun, driving, gripped the steering wheel with a resolute expression. Don't worry, it's the weekend. It is true that Shizhuang Army Command Academy is a military academy, but military academies also have normal weekends off. Once you get there, just follow the visitor registration process. That's the rule in the military. As a former veteran, he knew this procedure very well. Visits to comrades and family members usually take place on weekends, which neither interferes with regular training and studies nor violates management regulations. Last time, the whole family went to the remote Tibetan military region, only to find that their son had gone to a military academy for further studies. Although the wasted trip was disheartening, Su Qingjun felt somewhat gratified upon reflection. At least they now know exactly where their son is. Moreover, Su Ming's speed in earning merit, getting promoted, and entering military academy was much faster than he had expected. This king of soldiers' growth trajectory makes even his father, a former veteran, feel proud. However, despite his relief, he never gave up the idea of persuading his son to come home and inherit the family business. This trip to Shizhuang was much more convenient than going to the Tibetan area. It only took a little over 3 hours to drive there, and I didn't experience any altitude sickness. In Su Qingjuan's view, this was simply a godsend. My son is thriving in the company, supported by camaraderie and motivated by real combat missions, so it's really hard for me to say come back. But things are different now. This is a military academy. It's a proper place to sit in a classroom, study books, and take theory exams. Thinking of this, Su Qingjuan's lips unconsciously curled up, and he was in a great mood. Su Qingjun said to his wife with a firm tone, "Don't worry this time. I guarantee it will work this time." What kind of place is a military academy? It's a place where you learn cultural knowledge and study military theory. It's a place for exams, rankings, and writing papers. You know how good our son's grades were in school. Su Qingjun paused, a hint of, "I have it all under control" in his voice. He's just not cut out for settling down and studying. He might be able to grit his teeth and endure the hardships and sweat on the training field. I admit that, although it still surprised me quite a bit. But making him face books, formulas, and theoretical regulations all day? That's worse than killing him. Physical exertion and mental exertion are two completely different things. I dare say that he's living like a life of misery in the Army Academy right now, being tortured by those theoretical courses. Going now would be the perfect opportunity to persuade him to face reality. Looking at her husband's confident demeanor, Zhang Fangfang sighed with skepticism. I hope so. You're always so confident, but when have you ever actually convinced him? This time is different, Su Qingjun said decisively. The environment has changed. His weaknesses have been exposed. This is what you call favorable timing and location. More than 3 hours later, in front of the imposing and solemn main gate of the Shizhuang Army Command Academy, Su Qingjun parked the car and walked towards the college gate with Zhang Fangfang. Looking up at the towering gate, the imposing sentry post, and the neat buildings and spacious training grounds that could be vaguely seen inside, Su Qingjun felt an indescribable surge of excitement and emotion. How magnificent! How awe-inspiring! Su Qingjun couldn't help but admire it, his eyes revealing longing and awe for this top military academy. Back when I was in the army, if I had worked a little harder, I might have had the chance to study in a place like this too. A mix of veteran sentiment and lingering regret lingered in Su Qingjun's heart. All right, stop reminiscing. We need to get down to business. Zhang Fangfang gently nudged him, her gaze already fixed eagerly on the sentry post. On the sentry post, Hu Jie, a student from the class of 98, stood tall and straight, his eyes fixed intently ahead. When he saw a distinguished-looking middle-aged couple walking straight toward the gate, he immediately extended his right hand, making a standard gesture to stop them, his voice clear and firm. Hello? Please stop here. May I ask what brings you two to the Army Command Academy? In order to present a good image of the Army Academy students, Hu Jie tried his best to make his tone serious yet appropriately polite. Su Qingjun stepped forward and naturally straightened his back. Although he has been retired from the military for many years, the attitude ingrained in him from his military career remains. Combined with the air of a leader he has cultivated over the years of running a business, the two create a unique and unconsciously authoritative sense of pressure. Comrade Sentinel, hello. Su Qingjun spoke, his voice steady and polite. We've come to the academy to find someone. Hu Jie could clearly sense that the newcomer had an unusual aura. Although he was already a student at the Army Academy and had undergone basic training, he had entered the academy through the local college entrance examination and lacked real grassroots military training. I instinctively felt a sense of pressure when facing someone like Su Qingjun, who carries the marks of a veteran and the temper of social experience. Who are you looking for? Hu Jie maintained the proper vigilance and followed procedure. The person I'm looking for is named Su Ming. He should be a freshman in your college this year. I'm not sure which department or major he's in. Could you please help me find out and report this? Su Qingjun told the truth. After all, his son had only been notified that he would be coming to the Army Academy for further studies, and the specific details were not explained. Su Ming. Upon hearing the name, Hu Jie's eyes lit up instantly, and he almost lost his composure and couldn't maintain his serious expression. Su Ming, the one who made a deep impression on him when he first arrived, and who is now famous throughout the college, hailed as a god, and who broke the school's historical records? These two people in front of me are actually Su Ming's parents? Hu Jie's attitude changed subtly almost instantly, his tone unconsciously becoming more enthusiastic and respectful. So you are the parents of the great master. Please wait a moment. I will report to the duty room immediately. As he spoke, he quickly returned to the guard post to make a phone call. No wonder this uncle exuded such an air of authority. He was the father of the mastermind. Like father, like son. Su Qingjun and Zhang Fangfang were a little confused by the sentry's sudden enthusiasm. They looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Did the sentry just call his son God? What is this called? Soon, Major Jiang Hongjun, head of the School Affairs Department, received a report from the duty room and came to the main gate in person. He attached great importance to the visit of Su Ming's family. These are the family members of students who broke the history of military academies. You must be Comrade Su Ming's parents? Welcome, welcome. I am Jiang Hongjun from the college's administrative office. Jiang Hongjun greeted them warmly and shook hands with Su Qingjun. You two have come from afar. You must be tired. Please come with me to the reception room to rest. Su Qingjun thanked him repeatedly, and his impression of Dean Liu improved even more. Look at this top military academy. It's really something else. They treat the students' families so politely and considerately. Their quality is truly high. On his way to the reception room, Su Qingjun looked around at the solemn yet vibrant campus while mentally planning his next persuasion strategy. Inside the reception room, Jiang Hongjun poured tea for the two of them. Section Chief Jiang, thank you for your trouble. I'm sorry to bother you on the weekend. Su Qingjun said politely. Jiang Hongjun laughed and said, "No trouble at all. It's nothing. I've already sent someone to inform Su Ming. He'll be here soon. This child has been studying too hard lately. Now that you two are here, let him relax a bit and stop spending all his time in the library." What was said without malice may have been taken to heart by the listener. Jiang Hongjuan's words were originally instructed by the section chief, who gave him the opportunity to advise Su Ming to take a rest. But to Su Qingjun, it took on a completely different meaning. The library? Studying too hard. Su Qingjun's heart skipped a beat as he caught the keyword. His smile deepened, but a knowing look flashed in his eyes. He then asked, "Section Chief Jiang, may I ask a question? If a student fails their graduation exam while studying at our Army Academy, what is the usual procedure?" He tried to find a breakthrough from the system level, thinking to himself, his son must be having a hard time studying, which is why he has to desperately spend time in the library. His graduation exam is in jeopardy. Jiang Hongjun was slightly taken aback, never expecting Su Ming's father to suddenly ask this question. But he still answered professionally. Under normal circumstances, if you fail a course exam at the end of the semester, you will have one chance to retake it. If you fail the makeup exam, it may affect your progress to the next grade, and in severe cases, you may have to repeat the course. As for the final graduation assessment, there is also an opportunity to retake it if you fail. But what if you still fail the makeup exam? You may not be able to obtain the corresponding academic qualifications and degrees on time, and you may need to postpone graduation or be treated as having completed your studies but not graduated. Of course, this will have some impact on the allocation and development of trainees. He explained in great detail, but I still had some doubts. Why would Su Ming's father ask this? With Su Ming's level of ability, is there any need to worry about his graduation exam? Su Qingjun listened and nodded repeatedly, his smile almost overflowing. There are makeup exams, but failing the makeup exam may result in not being able to obtain a degree on time, or even affecting job placement. Good. Isn't this exactly the escape route he wanted? My son isn't cut out for studying. Forcing him to keep going will only make things worse. It's better to face reality sooner rather than later. Suppressing his excitement, Su Qingjun pressed on, asking, "Then, Section Chief Jiang, if a student ultimately fails to graduate due to academic reasons, what will happen to their personal file? Will this leave any bad records or stains?" This was Su Qingjun's last concern. He didn't want his son to be punished for not being able to keep up with his studies. Although Jiang Hongjun was puzzled, he patiently explained, "Don't worry about that. As long as students abide by the rules and regulations during their time at the school, they will not commit any violations. If a student fails to meet the graduation requirements due to poor academic performance, it usually won't leave a negative evaluation in their academic record. It will more often be treated as a student who has not completed their studies or has not graduated. Of course, we still encourage and help every student overcome difficulties and successfully complete their studies." He really didn't understand why this father was so interested in the hypothesis that Su Ming might not be able to graduate, and even seemed somewhat expectant. That's good. Su Qingjun was completely relieved and smiled broadly. I can almost see my son, dejected, finally freed from the mountain of books and exercises, coming home with me. Just then, a clear report came from the doorway. "Report. Come in." Su Ming pushed open the door and entered, immediately seeing his parents sitting on the sofa. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. "Dad, Mom, what brings you here? You didn't even tell me beforehand." "Just checking in on you. A surprise inspection." Su Qingjun laughed, stood up, patted his son's shoulder hard, and looked him up and down. You seem to be in good spirits. You don't look as haggard as I imagined, tormented by books." His words were half teasing and half a test. Jiang Hongjun stood up at the opportune moment and said to Su Ming with a smile, "Su Ming, spend some time talking with your parents. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, you two chat. I'll go and get back to work. Call the staff anytime if you need anything." He also reminded Su Ming, "Take advantage of the weekend to rest and relax. Studying is a long-term battle, so don't be too stressed." Jiang Hongjuan's words were originally out of concern as instructed by the section chief, but to Su Qingjun, they only confirmed his suspicions. Look, even the boss can see that his son is struggling too much with his studies and is advising him to take a break. Su Qingjun immediately adopted a no one knows a son better than his father attitude and spoke earnestly. Son, your boss just said that you spend all your time in the library? Is it because the courses are too difficult and you're falling behind in your studies? He observed his son's expression and continued. Dad told you long ago that our Su family has never had any cultured people in our ancestors. Neither your grandfather nor I are good at studying. You know your own grades from when you were in school. You're so tough on the training field. I'm so proud of you. But reading books, studying, and answering exam questions are two different things. This requires talent, the ability to calm down, and a particularly sharp mind. You're not cut out for this. If you force yourself to continue, aren't you just asking for trouble? Chapter 238, Who told you I couldn't keep up with my studies? The air in the reception room became strange and stagnant instantly after Su Qingjuan's earth-shattering question. Son, are you falling behind in your studies? Jiang Hongjun, the head of the school affairs department, who had just gotten up to leave and wanted to give the family of three some private space, suddenly stopped and almost stumbled. He turned around, his face filled with disbelief, his eyes wide open as if he doubted his ears. What did Su Ming's father just say? Is Su Ming struggling to keep up with his studies? Is it not my forte for reading and studying? Jiang Hongjun was almost questioning his existence. If a monster like Su Ming, who passed the double major undergraduate skipping exam and got full marks in both theory and practice after only 3 days of self-study, is not considered good at learning, then who among the thousands of students and instructors at the Army Command Academy would dare to say they are good at learning? Who else deserves the word excellent? Was this record-breaking achievement in the school's history just a fluke? Not academically inclined, yet able to efficiently absorb massive amounts of knowledge all day long as if living in a library? Can someone write a paper that even the principal takes very seriously and needs to be classified as confidential? How could he attract the attention of all the female students in the college? Jiang Hongjuan's gaze towards Su Qingjun became extremely complex, a mixture of shock, incomprehension, and even a hint of absurd admiration. Sure enough, the big shot's father was no ordinary person either. Are the demands on her son really that high? They're still not satisfied with Su Ming's performance? They even think he's not cut out for studying. This family standards are a bit too extraordinary. Su Ming naturally understood his father's implied meaning, but he didn't have time or bother to explain in detail. The more you explain, the deeper the misunderstanding may become, and some achievements and arrangements may not be suitable to be discussed in detail in informal settings. Su Ming turned directly to Jiang Hongjun, changing the subject. Section Chief Jiang, I'd like to ask for a day off today so I can take my parents out for a stroll. Is that all right? Oh, of course. Jiang Hongjun snapped out of his daze and nodded quickly, resuming his businesslike tone. Family members of trainees can request leave to visit the unit according to regulations. However, he glanced at his watch and instructed, you must be back at the team by 4 p.m. to cancel your leave. This is the rule, and it must be strictly enforced. The Army Academy's attitude towards visits by students' families is neither particularly encouraging nor explicitly opposing them, but rather letting things take their natural course. Officers are allowed to take leave, but strict time management and a leave cancellation system are red lines, aiming to cultivate their sense of time and discipline. Su Ming didn't actually intend to let his parents linger or visit the academy for too long. It's not because the college rules prohibit family members from visiting certain areas. In some places, as long as the application is approved, some non-core teaching and training areas can be visited. It's not because he's overly aware of his current influence within the academy. During regular classes and training sessions, things were fine, and the trainees each performed their duties. But today is the weekend. A day off. A large number of trainees are in a state of free movement. He had no doubt that as soon as he and his parents appeared on campus, it would cause a small-scale gathering and commotion within 5 minutes. He didn't want to put his parents in that awkward and chaotic situation. Okay, I understand. I'll be back before 4 o'clock. Su Ming readily agreed. Son, won't you take your mother and me on a tour of your college? Seeing that Su Ming took the leave slip and was about to leave without any intention of introducing the campus, Su Qingjun was somewhat disappointed, which also confirmed his guess. He didn't have the chance to come to such a top military academy back then, but now he's able to get in thanks to his son's connections. He's actually quite eager to see what this Tsinghua University of the military looks like. It's just a school. The teaching buildings, training grounds, and dormitories are all pretty much the same. There's nothing particularly interesting about it. Let's talk about it another time. Su Ming replied casually, his steps unwavering. He simply wanted to leave the academy grounds as quickly as possible. Looking at his son's obvious desire to escape the academy and his lack of belonging and pride, Su Qingjuan's lips curled up imperceptibly, a surge of secret joy welling up inside. Just as he predicted, he quickly completed the logical self-consistency in his mind. When my son was in the Border Defense Company, he was the best of the best, earning merits and awards, enjoying great prestige. So when he visited last time, his son was very enthusiastic, showing him around with confidence and pride. But what about now? Now that he's in a military academy focused on theoretical and cultural studies, his weakness of not being academically inclined has been exposed, and his grades are sure to be terrible. You might end up at the bottom of the class, becoming the laughingstock of your classmates or someone they ignore. Without self-confidence, one naturally feels ashamed and wishes to hide oneself. Why would one want to flaunt one's parents on campus? The reason for this huge behavioral contrast is obvious. Su Qingjun felt that he had grasped the key to the problem, and his chances of successfully persuading the man this time had suddenly increased by several times. The mother, Zhang Fangfang, was more perceptive. She keenly noticed that her son seemed to be deliberately avoiding contact with other people in the college, and her heart skipped a beat, filled with worry. Is it because you're not getting along well with your comrades in the dormitory? Or what wrong you suffered? In her simple understanding, the dormitory atmosphere and camaraderie are of paramount importance in communal living. Is my son's reluctance to stay at school due to interpersonal problems? She insisted. Son, it's fine if you don't take us on a tour of the school. At least take me and your dad to see your dorm room, okay? We'll feel more at ease if you meet your roommates. She wanted to see her son's living environment with her own eyes and judge his true condition from the details. I don't have any roommates, Su Ming answered simply and directly. No roommate. Su Qingjun and Zhang Fangfang exclaimed in unison, both startled. Although they had never lived in military academy dormitories before, common sense told them that they were mostly 4-person, 6-person, or even 8-person rooms, emphasizing collective living and the cultivation of camaraderie. How could you say you don't have roommates? The only explanation is that the son was isolated? Or perhaps for some reason, no one else wants to live with him? This is a serious problem. Being in a lonely, exclusionary environment for a long time can easily lead to psychological problems. Su Qingjuan's expression turned serious. He can choose not to persuade his son to come home, but he can't just watch his son develop psychological problems. Take your mom and me to your dorm room. Let's go now. His tone was very serious, carrying the unique authority and worry of a father. He needed to conduct an on-site investigation to peek into his son's true psychological state and situation from the most private corner of the living environment. Are you really going? Su Ming asked helplessly. Yes, we must go, Su Qingjun said decisively. Su Ming sighed, knowing he couldn't go against his parents' wishes, so he changed course and led them towards his dormitory building. Walking along the somewhat deserted main road of the campus on the weekend, Su Ming's demeanor made Su Qingjun and his wife even more worried. He didn't introduce the environment with the same relaxed and proud demeanor as a typical student would when accompanying their family. Instead, he kept glancing around warily, as if he were on guard against something. His pace quickened compared to usual, carrying an almost imperceptible urgency to reach his destination as soon as possible. Su Qingjun and Zhang Fangfang exchanged a knowing glance, both understanding the worry and heartache in each other's eyes. Sure enough, my son isn't doing well here. This obvious wariness and low profile is a stark contrast to his sunny, confident, and enthusiastic demeanor when he was in the company, greeting everyone warmly. If a young person hadn't experienced setbacks, blows, and even potential exclusion or bullying here, how could they have become like this? The couple were both very worried. Before they arrived, their son was here alone, silently enduring countless pressures and grievances. After walking for a while, and not encountering the expected trouble, Su Ming slowed his pace slightly and relaxed a bit. However, at that moment, Su Chungjun suddenly felt that something was wrong. He glanced back discreetly out of the corner of his eye, and his heart skipped a beat, a chill running down his spine. He lowered his voice, a hint of tension and confusion in his eyes, and quietly asked his son, "Son, well, I have a feeling that what's behind us. Were there police officers following us the whole time?" As a veteran, he had an instinctive sense of awe, or perhaps fear, of the military police officers with their red armbands and serious expressions. He didn't understand why he and his wife, who were walking obediently with their son, had attracted the special attention of the police. Is my walking posture wrong? Or are there some taboos that military families might be unaware of when they come to the unit? An even worse thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that his son had made some serious mistake and was being watched by the police, and now even their family members were being affected? The thought of this possibility made Su Chungjun even more nervous. "You didn't make a mistake, don't overthink it. We'll go our own way, they can go theirs, it won't affect each other, it's fine." Su Ming didn't turn his head, his tone calm, even carrying a hint of ease. Su Ming's reaction confused Su Chungjun even more. His son's attitude seemed to suggest that he was used to being followed by police. Even somewhat pleased to see. What Su Chungjun didn't know was that in the current Army Academy, the nature of the military police had undergone a subtle change for Su Ming. In the eyes of other trainees, the disciplinary inspectors are the embodiment of discipline, a black-faced Baogong, who needs to be carefully avoided. But for Su Ming, especially when he needed peace and quiet, the disciplinary police became, to some extent, his mobile talisman or human-shaped dispelling device. The reason is simple. The disciplinary team itself learned a painful lesson. Since Su Ming first emerged and became the god that the entire college admired, especially his record-breaking feats became widely known. If he appears in a public area outside of class time, especially on a weekend like today, he will most likely quickly attract a crowd. Especially the enthusiastic female trainees with red cards. They were as if they had seen their idols. Sometimes even the scolding and dispersal of the disciplinary officers were temporarily ineffective, and the scene was quite chaotic. This seriously disrupted campus order and made the school disciplinary officers feel very embarrassed. Why are this year's trainees so arrogant? Even the military police can't keep things under control? Thus, an unwritten agreement was formed within the disciplinary team. If Su Ming is found to be on the main roads of the campus during his break time, especially when he is not accompanied by teachers or team leaders, the nearest police will voluntarily follow up, maintaining a distance to form an invisible barrier and deterrent. In this way, when other trainees see that there are inspectors nearby, they will mostly restrain themselves and dare not rush up in a swarm, which can effectively reduce congestion and riots. For the police, this is a way to prevent problems before they occur and improve work efficiency. For Su Ming, this meant having 2 free bodyguards, allowing him to reach his destination relatively peacefully. Therefore, the 2 police officers following behind did not have any particularly stern expressions on their faces. Instead, they were rather indifferent and routine. They followed Su Ming and his family of 3 until they entered the student dormitory building, then stopped, but did not leave. Instead, it dutifully patrolled the area around the building, as if demarcating a temporary safe zone. Filled with doubt and worry, Su Chungjun followed his son to the door of his dormitory. When Su Ming opened the door and the scene inside the dormitory came into view, the couple were stunned again, and this time they were truly taken aback. This is not the messy, desolate, and lonely dormitory for problem students that they imagined. What I saw before me was a spacious, bright, and clean single dormitory room that looked almost like a model room. Not only is it larger than a regular 6-person room, but it also has a private bathroom and wash basin. The room is fully furnished with a desk, wardrobe, and bed, all arranged in an orderly manner. Although there were many books piled on the table, they were neatly arranged, the floor was clean, the bed was flat, and the military blankets were folded with sharp corners, which was a high standard of military barracks housekeeping. Son, does your Army Academy treat its cadets that well? Su Qingjun stammered a little and couldn't help but ask. They all live in single dorm rooms with private bathrooms. This treatment is even better than the officers' quarters he had back in the military. No, that's not it. Su Ming walked into the room, casually hung up his hat, and answered in a normal tone. Most of the other students are in 6-person rooms with shared bathrooms. I'm the only one with a single room, and even that with a private bathroom was a special exception. You're the only one with a single room? Su Qingjun was even more surprised. Then why are you able to stay in a single room? Is it because? Many possibilities flashed through his mind in an instant. My son is behaving so badly that no one wants to live with him. Or was he isolated for making a mistake? Or is there some special reason related to the body? The school leaders took care of me and arranged it for me, Su Ming said casually, without going into details about the real reason why Section Chief Zhang Hongjun took the initiative to apply for it for him out of confidentiality considerations. Son, Zhang Fangfang seized on a key point and asked cautiously, you just said you don't have roommates. Is that because the school assigned you a single room, so you don't have roommates, right? It's not that no one wants to live with you, right? She was terrified of hearing the answer that would break her heart. Mom, what are you thinking? Su Ming found it somewhat amusing. When I first arrived, I also lived in a 6-person room with 5 roommates, and we got along very well. Later, the school leaders felt that I might need a quieter environment to study, so they moved me to a single room. To be honest, I personally think that a 6-person room is more lively, but we have to obey the school leaders' arrangements. That's true. Living alone is quiet, but sometimes it does lack the warmth and community spirit of living together. Su Qingjun gave a half-believing, oh, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the mountain of books piled on the desk, and even the small bookshelf next to the bed. There are so many books, and they cover such a wide range of categories, that it's hard to ignore them. He walked over, picked up the top book at random, the cover of which read Principles and Systems of Modern Military Communications. He picked up another book, Engineering Core Field Construction and Camouflage Techniques. Scrolling down further, you'll find Combined Tactical Logistics Support, Fundamentals of Electronic Warfare, and more. The books are diverse, covering multiple military branches and professional fields, and they do not appear to be simple reading materials. Many of them contain words such as principles, systems, and tactics. Su Qingjun pointed to the pile of books, his face full of confusion. Son, didn't you say you were studying Armored Command? Why are there so many books on communications, engineering, logistics, electronic warfare? All sorts of random specializations here. Does your Armored Command major have to study such a wide variety of subjects? In his mind, professional studies should be highly specialized. Su Ming poured himself and his parents a glass of water, speaking casually as if discussing the weather. No need, those aren't required courses for my major. It's just, when I'm free, I go to the library to borrow things to read. Study on your own, find out what other majors are studying, and broaden your horizons. Self-taught. Su Qingjun was even more bewildered, pointing to the stack of books, at least dozens of them, half a person's height. So many. You've read them all? Pretty much. Su Ming nodded and added, these are the ones I've read in the last few days, and I haven't returned them yet. Some of them I found interesting after reading them, so I flipped through them a few more times. Su Qingjun's hand holding the book froze in mid-air, his mind buzzing. The scene he envisioned was his son being overwhelmed by his major courses, his desk piled high with incomprehensible armored warfare textbooks, his face full of worry. But what is the reality? My son seems to be handling his major courses with ease, and even has plenty of free time to study a bunch of other advanced and complex professional books on his own. And judging from his tone, it seems like he's already finished watching everything. Isn't this a bit too far off from the script he envisioned for his underachieving son to suffer through every day at military academy? He composed himself, and with a final, tentative step, A question that followed his original logic and was ultimately his last. He cautiously asked, "Son, if you can't even keep up with your studies in your major, how? How do you still have so much energy and time? Go read these casual books about other majors?" He deliberately emphasized the words "can't keep up" and "idle reading" in an attempt to steer the conversation back onto his intended path. Upon hearing this, Su Ming put down his water glass, looked up at his father with an expression that was a mixture of helplessness and amusement, as if he were looking at an alien, and asked clearly, word by word, "Dad, who told you that I'm falling behind in my studies?" The air in the dormitory suddenly froze. Chapter 239. Su Qingjun is numb. What happened to the academic underachiever he was supposed to be? As the saying goes, plans can't keep up with changes, ideals are always lofty, but reality is often harsh. At this moment, Su Qingjun sat in his son's dormitory, holding the thick book, Principles of Modern Military Communications, and had an unprecedented and profound understanding of these two sentences. He realized that all his previous judgments, speculations, and even his high expectations and smugness were based on a huge, directional error. His prediction of his son's situation at the Army Academy was not just slightly off, it was completely wrong. Su Ming was not the academic failure he had imagined, who was overwhelmed by theoretical studies and couldn't hold his head up among his classmates. On the contrary, he passed the two most core and difficult majors of the Army Command Academy with perfect scores, breaking the record in the history of Army academies. The undergraduate skipped grade examination for infantry tactics and armored command departments. This is the first person to have ever been in the history of the college. The two police officers who were following him on the road earlier were not there because Su Ming had done something wrong, but because he was too famous and too popular. The school has taken special security measures to maintain order and prevent crowds from gathering when he appears. He didn't have any roommates, not because he was ostracized or isolated, but because his performance was so outstanding that the college leaders specially approved a single dormitory room with a private bathroom for him, considering his studies and the possibility of his involvement in confidential work. This is blatant preferential treatment for top students. Everything pointed to a fact that was completely contrary to his expectations, a fact that even he, as the father, found somewhat unbelievable. At the Army Academy, Su Ming was a top figure, shining like a star, highly respected and followed. His excellence has transcended the scope of ordinary top students, reaching a level where the college has to give him special attention and his peers can only look up to him in admiration. Su Qingjun's previously envisioned scenario of his son becoming disheartened due to setbacks in his studies, and him taking the opportunity to reason with him and persuade him to come home, has now shattered into nothingness. He felt like a mediocre actor who had meticulously prepared his props for a performance, only to find that the stage and the audience had gone to another theater. My initial confidence and smugness vanished into nothingness, leaving me feeling depressed. I just find it so strange. Su Qingjun put down his book and couldn't help but complain to his son, his tone filled with bewilderment and a frustrated disappointment. Since you have the gene for learning, why did you act like it was going to kill you when you were homeschooled, refusing to study properly and get into university? Your father wasn't good at studying back in the day either. I always thought that our Su family ancestors just didn't have the knack for studying, that it wasn't in our genes. And what happened? You're like a completely different person now that you're here, studying with such enthusiasm. What? You're picky about where you study. Is military ink better smelling than civilian ink? Looking at his son's calm, yet somewhat innocent face, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. I came here with a feeling of pity and a desire to save them, but now the pity is gone, leaving only a bellyful of frustration at having my plans disrupted. I'm even starting to feel a bit withdrawn because of this sudden reversal. Son, everything you told us, is it all true? You're not lying to us, are you? Zhang Fangfang still found it hard to believe. This was so different from the son she remembered who used to get a headache whenever studying was mentioned. Mom, why would I lie about something like this? Su Ming smiled, his tone frank. Everyone in the entire Lu Academy, from the school leaders to the students standing guard at the gate, basically knows. You can ask anyone, and they can probably tell you something. Then Then why did Section Chief Jiang specifically tell you to take more time to rest and not spend all day in the library? Zhang Fangfang noticed this detail. In her simple understanding, shouldn't school leaders encourage students to study hard? Why would you advise students to study less? Upon hearing this, Su Ming explained somewhat helplessly. That's because I basically spend all my free time studying in the library. I read so much and get so absorbed in it. The school leaders are probably worried that my long hours of intense mental work are bad for my health. So they told me to pay attention to balancing work and rest, and to take appropriate breaks. His explanation was reasonable, but it made Su Chengjun feel even more choked up. Good heavens! School leaders are worried that students are studying too hard and are advising them to rest more. Su Chengjun had never heard of such treatment in his entire life. How hard must one work to get to the point that even the boss can't stand it anymore? My son's enthusiasm and achievements in studying are far more impressive than I imagined. The family chatted for a while longer, and when Su Ming saw that it was almost time, he left the academy with his parents. Walking on campus, he remained vigilant, but fortunately, because it was during class and training time, there weren't many students on the road, and the anticipated traffic jam did not occur. As they approached the academy gate and were about to leave, Hu Jia, the sentry on duty, took advantage of the fact that no one was around and quickly and quietly called out, "Great God!" Su Ming stopped and looked at him. "Is something the matter?" With a slightly embarrassed yet expectant smile, Hu Jia lowered his voice and said, Master, if it's convenient, could you give me an autograph?" He was now filled with deep regret. How could he have been so blind when Su Ming came to report for duty, almost mistaking this true god for a suspicious person? Su Ming's reputation at the Army Academy is now at its peak, and his autographs are practically a hard currency among the students. It is said that one autograph can be exchanged for a pack of Huazi cigarettes. This is no exaggeration, because it's really too difficult to get close to Su Ming now. Wherever he appears, you can always see white helmets patrolling nearby. Su Ming was in a good mood today, and with his parents around, he readily agreed. "Okay. Thank you so much, Master. I'm so grateful." Hu Jia was overjoyed and almost jumped up on the spot, feeling that standing guard today was absolutely worth it. He was secretly pleased with himself, wondering whether to keep the signature as a souvenir or exchange it for something more practical. Su Chengjun, who was standing nearby, witnessed the whole scene, and his frustration deepened. Well, her son's status here has become so high that even the sentries standing guard at the gate have become fans, getting so excited about getting an autograph. This influence is almost on par with that of a celebrity. The family of three found a nice restaurant near the college and had lunch. During the meal, although Su Chengjun felt a mix of emotions, seeing his son healthy, in excellent spirits, and noticeably more mature and composed, the joy and relief he felt as a parent prevailed. The family chatted and laughed, enjoying themselves immensely. In the afternoon, Su Ming accompanied his parents for a stroll around Shizhuang City. When passing by a tobacco and liquor store, Su Ming went in without hesitation and swept the store, replenishing his hard currency, Zhonghua cigarettes. With my dad as my portable wallet, I don't need to worry about the price at all. Watching his son skillfully buy cigarettes, Su Chengjun thought to himself, this kid has learned social skills pretty quickly in the army. Su Chengjun and his wife did not plan to stay overnight in Shizhuang. They intended to return to Beijing after Su Ming returned to his unit in the afternoon. After all, the journey isn't far. It only takes a little over 3 hours by car, so they can visit any time they want. The main issue is that Su Chengjun needs time to digest today's information and reassess the situation. His previously devised persuasion strategy had completely failed, and he needed to go back and think carefully about his next move. My son is thriving at the military academy right now, and his career is going very well. Trying to persuade him to give up or go home at this time would be like adding fuel to the fire, and would only cause him to resent and resist. It would be better to hold back for now and plan for the long term. Chapter 240 The Army Academy is in an uproar. Undergraduate assessment for all majors? Before 4 p.m., the family of three returned to the main gate of the Army Academy. Before parting, Su Chungjun hesitated for a moment, then rubbed his hands together and said somewhat embarrassedly, Son, could you give your old man something? Dad, what do you want? Su Ming asked, somewhat surprised. Well, Su Chungjun pointed to Su Ming's chest. Could you give Dad a military medal? I'll take it back so that the elders in the family and the neighbors can see it and make them happy too. He said it somewhat hesitantly. The army sent good news to his family twice, which made him, as a father, very proud in his family and circle of friends, and he could hold his head high. The elders in the clan have mentioned more than once that Su Ming's achievements should be recorded in the ancestral hall, and they have even considered building a separate ancestral hall for him. Even the district leaders have hinted that local scions like Su Ming, who have won 2 first-class merit awards, should be recorded in the district annals and bring glory to their hometown. Su Chungjun felt both proud and somewhat vain. He really wanted to have a real military medal to take back as a guardian and to show off at crucial moments. Upon hearing this, Su Ming nodded readily. Sure. First-class merit, second-class merit, third-class merit, which one do you want? Or do you want one of each? He spoke casually, as if asking his father whether he wanted braised pork or steamed fish for dinner. Hu Jia, the sentry listening intently nearby, was already in tears, shouting frantically. Comparing people is deadly. Comparing goods is worthless. For these ordinary trainees, a third-class merit is a coveted honor that can change their destiny. When it comes to Su Ming, it's like he's buying wholesale, saying one of each kind. Does it have to be this Versailles-like? No need. One is enough. Su Chungjun quickly waved his hand, afraid that his son would actually pull out a handful for him. Just give him whichever one is convenient for you. He never managed to earn any merit during his time in the army, which has always been a regret in his heart. Now his son has fulfilled his dream, and he has a military medal to bring back, which puts his mind at ease. Okay. Su Ming took out a delicate dark blue velvet box from his bag and handed it to his father. Dad, here you go. Su Chungjun immediately straightened up, his body instinctively straightening and his feet slightly together. He first vigorously rubbed his hands on his clothes, as if to wipe away all dust and disrespect, before extending his hands and carefully accepting the small box with an almost reverent gesture. This subtle gesture filled Hu Jia, who was standing nearby, with awe. He saw a veteran's heartfelt respect and awe for his military achievements and honors. This attitude, in stark contrast to Su Ming's nonchalant tone, made it all the more genuine and touching. Su Chungjun gently opened the box. When he saw the gleaming gold medal with its unique design, his hand trembled slightly. He looked up in astonishment. This is a first-class merit? Son, you gave me your first-class merit medal. It's all right. I have another one. Su Ming nodded, his tone still calm. We're not allowed to wear them at the academy anyway, so they're just sitting there. You might as well take them back. Hu Jia felt his knees go weak, and his gaze towards Su Ming was filled with awe and reverence. 2 first-class merits. What does that mean? This is one of the highest honors a soldier can receive in peacetime. Countless soldiers spend their entire lives striving for this achievement, yet this cadet, who is even younger than himself, has already achieved it twice. This is beyond just being excellent. It's legendary. Su Chungjun took a deep breath, solemnly closed the box, held it tightly in his hand, and looked at his son, his eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. Okay. Son, don't worry. Dad will definitely keep this medal safe. Take it back with you, and let your grandfather and great-grandfather have some good fun. This is the greatest honor for our Su family. On the way back, sitting in the back row, Su Chungjun looked at the first-class merit medal given to him by his son and couldn't put it down. Zhang Fangfang said irritably, "Look at you, so pathetic. What did you tell me when you came here?" He swore to me that he could handle the son this time. But what happened? I think your son has won you over. Su Chungjun chuckled awkwardly. I never expected him to be like this at the Army Academy. Next time, there will be another chance. Zhang Fangfang reminded. I'm warning you if you don't hurry up. The day my son performs another meritorious service and the Army sends a good news report home again. By then, your Su family will really be building the ancestral hall. Su Chungjun said dismissively. Do you think earning merit is as easy as drinking water? You think you can do it whenever you want? After saying that, Su Qingjun, worried about being proven wrong, added, "At least I can guarantee that he won't be able to make any contributions during his studies at the Army Academy." The weekend flew by. On Monday, the Army Academy has resumed its usual serious yet vibrant rhythm. Senior students headed to their respective classrooms to begin a new week of professional courses. The freshmen of the class of '99 continued to work hard on the training field, undergoing 3 months of basic military training. After spending this ordinary morning, Su Ming did something earth-shattering that was recorded in the history of the Army Academy and might even alarm higher-ups. This morning, while most people had not yet fully recovered from the weekend's relaxation, Su Ming walked into the office of the head of the school affairs department again, carrying a thick stack of neatly bound documents. "Section Chief Jiang, I'm sorry to trouble you again." Su Ming placed the documents on Jiang Hongjuan's desk, his tone as calm as ever. Jiang Hongjuan looked up and saw Su Ming. A habitual smile appeared on his face. "Su Ming, what's up?" His words came to an abrupt halt as his gaze fell upon the prominent title on the first page of the document. "Request for approval to participate in the undergraduate graduation assessment of multiple majors at the Army Academy." Jiang Hongjuan's smile froze on his face, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Almost instinctively, with a slight tremor, he reached out and picked up the document, quickly glancing at it. The document is clear and concise. Applicant Su Ming, having completed the undergraduate examinations for infantry tactics and armored command, and having now completed the core undergraduate courses for the remaining majors offered by the college through self-study, including communication engineering, electronic countermeasures, engineering corps command, chemical defense corps command, and logistics command and management, hereby applies to participate in the undergraduate graduation examinations for the aforementioned majors. He respectfully requests the college to approve and arrange the examinations. Communications engineering, electronic countermeasures, engineering corps, chemical defense, logistics. Jiang Hongjun murmured these professional names, each word like a heavy hammer hitting his heart. His fingers began to tremble slightly uncontrollably, and a fine layer of cold sweat even seeped from his forehead. This is insane. That's incredible. Since its establishment, the Army Academy has cultivated countless outstanding commanders over the decades, including many exceptionally talented individuals. But no student has ever dared to apply for undergraduate exams in all other majors in such a short period of time, after already obtaining 2 undergraduate degrees in core majors. This is no longer a skipping a grade, it's a full-scale bombardment and degree harvesting in the field of knowledge. Jiang Hongjun raised his head and looked at Su Ming, who was standing calmly in front of the table, as if he were looking at a monster who had traveled from the future and shattered all common sense and cognition. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found his throat was dry and he couldn't make a complete sound for a moment. Su Ming, are you sure?" Jiang Hongjun finally found his voice, but it was still trembling with disbelief. "These majors, you've all completed them all on your own? You've met the undergraduate graduation requirements? This is no joke." Su Ming's answer was resolute, his gaze clear and firm. "Section Chief Jiang, I'm very sure. I have already systematically studied and organized the relevant course materials, syllabus, exercises, and some reference case studies in the library. I am willing to accept any form of assessment or evaluation from the college." Looking at Su Ming's unwavering gaze, Jiang Hongjun knew that he was not joking or trying to attract attention. This young man is serious. He really wants to challenge something that no one has ever done or even dared to think of since the founding of the Army Academy. I need to report to Director Sun immediately. No, directly to Dean Zhao, Dean Fong, and the principal. Jiang Hongjun took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He knew how important this matter was. He picked up the heavy application document, feeling as if he were holding not just a few sheets of paper, but a bombshell about to detonate throughout the entire Army Academy. "Okay, thank you for your help, Section Chief Jiang." Su Ming nodded, turned and left the office with a calm and composed gait, as if he had just completed a trivial daily task. Jiang Hongjun dared not delay for a moment. He picked up the phone, but then felt that he couldn't explain it over the phone, so he simply grabbed the documents and ran all the way to the Academic Affairs office, and then headed straight for the dean's office building. He knew what a huge uproar this application would cause at the Army Command College once it was officially submitted and spread. The news, like a giant meteorite thrown into a calm lake, spread to every corner of the academy with explosive speed. Initially, it was just a rumor circulating in a small circle. Have you heard? That Su Ming seems to have submitted something quite extraordinary to the school administration office again. Really? He already has 2 bachelor's degrees. What else could he possibly submit? A thank you letter? I don't know, but judging from Section Chief Zhang's hurried manner, it must be something serious. Soon, more specific and horrifying details began to leak out. My God, Su Ming applied for undergraduate exams in every other major. What? All majors? Communications, engineering, electronics, chemical defense, logistics. We have to take the exam for all of them. Is he crazy? It's only been a few days. How could he possibly have finished learning? Self-taught? Completely self-taught. Is this even human? When the news was confirmed by multiple sources and became absolutely certain, the entire Army Command Academy was in an uproar. From office buildings to teaching buildings, from training grounds to student dormitories, from instructors to students, from the freshmen of the class of '99 to graduating senior military officer training students. Everyone is talking about the same name and the same thing. The scene almost spiraled out of control, with a mix of amazement, doubt, admiration, and disbelief erupting like a volcanic eruption. Countless people flocked to the bulletin board, inquiring about the activities in the Academic Affairs office and the dean's office, trying to obtain first-hand information. The cadet officers had to temporarily assemble the team, emphasize discipline, and prevent large-scale disorderly gatherings. This unprecedented degree application storm, triggered by Su Ming alone, has an impact and shock far exceeding the scene when he previously obtained perfect scores in 2 majors. This is no longer just excellent or record-breaking. It is challenging the limits of our understanding of the traditional training model of the Army Command College. It's redefining the concept of outstanding student. Chapter 241, The Number 1 in the Army Academy. Perfect score in all professional theories. The atmosphere in the principal's office was heavy and subtle. Colonel Sun Yuan, the director of the Academic Affairs Office, gently placed the application to participate in the undergraduate graduation assessment for multiple majors document, which was personally signed and submitted by Su Ming, on the large desk. The lieutenant general principal behind the desk picked up the document and glanced at the circled majors. Communications Engineering, Electronic Warfare, Engineering Corps Command, Chemical Defense Corps Command, Logistics Command and Management. The principal's brows furrowed slightly at first, then relaxed, but the shock and a complex emotion that was hard to describe lingered in his eyes for a full half-minute. Principal, I originally thought he was just saying it casually in the Academic Affairs office last time. It's a good thing that young people have drive, but I didn't expect him to actually do it in just 1 week. And then, Colonel Sun Yuan wore a wry smile, his tone filled with disbelief. And then they actually submitted the application and the whole thing. He did know that Su Ming planned to study other majors on his own, and Su Ming had clearly stated that he needed a week. But in Sun Yuan's mind, it would be good enough to get a general understanding of a few professional concepts in a week. Want to reach the level required for undergraduate graduation assessment? That's nothing short of wishful thinking. He never imagined that Su Ming would submit an application for exams covering all the remaining majors so seriously and formally. This goes far beyond the scope of diligence or ambition. It's an almost arrogant confidence in one's own learning ability. Or rather, it's a kind of dimensional reduction attack on the speed of knowledge acquisition that these educators have never encountered before. This kid, it's true that when it doesn't make a sound, it's all good. But when it does, it's sure to shake the heavens and earth. The lieutenant general put down the documents, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long breath, his tone a mixture of helplessness, appreciation, and a touch of emotion. Sun Yuan cautiously asked for instructions. Principal, so now what do we do? This application involves too many departments. The process is complicated, and it's unprecedented. Should we reject the proposal first, let him calm down, or focus on completing the master's program courses that have already been arranged? He tried to offer a relatively safe suggestion. The lieutenant general did not answer immediately, his fingers tapping lightly on the smooth tabletop, making a rhythmic sound. After a moment, he shook his head. No. Since he brought it up, and seems serious, we have no reason to refuse. The Army Command Academy encourages innovation and is unafraid of challenges. If he wants to take the exam, let him take it. The principal sat up straight and began to give specific instructions. Director Sun, please coordinate with the relevant departments immediately to organize a joint undergraduate graduation assessment for Comrade Su Ming, organized in the name of the Academic Affairs Office, across different majors. First, we will conduct theoretical written tests for each major. After all the written tests are completed, for majors with practical requirements, such as engineering and chemical defense, we will arrange corresponding practical skills assessments. Since he's the only candidate, we can concentrate our resources and improve efficiency. Although this is unprecedented, it won't take too much trouble. Treat this exam as a special test of the college's teaching organization capabilities and its special talent assessment mechanism. Yes, Principal. Sun Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately accepted the order. He understood that the principal was not only responding to Su Ming's challenge, but also expressing an attitude to the entire college and even to higher authorities who might be concerned about the matter. The Army Academy is magnanimous and dares to break with convention for truly talented individuals. When the news that Su Ming would be taking all the remaining undergraduate exams for majors at the same time was confirmed by official channels, the entire college was in an uproar. For the freshmen of the class of '99 who entered the school at the same time as Su Ming, this news was nothing short of a powerful stimulant. They felt a sense of pride, as if Su Ming's achievements had illuminated their path forward. Wow, you're amazing. I'm speechless. I can't think of any other word besides amazing. Is this genius trying to collect undergraduate degrees from every major to summon a dragon? That's incredible. If all of these pass, my God, that's going to be a historic achievement for the school. We're here to learn and improve, while the experts are here to break records and reshape history. We're not even in the same league. There's no comparison. When the news reached the infantry tactical department, Zhao Dashi, who was studying his textbook during his break, was stunned for more than 10 seconds after listening to his comrade's animated account. The book in his hand fell to the table with a thud. He had barely recovered from the shock of Su Ming getting perfect scores in 2 majors, and before he could even calm down for a few days, an even bigger nuclear bomb exploded. To sweep up all the remaining majors? Zhao Dashi muttered to himself, his face full of absurdity and helplessness. Third platoon leader. Did you come here to study at the Army's highest academy, or to wholesale degrees? He felt that his efforts in using his spare time to preview his major courses were pitifully insignificant compared to Su Ming's knowledge-sweeping style of learning. Without comparison, there is no harm. Zhao Dashi felt a deep and indescribable envy, and even a sense of powerlessness, towards Su Ming's seemingly limitless ability to learn and absorb knowledge. This news, however, elicited a completely different reaction within the Intermediate Officer Coordination class circle. Amidst the uproar, there was discontent, skepticism, and anger at being seen as challenging authority. This is outrageous. They're utterly ignorant of their own limitations. It's just a cheap trick, an absolute cheap trick. Once he actually transfers to our class, we'll teach him a lesson about manners and seniority. We can't let a newcomer like him corrupt the atmosphere of Dean Liu. Self-taught? In just 1 week? This is such a high-level subject. Does he think it's like an elementary school textbook? I bet he can't even pass half of it, and I'll change my name. Half? You think too highly of him. If he passes all of them, I'll swallow a tank model whole in front of everyone. Count me in. If he gets 2/3 of the way through, I'll eat the coach's whip alive. Public sentiment was outraged, and all sorts of oaths and vows emerged. Only Major Luo Mingji, who had been the defending commander in the previous urban warfare assessment and had been utterly defeated by Su Ming, sat in a corner with a complicated expression, not participating in the condemnation. After that utter defeat and the subsequent detailed tactical review, he understood better than anyone how terrifying Su Ming's tactical thinking and command abilities were. That was not even a contest on the same level. As a defeated opponent, he was too ashamed to criticize Su Ming's behavior any longer, and even felt a slight sense of admiration. But as a member of the mid-level officer corps, his deeply ingrained tradition of being stubborn kept him silent, though he secretly thought to himself, "These guys probably haven't experienced Su Ming's prowess yet." As for the senior officers, trainees, who are known for their composure and long-term vision, they generally maintained a cautious silence and an attitude of observation. Their consensus is clear: do not express opinions lightly, and do not follow the crowd. The fact that a young student dared to make such an astonishing application, and that the Academy's top leadership actually approved it, already speaks volumes. At this point, jumping out to question or ridicule is not only unwise, but also makes one appear narrow-minded. Their attitude was clear: to resolutely obey and support the organization's decision, and to wait and see. Thus, the most unique graduation assessment in the history of the Army Command Academy, involving the widest range of specialties and the fewest participants, was prepared intensively under the personal instructions of the Lieutenant General Principal. The scale of this exam lies not in the number of examinees or the number of invigilators, but in the breadth and depth of its content. It spans almost all major branches of service and support specialties of the Army Command Academy, except for infantry and armored vehicles, which Su Ming has already passed. From communications electronics to engineering blasting, from chemical decontamination to logistical coordination. Its scope was so broad that the leaders of the various departments involved in the coordination were all stunned, exclaiming, "This is an eye-opener, and this is the first time in my life." The Academic Affairs Office, the office of Colonel Sun Yuan. When Su Ming received the preliminary assessment schedule, he frowned slightly. "Director Sun, so many professional theoretical exams, and they're going to be taken over 4 days?" Su Ming asked. "Yes. Considering the intensity and mental strain of the exams, dividing them into 4 days is a more scientific and reasonable arrangement. Each day, you will have 1 or 2 exams in the morning and afternoon, giving you time to rest and adjust," Sun Yuan explained, feeling that this arrangement was already very considerate of the candidates. "There's no need for all that trouble." Su Ming shook his head. "I request to complete all the theoretical written exams for my major within 1 day. 1 day. Sun Yuan's voice suddenly rose, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. "Su Ming, are you crazy? All day? Even if it's divided into morning and afternoon sessions, you need to complete at least 5 to 6 undergraduate-level exam papers each half-day. More than 10 sheets a day. This is an exam, not copying. You need to read the question carefully, think about it, calculate, and answer it. With such intense mental exertion, wouldn't your brain be fried by the end of the day?" Su Ming's tone remained calm, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. "Director Sun, it's just a theory test. It's just about using a pen, writing, and expressing what you understand in your mind. There's no need to split it into 3 or 4 days. It's too much of a waste of time. 1 day is enough." He even did a quick mental calculation. An average test paper takes 30 to 40 minutes to complete, 6 papers in the morning, a maximum of 4 hours. The same applies in the afternoon. It's completely within my budget and saves a lot of time. Are you sure you want to do this?" Looking at Su Ming's taken-for-granted attitude, Sun Yuan felt that his understanding had been challenged once again. "This is outrageous, utterly outrageous. This kid is capable of anything. There's nothing he can't do, only things others haven't thought of. I'm sure." Su Ming's answer was concise and forceful. Helpless, Sun Yuan had no choice but to bite the bullet and report Su Ming's increasingly demanding request to the principal. After listening to the report, the lieutenant general remained silent for a few seconds, then let out a soft, ambiguous laugh. "1 day? Heh, okay. If he, the one being tested, isn't afraid, what are we, the organizers, afraid of? Do as he says. Finish the theory exam in 1 day. I want to see if this kid really has 3 heads and 6 arms." As a result, the theoretical written test, originally scheduled for 4 days, was compressed into an unprecedented single day. The day of the assessment, early morning. The atmosphere outside the specially arranged joint examination room was solemn. Each relevant department sent senior faculty members to serve as proctors, and Sun Yuan, the director of the Academic Affairs Office, personally oversaw the overall coordination. Countless gazes, filled with curiosity, skepticism, or anticipation, were focused on the only examinee in the examination room, Su Ming. The exam bell rang. In the morning session, professional exam papers for communication engineering, fundamentals of electronic countermeasures, introduction to engineering corps command, basic knowledge of chemical defense corps, fundamentals of logistics management, military operations research, etc., were distributed in turn. Inside the classroom, the only sounds were the scratching of pens on paper and the low, suppressed breaths of the proctors. Colonel Sun Yuan stood at the back of the examination room, watching Su Ming's familiar yet unsettling way of answering questions. With focused eyes, he wrote with lightning speed, almost without any pause or hesitation. It was as if the answers to those complex formulas, obscure concepts, and calculation problems that required meticulous reasoning were already clearly imprinted in his mind, and he was simply making a simple copy. Damn it, still so perverted. Sun Yuan cursed inwardly, but the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up slightly. He recalled that Su Ming's double major theory exam last time also went at a similarly inhuman speed. The other proctors, who were seeing this for the first time, stared wide-eyed at each other, their eyes conveying a turbulent sense of shock and disbelief. My God! Did he think without thinking? This speed at answering questions is even faster than when I used to copy the standard answers. Director Sun, he did this last time too? An engineering professor couldn't help but lean close to Sun Yuan's ear and whispered. Sun Yuan nodded silently, his eyes filled with complex emotions. After the morning session ended, Su Ming handed in his paper on time, looking calm and showing no signs of fatigue. After a short lunch break, the afternoon session continues. Military topography, fundamentals of military political work, introduction to military law. These are several exam papers covering different fields. Su Ming's rhythm remained unchanged, steady as a rock and fast as lightning. That evening, at the college cafeteria, Su Ming sat alone at the corner table, slowly eating his dinner. To maintain order in the cafeteria and prevent accidents from happening, 2 fully armed and serious-looking police officers were unusually stationed at the entrance. They stood like 2 guardian deities, their sharp eyes scanning the crowds coming and going. Suddenly, a shout, trembling with excitement, rang out from nowhere. They're out. They're out. The genius's theory exam results are all out. This shout was like cold water poured into boiling oil, instantly igniting the entire cafeteria. Splash. The cafeteria, which was originally packed, saw a surge of people rushing towards the entrance like a receding tide within just a dozen seconds, all eager to see the inevitably astonishing results. The sounds of clattering tables and chairs, hurried footsteps, and excited chatter mingled together, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, the huge cafeteria was left with only Su Ming eating his meal at a leisurely pace, and the 2 loyal and unmoving guards at the door. Su Ming looked up at the empty cafeteria, and then at the 2 bodyguards at the door who looked like they were facing a formidable enemy. He found it somewhat amusing. After finishing the last bite of his meal, he wiped his mouth, picked up his tray, and headed towards the recycling area. He stopped as he passed the doorway. Looking at the 2 disciplinary officers, who still had stern faces but seemed to have a hint of curiosity in their eyes, Su Ming suddenly had a whim, took out a cigarette case from his pocket, pulled out 2 Chunghwa cigarettes, and handed them over. You've worked hard, want one? The 2 patrol members were visibly taken aback, exchanged a quick glance, and then swiftly looked around. After confirming that no other trainees were present, one of them subtly and quickly took the cigarette, followed closely by the other. The whole process was swift and discreet, and the serious expression on his face barely changed. Just kidding, military police are soldiers too. They have emotional intelligence. Ordinary students who dare to openly bribe, each other will definitely be dealt with seriously. But Su Ming is different. This isn't corruption or appeasement. It's friendly concern between comrades, an acknowledgement and gratitude for their hard work in maintaining order. Yes, that's it. The two military police officers found the perfect excuse for themselves, carefully put away their cigarettes, and continued to stand guard without looking to the side, but their backs seemed to be straighter. Su Ming smiled and walked away from the cafeteria. He wasn't in a hurry to check the results, as if it were already a foregone conclusion. However, at this moment, the bulletin board at the Army Academy and all the places with loudspeakers were already drowned out by thunderous exclamations and incredulous clamor. My God! A perfect score, a perfect score! Communications engineering, full marks. Electronic countermeasures, full marks. Engineering Corps Command, full marks. All professional theory exams, full marks. How is this possible? How did he do that? The first person since the founding of the Army Academy. No, you probably can't find another one like him in the entire military academy. A god. Absolutely amazing. Where are those who bet on swallowing a tank whole? Come out and show yourselves. Exclamations of surprise, exclamations of admiration, and gasps of astonishment rose and fell, echoing endlessly under the night sky above the Lu Academy. Everyone who saw the results was utterly shocked. This is beyond what can be described as excellent or genius. It is a complete subversion and transcendence of the traditional learning and cognitive system. The first and only student in the history of the Army Command College to achieve a perfect score in all undergraduate theoretical examinations across all major branches of service and support specialties has been born. Chapter 242, he's been promoted to captain already? The small conference room on the top floor of the college's office building. Senior Colonel Zhao Yuantong, Dean of the Infantry Tactics Department, and Major General Fang Jinhua, Dean of the Armored Command Department, were prominently featured on the list. In addition, almost all the deans and directors of various departments, including the Department of Communications Engineering, the Department of Electronic Countermeasures, the Department of Engineering Corps Command, the Department of Chemical Defense Corps Command, and the Department of Logistics Command and Management, were present. The department heads, who usually manage their own affairs and rarely gather together, are now gathered here to discuss one thing: how to handle the follow-up to Su Ming's unprecedented exam application. The head of the Engineering Command Department, a senior colonel with graying hair, cleared his throat and spoke first. Headmaster, our engineering department has carefully considered the follow-up assessment of student Su Ming. They believe that the theoretical exam is sufficient to explain the issue. His answer sheet demonstrated a solid theoretical foundation and rigorous thinking, far exceeding the requirements of the undergraduate level. Therefore, we suggest that the practical assessment be waived directly, a bachelor's degree be recognized, and the thesis be exempted. The head of the communications department then stated, "Our Department of Communications Engineering seconded this. Comrade Su Ming's depth of understanding of communication principles, system architecture, and even cutting-edge developments is impressive. The practical assessments are mostly basic skills verifications, which are not very meaningful for him and would only be a waste of time. We have no objection to him being directly admitted to undergraduate programs." The Electronic Warfare System agrees. The Chemical Defense Corps Command agrees. The Department of Logistics Command and Management agrees. The heads of various departments almost unanimously expressed a high degree of consensus. No practical training or thesis required. Su Ming is directly admitted to the undergraduate program in this major. Besides the shock of Su Ming's impeccable, full-mark theoretical answers, there was another factor that could not be ignored that led to this unanimous decision. Sitting to the side, Major General Fang Jinhua, the head of the Armored Command Department, exhaled smoke and, though he did not speak explicitly, exuded a powerful aura. Everyone could see it, and everyone knew it, that the only Major General Department head of the Army Academy, and a former meritorious division commander, had long regarded Su Ming as his second disciple. In his eyes, Su Ming is a future shining star in the field of armored force command, and time is of utmost importance. It's a huge waste to let such promising students spend so much of their energy on interdisciplinary practical assessments and repetitive paper writing. A perfect score in theory has already demonstrated its formidable learning and absorption capabilities and its high level of knowledge framework construction, which is sufficient. Although Fong Jinhua didn't speak, his slight nod and the way he scanned the crowd clearly conveyed his attitude. Hurry up and make a decision. Don't delay my apprentice's important business. The lieutenant general, sitting at the head of the table, took in everyone's reactions. He flicked his cigarette ash and slowly said, "Since all the relevant departments agree, then let's proceed with this plan. Comrade Su Ming will be exempted from the practical assessments and graduation thesis requirements for the majors he applied for, and will be directly granted a bachelor's degree." He paused, a hint of emotion in his voice. I originally thought that the young people were just having a passing fancy and challenging themselves. I never expected that he actually did it. Perfect scores in all theoretical subjects across all majors. This is unprecedented in the history of our college. Su Ming's emergence has both impacted and inspired our college's teaching philosophy and talent cultivation model. Perhaps this foreshadows the emergence of more outstanding command talents with unconventional and multifaceted abilities among the young officers of our field army in the future. With the matter settled, Major General Fong Jinhua showed a satisfied expression and, unusually, took out his specially supplied cigarettes and distributed them to his colleagues. "Old Fong, your armored command department has really struck gold this time. No, you've hit the jackpot." The head of the engineering department took the cigarette and clicked his tongue in admiration. Su Ming's future is limitless. A bachelor's degree in all majors. Just thinking about it is amazing. The first person in the history of the Army Academy. That's quite a prestigious title. The head of the communications department lit a cigarette, his tone full of envy. "I think we can definitely make him a role model, a benchmark," a leader from the Department of Political Work suggested. "Look at some of the trainees now. They lack ambition and are content with just following the rules. Su Ming's story is the best inspiration." "That's a good suggestion." The lieutenant general, with a cigarette between his fingers, gazed out the window through the wisps of smoke, seemingly pondering a deeper question. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze and said in a deep voice, "Comrade Su Ming will become the first student in the history of our college to obtain a bachelor's degree in all majors. This is an achievement worth remembering. Tomorrow afternoon, a separate ceremony will be held in the school auditorium to award Comrade Su Ming his bachelor's degree certificate. The scale should be high and the atmosphere should be grand." Hiss! A low gasp filled the conference room. Even Fong Jinhua raised an eyebrow, looking slightly surprised. To hold a degree conferment ceremony for a single student, and in the grand hall that symbolizes the highest ceremony of the college? This treatment is unprecedented in the history of the Army Academy. Although Su Ming's achievements are remarkable, such a high-profile approach. The lieutenant general seemed to see through everyone's doubts and added calmly, "The general staff has issued relevant orders and directives." This short sentence is like a key that unlocks all the mysteries. Everyone suddenly realized, their surprise turning into understanding and then into solemnity. "I see." With the general staff's attention and orders already in place, the Academy's highest-level commendation and ceremony is not merely an academic act, but also a manifestation and response to the superior's intentions. This undoubtedly shows that the papers Su Ming submitted, or his own performance, have attracted the attention of the highest military command. Just then, there was a knock on the conference room door. "Report," came the voice of Colonel Sun Yuan, the director of the Academic Affairs Office, from outside the door. "Come in." Sun Yuan pushed open the door and entered, accustomed to the room filled with smoke. He held a thick stack of neatly bound documents in his hands, his expression somewhat strange. "Principal, distinguished leaders," Sun Yuan placed the documents on the empty space on the conference table. "These are 12 undergraduate theses from various related majors that Su Ming just submitted." The meeting room fell silent for a moment, and even the flow of smoke seemed to freeze. Everyone looked at each other, their faces showing a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Good heavens! They just had a meeting and decided to exempt someone from the practical exam and thesis, but it turns out that the person had already written the thesis and submitted 12 of them all at once. This efficiency, this drive. The lieutenant general principal was also taken aback for a moment, then chuckled and shook his head. This kid, really, never gives an inch, always taking the lead in everything. He gestured to Sun Yuan. Distribute the paper to everyone so they can see it. In addition, Director Sun, please inform Su Ming immediately that the subsequent practical assessment has been waived and his undergraduate degree will be directly confirmed for each major. At the same time, inform him that the degree conferment ceremony will be held in the auditorium tomorrow afternoon and ask him to prepare in advance. He will need to speak on stage, share his experience, and inspire all students in the college. Yes, Principal. Sun Yuan was deeply moved. The principal's arrangements were meticulously planned, and his intention to commend, encourage, and set an example was very clear. He immediately accepted the order and left. After Sun Yuan left, the leaders of each department curiously picked up Su Ming's graduation thesis, which belonged to their respective majors, and began to read it. Soon, gasps of amazement filled the conference room. This paper is written. This insight is more than enough to be a master's thesis. His arguments are clear, his logic is rigorous, and he has many unique perspectives. Just how much does this kid have in his head? I'll have someone post this on the department bulletin board tomorrow as an excellent example. Incredible, truly incredible. The following day, the Army Command College was once again bombarded with a series of major news. Following yesterday's perfect score in all theoretical subjects, which shocked the entire college, more news has been released today. The college has officially decided to exempt Su Ming from all subsequent practical assessments for the majors he has applied for and directly award him the corresponding bachelor's degrees. All 12 undergraduate theses submitted by Su Ming yesterday have been recognized as excellent by their respective departments and are now being publicized. For a time, bulletin boards in various departments were filled with all sorts of creative content, yet all of it came from the same person, creating quite a spectacle. The college will hold a special bachelor's degree awarding ceremony for Su Ming this afternoon in the auditorium. Wherever the news reached, the students were so shocked they were almost numb, left only with heartfelt amazement and reverence. My reverence for the great master is like a surging river. I just want to prostrate myself in admiration. Compared to the masters, I feel like I'm wasting air just breathing in the Army Academy. Why is there such a big difference between carbon-based life forms as between humans and dogs? Did I go to a fake military academy? The top students are called cheat code advanced studies, while we are just struggling to survive. Same campus, different thought processes. In the afternoon, at the Army Academy Auditorium, this solemn hall, which can accommodate nearly 2,000 people, is now packed to capacity. From the freshmen who just entered the school in 1999 to the backbone of the classes of 1998 and 1997, and even a small number of senior officer cadets who were about to graduate in 1996, they all came either organized or spontaneously. When people learned that such a grand ceremony was held just for Su Ming to confer a degree, they were not only shocked, but also excited to witness history. This guy's status is absolutely outrageous. The ceremony began with solemn military music. Su Ming, dressed in a crisp military uniform, strode confidently onto the stage under the spotlight with steady steps and an upright posture. He wasn't wearing those dazzling medals on his chest this time. He'd already worn them at the start of the semester, so there was no point in wearing them again. The stirring military song resounded throughout the auditorium, and all the officers and soldiers present stood up solemnly. Then, the ceremony moved into its core segment, the awarding of degrees. Under the watchful eyes of all the trainees, the Infantry Tactics Department, Armored Command Department, Communications Engineering Department, Electronic Warfare Department, Engineer Command Department, Chemical Defense Command Department, Logistics Command and Management Department. Leaders or representatives from 14 relevant departments solemnly took turns going on stage to personally present Su Ming with his beautifully printed bachelor's degree certificates, which symbolize knowledge and honor, and shook hands with him in greeting. 14 department leaders presented degree certificates to each student individually. This unprecedented scene is visually striking and highly symbolic. Each certificate submission was accompanied by thunderous applause from the audience. As the stack of certificates in Su Ming's hands grew thicker and thicker until he needed to wrap his arms around it, the applause reached a climax. This is not just about awarding degrees. It's more like a coronation, a collective recognition of those who have conquered the realm of knowledge. The climax of the ceremony did not end there. After the degrees were awarded and the applause subsided, the Lieutenant General Principal slowly walked to the center of the stage. He didn't speak immediately, but instead scanned the entire hall with his deep gaze. The whole auditorium fell silent instantly, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. "Comrades," the principal's steady voice resounded through the loudspeaker. "Today, we are here to witness the extraordinary academic achievements of one of our outstanding students. However, this honor does not belong solely to the campus." He paused, took two official documents from the staff officer beside him, unfolded them, and read them aloud. "The General Staff hereby issues the following order." The entire audience held their breath. In recognition of Comrade Su Ming's dedication to research during his studies at the military academy, his submission of academic reports of significant constructive importance and high military value, and his outstanding contributions to the modernization of the armed forces, it has been decided, after deliberation, to award Comrade Su Ming a first-class merit. Whoosh! Despite their best efforts to restrain themselves, the audience still erupted in uncontrollable gasps and gasps of surprise. Many trainees stared wide-eyed, almost unable to believe their ears. During his time at university, he received a first-class merit award directly from the General Staff for an academic report. What does this mean? What exactly did Su Ming write? This goes beyond the scope of outstanding trainee. It represents a substantial contribution to the nation's military development that has been recognized by the highest command authority. The 5 former roommates of Su Ming, who had been forced to copy the confidentiality rules due to unwarranted misfortune, were now in the audience with extremely complex emotions, including envy, shock, grievance, and sudden realization. I see. No wonder they kept it a secret. How could something that can earn a first-class merit award from the General Staff not be important? However, the surprise, or rather the shock, was not over. The Lieutenant General remained expressionless and picked up the second order. The General Staff hereby issues the following order. The auditorium fell silent again, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. Since enlisting, Comrade Su Ming has been dedicated to his duties, possesses outstanding military skills, studies diligently, and has been awarded merits multiple times. He has made significant contributions to the development of the Army and the generation of combat effectiveness, and has met the standards for promotion. After careful consideration, it has been decided to promote Comrade Su Ming to the rank of captain. His third first-class merit award. He's now a captain. Even Su Ming himself was slightly taken aback on stage, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had not known about this arrangement beforehand, and now, looking at the brand new captain's epaulets in the principal's hand, which gleamed under the light, a wave of emotion surged within him. So he's a captain now? It seems I'm one step closer to becoming a colonel. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the Lieutenant General personally stepped forward and walked up to Su Ming. He first solemnly pinned a gleaming first-class merit medal on Su Ming's chest in the designated position on his regular uniform. Then he raised his hands and, with a solemn gesture, slowly removed the lieutenant's rank from Su Ming's shoulders, and then steadily and properly put on the captain's epaulets, which symbolized higher responsibility and honor. The entire process was solemn and dignified, silent, yet carrying immense weight. After putting on the uniform, the principal took a step back and gave Su Ming a standard military salute. Su Ming immediately raised his hand and returned an even more forceful military salute. Bang, 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 bang. This time, the applause from the audience was like a mountain roar, breaking through the dome of the auditorium and lasting for a long time. More enthusiastic and more sincere than ever before. The applause was filled with recognition of absolute strength, admiration for amazing achievements, and pride in the emergence of such a legendary figure among his peers. bachelor's degree conferred, first-class merit awarded, and promotion to captain rank. 3 major events were concentrated in one person and completed in the same ceremony. This grand ceremony and this profound honor speak for themselves. Needless to say, Su Ming deserves all of this. Chapter 243. The 5th Border Defense Regiment was collectively shocked. Bachelor's degree conferred, first-class merit awarded, and promotion to captain rank. This grand ceremony, intertwined with 3 great honors, concluded amidst thunderous applause in the auditorium. However, the shock and turmoil it caused have only just begun. After the ceremony, the news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the Army Academy in an instant. The academy was completely engulfed in a state of near-boiling excitement. The trainees gathered in small groups, excitedly discussing the legendary scene they had just witnessed, their voices filled with disbelief and heartfelt admiration. Su Ming, who was at the center of the storm, appeared unusually calm. Clutching the thick stack of degree certificates, he calmly walked through the corridors and tree-lined paths, past the excited crowds, under the invisible escort of 2 dutiful disciplinary officers, and returned to his quiet single dormitory room. As if he had just experienced that grand, honor-laden ceremony, it was nothing more than completing a routine task for him. His composure beyond his years left his enthusiastic fans and students both admiring and helpless. Many people were eager to go up and ask for an autograph, to get up close and personal with this living legend. But when they caught sight of the 2 police officers with red armbands and piercing eyes not far away, all their impulses were forcibly suppressed by reason. No one dared to provoke trouble or challenge the authority of the inspectors at this time. Or rather, the challenge lies in the special protection the college provides to Su Ming, represented by the disciplinary committee. Thus, Zhao Dashi, who came from the reconnaissance company of the 5th Border Regiment of the Tibetan Military Region, just like Su Ming, gloriously became the focus of everyone's attention and an alternative outlet for venting their emotions. Hey, I heard you and the legendary Su Ming came from the same old company? Is that true? This guy, his military service is really less than a year? That's unbelievable. Is he this good in the company too? Tell me, how did you train to be this good? Tell us about the story of this outstanding soldier in the Border Defense Force. What happened when he received his first commendation? Zhao Dashi was surrounded by enthusiastic classmates who bombarded him with questions like a machine gun. He was inwardly groaning, but he still had to force a smile on his face. What is the saying, people fear becoming famous, just as pigs fear growing fat mean? This is a living example. Su Ming became famous, and with the protection of the disciplinary authorities, things became quiet again. But his comrade in arms was unlucky, becoming a rich mine of information and a gathering place of stories for everyone to dig into Su Ming's past. Zhao Dashi was also filled with indescribable emotions and a touch of helplessness. He and Su Ming were in the same company, so he knew a fair bit about Su Ming's military career. But the more I learned about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. It's been less than a year since I enlisted. Under normal circumstances, at this time, the vast majority of soldiers are still privates, and a few outstanding ones may have just been promoted to corporal. But what about Su Ming? He's like he's on a rocket. Private, corporal, promoted to second lieutenant through special promotion, then promoted to lieutenant on the front lines before coming to the Army Academy, and now he's been directly promoted to captain. In less than a year, he completed a promotion path that many people would take 5, 10, or even their entire military career to achieve. This speed can no longer be described as excellent. It's practically a violent breakthrough of conventional understanding. Su Ming, only 18 years old, is a captain, a 3-time recipient of the first-class merit citation, and a model of meritorious service and promotion. Under normal circumstances, for an officer to be promoted to captain at the fastest, he needs to graduate from high school, enter a military academy, complete a 4-year undergraduate degree and a 3-year master's degree, and have smooth sailing all the way. When he graduates with his master's degree, he will be awarded the rank of captain, and at that time he will be at least 25 or 26 years old. An 18-year-old captain? Looking across the entire army, you probably can't find a second example like this. This time, Even the class of mid-level officers, who are usually proud and arrogant, believe in strength above all else, and are soft everywhere except for their mouths, were quite shocked by this series of news. The atmosphere before class was somewhat strange in the training classroom for the Armored Command System, where Su Ming was about to join. An 18-year-old captain? Is this some kind of cheat code? A major cadet clicked his tongue, his tone complicated. Could he be a relative of some high-ranking officer in the general staff? This isn't the kind of special training they give. Someone muttered under their breath, with a hint of sourness and disbelief. 3 first-class merits, the rank of captain. This is getting a bit tricky. A more level-headed cadet frowned. The halo is too strong. It can't be suppressed. What's the panic? A senior lieutenant colonel slammed his fist on the table in an attempt to boost morale. Military merits and ranks are all external. They are fleeting. Our group of mid-level officers relies on solid command skills and real abilities honed on the battlefield. When he arrives, we'll give him a good lesson and let him know just how deep the waters run in the Army Academy. Let the higher-ups see that the Academy of Military Sciences has cultivated more than just one outstanding talent. Su Ming. Yes, let's teach him a lesson. Many people echoed, trying to regain their self-confidence and the dignity of the group in this way. But if you listen carefully, the voices of agreement don't seem to have much confidence. The senior officers group, trainees, who are known for their prudence, long-term vision, and ability to assess situations, were unusually quiet this time, and their private discussions were filled with amazement and deep reflection. They knew better than anyone what it meant for the general staff to directly issue orders for meritorious service and promotion. That's not just an honor, but a signal of the highest level of attention and recognition. This shows that Su Ming not only performed well within the academy, but his potential has also caught the attention of the highest military command, and he has received generous recognition and exceptional support. The general staff leaders have clearly adopted an extremely bold and unconventional approach to personnel selection, not bound by rigid promotion timelines and rules, but based on actual performance and contributions. Those who make contributions will be rewarded, and those who meet the standards will be promoted. But these senior officer cadets were thinking further ahead. What is needed after a military rank is promoted to a certain level. It is relevant job experience, rich work experience, and practical experience in commanding and managing troops. The general staff leaders would never allow Su Ming to become a mere figurehead with a high military rank. With such strong support, he will surely be given a suitable position so that he can gain experience, hone his skills, and truly take on responsibilities. To be able to come to the attention of the general staff and receive such high regard, Su Ming must have done many unknown but significant things behind the scenes. Based on their experience and political acumen, these senior military officers could almost certainly conclude that a future star is rising at an astonishing speed. His trajectory is already clearly discernible. The only remaining questions are time and the specific path he will take. The following day, Su Ming officially entered the Intermediate Officer Coordination classroom of the Armored Command Department as a transfer student. The moment he pushed open the door and stepped into the classroom, the previously noisy room suddenly fell silent. Dozens of eyes were fixed on him. These gazes were incredibly complex. Some were filled with curiosity, some with scrutiny, some with resentment, some with hidden jealousy, and a few with benevolent observation. Su Ming clearly sensed that many of those gazes carried obvious hostility and a sense of challenge. He spotted a familiar face in the crowd. Major Luo Mingji, the defending commander, who had been utterly defeated by him in the urban warfare assessment, was now sitting in the back. When he met Su Ming's gaze, his eyes flickered for a moment before he quickly looked away, his expression somewhat unnatural. Su Ming's arrival marked the beginning of a new phase in his studies at the Army Academy. Undergraduate courses on infantry tactics and armored command are a thing of the past. Now, more in-depth and comprehensive master's programs are being introduced. Compared to the 20-odd core textbooks at the undergraduate level, the master's level requires the study of as many as 60 or 70 monographs, case studies, and theoretical documents, with a greater emphasis on strategic thinking, combined arms command, and cutting-edge military theory. In addition to heavy theoretical studies, The coordination class also has regular practical training such as map assignments, sand table exercises, and combat-oriented command simulations. The intensity and pressure of the study are far beyond those of undergraduate studies. Tibetan Military Region. Military Region Headquarters, Chief of Staff Office. A burst of hearty laughter came through the crack in the door, causing several combat staff officers passing by in the corridor to stop and look at each other in surprise. Chief of Staff, what wonderful news has happened today? Why are you smiling so happily? You don't know yet? That precious kid from our military region has stirred up a big commotion again at the Army Academy. Who? That young lieutenant from the 5th Border Regiment who was promoted exceptionally? Su Ming. Yes, it's him. He's earned another first-class merit at the Army Academy. It was an order directly from the General Staff. And he's been promoted to captain. What? First-class merit? Captain. How old is he? Has he even served a year? My God, this is terrifying. Who can argue with that? The General Staff leaders are all paying attention, and this is someone from our military region. Do you think the Chief of Staff wouldn't be happy? He's beaming with pride. The staff officers' hushed conversations were filled with shock and pride. Being in the organization, they were well informed and understood the significance behind the direct conferment of merit and promotion by the General Staff. This means that Su Ming is not only exceptionally capable, but his contributions may have risen to a strategic level, influencing a certain aspect of military development. The fact that such talent comes from the Tibetan military region is undoubtedly an honor for the entire military region. The 5th Border Defense Regiment, Regiment Headquarters. Colonel Lei Jinbong, the regimental commander, held the newly received report and read it over and over again. His expression shifted from surprise to shock, and finally settled into a complex look that mixed immense pride with a hint of worry. This kid, he's really good at causing trouble. Even after going to the top university, he didn't settle down. He managed to pull off a first-class merit award from the General Staff. Lei Jinbong couldn't help but admire, but after admiring, his brows furrowed slightly. Captain, this rank came up too fast. His concern wasn't that the 5th Regiment didn't have a place to put a captain. What he was worried about was whether, given Su Ming's current momentum, once he graduated from the Army Academy, the military region leaders would still send him back to this small temple of the 5th Border Regiment. Such outstanding and highly valued talent may be directly retained by the military region and assigned to more important agencies, research institutes, or key positions in a major force. Wouldn't his 5th Border Regiment become a workhorse for others? The gold that you painstakingly cultivated was snatched away by someone else in the blink of an eye. Thinking about this, Lei Jinbong felt a mix of joy and worry, like a cat scratching at his heart. Reconnaissance Company. The news had already spread throughout the company, and the soldiers were excitedly discussing it, feeling a great sense of pride. Have you heard? The platoon leader has earned another first-class merit at the Army Academy, and he's been promoted to captain. Holy crap! Ming Ji is awesome. This promotion speed is faster than even riding a rocket. He's a captain. Isn't that the same as a company commander? When Ming Ji graduates and comes back, won't he be a company commander? I wonder how the military region will arrange it. At the very least, it should be a deputy company commander position, right? Deputy company commander? You're underestimating Brother Ming. Given how much the military region leaders value Brother Ming, he'll definitely start as a company commander. These comments reached the ears of Company Commander Li Chuan, making his already complicated mood even more depressed. He locked himself in the company headquarters and poured out his grievances to his political instructor. I think by the time Su Ming graduates from military academy and comes back, my job as company commander will be coming to an end. Li Chuan lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and spoke in a desolate tone. In less than a year, he became a captain, my equal. Why do I feel so uneasy? I feel like I've wasted all these years of my life. I'm a piece of trash. Instructor He offered a wry smile and words of comfort. Old Li, don't be so pessimistic. If you call you useless, then isn't I, the instructor, useless too? Who would have thought that going to school would lead to him making meritorious contributions, getting promoted again and again? It was an order directly from the General Staff. Who would have thought of this? This is something no normal person could do. Li Chuan waved his hand, his eyes somewhat vacant. Old he, you don't need to comfort me. I think the days when the two of us brothers work together are coming to an end. With Su Ming's current momentum and military rank, he'll definitely be a company commander when he comes back. The reconnaissance company was where he started his career, and it's also where he could best utilize his abilities. I should give way to the younger generation. Seeing his expression, He Lei suddenly had a bright idea and said, Old Li, don't be like this. Have you forgotten what Su Ming said back then? He said his ideal is to become an armored corps commander, to command a tank company, or even an armored battalion or armored regiment. Upon hearing this, Li Chuan suddenly raised his head, his eyes lighting up. That's right. He wants to be a tank soldier. He's been promoted to captain now. So if he's going to be a company commander, he'll be a tank company commander. He sat up straight abruptly, the gloom on his face instantly dissipating, even revealing a hint of schadenfreude. I'm not the one who's nervous. It should be that company commander from the third company. Huh. He Lei nodded. That's right. The one who should be worried is the third brother. The third company headquarters. The company commander was sitting at the table with a look of utter despair, with a blank officer transfer application form spread out in front of him. The instructor was pacing anxiously to the side. Are you crazy? What are you doing? Submitting a transfer application? Just because Su Ming was promoted to captain? The instructor could hardly believe his eyes. Otherwise what? The company commander raised his head, his eyes dull, his voice weak and listless. Don't try to comfort me. Su Ming is already a captain. Who in the whole regiment doesn't know that he wants to be the tank company commander? If he graduates and comes back, won't I have to obediently give up my position to him? Rather than being reassigned and losing face, I'd rather take the initiative, submit a report for a transfer, and at least I'll leave with some dignity. I'm heartbroken, really, it's such a blow. The instructor quickly pressed down on his hand holding the pen. You're exaggerating. It's not that serious. What I mean is, our military region is so big, it's not just our 5th regiment that has one tank company. Su Ming is so outstanding now, he's a favorite and a precious gem in the eyes of the military region leaders. Even if he were to be appointed as a company commander, he would definitely be assigned to the best tank company in the military region, the tank company of the main force regiment. How could we possibly send them back to our border defense regiment's tank company? Don't you think that makes sense? The company commander paused, his hand holding the pen stilled. He blinked, slowly realizing what was going on. Now that you mention it, it does seem to make some sense. Upon closer reflection, he realized that Su Ming was now a figure on the general staff's radar, and the military region would definitely focus on cultivating him, likely placing him on a more important platform for training. The tank company of the Border Defense Regiment is also a combat unit. However, compared to the tank companies of heavy armored units and main assault forces, there are gaps in terms of equipment, training level, and mission importance. Would the military region leaders be willing to bury such a promising talent back in the Border Defense Regiment? Thinking of this, the third company commander felt a little better, but then another thought popped into his head. If Su Ming didn't go to the best tank company, then are the company commanders of those best tank companies panicking right now? This speculation was quickly confirmed in a small circle within the military region. It is said that on that night, the tank company commanders of several main armored regiments and mechanized infantry regiments in the military region all felt a strange sense of panic and pressure. They ate their dinner without any appetite, and their steps were heavy when they checked the guards at night. A sense of impending doom, like the boy who cried wolf, quietly spread through the minds of all the tank company commanders in the military region. Even before graduating, Su Ming's influence had already transcended the walls of the academy, beginning to stir up the personnel structure and morale of troops in distant regions. Chapter 244 is progressing too slowly. I'm applying to study on my own. Office of the Dean of the Armored Command Department. The afternoon sun shone through the clean window glass, casting bright spots of light on the gleaming mahogany desk. The air was filled with a unique, mellow, and understated tobacco aroma. That's the smell of military-exclusive cigarettes, specially supplied to high-ranking officers. Dean Fong Jinhua, a major general, sat in a large leather chair, leaning back slightly, a lit cigarette between his fingers, and his other hand unconsciously tapping lightly on the spread-out study plan outline. He was clearly in a good mood, with a look of delight at having found a treasure and a hint of anticipation in his eyes. This is a master's degree study plan that he is tailoring for Su Ming, the second disciple he has chosen to be his close disciple. It encapsulates his many years of teaching experience and his deep reflections on the future commanders of armored forces. Training that now renowned commander of the 1st Heavy Armored Division was Fong Jinhua's proudest achievement in his military teaching career. He originally thought that such a talented disciple was rare and hard to come by, and that it would be a blessing to have even one in one's lifetime. To his utter surprise, fate was so kind to him that it sent him another Su Ming. Moreover, judging from their current learning ability, tactical thinking, innovative awareness, and even their courage to break with convention, Su Ming's potential may even be more astonishing than that of his disciple, who has already become a pillar of the military. With the candidate chosen, Fong Jinhua's desire to be a mentor and a leader ignited fiercely within him. He was determined to do everything in his power, to mobilize all resources and methods, to polish Su Ming, this rough gem, and to unearth every possible brilliance from him. This detailed study plan was the first step in his carefully designed plan. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythmic knocking interrupted the Major General's thoughts. Report. Su Ming's clear voice came from outside the door. A hint of surprise flashed in Fong Jinhua's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a deeper smile. He specifically instructed that Su Ming could come to him directly at any time without needing to go through layers of reporting. Unexpectedly, Su Ming arrived right after the morning classes on the first day of school had ended. He adjusted his posture, lightly tapped the cigarette in his hand on the edge of the exquisite ceramic ashtray, and said in a tone much gentler than usual, "Come in." If Colonel Sun Yuan, the director of the Academic Affairs Office, or other college leaders familiar with Fong Jinhua's style were here at this moment, they would be absolutely astonished. When has this armored corps master, known throughout the academy for his artillery temper, strict academic standards, and unsmiling demeanor, to whom even the principal gives way, ever shown such a kind and approachable expression to a cadet? In his presence, which student wasn't trembling with fear and walking on thin ice? It's likely that only Su Ming in the entire Army Command Academy could enjoy such special treatment as being entered immediately upon entering and welcomed with a smile. Indeed, having a fiery temper depends on the person you're with. Su Ming pushed open the door and entered, his military bearing impeccable, and saluted the dean. "Sit down and talk." Fong Jinhua gestured to the chair opposite him and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is it something you didn't understand in class this morning? Please tell me." He assumed Su Ming had come to ask for help with academic problems, which was exactly the kind of interaction he was looking for, allowing him to get a closer look at his disciple's learning progress and thinking style. Reporting to the dean, I would like to request leave. Su Ming didn't beat around the bush and stated his purpose directly. Taking leave? Fong Jinhua paused, his smile fading slightly, replaced by a serious expression. What are you taking leave for? Are you feeling unwell? Or is there something you need to take care of? His first thought was that Su Ming might have encountered some kind of emergency. No, Su Ming shook his head, his tone frank. I don't want to attend the afternoon's theory class. I want to study on my own at the library. Self-taught. Fong Jinhua was genuinely surprised, leaning forward slightly. Why? Do you think the instructors are bad? You can't keep up? Or, no, the instructor was fantastic. Su Ming immediately denied it. Even using a string of positive words he could think of, the language was vivid and descriptive, the explanation was meticulous, the teaching methods were flexible, the key points were highlighted, and the logic was clear. It gave me a feeling of sudden enlightenment and a sudden awakening. He used almost every word he could think of to praise the teaching quality. Fong Jinhua narrowed his eyes, stared at Su Ming for 2 seconds, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said directly, "Speak like a human being." Su Ming was taken aback, so he had no choice but to tell the truth, his tone tinged with helplessness. The pace of the classes is too slow. I basically know everything the teacher is talking about. I already mastered it when I previewed it beforehand. It feels like sitting in the classroom is a waste of time. Fang Jinhua felt a slight pain in his back molars. He had previously worried that Su Ming, as a transfer student, might not be able to adapt to the intensity and depth of the master's courses, and was considering whether to give him some private tutoring. Well, now it seems I was worrying for nothing. Not only can they keep up, but they also complain that the pace of formal teaching is too slow. You've only attended half a day of classes, and you dare to conclude that self-study is more effective than listening to a teacher's systematic lectures? You're that confident? Fang Jinhua's tone was unreadable, more like an inquiry. Su Ming organized his thoughts, trying to express them more clearly. Dean, the essence of theoretical courses is to impart and understand a knowledge system. Teachers also base their lectures on the textbook, the syllabus, and their own understanding. If I have already thoroughly understood the relevant textbooks and literature through self-study and built my own knowledge framework, then sitting in the classroom and repeatedly receiving the information that has already been internalized is indeed not very efficient. He then changed the subject and stated his position. Of course, I would like to apply for self-study as the main method for theoretical courses. But I will not miss a single practical training session, drawing assignment, or sand table simulation. I believe that the combination of theory and practice is the key to the growth of a commander. After listening to Su Ming's clear, even somewhat arrogant, but not unreasonable statement, Fang Jinhua fell into a brief silence. He held a cigarette between his fingers, his gaze fixed on the window, seemingly making a quick decision. As an experienced educator, he deeply understands the importance of individualized instruction. For ordinary students, step-by-step classroom instruction is a necessary way to solidify their foundation. However, for an unconventional student like Su Ming, who has already demonstrated exceptional self-learning ability and rapid knowledge assimilation, forcibly confining him to a uniform classroom rhythm might indeed be a constraint and a waste. A few minutes later, Fang Jinhua turned his gaze to Su Ming and made a decision. Okay, since you believe that self-study is more suitable for your current stage of theoretical learning and can guarantee the learning effect, I approve your application. I only want the final learning outcomes and assessment results. Yes, thank you, Dean. Su Ming smiled, feeling relieved. He had been worried that the notoriously strict Dean would refuse outright, but he was surprised to find that the Dean was so open-minded. With the matter settled, Su Ming relaxed. His gaze inadvertently swept across the desk and landed on the open pack of cigarettes bearing a simple military insignia and the words Special Supply. Special supplies for the military. This is a legendary, top-tier item that can only be enjoyed by leaders of the general rank or above. It's simply unavailable outside. It is said to have a mellow taste and a long-lasting aftertaste, far superior to the Huazi brand on the market. Although Su Ming wasn't a heavy smoker, men always have a natural curiosity and longing for things like special supplies. Fang Jinhua, with his keen eyesight, immediately caught the fleeting lingering look in Su Ming's gaze. A barely perceptible smile flickered across his face as he casually picked up the recently opened pack of special supply cigarettes, tossed it directly to Su Ming without even glancing at it. Here you go, but smoke less, it's not good for your health. His tone was as natural as handing an apple to a younger person, yet it carried the admonition of an elder. Su Ming hurriedly caught the heavy, distinctive pack of cigarettes, paused for a moment, then felt a surge of joy and quickly thanked him. Thank you, Dean. He hadn't expected the seemingly serious Major General Dean to be so generous and straightforward. It seems that rumors shouldn't be taken at face value. The Dean is clearly quite easy to talk to. After saluting again, Su Ming left the Dean's office with the precious special supply cigarettes and the approved self-study order, feeling quite satisfied. After the door closed, Fang Jinhua's gaze fell back on the newly drafted study plan on the table, which was detailed down to the weekly and even daily schedule. He stared at it for a few seconds, then suddenly reached out, grabbed the densely written paper, crumpled it into a ball, and with a flick of his wrist, sent the paper ball flying in an arc, landing precisely in the waste paper basket in the corner. Conventional methods are probably not necessary for this kid. The Major General muttered to himself, a hint of expectant smile playing on his lips. He lit another specially supplied cigarette and began to think about how to design a more challenging and unconventional training program for Su Ming that could better unleash his potential. As a result, Su Ming's seat was empty during the Armored Command System Training Theory class that afternoon. After the first class ended, the intermediate-level officer cadets in the classroom noticed this situation and began to whisper among themselves and discuss it. Huh? Where's Su Ming? Why isn't he here? Wasn't he here this morning? Could he have overslept? He's a young man, and he just arrived. His sleep schedule might not be adjusted yet. Overslept? That's unlikely. It's only the first day, and they dare to skip class? They're incredibly audacious. I bet he was completely lost in the morning, feeling too much pressure, so he simply didn't come in the afternoon and is now hiding in his dorm, feeling depressed. That makes sense. They must have felt the course was too difficult, couldn't understand it, and their self-esteem was hurt, so they're avoiding it. I knew it. No matter how fast you skip grades, your foundation is still different. We are studying master's level courses, while he is a freshman who just finished his undergraduate degree. It's perfectly normal that he can't keep up. The more the mid-level officer trainees analyzed it, the more reasonable it seemed, and they couldn't help but show a smug look on their faces, as if to say, just as I expected. They recalled that during class that morning, they seemed to see Su Ming occasionally looking out the window or looking down at his notebook. At the time, I thought he was serious, but now, considering his skipping class behavior, it's clear that he was not understanding, daydreaming, and feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles. Hearing these comments filled with a sense of superiority, Luo Mingji, sitting in the corner, frowned and chose to remain silent. On his way to class in the afternoon, he clearly saw Su Ming carrying his school bag and walking calmly towards the library. If you're really trying to escape because you can't keep up, would you go to a place like a library that requires more focus and mental effort to torture yourself? This logic doesn't hold water. In his view, there must be some other, more surprising reason why Su Ming isn't attending class. What are you all talking about? A deep and authoritative voice suddenly rang out at the classroom door, like cold water poured into boiling oil, instantly silencing all whispers. When everyone looked up, their scalps tingled with fear. Dean Fong Jinhua appeared at the back door of the classroom at some point, his face as stern as iron, his sharp eyes scanning them. The lieutenant colonel whose gaze was fixed on by the dean was the same one who had just given such a logical analysis. He stood up with a stiff upper lip, trying his best to make his tone sound sincere and concerned. Reporting to the dean, we are discussing why Su Ming did not attend class. Everyone is concerned about him and worried that he might be having difficulties with his studies and falling behind. If that's the case, we, as longtime students, are all very willing to help him. In front of Fong Jinhua, they certainly dared not show the slightest schadenfreude. They had to package it as comradely concern. After listening, Fong Jinhua let out a cold snort that had no clear meaning. He neither confirmed nor denied the lieutenant colonel's statement, but simply coldly remarked, "Mind your own studies." Then he put his hands behind his back and walked away with measured steps. Although the dean didn't say it explicitly, that cold snort was like an invisible slap, making many students feel a burning sensation on their faces. But the lieutenant colonel who stood up was secretly excited. The dean didn't refute it. What does that mean? It means they guessed correctly. Su Ming couldn't keep up. That's why he didn't come. Even the dean tacitly agreed. However, what happened over the next 3 days put these mid-level officer cadets on a roller coaster of emotions, from initial pride and excitement to doubt and unease, and finally, to raging anger. Because Su Ming not only missed the afternoon class, but also missed the next 2 days of theory classes. There wasn't a soul in sight. This isn't right. Even if you can't keep up for a while, it's not like you have to avoid it for 3 consecutive days, is it? You should at least come to the class and try to keep up, right? Finally, some people couldn't contain their curiosity and, after making inquiries from various sources, received a piece of news that left them speechless. Su Ming hadn't been isolated or lying down in his dorm room these past few days at all. Instead, he had been spending all his time in the library. Furthermore, more accurate information arrived. Su Ming felt that the pace of classroom theoretical teaching was too slow and that he had already mastered the material. So he applied to the dean for self-study of theoretical courses and only participated in practical training, which was personally approved by the dean. You think the course is too slow? He thinks he knows everything the teacher teaches? So you're skipping class to study further in the library? The dean approved it. When these fragments of information pieced together the complete truth, the mid-level officer cadets in the classroom were first collectively stunned into a petrified state. Immediately, a surge of anger, stemming from being intensely slighted and humiliated, erupted from the depths of his heart and rushed straight to the top of his head. Dissatisfied with the slow pace of teaching? Doesn't this indirectly imply that students who follow the established learning methods have poor learning abilities and slow learning speed? How dare a newcomer, a freshman with less than a year of service, so blatantly look down on them? These mid-level officers from various units who had been selected through rigorous processes and possessed rich experience. This goes beyond arrogance. It's downright insulting. That's outrageous. When have we ever been looked down upon like this? A humiliating disgrace. This is absolutely a humiliating disgrace. He thinks the progress is too slow? If he's so capable, why doesn't he just apply for the master's degree graduation assessment? Why is he trying to transfer to another class? Hey guys, what classes are we having this afternoon? Field vehicle training. Armored rail mobile loading practice. Good. The opportunity has come. Today, we must show him what real strength is on the practical training field and make up for the loss of face we made, with interest. Army Academy Field Training Ground, attached railway loading platform. The early autumn wind carried a hint of coolness, blowing against the neatly lined-up students. The railway tracks stretched into the distance, and rows of Type 59 tanks covered with camouflage canvas and their accompanying flatbed transport vehicles stood quietly beside the platform. This afternoon's lesson is a crucial part of the armored unit's rail transport. Rapid securing and loading of railway flat cars for tanks and heavy equipment. This is a practical course with high technical content, strict collaboration requirements, and significant safety risks. Amidst the hushed whispers and fiery stares of the mid-level officer cadets, Su Ming, who had disappeared for 3 days, appeared precisely at the training ground assembly point. He was still wearing his well-fitting training uniform, standing tall and calm, as if he was completely unaware of the almost tangible hostility around him. What's going on with this group of people? Su Ming muttered to himself, somewhat puzzled. Why do you look at me like you want to eat me alive? I didn't provoke them. Is the tradition of the coordinated class to exclude new students? You can't be that stingy, can you? He thought back carefully and realized that apart from the first day of class, when he was a little absent-minded because he felt the course content was familiar, he hadn't seen them at all in the following days. Where does this inexplicable hostility come from? Su Ming found it somewhat puzzling, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. His attention was quickly drawn to the steel behemoths and complex binding and securing equipment beside the platform. That's why he came to class today. Learn practical, real-world skills. As for those unfriendly glances, whatever. Chapter 245. Time is life. Efficiency is victory. Everyone gathered. Dozens of mid-level officer trainees from the Armored Command System Training Program, along with soldiers from various specialties responsible for support training, have already lined up in front of the platform. At the front of the group, a dark-skinned, serious-looking training instructor with the rank of colonel was scanning each person with piercing eyes. This afternoon's training exercise: rail transport of armored units, rapid loading, securing, and unloading of heavy equipment. Listen up, all of you. This isn't just for you to watch the show. This is a crucial step in future warfare to project your armored forces thousands of miles away. On the battlefield, time is life, and efficiency is victory. From the first tank being driven onto the flatbed truck, to the last anti-aircraft gun being camouflaged and secured, and then to the rapid unloading in the reverse direction to form a combat formation. The entire process must be fast, accurate, and stable. He paused, then emphasized. Quickness means seizing every second and gaining the upper hand. Accuracy means absolute precision, and safety comes first. Stability means being able to command with composure and remain calm even when busy. Any delay, hesitation, or erroneous command will, at best, delay the opportunity to strike, and at worst, result in the destruction of vehicles and loss of life. This tests not only your familiarity with the equipment and procedures, but also your decisiveness, organizational and coordination abilities, and on-the-spot psychological qualities as commanders. Did you understand? Understood. The trainees answered in unison, their voices echoing across the platform. Many people unconsciously glanced at Su Ming, who stood calmly at the end of the line. They had been holding their breath for days, waiting to teach this arrogant transfer student a lesson in this tough, hands-on practical session. Let him understand what it means to be an experienced officer and what the depth of experience of a mid-level officer is. Su Ming felt the competitive gazes cast upon him, some overt and some covert, but he paid them no heed. His attention was completely drawn to the training scene before him and the complex equipment. This reminded him of when he was in the 5th Border Regiment, learning about tank company combat readiness and maneuver from the 3rd Company commander. The urgency and the requirement for precision and efficiency are the same. Only the scale is larger, the equipment is more complex, and the coordination requirements are higher. He felt a surge of excitement. This was exactly the kind of training he liked, training that could transform theoretical knowledge into practical skills. During training, you must strictly follow the syllabus and safety procedures. Focus your thoughts and obey orders. Anyone who dares to be careless or slack off will face my wrath. The colonel gave a final warning, then waved his hand. Step forward and give commands in the order of the roster. Begin. Training has officially begun. An invisible, competitive atmosphere permeated the trainees. The first person to step forward was a lieutenant colonel battalion commander from an armored brigade. He was stocky and had a calm expression, clearly skilled in this type of training. He quickly stepped forward, picked up 2 red and yellow command flags, and first scanned the equipment array in front of him, having already completed a preliminary grouping plan in his mind. First Tank Platoon, advance to the area of flatbed trucks 1 to 3. Self-propelled anti-aircraft artillery units. Occupy the high points on the east and west sides of the platform and establish air defense surveillance. Engineering support team. Inspect the crane and fastening rigging. The lieutenant colonel battalion commander stood in the pre-arranged command position, and the command flag in his hand drew decisive and standard arcs in accordance with his clear and loud commands. With the red flag pointing forward and the yellow flag waving horizontally, the combination of flag signals and verbal commands accurately conveys complex dispatch instructions to each train crew and support personnel. Suddenly, the once quiet platform came to life. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of the tank's diesel engine was the first to ring out, rough and powerful, like a giant beast awakening. Voila! The engine of the armored vehicle was relatively high-pitched, but it was still full of power. Creak! The hydraulic arm of the heavy crane slowly rises. The sound of steel rubbing together is jarring yet reassuring. The roar of various machines, the sound of tracks and tires rolling over the ground, the running of personnel, and brief commands. They intertwine to form a unique symphony full of industrial power and military rhythm. Guided by flag signals, the steel behemoths began to move and position themselves in an orderly manner. The tank slowly drove onto the special ramp and stopped precisely in the center of the flatbed truck. The crane boom swung, steadily placing the heavy spare track pads and fuel tanks in the designated positions. The engineers moved nimbly through the vehicles and flatbed workshops like spiders, using thick steel cables and specialized fasteners to firmly lock tanks and armored vehicles to flatbed trucks, and then quickly laid out camouflage netting. The lieutenant colonel battalion commander was clearly experienced and had a good grasp of the rhythm of command. Although the entire loading process was tense, there was no obvious chaos or stoppage. Even during a break in his command, he had time to glance at Su Ming in the distance out of the corner of his eye, only to find the other man staring intently at him. In the lieutenant colonel's view, Su Ming was either dazed or shocked. He couldn't help but feel a strong sense of pride and superiority. Young people, do you see that? This is the true art of command. It's not enough to just memorize facts and pass exams. You need to study hard. About an hour later, all the heavy equipment was loaded, secured, and initially camouflaged. Subsequently, the lieutenant colonel directed a reverse unloading drill, moving the equipment back to the ground assembly area. Time taken, 1 hour and 50 minutes. The colonel looked at the stopwatch in his hand, announced the score aloud, and wrote it down on the record board. Good. Pretty. The battalion commander is awesome. A round of applause and cheers immediately erupted in the queue. Completing such a large-scale loading and unloading in 1 hour and 50 minutes is indeed a remarkable achievement, fully demonstrating the solid skills of this lieutenant colonel battalion commander. He himself looked smug, head held high as he returned to the group, receiving approving glances from his comrades. Next, the colonel called out expressionlessly. The subsequent training proceeded as planned. Majors and lieutenant colonels took turns to perform, each showcasing their skills. Some have a brisk pace, but the details are a bit rough. Some are steady and methodical, but their pace is slightly slower. Some, due to nervousness or unfamiliarity with certain equipment, exhibited minor hesitations in command or poor coordination, which were immediately pointed out by sharp-eyed instructors. The best-performing student managed to get a time of around 1 hour and 45 minutes, but no one could break the 1 hour and 50-minute mark. Su Ming was last in line. By the time it was his turn, the sun was already setting, and the shadows on the training field were stretched very long. Many trainees were tired after standing and observing for most of the day, but their spirits were lifted when they saw Su Ming step forward. The real show is about to begin. Under the complex gazes of the crowd, Su Ming steadily walked to the command position. He first closed his eyes, took a deep breath of the air mixed with the smell of steel and dust, then suddenly opened them, his eyes instantly becoming sharp and focused, as if he were a different person. Without the slightest hesitation, he quickly picked up the command flag. Unlike the officers who were used to observing before giving orders, Su Ming waved the flag signal almost the instant he picked it up. Swish. The red flag points diagonally. First Tank Squad, Vehicles 1 and 2, advance to Area A, complete positioning in 3 minutes. Whoosh. The yellow flag was raised horizontally and then swung upwards. Anti-aircraft artillery unit, immediately advance and occupy points C and D, establish an anti-aircraft fire line, and simultaneously deploy camouflage. Swish. The red flag draws a circle. Engineering team, all cranes in position, check the condition of the rigging in Area B. His flag signals were crisp, sharp, and full of tension, with each wave carrying a clear instruction. What's even more surprising is that his verbal commands and flag signals were perfectly synchronized. His voice was clear and stable, and his speech was fast but not chaotic, breaking down complex coordination instructions into simple and clear action notes. Miraculously, under his efficient and precise command, the rhythm of the entire training ground seemed to be instantly sped up by an invisible hand. The roar of the engine was still there, but it no longer sounded chaotic. Instead, it seemed to have been given a rhythm. The soldiers moved more swiftly and with clear objectives, with almost no unnecessary back and forth movement. The lifting and hoisting by cranes, the positioning of vehicles, and the fastening of equipment. The connections between each link are like precise gears meshing, so smooth that it's a pleasure to watch. Those soldiers who participated in the support operations felt it most directly. They discovered that under the young officer's command, they didn't need to guess his intentions or wait for signals from neighboring posts. The commands were clear and direct, and the pace was steady and precise. They only needed to focus on executing their own tasks, and the entire process would proceed smoothly. This kind of command makes the executor feel extremely comfortable and efficient. This kid, he's got some knack for commanding. A lieutenant colonel watching the game couldn't help but whisper to his comrade. It's more than just a bit skillful. This control of rhythm, this coordination, I actually think it's better than what I'm doing. Another major murmured, an incredulous expression on his face. This doesn't look like he's practicing this for the first time. His movements are so skillful. If he finishes in less time than us, we'll be incredibly embarrassed. Impossible. How old is he? Even if we had contact before in the military, the scale wouldn't be this large, would it? As the group of mid-level officer cadets looked at the young figure in the center of the field, waving the flag with effortless ease and seemingly integrated with the entire steel torrent, their initial contempt and anticipation of seeing him make a fool of himself were replaced by shock and a growing sense of unease. They were all experts and could naturally see that Su Ming's command skills were not just for show. They were the result of a deep understanding of equipment performance, operational procedures, and personnel coordination. Before anyone knew it, Major General Fang Jinhua, the dean of the Armored Command Department, appeared silently at the side and rear of the cadets' ranks. He stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes following Su Ming's every move closely. His face was expressionless, but the slight nod and the occasional flashes of approval in his eyes betrayed his inner satisfaction. Under Su Ming's precise, clockwork-like, and efficient, streamlined command, loading, securing, camouflaging, and reverse unloading, the entire complex process was completed in one go. As the last armored vehicle roared off the flatbed truck and returned to its assembly position, a brief silence fell over the platform, broken only by the lingering sound of the engine after it shut down and the wind. Everyone held their breath and looked at the stopwatch in the colonel's hand. The colonel carefully checked the time, looked up, and glanced at Su Ming with a mixture of surprise and admiration before announcing loudly, "Su Ming, complete all railway mobile loading and unloading training total time, 1 hour and 29 minutes. 1 hour and 29 minutes. What? 16 minutes less than the fastest. How is this possible? Did he cheat? Or did the instructor misread the watch?" After a brief silence, there were suppressed gasps and gasps of shock. This achievement was like a heavy hammer blow, striking the hearts of every intermediate-level officer cadet. It not only surpassed the best score of everyone present, but also raised the record to a level that made them feel somewhat desperate. The difference is too big. 1 hour and 29 minutes, which means that Su Ming's command efficiency is nearly 20% higher than that of the best among them. In military operations where every second counts, this is a huge advantage that can determine the battlefield situation. Absolutely. He must have practiced before, and practiced many times. Someone tried to save face. Yes. Otherwise, there's no way to explain it. This is the first time we've ever experienced such a comprehensive drill at the academy. Exactly. He definitely came prepared. Just as these self-comforting discussions began to murmur, Major General Fang Jinhua had already walked up to them at some point, his usually serious face now filled with undisguised disdain and disappointment. "Look at you all." The Major General's voice wasn't loud, but every word pierced everyone's hearts like nails. Each major and lieutenant colonel had stars and stripes on their shoulders. Some of them had led troops for more than 10 years, managing dozens of tanks and hundreds of people. And the result? Getting the train to move was a long and arduous process. The best it could manage was only 1 hour and 45 minutes. His hand pointed to Su Ming, who had just finished training and was walking back calmly. "Look at him. He's a young man who just entered military academy not long ago, and his service time isn't even as long as some of you have been platoon leaders. This was your first time participating in the academy's comprehensive drill, and you commanded more efficiently than any of you, achieving a better score than any of you. 1 hour and 29 minutes. A full 16 minutes faster than your fastest." The Major General paused, his tone almost overflowing with sarcasm and anger at his son's lack of ambition. "Where's the difference? Tell me, where's the difference? Are your arms and legs older than theirs? Or are your brains dumber? I don't think so. It's your pathetic pride and arrogance that's causing this. It's because you've become so used to following the rules that you've lost your edge and drive to learn. A loss is a loss. What's the point of making excuses like we've practiced before?" His gaze swept over the crowd again, and he uttered a sentence that instantly made all the mid-level officer cadets blush and wish they could disappear into the ground. "If I were you, I'd shove my head in my pants right now. So as not to embarrass yourself here, and still have the nerve to be suspicious and doubt this and that." After he finished speaking, the entire platform fell silent. The only sound was the soft rustling of the autumn wind through the canvas. All the mid-level officer cadets lowered their heads, their faces burning with embarrassment. The previous thoughts of resentment and making excuses were shattered by the dean's merciless reprimand. Chapter 246 Infantry Tank Confrontation Exercise. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the training ground in a golden red hue, casting long shadows of the railway tracks, flatbed carts, and camouflage tanks. On the platform, the air seemed to freeze, with only the slight rustling of the wind through the canvas. A group of officer cadets who usually have absolute authority in their respective units and carry the ranks of major and lieutenant colonel are now like primary school students who have done something wrong. Under Major General Fong Jinhua's merciless reprimand, everyone turned red in the face, lowered their heads, and avoided eye contact, wishing they could disappear into a crack beneath their feet. To refute? They didn't even dare to entertain that thought. Who in the entire hospital doesn't know about the old dean's fiery temper? A public reprimand is already a mild warning. If anyone dares to talk back, what follows will probably not be a verbal scolding, but a real and severe punishment that can be recorded in their file. What truly made them feel ashamed and brought their inner defenses to the brink of collapse was not just the dean's reprimand, but also that undeniable truth. Su Ming, a newbie, with a pitifully short military service and who had just joined the class, delivered an amazing performance of 1 hour and 29 minutes in his first comprehensive railway mobile equipment training exercise on a college scale. This achievement not only surpassed all of them, but it has even come close to the record set by the legendary senior brother. His first time? It really was his first time. A lieutenant colonel who had once suspected Su Ming of being prepared could only groan helplessly in his heart, and his last bit of self-comforting excuse vanished. The gap, a stark and despairing gap, is right before our eyes. Major General Fong Jinhua glanced at the group of middle-ranking officers behind him, who looked like wilted eggplants, and let out a cold snort, as if looking at them any longer would be an eyesore. However, when he turned around and his gaze fell back on Su Ming, who was standing quietly to the side, the icy expression on his serious face melted away, instantly replaced by undisguised appreciation and satisfaction, and a gentle smile even appeared on his lips. He truly deserves to be my chosen disciple. The Major General sighed inwardly. The more he looked at Su Ming, the more pleasing he became. That calm yet sharp spirit, solid theoretical foundation, and excellent practical skills seemed to be a successor tailor-made for him. Your achievement is quite remarkable. Fong Jinhua walked up to Su Ming, his tone gentle, a stark contrast to his earlier harsh words. You're almost catching up to your senior brother's level back then. My senior brother? Su Ming asked, a hint of doubt on his face. He was indeed somewhat surprised. When did he suddenly have a senior brother? Seeing Su Ming's puzzled expression, Fong Jinhua's smile deepened. With a sense of pride, as if his own precious child was finally being recognized by his ancestor, he explained, the current commander of the Heavy Assault Division of the Z Group Army in the Northern Military Region is Colonel Qi Shunwei. He was my first disciple from the Army Academy. And you? He patted Su Ming on the shoulder, his tone certain, are now my second disciple. Tell me, isn't he your senior brother? Su Ming was slightly taken aback, then remained silent for 2 seconds. He never expected that this distinctive Major General Dean would unilaterally designate him as his successor without his knowledge or formal consent. However, on closer inspection, this doesn't seem to be a bad thing. A highly respected Major General mentor in the field of armored forces, with countless students under his tutelage, plus a senior brother commanding the Field Army's top heavy assault division. This background and resources are incredibly impressive. Unless you're a fool, who would refuse such a pie-falling-from-the-sky opportunity? So Su Ming readily agreed, his face showing an expression of sudden realization and honor, and naturally changed his words. I see. How long did this training take senior brother back then? He called out, senior brother, so smoothly, without any psychological barrier. Fong Jinhua was very satisfied with Su Ming's getting the hang of it, and recalled, that kid Qi Shunwei set a record of 1 hour and 20 minutes back then. You were 9 minutes slower than him. 1 hour and 20 minutes. Su Ming felt a slight jolt in his heart. He knew that while his own efforts and thorough understanding of the knowledge contributed to his achievement of 1 hour and 29 minutes, it was also inseparable from the extraordinary learning ability and comprehension skills bestowed upon him by the system. It can be said that he had a certain innate advantage. Even so, there was still a 9-minute gap between them and the record set by the senior student they had never met. Back then, senior brother, you were already an armored battalion commander, right? Su Ming asked, trying to understand the gap from another perspective. That's right. Fang Jinhua nodded, his eyes revealing pride in his first disciple. He was already a major and battalion commander at the time. His experience in leading troops and his familiarity with equipment and procedures were naturally far superior to that of a new recruit. But he changed the subject, his gaze fixed intently on Su Ming, filled with anticipation. How old are you? How long have you been in the military? Moreover, they came from the reconnaissance company of the Border Defense Regiment, so they had limited time to be exposed to integrated command and large equipment. This result has far exceeded my expectations. Give you a few years to hone your skills in the military, and breaking your senior's record is a sure thing for you. When he got excited, the Major General even lightly clenched his fist. What Su Ming demonstrated was not just an excellent result, but also an amazing potential for armored vehicle command and a sense of battlefield rhythm. For an armored corps commander, this talent is a more precious asset than gold. The person who commands the 1st Heavy Armored Division of the Field Army, 1 hour and 20 minutes. Su Ming silently repeated in his mind, feeling a sense of respect for this senior brother he had never met. The ability to compress time to that extent is not solely due to seniority and experience. It must involve unique command skills and profound understanding. This is a true strongman. Dean, Su Ming said. Fang Jinhua raised an eyebrow, deliberately drawing out his voice. We've already gone this far, and you're still calling me Dean? Su Ming immediately understood, a smile spreading across his face, and respectfully changed his address to teacher. Hey, that's more like it. Fang Jinhua laughed heartily, appearing quite pleased. That's more like it. There's no need for such formality between master and disciple. What do you want to say? Speak. Su Ming rubbed his hands together, a perfectly balanced look of youthful embarrassment and expectation on his face. His gaze drifted to the pocket of the Major General's uniform jacket. Teacher, could I have some Hentang Special Edition cigarettes? The taste last time was truly unforgettable. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the colonel instructor and the group of junior officer cadets who had been listening intently all gasped in shock, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Good heavens. I've seen bold people, but I've never seen anyone this audacious. How dare a captain directly ask a major general, who is known for his fiery temper, for a specially supplied cigarette? Is he tired of his smooth military career and wants to find some excitement? And it had to be a special supply for the military. That was a symbol of status, the treatment of a leader. Just when everyone thought that Major General Fang Jinhua would instantly change his attitude, and even if he didn't get angry directly, he would at least severely reprimand Su Ming for being disrespectful and lax in discipline, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. Fang Jinhua was only slightly taken aback, then chuckled and shook his head. Far from being angry, he spoke in an almost indulgently helpless tone. The cigarettes are in my office drawer. I didn't bring them with me. You can get it from my office after class. Remember, put it in the 2nd drawer from the left. But his tone turned serious as he admonished. You should smoke less. You're still young. Your health is important. Don't follow the example of us old folks. I understand. Thank you, teacher. Su Ming immediately beamed and readily agreed. The taste of the military-supplied cigarettes is indeed far superior to that of the Huazi cigarettes available on the market. That rich, smooth, and uniquely robust flavor is unforgettable after just one smoke. Ever since he mooched the teacher's special rations last time, Su Ming suddenly felt that the Zhonghua cigarettes in his pocket were somewhat tasteless. He secretly made up his mind. He would go to the teacher's office in a little while to barter and exchange a few packs of cigarettes for a few packs of special supply cigarettes. Even though I've become his last disciple, I can't just keep taking things from him for free. That's not right. Not far away, The mid-level officer cadets watched this scene of harmonious mentor-student relationship and successful attempt to get a cigarette, their eyes reddening with envy, their hearts filled with mixed feelings. Look at them, then look at yourself. The difference in treatment is like night and day. In the evening, in a room in the dormitory area for mid-level military officers that served as a temporary meeting room. The curtains were drawn tightly shut, the room was filled with smoke, and the atmosphere was heavy. A dozen or so mid-level officers who had setbacks on the training field during the day sat together, each with a serious expression, as if facing a formidable enemy. Is everyone here? Look around. Is anyone missing? A lieutenant colonel who was in charge of organizing the event asked in a deep voice as he looked around. Everyone's here. Everyone who could come is here, someone replied. All right. The lieutenant colonel cleared his throat, straightened his back, and tried to create a solemn atmosphere befitting a warm meeting. Comrades, I am honored to be elected by you as your representative for this extraordinary meeting. We are gathered here today for only one purpose. How to win back some ground from Comrade Su Ming, rebuild the prestige and dignity of our mid-level officers, and regain our face in front of the dean. Now, the meeting will officially begin. Please feel free to speak your mind and offer your suggestions. Although everyone knew in their hearts that Su Ming was now the dean's darling, his official closed-door disciple, and had an incredibly powerful background. But the mid-level officers are determined to be strong throughout their lives. This slogan, whose origin is unknown, has become a kind of spiritual totem in their circle. You have to get up from where you fall. So what if the opponent is the dean's direct disciple? Wouldn't defeating the dean's last disciple prove our strength and value even more? Driven by this almost obsessive sense of honor, the flame of never giving up burned fiercely once again. A major, the deputy battalion commander from a main armored battalion, spoke first, tapping his fingers on the table. I suggest we hold a real armored command and control exercise. Whether it's combined arms or pure armored combat, this is our forte, our area of absolute advantage. He may have an advantage in theory and individual training, but when it comes to comprehensive confrontation and actual combat command, our years of experience and battlefield intuition are something he can't catch up with just by reading books and learning on his own. Good idea. Commander, in the end, it all comes down to the outcome of the battle. Winning is the only true measure of victory, someone immediately chimed in. I agree. Let's have a real fight. Let him see what a true fighter is. As long as our request for a competition is reasonable and legitimate, and is for the purpose of exchanging skills and improving together, even the dean has no reason to forcibly stop us, let alone reprimand us like he did today. That makes sense, but what if Su Ming gets scared and doesn't dare to fight? Someone expressed concern. Dare not. The lieutenant colonel organizing the meeting smirked and lowered his voice. Don't worry, as long as we slightly add a little something extra and place some bets that he'll be interested in. Based on my observation of this kid, he absolutely won't be able to resist the temptation. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and they all showed expressions of understanding. A plan for revenge and rectification quietly took shape amidst the swirling smoke. The following day, at the comprehensive tactical training ground. Today's schedule is still a hands-on training session. The Army Academy's curriculum follows this pace, with theoretical learning and practical training often concentrated in one session, allowing students to focus their energy on mastering the material. On the training ground, a battalion's worth of Type 59 tanks stood in neat rows, their metallic sheen gleaming coldly in the sunlight. The drivers, gunners, and commanders of each vehicle crew were already in place, quietly awaiting instructions. The colonel, the instructor, stood at the front of the formation, his voice booming. Morning training exercise, tank platoon tactical assault deployment, and formation change. Training focus. Mastering the command essentials and coordinated actions of tank units rapidly transitioning from marching/mobile status to standard assault formations, wedge, arrow, echelon. Training in rapid conversion and adjustment of assault formations under different enemy situations and terrain conditions. Everyone, strictly follow the outlined standards and tactical principles. Do you understand? Understood, the trainees answered in unison. This training is one of the core elements of basic armored warfare tactics, and its importance is self-evident. Imagine two armored forces unexpectedly meeting on the battlefield, with their forces and equipment evenly matched. The key to victory or defeat often lies in the blink of an eye. Whoever can transform their troops from a marching state into the most offensive assault formation faster and more effectively, and launch the first attack, will prevail. A fully deployed, heavily armored assault group would almost certainly crush a mobile force that is still adjusting and loosely organized. This tests the commander's ability to instantly assess the battlefield situation, his skill in controlling the troops with ease, and the high degree of coordination between vehicle crews. Just as the colonel was about to order the start of group training. Report. The lieutenant colonel battalion commander from an armored regiment of the Southern Military Region stepped forward again, his voice booming. The colonel frowned slightly and looked at him. Speak. Instructor. The lieutenant colonel straightened his back and raised his head, but his gaze swept over Su Ming, who was standing in the ranks. He announced loudly. I request permission to conduct a small-scale combined arms exercise with Comrade Su Ming, utilizing the existing training conditions. We will test our training results in real combat, learn from each other, and improve together. He finally issued the long-awaited challenge. The colonel's face darkened. Nonsense. This is a pre-arranged training session, not free sparring. Who gave you permission to change the training topic or request additional sparring? Where is the discipline? An infantry tank combat exercise? At this moment, Su Ming's voice rang out unhurriedly, with obvious lack of interest. No fighting. It's no fun. He had long anticipated that these stubborn kings would not give up easily and would definitely find an opportunity to regain face. But he has no obligation to play this game of jealousy and rivalry with them. Wouldn't it be better to spend that time in the library reading some new books or thinking about something else? Seeing that Su Ming refused outright, the lieutenant colonel battalion commander was not surprised. He had been prepared for it. Taking advantage of adjusting his posture, he turned slightly to the side and said quickly to Su Ming in a voice that only a few people nearby could hear. The bet. A special supply for the military, dare you? The words special supply for the military seemed to possess a magical power, instantly striking Su Ming's vital point. His eyes lit up noticeably, and his previous lazy and uninterested demeanor vanished instantly. Su Ming immediately straightened his back, his face adopting an expression of eagerness for knowledge and positive attitude, cleared his throat, and loudly addressed the colonel. Reporting, Instructor. I've thought about it carefully, and I think the senior's suggestion is very constructive. Simply breaking down training is indeed difficult to fully test command and coordination skills. I request to participate in an infantry tank combat exercise with the senior students to test my recent learning progress and identify my shortcomings. The speed of this change of expression and the high-sounding reason almost made the lieutenant colonel battalion commander next to him burst out laughing, while secretly admiring himself for betting on the right horse. This kid really has no resistance to special supplies. The colonel looked at the two trainees in front of him, one cunning and shrewd, and the other opportunistic, and felt a headache coming on. This batch of students is really hard to manage. Conducting a combat exercise? This involves a series of issues such as personnel reorganization, venue coordination, ammunition, training ammunition, application, and referee assignment, which are not decisions that a training instructor can make on his own. Just as the colonel was about to sternly reject this unreasonable request, a calm and authoritative voice came from the edge of the training field. I approve it. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Major General Fong Jinhua appear at the edge of the training field again, with his hands behind his back, walking towards them. The sunlight shone brightly on the star on his shoulder. His gaze swept over the lieutenant colonel who had submitted the application, then landed on Su Ming. His expression remained unchanged. He simply added a casual remark. Since you all want to spar, then show me your true skills. Let me see how much you can learn from each other. A tank infantry combat exercise, triggered by a special supply and concerning the last vestige of dignity for mid-level officers, is about to begin with the personal approval of the dean. The atmosphere on the training field instantly became heavy and filled with the smell of gunpowder. Chapter 247. What exactly is their plan? Fong Jinhua's appearance allowed the colonel, who had been on edge, to breathe a sigh of relief, finally putting his mind at ease. Since the highly respected dean was personally overseeing the operation, there was naturally nothing for a lowly instructor like himself to do. However, the colonel couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He keenly noticed that the dean, who rarely showed up on weekdays, had been unusually frequenting the training ground these past 2 days. As is customary, the dean never bothers to show up and provide guidance during these practical training sessions, as if these basic training sessions are not worth his precious time. Could all of this be because of that student named Su Ming? Could it be that the dean has been secretly watching this young man's every move all along? In fact, the colonel's guess hit the nail on the head. Fong Jinhua's frequent trips to the training ground these past few days were indeed for Su Ming, this special individual. Fong Jinhua had already secretly resolved to spare no effort in cultivating his second disciple, Su Ming. He had made a grand vow to make Su Ming even more outstanding and dazzling than his first disciple. Because of these expectations, Fong Jinhua took great care of Su Ming. He never missed any of Su Ming's practical training sessions, as if it had become an unshakable part of his schedule. This was done partly to provide timely guidance on Su Ming's training progress, and partly to use these opportunities to deepen the bond between teacher and student. After all, Su Ming was just the kind of young man that Fong Jinhua wanted. Whether it was his extraordinary abilities or his stubborn, unyielding temperament, Fong Jinhua liked him more and more the more he looked at him. Compared to his first closed-door disciple, who was extremely respectful to him and never dared to cross the line, Su Ming's outspoken and straightforward personality was much more endearing. It should be noted that even the first disciple, who was praised by everyone, always maintained a humble and respectful attitude in front of Fong Jinhua, and never dared to ask Fong Jinhua for cigarettes like Su Ming did. The mid-level officers present did not show much surprise at Fong Jinhua's sudden appearance. They knew perfectly well that Su Ming was now a precious treasure in Fong Jinhua's heart. As for these people, in Fong Jinhua's eyes they were nothing more than insignificant weeds. Fong Jinhua attended every course that Su Ming was involved in without fail. This further solidified the thoughts in the minds of these mid-level officers. They must get revenge on Su Ming and re-establish their status and value in Fong Jinhua's mind through this confrontation exercise. Under the overall command of the Armored Command Department Director, organizing an infantry tank confrontation exercise was a piece of cake. In just 5 minutes, all relevant personnel and weapons and equipment were in place and ready to go. Su Ming and the lieutenant colonel each commanded a fully equipped tank company. The participating forces included 90 infantrymen, equipped with 7 main battle tanks, for armored infantry fighting vehicles, 2 military personnel carriers, and 1 drone for reconnaissance. The opposing sides were divided into 2 groups, A and B. Su Ming is in charge of Group A. Lieutenant Colonel Wang Hu, from an armored regiment, took command of Group B. Company-level combat exercises are the most basic combat units in the Armored Forces Command System. It is considered the simplest because operations of this scale do not require consideration of complex logistical support issues, nor do they need to worry about interference from unexpected situations such as airstrikes. Normally, exercises that need to consider air threats should involve at least an armored unit of regimental size or above. If you think about it carefully, you can understand this principle. Given a mere few tanks and armored vehicles, would the enemy really bother sending out fighter jets to bomb you? Even if all this equipment were destroyed, it probably wouldn't be enough to cover the fuel consumption and missile costs for a single flight of a fighter jet. The first phase of a company-level combat exercise is the maneuver preparation phase. Su Ming recalled the training exercises he had undergone in his old company and issued a series of instructions in an orderly manner, directing the soldiers to drive the tanks and armored vehicles out of the garage in an orderly and rapid manner, while simultaneously completing the formation of the mobile detachment. Order: Tank Group 3, maintain a distance of 50 meters and move southeast. Order: Infantry fighting vehicle crews, break away from your original formations and move southwest. Order: Infantry Company, One troop carrier joins the tank group and maintains a parallel maneuvering formation, while the other joins the infantry fighting vehicle group to advance together. Under Su Ming's calm and collected command, 7 tanks, for infantry fighting vehicles, and 2 troop carriers quickly filed out of the garage and began to move in an orderly manner, strictly following the maneuver plan given by Su Ming. After leaving the garage, the various armored vehicles immediately began equipment configuration checks. Sitting in the command tank compartment, Su Ming was overwhelmed with emotion, unable to contain his excitement. He had finally waited for the day when he could command a complete armored company in a combat exercise. Although it's only at the lowest level of company, it's quite satisfying to use it for practice and to get a taste of command. Looking back on my time in the grassroots company, I could at most command tanks to conduct some simple maneuver training. I never even dared to dream of real combat drills. The feeling of personally commanding a tank company in live-fire combat is completely different from what I experienced before. It's incredibly exhilarating. This is the true romantic spirit of a soldier. Commanding a tank company already excites him so much. What an exciting experience it would be to command a tank regiment or even an armored division in the future. Indeed, commanding large-scale armored forces across the battlefield is the ultimate goal that a true commander should pursue. Compared to this, the small-scale skirmishes of special forces are simply insignificant. Those localized special operations are child's play in the face of real armored confrontation. Putting everything else aside, take the current combat exercise for example. Even if Shun Lai, the captain of the Snow Wolf Special Forces, were to command it, could he really handle it? Could he manage it? This time, the preparation for the maneuver was even faster and more efficient than Su Ming's performance in the old company. The entire process took only 9 minutes. This outstanding achievement made the colonel instructor in charge of recording the data nod in approval and feel deeply impressed. A newly enrolled student completed all the required steps during the maneuver phase without missing a single one, and remarkably, it only took 9 minutes. This ability is truly admirable. Looking at Lieutenant Colonel Wang, who on the other side, he had also completed his maneuver preparations in 13 minutes. This efficiency surpasses the assembly and deployment speed of 80% of tank companies. After all, he was a lieutenant colonel battalion commander from an armored regiment, and he did have his own unique insights and understanding of the command and dispatch of mechanized forces. Unfortunately, compared to Su Ming, who seemed to have cheat codes, there was still a considerable gap between them. Although the two sides were only 4 minutes apart, those 4 minutes were enough for a mechanized force to complete many critical combat deployments. Su Ming's display of rapid deployment speed made Fang Jinhua, who was watching from the sidelines, feel gratified and proud. A genius. This is absolutely a genius in the field of armored vehicle command, Fang Jinhua thought to himself in amazement. Now look at the other side. 13 minutes. Battalion Commander Wang is amazing. This speed is definitely secure. We'll surely give that Su Ming a taste of his own medicine this time. It's perfect that the dean is here. This is a great opportunity to restore our image in his eyes. Old Wang, this time we're all counting on you to prove us right. A group of mid-level officers were excitedly discussing the 13-minute deployment speed, which was definitely an exceptional performance for Wang Hu, showing steady progress. Clearly, the lieutenant colonel was in unusually good form today. This was partly due to the desire to rebuild his image in front of Fang Jinhua, and partly related to the 2 packs of specially supplied cigarettes that the lieutenant colonel and Su Ming had made a bet on. As is well known, military-issue cigarettes are specially supplied to high-ranking personnel, such as commanders. However, this does not mean that you can't get your hands on lieutenant colonels or colonels if you don't have connections or connections. Although the number is not large, it is still possible to get a little bit every month if you try your best. Whether by taking advantage of others or by shamelessly asking for them, they always manage to find a way to get their hands on them. In order to get Su Ming to agree to the competition, the lieutenant colonel gritted his teeth and took out 2 precious military special supplies, which was really going all out. The steel behemoths from both sides have all left their lairs and are about to engage in a fierce battle on this vast training ground. Although the training ground was extremely spacious, Everyone watching knew that the real battle would take place in a core area with a radius of 3 kilometers. The definition of this area was closely related to the maximum effective direct fire range of the tanks. 900 meters is the maximum effective range at which tank formations commanded by both sides can exert their maximum firepower. Once this distance is exceeded, shells will basically fly around randomly and miss the target. Taking into account the chase between tanks during their maneuvers, a 3-kilometer radius combat range is more than sufficient. Full speed ahead, infantry fighting vehicle crews. The tank crews are divided into 2 squads. Squad 1 will continue to move along the original route at the original speed, while Squad 2 will advance at full speed to the southeast. Note: full speed. I only want speed. I only want speed. Su Ming issued a series of new combat orders. What exactly is this kid trying to do? Fang Jinhua frowned slightly at the combat orders issued by Su Ming, his heart filled with doubt, not quite understanding what kind of scheme Su Ming was setting up this time. The infantry fighting vehicle crew also carries a personnel carrier fully loaded with infantry. If it moves forward at full speed, the distance between it and the tank crew will increase, and it will eventually become the lone force at the forefront. This means that the tanks have lost their protective shield, and the infantry on board will inevitably suffer heavy losses if they encounter enemy armored forces. In combined arms operations, excessive infantry casualties pose a significant threat to tank units. The order to split the tank crews into 2 groups, with one group moving at full speed to the southeast, looks like a typical large-scale flanking maneuver. The idea of using a flanking maneuver is not inherently problematic. The problem is that tank companies have no logistical support, and each tank carries a limited amount of fuel. If they advance at full speed and make detours, they are very likely to run out of fuel and break down halfway. Once the fuel runs out, the tank will be paralyzed on the road and unable to move, which is tantamount to cutting off its own arm and weakening its own combat power. Fang Jinhua originally thought that Su Ming and the lieutenant colonel would choose a direct confrontation approach in this infantry tank combat exercise, but he never expected that Su Ming would dare to add complex tactical changes at this critical juncture. Incorporating tactical variations is a good idea, but it's perhaps a bit too idealistic. Just as the troops were about to reach the core combat area, the lieutenant colonel began to issue his own combat orders. Attention, all personnel. Reduce speed, maintain a speed of 25 kilometers per hour, and deploy into battle formation. Infantry dismount and use coordinated formation to cover the tank's advance. Anti-tank missile teams deploy for flank protection. Drone launch to conduct battlefield reconnaissance. As a lieutenant colonel battalion commander from an armored regiment, Wang Hu's combat orders reflected his steady and conservative combat style. The best course of action is to play it safe. Before even spotting the enemy tanks, he issued the order for the tank assault formation to deploy, ensuring that his side could launch an effective attack immediately upon encountering enemy tanks. It can be said that this playing style is quite steady and experienced. In the air, Group B's drones were conducting high-altitude reconnaissance of the battle situation ahead, and quickly detected Group A's troop deployment. Report: for enemy tanks spotted, deployed in a single line. 4 infantry fighting vehicles and 2 troop carriers have been spotted, and they are moving. Upon hearing the battle report, Wang Hu frowned, filled with doubt. For tanks? The infantry fighting vehicles and troop carriers are still in mobile formation? What does this mean? At this moment, the distance between the 2 sides has been reduced to less than 2 kilometers. It will not be long before they enter the maximum effective firing range of the tanks. Why are they not deploying assault formations at this time? What are they waiting for? Are you really that confident? Just as Group B's drone detected Su Ming's deployment, Su Ming's drone also simultaneously captured Group B's situation. Upon hearing the report on the deployment of Group B, Su Ming's expression remained calm and composed, without the slightest fluctuation. Continue to increase speed and maintain maneuverability. Upon receiving the order, Su Ming remained calm and composed, but the spectators around him began to get restless. What exactly is their plan? Chapter 248. The battle ended in 10 minutes. Su Ming's sudden move completely stunned everyone watching. their faces filled with disbelief and confusion. Although these people are not exactly armored vehicle command masters, they can still clearly see the situation in an armored combat exercise of just one company size. In a company-level confrontation of this scale, without any particularly complex terrain or unexpected situations, what exactly is being compared? It all comes down to the basic command skills of the commanders on both sides. The key factors that determine victory or defeat are who issues accurate and decisive instructions, and who makes the fewest mistakes. Right now, Team A has clearly detected Team B's combat deployment through drone reconnaissance. Their opponent is a lieutenant colonel from an armored regiment, known for his steady fighting style, and his tank assault formation has already been deployed. Instead of deploying their tank assault formation, Su Ming led his troops recklessly towards the enemy's main armored force. What's going on? Is this the legendary suicide-style strategy? In an armored combat exercise of this company scale, the coordination and cooperation between the various combat units is actually quite simple and straightforward. Before the battle officially begins, troop carriers and infantry fighting vehicles will definitely carry infantry and advance alongside tanks. Once the distance is sufficient, the tanks slow down and deploy into an assault formation. At the same time, the infantry dismount and form combat units in platoons and squads to advance in coordinated infantry tank formations. The flanks are protected and guarded by infantry fighting vehicles or anti-tank missile teams. The tactical arrangements are basically based on this routine. What kind of tricks can a company-level combat exercise possibly pull off without considering logistical support or special enemy strikes? At least these mid-level officers didn't believe it, and they had never thought of it, let alone heard of anyone being able to command a tank company to pull off any eye-catching tactical maneuvers. In their view, with Su Ming's current deployment, once the two sides meet and enter the tank's maximum effective firing range, he will not have time to deploy an assault formation and will be directly defeated by an experienced lieutenant colonel's charge. Once their formation is broken, the outcome will be immediately clear. Fang Jinhua was also unable to understand Su Ming's battle plan at this moment, and couldn't guess what this young man was thinking. Judging from the current battlefield situation, Su Ming definitely wants to try some tactical tricks. Having this idea is good in itself, but he also needs to be clear about the occasion and timing. As a commander, the most taboo thing is to be unrealistic and out of touch with reality. Having innovative ideas is great, but you also need to fully consider whether the realities allow it. A big question mark lingered in everyone's mind, even among the A-team students commanded by Su Ming. 1,900 meters away. 1,800 meters away. 1,700 meters away. With each urgent report from the rangefinder, the distance between the two sides continued to shrink. 1,500 meters away. Company commander, if we don't deploy our assault formation now, it will really be too late. As the distance drew closer and closer, and the outlines of Team B's tanks could be vaguely seen, a member of Team A finally couldn't help but anxiously remind them. Follow my instructions and maintain the status quo, Su Ming said in a deep voice. Meanwhile, Team B's drones had also detected Team A's movements, but found that Team A's formation remained in a mobile state and showed no signs of deploying an assault formation. This made Wang Hu vaguely feel that something was wrong. Company commander, something seems wrong. We've only detected half of his armored forces so far, and we still haven't found the other half. Forget all that nonsense. Just charge forward. Open fire as soon as you're within range. I want the first volley to take down at least 2/3 of his armor. Wang Hu gave the order decisively, completely disregarding any talk of a trap. With such limited armored forces, he didn't believe Su Ming could pull off any tricks. Once the armored formations form an overwhelming force, they are unstoppable and devastating. They don't care about any tricks or deceptions. They can simply sweep through the enemy in one fell swoop. The distance between the two sides continues to shrink. The infantry fighting vehicles and one troop carrier that initially broke away from the tank group and rushed to the front at maximum speed have now returned to the tank group, but they are still in a mobile formation and have not deployed into an assault formation. At the crucial moment when the two sides were only 1,000 meters apart, all crews, listen up, turn around immediately and retreat at full speed. Su Ming issued the order again. Instantly, all the tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, and troop carriers turned around and sped off in the direction they had come from. This scene completely stunned Wang Hu. What's going on? Only now realizing they can't deploy their assault formation and trying to escape? Too late. Maintain the assault formation and pursue at full speed. Wang Hu was certainly not going to let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In his view, it was about to be the time for Su Ming to pay the price for his arrogance. He would never let go of such a surefire way to beat someone when they're down. However, Wang Hu remained cautious. With his steady combat style, he remembered that half of Su Ming's tanks had disappeared and their exact location had not yet been detected. To prevent a surprise attack from the flank, while pursuing the enemy with all his might, he also specifically ordered drones to strengthen reconnaissance of the flanks to ensure that no ambush forces would suddenly appear. And so, a fierce chase unfolded on the vast training field. Seeing that Su Ming's group was fleeing at full speed and the distance between them and their own group was getting farther and farther away, Wang Hu made a decisive decision and ordered the tanks and infantry fighting vehicles to sprint at full speed, temporarily ignoring the infantry advancing on foot. Neither side's armored forces engaged in close-quarters combat, so whether or not infantry followed at this point made little difference. Thus, the two sides maintained a relatively stationary speed difference, and the distance did not significantly decrease. Wang Hu's armored forces left the advancing infantry far behind, and the distance between the two sides widened. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters. Sitting in the command tank, Su Ming silently calculated the retreat distance in his mind. Finally, when the gap had widened to a full 400 meters, he decisively gave the order again. All crews immediately turn around, quickly deploy into assault formation, maintain a distance of 100 meters, line up in a row, and prepare for counterattack. With one tank at the head, and the distance between them strictly controlled at 100 meters, two tanks quickly deployed on the left and right sides, instantly stretching a horizontal battle line to a width of 300 meters. Not running anymore? Only now do you think of deploying an assault formation? Isn't that a bit slow? Seeing this, Wang Hu sneered, his tone full of disdain. Because during the time Su Ming ordered the deployment of the assault formation, the distance between the two sides had already approached the maximum effective direct fire range of the tanks, and his side could have launched an attack before the opponent. Attention everyone, fire all at once. Give them a good volley. Wang Hu gave the order to fire immediately. Boom, boom, boom. The tank's cannon spewed flames as shells spun rapidly from the breach. The next second, one of Su Ming's tanks emitted thick white smoke and was determined to be hit and damaged. Beautiful. Wang Hu couldn't help but shout in approval. Just as he was about to order another volley, suddenly, from 100 meters to his flank, streaks of fire shot towards him like venomous snakes spitting their tongues. Chirp, chirp, chirp. In the blink of an eye, Team B's two tanks were hit directly and retreated from the battle, emitting white smoke. What's going on? Wang Hu was completely dumbfounded, his face full of disbelief. Report. Enemy anti-tank missile team spotted on the flank. The reconnaissance personnel reported urgently. Anti-tank missile team? Where did they come from? Wang Hu broke out in a cold sweat instantly. He had been worried about an ambush on the flank, so he had the drone keep a close watch on the area, and the drone had indeed not found any signs of an ambush on the flank. So where did the anti-tank missile team that suddenly appeared 100 meters to the flank come from? Did it spring out of the ground? Immediately switch fire and wipe them out, Wang Hu decisively ordered. Regardless of how the anti-tank missile team appeared on the flank, it must be dealt with as soon as possible. Although it is actually easy to deal with, a tank can just fire a shell at it. However, if left unchecked, tanks will soon be destroyed and eliminated one after another under the continuous attacks of anti-tank missiles. 100 meters is far too close. Although the anti-tank missiles used by these trainees do not have precision guidance capabilities, at this distance, they could hit the target even with their eyes closed. At this moment, Wang Hu felt an ominous premonition, vaguely sensing that he had fallen into a trap. His infantry squad is still far behind and hasn't caught up yet. If there were infantry accompanying and providing cover around the tank, This distance would definitely be enough to spot the lurking anti-tank team in advance. Team A's anti-tank missile group must have done anti-air camouflage in advance, cleverly avoiding aerial reconnaissance by drones. Boom boom. 2 shells whistled away, and Team A's anti-tank missile squad was instantly wiped out. But in that short gap, Su Ming's tank assault formation had already been fully deployed. Including the command tank, a total of 4 tanks opened fire simultaneously, and another tank on Wang whose side withdrew from the battle, emitting white smoke. Within just a few minutes, Team B lost 3 tanks, nearly having its armored strength. Team B, who thought they had the upper hand, failed to destroy even one of Team A's tanks. The battlefield situation suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse, not to mention that Su Ming still had 3 other tanks that had not yet appeared, which remained a huge hidden danger. Retreat. Retreat immediately. Wang Hu decisively issued the retreat order. The situation is clearly suspicious. We can no longer pursue them. We must quickly create distance and readjust our deployment. The sudden appearance of an anti-tank missile team on the flank made Wang Hu very wary, and he dared not continue to fight Su Ming head-on without any scruples. Report. Enemy tank spotted 800 meters behind. What? From the rear? Why are there tanks here from the rear? Wang Hu was completely frantic. He couldn't understand why Team A's tanks suddenly appeared behind him. Exactly the same 3 disappeared tanks. The 3 tanks had already deployed into an assault formation, spaced 200 meters apart, blocking Team B's retreat route like an iron gate. Company commander, what should we do now? The investigators were completely bewildered. From the very beginning of the reconnaissance, they hadn't scouted the rear at all, and Wang Hu hadn't ordered any reconnaissance of the rear either. The key point is, who could have imagined that Team A's tanks would suddenly appear from behind them? As you can imagine, Team A's 3 tanks had formed a huge circle around them from the very beginning, flanking them from behind. The key question is, how many more meters would we have to travel with this detour? Aren't we worried about running out of fuel and breaking down on the road? Boom boom boom. With attacks from both sides, the battlefield situation was developing exactly as Su Ming had envisioned. Su Ming decisively issued the order for a general offensive, and the final battle officially began. 10 minutes later, the battle ended. Team B was completely wiped out, with all its armored forces destroyed, while Team A suffered only 10% of its armored losses, making it a complete victory. The infantry tank combat exercise came to a close, and the result shocked everyone present, leaving them unable to recover from the shock for a long time. The group of mid-level officers were all dumbfounded, completely unable to believe the result before them. The lieutenant colonel lost. The lieutenant colonel actually lost, and his entire army was wiped out. Team A lost less than 10% of its strength. If it weren't for the fact that the lieutenant colonel looked so pathetic and lost, they would have loved to ask him on the spot. Lieutenant Colonel, are you really a battalion commander from an armored regiment? How did you manage to get into such a mess? A captain, a newly promoted captain who had never even been a company commander, was wiped out by the enemy with only 1/10 of his troops. How did you manage to lose so badly? Not to mention the group of mid-level officers. Even the colonel instructors who were responsible for recording the scores, including Major General Fang Jinhua, were quite shocked. The only difference is that the Major General and the Colonel now have a complete understanding of the cause and effect of Su Ming's entire battle plan. But the clearer you are about the intricacies, the more deeply you can appreciate the incredible aspects of it. Su Ming is either a complete mad gambler or a born master of armored vehicle command tactics. Chapter 249, Incredibly Daring. Refuting a Major General in Public? After thoroughly understanding Su Ming's entire operational deployment, one can clearly recognize Su Ming's complete operational intentions for this confrontation exercise. Looking back from a retrospective perspective, it's not hard to understand the intricacies involved. However, in Major General Fang Jinhua's view, Su Ming's battle plan and tactical intentions were rather reckless, audacious, and even gave the impression of a gambler who was putting everything on the line. A gambler is someone who pursues an extreme gambling mentality, betting on probability and discipline. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. If you bet right, you will win big. But if you bet wrong, you will lose everything and be wiped out. Su Ming's battle plan this time was exactly like that. It was a gamble from beginning to end, with every detail filled with elements of gambling. The strategic purpose of having the lead infantry fighting vehicle crew, along with a troop carrier, detach from the main tank group and advance at full speed, is to send the anti-tank missile team to the core combat area in advance and lay an ambush. Choosing to act at this time means that Team B's drone reconnaissance will not pay any attention to that area. Even if they do manage to detect it, Team A's anti-tank missile team has already made complete anti-air camouflage preparations, enough to deceive everyone. Secondly, ordering the 3 tanks to move at full speed along the edge of the exercise area from the very beginning, cleverly avoiding the drone's reconnaissance line of sight, and to make a large detour to the rear of Team B, was also a gamble. If the fuel reserves are insufficient, or if the tank engine fails and breaks down midway, then this tactic of outflanking and encircling the rear will be a complete failure. Losing a third of their tanks before the war even began is tantamount to destroying their own combat capability and crippling their own arm. The most crucial step was to lure Team B into a carefully designed ambush, inducing them to accelerate their pursuit and thus break free from the infantry's cover. This was a gamble. Everything, from beginning to end, every single step, was rife with the flavor of gambling. Because every step involves a great deal of uncertainty. Fang Jinhua admitted that this was indeed a tactical innovation. However, Su Ming was too young and lacked sufficient practical experience in armored vehicle command. So Fang Jinhua was more inclined to believe that gambling was the dominant element in Su Ming's tactics. The colonel was equally shocked. He glanced at Major General Fang Jinhua's face and wondered what kind of complicated feelings Major General Fang Jinhua was having at that moment. Although Su Ming won the exercise, based on Colonel Fang Jinhua's years of understanding, he was probably not very happy at this moment. Because Su Ming is too young and lacks the experience to support his armored vehicle command, his tactical style is too unpredictable and gives the impression of being overly ambitious and impatient for quick success. In layman's terms, it's like trying to run before you've even learned to walk steadily. Once this aggressive fighting style becomes a habit, it will pose a significant hidden danger and drawback to future development. If one day Su Ming were to actually command a tank regiment, or even an armored division, with hundreds or thousands of tanks forming an iron torrent, and if he continued to command in this risky style, then if a mistake were to occur, it would be truly over, and the consequences would be unimaginable. The armored formation, standing there like a towering mountain, naturally gives people a sense of solidity and stability. Similarly, the commander of the armored formation should also possess this steadfast and unwavering temperament and style. This is why the lieutenant colonel from a certain armored regiment had such a steady and conservative command style. Team A has won this combined arms exercise. The colonel officially announced the result in front of everyone. The members of Team A couldn't contain their excitement. They had been puzzled and confused by Su Ming's command and deployment, but now it seemed that they had been short-sighted and narrow-minded. Although this tactic was indeed bold and risky, the results were surprisingly good. In contrast, the group of mid-level officers and the members of Team B were all dejected and sullen, feeling extremely frustrated. We were too careless. We underestimated our opponent. Not only were they ambushed from the flank, but they were also outflanked from behind, ultimately resulting in their complete annihilation. Team A, on the other hand, suffered less than 1/10 of its troops in battle, a casualty ratio that is almost equivalent to 0 casualties. Fang Jinhua's gaze slowly swept across the faces of the mid-level officers present. Just when Lieutenant Colonel Wang Hu and the others thought that Major General Fang Jinhua was about to praise Su Ming in front of them, who knew? The results of this infantry-tank confrontation exercise are invalid. Starting tomorrow, we will organize an infantry-tank confrontation exercise every day, Fang Jinhua said in a deep voice. The moment the words were spoken, everyone in the room widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. Even Su Ming was completely taken aback by Fang Jinhua's decision. It doesn't count? Why doesn't it count? On what grounds does it not count? Lieutenant Colonel Wang Hu and other mid-level officers even doubted their ears, completely unable to believe that Major General Fang Jinhua would make such a decision, disregarding the outcome of the infantry tank exercise. Does Major General Fang Jinhua still hold sway over these mid-level officers? What made Wang Hu secretly delighted was that if the results of the exercise were invalid, then he wouldn't have to give away the 2 packets of military special supplies that he lost to Su Ming. Report. Explain. I would like to ask, why doesn't it count? And on what basis does it not count? In front of everyone, Su Ming showed no politeness and directly voiced his doubts, even with a hint of accusation in his tone. Upon hearing this, everyone around gasped in shock. This young captain is incredibly audacious. How dare he speak to Major General Fang Jinhua in such a tone? Does he really think Major General Fang Jinhua has a good temper and won't get angry? Lieutenant Colonel Wang Hu and the others sneered inwardly, arms crossed, waiting to see the show. They had already anticipated what would happen next. With Major General Fang Jinhua's fiery temper, he would definitely give this arrogant captain a good scolding without any hesitation. To speak to a general in such a tone is incredibly audacious. It would be quite a show of respect for the hot-tempered Major General Fang Jinhua not to slap him across the face. You're not convinced? Faced with Su Ming's question, Fang Jinhua did not get angry and asked back in a calm tone. Yes, I'm not convinced. Su Ming looked directly into Fang Jinhua's eyes and said bluntly, I can tell you straight, although you did win this infantry tank exercise, and in terms of tactics, those lousy guys can't even compare to one of your fingers, I didn't see any qualities in you that a qualified armored commander should possess. Fang Jinhua bluntly pointed out Su Ming's shortcomings in his eyes, which was the most unacceptable thing for Fang Jinhua. Such a blunt judgment, which could even be described as a public reprimand of Su Ming, brought tears to the eyes of Lieutenant Colonel Wang Hu and others, leaving them with mixed feelings. Dean, you're being far too rude. You're leaving no room for tact whatsoever. If you want to reprimand the captain, then just do so. Why bring us along? They even called us trash, saying our tactics weren't even as good as a captain's finger. How can they say that? It's so hurtful. Dean, please tell me clearly, what qualities should a qualified armored commander possess? And why do you think I don't possess those qualities? Su Ming pressed again. They even changed their address from teacher to dean, which clearly shows that Su Ming was genuinely angry. You brat. Hearing that Su Ming had even changed his way of addressing him, turning his back on him so easily, Fang Jinhua felt both angry and amused, and cursed inwardly. He usually thought his second disciple was amiable and always had a smile on his face, but he never expected that when he got really angry, his expression would change faster than turning the pages of a book. However, he liked Su Ming's straightforward personality, which suited his taste perfectly. A real man should be like this. If he's not convinced, he should just say it. He can't stand people who hide their feelings and act coy like women. The most important quality of a qualified armored commander should be composure. Every tactical order must be issued steadily and cautiously, step by step. In the exercise just now, every tactical order you issued was a gamble. Fang Jinhua reprimanded him mercilessly. As the commander, can you gamble? Can you gamble with the lives of your soldiers? In this infantry tank combat exercise, if you make even the slightest mistake, the entire army will be wiped out right now. Do you understand? The deeper the love, the harsher the criticism. Fang Jinhua felt this way at that moment, disappointed and frustrated. While Su Ming is still young and hasn't accumulated much practical experience in commanding armored forces, he must thoroughly correct this flaw during the foundation-laying stage for Su Ming. We must not let Su Ming continue with this adventurous mindset and reckless habits. Because if this continues, one day it will become a fatal flaw and hidden danger for Su Ming. The sooner you point it out and correct it, the less resistance there will be and the less trouble there will be. If it weren't for this consideration, he would be too happy to praise Su Ming right now. How could he possibly scold him in front of so many people? Everything was for Su Ming's good. It was all out of his good intentions as a teacher. After hearing these words, Su Ming finally understood why Fang Jinhua had reprimanded him and why he believed that Su Ming's performance in the exercise was seriously problematic. It turns out they mistook his tactical instructions for gambling, thinking he was just guessing. But in reality, that's not the case at all. Su Ming had repeatedly simulated and calculated every step of the entire deployment of this exercise in his mind, and his control over various data was comparable to that of a professional military modeling and simulation. That's right, it's military modeling. In a military operation, after the operational deployment is formulated, the commander will usually conduct military modeling and simulation and judge the approximate success rate of the mission based on relevant data and comprehensive calculations of various factors. However, military modeling and simulation require time and a process. It cannot be accomplished overnight. But who is Su Ming? A man with a system that grants him superpowers can do things that ordinary people can't. For this battle deployment, he conducted a complete military modeling and simulation in his mind, and the results showed a success rate of over 90%, which was almost equivalent to absolute success. It even includes calculations of fuel consumption during the tank's maneuvering, the approximate distance traveled, and even the probability of various unexpected situations such as engine failure. With such data support, the success rate of military modeling and simulation remains stable at around 90%. What does confidence and control mean? The data speaks for itself. In Fang Jinhua's eyes, Su Ming was gambling, but in reality, Su Ming was confident and assured of victory, not gambling at all. Dean, you are mistaken. Su Ming spoke slowly and clearly, without changing his expression. These words caused an uproar, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Everyone could no longer contain their shock. Su Ming was truly audacious and utterly reckless. First, they spoke to Major General Fang Jinhua in a questioning tone, and now they're publicly saying that Major General Fang Jinhua is wrong. They're not giving Major General Fang Jinhua any face at all. Where did he get his courage from? Even if Major General Fang Jinhua is training you as his last disciple, he would never allow his student to disrespect his teacher in front of so many people, right? You'd better give me a convincing reason, or don't blame me for putting you in solitary confinement, Fang Jinhua said in a deep voice, suppressing the anger surging within him. These words brought tears to the eyes of Lieutenant Colonel Wang Hu and the others, their eyes practically red with envy. We're all in the same coordinating class. Is it really necessary to treat each other so differently? If it were them, and they dared to speak to Major General Fang Jinhua like that, they would probably have slapped him across the face long ago. As for Su Ming, the captain was simply told to put him in solitary confinement, and was even given a chance to explain, without changing his tone. The difference between how Major General Fang Jinhua treated them and how he treated Su Ming is just too great. Chapter 250. A brain like a computer. Major General Fang Jinhua was so angry that his teeth itched, and he kept muttering to himself. The second disciple he had carefully selected had a truly stubborn temper. In front of so many people, he actually dared to confront him, a major general, head-on, and bluntly told him that the general was wrong, showing him no respect at all. If it were any other captain, no, let alone a captain, even a colonel, who dared to speak to him in that tone, he would have slapped them across the face long ago. As a soldier, to lack even the most basic understanding of hierarchy and to speak to a general in such a tone is utterly disorganized and undisciplined. But then he remembered that this was the second disciple he had personally taken in, and Fang Jinhua suppressed his anger and decided to give him a chance to explain. If you can't give him a convincing reason, then just lock him up for a few days and let him reflect on his problems. I have conducted a complete military modeling and simulation for this operational deployment. I am absolutely confident in issuing every tactical order. It is definitely not the kind of gambling you described. Su Ming straightened his back, his tone full of confidence. Military modeling? When Su Ming said this, everyone present was stunned at first, and then an expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. Who are you trying to fool? Where would they find the time to conduct military modeling? If an armored commander needs to do military modeling before leading a company-level confrontation, then what's the point of fighting a war? Do you think this is a large-scale exercise at the Army group level? Do you think a large-scale modeling and simulation is necessary before an operation even begins? You did military modeling? When did you do it? Where did you do it? Major General Fang Jinhua asked, his face full of disbelief. Su Ming said, just before the exercise began, I did a military model in my mind. I calculated all the relevant data and possible influencing factors, and the simulation showed that my deployment success rate was 92%, 0.123%. When this data was announced, everyone present was even more skeptical. The captain was really just talking nonsense. They've gone down to 3 decimal places. Even lying requires some skill. Saying it's roughly 90% might be somewhat convincing, but to go down to several decimal places? Who would believe that? Whose brain has such computational power? Anyway, they don't have that kind of brain. They've lived this long and never seen anyone with that kind of ability. If the human brain has such computing power, then what's the point of computers? What's the point of combat staff departments? Are you serious about this data? Major General Fong Jinhua's face grew increasingly grim, and his voice deepened. How come he didn't realize before that this disciple he had chosen had the ability to fabricate stories? They make it sound like the truth, even specifying 3 decimal places. Who would believe that? Even his teacher didn't believe it. I'm sure. If you don't mind the trouble, Dean, you can conduct a military modeling test on the spot to see if I'm just making things up or if the data is solid, Su Ming said without changing his expression. Let's test it then. Major General Fong Jinhua waved his hand. Today he was determined to stand up to Su Ming gang to the end and correct this kid's bad habit. If you're wrong, you're wrong. Just admit it honestly. A good comrade is one who can correct their mistakes. But the habit of making things up is absolutely unacceptable and must be taken seriously and resolutely corrected. He wanted to see for himself whether the data generated by the military modeling was as Su Ming said, with even the last 3 decimal places being precisely matched. Computer room. Although the internet was not yet widely available to civilians at that time, it did not mean that the military was not equipped with advanced equipment. Any cutting-edge scientific and technological product will first be applied in the military. In front of everyone, Major General Fong Jinhua personally began to model military equipment, while the colonel instructors and the group of mid-level officers all watched with wide eyes. Su Ming stood to the side, his face expressionless, making it impossible to tell whether he was feeling guilty and flustered or confident. But in the eyes of Lieutenant Colonel Wang Hu and others, the captain must be terribly panicked at this moment. That's ridiculous. I've lived for over 40 years, and this is the first time I've ever heard of someone being able to create military models in their head. Who says otherwise? Accurate to 3 decimal places? Who would believe such nonsense? I don't believe it anyway. It's definitely made up. Just wait and see. I'll wait until the dean finishes the modeling. Then I'll give this kid a good slap in the face and see if he dares to talk nonsense again. A group of mid-level officers whispered among themselves, their voices low, but every word reached Su Ming's ears. It's obvious that these words were said to him, deliberately intended to put psychological pressure on him. Indeed, the idea of creating military models in one's mind and calculating detailed data down to 3 decimal places seems like a fantasy or something unbelievable to anyone. How come the brain can compare to the computing power of a computer? As a major general, Fong Jinhua's military skills are beyond question. Although he has been retired for many years and no longer participates in frontline command, simple military modeling is still a piece of cake for Major General Fong Jinhua. Before long, the military modeling was successfully completed and the final calculation results were displayed on the computer screen. Upon seeing the data displayed on the screen, Major General Fong Jinhua was stunned. The lieutenant colonel and others beside him also crowded over to look, and were all speechless with shock at the data before them. The result calculated clearly on the computer is 92.123%. It was exactly the same as what Su Ming had just said, accurate to 3 decimal places, without the slightest difference. Hiss! Someone gasped first, followed by a chorus of gasps, and everyone present wore an expression of disbelief. This is absolutely outrageous. The data calculated by the computer through rigorous modeling is exactly the same as what Su Ming casually said. They are exactly the same, not a single difference. Is this fake? How could this be? My goodness. It can really create military models in its head and calculate to 3 decimal places with precision. This brain is practically a supercomputer. I still can't accept this fact. Could it be that the dean made a mistake when he was modeling it? As soon as Lieutenant Colonel Wang Hu uttered these words, Major General Fang Jinhua's gaze instantly locked onto him like a sharp sword, and in an instant, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the lieutenant colonel. "Are you questioning my professional competence?" Major General Fang Jinhua said coldly. "I'm sorry, Dean, I misspoke. I absolutely didn't mean that." Lieutenant Colonel Wang Hu immediately realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly bowed his head to admit his mistake and apologize. Fang Jinhua was clearly not in the mood to pursue the lieutenant colonel's slip of the tongue, so he didn't pursue the matter any further. This made Lieutenant Colonel Wang Hu secretly breathe a sigh of relief, and a layer of cold sweat seeped out from his back. "Can you really create military models in your head?" Fang Jinhua couldn't help but ask again to confirm, because this ability was so amazing that it was beyond the comprehension of normal people. "Dean, haven't the data already clearly proven what I just said?" Su Ming asked instead of answering, his tone remaining calm. "Call." Major General Fang Jinhua let out a long breath. At that moment, he suddenly realized that his previous understanding of Su Ming was completely wrong. Before he personally conducted military modeling, he firmly believed that every combat order issued by Su Ming was a blind gamble. But now, the data from military modeling has proven that Su Ming was not gambling at all. That seemingly risky battle plan and every combat order issued were all based on correct decisions made through precise calculations. In this infantry tank combat exercise, apart from Su Ming, each of you must submit a profound combat reflection report to me. Major General Fang Jinhua turned to the group of mid-level officers with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "The current coordinating class students are getting worse and worse. A dignified lieutenant colonel being publicly crushed by a captain is a disgrace." After saying that, Major General Fang Jinhua stood up and strode away. In front of so many people, he had solemnly reprimanded Su Ming, insisting that Su Ming's battle plan was a gamble. Now that the military modeling data is right in front of us, it clearly proves everything. Isn't this just a slap in the face to his teacher? So if we don't leave now, when will we? Does he expect Major General Fang Jinhua to publicly apologize to Su Ming? As a teacher, how could he bow his head and admit his mistakes to a student? Doesn't he have any pride? If we really want to find fault, it should be Lieutenant Colonel Wang Hu's fault, as well as that of these incompetent mid-level officers. A group of veterans with more than 10 years of service were so thoroughly defeated by a newly recruited captain that it affected his judgment and led him to draw the wrong conclusion. That's right. That's exactly it. It's all because of these incompetent mid-level officers. Lieutenant Colonel Wang Hu stood to the side, silently shedding tears, feeling extremely wronged. "Dean, this is unfair. You were the one who said this infantry tank exercise didn't count, and that Su Ming's battle plan was a gamble. You are Su Ming's teacher, and it's not like I forced you to question your student. Now that the military modeling data is right in front of them, it's a slap in the face, and they're taking all their anger out on me. What did I do to deserve this?" "Lieutenant Colonel Wang, don't forget those 2 packets of special military supplies." Since things had come to this point, there was no need to stay any longer. Before leaving, Su Ming turned back to Lieutenant Colonel Wang Hu and said this. Hearing this, the lieutenant colonel felt even more distressed. It was as if his heart was being torn apart. 2 precious packs of military-issue special supplies. He had been saving them up for a long time and hadn't been able to bring himself to smoke them. Now they were all gone. Luo Mingji, who could best understand this heartache, stepped forward and patted the lieutenant colonel on the shoulder, comforting him. Losing to a monster who can model military systems in his head is no injustice. Anyone would have lost. Luo Mingji's words are indeed reasonable. The lieutenant colonel's defeat was not unjust at all. Who could have imagined, and dared not have imagined, that Su Ming could actually perform military modeling in his mind and calculate detailed data down to 3 decimal places? As an armored commander, if you possess such incredible abilities, that would be considered cheating. Is it shameful to lose to someone who's cheating? Not at all. After the morning classes ended, Su Ming was called to the dean's office. "Dean, what can I do for you?" Upon arriving at the office, Su Ming got straight to the point and asked, "You brat, still holding a grudge? I only questioned you this morning. Is it really worth holding a grudge until now?" Fang Jinhua laughed and scolded. then casually tossed Su Ming a packet of military special supplies, saying, "This is to compensate you, kid. Here, have some smokes." "Thank you, teacher." This compensation immediately made Su Ming beam with joy, and the gloom on his face vanished. "To be honest, I never expected you to have such incredible abilities," Fang Jinhua exclaimed, his eyes filled with amazement. "With such talent, you must cherish it and make full use of it. If you use it well, this talent can definitely help you become the top armored commander in the entire army." At this point, Major General Fang Jinhua became excited and emotional. "I originally thought that Su Ming's combat style in today's exercise was a bad habit that needed to be corrected, but I never expected it to be such a huge surprise." He had never seen anyone in his entire life who could create military models in their head. Because a person's brain has limited computing power, otherwise the military would not have a dedicated position of operations staff to assist commanders in data calculation and strategy development. But now, his second disciple has such amazing abilities. Not only does it have this feature, it can also calculate accurately to 3 decimal places. Possessing exceptional talent in armored vehicle command, coupled with this incredible computational ability, is like adding wings to a tiger or icing on the cake. From this perspective, Su Ming's operational deployment in today's infantry tank confrontation exercise cannot be called gambling, but rather a genuine tactic, a truly ingenious tactic. Su Ming's confidence stems from his precise control and calculation of various data. He can make a company-level armored combat operation look amazing. He is a tactical master, a true tactical master. Thinking of this, Fang Jinhua became even more excited. Judging from Su Ming's performance since entering the academy, his future achievements are very likely to surpass those of his first closed-door disciple, who is the current commander of the Heavy Armor Division. Su Ming may even become the most powerful and legendary armored commander in the modern history of the entire field army. At that moment, Major General Fang Jinhua couldn't help but recall a sentence from Su Ming's paper, "Using war to support war. Taking the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation as our mission." Su Ming might actually have the ability to accomplish this great historical mission. Chapter 251. Another first-class merit. A temple hall is to be built. Inside the office. Starting tomorrow, you will conduct an infantry tank combat exercise with them every day. Fang Jinhua sat behind his desk, looking intently at Su Ming, his tone filled with unwavering determination. Fang Jinhua has now made up his mind to spare no effort and use all available resources to cultivate Su Ming in all aspects. Su Ming's promotion speed was indeed astonishingly fast, but correspondingly, he had a serious lack of practical experience. He's now a captain, but if you count on your fingers, his military service is really short. All he has is a few months of experience as a platoon leader in a basic company. Following the normal career trajectory, if Su Ming were to graduate from the Army Academy, he should at least be assigned a position equivalent to a company commander. As a student in the Armored Command Department, if I become a company commander in the future, I will definitely be the commander of a tank company. That's a foregone conclusion. What if you have no experience? Then keep training and honing your skills at the Army Academy until you gain experience. Conducting an infantry tank combat exercise every day is undoubtedly the best way to hone one's skills. Through continuous high-intensity practical exercises, experience is gradually accumulated, and the understanding and comprehension of commanding mechanized forces are deepened. By the way, let's conduct some infantry tank combat exercises first. Once we're ready, we can go to the wargaming room to practice. The Major General added, tapping his fingers lightly on the table as if planning every step of Su Ming's future. Wargaming is arguably the most popular form of strategic play among mid-level and even senior officers, and it serves as an important platform for testing the true capabilities of commanders. Take the infantry tank confrontation exercise as an example. Currently, it is only at the company level, which is not a large scale. It can still be conducted as a live fire exercise within the Army Academy. But what if it escalates to the regimental level? Above the regimental level, there are division-level units, or even larger. It would be impossible to hold such a large-scale live fire exercise casually. The manpower and material resources required would be astronomical, and the time required would be extremely long. At this point, wargaming can be used to conduct a complete game of combat at the regimental or even divisional level within a small space, saving resources and achieving the purpose of training. Wargaming simulations are a great test and training of a commander's comprehensive qualities in all aspects. Although wargaming is, to some extent, a theoretical process, and someone who excels at wargaming is not necessarily an excellent combat commander. Conversely, a truly excellent combat commander will certainly not be lacking in wargaming ability. In the Major General's mind, Su Ming has the potential to become a top-notch tactical armored vehicle commander. Skillfully integrating tactical thinking into armored vehicle command is far more difficult and valuable than simply becoming an excellent armored vehicle commander. The flexible integration of tactics can give armored groups, which are originally known for their brutal crushing and steel torrents, more flexibility and adaptability, thus creating unexpected miracles on the complex and ever-changing battlefield. The capital city. Inside the Su family's villa, the afternoon sun streamed into the living room through the floor-to-ceiling windows, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. After lunch, Su Chengjuan's family held a serious family meeting at the old man's request. There is only one issue. The matter of building a shrine for Su Ming needs to be formally discussed, and a plan needs to be developed. Junzi, you said my grandson is studying at a military academy now, so he should be able to take leave to come back, right? Next time you go, tell him to find some time to take leave to come back and pay respects to our ancestors. By the way, the construction of the ancestral hall can also officially begin. The old man sat upright in the main seat, his face serious, and his tone left no room for discussion. Dad, are we really going to build him an ancestral hall? Isn't it a bit much? Su Qingjun couldn't help but ask, his expression somewhat complicated. Given Su Ming's outstanding achievements in the military and the glory he brought to the Su family, he is fully deserving of having an ancestral hall built. He has received first-class merit, second-class merit, and third-class merit. The plaque hanging on the lintel that reads, "Family of First-Class Meritorious Person," is the best proof of this. This is a real and tangible honor. But Su Chengjun felt something was off. How old was Su Ming? 18 years old, just a kid. And they were going to build an ancestral hall for him? From now on, won't he, as the father, be inferior to Su Ming? In short, it's that sense of authority as a father that's getting in the way, and I just can't accept it. What do you mean it's not that serious? What's wrong? Are you jealous of your son? The old man glared at his son with displeasure, his beard bristling. If you had earned a first-class merit in the army back then, I would have built an ancestral hall for you. And it's not just me who suggested building an ancestral hall. It was also the idea of your uncles. They all agreed. Hearing this, Su Qingjun was completely helpless. Since his uncles and aunts, the elders of the family of the same generation as the old man, have already made their decision, it seems that the ancestral hall really must be built. What do people in China, especially within a family, value most? They value seniority. No matter how successful you are outside or how high your official rank is, when you return to your family and face your elders of higher seniority, you still have to follow the rules, bow and offer tea as required. Moreover, the establishment of an ancestral hall is a major event concerning the family's reputation and honor, and only the elders of the patriarch's generation are qualified to make the final decision. Dad, what I mean is, shouldn't we wait a bit longer and take it easy? Su Qingjun tried to persuade him again, speaking gently. He's only 18 years old, and he's still studying at military academy. He's just a cadet and hasn't actually led troops in a battle yet. Isn't it a bit too hasty to build an ancestral hall? What's wrong with being 18? The old man was immediately displeased upon hearing this, slapping the armrest of the sofa and saying, "How old was Hua Tsubing back then? He was already a Marquis of Champion at a young age. If it weren't for the heavens being jealous of his talent and his untimely death, the whole world would be speaking our dragon country language now, you know?" These words left Su Chengjun completely speechless, and he could only give a helpless bitter smile. My grandfather loves reading history books, which is common knowledge in the family. His favorite dynasties are Qin, Tang, Han, and Ming. The emperors and soldiers of these four dynasties were all full of vigor and incredibly powerful. The old man especially adored Huatsubing, the great war god of the Han dynasty, and his eyes would light up whenever he mentioned his name. Moreover, his own grandfather is now saying that Su Ming has the shadow of the great Han war god. Isn't that a bit too high a compliment? Dad, you think too highly of your grandson. How can he compare to Huatsubing? He was a famous general throughout history. Su Qingjun tried to calm the old man down. Moreover, the district leaders have been talking to me these past few days about including Su Ming in the district annals. This matter has to be done step by step, right? Even if Su Ming can get leave to come back, he still has to finish up the things in the district first. As for building an ancestral hall for him, we'll have to ask him if he agrees. As parents, they all hope their children will become successful, and Su Qingjun understands this better than anyone else. In the past, Su Ming was such a good-for-nothing. He dreamed that Su Ming could change for the better. He didn't expect Su Ming to become a dragon or a phoenix, but at least he should become a normal person and stop idling around all day. After being sent to the army, Su Ming seemed to have been enlightened and suddenly became brilliant. He was so outstanding that even his father couldn't keep up with him. Leaders from relevant departments in the district have spoken with Su Qingjun several times about, including Su Ming in the district annals. They have discussed the matter repeatedly and also want to learn more about Su Ming's personal situation to prepare for writing the materials. The district annals, that would dedicate a whole page to recording Su Ming's personal achievements. What an honor that would be. Yes, we should prioritize the district's affairs and not neglect important matters. The old man nodded in agreement. But the ancestral hall can be done at the same time, so it won't delay anything. We can do both at the same time. The old man's attitude was frighteningly firm, leaving absolutely no room for negotiation. Left with no other choice, Su Qingjun looked at his two younger brothers sitting to the side and frantically gestured with his eyes, hoping they could help persuade the old man. Dad, my nephew is still perfectly healthy. It sounds strange that you're in such a hurry to build an ancestral hall for him. People who don't know better might think, the second son started to say, but then swallowed his words. That's right, there's no need to rush this. We can wait until Su Ming achieves greater success in the future. The third brother quickly chimed in. I told you to study more, but you wouldn't listen. Who says ancestral halls are only for the dead? Don't you know what a living ancestral hall is? Su Weigua glared at his two youngest sons with displeasure, his tone full of disdain. Dad, how about this? When he gets another first-class merit in the army, we'll build one for him. Not only will we build one, but we'll build a big one, and I'll cover all the expenses. Su Qingjun gritted his teeth and resorted to his last delaying tactic. Su Ming is currently studying at a military academy, so it's impossible for him to earn any merit. This way, the matter of the ancestral hall can be postponed indefinitely. And do you really think a first-class merit is like a cabbage in a field? Something you can just award whenever you want? Well, that's fine too. The old man thought for a moment and felt that the suggestion was reasonable, so he nodded. Call. Su Qingjun breathed a sigh of relief, finally managing to calm his father down for the time being. Otherwise, if they were to build an ancestral hall for Su Ming right now, he, as the father, would not have been psychologically prepared at all. Just then, suddenly, a loud gong and drum sound came from outside, creating a lively atmosphere, just like a family celebrating a big happy occasion. Upon hearing that all too familiar voice, Su Qingjun's expression changed, and he abruptly stood up from the sofa. The next second, the procession with gongs and drums outside had already arrived in a grand procession at the front gate of the small villa. The familiar faces were still there. The familiar colonel, the familiar leaders from relevant departments in the district, the familiar plaques and banners, and the eye-catching four characters, first-class hero. This was the third time they had come to deliver good news. The colonel leading the team was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. His expression was a mixture of amazement and complexity. This is already his third first-class merit award. Is it really that easy to get a first-class merit in the military? When did it become so worthless? 3 first-class merits. The colonel could hardly believe that in this peaceful era, earning a first-class merit was far more difficult than during wartime. The leaders of the relevant departments in the district are now determined to make sure that Su Ming is included in the district annals as soon as possible, and they can't delay any longer. Seeing such a large commotion at the entrance, the old man was so excited that he stood up abruptly, his eyes even turning a little red. My grandson has done another meritorious service? The army sent back another commendation, didn't they? Was it a first-class merit? Dad, after the ancestral hall is built, can I go in too? Su Chungjun stood aside, looking at the dazzling plaque, and asked with a wry smile. It's fate, it really is fate. He should have known better than to make such a bold claim. He had previously been so confident that Su Ming, who was studying at the Army Academy, would never be able to achieve any merit, let alone a first-class merit. As a result, the slap in the face came so fast, like a tornado, that there was no time to react. What does this tell us? This shows that his son's ancestral hall is already built, and since he can't resist it, he might as well join in. Su Ming brought glory to his ancestors, making the Su family's ancestral graves emitting auspicious smoke. As his father, it's not unreasonable for him to share in the glory and also enjoy the incense offerings in the ancestral hall, is it? Su Ming, who was studying at the Army Academy, was unaware that his family was already busy building an ancestral hall for him and including him in the district annals. In the afternoon, there was a theory class. Su Ming, of course, did not go. He went to the library as usual, found a quiet corner, and continued to study on his own. The tank armor confrontation exercise he conducted with the lieutenant colonel that morning was, at Fang Jinhua's behest, reviewed and publicized as a classic case of armored command. After all, with less than 10% of its own casualties, it managed to wipe out a lieutenant colonel battalion commander from an armored regiment. Isn't that an impressive achievement? What's surprising is that after the review and public announcement of this infantry tank confrontation exercise case, a sentence was highlighted below. For reference and learning only, do not imitate at will. Because not everyone has Su Ming's ability to create military models in their minds and accurately calculate data to 3 decimal places. Therefore, the ingenious tactics Su Ming used in this exercise are just for show. People can watch and admire them, but trying to imitate them is suicidal. That guy is amazing. He wiped out the enemy with less than 10% casualties. And that was a lieutenant colonel from an armored regiment. I carefully studied the tactical instructions issued by the expert, and they were terrifying. Not a single one of them wasted. They were all precise and to the point. Seriously, this genius has only been taking classes for a few days, yet he can defeat a lieutenant colonel so easily? What's the problem? Is the lieutenant colonel too weak, or is this genius too strong? That's a brilliant tactic, and they say it's not to be imitated? Huh, they think too highly of us. How could we possibly copy that? As expected, all the mid-level officers are utterly useless in front of the master. The master is the only true God. Chapter 252: The officers who were tortured to the bone. At night, after the lights-out bugle call, the junior officers' quarters were completely silent. The 4-person dormitories with private bathrooms are a privilege enjoyed only by mid-level officers throughout the entire Army Academy. As for the lower-grade students, just stay in your 6-person dorms and don't overthink it. It was lights-out time, and the corridor was pitch black except for the moonlight streaming in through the window, casting dappled shadows on the floor. A low cough suddenly echoed through the dark dormitory room. Is everyone here? Is everyone here? Everyone's here. In the darkness, several people responded in hushed voices. Very good. Lieutenant Colonel Wang, whose voice rang out in the darkness, carrying a hint of solemnity. Before the meeting begins, let me state my position. I am very grateful that everyone was not disappointed by my performance, but still had confidence in me and nominated me as the representative of this meeting. Here, I would like to express my gratitude once again for everyone's trust. As soon as he finished speaking, a sparse round of applause rang out in the dormitory, but they were kept very low for fear of being heard by the patrol team outside. It sounded like a bunch of mice rustling. Shoo, no need for applause. If the white helmets hear it, they'll come knocking again. Wang Hu quickly stopped them. The applause vanished instantly, and the dormitory fell silent once more. We are now holding our second expanded meeting to seriously discuss and brainstorm solutions regarding how to get back at Su Ming. Wang Hu cleared his throat and got to the point. As everyone knows, we are a group of mid-level officers from the Army Academy. What does that represent? They represent the heavens and the earth of the Army Academy. We are the future of the Army Academy, the idols of junior students, and even senior students have to greet us with smiles and treat us with utmost courtesy. Although Wang Hu's voice was very low, the arrogance in his tone was undeniable. But ever since that kid Su Ming came to the Army Academy, the collective presence of us mid-level officers has greatly diminished. It's bad enough that a freshman is so arrogant and domineering in the Army Academy, but now he actually dares to try to climb the ranks by stepping on the faces of us mid-level officers. Do you all think we can tolerate this? No. A unified but suppressed growl echoed in the darkness, like a pack of long-suppressed beasts finally finding an outlet for their pent-up emotions. That's right, we can't. If the rules of the Army Academy are broken here, we will be nailed to the pillory of shame among mid-level officers of the Army Academy, and we will never be able to hold our heads up again. At this point, Lieutenant Colonel Wang, whose words carried an undisguised sense of helplessness and indignation. Once upon a time, these mid-level officers were the center of attention in the Army Academy, attracting admiring glances wherever they went. Younger students regard them as their learning goals and role models, while older students greet them with smiles and politely call them senior students. But what about now? Because of Su Ming's appearance, the lower grade students started ignoring them. The admiration in their eyes had completely disappeared, replaced by a mocking look that seemed to enjoy watching the drama unfold. Their prestige among the younger students is collapsing at a visible rate. Although the senior officers didn't give any explicit indication, they could sense that those guys were secretly laughing at them, mocking them for being outmaneuvered by a newly enrolled captain. Wang Hu's voice grew even heavier. Everyone has seen the dean's attitude towards us today. In the dean's heart, only Su Ming is his treasure, and we are just grass. No, that's wrong. We might not even be considered a blade of grass. At most, we're just roadside weeds. If you step on us, so be it. After a touching and relatable emotional build-up based on reality, seeing that the atmosphere had been sufficiently engaged, Wang Hu began his concluding remarks. So, brothers, restoring the image and prestige of our mid-level officers is now an urgent matter. We all need to work together as one and put our efforts in the same direction. As the saying goes, you can't break a single chopstick. As he spoke, the deeply wounded lieutenant colonel was about to launch into another round of emotional appeals. Stop, stop, stop! Luo Mingji quickly interrupted, his tone tinged with helplessness. Just say what you think. We've already built up the rapport. There's no need to stir things up anymore. If the lieutenant colonel keeps going on with this emotional rhetoric, will we even get to sleep tonight? Will we still have to get up early for morning exercises tomorrow? Luo Mingji has completely given up on the idea of getting revenge on Su Ming. He is a relatively rational and clear-headed person. The gap is too large, so large that it's despair-inducing. There's no point in continuing the futile struggle. It will only lead to repeated humiliation. Unfortunately, if he doesn't fit in at this time, he will definitely be isolated, and it will be difficult for him to get along in the group in the future. So, it's necessary to just go through the motions, show some support, and save face. Luo Mingji interrupted Wang Hu's build-up of emotions, causing him to pause and his emotions to become somewhat disjointed. But he quickly composed himself, cleared his throat, and continued. The dean said that starting tomorrow, we will have to conduct an infantry tank combat exercise with him every day. This is our chance. We'll take turns fighting him, each of us bringing out our best skills. There's no need to hold back now. Whoever does is a sinner against the whole group. Furthermore, we not only need to confront him, we also need to gamble with him. Let's bet on special military supplies. Make him give us back all the special supplies he swindled from the dean. What do you think of my idea? In the darkness, you could hear several people gasping for breath. The idea is good, but we don't have the special military supplies, a major said weakly, voicing the most pressing issue. These special supplies are something that people of low rank and limited connections simply cannot obtain. Only a few lieutenant colonels and colonels with connections and influence could get their hands on 1 or 2 packets, which they treasured like the back of their hand. Don't worry about the special supply, Wang Hu said with a wave of his hand, exuding an air of wealth and power. As a lieutenant colonel, I'll make it clear first. I'll personally provide 3 more special supplies. Hiss. Upon hearing this, many people gasped in shock. No wonder he's a lieutenant colonel from an armored regiment. He's got connections and money to burn. They already lost 2 packs to Su Ming last time, but they still managed to produce 3 packs. How strong is their relationship? How big is their spending? I can provide 2 packs, another lieutenant colonel chimed in. I can also sell 2 packs. Being petty and spineless at a time like this, another voice rang out. Count me in, I'll bring out 3 packs too. Several other lieutenant colonels also expressed their opinions, and the atmosphere became as lively as an auction. I'm really touched by your strong support. Wang Hu's voice was tinged with excitement. I hereby declare that I will not take a single packet of the special supplies we won back. I will share them with everyone. I only have one request. Brothers, show him your best skills, and let him know how powerful our mid-level officers are. Are you confident? Have. Although the voice was very low, the momentum was quite strong. All right, I hereby declare this meeting successfully adjourned. So, starting from the second day, Lieutenant Colonel Wang Hu, who had been defeated by Su Ming last time, shook off his previous gloom and once again donned his armor, going into battle with high morale. Having learned from his mistakes, Wang Hu seriously reflected on his actions after losing to Su Ming last time. In terms of overall command and coordination, he had no problems, and his tactical arrangements were also reasonable. He was just careless and underestimated his opponent. He never expected that a mere kid would dare to play such a big game. He never expected Su Ming to be so bold as to dare to play tactics against him and set up an ambush. But this time it won't be the same. He has learned his lesson and will never give Su Ming any chance again. From the very beginning of the confrontation, he ordered the drones to operate at maximum power, conducting reconnaissance in all directions without any blind spots, making it absolutely impossible for Su Ming to play any tactical maneuvers. More than an hour later. Despicable. He actually ordered tanks to dogfight. Shameless. Absolutely shameless. Lieutenant Colonel Wang, who let out a desperate roar, his voice filled with 3 parts grief and indignation, 3 parts despair, and 4 parts doubt about life. He never expected that Su Ming would be so unsportsmanlike in this exercise, ordering the tanks to engage in close-quarters dogfights and completely disrupting the formation he had painstakingly set up. Without a doubt, Wang Hu was defeated again, suffering another devastating defeat. Meanwhile, Su Ming's casualties remained below 10%, and he also managed to acquire a package of special military supplies. Su Ming merely pursed his lips in response to the lieutenant colonel's roar. Really? A lieutenant colonel battalion commander from an armored regiment has this little bit of mental fortitude? Isn't tank dogfighting a perfectly normal tactic? Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? Of course, after returning, Wang Hu immediately began to reflect deeply, and at the same time, he consulted with the next person to fight the next day, sharing his experiences and lessons learned from the failure in detail. A mid-level officer cannot be defeated. It's okay to fail once or twice. As long as they learn from their failures, they will eventually succeed. The third day, Su Ming's opponent changed to another lieutenant colonel, a senior chief of staff from the so-called Tiger Regiment, who had extensive combat experience and a resume full of honors. Just over an hour later. Impossible, impossible. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? The current battle situation made this veteran chief of staff begin to question his life, his face filled with disbelief. Her distraught appearance was like that of a young virgin who had been violated by several strong men. Her eyes were vacant, and she looked completely dumbfounded. Is this all the chief of staff is capable of? No challenge at all. Su Ming also found it very easy, and casually picked up another special supply pack, which he happily stuffed into his pocket. Sure enough, the mid-level officers were rich and powerful, weak but addicted, and easy to beat, so this special supply was practically free. On the 4th day, another lieutenant colonel took to the field to fight against Su Ming. They had lost for 3 consecutive days, but after losing 3 times, they did not sit idly by. Instead, they continued to analyze Su Ming's fighting style and characteristics, hoping to find his weaknesses and flaws. Lieutenant Colonel Wang, who is now very confident because, with everyone's help, They have devised a tactic specifically to target Su Ming. They finally figured it out. Only magic can defeat magic, and only tactics can defeat tactics. Su Ming likes to play with tactics in Armored Command, so they'll play with them too. Treat them as they treat you. Unfortunately, the exercise lasted only 30 minutes before the Lieutenant Colonel's B team was completely wiped out, while Su Ming's side suffered less than 5% casualties. The tactical intent was too obvious. It was like playing house in kindergarten, and Su Ming easily won without breaking a sweat. Afterwards, the Lieutenant Colonel was summoned to Major General Fang Jinhua's office, where he was severely reprimanded and required to submit a self-criticism of no less than 10,000 words. The reason is that this Lieutenant Colonel overestimated himself. He hadn't even learned to walk steadily before thinking about running away. Playing tactics? Don't you have any idea what your own level is? Still trying to play tactics in front of Su Ming? Are you brain dead? No, even a pig isn't as stupid as you. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. What is our goal? Crush Team A. Crush Su Ming. Great. High morale. Does everyone have confidence? The pre-battle mobilization was incredibly powerful and inspiring. However, although the members of Team B shouted those words, they did so weakly and listlessly, their faces filled with dejection and numbness. After 2 weeks of competition, they, as members of Team B, have been beaten to the point of questioning their existence. There was no light in my eyes, absolutely no light. It's not that they're incompetent, it's just that their commander is really incompetent. The gap between him and that young commander of Team A was so vast, it was almost despairing. In every exercise, they were completely overwhelmed and had no chance to fight back. They were merely executors of orders, but the commander was too foolish. His combat instructions were always easily deciphered and manipulated by the enemy. They played for half a month and lost for half a month. I lose once a day, and each time I lose in a different way. I always get completely crushed. Who could endure such a life? Although being a member of the field army requires unwavering will and the courage to never admit defeat. But if you keep being tortured like this, no one can withstand it, and even the strongest will be worn down to dust. Lieutenant Colonel Wang, whose voice remained loud and clear, full of fighting spirit. Brothers, believe me, I found the secret to beating Team A. Please trust me one more time, and fight alongside me. This time, we will definitely be the final victors. Seeing the Lieutenant Colonel's heartfelt speech and the burning fighting spirit in his eyes, the members of Team B exchanged glances and finally nodded. Okay, then let's trust one last time. This is the last time. Chapter 253. It's time to start the wargaming lesson. The members of Team B looked at Lieutenant Colonel Wang, whose heartfelt and sincere expression, and listened to his solemn promise. In the end, I softened and decided to give him one last chance, just the last one. However, more than 40 minutes later, as the whistle blew to end the exercise, the members of Team B slumped onto the training field, looking utterly dejected with terrifyingly empty eyes, as if all the bones in their bodies had been removed. No more fighting. What's the point of fighting? Absolutely no more fighting. A captain suddenly stood up, slammed his helmet to the ground, and his voice was trembling with tears. This is absolutely idiotic command. It's torture. Please let us go. Another major held his head in his hands, curled up in a ball, as if he had suffered some great psychological trauma. Let whoever wants to play. I'd rather die than stay on Team B. Transfer me to Team A. As long as I'm on Team A, I'll play 10 games a day without a problem. A burly man shouted at the top of his lungs, his eyes red. I want to apply to Team A. This is ridiculous. Even an Iron Man couldn't withstand this kind of abuse. The situation briefly spiraled out of control, with the members of Team B venting their grievances and anger in a flurry of voices. In terms of a person's normal psychological capacity, losing is not terrible. What is terrible is losing continuously and losing without seeing any hope. The key issue is that you keep losing and getting dragged back up to keep losing, with absolutely no chance of turning things around. This sense of despair is enough to destroy anyone's will. Is this the level of command among the mid-level officers at the Army Academy? One or two of them, a major and a lieutenant colonel, a battalion commander from an armored regiment, and a chief of staff from some tiger regiment. Is this all they're capable of? I fought for half a month, and every time I was beaten to a pulp by a captain who had just enrolled. These commanders, who suffered repeated defeats yet continued to fight, showed absolutely no consideration for the feelings of those who carried out their orders. They are human beings too, they have self-esteem, and they also want to win. Brothers, I'm so sorry, I'm really sorry. Lieutenant Colonel Wong, who walked over with a guilty look on his face, trying to soothe the team members' emotions. Don't worry, next time I will definitely lead you to turn defeat into victory and crush Su Ming. Please believe in me one more time. But in return, they received uniform eye rolls and merciless middle fingers. Next time, dream on. I'd rather die than stay on Team B. Anyone who wants to stay in Team B can go stay by themselves. This is not a place for a normal person to stay. Even the best mental fortitude cannot withstand this kind of torment day after day. After half a month, all their confidence was shattered, leaving not a trace. As a result, now when they walk on the street and see members of Team A, they have to lower their heads and take a detour because they are too ashamed to face anyone. The commander is terrible. They're just unlucky, but they can't be unlucky forever, can they? So, the members of Team B collectively approached the colonel and submitted their transfer applications. Report. I request to leave Team B and join Team A. Report. I'm applying too. Report. I'll go anywhere as long as I'm not in Team B. I'll even clean the toilets. Where is Team A now? That's a holy place. That's paradise. For the past 2 weeks, under Captain Su Ming's command, Team A has been invincible, achieving a variety of amazing results. It can be said that Team A is the winning team, a symbol of glory. Being in Team A not only allows you to enjoy the glory of victory brought by an excellent commander, but also enables you to improve and learn quickly in actual combat. Following a master is what makes a promising future. As for these mid-level officers, they are all trash in front of Captain Su Ming, far inferior, not even in the same league. Captain Su Ming is as strong as these mid-level officers are useless, each one more useless than the last. They are simply a collection of useless trash. Team B, on the other hand, has become a complete negative example and a laughingstock in the entire college. The key point is that they are truly innocent. Their personal qualities are actually similar to those of Team A members. The difference lies in the commander role. Can we blame them for that? I will seriously consider your applications. The colonel looked at the group of emotional students in front of him, feeling quite helpless. This was the first time in all these years that he had ever seen team members voluntarily request to be transferred out of the squad. It was truly an eye-opener. But it has to be said, Captain Su Ming is really too strong. These mid-level officers were completely under Su Ming's control. Tactics are simply not worth mentioning. They're all tears. In terms of command, he was also quite lacking and couldn't keep up with the pace at all. The commanders on both sides are on completely different levels. They are fighting in 2 different dimensions. This overwhelming, invincible attitude was something the colonel had only seen in one student before. Chi Shunwei, who had also studied at the Army Academy years ago, and is now the commander of the 1st Heavy Armored Division. Indeed, judging from the colonel's assessment, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Captain Su Ming will definitely reach that level in the future and may even go higher. Perhaps, he could become even more powerful than the current commander of the Heavy Armor Division. Even a small-scale confrontation involving only an armored company, under Su Ming's command, always manages to produce all sorts of interesting scenarios. Tank dogfights, tactical infiltration, armored decapitation strikes. Over the past 2 weeks, the tactics have been constantly evolving and innovative, leaving people dazzled. Almost every confrontation can be used as a teaching case for combined arms combat, and its brilliance is comparable to that of a textbook. Wang Hu, a lieutenant colonel and battalion commander from an armored regiment, became completely withdrawn. Not only Wang Hu became withdrawn, but the entire group of mid-level officers also became withdrawn after the 2 weeks of confrontation. For half a month, they took turns fighting, each of them using their best skills and pulling out all the tricks they had up their sleeves, but none of them could defeat Su Ming. In one of their fastest battles, they were utterly routed and wiped out in just half an hour. Now, the way the younger students look at them has completely changed. The adoration they once had has vanished without a trace, replaced by pity and mockery. Their prestige among the lower-grade students has completely collapsed, leaving not a trace. Even the members of Team B, whom they themselves command, openly express their dislike for them. How could they possibly accept this? As a group of mid-level officers, they were thoroughly nailed to the pillory of shame, never to rise again. Why? Why haven't we won a single one of our more than 10 sparring matches in half a month? What went wrong? A major clutched his head and groaned in pain. This shouldn't be happening. It really shouldn't be happening. Why do we keep losing? My tactical arrangements are clearly correct. Another lieutenant colonel muttered to himself, his eyes unfocused. He's too cunning, at least 800 cunning schemes. We can't outsmart him at all. Lieutenant Colonel Wang, who said through gritted teeth. But we can't beat him in a head-on confrontation. Why is his command so smooth and fluid? It's like he knows what we're going to do in advance. Someone asked a thought-provoking question. A group of mid-level officers began to question their lives, to examine themselves, and to reflect on why they had lost. But no matter how they thought about it, they couldn't understand why. No matter how they commanded, they were no match for Su Ming and were always completely defeated by him, without any chance to fight back. Does anyone have a cigarette? Give me one. At this moment, Wang Hu looked at everyone with pleading eyes and said pitifully. These words caused the atmosphere in the room to freeze instantly. Everyone fell silent without prior agreement. Some looked down at the ground, some looked up at the sky, and some pretended to be studying the cracks in the wall. Cigarette. I've lost everything. Over the past 2 weeks, at first, he and Su Ming would bet 1 pack of special supplies each time they faced off. Then they would bet 2 packs, then 3 packs, with the stakes getting higher and higher. After losing all the special cigarettes, he started gambling on other brands. By now, they had all gambled away all their cigarettes, and even a single cigarette was a luxury for them. Gone. Who even has cigarettes left these days? A major gave a wry smile and spread his hands. I'm emptier than I am. That's right. I haven't smoked for 3 days, 3 days. Another lieutenant colonel held up 3 fingers, his expression exaggerated. The last time I smoked, I had to shamelessly ask a junior student for one. Someone whispered, a hint of embarrassment and shame flashing across their face. Well, everyone sighed in unison, their voices filled with bitterness and helplessness. They were still thinking of defeating Captain Su Ming, regaining their dignity, and winning back the cigarettes, but now they haven't accomplished any of them. They are complete losers. Snap. Just then, a crisp, jarring sound of a lighter rang out, like a resounding slap across everyone's face. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Luo Mingji leaning leisurely against the window with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. In front of everyone, he slowly lit it, took a deep drag, and then slowly exhaled a perfect smoke ring. Daji, you still have cigarettes? And there Huazi. Everyone was stunned, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Hey guys, stop putting on a brave face. Luo Mingji flicked his cigarette ash, his tone indifferent. Go and reconcile with the big shot, apologize, and all those unpleasant things from the past will be in the past. It's not a big deal. Although he was a member of the mid-level officer group, Luo Mingji was clear-headed. A week earlier, he had keenly sensed the change in the situation, decisively abandoned the darkness and turned to the light, and took the initiative to surrender, becoming a staunch supporter of the god. That's right. As a mid-level officer, he defected to Su Ming's side. This decision made Luo Mingji feel incredibly clever. It was the wisest decision he had ever made in his life. Although the expert is famous and incredibly skilled, he is a genuinely good person, very amiable, and easy to talk to. After they made up, she even gave him a pack of cigarettes, showing considerable generosity and not being stingy at all. Daji, what did you call him? God. Everyone was shocked again by Luo Mingji's address to Su Ming, their mouths agape. Yeah, expert, what's wrong? Luo Mingji remained calm, as if he were stating something perfectly normal. Huazi, it was given to me by the great god. The expert is very friendly and generous. I'm a big fan now, so don't invite me to any more events. I'm not participating, it's a waste of my time. After saying that, he took another drag of his cigarette, his face full of enjoyment. By the way, you can consider what I said before. Before leaving, Luo Mingji turned back and added, following the master is definitely the right thing to do, really. After saying that, he casually pushed open the door and left, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded mid-level officers. The remaining mid-level officers looked at each other, their faces filled with shock. Betrayed? Someone stammered. There was a defection among their mid-level officers. This is the first time something like this has happened in so many years. It's truly unprecedented. Damn it. I never expected Luo Mingji to be so spineless. He was bought off with just a pack of cigarettes. Lieutenant Colonel Wang, who trembled with rage, his face turning ashen. Exactly. It's shameful to associate with people like that. They're a disgrace to mid-level officers. Another lieutenant colonel chimed in indignation. The thought that I used to call him brother makes me feel ashamed. Ashamed, someone exclaimed, pounding their chest in frustration. That's outrageous. Doesn't he even care about his dignity as a mid-level officer? He has no backbone at all. Everyone was furious, and they never expected that at this critical moment, Luo Mingji would betray the revolution, abandon them, and join the enemy camp. Brothers, I never imagined Luo Mingji was this kind of person. I really misjudged him. Wang Hu said with a heavy heart, his eyes reddening. But the remaining brothers, we have already done our duty by persevering until now. We must continue to persevere and never bow down to evil forces. We must resolutely rectify this unhealthy trend. That's right. We must persevere. Perseverance is victory. That's it. Let's go all out. Let's fight him to the bitter end. Let's see who has the last laugh. Yes, we, the mid-level officers, absolutely cannot admit defeat. Inside the office of the head of the Armored Command Department, a bunch of disgraceful bastards. Major General Fang Jinhua sat behind his desk, flipping through the data records of the infantry tank combat exercises conducted by his prized student and the coordinating class over the past 2 weeks. After reading it, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. I've been playing for half a month and haven't won a single time. I get crushed every time. It's so embarrassing. To be honest, even the Major General himself was shocked and surprised by this result. For half a month, there was a tank infantry combat exercise every day. Su Ming beat up every single student in the entire coordination class, and each time it was a crushing victory like a sack of weaklings, without any suspense. Don't be fooled by how easily these mid-level officers were beaten by Su Ming. It's not that their command skills are lacking. Many of these people are battalion commanders and chiefs of staff from armored regiments. They are all seasoned veterans who have been working their way up from the bottom for many years. They certainly have command skills and cannot be real novices. The reason they acted like complete noobs in front of Su Ming could only be one thing. Su Ming was too strong. Su Ming's strength was so great that the gap between these mid-level officers and Su Ming was too huge. It was so huge that it gave the illusion that these mid-level officers were all weaklings, easily defeated. Continuing the infantry tank combat exercise is pointless. Fang Jinhua closed his notebook and thought to himself, we can start the wargaming course now. Originally, he intended to use the infantry tank confrontation exercise to help Su Ming gain more insights into the command wisdom of mechanized forces and accumulate more practical combat experience. But now it seems there's absolutely no need for that. Every time I play, it's like stomping noobs. There's absolutely no challenge. If this goes on for too long, we might make Su Ming too arrogant, or we'll end up doing more harm than good. Let's start Su Ming with wargaming simulation courses. At least in war games, the scale of command can be raised to the regimental level or even higher. At this point, there are more factors to consider, which further hones one's comprehensive command abilities. Chapter 254 The Engine. Making a deal with the country. Major General Fang Jinhua announced that Su Ming's training course in infantry tank combat exercises had officially ended and that he would begin wargaming simulation courses. Wang Hu and the others were so excited that they were almost moved to tears, and they were just short of hugging each other and crying their hearts out. As expected, the director still cares about us. What's the point of directing a company-sized exercise every day? It's like children playing house. Exactly. Wargaming is the ultimate art. What does a captain know about wargaming? Has he even played it? Excuse my bluntness, but command and control exercises at the company level don't really reveal a person's true skill level. If you're so capable, let's try commanding an armored regiment in a real battle. That's what you call true command art. That's right. There are so many factors to consider in an armored regiment: logistics, special operations, air support, infiltration behind enemy lines. Can a captain really handle all of these? I'm known as the Prince of Wargaming, and I've finally got the chance to teach the captain a lesson. This time, I'll show him what real command is all about. Wang Hu and the others were so excited that they were incoherent, as if they could already see the dawn of victory. In their view, this was finally their chance to get revenge on Su Ming. Sure enough, they still held a place in the dean's heart. Seeing that they had been tortured by Su Ming for half a month, the dean felt sorry for them, and specially found this opportunity for them to regain their confidence. He had good intentions. Of course, in reality, Wang Hu and the others were completely overthinking things and were simply being delusional. Major General Fang Jinhua simply thought they were too weak and there was no point in continuing the fight. He worried that continuing this daily infantry tank confrontation would make Su Ming too arrogant, which would be bad. After all, constantly dominating weaker opponents can eventually lead to the illusion that you're the best in the world, which is fatal for a young commander. Major General Fang Jinhua did not want Su Ming to develop any bad habits or mindset, which is why he stopped it in time. Wargaming is the most popular course among mid to high-ranking military officers, bar none. During my studies at the Army Academy, there were limited recreational activities. Apart from watching the news broadcast every day without fail, we would gather together to conduct war game simulations, which not only helped us pass the time, but also honed our command skills. Wargaming simulations start with regimental-level exercises. Company-level simulations are considered too simplistic and embarrassing to even attempt. After all, opportunities to actually command a regimental-level combat exercise are extremely rare, and it's impossible to arrange it as routine training. If we were to assign you 1,000 people or a regiment of equipment for actual combat, the manpower and resources consumed would be enormous. The fuel and ammunition alone would be astronomical. Therefore, wargaming has become the only effective way to experience the thrill of commanding a regiment or even a division, which is both exciting and free. This is definitely a strength for mid-level officers like them. It is the culmination of many years of experience working at the grassroots level. On the other side, Su Ming was also very happy after receiving the news. He was finally free and didn't have to bully newbies every day anymore. He played for half a month, and for the first week he found it quite interesting, always managing to come up with something new each time. But the fight got increasingly boring as it went on. The opponents were all too weak and offered no challenge whatsoever. This even led Su Ming to question whether there was a problem with the overall command level of the mid-level officers at the Army Academy. If Major General Fang Jinhua didn't take the initiative to arrange the end, he was already planning to apply for the end himself. It's so boring to just bully noobs. There's not a single one who can fight, and it doesn't even serve as a warm-up. The wargaming course is about to begin. Although Su Ming has never played it before, that doesn't mean he can't. After all, with the system around, as a man with cheat codes, he has accumulated a lot of military merit points. During the day, I would go to the library to read and study when I had nothing to do. In the evenings, I would play raffles or use cheat codes in my dorm room. My days were quite fulfilling. Unfortunately, the protagonist's life is just that simple, unadorned, and boring. But now, Su Ming has encountered a very troublesome problem. Because he won an amazing prize during the lottery. Even in later generations, it would be considered a valuable, locked-down technology, a strategic technology that money couldn't buy. The F-22 fighter jet engine, and a complete set of related parameter manufacturing drawings. This thing is worth hundreds of thousands of military merit points in the system shop. Unexpectedly, Su Ming was the one who drew it. Su Ming was so excited he couldn't sleep. After all, this is an engine. Core technologies that have been held back by the West for decades and have been impossible to break through. If this thing were provided to domestic researchers for study and learning, how many years could China's aero engine technology advance? 10 years, 20 years, or even more? Su Ming's dream is to become a top armored commander and fulfill the mission of great rejuvenation. But what is the prerequisite for a great rejuvenation? It is based on a powerful army with advanced equipment. Currently, field armies are shifting towards mechanization, and the future will be an era of informationized combined arms forces. Needless to say, unmanned and intelligent operations are also trends. But all of these prerequisites depend on one thing: advanced military weapons and equipment. Especially in the area of fighter jets, this thing is extremely important. Foreground troops. Air superiority is their lifeline. Having powerful fighter jets and bombers gives them the confidence and capital to speak with, and is a key factor in determining the outcome of the battlefield. Whether it's a fighter jet or a bomber, what is the most difficult core technology to master? It's not the so-called stealth fighter's outer coating material, nor is it any composite material for the fuselage. The engine is the real core. Only by developing engines that provide sufficient power can fighter jets run fast, fly high, and perform various high-difficulty maneuvers. There's no way around it. We've fallen far behind, and catching up won't be an easy task. Western countries are not benevolent. They will not stand idly by and watch you progress without causing trouble. They have many methods, such as technology blockades, embargoes, and sanctions. What can you do when something good is choking you? Aren't you angry? But what can we do? We had no choice but to grit our teeth and do it ourselves, catching up step by step with great difficulty. This thing isn't very useful to Su Ming. It's best to give it to the country. But here's the problem. How do I send it out? The sheer power of this thing far surpasses any exaggerated display of personal strength he has displayed. He can't possibly come forward himself. If he does, things will really get complicated. How would a military academy cadet have such a thing? How do you explain its origin? The key is not to ask others for help, as it will cause a lot of trouble and may even get you into trouble yourself. System, can you find a way to send this thing out to me safely and without being traced? Su Ming asked silently in his mind. Can. What if I were to sell it? Su Ming asked tentatively, his eyes darting around. Whatever the host draws belongs to the host. Do with it as you see fit. Once the delivery location is confirmed, the system will arrange delivery. It will absolutely not be traced back to the host. The system answered crisply. Great system. I love you. Su Ming's face immediately lit up with a smile. This was the right way to use a system. A great system that could help its host solve problems. It's better to sell it than to give it away for free. Giving something away for free can easily arouse suspicion. In business, it's all about mutual consent, and it's only natural. Moreover, Su Ming had also thought of a suitable buyer. Fourth Ministry of Machine Building. An amazing department, an outstanding department that can set up a branch in the Nishiyama scenic area of Kyoto and openly do business with foreigners. The people in my department are all very nice talking, good at making money, and have top-notch business skills. They are truly outstanding. At this moment, in the office of the section chief of the Fourth Ministry of Machine Building, suddenly, the door was pushed open, startling the middle-aged man who was working at his desk, and he almost knocked over the teacup in his hand. Staff Officer Zhou, why didn't you knock before coming in? The middle-aged man looked up with some displeasure and said with a frown. Director, something terrible has happened, Zhou Xiaoyu said gravely as she strode to her desk. Our department's network has been hacked. It's been hacked? Have you found out who did it? Was it from inside or outside? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression immediately turned serious, and he put down the documents in his hand. A network intrusion is a serious matter. You should know that the archives contain many important documents. Although the top-secret documents are all kept on paper and are not stored on the server. But if the network of the prestigious Fourth Ministry of Machine Building were hacked, wouldn't it make us a laughingstock? Where would we put our faces? We can't find anything. The other party's hacking skills are very advanced. Zhou Xiaoyu shook her head. But what's strange is that the other party doesn't seem to have any intention of stealing intelligence data. The files on the server are all intact. Not to steal intelligence. The middle-aged man was taken aback, then became even more puzzled. Then what was he doing hacking in? Did he want to do business with us? That's right, Director, you're right. Zhou Xiaoyu's expression was a little strange. He just wants to do business with us. Huh? What is that? He said, it was the engine of a fighter jet. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man was first stunned, then gritted his teeth, his face turning red. Hateful. Not only did they hack into our network, but they also dared to make fun of us. Staff Officer Zhou, I'm telling you, you're not a child anymore. How can you believe such nonsense? They're clearly messing with us. Who would sell us this thing? The middle-aged man considered this a blatant provocation. He knew that China was currently facing technological bottlenecks, especially in the area of engines, which was its weakest link. And then the other party said something like that. Isn't that just deliberately making fun of them? Sell engines? Why don't you say sell rockets? Sell atomic bombs. Selling rockets is more realistic than selling engines. If someone in China could develop a qualified fighter jet engine, this wouldn't have happened so long ago, and the country would treat them like a national treasure. As for overseas, even if you have it, can you ship it over? How do you get such a big item through customs? How do you evade all the inspections? We simply can't handle it all. Director, my intuition tells me that the other party is not joking. Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes were serious as she insisted. Because it's unnecessary. If he hadn't revealed his identity, we wouldn't have realized he had already infiltrated the system. If he really had other motives, he wouldn't have bothered talking to us. He could have just stolen the data and left. This would actually risk exposing your IP address, which doesn't make sense. You mean? The middle-aged man frowned. I think we can talk about it. We won't lose anything anyway. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, then finally nodded. Talk to him. If he can really get the engine over here, we'll pay whatever it takes. Also, keep tracking his IP address. Don't let your guard down. Yes. An emergency operation was immediately launched. Inside the meeting room, the Fourth Ministry of Machine Building summoned all its computer-savvy personnel and even urgently applied to borrow technical experts from other units. After all, this kind of high-end computer technology work is not an area of expertise for the Fourth Ministry of Machinery Industry. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoyu was responsible for communicating with the mysterious hacker who had broken in. Can you deliver the items over? Of course. Give me your shipping address and I'll arrange delivery. Why do you want to sell it to us? Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me if you want it or not. I want it. Zhou Xiaoyu gritted her teeth. How much? $100,000. When this number was announced, Zhou Xiaoyu and everyone else present were stunned and looked at each other in disbelief. $100,000? This number isn't too high, but rather, far too low. For China, the price of a fighter jet engine is tens of millions of US dollars, and even hundreds of millions are negotiable. The main reason is that we can't get our hands on it. Even if we have the money, there's nowhere to buy it. So now the other party only wants $100,000? Is this guy just kidding them? Or does this person simply not know the market? Do you know what your provocative behavior means? Zhou Xiaoyu asked angrily. So her intuition was wrong. The other party really was just messing with them? They didn't take the Fourth Ministry of Machine Building seriously at all? Cash on delivery. Give me a delivery address. Once the goods arrive and you're sure you want them, then transfer the money to me. This is my Ruijin bank account. Don't bother checking, you won't be able to find it. Upon seeing these words, Zhou Xiaoyu was completely stunned. She had absolutely no idea what the other person meant. Do they really have the goods? Or are they just playing a trick on them? She turned to look at the middle-aged man beside her. The man stared intently at the screen, remained silent for a moment, then slowly nodded and said, Give him the address. Arrange for him in Area 13. Yes. Area 13 was a dedicated operational area of the Fourth Ministry of Machinery Industry. It was located in a remote area with surveillance cameras all around, so any unexpected situations could be controlled and handled in a timely manner. Address sent. Please wait for delivery. Remember to transfer the money to me after you receive the goods. After this message was sent, the contact between the two parties was completely severed, and no trace could be found again. A long silence fell over the meeting room. Director, do you think it's true? Zhou Xiaoyu asked softly. The middle-aged man leaned back in his chair, his gaze deep. I don't know. But if it's true, then our Fourth Ministry of Machine Building will have made a great contribution. Chapter 255 Wargaming Lesson 1. Planes Armored Combat. The atmosphere inside the wargaming simulation room was so heavy it seemed like you could wring water out of it. In the center of the spacious hall stood a huge sand table, with mountains, rivers, roads, and bridges clearly marked, and war game symbols arranged neatly in all directions, awaiting a silent battle. The mid-level officers had all arrived long ago, sitting upright and glancing at the door every now and then, waiting for the figure they both hated and feared to appear. Today will be their first battle in a war game simulation against Su Ming. The first time, this number is very meaningful. After losing for a full 2 weeks, the morale of the mid-level officers had plummeted to an extremely low point, like a punctured balloon, completely deflated. They desperately needed a victory to salvage their dignity, to prove they weren't worthless. Therefore, we must have a great start today, we absolutely must. Su Ming's first opponent was still Lieutenant Colonel Wang, who from the Armored Regiment. He was the man who suffered the most in the past 2 weeks, but he was also the one who refused to give up the most. Brothers, thank you for your trust. Wang, who stood in the middle of the crowd, his hands clenched into fists, his eyes piercing. Although we lost for half a month, I have figured out his fighting style. To be honest, my strength doesn't lie in commanding armored companies. That's too petty. My real strength lies in commanding armored regiment-level operations. This time, I will definitely defeat him and get off to a winning start. Lieutenant Colonel Wang, whose voice was powerful and resonant, his eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. Old Wang, keep it up. The brothers believe in you. That's right. Go for it. Defeat that captain. Let him know what real command is. Let the captain see the true strength of us mid-level officers. Don't think you're so great just because you won a few company-level skirmishes. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Believe in yourself and just play to your normal level. Play normally. We're no worse than him. A group of mid-level officers cheered him on, offering their encouragement and boosting Wang, whose confidence. The first battle is extremely important as it affects the morale of the entire team, so we must win. The reason Wang, who was chosen to represent Su Ming in the first battle, was not because they thought the lieutenant colonel's command skills were exceptional, but because Wang, who was willing to go all out. He took out the last 2 packets of special supplies that he had been hiding. This was Wang, whose last remaining supplies, his most treasured possession. Special supplies are useless. They should be used wisely. If he can defeat Su Ming this time, he can not only restore the team's morale, but also win back 2 packs of special supplies, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So the lieutenant colonel went all out, betting everything he had. Daji. Wang, who suddenly turned his head and looked at Luo Mingji, who was silent in the corner, his tone complicated. Although I don't know how you were bewitched by him. If you can wake up in time and come back to the brothers, I will forgive you. The main problem is that some of their mid-level officers have defected to the enemy. If this gets out, it will be incredibly embarrassing, and how will they ever be able to stay at the Army Academy again? In response, Luo Mingji simply pursed his lips, crossed his arms, and remained silent, demonstrating his stance through his actions. He is a smart man. Losing is losing. Is it so hard to admit that someone is exceptionally talented? Why insist on being so stubborn? What's the point of being so stubborn at a time like this? Following you guys, I'd go hungry 9 out of 10 days. Only a fool would go back. Great ambitions, everyone has their own. Seeing that Luo Mingji remained unmoved, Wang, whose face darkened, and he said harshly, "Since you're determined to follow him, I won't try to persuade you anymore. I hope you won't regret it later." But to Luo Mingji, this harsh remark was utter nonsense. No, even less than a fart. Since he suddenly realized the error of his ways and turned to the light, he has found that his path in life has become wider and wider, and the days of becoming a big fan of the god are simply too good to be true. You get to smoke good cigarettes, listen to nice words, and learn the true art of conducting from a master. Why not? Just then, the door was slowly pushed open. Su Ming appeared before everyone, his steps steady and calm, with a faint smile on his face. For a moment, the mid-level officers were on high alert, their eyes fixed on him as if he were not a captain, but a tiger that might pounce at any moment. Su Ming walked up to the crowd and stopped. For a moment, the 2 sides stood face to face, the atmosphere tense like a taut bowstring, ready to snap at any moment. The mid-level officers, led by Wang Hu, stood in a row, confronting Su Ming head-on. Sparks seemed to fly between their eyes, and an invisible tension filled the air. Su Ming, on the other hand, was alone, and in terms of numbers, he was somewhat outnumbered and at a disadvantage. Wrong. Su Ming is not alone. Luo Mingji had quietly emerged from the corner at some point, and stood silently behind Su Ming, his head slightly bowed, yet he firmly stated his position. You brat! How dare you corrupt my resolve? Luo Mingji's behavior infuriated Wang Hu. He was utterly despicable. They originally had an absolute advantage in numbers, and their momentum was clearly superior to Su Ming's, but Luo Mingji's move directly put them at a disadvantage, and their momentum was instantly shattered. If even their own people have betrayed them, what prestige and authority do they have left? What face do they have to call themselves a group of mid-level officers? Su Ming hadn't expected Wang Hu to add this kind of drama to his life. He didn't have any particular thoughts about the mid-level officers. Weren't they just resentful of him? Simple. Then I'll use my strength to defeat you until you're convinced. There are those who realize their mistakes in time, like Luo Mingji. He is very magnanimous, doesn't hold grudges, and is willing to be friends. He is never stingy when it comes to his friends. Although in Su Ming's eyes, the group of mid-level officers in front of him were all weaklings. But there's nothing we can do about it. He's a cheater. How could an ordinary player possibly compare to someone who's cheating? However, compared to others, this group of mid-level officers is still quite capable. Being sent to the Army Academy for further studies is enough to prove that each of them is a top talent in their respective units and a precious asset to their respective armies. The martial arts world is not just about fighting and killing. It's about human relationships and social interactions. Su Ming understood this principle very well, and naturally wanted to make many friends and expand his network of connections. Especially in military academies, the ability to study, endure hardship, and grow together, forming a strong classmate relationship, is crucial. They were all comrades in the field army and also students who studied together, so their relationship became even closer. When they met in the army, they would always call each other old classmate. Expanding your network of contacts will only bring benefits and no drawbacks in future job transfers. This principle applies to every industry and field. Let's have a fight. Wang Hu spoke first, his voice booming. And I'll also bet you 2 packs of special supply cigarettes. This can be seen as taking the initiative, showing strength to the other party, and demonstrating that one is not afraid. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Although this lieutenant colonel is a bit of a novice, he has quite a few connections, and even has some hidden treasures. In the past 2 weeks of confrontation, Su Ming has won a fortune. He has so many cigarettes he could almost open a convenience store. He originally thought he had won all the special supplies for these mid-level officers, but he didn't expect there were still some who slipped through the net. Okay. Su Ming readily agreed, then paused and added, you can choose the type of confrontation. Since the other party has come to him of their own accord, he should be generous and let them choose the type of confrontation as a way of giving them face. Hearing this, Wang Hu secretly felt smug. Just as he had guessed, Su Ming got arrogant. Although we won against them for half a month and made them lose face, it doesn't mean there were no benefits for them. The advantage of this is that the captain who had won consecutive victories has started to get arrogant and no longer takes them seriously. Arrogance and conceit are fatal flaws for a commander. Excellent. He has already gained the upper hand in the first battle. 10 minutes later, the wargaming scenario has been officially set as a Plains Armored Regiment combat exercise. Since the captain had become arrogant and asked him to set a combat scenario, Wang Hu didn't hold back and directly chose the Plains combat scenario, which he was most proficient in, because he knew that Su Ming was cunning and loved to play tactics. In complex terrain, the use of tactics under the cover of various terrain features can often produce surprising results, which would be advantageous for Su Ming. Let's just go straight for something simple and direct, a Plains Armored Regiment confrontation. Compared to the size of an armored company, the scale of an armored regiment requires consideration of many more factors: the deployment of Army aviation battalions, coordination of logistical support, call for air support, and control of the battlefield situation. Moreover, on such open and flat terrain, The lieutenant colonel did not believe that Su Ming could come up with any tricks. A plane is a plane, flat and unobstructed. What kind of tactics can there be? We have no choice but to confront them head-on. But head-on confrontation is his forte. On the sand table, all the small flags representing the combat units of both sides have been planted, with the red and blue colors clearly distinguished. With everything ready, the wargaming simulation officially began. Both sides only need to submit their troop movements, deployments, and tactical arrangements in writing to the referee on the sidelines. In addition to the referees, there was also a staff of 6 officers standing by. These 6 officers would calculate the success rate of troop movements on both sides based on actual data, essentially acting as human computers responsible for translating abstract instructions into concrete numbers. After all, wargaming is not child's play. All deployments and mobilizations must be based on reality. You can't just issue an order and expect your troops to implement it immediately. If that's the case, what's the point of wargaming? What's the difference between playing games with children? Wargaming simulations are not much different from real-world command and control exercises. They simply present the battlefield on a sand table using data. Before the confrontation begins, neither commander knows the other's troop deployment and must issue orders to send out reconnaissance troops to investigate. After the order is issued, the staff group still needs to perform calculations. Will the reconnaissance troops be able to successfully detect the enemy's situation? Is there a risk of being discovered by the enemy? If discovered, is it possible to retreat safely? In short, it's very brain-teasing and tests the commander's all-round qualities. In this wargame simulation, Su Ming played the blue team and Wang Hu played the red team. This was Wang Hu's special request, because he felt that the red side sounded more auspicious and red represents victory. Lieutenant Colonel Wang Hu, who has been losing all the time, is now somewhat superstitious, even a little neurotic. Wang Hu, from an armored regiment, is very skilled at this kind of frontal plane combat, which is his specialty. As soon as the wargame simulation began, Wang Hu immediately made a very cautious deployment of troops. The Army Aviation Brigade took off and, in coordination with the reconnaissance company, advanced forward to conduct reconnaissance. Tank and mechanized infantry battalions coordinated their maneuvers, advanced at a steady pace, and maintained their formation. The rocket artillery vehicle crews provide flank cover and are ready to provide fire support at any time. Logistics support units should deploy additional defenses and strengthen vigilance. Before entering the core battlefield, Wang Hu does not plan to deploy an assault formation. Furthermore, regimental-level combat also needs to take into account the protection and defense of logistical supply units. Once the logistics support unit is destroyed, it means that the armored regiment he commands will have no strength to continue fighting. Tanks without fuel are just scrap metal, and soldiers without ammunition are just sitting ducks. Therefore, the logistics units are very important and must be protected. This is based on his many years of experience leading troops. But gradually, Wang Hu sensed that something was wrong. As they got closer and closer to the core battlefield area, the advanced reconnaissance troops had not detected any movement of the blue force at all. What the hell is going on? Where did the blue team's troops go? Having learned from his previous experience, he deliberately expanded the scope of his reconnaissance this time, conducting detailed reconnaissance of the front and flanks, and even scouring most of the battlefield, but still found no trace of the blue team. That's really strange. Wang Hu was filled with doubt, even some frustration, and mostly fear. He was really scared. If they can't detect Su Ming's troops, there's definitely something fishy going on. Su Ming is definitely thinking of some idea to trick him. This is the experience he gained from being tortured for half a month. Report. Wang Hu gritted his teeth and gave the order. The 1st Tank Battalion and the 2nd Mechanized Infantry Battalion, in coordination with their infantry, deploy into assault formation. Report. The reconnaissance company has split into 2, conducting reconnaissance 20 kilometers to the southeast and northeast. Breaking news. Rocket artillery crews are conducting the first wave of probing fire on areas A7 and A9. Wang Hu issued 3 tactical orders in a row. No, we have to find the blue team's troops. He felt extremely uneasy if he didn't find it, as if he were suspended in midair, unable to go up or down. He even directly deployed his precious rocket artillery crews for the first wave of fire probing. This thing is extremely valuable to an armored regiment. The number of firing slots is limited, and each use reduces the number of available slots. Every shell is money and a strategic resource. Before even spotting the Blue Force, Wang Hu deployed rocket artillery units to conduct a probing fire test, demonstrating just how much the lieutenant colonel feared Su Ming. I'm really terrified of being tricked. That feeling of not being able to see your opponent or know where they are is so torturous. Chapter 256 lost everything, even his underwear. Based on a thorough understanding of Su Ming's combat style over this period of time, Lieutenant Colonel Wang Hu fought exceptionally steadily this time, proceeding step by step with meticulous precision and leaving no room for error. We should be more cautious and slower than give Su Ming any opportunity to take advantage of us. This is the bloody lesson he learned from being tortured over the past 2 weeks. Just then, the referee informed Lieutenant Colonel Wang Hu that he had dispatched a reconnaissance team that had split into 2, and they had successfully detected 2 small groups of Blue Team forces. Upon hearing this, Lieutenant Colonel Wang Hu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a knowing smile. He knew it. Su Ming wasn't holding back any good news. As expected, he was using that tactical maneuvering and flanking maneuvering trick again. Although only 2 small groups have been detected so far, Lieutenant Colonel Wang Hu is certain that this is Su Ming's attempt to cover up the truth. These 2 small groups are the disguised distribution of the main force of the Blue Team. The remaining main force must be lurking somewhere nearby, waiting for them to take the bait. Report. Wang Hu decisively ordered. Reconnaissance Company, launch an attack and eliminate these 2 forces with all your might. He planned to use this move to force out Su Ming's main forces scattered around him. If Su Ming remained inactive, he would directly eliminate both forces and then have the Reconnaissance Company launch a tactical flanking maneuver in the opposite direction, catching the enemy off guard. He wasn't afraid, even if Su Ming deployed his main forces for rescue. At most, he would lose a reconnaissance company, but he could use this opportunity to clearly grasp the movements of the main force of the Blue Army. His main force has been deployed and is also capable of encircling and attacking, engaging in a head-on confrontation. No matter what choice Su Ming makes, he has a way to deal with it. 30 minutes later, Lieutenant Colonel Wang Hu watched with bated breath as the referee walked to the sand table and expressionlessly removed the small flags representing the Red Army's combat units from the sand table one by one. Each flag pulled out felt like a knife to his heart. His eyes widened and his mouth opened wider and wider. He froze on the spot as if struck by lightning, completely dumbfounded. Why? Why did this happen? Why? Lieutenant Colonel Wang Hu roared in resentment and confusion, his face contorted in a frightening manner, veins bulging on his forehead, and his hands clenched into fists. According to the referee's report, his logistics troops were attacked by the main force of the Blue Team and have been completely wiped out. The Blue Team launched an encirclement and attack from the rear, attacking from both sides and crushing his main force in one fell swoop. This isn't over yet. Upon learning that his logistics had been attacked, Wang Hu couldn't understand how the Blue Team had managed to sneak up on his logistics base so quietly, but he immediately reacted and tried to mobilize the main force back to provide support. However, the report he received was that the main force had been blocked and completely tied down, unable to provide any logistical support. In just 30 minutes, his entire armored regiment was wiped out by the Blue Team, not a single one left. The group of mid-level officers watching were all stunned, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg in them. As spectators, they have a godlike perspective and can clearly see every step of the other side's strategy. Therefore, compared to Wang Hu, who was already in a frenzy, they knew much more clearly how this lieutenant colonel, who played a very steady game, had fallen into the trap step by step and was ultimately wiped out. As early as the very beginning, when both sides were mobilizing and deploying their troops, Su Ming mobilized a tank company and a mechanized infantry company, rushing straight to the core battlefield area at full speed. Note that there's a specific explanation for this full-speed sprint. It's the kind of reckless charge that prioritizes speed over engine power. 2 tanks even suffered engine failures due to excessive load, leaving them stranded and abandoned along the way. This advance force arrived at the designated coordinates just before the red team's drone reconnaissance and carried out strict air defense camouflage, successfully avoiding aerial reconnaissance. Secondly, Su Ming mobilized the remaining main force, and under the cover of the Army Aviation Brigade, split into two and carried out a classic strategic flanking maneuver from the flank. During this period, the two small forces detected by the red team's drones were merely decoys deliberately thrown out by Su Ming. The goal was to attract the red team's attention, buy time, and make Wang Hu waste his energy on these unimportant objectives. Just as the Red Army ordered its reconnaissance company to take out the bait thrown by Su Ming's main force had already completed its flanking maneuver with the cooperation of the Army Aviation Brigade. They traversed the entire exercise battlefield, launching an attack from the rear of the red team. First, take out the logistics, then sweep through the enemy lines. After receiving news of the logistical attack, the red team tried to mobilize its main force to return and provide support, but it was too late. The blue team's vanguard had already constructed a solid armored blocking position and put up a tenacious resistance against the red team's main force, which was trying to return to reinforce. The blue team's main armored force, coupled with the air support of the Army Aviation Brigade, was like an extremely sharp scalpel, precisely cutting from the red team's rear, one cut at a time, clean and efficient. The moment the blue team successfully completed its tactical maneuver, the outcome of this war game was already decided. Final result: the red team's armored forces were completely wiped out, while the blue team still only lost less than 10% of its troops. Shocking, absolutely shocking. Looking back from God's perspective, Su Ming completely predicted Wang Hu's every battle plan, had him firmly under his control, and felt no pressure from beginning to end, as easily as a cat playing with a mouse. An entire armored regiment was wiped out just like that. If this were in actual combat, I can't even imagine how many people would die, a major murmured, his face filled with horror. To be honest, it's really terrifying. Old Wang's battle plan is actually flawless. Anyone would have fought the same way. Another lieutenant colonel swallowed hard. If you were in that situation, could you have reacted in time? React my ass. There wasn't even time to react. By the time we realized what was happening, logistics were gone. The main force was blocked, and it was all over. The group of mid-level officers whispered among themselves, their voices filled with shock and lingering fear. No one expected that Lieutenant Colonel Wang, who would lose so miserably and so thoroughly. This is his specialty, plains warfare. As a result, they were so easily defeated in front of Su Ming, as if they were made of paper. After reviewing the tactics and thoroughly understanding Su Ming's entire plan, Wang Hu was utterly shocked. He felt as if all his strength had been drained, and he slumped weakly in his chair, his eyes vacant. Lieutenant Colonel Wang, don't forget the 2 special supply packages. Su Ming's voice came lightly. Just have Daji pass them on to me. These words were undoubtedly like rubbing salt into the lieutenant colonel's bleeding wounds. Wang Hu's heart was bleeding. He was in so much pain he couldn't breathe. Those were truly his last 2 special edition packs, treasures he'd kept hidden away for a long time. Gone, all gone. They lost the war game simulation, they lost the special supply, they lost everything, and were completely destitute. Kyoto, Area 13, codenamed as the 4th Ministry of Machinery Industry, was a secret location where the Ministry of Machinery Industry was responsible for handling special goods. It was in a remote and sparsely populated area. The 4th Ministry of Machine Building, a remarkable department. In addition to being able to effectively fulfill their duties and missions, they also possess an extremely developed business acumen. They earn foreign exchange through legal and compliant business practices, and then use this foreign exchange to purchase urgently needed weapons, equipment, and technical data from various channels. Some of these weapons and equipment are used for disassembly, research, and reverse engineering, while others are used directly for certain special operations and missions. One group is in position. Group 2 is in position. Group 3 is in position. The bomb disposal team is ready and can handle any emergency at any time. The walkie-talkie crackled with reports from the action teams lying in wait in various locations around the area. Director Song of the Intelligence Department of the 4th Ministry of Machine Building personally oversaw and directed this operation. He wanted to see who had the audacity to dare to make such a boastful statement as selling them fighter jet engines. They have provided the delivery address as requested by the mysterious hacker and have had someone check the Ruijin bank account provided by the hacker. However, no useful information was found. It was just an empty shell account, and the source could not be traced at all. But it doesn't matter, they have plenty of patience. Now we just have to wait and see if the hacker will actually send the data to that address. The surrounding area has been completely surrounded by a net. Even if a bomb is delivered, they can ensure it is disposed of safely in the shortest possible time, minimizing the damage. No way. A mysterious hacker capable of infiltrating their Ministry of Machinery Industries network without leaving a trace proposed a deal that seemed unbelievable to them, forcing them to proceed with extreme caution. Regardless of whether it's true or not, you must make sure you understand the other party's true intentions. If you've been tricked, there's nothing you can do but accept it. But what if it's true? At that moment, a hurried voice suddenly came from the walkie-talkie. Calling command. A truck with a Beijing license plate, Jing-E, has been spotted heading towards the target area, approximately 500 meters away. Roger. Director Song's spirits lifted, and he immediately ordered. All groups, pay close attention. The receiving group, prepare to move out. Receive. This place is usually sparsely populated with vehicles and people. Because the location is so remote, basically only personnel and vehicles from the 4th Ministry of Machinery Industry can come here. Outsiders would never pass by. There's definitely something fishy about this big truck that suddenly appeared. Soon, under the close watch of everyone, a van slowly drove up and stopped at the designated location. The car door opened, and a chubby driver jumped out, holding a delivery note in his hand. He squinted at the address and then looked around at the empty surroundings. This is it, but why is nobody here? The fat man scratched his head and muttered in confusion. Receiving team, move out. Director Song whispered the order into the walkie-talkie. Zhou Xiaoyu, who was already prepared, followed the plan and walked out of the hiding place at a leisurely pace, pretending to be the recipient. Upon seeing a beautiful woman walking towards him, the fat man's eyes lit up and a professional smile appeared on his face. But his excellent professionalism led him to immediately ask, "Excuse me, are you the recipient?" Zhou Xiaoyu smiled and nodded, took the delivery note, and checked it carefully. After confirming that everything was correct, her smile remained unchanged, but she quietly waved her hand. Action! Instantly, the intelligence personnel from the 4th Ministry of Machine Building, who had been lying in wait in the surrounding area, swarmed forward like divine soldiers descending from the sky, pinning the fat man to the ground before he could even react, and holding him firmly in place. Take him to the department for questioning. Everyone else, check the vehicles. Immediately secure the surrounding area. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Bomb disposal team, stand by. Safety first. Yes. The fat man was completely dumbfounded, pinned to the ground and unable to move, utterly confused about the situation before him. Who are you? What right do you have to arrest me? What law have I broken? The fat man struggled and shouted, his face full of terror. Zhou Xiaoyu expressionlessly pulled out her identification, waved it in front of him, and said coldly, "We suspect you of involvement in terrorist activities. Take me away." Terrorism. The fat man was completely dumbfounded, his voice trembling. "Hey, are you kidding me? I'm just a delivery driver. Are you sure you've got the right person?" But no one paid any attention to his shouts. The personnel of the 4th Ministry of Machine Building had seen far too many terrorists disguised as ordinary people. Although the fat man in front of us doesn't seem to have much fighting ability, we must not let our guard down. What if he's just pretending? After the fat man was taken away, the others immediately conducted a thorough inspection of the truck. Some people were using metal detectors to carefully scan the vehicle body, while others were ready to open the carriage doors at any moment. The truck's cargo door was slowly opened. When the scene inside the carriage came into view, Zhou Xiaoyu froze, her pupils suddenly contracting. Although she wasn't a professional high-tech technician, she could roughly tell the difference about an engine at a glance. The big guy lying quietly in the carriage in front of you, judging from its shape, appearance, and the industrial design of every component, is definitely a genuine engine. Its ultimate display of industrial aesthetics, it's cold, metallic sheen, and its precise and complex structural layout all speak volumes about its identity. Director, Zhou Xiaoyu's voice trembled slightly. It's an engine. It really is an engine. Get the technical personnel from the Third Ministry of Machinery Industry here immediately. Right now. Director Song's voice also changed. Soon after receiving the urgent message, Engineer Chun, a senior technician from the Third Ministry of Machinery Industry, personally drove to the scene at top speed. The over 60-year-old engineer, Mr. Chun, walked to the front of the carriage, put on his reading glasses, took a deep breath, and began to carefully inspect it. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. The entire scene was completely silent. Everyone was anxiously awaiting the result. Finally, Engineer Chen slowly straightened up and turned his head. His eyes were red-rimmed, and there was even a hint of tears glistening in them. The elderly man, who had dedicated his entire life to the nation's aviation industry, was so excited that his hands were trembling slightly. Engineer Chun, is this real or fake? Director Song asked cautiously, his voice extremely low. Really? Engineer Chen's voice was hoarse, but incredibly firm. Absolutely real, genuine, and honest. Director Song, you know what to do. These words were like a bombshell, exploding in everyone's hearts. Director Song immediately realized what was happening. His face turned extremely serious, and he grabbed the walkie-talkie. Attention all teams. This mission is classified as top secret. All personnel must move out immediately. Clean up the scene. Eliminate all traces. Ensure absolute safety. Top secret operation. Upon hearing these 4 words, all the personnel from the Fourth Ministry of Machine Building present were suddenly jolted. They knew exactly what this meant. This means that everything that just happened must not be recorded or leaked in any way. It must be completely erased from the world. Notifications, reports, and arrangements for final tasks. A series of emergency procedures were carried out in an orderly manner. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Director Song turned his head sharply to look at Zhou Xiaoyu. Director, what is it? Zhou Xiaoyu was taken aback by his gaze. Well, Director Song rubbed his hands together, a strange expression on his face. Hurry up. Transfer the money to our comrade. Comrade? What comrade? Zhou Xiaoyu didn't react for a moment. It's that hacker. Director Song stamped his feet anxiously. Didn't he want $100,000? Transfer it to him. Now. Right now? Immediately. Joke. Is someone who can actually send a fighter jet engine here a hacker? That's comrade. That's a comrade. That's one of our own. $100,000? What's the difference between that and giving it away for free? That amount of money isn't even enough to buy a single screw for an engine. $1 million. Director Song added, waving his hand. The extra $900,000 is a reward for our comrades' hard work. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Chapter 257. Is it shameful to admit defeat in front of a master? Army Academy. The morning's war game simulation had just ended, and the smoke of battle had not yet dissipated. The red and blue flags on the sand table still maintained their final battlefield posture. The red team was completely wiped out, while the blue team stood proudly. The entire group of mid-level officers in the coordination team were summoned to Dean Fong Jinhua's office and given a severe dressing down. In particular, Lieutenant Colonel Wang Hu, who had conducted a war game simulation against Su Ming this morning, was singled out and criticized from head to toe like a primary school student. A lieutenant colonel of an armored regiment, who has been a soldier for more than 10 years, was completely wiped out in a regimental-level war game. Fong Jinhua's voice echoed in the office, making the windows tremble slightly. What about Su Ming's side? Less than 10% casualties. How exactly did you fight? Huh. Wang Hu kept his head down, not daring to say a word, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. With this kind of casualty ratio, let alone a lieutenant colonel like you, even a newly graduated second lieutenant would probably only achieve this much. Fong Jinhua became increasingly angry as he spoke, his fingers pounding on the table. What have you learned in your more than 10 years of military service? Is this the level of quality among the officers in your armored regiment? Dean, Shut up. Fong Jinhua slammed his hand on the table. Submit a self-criticism of no less than 10,000 words and reflect on it properly. If it's not profound enough, rewrite it. After reprimanding Wang Hu, Fang Jinhua's gaze swept over the other mid-level officers standing to the side, his eyes sharp as knives. And you guys, remember this, one match a day, taking turns, and give it your all. If you get results like this again, see how I deal with you. Fang Jinhua's voice rose several octaves. Majors and lieutenant colonels, getting beaten so badly by a captain, don't you have any shame? Aren't you afraid of losing face if word gets out? Faced with the major general's thunderous rage, the group of mid-level officers trembled with fear, not daring to utter a sound or even breathe loudly, and could only nod frantically. After a furious and torrential scolding, Fang Jinhua stormed out, slamming the door behind him. What angered the major general was that the lieutenant colonels had fought so poorly and were beaten so badly. This group of mid-level officers in the coordination class is truly disappointing. Good heavens, a war game simulation has turned out like this. For the past 2 weeks, he had participated in a company-level infantry tank combat exercise and hadn't won a single one, but he tolerated it. But now that it's escalated to the regimental level, there are so many more factors to consider. And yet what's the result? The defeat is still just as devastating. So you're just going to consistently perform poorly, huh? And consistently get crushed, huh? A mid-level officer in the Armored Command Department managed to annihilate his entire armored force, while the enemy suffered only 10% casualties. With this level of command ability, who wouldn't be able to handle it? Is there any room for further regression? And if there is, how far can it go? What angered the Major General the most was that he had originally thought that war game simulations could expand the scale of command and combat units, allowing these mid-level officers with rich combat experience to serve as whetstones for his protege and to hone Su Ming's command abilities. And what was the result? After a match, Su Ming didn't even break a sweat, easily crushing the weaker opponents without any effort. If things continue like this, who else but Su Ming will become arrogant? His worst fears have come true. The Major General never expected that these trainees in the coordination class would be so useless, not even qualified to be a whetstone, completely incompetent. After the Major General left, Lieutenant Colonel Wang, who was devastated, as if all his energy had been drained away, and he leaned limply against the wall. It was truly shameful to be beaten like that. Even he himself couldn't bear to watch it anymore, and wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. The surrounding mid-level officers were all listless and dejected, like a group of defeated roosters, completely lacking their former arrogance. The crucial first battle was a complete failure and a huge blow to morale. For a moment, a sense of depression enveloped everyone's hearts, heavy as a boulder, making it hard to breathe. No, we can't let ourselves be defeated like this. Wang Hu gritted his teeth and silently encouraged himself. This is only the first round. There's still a chance. There's still a chance. He took a deep breath, straightened his back, and turned to the crowd. Brothers, don't lose heart. Don't be discouraged. Although the dean reprimanded us severely, we might as well think about it from a different perspective. The harsher the reprimand, the more it proves that we still have a place in the dean's heart. It has to be said that the lieutenant colonel is always very good at manipulating himself and others. This ability to comfort oneself is truly exceptional. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback at first, but then their eyes gradually brightened. That's right, a major exclaimed, slapping his thigh. The dean does care about us. Otherwise, why would he reprimand us? He could have just ignored us. That's right, another lieutenant colonel chimed in. Brothers, let's go all out. We can't let the dean down. We have to prove him wrong. That's right. Who are we? Wang Hu pressed his advantage, raising his voice. The entire mid-level officer corps of the Army Academy. We are the Army Academy's heaven and earth. Yes, we are the image ambassadors of the Army Academy. We are the idols of the lower grade students. Everyone echoed in unison, their emotions gradually rising. With the lieutenant colonel's powerful PUA skills, the morale of the group miraculously rebounded, and they all began to engage in self-PUA, giving themselves pep talks and boosting their morale. Brothers, Wang Hu clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. Although I lost, it doesn't mean that all of us mid-level officers have lost. Let's take turns going up and show Su Ming our skills. Good. The crowd responded in unison, their fighting spirit rekindled in their eyes. In the corner, Luo Mingji silently took out a cigarette, lit it with a snap, took a deep drag, and then slowly exhaled a smoke ring. He looked at the group of self-hypnotized, self-indulgent individuals in front of him, shook his head slightly, and turned to leave the room. This group of people is beyond saving. I really want to ask Daji for a cigarette. The familiar sound of lighting a fire, the familiar smell of smoke, were like an invisible hand scratching at everyone's hearts. Many people's cravings for cigarettes were instantly aroused, and it felt like tiny insects were crawling in their throats. You've got guts. Wang Hu glared at the man and said righteously, I will never smoke a cigarette offered in contempt. I'd rather die than smoke a cigarette at the hands of a traitor. Let's go? Asked the lower grade students. And so, the familiar scene played out once again. A group of majors and lieutenant colonels marched in a grand procession toward the dormitories of the lower grade cadets, beginning a new round of begging for alms. The next day, in the war game simulation, Su Ming's opponent changed to a lieutenant colonel chief of staff from the Tiger Regiment. Type of confrontation, complex mountain armored regiment confrontation. The entire confrontation lasted for an hour. Ultimately, the lieutenant colonel suffered a crushing defeat, with the entire armored force wiped out and Su Ming losing 12% of his troops. The lieutenant colonel's tactics were utterly defeated by Su Ming's dogfighting style, which was used at the company level. After the confrontation ended, the lieutenant colonel was also rewarded with a 10,000-word self-criticism and a severe scolding. Good sign. Wang Hu patted the lieutenant colonel on the shoulder, his face beaming with excitement. He's already lost 12% of his troops. That's 2 percentage points more than yesterday. Brothers, give it your all. Everyone nodded, their eyes gleaming with hope. The third day, wargaming simulation and confrontation type, deep penetration, mobile warfare. The battle lasted 45 minutes. Su Ming commanded the Army Aviation Brigade to launch a leapfrog attack, precisely cutting off the Red Army's logistics chain and ultimately securing victory. Su Ming suffered a loss of 13% in this battle. The defeated lieutenant colonel also received a 10,000-word self-criticism, plus a severe scolding. Brothers, great news. Wang Hu rubbed his hands excitedly. We've carefully analyzed his combat characteristics and found his weaknesses. Victory is just around the corner. The 3 defeated lieutenant colonels huddled together, sharing their experience and analyzing Su Ming's tactical characteristics with the remaining men. Day 4. No doubt about it. The mid-level officers were defeated, and the entire army was wiped out. Su Ming's side suffered 5% casualties, less than 10%. For a moment, the group of mid-level officers were dumbfounded, looking at each other speechlessly. Morale suffered an almost devastating blow. Why is this the case? They had clearly analyzed the captain's fighting style carefully and studied it for so many days, so why were they getting worse as the battle went on? Yesterday the battle losses were 13%, and today they've dropped to 5%? A defeated mid-level officer, 10,000-word self-criticism plus 1. Time passed day by day. Mid-level officers, defeat, 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 defeat. I lose every day, write self-criticisms every day, get scolded by the dean every day, and ask junior students for cigarettes every day. Su Ming was already completely won. For him, each regimental-level combat simulation was effortless, as simple as eating and drinking. As for why the simulation wasn't expanded to a division-level scale, it wasn't because Su Ming was incapable. He is fully capable of commanding a division-level confrontation. Instead, it was a group of mid-level officers, so they could only manage to give a rough idea of command at the regimental level. A division-level simulation exercise is something only high-ranking officers would participate in. They're not qualified for it. This commotion has spread throughout the entire Army Academy and become a hot topic of conversation. Have you heard? The pro has made the mid-level officers question their existence. In the dormitory of the junior cadets, a group of people gathered together, excitedly discussing. That's right. We've been losing for almost half a month. Losing every day, getting humiliated every single day. You really never won even once. I have inside information and connections, but I've never won a single time. I always lose miserably. Absolutely miserably. This is really pathetic. Compared to the masters, mid-level officers are nothing at all, just a bunch of useless trash. That's not even the worst part, another student whispered mysteriously. I heard Dean Fong has already said something harsh. If you don't win a single game, your graduation will be delayed. Holy crap, delayed graduation? That's way too much. Now, in the eyes of the lower grade students of the Army Academy, Su Ming is a godlike figure, an invincible war god. As for the mid-level officers collective, they no longer hold any prestige in their hearts. Some junior cadets even looked down on the mid-level officers. Majors and lieutenant colonels would come over every time they wanted cigarettes. They really didn't feel ashamed. Finally, after losing all the war game simulations for intermediate-level officers, that night, the lights were dim in the mid-level officers' quarters. Is everyone here? Wang Hu isn't here, is he? He didn't come. He's already asleep, someone whispered. Are you sure he's asleep? If he finds out, this meeting can't go on. Don't worry, if he dares to come, just knock him out. He's sleeping like a log. You can't wake him up. Stop talking nonsense, Dodgy. Give me a cigarette first. Snap. The sound of a lighter rang out, and an orange-red flame danced in the darkness. For a moment, the dormitory was filled with smoke, and the smell of nicotine permeated the air. Except for Wang Hu, all the mid-level officers were present. Each person held a cigarette in their hand, puffing away with a look of enjoyment, their faces filled with decadence and relief. Hey guys, Luo Mingji said slowly, leaning against the window. We've been losing for half a month. We're all numb from it. Are you still going to keep struggling for that so-called face? Upon hearing this, the mid-level officers present blushed instantly, lowering their heads and avoiding his gaze. They are a group of mid-level officers from the Army Academy. He was soft all over, but his mouth had to be tough. He always considered himself the master of Lu Academy, the heaven and earth of the place. But no matter how stubborn he is, he's lost for a whole month now, including the previous 2 weeks. This is unbearable. I get slapped in the face every day, I get abused every day, I have to write self-criticisms every day, and I get scolded every day. Even the thickest skin can't withstand this. If we compare slapping someone's face to being cut with a knife, after so much time, their thick skin has long been scraped away until only bones remain, and any further scraping would draw blood. Besides, what kind of life have they been living ever since they started trying to regain their so-called face from Su Ming? He always had to be humble and subservient in front of the junior students at the Army Academy, asking them for cigarettes. He had no dignity and no image whatsoever. Each person was also given several 10,000-word self-criticisms and was scolded by the dean like a dog and faced the risk of delayed graduation. Tell me, how can we live like this? Is there any point in continuing? Dodgy. A major looked up, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Say what you want to say, we're listening. It's come to this now. Luo Mingji flicked his cigarette ash. Is it really that hard to admit that the master is awesome? As he spoke, he began to boast, his tone full of smugness. Since I became a big fan of a god-level celebrity, look at the kind of life I've been living. Hua Zi is smoking. The master treats me like a brother. How much have I learned by following the experts? He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Don't you yourselves realize that although you've been losing all this time, your command skills have actually been improving? Many people nodded in agreement with this statement. Although I kept losing and getting utterly thrashed, I could definitely feel myself improving. You can learn a lot from sparring with experts, a really lot. That's the truth, not just wishful thinking. But we're a group of mid-level officers. Another lieutenant colonel hesitated before speaking. How can we just back down like this? It would be so embarrassing if word got out. Why not? Luo Mingji retorted calmly. With a master's skill level, is it shameful to admit defeat in front of him? This rhetorical question was like a sudden awakening, instantly opening up everyone's thinking, like a lightning bolt cleaving through the chaotic fog. Yes, why not? They're admitting defeat in front of the experts, not in front of anyone else. Who is the expert? The man who broke the record in the history of military academies. A recipient of 3 first-class merits. The dean's last disciple. A god in the hearts of junior students. He's a strong man who can deal with mid-level officers as easily as swatting ants. Is it shameful to back down in front of someone like that? It's not shameful at all. What level are they at? What level are they at? It's like comparing clouds and mud. It's like heaven and earth. Daji, you're right. A lieutenant colonel suddenly stood up, his eyes shining brightly. I want to follow Daji too. Me too. From today onwards, I'm a die-hard fan of the god. I agree. I'm a big fan of the god too. Agreed. I'll fight anyone who tries to stop me from praising this amazing figure. Count me in. Immediately, the crowd was in high spirits, with everyone expressing their opinions and vying to join the ranks of great master enthusiasts. Luo Mingji's lips curled up slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. That's more like it. Those who understand the times are wise. Why not hang out with a master? You get cigarettes, meat, and real skills to learn. Chapter 258 Wargame. Defeating the Major General? Army Academy. Inside the wargaming simulation room, a huge sand table sits quietly in the center of the hall, with red and blue war pieces neatly arranged, awaiting another silent battle. Thanks to the successful convening of the third expanded meeting last night, the mindset of the mid-level officers at the Army Academy has undergone a dramatic change. Of course, one lieutenant colonel who is still kept in the dark is an exception, because the convener of this expanded meeting was none other than Luo Mingji, who had long been a staunch supporter of the God of Wisdom. Starting last night, all the mid-level officers except Wang who have made their decision to become staunch supporters of the great God and fully embrace the light. Even though I've been losing for half a month, is it shameful to be a sparring partner for a pro? Not at all. On the contrary, being able to spar with opponents of the highest caliber is the best way to continuously improve. Although they suffered heavy losses in the past 2 weeks, they learned more tactics and grasped more command skills than in the entire previous year. Who's up today? A major eagerly raised his hand. I'm young, so I'm volunteering. I'll do it. What do you mean, you do it? Another lieutenant colonel immediately retorted. I'm older than you. This kind of pressure should be borne by me. You young people can't handle it. Hey guys, stop arguing. Another guy pushed his way forward, looking utterly dejected. Losing once means writing a 10,000-word self-criticism. Let me bear that pain. I'm thick-skinned. I'm not afraid of being scolded. I appreciate your kindness, brothers. A colonel pushed through the crowd, his expression righteous. But this kind of thing is best left to me. I'm the best at writing self-criticisms. I've written countless ones since I was a child. A group of mid-level officers argued vehemently about who would fight Su Ming that day. The scene was even more lively than the competition for merit. Wang Hu, who was kept in the dark, stood aside and watched the lively scene before him. He felt very gratified and even a little moved. As expected, a group of mid-level officers cannot be defeated. Repeated defeats will only make them stronger and more united. Look at these people. None of them are overwhelmed by the shadow of failure. They all face the challenges head-on, even unafraid of the risk of writing self-criticisms. This positive attitude and high morale are truly admirable. They are incredibly moving. Just then, the door to the simulation room was pushed open. Su Ming appeared at the doorway, his steps steady and his expression calm. His gaze swept over everyone in the room, his tone as calm as if he were commenting on the weather. Who wants to play with me today? To be honest, he wasn't interested at all. I've been beating these noobs for the past 2 weeks. I could win with my eyes closed. They're really not challenging at all. I'll do it. I'll do it. I already said I'd do it. I was the first to sign up. Let me go. Don't anyone try to take it from me. Everyone jostled and pushed forward, afraid of missing the opportunity. Upon seeing this, Wang Hu was deeply moved and tears welled up in his eyes. Look at their enthusiasm. Look at their morale. He stepped forward, looking righteous and awe-inspiring, and said loudly, Stop arguing. I appreciate the brothers' good intentions, but let me shoulder this pressure. I represent the first battle, and now let's start a new beginning from here. After saying that, he turned to Su Ming, straightened his back, raised his head and puffed out his chest, exuding an imposing aura. Su Ming, although we lost for half a month, we will not be defeated. This will only make us stronger. His voice was powerful and his eyes were piercing, giving him the image of a hero who, though defeated, was still glorious and fought with increasing courage. Regardless, they have an overwhelming numerical advantage, so we must maintain our momentum. The next second, holy crap, what's going on? Wang Hu was dumbfounded. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The brothers who had been standing behind him suddenly started walking in unison towards Su Ming, as if they had planned it beforehand. 1, 2, 3, they all stood behind Su Ming, lined up neatly in a row. Luo Mingji stood at the very front, a smile on his face. Wang Hu was left standing alone, staring at more than a dozen pairs of eyes opposite him. Hey, you're all on the wrong side. Come back here. Wang Hu was anxious and waved his hands repeatedly. Why are you all standing on his side? Old Wang, I'm sorry, Luo Mingji said with a smile. I admit that the master is very strong, and I am now a staunch fan of the master. Me too, another lieutenant colonel chimed in, a staunch supporter of the legendary figure. We are now all under the great god's command. The crowd echoed in unison, their voices filled with pride. Wang Hu's face flushed red instantly. He gritted his teeth and trembled all over. Damn it. A bunch of traitors. They've all turned against us. He had just been pleased with their positive attitude, thinking they were determined to learn from their mistakes and fight even harder. And what happened? It was all an act. She deceived his feelings. You. Wang Hu pointed at the crowd, his fingers trembling. Where is your pride as mid-level officers? Where are your principles and bottom lines as mid-level officers? Have they all been fed to the dogs? He posed a soul-searching question, his voice echoing in the simulation room. For those who have already made their decision and are determined to become fans of the godlike figure. Pride? Principles? Bottom line. Does this have anything to do with them becoming big-name fans? We have absolutely no connection. They were wrong for so long, bound by their so-called pride and bottom line, getting humiliated and losing every day, living a life worse than a dog. We finally managed to widen the path and find the right direction, and now you want them to go back? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fine. Wang Hu gritted his teeth, his gaze resolute. I'll be the one to uphold the pride of a mid-level officer. Just then, the door to the simulation room was pushed open again. A familiar figure walked in, with steady steps and a powerful aura. They've been thrashed by you for half a month. There's no point in you continuing to fight them. Major General Fang Jinhua's voice rang out, tinged with a smile. Today, I'll be your opponent. These words stunned everyone present, and the air froze instantly. The dean actually came. Not only did they come, but they also wanted to personally become Su Ming's opponent. Su Ming was also surprised, but more than that, he was excited. A major general personally taking on his own opponent is much more interesting than simply crushing noobs. Teacher, Su Ming's eyes lit up. Are you coming or not? Fang Jinhua asked with a smile, looking at his prized student. Su Ming's lips curled up. Teacher, how about we increase the stakes? Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd was once again shocked and gasped. Su Ming is amazing. A major general as an opponent is an opportunity that many people dream of but can't even dream of. Unexpectedly, the captain even wants to raise the stakes and gamble with the major general. That's incredibly bold. Fang Jinhua was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter and waved his hand. If you win, you can have a special supply one. If you lose, I don't want anything. Such undisguised pampering made everyone extremely envious, their eyes practically red with envy. Sure enough, in Major General Fang Jinhua's heart, Su Ming was just like his own son. This treatment is unmatched. Who among them would dare speak to a major general like that? They'd be slapped across the face and sent flying. Thank you, teacher. Su Ming beamed. The news that the captain and the major general were about to conduct a war game simulation spread like wildfire. Soon, the deans of several departments and the director of the academic affairs office all rushed over upon hearing the news, acting as spectators and crowding the simulation room. These days, they've all heard the news that Su Ming has ruthlessly defeated a group of mid-level officers, and his undefeated record is legendary. Therefore, they were very curious. How will the war game between Su Ming and Major General Fang Jinhua turn out? Will the Major General easily crush the enemy, or will a thrilling battle unfold? It should be noted that Fang Jinhua is a veteran Major General who has served in the field army for decades and has a distinguished record of military achievements. Despite his advanced age, since retiring to the second line and becoming the dean of the Armored Command Department at the Army Academy, he enjoys studying new tactics and methods in his spare time. He is constantly learning and keeps up with the times, even leading the trend. Wargaming simulations and confrontations? Those are things that the Major General has already mastered. He could do them with his eyes closed. Everything is ready. The wargame simulation between the captain and the Major General has officially begun. Type of confrontation: complex mountain armored regiment confrontation. Fang Jinhua commands the red team, and Su Ming commands the blue team. Over the past 2 weeks, Major General Fang Jinhua has reviewed and studied all the war game simulation reports that Su Ming and every mid-level officer have conducted. Even with his discerning eye, he thought Su Ming's command was brilliant, textbook-worthy. That's why I had the idea to personally take to the field and fight Su Ming today. With the dean personally taking charge, he's definitely going to lose this time. Wang Hu said smugly, standing in the crowd. Sure enough, even the dean couldn't sit still and decided to personally step in to curb Su Ming's arrogance. This is going to be interesting. It's too early to say that, someone immediately retorted. The battle isn't over yet. We don't know the outcome. Exactly, another major chimed in. Anything can happen with a master like him. Judging from the performance of this expert these past few days, I feel that his command skills are no less than those of any senior officer, a lieutenant colonel said confidently. The master is invincible. I believe in the master, another person shouted. Old Wang, shut up. Luo Mingji glanced at Wang Hu. Strength speaks for itself. Pessimism only shows your weakness. The mid-level officers, who had already firmly become fans of the godlike figure, immediately expressed their support for Su Ming. Even if their opponent was their dean, a veteran major general, they did not back down. But it is precisely at times like these that they must demonstrate their firm stance and attitude. This is called repaying the great master. It's called a pledge of allegiance. You guys. Wang Hu was speechless after being rebuked, and his face turned green. He didn't know what kind of mind-altering drug had been given to these people, as they all seemed like completely different people. He truly deserves his reputation as a veteran major general, possessing a wealth of combat experience. Upon arriving, Fang Jinhua immediately issued a battle plan, breaking his heavy troops into smaller units and making full use of the complex mountainous terrain to camouflage and conceal them. As a qualified armored commander, one must be able to deploy troops rationally according to the terrain and make the most of the terrain's advantages. This is a basic skill and also where one's true ability is most evident. Su Ming cherished this opportunity to engage in a power struggle with Major General Fang Jinhua. He didn't intend to use any tactical traps or risky tricks, but rather planned to have a real head-on confrontation with the Major General to test his true abilities. After both sides deployed their troops, they simultaneously dispatched reconnaissance units to investigate the movements of the enemy's main force. Did they know how to use terrain advantages to break up heavy troops into smaller units? Su Ming knew this too, and he used the same method. 10 minutes later, the two sides' main heavy forces clashed head-on, with artillery fire raging and smoke billowing, resulting in a significant victory in an instant. However, Major General Fang Jinhua's side had a slight advantage. Having experienced the transition from motorization to semi-mechanization, and even now as we begin to move towards full mechanization, Major General Fang Jinhua has long grasped the true essence of mechanization and is highly skilled in the use of armored forces. In terms of the deployment and mobilization of some heavy armored troops, their methods are more mature and sophisticated, and their experience is richer. Although Su Ming is considered to have cheated his way through, he has never actually experienced commanding a real company-level combat operation more than a few times. Previously, there were only simulated confrontations on the training field, which felt different from real combat. As for command and control exercises at the regimental level, there were none at all. The two sides fought fiercely for a time, exchanging blows and counterattacks. But this scene left the onlookers in awe and speechless. Su Ming was able to fight Major General Fang Jinhua to a standstill, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Several times, Major General Fang Jinhua's organized mass assaults were so powerful and unstoppable that even the spectators with a god-like perspective watched with bated breath and sweaty palms. If it were them, they would probably have been overwhelmed long ago, and their defenses would have collapsed instantly. And what was the result? Every time the situation reached its most critical moment, Su Ming cleverly devised a solution, skillfully resolved the crisis, and managed to block it. As a result, the two sides are now locked in a stalemate, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Wow, this guy is amazing. He's truly incredible. Luo Mingji couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes wide with amazement. To be able to fight the dean to such an extent, even if he lost, he can still be proud, another major murmured. A captain who can push a major general to this level. He can brag about that for the rest of his life. That's an honor. As expected, losing to a master is not shameful at all. Not shameful at all. Su Ming's devoted fans exclaimed in amazement one after another, their voices filled with admiration and pride. This kid, Fang Jinhua thought to himself as he gave instructions. No wonder he can treat these mid-level officers like weaklings. He's really got some skills. He personally went to fight Su Ming, and only as an opponent did he realize how much pressure he was under. With Su Ming's skill level, even some senior officers at the colonel level might not be able to defeat him. That's really something. Moreover, Fang Jinhua keenly sensed that Su Ming hadn't used his full strength yet. That's Su Ming's most proficient and unpredictable tactic. So far, Su Ming has been facing all attacks head-on, playing it safe and disciplined. He has been responding to each of my moves without dodging at all, relying entirely on raw strength and fundamental skills. With such strength, if Su Ming had incorporated his tactical traps, unconventional moves, and risky tactics from the very beginning, the situation would never be like this. The two sides remained deadlocked for another 15 minutes. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Fang Jinhua's expression changed drastically, and he inwardly cried out, "This is bad." This exclamation of, "Oh no," signifies that the war game simulation between the captain and the major general is about to come to an end. In this war game simulation, the major general is going to lose. And he was defeated by a captain. The dean is going to lose. The onlookers, witnessing this scene from a godlike perspective, were deeply moved. Chapter 259 Su Ming is destined to become a general. The battlefield situation changes rapidly. Sometimes a minute is enough to determine the final outcome of the entire war. This statement is an eternal truth in the military field. It applies equally to both real battlefield combat and virtual confrontation in wargame simulations. The observation group, consisting of 6 experienced officers, was intently watching the screen in front of them. They need to perform precise calculations based on real-time data and consider all factors to determine the final outcome. Time ticked by, and when the 5th-minute countdown reached 0, this highly anticipated wargame simulation officially came to an end. Final data showed that the Red Force Armored Forces, commanded by Major General Fang Jinhua, suffered a loss rate of 75%, while the Blue Force Armored Forces, commanded by Su Ming, suffered a loss rate of only 50%. Without a doubt, the blue team won with an overwhelming advantage. In the final 5 minutes, the previously close battle turned into a dramatic reversal, leaving everyone present stunned. The main reason for this was Major General Jinhua's momentary carelessness 5 minutes earlier. He never expected that this young captain, while mobilizing part of the main armored force for mobile operations, had cleverly reserved a portion of the armored forces, using the terrain to perfectly camouflage them and successfully evade his reconnaissance. When the main forces of both sides were locked in a stalemate, this small hidden armored force suddenly attacked from the flank, like a sharp dagger, piercing straight into the heart of the red team and tearing open a bloody gash. In armored formation battles, once the formation is breached, the consequences are like a dam breaking. The floodwaters were raging and unstoppable. The red team's defenses collapsed instantly under this attack, and they were no longer able to mount an effective resistance. In just 5 minutes, the outcome of this thrilling war game simulation was decided. Su Ming successfully secured victory in this simulation by utilizing this ingenious tactical arrangement. Good job, kid. That was awesome, absolutely awesome. Although he lost to his student, Fang Jinhua showed no sign of frustration. On the contrary, he appeared exceptionally pleased. Normally, it's really hard to find a worthy opponent to spar with in the Army Academy. Unexpectedly, he lost to his own disciple today. As a teacher, Manhwa felt only satisfaction. The Yangtze River's back waves pushed the front waves forward. It's a good sign when the back waves can crush the front waves on the beach. Teacher, what about what we agreed on before? Su Ming chuckled, a hint of slyness in his eyes. What he was really thinking about was that special supply cigarette pack. That being said, it's definitely a different experience to fight against a major general. It's much more interesting than fighting against those weaklings. Not only can you test your true level, but you can also learn a lot from it. Come to my office to pick it up later. Do you think I'd renege on my debt? Manhwa chuckled and patted Su Ming's shoulder, his eyes full of affection and appreciation. Thank you, teacher. After watching the entire simulation and confrontation between the captain and the major general, the group of leaders from the Army Academy all got up and left. But everyone's face showed undisguised shock. The captain actually defeated the major general, which is unprecedented in the history of the Army Academy. Moreover, this major general is the dean of the Armored Command Department, a veteran major general with extensive experience. The current commander of the 1st Heavy Armored Division, who is also Manhwa's first closed-door disciple, did not demonstrate such strength when he was studying at the Army Academy. For a moment, everyone felt a surge of envy. The first disciple was trained to become the current commander of the Heavy Armor Division. Judging from the current performance of this second disciple, his future achievements will probably only be greater than those of the first. Why can't they find such outstanding students to be their disciples? They're so lucky. After the simulation results were announced, the mid-level officers who had become staunch supporters of the simulation were completely excited. This master is awesome. This master is invincible. I knew it. I knew anything was possible with a master like him. A captain defeated a major general. If this got out, probably no one would believe it. That's incredible. Sticking with a pro is the best choice, bar none. That's right, following the expert is the right way. The expert is awesome. Amidst the gasps of amazement, one voice stood out. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that Lieutenant Colonel Wang Hu, who had previously vowed to regain face from Su Ming and defend the last pride of a mid-level officer, was now shouting more enthusiastically than anyone else, looking as if he wanted to kneel down and sing conquer. Why are you all looking at me like that? Facing the strange looks around him, Wang Hu stuck out his neck and asked confidently, From now on, I'm going to be a guru too. Is that not allowed? Just kidding. Wang Hu may be stubborn, but he's not stupid. Even the dean was defeated by Su Ming, so what's the point of him competing? Wouldn't that just be inviting humiliation? If you can't beat them, why not join them? That's called being a wise person when you know when to yield. If it weren't for saving face, he would have wanted to become a famous braggart long ago. At this point, what's the value of face? Can you eat face? Can you smoke face like cigarettes? The most important quality a qualified mid-level officer must possess is the ability to assess situations and make sound judgments, knowing when to save face and when to humble oneself. In situations like this, saving face is less important than a cigarette. At this point, all the mid-level officers in the Army Academy had fallen and become Su Ming's staunch Great God fans. Su Ming showed considerable magnanimity and tolerance in the face of these mid-level officers' overtures, accepting them all without hesitation. He knew in his heart that these people were the backbone of the future army, and who would refuse such a wealth of connections? The Army Academy was in an uproar once again. When the lower-grade students learned that Su Ming had actually defeated the dean of the Armored Command Department, a highly respected veteran major general, in a war game simulation, they were shocked. They were all as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, as if they themselves had defeated the major general, not Su Ming. Defeated the major general. You're awesome. Your promotion to general is a sure thing. My God, a captain defeated a major general. You can't find another one like that in the entire field army. This genius is either breaking school records or on his way to breaking school records. This pace just won't stop. It's no exaggeration to say that this one move alone is enough to make him a legend in the school's history. Zhao Dashi, once a renowned reconnaissance tiger in the 5th Regiment's Reconnaissance Company, a very proud veteran, was at a loss for words to express his feelings upon hearing the news. What else is there to feel? Since the first day Su Ming arrived at the military academy, he has never stopped causing trouble. First, he applied directly for undergraduate graduation assessment. Then he was directly ordered by the general staff to be promoted and awarded medals. And then he swept through the group of mid-level officers. If you do the math, it's been less than 3 months. Zhao Dashi hasn't even finished his basic training period as a new recruit at the Army Academy, and Su Ming's opponent has already become a general. The most terrifying thing is that they actually won. What does this even mean? This is completely beyond his comprehension. Daisher, are you and the great god really from the same unit? Why is there such a big gap between you and the experts? Is this guy really a new recruit in your reconnaissance company? Are you sure he's not a seasoned veteran who's re-enlisted? Or some kind of special forces veteran who's been infiltrated? During this period of time, Zhao Dashi has been bombarded with these problems, and he is in a terrible state of distress. He wanted to explain, but what could he explain? He wanted to know why too. They both came from the Tibetan military region and the reconnaissance company of the 5th Border Regiment. How come Su Ming is so outstanding, like a monster, while he is so ordinary? Who can I complain to about this? You can't blame him for that. Although everyone has 2 shoulders and 1 head, isn't it normal for there to be differences between people? He can't possibly go back to the drawing board and start over. Compared to the sensation among the lower-ranking cadets, the senior officers, who were always steady in their work, never easily expressed their opinions, and always followed the organization's principles, were now deeply shocked. Damn it! A captain actually defeated a major general in a war game simulation. And he's also the dean of the Armored Command Department. It should be noted that although Major General Fang Jinhua is old and has retired to the 2nd line, with his actual ability, he is perfectly capable of commanding a military unit now. The result was that this experienced veteran major general was defeated by a captain. Such achievements far surpass those of Qi Shunwei, who studied at the Army Academy back then and is now the commander of a heavy armored division. The potential to become a general. In an instant, this thought simultaneously arose in the minds of all the senior officers. If this trend continues, it's a foregone conclusion that Su Ming will become a general. It's just a matter of time. Moreover, a closer examination reveals that Su Ming's rapid promotion was highly suspicious. His military service was extremely short, but his promotion speed was astonishing, making him arguably the fastest promoted officer in the field army at present. This is certainly related to his many merits, but according to the regulations for the promotion of field army officers, even if the merits meet the standards, one still needs to wait for a certain number of years. For officers with exceptional performance, this time limit may be shortened, but it does not mean that it can be skipped entirely. However, this very thing happened to Su Ming. The repeated promotions that broke the rules actually represented the attitude of the superiors towards Su Ming, a signal of high recognition and special cultivation. As seasoned veterans who had worked their way up in the system for many years, all the senior military officers knew exactly what was going on. In the future, there may be even bigger moves and more surprising arrangements involving Su Ming. No, it's incomparable. It's really incomparable. A gap is a gap, but acknowledging the excellence of others is a sign of good character. Tibetan Military Region. Inside the headquarters building. I'm so angry. It's so damn infuriating. Military Region Chief of Staff Wu Tianming slammed the folder in his hand heavily on the table, his face turning ashen. They don't think about properly training the young officers in their own military region, but when they see that other military regions have produced talented people, they think about poaching them. What? So what if there are 7 military regions? So what if there's a big brother military region? At this moment, Wu Tianming, the chief of staff of the military region, was so angry that he was about to burst out of his chest. Senior Colonel Wang Xiaoqiang, the head of the training department, stood nervously to the side, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This was the first time he had ever seen the major general so angry. He looked like he was about to devour someone. He knew that the chief of staff had just finished a video conference convened by the general staff, and as soon as the meeting ended, he called him, the Minister of Operations and Training, to his office. Before he could even tell him his purpose, the Major General started cursing and swearing in front of him. It was quite intimidating. "Chief of Staff, what's wrong?" Wang Xiaoqiang asked cautiously, afraid of accidentally getting himself into trouble. "It's all because of those bastards." Wu Tianming gritted his teeth. In front of the General Staff chiefs, they were all eyeing the officers of our military region. They're lieutenant generals, after all, and they'd throw away all their dignity just to steal someone's thunder. Just an hour ago, the General Staff held a remote video conference. The meeting was personally presided over by the Chief of the General Staff and all the Chiefs of Staff of the 7 military regions, plus himself, the Chief of Staff of the Tibetan military region, attended. The meeting was going well, with everyone reporting their work in an orderly manner. As a result, when he was reporting on the work of his own military region, he inadvertently brought up Su Ming's performance at the Army Academy. This has really stirred up a hornet's nest. What was originally a serious military meeting turned into a lively, talent-grabbing frenzy. The chiefs of staff of several major military regions expressed their desire to borrow Su Ming. The reasons they gave were all very high-sounding, but to put it bluntly, it was just jealousy. There was no way around it. Su Ming's performance at the Army Academy was just too outstanding. Why is it that the Tibetan military region has been able to come up with some new tricks lately and has repeatedly received praise from the general staff leaders? The leaders all knew that these outstanding performances were related to the young captain named Su Ming. A young officer with such ability, why not poach him as soon as possible, instead of waiting until the new year? Chief of Staff, what you're saying? You wouldn't happen to be eyeing Su Ming, would you? Wang Xiaoqiang asked tentatively, already having a vague idea of what was going on. Who else could it be but him? Wu Tianming slumped back into his chair, his tone full of helplessness. This kid doesn't even know how to keep a low profile at the Academy of Military Sciences. The commotion they're causing is getting bigger and bigger each time. When the General Staff directly issued him the order for promotion and awarding of medals last time, I had a feeling that something was going to go wrong. Sure enough, the news has spread, and a bunch of people are eyeing this kid like hungry wolves eyeing meat. He took a deep breath and rubbed his throbbing temples. It doesn't matter how much noise a talented person from our own military region makes on our own turf. No matter what, they're still our own kids. We can do whatever we want behind closed doors. But ever since Su Ming went to the Lu Academy, everything has spiraled out of control. Now the whole military region is eyeing this coveted position. What can he, as the Chief of Staff, do to protect it? Chapter 260 Military Region Transfer Order. The Perfect Commander. These guys. As a general, he has no bottom line or principles. What a shameless bunch of old bastards. Major General Wu Tianming grew angrier and angrier, his anger threatening to pierce his chest. He couldn't help but slam his fist on the table and start cursing again. He was really furious. Over the years, the Tibet military region had indeed had no advantage over the 7 major military regions. Located in a remote area with a harsh environment, the military region is also pitifully small in size. The total size of the military region is estimated to be equivalent to that of a group army in the 7 major military regions. But does that mean all the good stuff should be given to the 7 military regions first? That's just too unfair. Just thinking about what the chiefs of staff of those major military regions said at the meeting made his anger rise. What do you mean, old Wu? The conditions in your Tibetan military region are too harsh. It's not suitable for such an outstanding young officer to develop. So don't hold him back? The way you're saying that makes it sound like their military region is some kind of hellhole. What do you mean by, let your military region carry out new trends and innovations? Can you handle it? Do you have the resources to do it? That's even more infuriating. So, we don't get the good equipment, and we shouldn't have the good talent either? Some people also said, from a strategic point of view, it is not advisable for the military regions in the Tibetan areas to be the first to act. Any reforms should begin with the major military regions like ours. With just one sentence, they turned their military region into an unwanted stepchild. To put it bluntly, when there are advanced equipment or favorable policies available, the Tibetan military region is never mentioned. Now that they've discovered a promising young talent in the Tibetan military region, Everyone's got their eyes popping out of their sockets. This is outrageous. Wang Xiaoqiang, the senior colonel in charge of the training department, listened silently to the major general's outburst, his face displaying just the right amount of sympathy and indignation, occasionally interjecting a word or two. The keywords yes. That's too much. That's right, were used in a seamless manner. As a veteran who has worked his way up in the system for many years, he understands one principle well. As a subordinate, one must know how to listen to the emotional outbursts of superiors, which is an essential professional quality for every qualified subordinate. Especially when a superior officer vents their frustrations so unrestrainedly in front of you. It shows that the officer trusts you and considers you one of their own. If your superiors treat you like one of their own, then you should act like one of their own. Listen attentively when you should listen, agree promptly when you should agree, and serve tea appropriately when you should serve tea. After a cathartic release, Wu Tianming breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that the pent-up frustration in his chest had finally dissipated considerably. He picked up his teacup and took a big gulp, visibly relaxing. Comrade Wang Xiaoqiang. Here. The colonel straightened his back reflexively. Our military region's application to establish a pilot non-commissioned officer school has been officially approved by the General Staff. The order is now being issued. Major General Wu Tianming's tone suddenly became serious. Wang Xiaoqiang felt a chill run down his spine, knowing that the real show was about to begin. Wang Xiaoqiang, the minister of the training department of the Tibet military region, has officially relinquished all his current positions and will serve as the first principal officer of the sergeant school, fully responsible for planning and constructing the pilot project of the sergeant school. Wu Tianming issued the order clearly, word by word. Yes, sir. The colonel saluted reflexively. However, after saluting, his face immediately fell, and his eyes were full of resentment as he looked at the major general, his expression like that of a wronged dog abandoned by its owner. I never expected you to be this kind of leader. I treated you as my most respected leader, listened to your grievances with all my heart, and vented my anger with you. But you turned around and dumped this hot potato on me. Planning and establishing a pilot program for a non-commissioned officer school? This is absolutely a huge problem. A century-old problem that's driving people crazy. This is starting from scratch. The concept of a non-commissioned officer school was first proposed by Su Ming in his report, Diversification of the Functions of Non-Commissioned Officers. No one in the entire military region, or even the entire field army system, understands the core concepts and specific ideas of this concept better than Su Ming. Now, to put a training department director in charge of the preparatory work is like forcing a duck onto a shelf. Wang Xiaoqiang felt the pressure on his shoulders suddenly become as heavy as Mount Tai. Moreover, this order stripped him of all his original positions. This means he has no way out. If we do a good job, we might even be promoted. If you don't do it well, it's like digging a huge hole for yourself and jumping in, bringing your career to an end. Commander, I'm in trouble. Colonel Wang Xiaoqiang said pitifully, his tone as pathetic as could be. Speak. Wu Tianming picked up his teacup and looked at him leisurely. Although our training department has organized several rounds of research on the pilot program for the sergeant school, I still feel that we haven't truly grasped the core issues, Wang Xiaoqiang carefully stated. This is too new. There are absolutely no precedents to follow in China. We're essentially feeling our way across the river. Oh, so what are your thoughts? The Major General asked knowingly, a barely perceptible smile flashing in his eyes. I request that someone be coordinated to assist me. The colonel immediately seized the opportunity, his tone becoming urgent. Who? Su Ming. After saying that, the senior colonel looked at the Major General with an extremely sincere gaze, his eyes filled with longing and urgency, as if he wanted to say directly, Sir, please grant my request, considering how long I spent cursing with you. He needs Su Ming. It's absolutely necessary. Just like a drowning person needs a lifebuoy. As the originator of the concept of a non-commissioned officer school, no one in the entire military region, no, in the entire field army system, understands better than Su Ming what is needed to establish a non-commissioned officer school, what needs to be paid attention to, and how it should be done. It's just like when the new sniper training syllabus was first introduced. Look at the snipers Su Ming trained. What are they like now? In various military units, he would be considered a new type of sniper instructor. Every sniper unit that was sent to train under Su Ming and persevered to the end has now personally experienced the tangible benefits, a real boost in combat effectiveness. The colonel knew perfectly well that in order to run this non-commissioned officer school from scratch well, Su Ming, the instigator, had to be brought into the preparatory group. The order regarding comrade Su Ming's coordination in joining the preparatory group for the non-commissioned officer school has been issued. Wu Tianming put down his teacup, his tone nonchalant. He should receive it in the next couple of days. Wang Xiaoqiang was taken aback, and then a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Well, Major General Wu Tianming had anticipated this move and had arranged everything in advance. Even if he hadn't made that request, Major General Wu Tianming had already made arrangements. What do you call this? You call it telepathy. You call it the leader having him in his heart. However, upon further reflection, Wang Xiaoqiang understood Major General Wu Tianming's deeper considerations. Recently, that kid from our military region has been making quite a stir at the Army Academy, attracting the covetous eyes of many slutty and shameless girls. The chiefs of staff of those major military regions stared at this piece of fat meat like hungry wolves. Therefore, it is absolutely necessary to bring Su Ming back and let this kid cool down for the time being. Moreover, the Tibetan military region is too far away to take care of the area where the Army Academy is located, so it is not easy to do so for the time being. They might get poached one day without even knowing it. That won't do. Chief of Staff, what about Comrade Su Ming's further studies? Wang Xiaoqiang asked tentatively. After all, Su Ming had only been studying at the Army Academy for less than 3 months, while normal freshmen were still undergoing their new recruit training. Wu Tianming waved his hand. The military region will coordinate with the Army Academy to temporarily suspend the student's studies. Besides, he already has a bachelor's degree in all his majors. That's enough. You're still so young. You have plenty of time to learn. There's no need to rush. A bachelor's degree is more than enough for him now. In less than 3 months, he obtained bachelor's degrees in all majors at the Army Academy. Over the years, has anyone managed to do it? No one. As for pursuing a master's degree, there's no rush at all. Su Ming is currently a captain. He can wait until he is promoted to major, lieutenant colonel, or even colonel before pursuing a master's degree. It won't delay him at all. It's important to understand that mid-level officers typically pursue further education because they've reached a certain rank. With Su Ming's current momentum, there's absolutely no need to worry about this issue. Chief of Staff is wise. Wang Xiaoqiang's face broke into a bright smile, and he was instantly filled with confidence. With that in mind, I'm confident in the establishment of the sergeant school. For Wang Xiaoqiang, this was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. For a senior colonel like him, establishing a new pilot unit and serving as its first commander was a significant career opportunity. Whether he can overcome the hurdle of senior colonel and be promoted to major general in his limited military career depends on this one opportunity. Wu Tianming's tone became serious. As the person in charge of this preparatory work, you bear a great responsibility. Although Su Ming is outstanding, he is still a newcomer and lacks rich experience. So you have to take good care of him, especially in strengthening officers' sense of belonging to their unit. You must focus on training him. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. Wang Xiaoqiang nodded solemnly. I will definitely complete the mission and train Su Ming into a qualified unit leader. Remember, Wu Tianming said, staring into his eyes, enunciating each word clearly. I don't want just passing, I want perfection. Understand? Yes. Perfect. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoqiang felt a chill run down his spine. I never expected Su Ming to hold such a high position in the Chief of Staff's heart. This is going to be trained to the point of exhaustion. What makes a unit leader with perfect potential? Wang Xiaoqiang, who served in the army and rose through the ranks to become a senior colonel, spent decades in the military before he finally figured out this problem completely. A qualified leader is one who has the awareness to bring good things to their own unit. Such a person knows how to benefit their unit, but their methods and audacity are limited. An excellent leader is one who feels cheated if they don't acquire something good while traveling. Such a person has a keen sense of opportunity, strong execution skills, and doesn't let any opportunity slip by. The perfect leader, a leader who, even when away from home, would resort to any means necessary, including deception and fraud, to bring valuable resources from other organizations to their own unit. Such a person is willing to use any method and show any disrespect for the unit's interests, making them the ultimate defender of those interests. Any unit leader, regardless of his personal abilities, is an absolute perfect example of this protective ideology. Major General Wu Tianming actually tasked him with training Su Ming to become someone with perfect leadership qualities. The amount of information revealed behind this is enormous. On the one hand, it's obvious that this is a vigorous effort to cultivate Su Ming and groom him for a leadership position. On the other hand, this is to eliminate the risk of Su Ming being poached from the root. Would someone with a perfect leader mentality be willing to leave their workplace? Would they be easily poached by another company? Impossible. Wang Xiaoqiang had no doubt that if the major military regions hadn't clearly expressed their intention to poach Su Ming, Major General Wu Tianming probably wouldn't have been so determined to make Su Ming suspend his studies so soon. Perhaps they'll let him continue to be successful at the Army Academy. But now, that's not possible. We need to quickly bring our own good seedlings back to our own land and raise them. Army Academy. Principal's office. You want me to suspend my studies and return to the military region now? Su Ming was somewhat dazed as he held the transfer order in his hand. Why did I suddenly have to stop my studies? He's only been at the Army Academy for less than 3 months, and his basic training period isn't even over yet. There's no need for him to rush back. That's the order. Pack your things. The lieutenant general put down the documents in his hand, his tone revealing a hint of helplessness. Although students sent by various military regions to the Army Academy for further studies may receive transfer orders from the military regions during their studies, such cases are very rare and can be almost ignored. To put it simply, unless it's a particularly urgent task that absolutely requires you, you generally won't be issued a transfer order to go back midway through the mission. After all, further studies are a serious matter, and it would be a shame to interrupt them. But Su Ming was an exception. That's understandable, though. Although Su Ming only studied at the Army Academy for less than 3 months, the amount of work he completed was something that others might not be able to do in 3 or 4 years. He has earned all his undergraduate degrees and is currently pursuing a master's degree in infantry tactics and armored command. This kind of progress is unprecedented in the history of the Army Academy. Principal, is there a new mission? Su Ming couldn't help but ask. For him, the best way to complete his studies is to finish them all in one go and get his degree. Only then will he feel truly satisfied. Now, suddenly asking him to go back, when he hasn't even obtained his master's degrees in 2 majors yet, feels like abandoning something halfway through, and he feels quite unhappy about it. I don't know the specifics of the order from your military region, the lieutenant general said, shaking his head. Just carry out the order. Principal, I have an application. Su Ming suddenly spoke up. Explain. Could you let me take the master's exam for infantry tactics before I leave? Su Ming made a request that the lieutenant general had never expected. Huh. The principal was stunned and didn't react for a long time. What kind of operation is this? The person is about to leave, and they're still thinking about the exam? Su Ming explained. I have completed all my studies in the master's program of infantry tactics through self-study. I originally planned to wait until I had completed all my self-study for the master's degree in armored command before applying. It seems like there's no chance now, so I want to take the exams I can first. Good heavens. The principal was completely taken aback by Su Ming's nonchalant tone. Listen to what they're saying. I have completed all my studies for the master's degree in infantry tactics through self-study. Is this something a captain would say? Is this a feat that a young man who has only been in the army for a few months could accomplish? But what can be done? Su Ming has already made the application, so there doesn't seem to be any reason to refuse. The principal was silent for a few seconds, processing the information, and then nodded. Go back and pack your things first. I'll discuss it with Dean Zhao and get back to you in a bit. Yes. Thank you, Dean. Su Ming saluted and turned to leave the office. Behind him, the principal watched his retreating figure, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. This kid is truly a prodigy. Chapter 261. Paper on Urban Warfare. Awarded first-class merit. Inside the dormitory, Su Ming was packing his belongings. Whether soldiers are working their way up in grassroots units or pursuing advanced studies at prestigious institutions like the Army Academy, their personal belongings are actually quite simple. A few sets of spare military uniforms, some toiletries, a few books I often read, and some miscellaneous small items. In no time at all, it was almost done. Just as he was tidying up his last piece of clothing, he heard hurried footsteps at the dormitory entrance. Upon learning that Su Ming was going to discontinue his studies and return to the military region, the group of mid-level officers who had completely become his superstar fans rushed over in a hurry, afraid of missing the opportunity to say goodbye. Great God, you've only been here for less than 3 months, and you're already going back? A major exclaimed incredulously. What kind of order did your military region issue? Another lieutenant colonel frowned in confusion. Who comes here for further studies and is being sent back so quickly? This is so unconventional. Isn't this just a hassle? Someone complained. We come all this way, and before we've even had a chance to sit down, we have to rush back. Exactly, someone immediately chimed in. What kind of mission is so urgent that they can't even let people take the time to further their studies? These opportunities for further study are so rare. A group of mid-level officers chimed in, expressing their indignation on Su Ming's behalf, their faces filled with confusion and dissatisfaction. They simply couldn't understand what kind of mission required a captain like Su Ming to interrupt such an important course of study. You should know that the opportunity to study at the Army Academy is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for junior officers. So many people want to come, but can't. Soldiers are duty-bound to obey orders. Su Ming remained calm, continuing to pack his things, and casually joked. What's that saying again? I'm like a brick. I'll be moved wherever I'm needed. After saying that, he magnanimously took out 2 packs of cigarettes from his bag and placed them on the table. Brothers, let's break it up. Upon seeing those 2 golden twigs, everyone's eyes lit up instantly, like hungry wolves eyeing meat. Who told them to be so blind to talent? He had nothing better to do than to bump into Su Ming, and as a result, he not only ended up with a bump on his head, but also lost his pitiful cigarettes. Those days were really tough on them. Fortunately, life has become much easier since I became a staunch supporter of the God-level figure. The big shot was very generous, always offering cigarettes when they met, and always starting with a Huazi cigarette, never hesitating. Just as everyone was about to reach out, they heard Su Ming mutter to himself, I just don't know if Dean Zhao and the principal will agree to let me take the master's exam for the infantry tactics department before I leave. What? Infantry tactics? Master's degree entrance exam? Upon hearing this, everyone's outstretched hands froze in midair, as if they had been struck by a pressure point, standing there dumbfounded. Master, what did you say? Someone swallowed hard. You want to apply for the master's program in infantry tactics? Yes, that's right. Su Ming nodded matter-of-factly. There's not much content in the master's program, and I've already finished it through self-study. I was planning to finish self-studying the Armored Command Master's program and then apply for it together. Now it seems like it's too late. He sighed, a hint of regret in his voice. I don't know when I'll be able to come back and continue my studies after this trip. It's such a pity, I was just a little short. His calm tone was like a bombshell, exploding in everyone's hearts. A crackdown? Not a chance. They've gotten used to it. Or rather, they've become numb to it. The entire field army couldn't find another prodigy like Su Ming, so why would they make things difficult for themselves? But it was still shocking, incredibly shocking. So, this guy came to the military academy to wholesale professional degrees. Not content with mastering all undergraduate majors, do you really need to pursue 2 majors for your master's degree? That's too much. Just then, a figure that no one expected appeared at the dormitory entrance. Salute. The visitor was Feng Jinhua, the dean of the Armored Command Department. Upon seeing this veteran major general, everyone instinctively stood at attention and saluted in unison. Teacher, what brings you here? Su Ming put down what he was holding and went to greet him. I've come to let you know. Feng Jinhua waved his hand, signaling everyone to relax. Your application for the master's degree exam in infantry tactics has been approved. You only need to take the theory exam. The practical exam and thesis are waived. Upon hearing this, the mid-level officers standing nearby were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Their eyes practically popped out of their sockets. Look at that. People are treated differently. When they take an exam, they have to go through all the procedures honestly, and they might even break their heads trying to write a paper. When it comes to the experts, practical exercises and papers are skipped. They just test your theory. The difference is enormous. Despite their envy, no one felt it was unfair. Because Su Ming's strength is undeniable, and anyone with eyes can see it. Is there any doubt about the command ability of someone who can defeat a veteran major general in a war game? The practical assessment of infantry tactics is a piece of cake for him. What difference does it make whether he takes the test or not? You should know that commanding an armored regiment is far more complex and difficult than commanding an infantry regiment. The scope of knowledge and factors that need to be considered for armored forces far exceed those for infantry. If someone can defeat an armored regiment, commanding an infantry regiment would be a game changer. Therefore, for top-level experts, the practical assessment is just a formality that is optional. Teacher, there's no need to waive the paper. Su Ming shook his head and smiled slightly. I've already finished writing it. You've already finished writing your thesis? Fang Jinhua's eyes widened instantly, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. This kid did the same thing during his undergraduate exams, and I didn't expect him to do it again during his master's exams. When did writing papers become so easy and casual? This is a master's thesis, not some introductory undergraduate paper. You just wrote one out so casually? However, upon further reflection, Fang Jinhua felt relieved. The undergraduate thesis that Su Ming presented last time was, frankly, more valuable than many master's theses. To be honest, that paper could easily be used as a master's thesis. This kid really knows how to write papers. Let me see it first. Fang Jinhua held out his hand, somewhat disbelieving. He wanted to see what kind of trick Su Ming could come up with in his master's thesis. Su Ming picked up a folder from the table and handed it over. Urban Warfare Counter-Mopping Up Tactics. The Application of Architectural Space Theory in Modern Urban Combat. Fang Jinhua turned to the first page, his gaze falling on the introduction. Urban warfare is a typical three-dimensional, non-linear battlefield environment. By modifying and utilizing the basic architectural element of walls through micro-level tactical actions, the offensive and defensive relationships in the urban combat space can be reorganized and redefined. Redefining walls means reorganizing the entire urban combat space. Urban warfare counter-sweeping tactics can deduce the most likely locations of enemy firepower and blind spots by combining Euclidean spatial geometry algorithms and linear regression models with relevant parameters, based on factors such as enemy troop organization, firepower deployment, and observation post positions. Fang Jinhua was increasingly shocked and horrified as he looked at the document. As a veteran who has spent half his life in the military, he is all too aware of the importance and difficulty of urban warfare in modern warfare. From Stalingrad to Grozny, from Fallujah to Mosul, urban warfare has always been a nightmare for the attacking side, a meat grinder, and the battlefield form that no commander wants to face the most. But now, Su Ming has come up with a completely new idea. Through mathematical models and spatial geometry algorithms, seemingly chaotic urban warfare can be transformed into a deterministic battlefield that can be derived using formulas. If this formula is truly feasible, then the urban warfare problem that has plagued the field army for many years will be easily solved. Future urban warfare will have unprecedented tactical guidance and theoretical support. This is no longer an ordinary master's thesis. This is something that can change the nature of warfare. We must verify it immediately. Fang Jinhua made the decision instantly. So, the veteran major general took Su Ming's thesis, turned around, and left in a hurry, without even saying goodbye. Inside the dormitory, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. What's wrong with the dean? Someone asked, scratching their head. What happened to him? I don't know. Another person shrugged. What exactly did that genius's paper say? It made the dean go crazy, running faster than a rabbit. I bet the genius has written something amazing again, someone mused. Wow, someone exclaimed. Seriously, are academic papers really that easy to write? Why do I struggle so much to write an undergraduate thesis? The difference between people is greater than the difference between people and dogs, someone said quietly. Inside the dean's office, Colonel Zhao Yuantong, Dean of the Infantry Tactics Department, Major General Fang Jinhua, Dean of the Armored Command Department, and Lieutenant General Principal of the Army Academy sat together, solemnly reviewing Su Ming's thesis. The room was so quiet that the only sound was the rustling of turning pages. After a long while, Zhao Yuantong raised his head, his face filled with disbelief. This really was written by Su Ming? Nonsense. Fang Jinhua rolled his eyes at him, annoyed. He handed it to me personally. How could it be fake? Good heavens, Zhao Yuantong murmured. This is a problem we've been researching for so long without any results, and he just solved it like that. As the Dean of the Infantry Tactics Department, he was very familiar with the topic of urban warfare. Despite numerous experts and professors in the department conducting research for many years, they have yet to produce a truly effective theoretical system. Now, a captain and a paper are all it takes to get it done? From the current perspective, it makes sense in theory. Fang Jinhua pondered. Although I don't fully understand some of the mathematical derivations, the fact that tactics can be expressed using mathematical formulas is incredible in itself. He turned to the principal. Principal, what do you think? The lieutenant general paused for a moment, then said decisively, immediately conduct live-fire tests at the urban warfare training grounds to verify the feasibility of the formula. Yes. An hour later, urban warfare training ground. The test results were presented to the three individuals. Looking at the rows of precise data, the three of them simultaneously showed expressions of surprise and delight. According to the formula given in Su Ming's paper, after substituting the terrain data and building parameters of the urban warfare training ground, they were able to accurately deduce the deployment positions of more than 90% of the firepower points of the pre-set hypothetical enemy. Even taking into account the differences in architectural styles in different cities, the accuracy of the derivation can remain stable at over 70% after substituting the corresponding parameters. What does this mean? This means that in future urban warfare, commanders can use this formula to roughly estimate the location of enemy firepower deployment before launching an attack, and then carry out targeted clearing and suppression. This means that this city fog that once plagued countless commanders has been peeled away layer by layer. This means that the field army's urban combat capabilities will undergo a qualitative leap. This paper, Colonel Zhao Yuantong took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly, is worth at least a first-class merit. No one refuted him. As soldiers, they know all too well the weight of the words first-class merit. What does that mean? This means that they have made a huge and indelible contribution to the country and the army. Old Zhao, Fang Jinhua, suddenly spoke up. Does he still need to take his master's degree theory exam? Zhao Yuantong was taken aback, then waved his hand dismissively. What's the point of taking the exam? He slammed his hand on the table, his tone resolute. With this thesis alone, I'm more than qualified for direct admission to a master's program. Exams. That's a complete waste of time. I, Zhao Yuantong, can't afford to lose face like that. Someone capable of producing papers of this caliber needs to prove their abilities through exams? What a joke. The lieutenant general slowly stood up and looked at Fang Jinhua with a serious expression. Dean Fang. Arrive. Everyone who has had access to this paper must sign a confidentiality agreement. As for the students, he paused, the confidentiality rules, each person must copy them 10 times. Complete this today. Yes. Inside the dormitory. As evening approached, dinner time had long passed. The mid-level officers lingered in Su Ming's dormitory, smoking cigarettes and chatting idly. What on earth is the dean doing? Someone asked, looking out the window at the darkening sky. Wasn't he supposed to give the top students an exam? Why hasn't anything happened yet? I don't know. Another person said, scratching their head. We haven't seen Dean Zhao either. Could he have forgotten about him? We've already eaten, and it's almost time for roll call. If you ask me, why bother testing the geniuses? Just let them pass directly, someone said casually. Exactly, someone immediately chimed in. With a skill level like this, Does he even need an exam? No way. Making him take an exam would be an insult. Knowing that Su Ming was leaving, these mid-level officers all wanted to spend more time with him before he left. After all, within the entire Army Academy, only their group of mid-level officers could be so close to the great god at any time. And here comes the feeling of superiority again. Su Ming is now not only a god in the eyes of the lower grade students, but also a god in their eyes. With such a powerful figure present, the overall prestige of the mid-level officers instantly rose several notches. Their class is definitely the most prestigious class of mid-level officers in the history of the Army Academy. Which of the older students ever received this kind of treatment? Has anyone had this experience? No one. Just as everyone was discussing this, a figure appeared at the dormitory entrance again. Salute. Everyone jumped up and saluted as a reflex, but in their hearts they were thinking, this Major General is like a ghost, he comes without warning. Fang Jinhua waved his hand, signaling everyone to relax, then looked at Su Ming. You don't need to take the theoretical exam either. Dean Zhao has already decided to directly recommend you for a master's degree. After saying that, he casually tossed Su Ming a pack of special supply cigarettes and advised, smoke less, it's bad for your health. Yes, thank you, teacher. Su Ming accepted the special offer, feeling quite pleased with himself. The teacher was really good to me. He even gave me a special gift before I left. As expected, the mid-level officers standing nearby stared longingly at the special supply item, their hearts filled with envy. The Major General is far too biased towards the big shot. This is a special offer, a rare find that you can't buy anywhere else. Just then, Fang Jinhua's gaze swept over the group of mid-level officers, and he said calmly, you lot. Each of you sign a confidentiality agreement. Also, each of you copy the confidentiality rules 10 times. Submit them to me today. Everyone was instantly stunned. What's going on? What happened? Why sign a confidentiality agreement when everything is fine? What confidentiality rules are you copying? 10 times over? What classified information were they involved in? So what if I came to the top student's dorm, smoked a few cigarettes, and chatted for a while? Did you hear that? Fang Jinhua felt inexplicably angry when he saw that everyone was stunned and that Su Ming was about to go back. Majors and lieutenant colonels, with over a decade of military service, have wasted their time. How can there be such a huge disparity in their qualifications? They're all soldiers, so why is there such a stark difference between them? Looking at this group of people, I get more and more annoyed. Yes. Awakened by the Major General's shout, everyone quickly stood at attention in response, their faces full of grievance. An unexpected disaster. What an undeserved disaster. What did they do wrong? They just came to say goodbye and have a cigarette. How did they get into this mess? Copy the confidentiality rules 10 times. That thing is quite long. You won't be sleeping tonight. Who would dare disobey a Major General's orders? So, amidst the tearful gazes of a group of mid-level officers, Su Ming, holding the special supply bag, wore a bright smile. Although the trip to the Army Academy was short, it was very rewarding. He earned a bachelor's degree in all his majors, was recommended for a master's degree in infantry tactics, and even received a special gift personally presented by a Major General. It was worth it. Chapter 262, Returning to the Tibetan Military Region. A series of questions. Su Ming has been recommended for a master's degree in infantry tactics. Su Ming has discontinued his studies and is returning to the military region. These two pieces of news were like two bombshells, exploding simultaneously on the campus of the Army Academy. Either way, it would be a huge shockwave for younger students. The news caused a sensation at the Army Academy once again and spread like wildfire. Wow, that's amazing. He got a direct admission to a master's program. That's incredible. Someone exclaimed excitedly, their face flushed, as if they themselves had received this honor. He's only been here for less than 3 months. Why are you sending the great master back so soon? Someone asked, puzzled and indignant on Su Ming's behalf. Damn it, I haven't even gotten a single autograph from the master yet, and he's leaving already? A student slapped his thigh in frustration, filled with regret. The great master is leaving. We have to see him off, someone shouted, and immediately received countless responses. Thus, an extremely shocking scene unfolded at the Army Academy. Many students spontaneously gathered from their dormitories, classrooms, and training grounds, and the crowd surged toward the gates of the Army Academy like a tide, just to see Su Ming off before he left. A dense crowd filled both sides of the road. Some people held up homemade banners, some held notebooks ready to ask for autographs, and others stood on tiptoe, desperately trying to see what was going on. This kept the military police wearing white helmets very busy. They were all running around in sweat, and their voices were almost hoarse from shouting. The problem is that there are too many people, a dense crowd that stretches as far as the eye can see, making it impossible to manage them all at once. The inspectors could only do their best to maintain order and ensure that no chaos occurred. Such a spontaneous farewell scene is extremely rare in the history of the Army Academy. At the entrance of the military academy, Su Ming stopped and turned around to look at the large group of students who had come to see him off. His gaze swept over the young faces, and a complex emotion welled up inside him. He had only been studying at the Army Academy for less than 3 months, but it felt as fulfilling as if 3 years had passed. In that short period of time, he accomplished so much. Earned bachelor's degrees in all his majors, swept through a group of mid-level officers, defeated a major general in a war game, wrote an invaluable thesis, and was recommended for a master's degree. Each and every incident is vividly remembered. Now that he was suddenly leaving, Su Ming was actually a little reluctant to part with him. But he knew he would definitely come back. Because his study goals were not yet completed, and the order stated suspend studies instead of terminate studies. These 2 words have completely different meanings. Su Ming raised his hand, waved to the crowd seeing him off, and gave them a bright smile. A cheer erupted from the crowd, and some people even had tears in their eyes. Then, Su Ming turned around and got into the warrior jeep parked on the side of the road. The car slowly started and drove him toward the military airport. There, he will take a military transport plane directly back to the Tibetan military region. The capital city. Inside a quiet little villa, a lively family meeting is underway. "Dad, I'm telling you, you shouldn't go all that way," Su Changjun said helplessly to his father. "It's a 3-hour bus ride. Can your body handle it?" "You underestimate your old man?" The old man glared at him, patted his chest in dissatisfaction, and said in a strong voice, "Don't worry. Your old man may have some leg problems, but everything else is fine. I can drive for another 5 hours without any problem." "Big brother, let Dad come with us," the second uncle chimed in. "We can bring a doctor along too. There won't be any problems. Dad hasn't seen his nephew in a long time. He misses him terribly." That's right. Uncle San nodded in agreement. "Dad can't stay idle at home. He's always talking about Su Ming. It would be good to have him go and see him." "Big brother, are we sure we'll see Su Ming when we go to Shizhuang this time?" Second uncle asked, somewhat worried. The entire Su family was currently preparing for their upcoming trip to Shizhuang. The next 2 days are the weekend, and they plan to visit Su Ming, whom they haven't seen in a long time, at the Shizhuang Military Academy, and also have some fun in Shizhuang. But that's not the most important thing. Most importantly, they plan to discuss with Su Ming when they could ask for leave to go home. The ancestral hall prepared for Su Ming is already in the planning stages, and construction will begin as soon as Su Ming returns. Furthermore, the district also plans to conduct an exclusive interview with Su Ming and include his personal story in the district annals. This is a momentous event that will bring glory to our ancestors. Both of these matters are extremely important and can only be handled after Su Ming returns in person. However, having learned from the previous experience of traveling all the way to Tibet only to end up not seeing anyone, and having come up empty-handed, several uncles and aunts wanted to double-check before setting off this time, so as not to make a wasted trip. "Don't worry." Su Qingjun patted his chest confidently. "He's studying at the Army Academy. He can't have gone anywhere. Besides, tomorrow's the weekend. He'll definitely be out. I'm pretty sure of that." "That's good. Let's hope we don't go there and find no one there." Uncle Air muttered to himself. "If I don't see them this time." Su Changjun raised his hand, confidently setting a goal. "I'll walk all the way back from Shizhuang. I mean it." All right, stop joking around." The old man waved his hand impatiently. "Have you packed everything? If you have, let's go." "Everything's packed. We can go," the person in charge of checking the luggage announced loudly. Let's go, Su Qingjun shouted, raising his arm in excitement, as if he could already see his son's surprised expression. Although Su Qingjun remained determined to persuade Su Ming to return and inherit the family business. Inheriting the family business and building an ancestral hall and having it recorded in the district annals to glorify one's ancestors were two different things and did not conflict. The son serves in the army, and the father supports the family business for his son. It's a good thing. Most importantly, the elders in the family have promised Su Qingjun that they will specially mark father of a first-class hero next to his name in the family genealogy. The temptation is just too great. Who could refuse to have their name specially marked next to their name in the family genealogy? That would be a great honor for the family. So the whole family set off in a grand procession. To this end, Su Qingjun specially hired several professional drivers and drove 4 sedans and 2 minivans to form an impressive convoy to Shizhuang. Considering the old man's health condition, a private doctor was specially brought along. There's no way around it. Money talks. More than 7 hours later, the military transport plane carrying Su Ming landed at an airport in the Tibetan military region. Since it was late, Su Ming did not return directly to his company, but stayed at the military region's guest house. Lying in bed, he was still pondering why the military region had suddenly summoned him back. Although he had some doubts, the exhaustion of a long day quickly lulled him into a deep sleep. The next morning, Su Ming packed his things and was about to leave the guest house to return to his unit when a warrior jeep slowly pulled up in front of him. "Get in the car." Colonel Wang Xiaoqiang, who was sitting in the car, waved to Su Ming. Su Ming paused for a moment, then opened the car door and got in. Soon, the colonel led Su Ming to the military region headquarters. The car stopped in front of a solemn and imposing building. Su Ming followed Wang Xiaoqiang inside, and finally stopped in front of a door. Office of the Chief of Staff of the Military Region. Although this was not the first time Su Ming had met Major General Wu Tianming, it was indeed his first time visiting the military region headquarters. As Su Ming walked into the building, he could clearly feel that the atmosphere here was completely different from that of the grassroots combat units. Solemn, dignified, and rigorous, even the air exudes a unique atmosphere of government offices. No wonder people say that you can get promoted quickly in government agencies. Being around a big shot and learning from them, how could you not get promoted quickly? Report. Su Ming stood at attention at the door. "Come in," came the Major General's steady voice from inside. Su Ming pushed open the door and walked to the desk, giving Wu Tianming a standard military salute. "Sit down." Wu Tianming gestured to the chair opposite him and asked bluntly, "Are you wondering why the military region suddenly suspended your studies and sent you back?" "Yes, sir," Su Ming replied crisply. Wu Tianming nodded, picked up a document from the table, and solemnly read it aloud. "Order. Comrade Su Ming is appointed to temporarily serve as an advisor to the sergeant school and to join the preparatory working group to assist in the establishment of the school." Establishing a non-commissioned officer school? Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Su Ming's eyes. When he was promoted for the first time, he made this suggestion in front of a group of senior military leaders in the military region's auditorium. After that, there was no further news, and he thought the matter was over. Unexpectedly, the military region not only agreed to his proposal, but also actually decided to build this sergeant school. "Comrade Su Ming, do you have a question?" Wu Tianming asked, noticing Su Ming's thoughtful expression. "Yes," Su Ming answered without hesitation. "Explain." "Sir, are the relevant teaching weapons, equipment, and instruments provided to us directly by the military region?" Su Ming asked his first question. "Theoretically speaking, that's how it is." Wu Tianming pondered for a moment. "The military region will issue a coordination order, and you can coordinate with the various combat units of the military region to allocate the necessary equipment from each unit." Su Ming looked directly into the Major General's eyes, his tone calm but uncompromising. "If that's the case, the teaching work at the sergeant school cannot proceed." Upon hearing this, Colonel Wang Xiaoqiang, who was standing to the side, widened his eyes instantly, his jaw almost dropping in shock. "Good heavens! This captain is incredibly audacious. You've been studying at the Army Academy for over 2 months, and now you're getting cocky?" How dare you speak like that in front of the military region's chief of staff? As a subordinate, you must unconditionally execute the tasks assigned by your superiors. If there are difficulties, you must overcome them. If conditions are available, you must take action. If conditions are not available, you must create them and still take action. This is a fine tradition of the field army. Now Su Ming has directly dismissed the idea with a single sentence, saying that teaching cannot proceed. What does that mean? The task hasn't even started yet, and you're already saying it can't be done? Wang Xiaoqiang secretly glanced at Wu Tianming, his heart pounding with anxiety. However, Wu Tianming did not get angry. He merely raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, "Why?" Su Ming bluntly stated, "The weapons and equipment of the various units in the military region are relatively outdated. Teaching tasks must ensure that the most advanced weapons and equipment are used. Trainees trained with outdated equipment are simply sent to their deaths on the modern battlefield." Having studied at the Army Academy for so long, Su Ming has acquired a wealth of information and is very familiar with the equipment situation of the major military regions. Luo Mingji is a major from the Beijing military region. The three major group armies of the Beijing military region have begun full-scale mechanization and equipment replacement, using Type 95 rifles and new main battle tanks. And what about the various combat units of the Tibetan military region? Only the Snow Wolf Special Forces use the Type 95 assault rifle. Other combat units all use the Type 81. As for the tanks, they were old-fashioned main battle tanks. Since the goal is to establish a non-commissioned officer school and train modern non-commissioned officers, the teaching weapons and equipment must be the latest. When is it appropriate to teach people things that are about to become outdated? Wouldn't that be misleading them? Su Ming had experience building a combined arms platoon on his own in the reconnaissance company, so he knew the ins and outs all too well. Once a coordination order is issued from above, unless it's a death order, you'll have to run yourself ragged to coordinate it afterwards. Just like when he ran the 3rd Company, it was incredibly difficult for everyone in the platoon to learn how to drive a tank. The key point is that visiting various combat units now is useless. The weapons and equipment were all outdated, and he didn't even look at them. Using these things for teaching seriously affects the quality and significance of teaching. What difference is there between the non-commissioned officers trained and those who are unarmed on the modern battlefield? After hearing Su Ming's words, Wu Tianming was speechless, and his expression was quite interesting. To be honest, he really overlooked that point. Although the entire army is now undergoing mechanization and equipment replacement, it started with the older military regions like the Beijing military region and the Xinjiang military region. It's not yet the turn of a small military region like the Tibet military region. Even a skilled cook can't cook without rice. Equipment is indeed a major problem. Senior Colonel Wang Xiaoqiang, who was standing nearby, also understood and suddenly realized what was going on. He felt even more fortunate. Fortunately, Su Ming came to assist and help. Otherwise, not considering the equipment issue would have been fatal. What kind of school teaches outdated equipment? That would be a joke. The quality of non-commissioned officers trained using different weapons and equipment is completely different. Can a gunman trained with the Type 81 rifle be the same as a gunman trained with the Type 95 rifle? I will report this to the General Staff and ask their logistics department to make arrangements for us, Wu Tianming said after thinking for a moment. In this situation, we really have no choice but to seek coordination from the General Staff. Putting aside everything else, just take the new main battle tanks for example. You can't find a single one in the entire Tibetan military region. If we don't go to the General Staff, who else can we ask for this? That's not all the problems, Su Ming continued, showing no sign of stopping. Wu Tianming's brow twitched. What else? Tanks and rifles are relatively easy to deal with, Su Ming said calmly. The main issues are drones, radar vehicles, and high-frequency communication vehicles. How many of these information technology-related equipment does our military region have? Wu Tianming was speechless for a moment, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. Not much. Or rather, very few. Very few. After all, it's a military region, and now that the captain is asking him for equipment, he can't produce anything. It's really embarrassing. He was a major general and chief of staff of the military region, Yet he was rendered speechless by a captain's question. Where did he put his face? There was nothing they could do. All of this equipment was top-notch and in high demand throughout the entire army. How could a small military region like the Tibet military region possibly have access to it? Good things will definitely go to the major military regions first. That's obvious. Let's leave those equipment aside for now, Su Ming said, changing the subject and posing another question. And where do we find excellent instructors? Are we coordinating them from various combat units? He paused, his tone calm but incisive. Although I may not be the most polite, I believe that even if we coordinate with various combat units across the military region, this number of personnel is probably still insufficient. Having gone through so much and studied at the Army Academy for more than 2 months, Su Ming is no longer the clueless newbie he was when he first joined the army. Upon taking on this task, he was very clear-headed and immediately saw the core of the problem. In his view, given the current resources of the Tibetan military region, there is absolutely no way to establish a non-commissioned officer school, whether in terms of hardware equipment or software personnel. There's no equipment available. They're all outdated models. There is a serious shortage of teaching staff. Those who train non-commissioned officers and undertake teaching duties must be at least senior technical non-commissioned officers or professional officers. Although the entire Tibetan military region carries the title of military region, its organizational structure is essentially equivalent to that of a group army within the 7 major military regions. What can such a small force accomplish? Where do the teaching staff come from? Drawing personnel from various military units? What will happen to the original unit's training after the reassignments? Who will guarantee the quality of instruction? This series of problems is a dead end. At this moment, Major General Wu Tianming, as the Chief of Staff of the military region, was extremely embarrassed in front of Su Ming. That's so embarrassing. That's incredibly embarrassing. A captain asked him about the military region's resources in great detail, leaving him speechless. How could he, as the Chief of Staff, bear this? But every word Su Ming said hit the nail on the head, and every question he raised was genuinely true. He couldn't refute it, nor could he. Chapter 263 Su Chengjun. It's over. We're doomed. The Chief of Staff of the military region, a major general, lost face in front of a captain. If this got out, probably no one would believe it. As the saying goes, a child doesn't despise their mother for being ugly, and a dog doesn't despise their home for being poor. No, Su Ming didn't despise his military region for being poor. He was simply pointing out some objective facts. It is an indisputable fact that the military region in the Tibetan area is indeed very poor. As a unit at the deputy military region level, the organizational size of the entire military region is equivalent to that of an army group in the 7 major military regions. Each military region has at least 3 group armies under its command, with strong troops and excellent equipment. And what about the military region in Tibet? It is located in a remote area with a harsh environment, limited funding, and a pitifully small scale. The best things are always the last things we get to experience. This is a true reflection of the military region in the Tibetan area. Whenever there are new trends, new equipment, or new tactics in the entire army, they are always first piloted and implemented in the Beijing military region, the Big Brother. Once the pilot program proves successful, it will be gradually rolled out to other major military regions. As for the Tibetan military region, just wait and see. By the time it's your turn, they'll already be playing with even more trendy things. Now, the Tibetan military region is taking the lead in setting a precedent by establishing a non-commissioned officer school. Although the general staff approved the pilot project, the resources and foundation of its own military region began to lag behind. In response to the series of questions raised by Su Ming, Wu Tianming pondered for a long while before slowly speaking. In that case, we'll start by coordinating with the various combat units in our military region, coordinating as much as we can. As for the remaining shortfall, I will report to the general staff and see if they can coordinate some supplies from other military regions for us. Given the current situation, this was the only option the major general could take. But he knew in his heart that this matter was extremely difficult, not just ordinary difficult. Senior technical sergeants and professional technical officers are highly sought after by their respective units. Everyone wants them, and everyone is in short supply. For each military region, this is its core competitiveness, its most prized asset. Unless the General Staff issues a clear order specifying that a certain number of people must be sent from a military region, they will all try to evade the issue and will not give it to you easily. Then I have no further questions. Seeing that the Chief of Staff had already made his point, Su Ming nodded and did not ask any more questions. Establishing a non-commissioned officer school was not difficult for him. The overall framework is easy to build. Isn't it just about setting up a school specifically for training non-commissioned officers? He had a clear understanding of the framework, system, and curriculum. When I wrote that report, I had already thought all of this through. The difficulty lies in the two essential resources, teaching staff and teaching equipment. For example, when he was studying at the Army Academy, he participated in joint infantry tank combat exercises with a group of mid-level officers. Even a military academy like the Army Academy, with its long history and rich heritage, borrows its teaching weapons and equipment from various places, which shows the importance of modern equipment. There's nothing we can do. The field army is really poor right now. With such a large family and business, there are so many places to spend money, and there's never enough good stuff to go around. Do you have any more questions? Wu Tianming turned his gaze to Wang Xiaoqiang, his tone sounding somewhat subtle. I'm fine, Colonel Wang Xiaoqiang replied reflexively, because he keenly sensed that the Chief of Staff's eyes were not friendly at that moment. If he dares to make any more demands at this time, the Chief of Staff will probably kill him on the spot. Then let's go. Wu Tianming waved his hand, indicating that the two could get lost. Wang Xiaoqiang felt like he had been granted a pardon and immediately took Su Ming and slipped out of the office. Once outside, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, young people are indeed impetuous and daring. They dare to say anything and make any demands in front of their superiors without any fear. In other words, it was Su Ming, the one who proposed the concept of the sergeant school, who raised these questions, so the Chief of Staff didn't blame him. After all, they are original creators and experts, and they are asking key questions. If it were Wang Xiaoqiang who dared to ask that question, the Chief of Staff would probably have slapped him twice already. Entrusting you with this task is a sign of trust. So why are you asking so many questions? This problem, that problem. If the task wasn't difficult, would it need to be assigned to you? After the two left, Wu Tianming was left alone in the office. He leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. Although he told Su Ming that he would report to the General Staff and ask them to coordinate, the matter was not that simple. In terms of equipment, it's estimated that it's just basic equipment like tanks and rifles, which the General Staff Logistics Department can handle. After all, these equipment are relatively mature and produced in large quantities, so some can still be squeezed out if we try. As for high-tech gadgets in the information technology field, such as communication equipment, radar vehicles, and drones, it's very difficult, extremely difficult, and even more difficult than difficult. This isn't something the General Staff Logistics Department can just produce as many of as it wants. They are allocated in fixed quantities based on the number of operational units in each military region. To put it simply, there are only so many of them, and each one has an owner. If I give it to you, others won't have it, and they definitely won't be happy about that. Another aspect is the teaching staff. Thinking of this, Wu Tianming couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. He truly admired that captain. He could speak so fluently without hesitation. The training of non-commissioned officers must be conducted by senior technical non-commissioned officers or professional officers. Do you think this thing is like cabbage? Something you can just get whenever you want? The entire military region has so few resources, you can count the number of senior technical non-commissioned officers on one hand. Which unit doesn't need professional officers? They're all counting on this small group of people to keep things going. They've all been taken away from us. What about the training at our original units? Judging from the current situation, establishing a new trend of non-commissioned officer schools is quite a challenge for our military region with its limited resources. This might fall through in the end. But no matter how difficult it is, we have to do it. It's a political task and also an opportunity for the military region. On the road. You've got some nerve, kid, Wang Xiaoqiang exclaimed as they walked. You dare to make any request to the Chief of Staff? Aren't you afraid of him getting angry? The chief of staff told me to bring it up, so why can't I? Su Ming said calmly, completely unaware of the momentous event he had just accomplished. To establish a qualified non-commissioned officer school, equipment and teaching staff are the foundation. If the foundation isn't solid, what's the point of building the school? Can the trainees fight? It's not wrong of you to bring up difficulties. Wang Xiaoqiang patiently began to lecture him. Su Ming's fearless attitude reminded him of his own younger self. Back then, I was full of vigor and ambition, and I dared to say and do anything in front of my superiors. I believe that if something is right, we should stick to it. If something is wrong, we should point it out. But decades of military service had long since worn away most of his rough edges. He learned to read people's expressions, to hold back some words when speaking, and to offer suggestions indirectly. You need to be tactful, Wang Xiaoqiang advised patiently. Some things can't be said too bluntly. You have to be tactful and save face for the leader. You need to make him feel that you've thought of this problem for him, rather than that you're questioning his decision. You'll have to learn the art of balancing these things gradually. This is a normal request of mine. Su Ming interrupted him, his tone still calm. I didn't say anything excessive. Even if the chief of staff is unhappy, he can't do anything to me. At worst, he can just not let me carry out this mission. I'll go back to the Army Academy to continue my studies. Anyway, I was doing well in my studies, and I'm still unhappy about being interrupted like this. Having lived 2 lives, how could Su Ming not know the intricacies and unspoken rules involved? In his view, one should speak of social etiquette when appropriate and refrain from speaking of it when inappropriate. Now is precisely the time when we shouldn't be concerned with personal relationships and social niceties. If you don't raise the crucial issues, you'll only end up hurting yourself. Insufficient equipment hinders the improvement of teaching quality. There aren't enough instructors, so courses can't be offered. In the end, won't he be the one to take the blame for all these problems? Besides, how can higher-level leaders know how arduous the task is if the difficulties are not clearly laid out on the table? How do I know how many resources are needed? Besides, what can we do to him? At worst, we can send him back to the Army Academy to continue his studies. He was enjoying his studies when he was suddenly interrupted by an order, and he was already quite unhappy about it. If this matter were to lead him back, I would be more than happy to do so. You're awesome. Wang Xiaoqiang gave a thumbs up, completely speechless. That's why Su Ming can do this. If it were anyone else, the chief of staff would probably have been preparing to give them a good beating. However, upon further reflection, Wang Xiaoqiang felt that Su Ming's words made sense. Given Su Ming's performance, what's wrong with him bargaining with the chief of staff? What's the problem? Absolutely no problem. What are the grassroots officers and soldiers trying to achieve by working so hard? Isn't it all so that you have room to bargain with your superiors? If you have to keep a low profile even after achieving something, then who will work hard? From this perspective, Su Ming's current confidence is something he earned himself. That power of speech was bought with real money. Wang Xiaoqiang led Su Ming to the training department building and into his office. Although he has now relinquished all his positions in the training department, he can continue to use this office until the next head of the training department is officially appointed. The documents on the table hadn't been moved yet, and various combat maps and training plans were still hanging on the wall. Su Ming is the advisor for the establishment of the non-commissioned officer school, so Wang Xiaoqiang needs to briefly explain some basic information to him to facilitate the subsequent preparatory work. The military region allocated us the site where a military reconnaissance battalion was previously stationed for the sergeant school. Wang Xiaoqiang opened the folder and said as he looked through it, "There are vacant barracks there, but that place has been vacant for more than a year, and some parts need to be repaired and improved." He looked up at Su Ming. The original infrastructure is all old, but the subsequent construction should be quick, and it should be completed in 2 or 3 days. The military region will allocate basic teaching materials to us, and they will arrive in a day. The applications for weapons and equipment have been submitted, and the military region will make the necessary allocations. Wang Xiaoqiang briefly explained the situation while handing Su Ming a spreadsheet he had compiled overnight. Wang Xiaoqiang attached great importance to the task of establishing a pilot school for non-commissioned officers. After all, whether I can take another step forward in my lifetime depends on this. Therefore, After receiving the order, he worked through the night to organize and prepare the report, afraid of missing any detail. Su Ming took it and glanced at it, his brows furrowing slightly. The area is a bit small and needs to be expanded. He pointed to the data on the table. There are too few barracks, not enough. The most crucial thing is that the training ground must be large enough to accommodate 2 tank companies for training and combat at the same time. In his view, the training grounds are the core of the sergeant school. Without a sufficiently large training ground, how can trainees practice tactics? How can they engage in combat exercises? Qualified non-commissioned officers cannot be trained by merely talking about military strategy on paper. That's easy. Wang Xiaoqiang agreed without hesitation. If there are too few barracks, you can build more. If the area is too small, you can apply for land expansion. These are not major problems. With the support of the military region, everything can be resolved. Conventional weapons and equipment aren't difficult. They're all basic equipment anyway. Su Ming continued reading. The difficult part is what I mentioned to the Chief of Staff, information technology equipment and senior instructors. We'll wait for the Chief of Staff to report to the General Staff and see how they coordinate. Wang Xiaoqiang nodded, having no objection. In addition, Su Ming paused, then looked up at Wang Xiaoqiang. I plan to bring the 3rd platoon of the reconnaissance company of the 5th Regiment to the sergeant school as the first batch of students. And now, all the previous layouts are being used. Back when he was in the reconnaissance company, he specially formed a combined arms platoon, the 3rd platoon. Every single person in the 3rd row was personally selected, trained, and honed by him. Now is the perfect time to be among the first batch of trainees to enter the sergeant school and receive systematic training. If we don't take advantage of the benefits now, when will we? A platoon. Wang Xiaoqiang was a little confused. Company Commander Li can release them? Regiment Commander Lei can release them. Even he, the head of the training department, didn't expect that the young captain would have such an idea. If an entire platoon is brought in, the reconnaissance company will effectively lose a platoon. 1/3 of the troops. Would the reconnaissance company commander agree? Would the commander of the 5th Regiment agree? I can convince the regimental commander and the company commander, Su Ming said confidently. I was the platoon leader of the 3rd platoon back then, and all the soldiers in my platoon were carefully selected by me. They were all promising talents. Besides, it's not like we just bring them in and then forget about them. After they've been trained, they'll be returned to their original units, right? He smiled slightly, his tone confident. It's obvious that this is something that will benefit our company commander and regimental commander, so they will definitely agree. That statement is reasonable and well-founded. With the successful establishment of the sergeant school, various units sent personnel for training, and there were definitely quotas available. It's the same principle as going to the Army Academy for further studies. There are limited spots available, so it's not something anyone can just come to. Sending a whole platoon from the 5th Regiment for further training is clearly a favor to you, and it's obviously an opportunity for you to take advantage. Such a great opportunity, why wait to seize it? At that moment, Wang Xiaoqiang suddenly realized that his perspective was still a bit narrow. This young man is never one to suffer a loss. Every step is calculated clearly, and every step is a plan for the future. After a brief discussion, Su Ming planned to return to the reconnaissance company first. Sending a platoon to the sergeant school for further training is something that needs to be discussed thoroughly with the regimental commander, and more importantly, the company commander. Although he was confident he could persuade them, the necessary procedures still needed to be followed, and the necessary groundwork still needed to be laid. On the other side, Shizhuang, the main gate of the Army Academy. So this is a military academy? It's really impressive. Uncle Air looked up at the solemn and majestic school gate and exclaimed. This atmosphere is just different. Uncle Sen exclaimed. Look at this gate, and look at these sentries standing guard. TSK, it's definitely different. My nephew is really getting more and more promising, being able to study here, the second uncle said proudly. Our Su family's ancestral graves are truly blessed. Su Qingjun led his entire family to the main gate of the Army Academy in a grand procession. 4 sedans and 2 minivans were parked neatly on the side of the road, attracting the attention of passers-by. There can't be so many family members visiting together inside the school. Su Qingjun began to arrange. I'll go in a bit, and bring Su Ming out. We can talk about it when he comes out. No one had any objections to Su Chengjuan's arrangement. After all, this is a military academy, not a vegetable market. You can't just walk in anywhere. Soon, after being informed by the sentry at the gate, Su Chengjun entered the school alone. More than half an hour later, inside the reception room, Jiang Hongjun, the head of the school affairs department, left Su Chengjun completely dumbfounded by his words. What? He stared wide-eyed at the other person in disbelief. He's not here anymore. He went back. You're a step too late, Jiang Hongjun explained with a smile. He went back yesterday. The military region had an urgent mission and recalled him. Su Chengjun was completely stunned. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Jiang Hongjun had no reason to lie to him, because there was absolutely no need. He's the head of the administration department at the military academy. We have no grudge against each other, so why would I lie to him? The problem is, there's a whole family waiting at the door. Before coming, he confidently promised that he would definitely see Su Ming, and even made a vow that he would walk back from Shizhuang if he didn't see him. Now, how do we explain this? Su Chengjun felt his head buzzing and his vision going black. That's it. We're completely doomed. Chapter 264 Company Commander. I'm back with some great news. The 5th Border Defense Regiment, Reconnaissance Company's base. The morning sun shines on the camp on a weekend morning, and for the officers and soldiers of the Reconnaissance Company, it is indeed a rare day of rest and relaxation during the week. Unfortunately, the location of the garrison is in a mountainous border area, and the special geographical limitations make it even more difficult for the soldiers, who already have limited recreational activities, to relax and pass the time. On a simple, rough basketball court with an uneven surface, people were playing basketball, sweating profusely as the ball hit the ground with a thump, thump sound. Some people took out their guitars, which they had bought with a lot of subsidies, and sat quietly on the grass in the corner of the playground, gently playing the familiar song, My Old Squad Leader. The melodious sound of the guitar drifted through the camp. My dear old squad leader, how are you doing these days? Accompanied by the sound of the piano, someone hummed softly, the song filled with deep longing. After the company library was expanded and renovated, some books and magazines on entertainment and leisure were added, along with the reading and learning craze that Su Ming had started when he was still in the Reconnaissance Company. Now, the company library has finally shaken off its former desolation and is gradually becoming more popular, with many soldiers coming here to browse books in their spare time. Squad leader, when will Ming Ji be back from his studies at the Army Academy? Wang Xuebing asked Shi Jin, the squad leader of the 7th Squad, while flipping through the magazine in his hand. What? Missing him? Upon hearing this, Shi Jin put down his book, a smile appearing on his face, and asked in return. I really miss him. I met Brother Ming before I even joined the army. After I joined the army, we were assigned to the same squad in basic training, and later we even came to the Reconnaissance Company together. Wang Xuebing's tone was full of emotion. But Brother Ming is just too amazing. Even if a slow bird like me flies ahead, I'm afraid I'll never catch up to half of him in this lifetime. Xuebing, you are actually really excellent. Shi Jin looked at the young soldier in front of him carefully. I have been a soldier for 10 years, and I have never met another soldier like him. You really don't need to compare yourself with him. Just compare yourself with yourself and make progress. Wang Xuebing is now considered an outstanding soldier in the Reconnaissance Company. Although he is just an ordinary soldier in the 1st platoon, his military performance and comprehensive assessment results are top-notch in the platoon. This is quite an achievement for a new recruit who has been in the company for less than a year. Wang Xuebing has been in the company for less than a year and is still only a private, while Su Ming, who was assigned to the company with him, has already become an officer. He was already a lieutenant when he went to the Army Academy for further studies. A month ago, they heard that Su Ming had once again distinguished himself and received awards at the Army Academy, and had been promoted ahead of schedule. He was now a captain. Who would believe that a soldier who had been in the army for less than a year could suddenly become a captain? Looking across the entire field army, there was simply no one else like Su Ming. When their company commander, Li Chuan, received this news, he was depressed for a long time and remained sullen all day. Just as the two were chatting happily, an excited voice suddenly came from afar. Ming is back. Ming is really back. These words immediately caught the attention of Wang Shuebing and Shi Jin, and they both stood up at the same time. Su Ming is back? How is that possible? He's only been at the Army Academy for less than 3 months. Could he have finished his studies so quickly? Shi Jin asked incredulously. You're kidding me, right? It can't be that fast. Wang Shuebing shouted as well. I'm not lying to you. They're already at the company gate. Go see for yourselves if you don't believe me. Seeing that many members of the reconnaissance company were running towards the door, Wang Shuebing and Shi Jin exchanged a glance and immediately followed the crowd in perfect unison. Looking at the familiar camp environment before him, breathing in the familiar air mixed with the scent of soil and grass, Su Ming was overwhelmed with emotion. He has been away from here for almost 3 months, which should be the longest he has ever been away from the reconnaissance company. Now, stepping onto this land again, I feel a sense of returning home in glory. After all, the reconnaissance company was the first company he served in during his military career. No matter what he does or how high a position he reaches in the future, he will always be a soldier who came from the reconnaissance company. A place is a root, and it can never be severed. Ming Ji is back. It really is Ming Ji. The platoon leader is back. Our platoon leader is back. Brother Ming, over here. The news of Su Ming's return spread like wildfire throughout the reconnaissance company, and the soldiers who were on their own all dropped what they were doing and rushed over from all directions. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming was surrounded by a crowd of enthusiastic comrades. When people saw the new military rank on Su Ming's shoulder, although many had already heard the news of Su Ming's promotion at the Army Academy, the shock of witnessing it in person was much greater than the rumors. It's 13 cents. Ming Ji has really become a captain. Such a young captain, we probably can't find another one like him in our military region, can we? He's already at the same rank as our company commander. Brother Ming is awesome. With Ming's abilities, I think he's not far from becoming a 21-cent officer. Maybe he'll even become a colonel in a couple of years. The crowd chattered amongst themselves, their words filled with envy and admiration. Looking at the familiar faces in front of him, Su Ming smiled sincerely and generously took out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his luggage, handing them out to his comrades who were gathered around him. This gesture made everyone exclaim that Brother Ming was generous and kind. After all, Su Ming was the only person in the entire reconnaissance company who could casually hand out Zhonghua cigarettes, as if they were ordinary cigarettes. Let alone Zhonghua cigarettes. Even ordinary brands of cigarettes are too much for most people to handle. A company has more than 100 people, so if each person has one, it would take almost half a stick. A perceptive soldier stepped forward to help Su Ming carry his luggage, and the group of people escorted him to the dormitory building. Company Commander Li Chuan and political instructor He Lei were already standing at the door waiting. With such a commotion outside, how could it escape their eyes and ears? Li Chuan immediately noticed the rank of 13 cents on Su Ming's shoulder and couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. Less than 3 months after he went to the Army Academy, Su Ming was promoted to the same rank as him. Could it be that your studies ended prematurely due to your sudden return? The company had not received any orders regarding Su Ming's return to his post, and there were no signs of any personnel being transferred within the company recently. There's a specific role for everyone. If Su Ming were to return to his post after completing his studies, the company should have made personnel transfer arrangements in advance, according to regulations. There's been no movement from the reconnaissance company. Could it be that there's been a personnel change in the third company recently? The news of Su Ming's promotion to captain last time made Elder Chun, the company commander of the third company, depressed for a long time, and he almost wrote a transfer application. Welcome home. Instructor He Lei greeted them warmly with a broad smile. Company commander, political instructor. Su Ming strode forward, stood at attention, and solemnly gave the 2 men a standard military salute. I've missed you so much, kid. Li Chuan strode forward, and without saying a word, gave Su Ming a big bear hug and patted his back forcefully. Although Su Ming is now at the same rank as him, this makes him, as the company commander, feel somewhat depressed and embarrassed. But no matter what, these were soldiers he had trained. If they could achieve something, he, as the company commander, would feel proud and gratified. Company commander, here, have a cigarette. Su Ming smiled and took out an exquisite cigarette case from his pocket, took out a cigarette, and handed it to Li Chuan. Li Chuan was about to wave his hand to refuse as usual, but when his gaze fell on the familiar cigarette box in Su Ming's hand, his eyes widened instantly, and he froze. Wow, isn't this a special supply for the military? How could a captain like Su Ming have such a thing? Li Chuan himself had never smoked the special supply cigarettes, but he had the privilege of seeing the regimental commander smoke them once. The regimental commander's special supplies came from the division commander, but he had no idea where the division commander got his special supplies from. The regimental commander even bragged about it to them for quite a while. This kind of special supply is reserved for generals and other high-ranking officials. Su Ming, a mere captain, can now get his hands on this stuff? That's just too outrageous. Li Chuan almost instinctively took the cigarette, but couldn't bear to light it and smoke it immediately. This thing is something I need to keep and show off, to make the other company commanders green with envy. The soldiers from the reconnaissance company around him were puzzled when they saw the unfamiliar cigarette box in Su Ming's hand. What's going on? Ming Ji has stopped smoking Huazi cigarettes? He started smoking this no-name brand now. But then they thought about it again and were even more moved. Sure enough, Brother Ming was still so generous and kind to them. He would rather smoke cheap cigarettes himself than not give them Huazi cigarettes. After going to the Army Academy for further studies, he was still the same as before, unchanged. You guys, take the 3rd platoon leader's luggage to the dormitory and put it away properly. Li Chuan instructed the soldiers of the reconnaissance company around him. After speaking, he turned to Su Ming and said, "Come to the office with me. I have something to talk about." Yes. Li Chuan, He and Su Ming arrived at the company commander's office. As soon as He stepped into the office, he said impatiently, "Su Ming, give me one of those military special edition cigarettes too." "Instructor, don't you not smoke?" Su Ming looked at He with some doubt. Although he was puzzled, he still took out a cigarette and handed one to He. "I don't smoke. I just wanted to collect it. I've only ever seen this thing once before, at the regimental commander's place. It's a rare item." He took the cigarette, examined it carefully, and couldn't stop smiling. "You've got some connections, kid. You've got some serious connections." Li Chuan sat back down in his chair and stared at Su Ming, asking, "Tell me the truth. Where did you get this special supply from?" He was baffled. Even his own regimental commander couldn't get his hands on these special cigarettes. So how did Su Ming, a captain, manage to get them? Does this mean that all cadets at the Army Academy are now being issued special supply cigarettes? That's outrageous. They were given to me by the dean, and I also won some from some students at the Army Academy, Su Ming said frankly, as there was really nothing to hide. When Li Chuan learned that the dean of the Armored Command Department, a dignified major general, had actually given Su Ming his specially supplied cigarettes, he was completely stunned, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. At the same time, he was also amazed. The officers in the major military region were living a very comfortable life. 1 or 2 lieutenant colonels even had connections to get special cigarettes. Their network of relationships was really not simple. "Did you finish your studies this time, or are you back to carry out some special mission?" Li Chuan put away his surprised expression and asked seriously, "The company hasn't received any relevant notices. My studies are only temporarily suspended. I do have a mission," Su Ming explained. "It's an order directly from the military region to the Army Academy, instructing me to stand by and prepare for a special mission. No wonder we haven't received any news." Li Chuan and He exchanged a glance and suddenly realized. Since the order came directly from the military region to the Army Academy, it must be a very important mission with a high level of secrecy. "How long will you be able to stay in the company this time?" He asked with concern. "It's not clear yet. We have to wait for notification." Su Ming answered truthfully. "I'll leave the reconnaissance company to go to the military region to meet up with Wang Xiaoqiang and the others once I get a message from the chief of staff of the military region." "All right, it's been a long time since I've been back. I'll stay at the company for a while longer." Li Chuan thought for a moment and nodded. "Company commander, political instructor," Su Ming suddenly said in a mysterious tone, lowering his voice. "I'm back this time with some great news for our reconnaissance company." "Good news? What good news?" Li Chuan frowned slightly. "To be honest, Based on his years of understanding of Su Ming as a soldier, he had a bad feeling. What Su Ming considers a good thing is often not a good thing for him as a company commander. It may even be a troublesome matter. Should I leave for a moment? He lay silently, took a step toward the door, and asked tentatively. As the political instructor of the reconnaissance company, He should theoretically not need to avoid any company affairs, but at this moment he had a strong urge to avoid them. He had a bad feeling that what was about to happen was likely to be beyond his control. After all, Su Ming always makes quite a commotion whenever he comes back. Good news? What good news could there be? If something truly extraordinary happened to the reconnaissance company, wouldn't the regiment give them a complete notification? Old He, don't go, just stay here. Li Chuan grabbed He Lei's arm and pulled him back. I want to hear what this good thing he's talking about is. Just kidding. Ever since Su Ming tricked him out of a third of the company's key personnel through his persistent pleading, Li Chuan secretly vowed never to talk to Su Ming alone again. This kid is too good at fooling people. You can easily fall for his tricks without even realizing it. Seeing this, He Lei had no choice but to stand aside helplessly, mentally preparing himself. Next, something really bad is probably going to happen. Company commander, political instructor, don't look at me like that. It makes me seem like a liar. Su Ming spread his hands innocently. I really have good news this time. I'm not kidding you. Our company's soldiers are finally going to have a bright future. They're about to achieve great things. Just say what you want to say, or shut up. Don't beat around the bush with me, Li Chuan said impatiently, tapping the table. Su Ming used the same tone and expression to fool him last time, and he wasn't going to fall for it again this time. Su Ming, just say what's on your mind. He Lei patted Su Ming's shoulder earnestly. The company commander and I can handle it, so please speak freely. All right, since the instructor has said so, I'll just say it directly. A moment later, a furious roar suddenly erupted from the quiet company commander's office, a sound that almost blew the roof off. Go back to where you came from, you son of a bitch. Keep this good thing for yourself. Our reconnaissance company doesn't need it. Chapter 265 successfully fooled them. From now on, they're all mine. Li Chuan's furious roar seemed to shake the entire building. The sound was extremely penetrating and echoed throughout the barracks. That shout immediately drew everyone's attention. Heads were peeking out everywhere, in the hallways and at the classroom doors. The soldiers stared longingly in the direction of the company commander's office, full of questions, completely unaware of what had happened inside. What's wrong? What happened? Why is the company commander so angry? I don't know. I've never seen the company commander lose his temper like this before. Who provoked him? Was that the company commander's angry roar just now telling Ming Ji to go back? Did I hear that right? No way. No way. Ming Ji just got back? How did he manage to anger the company commander? It was the first time I'd ever seen a company commander so angry. The sound was terrifying, like he was going to blow the roof off. The atmosphere inside the office was so tense it felt like you could wring water out of it. Company commander, calm down. Don't get agitated. Let's talk this out, Su Ming said innocently, trying to soothe Li Chuan's emotions. To be honest, Li Chuan's strong reaction was somewhat expected. After all, taking away the entire 3rd platoon, which consisted of the company's elite soldiers, would make any company commander furious. It was indeed quite inhumane. Get the hell out of here. Get out right now. Go back to your army academy or the military region headquarters. Just don't stay in my company. Li Chuan's chest heaved violently. His lungs felt like they were about to explode with anger, and his face turned bright red. That's outrageous. Absolutely too much. This is simply outrageous. Originally, Su Ming's return from the Army Academy was a happy thing for everyone. It's been more than 2 months since I left. It would be great to come back to the company for a few days, get together with my old comrades, and catch up. Before Li Chuan's happiness could last even 10 minutes, Su Ming threw him such an outrageous request. And they even call it a good thing? Is there really such a good thing in the world? Which company commander could withstand such a blow? They took the entire 3rd platoon to the so-called sergeant school for further study. Good grief. Did they come back to the company to do wholesale hiring? Are they treating this place like a job market? An entire platoon, a third of the reconnaissance company, all of whom were top-notch in military skills, were to be taken away by him for further training. Why don't you just take the entire reconnaissance company, including his company commander, with you. During the time Su Ming was away for further training, the 3rd platoon was finally back in his hands as the company commander, and he, the 2/3 company commander, finally became a complete company commander again. He missed the feeling of having a strong and well-equipped army under his command, a feeling that was incredibly satisfying. Before he could even savor this sense of completeness for long, Su Ming delivered this devastating news. This is clearly a deliberate attempt to prevent him from doing his job properly as company commander. Su Ming, you really went too far this time. Instructor He couldn't help but speak up, his brows furrowed. We could accept 3 or 5 people, we could grit our teeth and agree, but sending an entire platoon to study and train at the same time is just unreasonable. The 3rd platoon leader's demands are outrageous. It's a good thing for soldiers to go to military academy for further studies, but this is no way to do it. If an entire platoon leaves at the same time, is the reconnaissance company still a reconnaissance company? The organization is no longer complete. What's the difference between this and disbanding? If an entire platoon, all of whom are top-notch and key personnel, is gone, how much will the company's combat effectiveness decrease? From then on, it really would be 2/3 of the company commanders and 2/3 of the political instructors. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Company commander, political instructor, listen to me. Su Ming adopted a painstaking expression and said earnestly, establishing a non-commissioned officer school is an unprecedented initiative in the entire army, and it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the soldiers in the company. Not everyone can be promoted to officer, but at least it can guarantee that the vast majority of people will become professional technical non-commissioned officers with technical expertise, allowing them to go further and more steadily in their military careers. This is indeed for their future, and it's taking responsibility for their future. If he doesn't get all the members of the 3rd platoon to go to the sergeant school for further training this time, all the effort he put in before will be wasted. Moreover, the 3 rows of people had already received his personal instruction and training, and they all had a solid foundation in their own areas of expertise. It is very suitable as one of the first batch of students to take the advanced courses, and it is also easy to achieve results and make a name for oneself in the school. Get lost. All you ever do is talk a good game, spouting all sorts of fallacies. Li Chuan waved his hand impatiently, not bothering to listen to Su Ming continue explaining. Last time, Su Ming did the same thing, using only his words to trick an entire platoon out of him. That's how he got his frustrating title of 2/3 company commander. He said he wouldn't fall for it again this time. He was determined not to. Company commander, don't you think about the long-term future of our soldiers? These words were like a sharp knife, piercing Li Chuan's heart precisely and deeply, causing him excruciating pain. As the company commander, this is the sentence I can't stand the most. What does it mean to not consider the future of the soldiers? Which I of his saw that he was hindering the progress of the soldiers in his company. Not agreeing to your request is to hinder the soldiers' progress and disregard their future. You think you've got all the logic in the book? As the company commander, if he opposes you, then no matter what he says or does, it will be wrong. Then you might as well take me with you. Li Chuan cursed angrily, completely speaking out of spite. Sure, as long as the regimental commander has no objections, you, company commander, can definitely become an instructor at the sergeant school. With your experience and abilities, you're more than capable of teaching those trainees. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he immediately seized the opportunity. Li Chuan, an extremely experienced senior captain, has served as the reconnaissance company commander for many years. He has extensive experience in leading troops and possesses outstanding military skills. The establishment of the sergeant school urgently needs a large number of outstanding officers like him to serve as teaching staff. Get lost. Why would I give up being a company commander to become a teacher at your so-called sergeant school? Am I out of my mind? Li Chuan was completely convinced. He just said it casually to vent his emotions, but Su Ming actually took it seriously and rushed over to him, which was really both funny and exasperating. Su Ming, how about this? Let's each compromise, He suggested, seeing the atmosphere was tense. How about we select a few of the top students from the 3rd rank for further training? As an instructor, he has always considered issues rationally and objectively. Anything that benefits the soldiers should not be missed. But it's really not appropriate for the entire platoon to go all at once. First, select 2 or 3 students who perform best and have the most potential to be developed, and send them out to test the waters and see how it goes. This approach protects the soldiers' future without crippling the company. Instructor, this is a golden opportunity, Su Ming exclaimed anxiously, quickly explaining. The sergeant school has just been established, and the first to benefit will reap the greatest rewards. If we don't seize this opportunity now, it won't be so easy to get in later when the requirements are higher and the spots are fewer. He paused, then added, besides, it's just further education. The school will train them and then send them back to their original units. It's clearly a surefire deal. Our company will only profit. I don't believe you for a second. Li Chuan sneered, glancing sideways at Su Ming. You brat, you're wicked and full of bad intentions. He had suffered at Su Ming's hands before and was traumatized by it. So how could he so easily believe his nonsense? Old Li, watch your words. He reminded him from the side, gently tugging at Li Chuan's sleeve. Although everyone was quite familiar with each other, Li Chuan, as the company commander of the reconnaissance company, still had to be careful about his words and the impact they would have when speaking in front of his subordinates. Some things are better left unsaid. How could you say them so directly in front of Su Ming? Company commander, if that's how you put it, then I'm going to have a serious talk with you today. Su Ming got angry. His smile disappeared, and he said seriously, tell me, where exactly have I, Su Ming, ever wronged you? Since the day I came to the company, although I haven't been here for very long, everything I've done has been for the good of our company. As Su Ming spoke, in front of the two of them, he reached into his pocket and took out one gleaming military medal after another. He solemnly pinned them to his chest, saying as he did so, this one, I got it when I was writing my thesis report. It brought honor to our company. This one, I got it when I went on a combat mission. It didn't let our reconnaissance company down. This one. The medals gleamed brightly in the sunlight, so dazzling that Li Chuan and He could hardly open their eyes. Their heavy weight seemed to be able to bend their backs. Is my commendation and award merely an honor for me, Su Ming? Isn't it also an honor for our reconnaissance company? Su Ming's voice grew louder and louder, his emotions becoming increasingly agitated. Although I took over the 3rd platoon for separate training, is the 3rd platoon my personal property? There's only the 3rd platoon of the reconnaissance company. When has there ever been a 3rd platoon that belonged solely to Su Ming? Was all this easy for me? I work from dawn till dusk every day, putting in so much effort. What am I doing it all for? For you, the company commander, to doubt me? For you, the company commander, to point your finger at me and yell at me? Su Ming became more and more excited as he spoke, his eyes even slightly reddening. He was emotionally invested, and the atmosphere was just right, with the shining military medals on his chest serving as a testament to his achievements. If anyone else were present at that moment, they would definitely be moved to tears by his impassioned speech and deeply touched. This superb acting, comparable to an Oscar-winning actor, coupled with the powerful visual impact and spiritual awe brought by those genuine military medals, is truly remarkable. For a moment, both Li Chuan and He were stunned, their minds going blank. A feeling inexplicably welled up in Li Chuan's heart. Did I misunderstand Su Ming? Did I let Su Ming down? Did she take Su Ming's good intentions for granted? She was such a jerk to treat him like that. Old Li, you really went too far this time. He turned to look at Li Chuan and said in a heavy tone, his eyes even carrying a hint of dissatisfaction and reproach. Li Chuan was shocked and stared at He with wide eyes. Hey, Lao He, open your eyes and look carefully, can't you see it? That kid's acting. He's faking it. This is all a scam. How could you believe it so easily? Don't be fooled by his handsome face and sentimental words. He is indeed very impressive, and his medals are truly awe-inspiring. But what does that have to do with him taking the entire 3rd platoon with him? These are two completely different things. He's planning to take our entire 3rd row. I kept you here so you could help me fight this kid, not so you could switch sides and help him. How can you be so wavering in your stance? Are you so easily swayed? You call yourself an instructor, yet your ideological work is less resolute than mine, a roughneck. 3rd row. How long will you need to go for further training? Li Chuan sighed inwardly, like a deflated balloon, and asked silently. He knew he had completely lost. He could never be tough in front of this kid. With their foundation, it will only take them 2 or 3 months at most. It'll be over in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Li Chuan finally reassured him, Su Ming quickly put on a smile and earnestly comforted him. 2 or 3 months. Of course not. Do you think everyone is like him, possessing superhuman learning abilities and absorption speed? What is the standard used by sergeant schools to train technical sergeants? The standard is, of course, obtaining a professional technical certificate. A certificate that can be easily obtained in 2 or 3 months. How valuable can it be? Definitely not. The promise of 2 or 3 months was just to reassure Li Chuan and keep him calm before making any further decisions. Who knows, as they continue their training, the people in the 3rd platoon might somehow end up no longer belonging to the reconnaissance company. Who can say for sure about this? Does the regimental commander know about this? Li Chuan asked again, still clinging to a last glimmer of hope. Company commander, as long as you agree, you don't need to worry about the regiment commander. Su Ming smiled brightly, full of confidence. He has always supported my work, no problem. Fine. Let them go for further studies then. Li Chuan waved his hand helplessly, completely giving up resistance, his tone full of exhaustion. Just return them to me intact. Not one of them can be missing. This captain always managed to completely outmaneuver the company commander, leaving him utterly helpless. Anyway, the people will come back after they finish their training, which is indeed a rare opportunity for the soldiers in the company, allowing them to go further in their military careers. His favorite squad leader, Shi Jin, had been kept alive until now because of Su Ming. Wasn't it all for this chance to change his fate? Thank you, company commander. Su Ming immediately stood at attention and saluted, a mischievous smile on his face. On behalf of all the soldiers of the 3rd platoon, I thank you, company commander, for giving them this opportunity to change their destiny. Get lost, stop your nonsense. Li Chuan glared at him irritably. Get me another cigarette to calm down. Su Ming immediately and obediently handed over a cigarette. Who wants a pack of cigarettes? I want a special supply. Although Li Chuan said that, he still took Huazi and put it in his pocket. I want Huazi too, and I want the special edition too. They're all his anyway, so why not take them? After all, one is bound to be obligated to accept gifts or favors. Su Ming understood immediately and obediently offered another special cigarette, while also stuffing the entire pack of cigarettes into Li Chuan's hands. After successfully persuading the company commander, Su Ming rushed to the regimental headquarters without stopping. Walking down the street, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. There was only one soldier in the world like him who served his old unit so wholeheartedly and never forgot the source of his blessings. After arriving at the regimental headquarters and finding the regimental commander, he quickly and efficiently secured the deal with the commander by offering a pack of specially supplied cigarettes and delivering a passionate speech. Su Ming was carefully cultivating these people in the 3rd row as the core team for building an information-based combined arms battalion in the future. Not one can be missing. Chapter 266 Coordinating Equipment Across Military Regions? A formidable challenge. Su Ming only stayed in the reconnaissance company for a short 3 days. 3 days later, an order came down, and he packed his bags and hurriedly went to the military region. During these 3 days, Su Ming took a rare short break and had a good rest. I wandered around the reconnaissance company and also visited the 3rd and 6th companies to catch up with my old comrades. The 6th company commander was quite enthusiastic. When he arrived, he served him tea and water and asked about his well-being. His enthusiasm made Su Ming feel a little embarrassed. However, the company commander reacted as if he were a mouse seeing a cat when he saw Su Ming, his eyes darting around, looking tense as if facing a formidable enemy, afraid that this kid would cause some trouble again. Upon hearing that he had returned to the military region to establish a non-commissioned officer school and not to take up a post or seize territory, the 3rd company commander's tense expression relaxed slightly, but he remained highly vigilant, as if Su Ming were some kind of monstrous threat. Su Ming arrived at headquarters. As expected, Wang Xiaoqiang, the former head of the training department, and now the chief of the sergeant school, was also in the chief of staff's office, sitting on the sofa looking through some documents. Wu Tianming, the chief of staff of the military region, handed the two men the transfer order that had just been issued by the general staff. The general staff's transfer order has come down. The general staff logistics department can help us coordinate and resolve the tanks and firearms issues. Wu Tianming pointed to the clauses on the document, his tone tinged with helplessness. But for other equipment, including the allocation of training personnel, the general staff's intention is for us to coordinate with the Beijing military region ourselves. He had already guessed that this would be the outcome. If you encounter difficulties, you can seek help from the general staff. While the general staff will offer support, they will only issue coordination documents. It is impossible for them to issue a direct order for other military regions to allocate supplies directly. This has always been the tradition of the field army. If you encounter difficulties, find your own solutions. If you need assistance from other organizations, then coordinate with them. It all depends on your own abilities and communication skills. Moreover, Wu Tianming knew that the three army groups of the Beijing military region were undergoing a complete re-equipment process, and they had all kinds of new equipment. It was a place that was extremely wealthy. Chief of Staff, coordinating equipment across military regions, that's quite a challenge. Wang Xiaoqiang's face instantly turned grim, his brows furrowing into a knot. Having served in the military for decades, he knew all too well that once something crossed the military region, the level of trouble would increase exponentially. The key point is that this is not about carrying out any joint missions across military regions or helping others, but about going to other military regions to ask for equipment and personnel. And it's the Beijing military region, the big brother's military region. What right do they have to ask the older brother military region for equipment and personnel so brazenly? He was a little worried, fearing that it might be questionable whether he and Su Ming could return unscathed. You might get kicked out, which would be incredibly embarrassing. Coordination, that's negotiation and reconciliation. It's asking you to go and discuss things properly with them, not asking you to go to the Beijing military region and fight a war with them. What are you panicking about? Wu Tianming scolded Wang Xiaoqiang with dissatisfaction, glaring at him. Of course he knows how difficult the mission is. Even if the chief of staff of the Beijing military region personally took charge, the task would be extremely difficult, let alone for Wang Xiaoqiang, the newly appointed head of the sergeant school. And you? What's wrong with you this time? Seeing that Su Ming hadn't said a word, Wu Tianming turned to him and asked. Reporting to the chief of staff, I have no problem. Su Ming stood ramrod straight and answered crisply, showing no sign of fear on his face. The Beijing military region, the eldest brother military region, is a truly major military region. Its historical and cultural foundation is not to be underestimated. When he was at the Army Academy, he often heard Luo Mingji and his gang talk about how rich the Beijing military region was and how good its equipment was. It was practically rolling in money. See that? Even the captain hasn't said anything. And you, a colonel, are just complaining about how difficult and challenging it is. Wu Tianming slammed his fist on the table in dissatisfaction. Are you even capable of doing the job? If not, just say so now, and I'll find someone else. Yes, I will definitely complete the mission. Wang Xiaoqiang was so scolded that he had no choice but to agree helplessly. He couldn't help but steal a glance at Su Ming. If it weren't for the presence of the major general, he would have liked to pull Su Ming aside and explain the ins and outs of the matter. Captain, you're too young. You really don't know how deep the water is in here. The establishment of this non-commissioned officer school was already quite difficult, requiring both equipment and personnel, and coordinating resources from other combat units within the military region was already a major undertaking. The idea that coordination across military regions is now required is practically a pipe dream. So, after leaving the Major General's office, Wang Xiaoqiang immediately pulled Su Ming aside for an informal, emergency meeting. Coordinating equipment and manpower across military regions. Wang Xiaoqiang closed the door and spoke earnestly, his wrinkles seeming to deepen. I've been in the army for decades, and this is the first time I've encountered something like this. There's almost no precedent for it. It's too difficult. It's simply impossible for the two of us to complete it. The general staff has already issued a coordination order, so it shouldn't be that bad, right? Su Ming said with a smile, his tone relaxed. You're still young. You don't understand the intricacies of this. Wang Xiaoqiang sighed and patiently explained. Although the Beijing military region is the eldest brother military region, it doesn't mean that they are a nice guy. Why should they unconditionally provide you with equipment and manpower support, only to end up not getting any benefit in return? Those equipment and manpower are not like cabbages in the field, which you can have as much as you want. People also need to make a living, carry out construction, and cultivate their own key personnel. Su Ming blinked and asked in return, who said they didn't benefit? Wang Xiaoqiang was taken aback. Huh? What do you mean? Su Ming said matter-of-factly. They can also send people here for further training. We train the students we send in into talent, and then return them to their original schools. The first batch to reap the benefits will reap considerable rewards. This is a unique opportunity. Is that all the benefits? They won't agree. Wang Xiaoqiang pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head. Indeed, the first batch of people who came to the sergeant school for further studies were able to reap the initial benefits. But so what? If the teaching at the sergeant school is indeed outstanding and receives a good response, others can simply follow suit and establish a second or third sergeant school on their own turf. Besides, the sergeant school is located in the Tibetan military region, which is very far away. It would be too much of a fuss and a grand affair for people to send their students all the way here for further studies. Given the strength of the 7 military regions, is it really that difficult to establish a non-commissioned officer school in each of their respective garrison areas? It's not difficult at all. It's just a matter of time. Su Ming dropped another bombshell. Not enough? How about adding training slots for new types of snipers? You know the capabilities of the new snipers I've trained. Let the snipers I train help them train a new batch of snipers for free. Is that all right? Trade for a spot as a new type of sniper? To do business? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoqiang's eyes lit up. It has to be said that this is indeed a very tempting offer. How could he have forgotten about it before? The new snipers trained by Su Ming are undeniably skilled. The group of people trained in the second phase were all potential instructors, so it wouldn't be difficult for them to train a new generation of snipers. But I know the strength of the new type of sniper, and they don't. Wang Xiaoqiang thought of another problem, and his brows furrowed again. Isn't that simple? Su Ming said confidently. Just show them, right? I'll bring someone with me this time to demonstrate. If they're still not satisfied, I'll add myself on the team. You? Wang Xiaoqiang didn't quite understand what he meant. Let's bet. Su Ming smiled innocently, but his words sent chills down one's spine. Whoever beats me, I'll voluntarily apply for a transfer to their military region. I believe that's a very tempting offer for them, isn't it? Su Ming was very confident. Putting aside the commotion he caused in the Tibetan military region, just based on the things he did at the Army Academy, how could the major military regions not know about them? If he were to bet himself, he believed no one could resist the temptation. That won't do. Wang Xiaoqiang's expression changed drastically, and his voice rose several octaves. If you get poached, then I might as well not come back at all. Just kidding. Before Su Ming returned, the military region chief of staff had a very serious talk with him about Su Ming's personal issues, repeatedly emphasizing the need to protect this precious gem. If Su Ming is poached by the Beijing military region during the coordination process, he probably won't need to come back to report. He can just find a place to settle things himself. That's perfect. You and I can transfer to the same company, double happiness. Su Ming joked, looking at Wang Xiaoqiang with a grin. Wang Xiaoqiang was speechless, with veins throbbing on his forehead. He really didn't know what to say. Captain Su Ming is indeed a young man with many ideas, but they are a bit too bold. The idea of treating himself as a gamble, in particular, terrified him and made him feel extremely uneasy. If Wu Tianming, the chief of staff of the military region, were here and heard this, he would probably give him 2 big slaps on the spot. Have you forgotten what you told him before? I've repeatedly told you to take good care of Su Ming and protect him. And this is how you take care of him? Taking him to sell himself? Don't worry. Leave this coordination to me. I'm confident I can handle it. Su Ming put away his joking expression and said seriously, just watch my performance. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Let's get this straight first. Wang Xiaoqiang stared into Su Ming's eyes and solemnly instructed him, enunciating each word clearly. Under any circumstances, you absolutely, positively must not put yourself in danger. That's the bottom line, understand? Understood, I know what to do. Su Ming nodded, agreeing readily. All right then. Wang Xiaoqiang breathed a slight sigh of relief. In the meantime, let's coordinate with other units within the military region to determine the equipment and manpower shortages, and then we'll coordinate with other military regions. What are you still wasting your time on? Su Ming interrupted him directly, looking completely matter-of-fact. What's the point of attacking those dirt-poor units in our own military region when a big landlord is blatantly right in front of us? You know how meager our military region's combat units are. What kind of profit could they possibly make? Let's go to the Beijing military region to coordinate first. Wang Xiaoqiang was speechless, his lips twitching. He had truly underestimated the captain in front of him. Although young, he is truly ruthless and cruel. He had originally planned to slowly instill in Su Ming the philosophy and ideology of being a perfect commander that he had learned over decades of military service, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. The captain's awareness has surpassed that of his predecessors, making him far more ruthless and cunning than the seasoned veteran who has been around for decades. Then, that evening, Su Ming and Wang Xiaoqiang, carrying the coordination order issued by the General Staff, took Yu Lu, who had been urgently transferred from the 4th Company of the 5th Regiment, and boarded a military plane to head straight for the Beijing military region. As for why Yu Lu was brought along, because Yu Lu had experienced actual combat in the 4th Company, his aura was different from that of ordinary soldiers. Simply put, it's more rugged and imposing, making you look impressive when you take it out. Moreover, Yu Li's abilities were personally acknowledged by Su Ming, making him a truly promising talent. It's perfectly fine to take it to other military regions for demonstration. Beijing Military Region. Inside the headquarters building, in the office of the military region's chief of staff. A chief of staff with the rank of lieutenant general was sitting upright at his desk, holding a document he had just received. It was the coordination order issued by the general staff. Is this the plan for establishing a non-commissioned officer school proposed by that young fellow from the Tibetan military region? The lieutenant general carefully examined the document, a playful smile appearing on his lips. Interesting. As the chief of staff of a major military region, the rank is lieutenant general, while the chiefs of staff of the various group armies within the military region are major generals. This alone demonstrates the difference between a major military region and a deputy major military region. That foundation is truly different. Although both were military region chiefs of staff, Wu Tianming was like a younger brother to the lieutenant general. The lieutenant general merely glanced at the coordination order from the general staff, but had already made up his mind. Pass the word down. The lieutenant general closed the document and instructed the captain who was waiting nearby. Tell the units below that assistance to other military regions is only possible if they can coordinate well within their own units and ensure that it does not affect their normal operations. Don't try to be a hero or put on a show. Yes, sir. The captain stood at attention, saluted, and turned to leave. As an officer in the military region headquarters, he clearly understood the hidden meaning in the lieutenant general's words. As the senior military region, it is our bounden duty to help other military regions when they encounter difficulties or need assistance. But that doesn't mean you have to give someone whatever they want. The general staff only issued a coordination order. What does coordination mean? That means we should discuss it and take it slow. First, communicate with the 3 army groups below. We should welcome people from other military regions, but we should provide assistance within our capabilities and handle matters appropriately. In short, if there's no benefit, I won't do it. Just wait patiently. There's no use in rushing. Chapter 267, Su Ming's Prestige. The battalion commander calls him brother. Su Ming, Wang Xiaoqiang, and Yu Lu traveled on a military aircraft. After traveling thousands of kilometers, we finally arrived at the territory of the Beijing military region. A captain, a colonel, and a second lieutenant. It's quite an unusual combination for them to be together. The 3 arrived at their first stop, the reconnaissance battalion of the A Group Army of the Beijing military region. The Military Reconnaissance Battalion of the major military region is really something else. Their momentum is truly impressive. Yulu stood at the entrance of the Military Reconnaissance Battalion's camp, looking up at the impressive camp and facilities before him, and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. She looked just like Grandma Lu visiting the Grandview Garden, her eyes filled with novelty and awe. "Can't you be a little more sensible?" Wang Xiaoqiang scolded in a low voice with a stern face. "When you're out in the world, you don't just represent yourself, but our entire Tibet military region. What would it look like if people from other military regions saw you acting like you'd never seen the world before?" Despite saying that, Wang Xiaoqiang himself was secretly amazed as well. Although the lieutenant acted a bit pathetic, what he said was actually perfectly reasonable. The reconnaissance battalion directly under the command of the major military region's group army is indeed impressive. The camp construction, the equipment configuration, and the overall morale are truly exceptional. The Tibetan military region also has its own directly subordinate reconnaissance battalion. As a unit directly under the command of the military region headquarters, it spends all day in front of its superiors and is indeed full of energy and spirit, but compared to the one in front of us, it is still a little lacking. As is well known, there are two special battalions in an army group that are particularly wealthy and powerful. First, there's the Military Reconnaissance Battalion. Second, there's the Army Group's directly subordinate Guard Battalion. That's him. Su Ming looked at the camp gate in front of him, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Wishing us a successful first battle. The first battle must be a resounding success, otherwise it will be a huge blow to morale." The reason for choosing the Military Reconnaissance Battalion was not only because it was well-funded and well-equipped, but also because of Luo Mingji. Luo Mingji came from this Military Reconnaissance Battalion. As the saying goes, it's easier to get things done when you have connections. Su Ming was absolutely certain that the Military Reconnaissance Battalion was aware of his reputation and performance at the Army Academy. Moreover, Luo Mingji repeatedly said that he would definitely invite him to the military reconnaissance camp as a guest and treat him well if he had the chance. When the sentry on guard at the gate saw the unfamiliar trio, even though one of them was a senior colonel, his expression remained completely unchanged. His eyes remained fixed straight ahead, showing no sign of panic or the trembling, subservient demeanor one would expect upon seeing a high-ranking officer. This is the advantage of having a powerful organization behind you. A powerful unit can instill a strong sense of honor and high self-confidence in its soldiers. So what if he's a senior colonel? Do they know where they are? The A Group Army's directly subordinate reconnaissance battalion is undoubtedly the elite force beside the commander. Don't underestimate their battalion commander just because he's only a lieutenant colonel. He's no ordinary lieutenant colonel. He's the kind of person who can hang around in front of the Army Group commander every day. Even if it's a colonel coming from a lieutenant battalion commander, they still have to be polite to him. Even if a senior colonel comes, if he doesn't get along with the group or doesn't understand the rules, his own battalion commander can easily give him a hard time and find an excuse to avoid seeing him. That's right. It's that awesome. That's that prestigious. "Hello. Could you please help me register?" Su Ming stepped forward with a gentle smile on his face and took out the coordination order issued by the General Staff. "The three of us are from the Tibetan military region. This is the coordination document from the General Staff." At the same time, the three of them also took out their military officer IDs. No matter which unit you go to, unless it's your direct superior, registration is always an essential step. It's the rule. Tibet military region? Upon hearing this, the sentry glanced at the three men, carefully checked their officer IDs, registered them, and then picked up the phone to notify the battalion headquarters for confirmation. The camp did issue a notice that officers from the Tibetan military region might come to coordinate work in the next few days, and that they should be informed of that. To the sentry's surprise, the people arrived so quickly. The sentry completed the registration and returned the officer's ID to the three men. Not long after, a burly figure strode out of the camp. "The brothers from the Tibetan military region came to my reconnaissance battalion, making my humble place shine with honor. Ha!" A hearty laugh echoed from afar, full of energy, making one's eardrums buzz. The visitor was none other than Pang Yuanji, the Lieutenant Colonel Battalion Commander of the Reconnaissance Battalion of Army Group A. When the veterans on guard at the gate saw that their own battalion commander had come out to greet them in person, their eyes widened in disbelief. What's going on? These three people from the Tibetan military region have such a lot of influence that their battalion commander personally came out to greet them? I didn't expect the battalion commander of the Reconnaissance Battalion of Army Group A to be so enthusiastic. Seeing this setup, Wang Xiaoqiang was pleasantly surprised. The atmosphere was already so good right from the start, which made things easier to discuss later. A sense of smugness welled up inside him. See, after decades in the military, it still has an effect. He's a senior colonel after all. He still has face to save. If it weren't for him leading the way, would the battalion commander of the Military Reconnaissance Battalion, with just Su Ming and Yu Lu, one a captain and the other a second lieutenant, give them such a smile? Just as I was happily thinking this to myself, reality slapped me in the face the next second. Peng Yuanji merely nodded to Wang Xiaoqiang as a greeting, his face bearing a polite but distant smile. The next second, he walked straight to Su Ming's side, patted Su Ming's shoulder very enthusiastically, and hugged and embraced him, acting as if he had met a good brother he had known for many years. Brother Su Ming. Peng. Yuanji chuckled and looked at Su Ming as if he were his own precious darling. Daji has mentioned to me many times how you took care of him at the Army Academy. Today, on behalf of him and our Military Reconnaissance Battalion, I, Peng Yuanji, thank you. Luo Mingji was a member of his Military Reconnaissance Battalion. He went to the Army Academy for further studies, so he was naturally well aware of any major events that happened at the Academy. Therefore, Su Ming's glorious deeds at the Army Academy. He was well aware of everything, from his outstanding performance in the simulation exercise to being treated differently by the dean. I was amazed. I never imagined that such a prominent figure would emerge from the field army after so many years, especially coming from such a remote and desolate place as the Tibetan military region. It was truly astonishing. Commander Peng, you're too kind. Su Ming smiled broadly and replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. Daji and I are brothers. It's only right that we look after each other. I've long heard Daji say that Battalion Commander Peng is dignified and forthright, the most handsome battalion commander in the A Group Army. Meeting him today, I can confirm that he truly lives up to his reputation. Su Ming didn't hold back in offering his praise. Since they've given him plenty of face, he naturally has to reciprocate in kind. Social etiquette applies everywhere. Ha! Hearing this, Peng Yuanji was even happier, laughing heartily, his face crinkling into a wide grin. Come, guests are always welcome. Stay at my reconnaissance camp today, and I'll treat you to the best food and drink. Peng Yuanji enthusiastically pulled Su Ming's arm and walked towards the camp, treating Su Ming as a distinguished guest. As for Yu Lu and Wang Xiaoqiang standing to the side, Wang Xiaoqiang was a senior colonel, and Peng Yuanji even gave him a smile as a greeting. As for that lieutenant, who does he think he is? He was completely ignored. Yu Lu and Wang Xiaoqiang watched enviously as Su Ming was warmly welcomed inside, while they were left standing to the side, looking at each other with a sense of frustration. Minister Wang, Yu Lu muttered softly, her tone tinged with grievance. Was it a bit redundant for the two of us to come? Although Wang Xiaoqiang has stepped down from his position as head of the training department, Yu Lu still habitually refers to him as Director Wang. Stop talking nonsense and go inside, Wang Xiaoqiang said with a stern face, though he was also somewhat annoyed inside. This is power. What is power? This is power. I never expected that Su Ming, a mere captain, would have such a big reputation. He even has such influence in the Military Reconnaissance Battalion of the Beijing military region. It's truly remarkable. Inside the meeting room, Peng Yuanji treated Su Ming as if he were a distinguished guest. Brother, you've come at the perfect time, Peng Yuanji said cheerfully, sitting in the main seat and patting the table. The tea I just bought a couple of days ago has arrived. It's top-quality Longjing tea. The taste is simply amazing. You're in luck today. In a short time, Peng Yuanji's straightforward personality and Su Ming's temperament suited him very well, and the two began to call each other brothers, behaving as warmly as if they had known each other for years. As for Yu Lu and Wang Xiaoqiang, The lieutenant colonel considered them superfluous. Why are you getting involved in this nonsense? Correspondent. Pang Yuanji shouted outside. Bring out some tea. Bring out my best tea leaves. To entertain our distinguished guest. Brother. Su Ming didn't stand on ceremony and went straight to the point. I've come here specifically to ask for your help. Oh, what kind of help? Tell me about it. Pang Yuanji became interested. Brother, I'm currently in charge of setting up a non-commissioned officer school, and we're short of equipment and teaching staff, Su Ming said earnestly, looking into Pang Yuanji's eyes. Could you do me a favor and help out in this urgent situation? Brother, Pang Yuanji waved his hand, pounding his chest loudly, and said with great pride. Just because we hit it off immediately, and because you took such good care of our reconnaissance battalion at the Army Academy, I definitely have to help you with this. Tell me, what equipment do you want? What kind of people do you need? If it's within my power, Pang Yuanji will do it without hesitation. Wang Xiaoqiang, who was standing to the side, was stunned, his eyes wide open. Really? Cross-military region coordination is that simple? How could a mere captain like Su Ming persuade the battalion commander of the Military Reconnaissance Battalion to offer selfless assistance with just a few words? That's way too easy. After hearing Pang Yuanji's words, Su Ming didn't hesitate. He took out a list from his briefcase, handed it over, and stated the number of personnel and equipment he needed. Hiss. Even though Pang Yuanji was a man who had seen the world, he was still shocked by Su Ming's outrageous demands and gasped in astonishment. They immediately mentioned a number of 50 officers, along with some extremely valuable equipment in the field of information and communication. Although this is for the overall needs of the entire Army Group A, when divided among all units, each unit needs to send at least 4 to 5 officers. The equipment is precious, and the officers cherish it just as much. These are the backbone of their respective units. Brother, Pang Yuanji put down the list, his enthusiasm waning slightly, and his tone becoming serious. Although I really want to help you, there's not much I can do to help with this quantity. I'm just a small military reconnaissance battalion commander. I don't have the authority to coordinate the movement of personnel and equipment across the entire Army Group. I really can't help you with this, brother. After saying that, Pang Yuanji looked at the messenger who was about to brew tea and waved his hand, saying, Hey you, don't brew the tea yet. The meaning behind these words is quite clear. They're telling people to leave. Wang Xiaoqiang's heart sank. Sure enough, he knew things weren't that simple. These unit commanders are all shrewd and capable. It's simply impossible for them to coordinate officers and equipment with just a few words. No matter how good the relationship or how deep the friendship, when faced with the tangible interests of coordinating personnel and equipment, they all become meaningless and can easily dissolve. Brother, let me finish what I have to say. Su Ming still had a smile on his face. His expression was very calm, as if he had expected this. The sergeant school will be able to train a new sergeant system. As the big brother, the A Group Army is willing to help us, so we must also express our sincerity. We can't take advantage of the big brother for nothing, can we? Pang Yuanji remained silent, simply picking up his teacup and taking a sip, clearly indicating he wouldn't act until he saw the benefits. We can give a batch of the first batch of trainees to Army Group A. Su Ming first threw out the first bait, holding up a few fingers to show how many he could get. As for how many your military reconnaissance battalion can get, that depends on your own ability and efforts. These decisions were made by the Army Group headquarters, Pang Yuanji said calmly, his expression remaining unmoved. I don't have the authority to make those decisions. The attitude is obvious. This benefit didn't sway him. Isn't it just a non-commissioned officer school? What? You can build it, but our Army Group can't. Just look at the resources of the Tibetan military region. What kind of success can a place that's dirt poor possibly achieve? Brother is right. The number of trainees does indeed have to be decided by the Army Group headquarters. Su Ming nodded, then changed the subject. However, I can help you decide on the number of training slots for the new type of sniper. A new type of sniper? Upon hearing this, Pang Yuanji's eyes finally changed, and his interest was piqued. Chapter 268 One Shot Subdues the Military Reconnaissance Battalion. What? You're saying snipers can shoot down tanks? A sniper who operates independently, detached from the squad or platoon. Unbeatable marksmanship. The snipers you trained have dominated the top 10 in your military region's competitions. A sniper with flexible, solo tactics. After listening to Su Ming's detailed explanation of the concept of the new type of sniper, Peng Yuanji was completely stunned, his eyes wide open. But while they were stunned, they were even more suspicious. Snipers are not uncommon. His reconnaissance battalion also has snipers, and more than one. But Su Ming made a sniper sound so mysterious. It can fight tanks, has individual tactics, and can operate independently. He expressed strong skepticism, even finding it somewhat absurd. Why don't you just say that the snipers you train can fire missiles? As for the so-called snipers trained by Su Ming dominating the top 10 in the military region skills competition, the results of the military region skills competition depend entirely on the quality of the soldiers sent to participate. How many people does your Tibet military region have? At most, it's only the size of an army group. How much talent can you possibly have? How about trying the Beijing military region instead? 3 army groups, all 3 of them, sent personnel to participate in the military region skills competition. That's what makes a competition truly valuable, and only the top 10 are considered to have real skills. Although he was full of doubts, it didn't mean that Peng Yuanji had no interest. He has a problem. People are naturally interested in good things, especially military talent. Battalion Commander Peng, our instructor, was the #1 in our military region skills competition back then. Yu Lu, standing nearby, spoke up at the opportune moment, praising without a hint of modesty. His marksmanship absolutely deserves the title of divine skill. I've seen it with my own eyes. It's absolutely amazing. Su Ming did not feign modesty in response. He simply smiled faintly. At this point, there's no need for humility. When it comes to ability, being humble only makes people think you're insecure. Brother, I really didn't know that. Peng Yuanji became interested, his eyes darting around as he said with a smile. Coincidentally, I have a few guys in my camp who are decent marksmen. How about showing off their skills to your older brother? Let's see what it's really like. No matter how much you talk, it's more convincing to show your strength. As for demonstrating how to fight tanks, there's neither the need nor the means right now. But a sniper capable of taking down tanks must have excellent marksmanship. Let's check their marksmanship first. Brother, then I'll make a fool of myself. Su Ming nodded, his tone relaxed. Walk. Peng Yuanji waved his hand and led Su Ming and the other 2 to the training ground of the military reconnaissance camp. On the training ground, the soldiers of the military reconnaissance battalion were training intensely, creating a lively atmosphere. As a reconnaissance battalion directly under Army Group A, it must be said that the soldiers here have a really good morale. He was tall and burly, with a resolute face and an overwhelming masculine aura. If they stood in formation and marched in step, their imposing presence would be no less than that of the 3 armed forces honor guard. Of course, the soldiers who can come here are not just pretty faces. Each and every one of them is a real strongman. However, the reconnaissance battalions of each military region don't actually have a very good reputation. They are almost identical to special forces, both being professional poachers. They're all people who see talented people in other companies and want to poach them from their own. In addition, the special status of the military reconnaissance battalion makes it very effective at poaching personnel, which is why it is disliked by some division-level combat units. In their minds, the military reconnaissance battalion and the special forces were all the same. Neither of them were good people. They couldn't resist seeing the good soldiers of other places. Luo Bing. Upon arriving at the center of the training field, Peng Yuanji shouted at the top of his lungs. Arrive! A lean and fit lieutenant ran over quickly upon hearing the noise. His steps were steady and his eyes were sharp, clearly indicating that he was a trained fighter. Luo Bing is the best sniper in our military reconnaissance battalion, Peng Yuanji introduced to Su Ming, his tone tinged with pride. He studied at the GL Army Academy for 2 years, majoring in sniping. After saying that, he instructed Luo Bing, go and get 2 sniper rifles. Make sure they're properly adjusted. Yes. Soon, Luo Bing brought over 2 brand new Type 88 sniper rifles, their bodies gleaming with a cold, eerie light. Peng Yuanji took an 88 sniper rifle, picked it up, and aimed it himself. He felt it was pretty good, then handed it to Su Ming and said, "Brother, it's all set. Shoot with confidence. Do whatever you want." Upon hearing this, Su Ming smiled but did not reach out to take it. Instead, he said to Yu Lu beside him, "Lieutenant Yu, take the gun." Yu Lu immediately stepped forward, solemnly took the Type 88 sniper rifle from Pang Yuanji, and examined it with great interest, his eyes full of excitement. He was still using the Type 85 sniper rifle in the 4th Company. I had heard that the Snow Wolf Special Forces of the military region used such high-end equipment, but I never expected that he would be able to use it today. "Brother, what's going on?" Pang Yuanji looked at Su Ming with a puzzled expression, his brows furrowed slightly. Wasn't it supposed to be Su Ming who would take action? Why is a lieutenant getting the gun? "Brother, he's a soldier I trained myself," Su Ming explained with a smile. "My demonstration is less convincing than his." "That's true." Pang Yuanji nodded, but there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his heart. Is this a disrespect towards his military reconnaissance battalion? At this point, instead of taking action themselves, they sent out an unknown lieutenant. "Aren't you afraid of losing and capsizing? You're that confident?" "Luo Bing." Pang Yuanji turned to his soldiers, his tone becoming more serious. "Give a good welcome to the brothers from the Tibetan military region. Show them your true skills, and don't embarrass our military reconnaissance battalion." "Yes, battalion commander," Luo Bing responded, turning his gaze to Yu Lu and giving him a casual look up and down. He looked at the dark-faced lieutenant in front of him with utter disdain. Seeing the dark-faced lieutenant so captivated by a mere sniper rifle, so utterly enamored, only fueled his disdain. He really is a country bumpkin, completely unsophisticated. How strong can such an opponent be? "What subject should we take?" Luo Bing asked, raising his head. "How about a bottle toss?" Pang Yuanji thought for a moment and proposed a competition. 500 meters, bottle toss, see who hits the most. "Any questions?" "Report, no problem," Luo Bing said first, very confident, even a little eager to try. "Report, I have no problem either." Yu Lu turned his gaze away from the gun and answered calmly. "Brother, do whatever makes you happy," Su Ming said with a smile, his expression relaxed as if it were none of his business. Soon, soldiers from the military reconnaissance battalion brought over 2 boxes of empty wine bottles and neatly stacked them to the side. "Everything is ready." Luo Bing and Yu Lu each found a good spot, lay prone on the ground, and assumed a prone aiming and shooting posture. This project was about who could hit the most bottles. As for determining who hit him, it's quite simple. The person who fired the shot knew what was going on, and the onlookers, watching closely, also knew what was going on. "Start." At Pang Yuanji's command, an empty wine bottle was thrown into the air by a soldier 500 meters away, tracing an arc in the sunlight. This project is like shooting at a moving target 500 meters away. It's extremely difficult. Through the scope, Luo Bing calmly aimed at the flying bottle, held his breath, and placed his finger on the trigger, ready to fire at the perfect moment. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, bang! Gunshots rang out nearby, and Yu Lu fired the first shot. Snap! 500 meters away, the bottle that had just reached its highest point shattered, its fragments flying everywhere as it was struck and destroyed in midair. This shot stunned Luo Bing, as well as the group of military reconnaissance soldiers watching from the sidelines. Luo Bing was the best sniper in their military reconnaissance battalion. When he was studying at the Special Command Department of the Army Academy, he specialized in sniping and was the king of guns in their hearts. As it turned out, the first shot was fired by a second lieutenant from the Tibetan military region. From aiming to pulling the trigger, that time, at most a fraction of a second, right? So fast. Damn, so fast. Luo Bing gritted his teeth, feeling extremely dissatisfied. In his view, it must have been luck, a lucky break. Immediately afterwards, a second bottle was thrown into the air. Luo Bing had just locked onto his target and was preparing to fire when, bang! Yu Lu, who was standing next to him, got there a step faster than him. Snap! 500 meters away, the second bottle shattered again, hitting the target once more. In a short time, Yu Lu hit both of his shots perfectly, while Luo Bing didn't even have a chance to fire a single shot. Luck, it must be luck. This kid is really lucky. Luo Bing kept reassuring himself, but cold sweat was already starting to appear on his forehead. Soon, the third bottle was thrown. This time, Luo Bing was smarter. He didn't hesitate and pulled the trigger first. Bang! However, the shot missed, the bullet grazing the bottle as it flew past. Immediately afterwards, Yuli's gunshot rang out. Snap! The bottle broke. Although Luo Bing fired first, he missed. The bottle was hit by Yu Lu instead. In a short time, Yu Lu had already taken the lead with 3 shots. Damn it! How could he be both fast and accurate? 3 shots in a row? This can't be explained by luck alone. Luo Bing began to have some doubts about life. Even he couldn't achieve this level of skill. How could a second lieutenant from a godforsaken place like the Tibetan military region possibly do it? Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out continuously, each shot crisp and clean. One bottle after another was shattered by Yu Lu with pinpoint accuracy, almost without missing a beat. On Luo Bing's side, his mentality had completely collapsed. The more he fired, the more anxious he became, and the more anxious he became, the less he could hit his target. After more than a dozen shots, he only managed to hit 2 or 3 targets. Stop! Finally, after Yu Lu easily hit the 10th bottle, Pang Yuanji shouted for a stop. There's no point in continuing the competition. The best sniper in their own military reconnaissance battalion was no match for this lieutenant from the Tibetan military region. The difference in their abilities was too great. All 10 shots hit the target. Each shot took only a fraction of a second from aiming to firing and hitting the target. What does this mean? This shows that Yu Li's strength is extremely stable, frighteningly so. Looking at Luo Bing, he only hit 3 out of 10 shots, and he had completely lost his composure and was mentally exhausted. Continuing the competition will only embarrass him further, and it's pointless. Snap, snap, snap. Pang Yuanji led the applause, his face full of amazement. He misjudged this time. He didn't expect that this unassuming, dark-skinned, and thin lieutenant would actually have such amazing marksmanship. He was truly impressive. This one move alone is enough to allow this lieutenant to gain a foothold in their military reconnaissance battalion and stand out from the crowd. Now, Pang Yuanji was beginning to believe what Su Ming had said before. If the snipers he trained are this good, then wouldn't Su Ming himself be even stronger? You only took a fraction of a second from locking on to firing. How did you do that? Luo Bing couldn't help but step forward and ask, his eyes filled with resentment and longing. He lost, and he can afford to lose. It's embarrassing, but it's even more embarrassing to be unable to accept defeat. It also damages one's character. He was eager to know how this dark-faced lieutenant had trained. As long as you can withstand our instructor's grueling training, you can do it too, Yu Lu said calmly, glancing at him. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene of training under Su Ming involuntarily flashed into his mind, and he couldn't help but shudder. He still feels lingering fear when he recalls those days. That was not a life fit for humans. It was hell. Your instructors? Luo Bing asked with a puzzled look, following Yu Li's gaze to Su Ming. He's our instructor. Yu Lu pointed at Su Ming, his eyes filled with admiration and awe, and said from the bottom of his heart, our instructor is much better than me. He can easily do this kind of prone shooting competition while standing. Moreover, our instructor can also use quick scoping. No one can beat him. Standing and shooting? Flick shot. Luo Bing looked at Su Ming with suspicion and couldn't help but glance at him a few more times, muttering to himself. When did such an amazing person emerge from the Tibetan military region? I've never heard of him before. Flick shot. Isn't that something you only see in games? Can you dump someone in real life? Brother, come on, show me what you've got. Seeing how mysterious Yu Lu was talking, Pang Yuanji couldn't help but let his eyes light up. That's overhyped, isn't it? And you're even talking about quick scoping. I absolutely have to see it for myself today. Su Ming smiled slightly, did not refuse, stepped forward, and took the sniper rifle from Yu Lu, weighing it in his hand. Then, in front of everyone, he stood there straight, without lying down or crouching, and he didn't even bring the scope close to his eyes. Throw the bottles up, Su Ming said calmly. With a wave of his hand, Pang Yuanji sent a soldier hurling a wine bottle into the air from 500 meters away. Su Ming picked up the gun, his gaze sweeping over its barrel. He barely made a aiming motion, simply standing there, raising his hand. Bang! As the gunshot rang out, A bottle 500 meters away exploded, sending shards flying everywhere. The whole process took less than a second. Many of the onlookers hadn't even had time to react before the bottle shattered. Brother, I'm sorry for showing off. Su Ming put down his gun, smiled at Pang Yuanji, and said in a relaxed tone as if he were saying that the weather was nice today. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. Then, a burst of enthusiastic applause and exclamations erupted. Holy crap, this actually works? Standing and shooting at a moving target at 500 meters? Is that even human? Am I seeing things? Is this for real? Where's the flick shot? Didn't you say it was going to be a flick shot? I haven't seen one yet. Pang Yuanji was stunned for several seconds before he finally came to his senses. He took a deep breath and his gaze towards Su Ming had completely changed. From initial skepticism to shock just now, and now, fanaticism. Brother, Pang Yuanji grabbed Su Ming's arm, his voice trembling with excitement. Let's talk about that new type of sniper training spot. Right now, that shot completely won him over. This powerful sniper rifle is enough to make the entire capital region unable to raise its head. The soldiers of the military reconnaissance battalion were also deeply shocked. They looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Is this the marksmanship of a human? Someone muttered to themselves. That's insane. He's not even human. Seeing the dumbfounded and unsophisticated expressions on the faces of the soldiers from the military reconnaissance battalion of the major military region, Yulu secretly felt contempt. So this is the level of mental fortitude the soldiers in the military reconnaissance battalion of the major military region possess. They have such a low tolerance for stress, making a big fuss over nothing. If they were to witness firsthand how their instructors train them, wouldn't they faint on the spot? Chapter 269 alarmed the general staff. Things have gone a bit too far. 10 new sniper training slots for 5 officers? And they'll even include a drone. After hearing Su Ming's offer, Pang Yuanji's eyes widened like saucers, and he waved his hands repeatedly. No way, no way, that's too outrageous. At most, I'll give you 2 officers, don't even think about drones. Upon hearing Su Ming's offer, Pang Yuanji was utterly shocked. This deal was absolutely out of the question. Every officer was a precious gem he had painstakingly trained, the backbone of his military reconnaissance battalion. Changing them like this would be a huge loss. Brother, listen to me. Su Ming calmly picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said with a smile, there are only so many spots available for this new type of sniper training in the entire army. I'm giving your reconnaissance battalion this number entirely because of Luo Mingji's influence, and also because of the instant rapport I have with you, brother. This number, Pang Yuanji glared at him. You only gave our military reconnaissance battalion this much, and you dare to say you're taking care of us? You should speak with a clear conscience. Su Ming held up several fingers and analyzed them one by one. Brother, do the math. This quota is open to the entire Beijing military region. Your military region has 3 group armies, so if it's divided equally, each group army can only get this many slots. Brother, your military reconnaissance battalion alone takes up a quarter of the area. Isn't that enough to take care of us? Upon hearing this, Pang Yuanji pondered for a moment, nodded, and his expression softened slightly. A quarter of the new sniper positions were given to their family, which truly reflects an extraordinary bond. That's quite a show of respect. But there are too many officers. Pang Yuanji was still unwilling and frowned as he bargained. Our battalion only has 2 drones in total. We usually treat them like precious gems. If we give you 1, how will my battalion train? Fewer, even fewer. Brother, this is already a friendly price. There's no room for negotiation. Su Ming put down his teacup, leaned closer, and lowered his voice to say, if it were the guard battalion, this number of officers and equipment would only get you 1 training spot for a new type of sniper, not 2. Here, Su Ming deliberately threw out the words, guard battalion, his eyes carrying a meaningful look. The relationship between the reconnaissance battalion and the guard battalion, as 2 directly subordinate battalions of the army group, is visibly delicate. You can't stand me, and I can't stand you. Both families spend all their time hanging around in front of the commander, each trying to make a good impression on the army group commander, gain more favor, and secure more resources. The two sides are absolute competitors. You could say they are mortal enemies. So, when Su Ming mentioned the guard battalion intentionally or unintentionally, Pang Yuanji's brows furrowed instantly, and a hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes. Brother, here's what we've got. Pang Yuanji slapped his thigh and said directly, give me that spot that was supposed to be for the guard battalion too. 5 officers plus a drone, I agree. If the guard battalion gets this spot, it will be a huge threat to their military reconnaissance battalion. If the guard battalion has new snipers, they will have more opportunities to impress their superiors. Conversely, the guard battalion didn't get it, but his reconnaissance battalion seized the opportunity. Once the new type of sniper is trained, it's only a matter of time before they are rewarded for their merits. Then, Pang Yuanji will have the confidence to speak in front of the leader. The army group commander would also highly praise him as the commander of the military reconnaissance battalion, and the entire military reconnaissance battalion would benefit from this, thus completely dominating the guard battalion. Brother, this puts me in a difficult position. Su Ming looked troubled, his brows furrowed slightly. Luo Mingji is my brother, that's true, but Dai Ming is also my brother. He's from the A Group Army's guard battalion. Both are my brothers. If I show favoritism, how can I face people in the future? Brother, you're wrong about that. Pang Yuanji was getting impatient and leaned forward. I heard from Daji that Daji was the first person to become your brother. Speaking of which, our military reconnaissance battalion is much closer to you than the guard battalion, right? Besides, you'll be going back to Tibet after you've finished coordinating the mission. You'll be far from the emperor's reach, so why would you care about these things? Su Ming shook his head and looked at Pang Yuanji with a serious expression. No. Brother, you've misunderstood me. What I mean is, you have to pay more. Pang Yuanji was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, pointing at Su Ming and cursing. Good lad. You were waiting for me here. Fine, I'll add it. In the end, after a round of intense bargaining, Su Ming and the lieutenant colonel battalion commander of the military reconnaissance battalion finally finalized the cooperation. 2 training slots for new snipers in exchange for 6 officers, a drone, and a batch of supporting equipment. The first battle was a great success, a resounding victory. When Su Ming and his 2 companions left the military reconnaissance camp, Pang Yuanji personally saw them off at the gate, holding Su Ming's hand with reluctance, wishing he could keep them there on the spot. What a windfall! Stepping out of the military reconnaissance battalion's camp, Wang Xiaoqiang grinned from ear to ear as he looked at the signed coordination agreement in his hand. The military reconnaissance battalion is indeed rolling in money. This sum alone has solved 1/5 of our shortfall. Although he had served in the military for so many years and participated in countless coordination missions, Su Ming's performance this time truly impressed him. That was done so beautifully. It's like they sold someone out and then helped them count the money. Working with such cadres is such a pleasant experience. As for the battalion commander of the military reconnaissance battalion, he ignored him from beginning to end. So what? They weren't from the same military region. After coordinating the tasks, they went back and never saw each other again. Wang Xiaoqiang, a senior colonel, still has some magnanimity. Where do we go next? Wang Xiaoqiang put away the agreement and asked with great interest. How about going to the T Division of Army Group A? That's a famous rapid reaction division of Army Group A, a main force, so the equipment must be top-notch. Before arriving, Wang Xiaoqiang conducted as much research as possible on various units within the 3 group armies of the Beijing military region. Coordinating equipment and personnel naturally requires going to well-off units. Going to impoverished places would be a waste of time. No matter how rich the T Division is, can it be as rich as the Guard Battalion? Su Ming asked without turning his head. This question completely baffled Wang Xiaoqiang. No, didn't you just promise Battalion Commander Pang that you wouldn't do this business with the Guard Battalion? Wang Xiaoqiang asked, looking bewildered. Yes, that's right. Su Ming turned around, looking completely matter-of-fact. I did promise myself that I wouldn't do this business with the Guard Battalion. But I didn't promise you that I wouldn't do this business with the Guard Battalion. Wang Xiaoqiang was stunned. A few seconds later, his lips twitched, and he uttered 2 words. You're ruthless. Wang Xiaoqiang fell silent. He suddenly realized that, Despite being a senior colonel who had served in the military for decades, his intelligence and emotional intelligence were both suppressed in front of Su Ming. The captain's move completely outmaneuvered both the guard battalion and the reconnaissance battalion. What if Battalion Commander Pang goes to the guard battalion and tells them about this? Yulu scratched his head and asked a question he felt was very necessary. Fool. Su Ming turned around and glared at him, his tone filled with disappointment and frustration. Can't you see the relationship between the military reconnaissance battalion and the guard battalion? As long as we haven't left the Beijing military region, Pang Yuanji will absolutely not tell the guard battalion about this. He'd rather the guard battalion didn't know, because he's worried that if the battalion commander found out, he'd come to us and try to take his spot. After a pause, Su Ming continued, "What did I teach you when I was training you? You had to use your brains and analyze things. Have you forgotten all that now?" "I'm sorry, instructor, it's my fault. Yulu quickly admitted his mistake, his head almost touching his chest. Anyone who has trained under Su Ming knows that in front of the instructor, you can act incompetent, but you absolutely cannot act stupid. Even if you're not very good at it, you can improve through training. But if someone is stupid, the instructors think they're beyond redemption. Therefore, Su Ming and his two companions split into two groups. No, to be precise, they changed their tactics and came to the guard battalion again. It was the same routine as before. This time, Wang Xiaoqiang represented the battalion commander in discussing this deal. Su Ming and Yu Lu acted as tools, responsible for demonstrating their skills and proving the value of the new type of sniper. The battalion commander of the guard battalion, a man as burly as Pang Yuanji, was stunned after witnessing Yu Li's marksmanship and Su Ming's amazing standing flick shot. Without saying a word, he agreed to the terms. That's all. In just 3 days, the three men traveled to all the main combat units of Army Group A and made great progress, signing a large number of coordination agreements. Immediately afterwards, they used the same tactic to rush to 2 other army groups. In the end, the coordination task was completed smoothly. In just 9 days, all the teaching staff and equipment needed to establish the sergeant school were coordinated and put in place. Inside the Beijing Military Region guest house. I never expected this. I really never expected this. Wang Xiaoqiang sat on the sofa, flipping through a thick stack of agreements, his face filled with disbelief. They filled all the gaps in equipment and training personnel so quickly. With this quantity, we don't even need to coordinate personnel and equipment from other units within our own military region. 9 days ago, he was still losing sleep over the huge shortage of teaching staff and equipment at the sergeant school. Upon learning that the general staff had only issued orders for them to come to the Beijing military region and coordinate with various units, he was almost in despair. In his view, even with some effort and without persistent pleading and wasting several months, there would be no progress at all. Unexpectedly, it was all done in just 9 days. All of this is thanks to Su Ming. It must be said that Su Ming is very good at business and has a great talent for it. What use are those meager sums in our military region's various units? Su Ming leaned back in his chair and said lazily, "From the very beginning, I never expected our military region to provide personnel or equipment." "So your initial target was other military regions?" Wang Xiaoqiang looked at him in surprise. Su Ming nodded and said, "More or less. How could the general staff not know the situation in our military region? Now that the establishment of the non-commissioned officer school has been approved, it should naturally be the best. Otherwise, what's the point of going through all this trouble?" Yulu leaned against the window, gazing at the camp outside, and sighed. The Beijing military region is really rich. The grassroots combat units have all been equipped with new assault rifles and sniper rifles. The main battle tanks are also the latest models, and many other pieces of equipment are the newest. I wonder when it will be our Tibetan military region's turn. Yulu has really broadened his horizons during this trip to the Beijing military region. At the same time, they were also deeply impressed by the wealth and power of the Beijing military region. I wonder when they, the military region of Tibet, will get this kind of treatment. Just wait patiently. Su Ming comforted her with a smile. That day will come. Let's build the sergeant school first, and everything else will follow. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Is Colonel Wang Xiaoqiang here? Your internal phone number is at the front desk. Internal phone? Wang Xiaoqiang's expression instantly turned serious, and he immediately got up and walked out. An internal telephone line is a dedicated telephone line from within the field army. People who call the internal line at this time are not ordinary people. Wang Xiaoqiang strode into the confidential room, took a deep breath, and picked up the microphone. Hello, this is Wang Xiaoqiang. Wang Xiaoqiang. The familiar, slightly urgent voice of Wu Tianming, Chief of Staff of the Tibet Military Region, came from the other end of the phone. Has the coordination task been completed? Reporting to the Chief of Staff, it's done. Wang Xiaoqiang immediately straightened his back and replied, his tone tinged with pride. I didn't expect the Military Region Chief of Staff to call here personally. It seems he cares about them a lot. He completed the mission so successfully in such a short time. The Chief of Staff of the Military Region will surely praise him highly. Although he didn't have much to do with the credit. Unexpectedly, the next second, a deafening roar came from the phone. You're done, and you'd better get back here right now. Do you even know what you three have done? It's already reached the General Staff. What are you still doing there? Waiting for me to go and fish you three out. Major General Wu Tianming was furious, and his voice was so loud that even the officer next to him couldn't help but shrink back. He knew that coordinating personnel and equipment across military regions was difficult, but he never expected that these three would pull off such a bizarre maneuver. They used the quotas for new snipers to do business with various combat units. They were just trying to do business, but they resorted to swindling and deception, managing to cheat everyone in the three army groups of the Beijing military region. In the end, the news even reached the General Staff. If the General Staff hadn't called him, he wouldn't have known that these three could pull off such elaborate schemes across military regions. If it weren't for that senior officer from the General Staff speaking up, saying, these young guys are quite interesting, don't make things difficult for them. Otherwise, the three of them would probably be locked up in a dark room right now. In more serious cases, they could even be detained and prevented from leaving. He didn't care whether Yu Lu and Wang Xiaoqiang came back or not. But Su Ming was his precious treasure in the Tibetan military region, and he absolutely could not lose him. That's why the Major General made the call personally. Yes, Chief of Staff. We'll return to the military region immediately. Wang Xiaoqiang was jolted awake by the shout and quickly assured them. Seeing the Major General so angry, he didn't dare to bargain, let alone ask why. I was just a little puzzled. Why are you getting angry for no reason? Why can't we talk things out properly? They successfully completed their mission. After hanging up the phone, Wang Xiaoqiang ran back to his room and urgently shouted to Su Ming and Yu Lu, quick, pack your things. Let's get out of here right now. Now. Yu Lu was packing her luggage, looking puzzled. Didn't we agree to leave first thing tomorrow morning? It's so late already. The Chief of Staff called, Wang Xiaoqiang urged, not bothering to explain. If we don't leave now, we might not be able to leave at all. Hurry, act fast. Upon hearing this, Su Ming revealed a meaningful smile, slowly stood up, and patted his clothes. All right, it seems we've gone a bit too far. Chapter 270, another first-class merit award in hand. Tibetan military region. The atmosphere was somber in the Chief of Staff's office in the headquarters building. Wang Xiaoqiang, how come I never noticed you had so many tricks up your sleeve before? Major General Wu Tianming sat behind his desk, tapping his fingers on the surface, making a tap-tap sound. So, it seems our Tibet military region has restricted your abilities? You think you can do whatever you want once you're in another military region? Wang Xiaoqiang stood in front of his desk, head down, barely daring to breathe. I told you to coordinate, but you went and openly did business. And you even dared to scam 3 army groups in one go. Where did you get the guts? If it weren't for a high-ranking official from the General Staff speaking up, you'd all be in solitary confinement right now, understand? The 3 had just returned from the Beijing military region and hadn't even settled in when Wang Xiaoqiang was summoned to the Chief of Staff's office and given a severe dressing down. Su Ming is now standing at the door, waiting for the Major General's summons. As for Yu Lu, a mere second lieutenant, the Major General couldn't be bothered with him at all. He also knew that Yu Lu wouldn't play a leading role in this matter. He was just a gopher. Chief of Staff, please calm down. It's not that serious, is it? Wang Xiaoqiang said cautiously, looking aggrieved. Although their coordination efforts this time were not very ethical, they still made some sacrifices. It's not like we got something for nothing. We traded a spot for a new type of sniper. It's a fair trade. Besides, this wasn't his instruction, so what does it have to do with him? It was all Su Ming's idea from beginning to end. Not serious? Wu Tianming sneered. Do you really think the people at the Beijing Military Region Command are blind? They don't know what you've been doing. They're just turning a blind eye and too lazy to bother with you. The Major General was truly astonished. This cross-military region coordination work really broadened his horizons. It's like a toad turning into a frog, ugly but incredibly clever. Wang Xiaoqiang carefully forced a smile. Chief of Staff, don't be angry. Isn't this all so that the sergeant school can get on the right track as soon as possible? Look, the coordination of teaching staff and equipment this time has completely exceeded expectations. Our own military region doesn't need to provide training personnel or key equipment anymore. The Beijing military region has taken care of everything. In Wang Xiaoqiang's view, this was a huge victory, wasn't it? The Beijing military region was instructed to provide teaching staff and key equipment to support the Tibet military region in establishing a non-commissioned officer school. Using other people's money to help yourself improve is incredibly lucrative. The chief of staff kept harping on about it. It's too small. The scope is too narrow. Was I scolding you for doing business with other companies? Wu Tianming glared at him, his tone becoming even harsher. I don't think you realize the seriousness of the matter. What did I tell you before you went? Huh? Wang Xiaoqiang was completely confused and didn't react. Wu Tianming spoke slowly and deliberately, his finger almost poking Wang Xiaoqiang's face. I'm telling you to keep an eye on Su Ming. Keep an eye on Su Ming. Is that all you see it as? I'm not worried about you being detained. At most, you'll be put in solitary confinement for a few days, and they'll still let you come back. But what if we detain him? Huh? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoqiang was completely dumbfounded, frozen in place. I never expected Chief of Staff to be like this. Sure enough, love can fade away. Everything he did before was in vain. It turns out that from beginning to end, you only had Su Ming in your heart, not Wang Xiaoqiang. Chief of Staff, actually, Wang Xiaoqiang tried to make a last-ditch effort to defend himself. Actually, all of this business was Comrade Su Ming's idea. I tried my best to dissuade him before he did it, but he just wouldn't listen. To everyone's surprise, Wu Tianming not only didn't calm down, but also scolded Wang Xiaoqiang again. He's only been with you for a few days, and you've already turned him into this? As a high-ranking military officer who has served in the military for decades, can't you teach him something good? They only teach these crooked and evil ways. In Major General Wu Tianming's mind, how could Su Ming, so young, understand all these intricacies? It was definitely Wang Xiaoqiang, that old fox, who instigated this from behind. It's all because of Wang Xiaoqiang that Su Ming was led astray. Wang Xiaoqiang is so bad. He doesn't teach good things, he only teaches bad things. Wang Xiaoqiang felt extremely wronged, and tears were almost streaming down his face. Chief of Staff, you really have no idea how cunning that young captain is. It really has nothing to do with him. It was all Su Ming's plan from beginning to end. How can you blame it all on him? Wang Xiaoqiang was about to speak up and clear his name, but it was clear that Major General Wu Tianming had no intention of giving him that chance. All right. Wu Tianming waved his hand, his tone softening. Let bygones be bygones. We have the teaching staff and equipment, so let's speed up the preparations for the sergeant school. You can go now and call Su Ming in. Yes. Wang Xiaoqiang gave a helpless salute, turned and walked out, his back looking as forlorn as an abandoned old father. After Wang Xiaoqiang left, Su Ming walked in. This coordination task was completed very well, exceeding expectations. Wu Tianming's face instantly brightened, and his tone became amiable, as if he were a completely different person. Do you have any plans for the future? Sure enough, he treated Su Ming and Wang Xiaoqiang with completely different faces. How could he not know the truth? But someone has to take the blame, right? It has to be Wang Xiaoqiang. Su Ming is a hero. Without Su Ming, could you have managed to coordinate this cross-military region mission? This time, Su Ming's logic and thinking were very gratifying to the Major General, as he had outmaneuvered 3 army groups. Not everyone has the ability to manage 3 army groups so effectively. From beginning to end, Su Ming played psychological warfare, having thoroughly understood the human heart. Su Ming stood ramrod straight and reported earnestly. Once all the key teaching staff and equipment are in place, and the basic construction of the sergeant school site is completed, classes can begin. I will write a detailed follow-up plan, clearly outlining the curriculum, teaching system, and assessment standards. Wu Tianming asked, "How long will it take to develop the planning document?" 1 day should be enough. Okay then. Wu Tianming thought for a moment. I'll give you 2 days. After you submit the plan, you can go back to the Army Academy to continue your studies. Yes. 2 days later, Su Ming set off to return to the Army Academy to continue his studies. He didn't need to worry about the subsequent establishment of the sergeant school. He has already written a fairly detailed plan, and the issues of teaching staff and key equipment have also been resolved. The school will be established very quickly. Although Wang Xiaoqiang, as a senior colonel, appeared inconspicuous next to Su Ming during this cross-military region coordination, it even raised questions about how he was promoted to senior colonel. But in reality, Wang Xiaoqiang, who had served as the head of the training department for many years, was quite capable. With Su Ming's planning document as a reference, establishing a non-commissioned officer school is a piece of cake. Military region, military airfield. Su Ming carried his simple luggage and walked toward the military transport plane parked on the runway. Before leaving, the head of the training department, or rather, the chief officer of the sergeant school, learned the news. Wang Xiaoqiang personally came to see Su Ming off. "Comrade Su Ming, have a safe journey." Wang Xiaoqiang grasped Su Ming's hand and shook it vigorously, his eyes filled with reluctance. "I'll miss you. You must come back for the opening ceremony on the day the Sergeant Academy officially starts." Although he was somewhat jealous that the captain now held a higher position in the chief of staff's eyes than him, Wang Xiaoqiang was still very grateful to Su Ming. Su Ming is a good person to get along with. He has the real ability to solve problems, and he really steps up when things happen. "I reckon when I come back next time I'll have to call you principal," Su Ming joked with a smile. Currently, Wang Xiaoqiang is the chief officer in charge of establishing the sergeant school. Once the school is completed and opens, he will naturally become its first principal. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoqiang smiled, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothed out. Su Ming really knows how to talk. He definitely has to become the principal. If I don't become the principal, how can I advance further in my lifetime? I'm leaving. Su Ming waved and turned to walk into the cabin. Finally, under Wang Xiaoqiang's watchful gaze, the military aircraft slowly taxied, took off, and disappeared into the horizon. This kid has unlimited potential. Wang Xiaoqiang stood there, gazing in the direction the plane had disappeared, his heart filled with emotion. Shizhuang Army Academy. The sun was shining brightly, and a gentle breeze was blowing. Su Ming carried his luggage and walked to the main gate of the Army Academy. Looking at the familiar gate and breathing in the familiar scent of the air, I felt inexplicably at ease. This time, I had to suspend my studies to return to the military region to perform a mission, which caused a delay of about half a month. Half a month is not a short time. "Hello, please show me." It was Hu Jie's turn to stand guard again. Before he could finish speaking, he froze instantly when he saw the familiar face in front of him, his eyes widening in shock. "It's the master. The master is back. Hu Jie, is it you on guard duty again?" Su Ming looked at the sentry at the door and couldn't help but laugh. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. When he first came to register for school, Hu Jie was on guard duty. When his parents first came to visit, Hu Jie was on guard duty. Unexpectedly, upon returning this time, it was Hu Jie on guard duty again. Upon hearing this, Hu Jie was so excited that he didn't know what to say. His mouth opened and closed repeatedly. I never imagined that I, Hu Jie, would have such a connection with this master. Is this implying that I, Hu Jie, have great potential? Following standard procedure, Su Ming took out his student ID, registered, and then carried his luggage into the gate of the Army Academy. The news of Su Ming's return spread like wildfire throughout the Army Academy. Thus, the Army Academy, which had been quiet for half a month, was once again in an uproar. Ugh, so boring. Two military police officers wearing white helmets huddled in a corner, chatting idly. We haven't caught many people violating internal regulations lately. Yes, ever since the expert left, the students have all become very well behaved, like quails. With the expert gone, our presence has become less noticeable, and we're bored out of our minds all day. Since Su Ming left, the Army Academy has returned to peace. The students attended classes normally and didn't make any mistakes, so the teachers couldn't find many who did make mistakes to reprimand. For a time, their presence as vigilant inspectors was extremely low. Just then, swish swish. Several trainees ran past them, their steps quick, showing no regard for their military bearing. We've got a job. The two men's eyes lit up. Finally, they had work to do. But soon, the two realized something was wrong. What's going on? Why is everyone running towards the main gate? What are they planning? Has some important figure returned? On the way, they saw many trainees running wildly towards the main gate, completely ignoring the presence of the two inspectors. Soon, the two of them understood why. Su Ming is back. The legend is back. Go and maintain order. The two exchanged a glance and immediately ran towards the main gate. Otherwise, the main gate will be completely blocked in a moment. If we don't maintain order now, it will be even more troublesome when there are more people. The return of the legendary figure is incredibly exciting news for everyone at the Army Academy. In the hearts of junior and mid-level officers, their idol has returned. As for the senior military officers, they follow the organization's lead and don't participate in any other activities. But it was only the second day after Su Ming returned to the Army Academy. A sudden order shattered all the peace. This is an order from the general staff. A lieutenant colonel stood in the square in front of the teaching building, holding a document, and read aloud. In recognition of Comrade Su Ming's paper report, Urban Warfare Counter-Sniper Tactics, the general staff has decided to award Comrade Su Ming a first-class merit. Whoosh. The entire audience erupted in uproar. First-class merit. He received a first-class merit award as soon as he returned to the Army Academy. When the general staff issued this order to the Army Academy, it shocked everyone, utterly shocked. A first-class merit. Another first-class merit. This must be the God's fourth first-class merit award, right? My goodness. That's the fourth one, and it's only been a short time. 4 first-class merits already. What's the rank of the expert now? Captain, right? Doesn't that mean? Everyone turned their attention to Su Ming, who was standing in the crowd, their eyes filled with amazement, admiration, and a hint of disbelief. Captain, for first-class merits. What does this mean? Many of the officer cadets present had served in the military for 8 or 10 years without ever earning a third-class merit. Su Ming, in just a few months, has already received 4 first-class merits. The Great One is a captain now, could it be? Someone muttered to themselves, their voice trembling, that he's about to be promoted to major? Promotion to major? The gap between junior officer and colonel is insurmountable. Many people are stuck at the captain level their entire lives. They just can't get to that position. And how old is Su Ming? How long has he been in the army? A promotion beyond the usual ranks. This is definitely a promotion beyond the usual ranks. With 4 first-class merits as a minimum, it would be strange if he didn't get promoted to major. My God, major. Does that mean I have to call him Commander Su from now on? The crowd was buzzing with discussion, and their gazes towards Su Ming were no longer just filled with admiration, but rather with a hint of reverence. Su Ming stood there, listening to the surrounding chatter, a faint smile still on his face, revealing no emotional fluctuation. But in his heart, he was also making plans. For first-class merits. Major, it's time for you to come. Chapter 271. A God will definitely be promoted to major in 3 months. The news that Su Ming had received his 4th first-class merit spread like wildfire throughout the Army Academy. For the junior officers, they had become numb. I was completely numb from the shock. When was the last time you received a first-class merit and were promoted in military rank? It was just over a month ago. And now, the 4th first-class merit award has arrived. Doesn't that mean Su Ming will soon be promoted to major? An 18-year-old major? A major who hasn't even served a year in the military? Thinking of this, everyone was incredibly shocked. so shocked that they didn't know what words to use to describe it. This guy is really amazing. This is beyond my understanding of common sense. For first-class merits, I've never even seen fourth, third-class merits. I feel like the great god is not far from becoming a major. An 18-year-old major. That's the first time I've ever seen one, and I doubt I'll ever see another one like him. That's really impressive. This isn't just breaking the history of the Army Academy. The entire history of the field army will probably have to be rewritten, right? At least in peacetime, I have never seen anyone get promoted or receive merits at a speed that's like riding a rocket. Even a rocket wouldn't be this fast. Does anyone have an autographed artist? I'll pay a high price. 100 yuan for each one. As Su Ming's influence grew and his prestige at the Army Academy increased, his autograph became a prized possession. Those students who got Su Ming's autograph earlier all got lucky. Su Ming's limited signature is a rare commodity in the Army Academy, extremely valuable, and could be passed down as a family heirloom. Meanwhile, the mid-level officers who learned of this news were, having long ago vowed to become staunch God worshippers, they now offer no sour doubts, only pure admiration. While they were worshipping, they were also making bets. What are we betting on? We're betting on when Su Ming will be promoted to major. This genius will definitely be promoted to major within a year. I bet 2 packs of cigarettes, a major said, patting his chest. A year? You underestimate this master. Another major curled his lip dismissively. I bet 6 months. A whole pack of special supplies. The expert is indeed amazing, but half a year is a bit too fast, isn't it? Promotion to colonel is no joke. Someone disagreed. I bet 9 months, 2 special supplies. Heh. Luo Mingji sneered, glancing at the crowd. You guys dare to call yourselves Great God's fans? I bet you 3 months. Within 3 months, Great God will be promoted to major. 3-year guarantee. Hiss. Luo Mingji's bet time shocked everyone present, causing them to gasp in astonishment. 3 months? That's a really short time. It has only been less than 2 months since the Great God was promoted to captain. If he is promoted to major again in 3 months, it would be equivalent to being promoted 2 ranks in half a year. Promotion from lieutenant to colonel is a hurdle, though it's far less difficult than promotion from colonel to general. It's not something that can be easily overcome. So many people get stuck at the captain level, sometimes for 8 or 10 years. What are you whispering about? Just then, Su Ming's voice suddenly came. Upon seeing Su Ming's arrival, the group of mid-level officers immediately stood up straight, looking exactly like underlings seeing their boss. If he were to change into a black suit, wear black sunglasses, and bow to Su Ming and call him boss, wow, that image would be quite vivid. Of course, this was just a joke. The mid-level officers were like little brothers in front of Su Ming, but if they were placed in a field army, they would all be very promising backbone officers. After all, to be able to study at the Army Academy, especially in the Armored Command Department, you need to have some ability to get this opportunity. Master, Luo Mingji was the first to rush up, his face beaming. Why is it that getting credit is as easy for you as drinking water? And how come your papers and reports are all classified? Share your secrets with us. It is said that a third-class merit is received standing up, a second-class merit is received lying down, and a first-class merit is received by the family. But they found that this statement did not apply to Su Ming at all. Su Ming already had 4 first-class merit awards, and what was the result? He's perfectly fine now, full of energy, and nothing's wrong with him. Moreover, he always managed to earn merit by writing papers and reports, and even received first-class merit awards. This is the most outrageous one. This is much more difficult than carrying out a dangerous mission. What does it mean to have a paper that can earn a first-class merit award? How deep would that be? Anyway, those roughnecks wouldn't understand. Yeah, expert. Share your experience with us, the others chimed in. That would be worth it for us copying the confidentiality rules 10 times last time. Su Ming's meritorious service made them understand why they had copied the confidentiality rules last time. The situation was that Su Ming submitted that paper in front of them, and as a result, they suffered an undeserved disaster, being required to copy the confidentiality rules 10 times. They didn't see a single word of the key paper. Trying to make a name for yourself by writing papers and reports? Su Ming looked at the group of mid-level officers staring at him expectantly and smiled. It's very simple. I'll tell you the trick. Upon hearing this, the group immediately perked up their ears and stared intently, all concentrating their attention so as not to miss a single word Su Ming said. When you have read thousands of professional military books and can memorize every single word of each book and integrate all the knowledge in them. Su Ming paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "You can do it too." Although Su Ming's papers and reports were so impressive, in reality, they were written after reading a large number of books and analyzing and referencing publicly available cases from foreign militaries. Of course, Su Ming was able to do this because he was cheating. The ability to learn by photographic memory is truly abnormal. The mid-level officers, who had been looking forward to this, froze instantly upon hearing this, and then their expressions all fell. Thousands of professional military books? They might not be able to finish watching it even if they watched it their whole lives. You're even required to memorize it? That's absolutely impossible. Let's go. Let's go. We can't learn this trick. This isn't an expert sharing experience. It's attacking people. Forget it. I'll just stick to being a master enthusiast. Su Ming returned to the Army Academy to continue his studies, and Major General Fang Jinhua, the Dean of the Armored Command Department, was also very pleased. He had very high hopes for Su Ming. This high expectation was far greater than the high expectation he had placed on his first closed-door disciple. For Su Ming, having already obtained a master's degree in infantry tactics, his next goal is a master's degree in armored command. The sun was blazing over the training field. Su Ming is currently conducting a mobile armed training exercise. As an armored commander, one must be able to handle various emergencies when directing armored forces to maneuver. These contingencies include air strikes, ground interception, temporary bridge or passage construction, crossing minefields, etc. Buzzing. In the air, the propellers of the Z-9 attack helicopter spun at high speed, making a loud rumbling sound. At this moment, the WZ-9 attack helicopter took aim at a tank platoon on the ground. The driver was a major from the Army Aviation Corps, and a malicious smile appeared on his lips. The next second, he pressed the launch button. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air-to-ground missiles carried by the Z-9 attack helicopter, trailing long plumes of flame, were launched directly at the tank platoon on the ground. Air-to-ground missiles are a deadly weapon for armored forces. On the ground, tanks are the kings of land warfare. But the aerial knights pose a huge threat to the king of land battles. Calling air command, the destruction of the designated target has been completed. The major looked at the white smoke rising from the radar screen, his tone tinged with pride. Air command received. Please return to base. Receive. Looking at the armored vehicles emitting white smoke on the ground, the Army Aviation Major's lips curled up into a bright smile. What armored king? They're all nobodies compared to the aerial knights. Just 3 air-to-ground missiles were enough to wipe out a tank platoon. If an Army Aviation Brigade were to arrive, they would be confident that they could inflict heavy damage on a tank regiment. But then, suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded from the cockpit of the WZ-9. Beep, beep, beep. The major was no stranger to this voice. That was the fire control alarm sounding when the ground-based man-portable missile was aimed and locked onto. Call out. A tongue of fire shot out from a hidden corner of the ground and roared toward the Z-9 attack helicopter at an extremely fast speed. The experienced Army Aviation Major's expression changed, and he immediately pulled up the control stick sharply while making a sharp turn to the right to perform a tactical evasion maneuver. Tactical maneuvers to evade ground-based anti-helicopter weapons are a professional skill that any airman should master. Under the Major's timely control, the Z-9 helicopter drew a sharp arc in the air and successfully evaded the man-portable missile. Just as the Major breathed a sigh of relief and was preparing to immediately return to base and retreat. Call out. Another man-portable missile came hurtling towards him from another direction. This time, he had no time to react. Boom. The Z-9 attack helicopter was directly hit, and a thick plume of white smoke billowed from its fuselage, indicating battle damage. Damn it. The Major gritted his teeth, slammed his hand on the control panel, and looked utterly frustrated. That old man. He's too cunning. The enemy anticipated his position and gave him no second chance to evade the man-portable missile. The once proud Army aviation major can now only slink back to base in his battle-damaged Z-9 attack helicopter. At that moment, a whistle blew. Everyone assemble. Su Ming appeared on the training ground and gave an order. The people who had been lying in wait nearby immediately ran out from their hiding places and quickly assembled. Tell me. Su Ming's gaze swept over everyone, a satisfied expression on his face. You all did a good job with the air defense camouflage operation just now. Timely evacuation and successful camouflage operations resulted in remarkable achievements for the individual missile team. He paused, then continued, clean up the disguise. We'll continue in 3 minutes. Yes. During the practical training, Su Ming commanded a tank company to deal with special aerial attacks and other emergencies. Nearby, instructors from the Army Academy were scoring according to the standards. However, Su Ming's command was impeccable, scoring full marks in every aspect, so there was nothing more to say. Time passed day by day. 2 weeks later, Su Ming has completed self-study of all the content of the Master's program in Armored Command. Su Ming had trained through all the practical assessment items he needed to complete without missing a single one. So, on this day, Su Ming started working on his master's degree in Armored Command. Su Ming submitted an application to Dean Fong Jinhua, applying for the master's degree examination in Armored Command. Unlike before, this time the news didn't cause the same sensation at the Army Academy. Whether it was junior cadets or mid-level officers, the atmosphere was surprisingly calm. A genius is applying for the master's program in Armored Command. Upon hearing the news, someone simply smiled and said, Normal. Perfectly normal. I had long expected this day to come. I'm used to it. I'm numb. I'm completely numb. It's perfectly normal for this to happen to a master like me. Stay calm. This is standard practice for top students. This time it's a master's degree. Maybe next time it'll be a doctorate. Alas, the gap between us and the masters is like an insurmountable chasm. Inside the principal's office, the lieutenant general principal sat behind his desk, looking at Su Ming standing in front of him with a kind smile on his face. I've discussed it with Dean Fong, the principal said. Just like the master's entrance exam for the infantry tactics department, you will also be recommended for a master's degree in the Armored Command Department. Hearing this, Su Ming was somewhat surprised, never expecting that the Armored Command Department would also recommend him for admission. Have you written your paper? The principal asked. I haven't had time yet this time, Su Ming answered truthfully, then added after thinking for a moment. Give me 1 day, that's enough. Never mind. The principal's lips twitched slightly as he waved his hand. You don't need to write anything, and you don't need to defend yourself. Su Ming is the only one who can make writing a thesis sound so easy. Thank you, principal. Su Ming stood at attention and saluted. No need to thank me. The principal looked at the young man before him, his eyes full of admiration. I called you here not only to inform you of this matter, but also to discuss your future academic plans. Do you have any thoughts? The principal asked the crucial question. Chapter 272 General Staff Order. Operations Staff Officer of the Northern Military Region. Currently, Su Ming has successfully obtained dual master's degrees in infantry tactics and armored command from the Army Academy. At the same time, thanks to his amazing learning ability and time management, he also earned bachelor's degrees in several other majors at the Army Academy, making him the most dazzling and legendary figure among his graduating class. According to the normal continuing education process, Su Ming had already met the graduation standards when he obtained his bachelor's degree, and could have packed his bags and returned to his original unit. After all, this was Su Ming's first time coming to the Army Academy for systematic training, and he was currently only a junior officer with a relatively low rank. Generally speaking, officers undergoing their first advanced training typically complete their studies in 3 to 4 years, graduating smoothly and leaving the school. The problem is that Su Ming's performance was extraordinary and could even be said to have overturned all conventional understandings since the establishment of the Army Academy. He completed all the undergraduate courses through self-study and examinations in just 2 or 3 days after being admitted to the hospital. So what should we do next? You can't expect someone to report for work on the first day and then pack up and leave on the second day, can you? That's so illogical. Therefore, the college could only arrange for him to continue pursuing a master's degree. We can't let a talented person like him graduate too soon after enrolling, wasting his precious opportunity to further his studies at the academy. However, the master's degree program only took Su Ming a little over 2 months to complete. He finished all the courses entirely through self-study and passed all the assessments smoothly. Now that I have secured my dual master's degrees, what should I do next? Do we really want him to continue pursuing a master's degree in another field? Principal, I've only earned 2 master's degrees so far, but I still have quite a few other majors to study. Su Ming looked at the principal with a serious expression, his tone filled with a sincere thirst for knowledge. For example, the Department of Communications and Command, the Department of Logistics Support. I'm quite interested in these areas as well. How about letting me give them a try? Get out, get out, get out. The Lieutenant General Principal couldn't help but laugh and scold, waving his hands repeatedly. You've already obtained 2 master's degrees and bachelor's degrees in all other disciplines. Such achievements are astonishing in the entire history of the Army Academy. You really think our Army Academy is a wholesale market for diplomas? Want to buy a dozen diplomas to hang on the wall and show off? In fact, the principal had already made up his mind that he absolutely could not allow Su Ming to target other majors. Because of Su Ming's monstrous existence, the students in the Army Academy are now generally suffering a blow and their morale is low. Even some students who had always performed exceptionally well and had been groomed as role models began to doubt their life choices, falling into extreme insecurity and self-doubt. How can they maintain a balanced mindset when they've studied diligently for a whole year but haven't achieved the same results as someone who has self-studied for a month? Principal, how about this? I'll study for both the Infantry Tactics Department and the Armored Command Department all the way up to a PhD. Su Ming asked tentatively, his eyes filled with barely concealed anticipation and eagerness. In truth, deep down, Su Ming preferred this solution. Why not just get it done in one go and get the doctorate in the same way, saving yourself the trouble of going back and forth later? You really don't know what contentment is. The lieutenant general shook his head helplessly, but a hint of appreciation appeared on his face. Let's wait and see about the doctoral degree. You're only a captain now. Don't be too impatient. Everything should be done step by step. Don't always think about getting fat overnight. Be careful not to choke, as it will not be good for long-term development. Given Su Ming's terrifying learning ability and knowledge reserves, there were no technical obstacles whatsoever in himself studying 2 doctoral degrees in different fields. The problem is that the group pursuing doctoral degrees is usually a group of high-ranking military officers. For a young captain like Su Ming, entering the doctoral stage now is indeed too early and does not quite conform to the conventional path of military talent cultivation. There's no need to rush. Getting fat overnight isn't necessarily a good thing. Upon hearing these words, a somewhat troubled expression appeared on Su Ming's face. This won't work, that won't work. Does this mean he should just graduate and leave? Principal, what you mean by that is? Su Ming asked directly. That I should graduate now and return to my original unit? That's right, it's to help you graduate. The lieutenant general principal smiled slightly, but his eyes held a profound meaning. As for where you'll go after graduation, just wait for our notification. These words startled Su Ming, and various thoughts raced through his mind. What does that mean? After graduation, shouldn't one logically return to their original military region to continue their post? Tell him to wait for notification. Wait for what notification? If not returning to the original military region, where else could they go? Have you heard? One of the top students in our college is graduating. The news spread like wildfire, and the entire Army Academy was filled with voices of regret and lament. That's great. We really won't be seeing the great God for a long time now. It feels like something's missing. Sigh, our batch of new trainees just finished their basic training and have only been formally attending classes for a little over a month, and the top students have already graduated with 2 master's degrees. The gap is so huge that it makes it impossible to even think about catching up. It's not just a double master's degree. I heard that the top student wanted to pursue a master's degree in another major, but the principal refused, probably because he was afraid that the other students would completely lose confidence. Look, this is a true master. Even the dean can't stand it anymore. If we let him continue taking the exam, the other students will probably all become depressed. In the crowd, Zhao Dashi quietly huddled in an inconspicuous corner, listening to the discussions of the students around him, while his heart was filled with complex emotions. He and Su Ming enlisted on the same day and entered the Army Academy on the same day. He has only been enrolled for a little over a month since he finished his new student training. Meanwhile, Su Ming is about to graduate. Moreover, with 2 master's degrees in one major plus a bachelor's degree in another, such a transcript is simply daunting. Even if Zhao Dashi stayed up all night and tried his best to catch up, he would never be able to reach such a height. So now, besides attending classes on time, he spends his days hurriedly borrowing a bunch of books from the library, then burying himself in his studies in his dormitory, not daring to show his face anywhere else. Whenever he appears in public, people who know him always gather around and ask him strange questions that leave him speechless and extremely embarrassed. You and Su Ming came from the same company, so why is he so exceptionally outstanding, while you are so ordinary and have no presence at all? Being in the same company as Su Ming, does his current performance put you under tremendous pressure? Have you ever felt inferior? Do you have any inside information? How exactly did Su Ming train? Is there any special training method? These kinds of strange questions, which left him speechless, made Zhao Dashi increasingly withdrawn and unwilling to communicate with others. Now that he heard that Su Ming was finally graduating and leaving school, he suddenly felt a sense of relief. Su Ming is gone. Now he can finally study peacefully at the Army Academy without being compared to that freakish genius anymore. He was an ordinary person and only wanted to have an ordinary academic life. Unexpectedly, even such a small wish became a luxury before Su Ming left. Tibetan Military Region. Inside the headquarters building, the atmosphere in the conference room was so heavy it was almost palpable. A remote video conference is in full swing, with several screens lighting up simultaneously on the large screen. Several leaders from the General Staff Headquarters and the Northern Military Region were all online, looking serious. Chief of Staff Wu, do you have any other opinions to express? The voice of the Lieutenant General of the General Staff came from the loudspeaker, steady and powerful. Commander, Major General Wu Tianming gritted his teeth and finally forced himself to speak. Isn't Su Ming a bit too young? Why don't we let him return to our military region first, and let him gain some experience and training here? He wanted to make one last effort to keep Su Ming, his precious son, in his military region. Chief of Staff Wu. The Lieutenant General Chief of Staff of the Northern Military Region took over the conversation, his tone carrying a hint of calm amusement, but his words were uncompromising. The officers are young and do need time to mature, and we completely agree on that. However, our Northern Military Region also provides him with ample space to mature and gain sufficient experience. You can rest assured about this. There's no need for any concerns. Upon hearing this, Wu Tianming felt an urge to curse. However, with the General Staff Chief of Staff online, he dared not act rashly and could only suppress his full of dissatisfaction. The Lieutenant General of the General Staff said, "Then the personal arrangements for Comrade Su Ming are settled. The formal transfer order will be issued by the General Staff to the Army Academy shortly. This meeting is now adjourned." As the Lieutenant General finished speaking, the meeting officially ended, and the remote video connection was subsequently terminated. The large screen went black instantly, leaving only a faint afterglow. Wu Tianming stared blankly at the black screen, remaining silent for a full 10 seconds. Finally, he could no longer contain his surging anger and slammed his fist hard on the table. Bang! That's outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Why should the officers we painstakingly trained in the Tibetan Military Region be sent to your Northern Military Region for training? What? Wu Tianming was so angry that his teeth itched. He paced back and forth in his office, his footsteps heavy and hurried. What Wu Tianming had been most worried about had inevitably come to pass. Su Ming performed exceptionally well, especially after he went to the Army Academy for further studies. He was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, leaving everyone far behind. He had been vaguely worried that after Su Ming graduated, he might not be able to come back to the Tibetan military region. Now, the fears have become a reality. There's really no going back. He never expected Su Ming to graduate so quickly. Even more unexpectedly, the General Staff directly assigned Su Ming to the Northern Military Region. Moreover, he was in the role of Operations Staff Officer, preparing for the annual large-scale exercise. Although it's officially called a secondment, everyone knows that secondment is just a euphemism. How many officers have been seconded out, only to never be brought back? So what if your military region has the Army's #1 heavy equipment division? What's there to brag about? Wu Tianming said indignantly to the black screen, his voice tinged with sourness. So what if your military region has a bigger territory? What's with the arrogance? Isn't it that you're about to conduct an annual exercise with the Beijing military region, which is touted as having epic-making significance? Wu Tianming became more and more excited and envious as he spoke. Yes, he admitted it. He was indeed envious. And it was blatant envy. As the Chief of Staff of the Tibetan military region, how could he not be envious? This exercise will be the largest and highest-level confrontation exercise conducted by the Field Army in recent years. A head-on confrontation between two fully equipped army groups. The H Group Army of the Northern Military Region is facing off against the A Group Army of the Beijing Military Region. The fundamental purpose of this exercise is to test the phased achievements of the troops' transition from semi-mechanized to fully mechanized equipment. High-level decision-makers need such a realistic, combat-oriented exercise to generate concrete data and accumulate experience, which can be used to reference and guide the future development direction of the military. Therefore, this exercise is destined to have certain epical significance and historical value. More importantly, all military regions and military academies will observe and learn from the entire exercise, making it a major event attracting attention from the entire military. And what about the military region in the Tibetan area? At most, it's no larger than an army group. The equipment replacement plan won't be available to them anytime soon, let alone allow them to participate in such a high-level military exercise. They could only observe from afar. They had no right to participate personally. The General Staff's arrangement for Su Ming after completing his advanced studies at the Army Academy was to directly transfer him to the Northern Military Region as an Operations Staff Officer in the H Group Army of the Northern Military Region, and to participate in the preparations for this annual exercise. What does that mean? This means that the General Staff is giving Su Ming special attention and training. This is also an attitude that the General Staff is expressing to the entire Army. For Su Ming, the Tibetan military region was simply too small a stage to fully unleash his talents and potential. Sending Su Ming to the military region or group army level for training will better promote his growth and allow him to display his talents in a broader arena. Su Ming is absolutely the first person in history to be dispatched across military regions to prepare for such a significant exercise, setting a precedent. Wu Tianming felt a surge of anger whenever he recalled the smug look on the Northern Military Region Chief of Staff's face during the video conference. Wu Tianming, my son Su Ming is exceptionally talented. He has repeatedly broken the Army Academy's historical records. Did you know that? Chief of Staff of the Northern Military Region, his goal is to command the 1st Heavy Armored Division, which is exactly what we can do for him. Wu Tianming, my son Su Ming has earned 4 first-class merits and is the youngest captain in history. He has a bright future ahead of him. Chief of Staff of the Northern Military Region, his goal is to command the 1st Heavy Armored Division, so coming here is a good fit for him. Wu Tianming, can we not talk about this? Chief of Staff of the Northern Military Region, Su Ming will be seconded to our military region soon. Welcome, welcome. Wu Tianming, damn it. Su Ming was seconded to the H Group Army of the Northern Military Region to prepare for this exercise. In Wu Tianming's view, this means that Su Ming is getting further and further away from the Tibetan military region, and it is almost a foregone conclusion. Once this happens, it's unlikely he'll ever return. Army Academy, Armored Command Department. The atmosphere in the Dean's office was serious and solemn. This is an order from the General Staff. Major General Fang Jinhua, holding an official document, stood before Su Ming and solemnly read aloud. Comrade Su Ming is hereby transferred to the H Group Army of the Northern Military Region, effective immediately, to serve as an operations staff officer and participate fully in the annual large-scale military exercise preparations. Su Ming stood quietly in place, listening attentively, his face showing no obvious change in expression. After Fang Jinhua finished reading, he slowly put down the document in his hand and looked at the proud student in front of him. I'm going to the H Group Army of the Northern Military Region for a combat readiness exercise. Su Ming finally spoke, his tone revealing a hint of surprise and astonishment. Even though the principal had given him some hints not long ago, he never expected that the final result would be that he, an officer from the Tibetan Military Region, would be sent to the Northern Military Region for combat training exercises. Another interim military region transfer order. Is this a sign that they don't plan to let him return to the Tibetan Military Region in the future? Didn't you tell me yourself that your ultimate goal is to become the commander of the 1st Heavy Armor Division? Fang Jinhua asked with a smile, his eyes filled with a mixture of relief and anticipation. Now you'll soon be able to see the real 1st Heavy Armored Master and your legendary senior brother. Aren't you happy? This transfer order for Su Ming was exactly what Fang Jinhua had always wanted to see, and it was also the goal he had been secretly pushing to achieve. Given Su Ming's astonishing talent in armored vehicle command, what could he do upon returning to the Tibetan Military Region? Go back to be a company commander, leading 100 or so men? That would be an enormous waste of talent. No, of genius. Su Ming's strength is extraordinary, so naturally, he should be trained in an extraordinary way. This annual large-scale exercise is an excellent opportunity, allowing a captain to gain early exposure to Army-level operational command can broaden his strategic perspective. With Su Ming's comprehension, he could learn a lot of things that he would never have been able to access in a grassroots company by observing and participating in this exercise. Happy, of course I'm happy. Su Ming smiled, but quickly asked with a hint of probing. Teacher, you told me to prepare for this military region exercise. Could I possibly have the chance to personally command an armored group and get some action? I don't dare to dream of becoming a heavy armor specialist, but a heavy armor regiment would be fine too. Let me try it out myself and experience it. Fang Jinhua couldn't help but laugh and scold. You little brat, stop dreaming. Isn't it clearly written in the order? It allows you to learn and accumulate experience as a combat staff officer. You want to command a heavy armored regiment? What's wrong? You're just a captain, trying to experience what it's like to be a regimental commander ahead of time. Chapter 273: The Highly Anticipated Exercise and Confrontation. Based on Su Ming's current command talent and combat skills, if he were to actually command a heavy armored regiment, it wouldn't be entirely impossible. But it is by no means perfect, much less capable of achieving the smooth and effortless command effect he envisioned. In Fang Jinhua's view, Su Ming's talent and strength are indeed beyond question, making him a once-in-a-century prodigy, which is beyond doubt. But he lacks one crucial thing: experience. Why is a complete resume required for officer promotion? Senior commanders of heavily armed clusters, in particular, need to accumulate experience step by step in a down-to-earth manner. This statement is absolutely not empty talk. Fang Jinhua's first disciple, Qi Shunwei, is now the commander of the 1st Heavy Armored Division. Although his promotion speed is absolutely like a rocket in the field army officer ranks, it is the envy of many. But Qi Shunwei's path to promotion was one of taking each step steadily, starting as a platoon leader in a tank regiment, then progressing through the ranks to company commander, battalion commander, and regimental commander. It took him over a decade to finally reach the position of commander of a heavy armored division. He knows every aspect and detail of the cluster reconfiguration like the back of his hand. He could explain it all with his eyes closed. And what about Su Ming? He came from that remote area of the Tibetan Military Region, and not only did he have a pitifully short military service, but he also came from that backwater area of the Tibetan Military Region. To be honest, can the heavy armored troops of the Tibetan Military Region, in terms of size, equipment, and tactical level, be called a true heavy armored cluster? At best, they're just at the level of a heavy armored battalion. Therefore, taking advantage of this opportunity to prepare for the annual large-scale exercise, Su Ming was sent to the H Group Army of the Northern Military Region as an operations staff officer to learn a thing or two. It is essential, even crucial, to truly witness what a real strategic-level heavy armored force is like. This is a very rare opportunity for you, one that you could say is once in a lifetime. You must seize this opportunity and not let down the General Staff's expectations or my good intentions. Fang Zhenhua earnestly gave his instructions, his eyes full of expectation and concern. Understood, teacher. Su Ming nodded solemnly, his expression serious. Fang Zhenhua continued. Also, I've already spoken to your senior brother about it. Once you get to the H Army group, find some time to visit him. He will take good care of you. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask him. If there's anything you need, just ask. Don't be shy, it's only natural for a senior brother to help a junior brother. Fang Zhenhua was extremely concerned about Su Ming, his second disciple, even more so than when he mentored Qi Shunwei. In Fang Zhenhua's view, if Su Ming is properly nurtured and carefully cultivated, his future achievements will definitely go further than Qi Shunwei's, and he may even reach a height that he has never reached in his life. In his youth, he served as the commander of a heavy division, leading troops into battle. He was very content to have two disciples, Qi Shunwei and Su Ming, in the second half of his life, and to have watched them grow step by step. He could say that he had no regrets in this life. Thank you, teacher, Su Ming said sincerely. The Armored Command Department Dean, who was known outside to have a bad temper and to curse at the drop of a hat, was never serious with him. He was always smiling, considerate, and caring, just like he was his own child. Su Ming was not an ungrateful person. He also knew that the best way to repay his teacher was to live up to his high expectations, strive to become more outstanding, go further, and make the field army stronger because of his existence. Northern Military Region. Army Group H, comprising 5 fully equipped combat divisions, is a strategic-level elite force of the field army, renowned for its prowess. Among these 5 combat divisions, the strongest, best equipped, and most famous is the 1st Heavy Armor Division, the Z Division. The 1st Heavy Armored Division Z Division has the largest number of armored formations among the 50 divisions in the entire Northern Military Region, making it an ace among heavy armored forces. Within the Z Division, there is also a pure tank regiment composed entirely of hundreds of main battle tanks, all of which are heavy equipment. When they are deployed, they form an iron torrent. Its strategic deterrent power is self-evident. Command Building. Although it was already late at night, the entire building was still brightly lit, as bright as day. Inside the stairwell, various sounds could be heard incessantly. The urgent telegrams, heated arguments, stern reprimands, and hurried footsteps mingled together, clearly audible even from a great distance. Even the 2 sentries standing guard at the door could vaguely hear the noises coming from inside the building. There's another big move going on, and this time it's going to be quite significant. This situation will probably last for at least a month, and we'll have to endure it too. The 2 sentries on duty couldn't help but whisper to each other, their faces showing a calm indifference that seemed to have become the norm. Whenever the headquarters building is bustling with activity like this, it means that the Army Group is about to launch a major operation. There is basically an 80% chance that it is a large-scale exercise. As sentinels of the Army Group, they were used to it. Before a large-scale exercise begins, preparations are essential, but they are also tedious and complex. Operations staff officers would transform into standard tools, becoming emotionless work machines, working day and night without rest, wishing they could be split into 2 people. The headquarters was so busy that they barely had time to breathe, and the various main combat divisions under the H Group Army were in the same state, with a tense atmosphere of impending battle permeating from top to bottom. Everyone was in a state of readiness, with serious expressions and hurried steps. Inside the meeting room, Major General Zhou Qijing, Chief of Staff of Army Group H, and Lieutenant General Tan Jun, Commander of Army Group H, along with a host of mid to high-ranking officers, were all present. The room was filled with people, creating a solemn and respectful atmosphere. The staff first reported to everyone on the progress of the preliminary preparations, and documents were passed around among them. This exercise, involving two army groups, is the largest and highest-level confrontation exercise conducted by the field army in recent years. The manpower, material resources, and financial resources consumed are absolutely astronomical, enough to leave any bystander speechless. Furthermore, this exercise is of great significance to the future development and construction of the field army. It can be said to be a crucial battle that connects the past and the future. The General Staff attaches great importance to this, and the two opposing army groups attach even greater importance to it. No one wants to embarrass themselves in this highly anticipated spectacle. Once this exercise begins, it must produce results, generate data, and deliver what the General Staff wants to see. There can be no ambiguity. With both army groups engaged in full-scale combat, the preparatory work required was extensive, and every detail had to be perfect. How the troops from both sides arrive at the exercise area is a question that needs to be carefully considered. When an army group travels a long distance to the exercise site, it is usually done by rail or road. During the maneuver, it is also necessary to fully coordinate with relevant railway departments and local transportation departments to ensure a stable and smooth march and prevent any mishaps. During the exercise, the headquarters must calculate in advance all the supplies needed by the army group, from ammunition to food, from clothing to medicine, and arrange for their distribution to each main combat division to ensure sufficient supply. For heavily armed troops, the most important consideration is fuel. Take tanks for example. They are absolute fuel guzzlers. When a tank is running, it consumes fuel as easily as drinking water. The amount of fuel consumed by a heavy force of this size during its maneuver is an absolutely terrifying figure, and sufficient reserves must be prepared in advance. In addition to these, the main force of the H Group Army went to the exercise battlefield to participate in the exercise. In addition to leaving a number of necessary personnel at the station, it was also necessary to request the help of brother units to station and defend the area to ensure the safety and stability of the rear and prevent others from taking advantage of the situation. These are all preparatory works before the exercise officially begins. They are tedious and important, and any problem in any link may affect the whole situation. After the preparatory matters were read out, there were still issues regarding discipline and safety. Such a large-scale exercise, once it begins, involves tens of thousands of troops engaging in combat over a vast area. If chaos or disciplinary problems occurred during the exercise, the consequences could be severe, potentially leading to irreparable losses. When operating weapons and equipment, it is essential to ensure that soldiers follow operating procedures in a reasonable, standardized, and strict manner, and to prevent any major safety accidents from occurring due to violations of operating procedures. In the event of a major safety accident, all the responsible officials of the units involved will suffer as a result. Demotion is a light punishment. If a fatal accident occurs, the perpetrator could face a military court trial or even imprisonment. While it is assumed that there are certain casualty targets for exercises of this scale, these targets are based on the premise that everything is carried out in accordance with regulations, and only for unpredictable accidents that occur. It was not a human error caused by lax management or undisciplined behavior. Combat style has always been considered of paramount importance in field armies and is an important standard for measuring the combat effectiveness of a unit. Especially for exercises of this scale, we must be extremely careful and not be complacent in the slightest. This conference has three main themes. The General Staff read out the current progress of the preparatory work. The Political Commissar, representing the political department, emphasized the combat style and discipline requirements during the exercise, and the Corps Commander gave a final summary speech. After the staff officers and Political Commissar finished speaking, it was finally Lieutenant General Tan Jun, the Army Commander's turn to speak. As the commander of an army, the question that needs to be considered is naturally how to fight this battle. How should the tactics be deployed? How should the troops be allocated? The opponent was the A Group Army of the Beijing Military Region, a long-established group army with a glorious tradition, known as the Long Live Army, with a prestigious reputation that resounded throughout the entire army. Everyone knows the A Group Army, the Long Live Army, a unit with a glorious history. Its combat power should not be underestimated. It is the ace army of the Beijing military region, without exception. Its combat style emphasizes speed, swiftness, and surprise. The A Group Army has 5 divisions, among which the T Division is a well-known strategic rapid reaction division in the entire army, with extremely strong mobility and a very fast reaction speed. The battlefield for this exercise is an open plain, which is a natural advantage for our heavy equipment troops and is conducive to giving full play to our firepower advantage. However, how to make good use of this advantage and turn it into a winning position is a question that needs to be carefully considered. If we launch a frontal assault, once our heavy Z division is deployed, they will need at least 2 divisions to barely hold them off. But they would never choose to fight our steel torrent head-on. That's not their style. After Lieutenant General Tan finished speaking, he gestured to the mid to senior ranking officers beside him to begin speaking freely. Everyone can share their thoughts and opinions on how to fight this battle, pooling our wisdom. A careful study of the combat styles and organizational characteristics of these 2 army groups will reveal. The General Staff's decision to pit the H Group Army against the A Group Army in this confrontation was quite significant. It was definitely not a random choice of opponent. H Group Army, a heavy armored group army of the Northern Military Region, is an absolute strategic heavy armored force. Its combat style is brave and tenacious, using brute force to overcome skill, and emphasizing a straightforward and head-on crushing victory. Army Group A, the Rapid Reaction Army Group of the Beijing Military Region, is an absolute strategic rapid reaction force. Its combat style is swift and flexible, emphasizing surprise attacks and catching the enemy off guard. To use a metaphor, the H Group Army is as brave as a tiger descending the mountain, with overwhelming momentum. Army Group A, on the other hand, is as agile as a cheetah on the plains, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Both army groups have completed a comprehensive re-equipment, and their equipment levels are among the best in the entire army. This exercise, in terms of its scale and the quality of the participating troops, is of extraordinary significance. It is an absolutely remarkable battle and is destined to be recorded in the history of field army exercises. At the end of the meeting, oh right, there's one more thing. Major General Zhou Qijing, the Chief of Staff, suddenly remembered something and added, "The General Staff issued a transfer order today, and a captain from the Tibetan military region will be seconded to our group army to participate in the preparation for this exercise as an operations staff officer." Captain. Upon hearing this news, many mid to high-ranking military officers present were momentarily stunned and exchanged bewildered glances. A captain from the Tibetan military region? What's their background? Could it be that the General Staff personally issued the transfer order? Although Su Ming made quite a fuss at the Army Academy, it wasn't big enough to be known to officers in various military regions and army groups. After all, the Army Academy admits and sends tens of thousands of students every year, and not everyone can attract the attention of the entire army. Therefore, many mid to high-ranking officers in Army Group H were unaware of, or had never even heard of, the upcoming captain title. For the General Staff to personally order the temporary transfer of a captain to prepare for the exercise, could this captain be someone of considerable importance? Someone in the room couldn't help but joke, their tone laced with a hint of teasing. What does a captain mean to the people present? The concept of being nothing at all. All the people present started at the rank of lieutenant colonel, with many holding the rank of colonel or senior colonel, and even several major generals. What use is a mere captain, at most a regimental staff officer? What can he do at their army group's combat readiness exercise? Is there some connection behind this? And is this just a way to gain prestige? Don't underestimate this little guy. Tan Jun had learned about Su Ming beforehand. This young man is only 22 years old, has been in the army for less than a year, and has been promoted to captain through special procedures. He just graduated with a double master's degree from the Army Academy and is the second disciple of Dean Fong Jinhua of the Armored Command Department. After Tan Jun finished his brief introduction, everyone present was stunned, their faces showing disbelief. Less than a year of military service? A 22-year-old captain? Wouldn't he be the youngest captain in the history of the field army? This speed of promotion is simply unheard of. Is he the second disciple of Fang Jinhua, the dean of the Armored Command Department? Major General Fang Jinhua's last disciple? They were quite familiar with Major General Fang Jinhua. Qi Shunwei, the current commander of the Z Division, the strongest heavy armored division of the H Group Army, was a disciple of Major General Fang Jinhua when he was studying at the Army Academy. So, it turns out that the young captain who is about to be appointed is actually a junior fellow student of Division Commander Qi Shunwei. Chief of Staff Zhou Qijing explained. The General Staff's intention is to take this opportunity to let this little guy learn more, broaden his horizons, and gain more knowledge. Once this little guy arrives tomorrow, we'll assign him to the logistics department so he can learn about the material handling and scheduling between the various departments of the Army Group. Once he has learned enough, he will be transferred to Division Z, and Commander Qi will personally mentor him and give him a good training. With just one sentence from Major General Zhou Qijing, Su Ming's arrangements and training path after arriving at the H Group Army were decided. Chapter 274 points out the problem of resource allocation as soon as he arrives. The next morning, as dawn broke, Su Ming departed from the Army Academy on time, carrying only simple luggage, and took the early morning military train to report to the H Group Army of the Northern Military Region. Holding the secondment order issued by the General Staff, and after showing the relevant documents and completing the registration, Su Ming smoothly entered the headquarters compound of the H Group Army. When the sentry at the gate of the compound checked his documents, he took a few extra glances at him. It's quite rare to see such a young captain reporting to headquarters alone. To demonstrate the importance attached to Su Ming, this special talent, Senior Colonel Shi Jianhua, the Minister of Logistics, personally greeted him at the entrance of the office building. "Greetings, Commander." Upon meeting, Su Ming immediately stood at attention and saluted, his voice loud and clear, his attitude respectful. After all, he was seconded from the Tibetan military region and was an outsider. When you come to someone else's territory, you should be polite and sweet-talking. This is the most basic way to be a person. Moreover, the other party was a senior colonel, and his personal welcome was already a great honor. Shi Jianhua smiled and extended his hand, his attitude very polite. "Comrade Su Ming, welcome, welcome. We have received your transfer order. The Chief of Staff personally instructed that you should spend some time learning in our logistics department to familiarize yourself with the material transfer between various units. Once you've learned enough, we'll send you to Division Z, to Commander Qi's place." Although Su Ming was only a captain, strictly speaking, this captain was no ordinary person, and Shi Jianhua knew this very well. The 22-year-old captain was a disciple of Fang Jinhua, the dean of the Armored Command Department of the Army Academy, and a junior fellow student of Qi Shunwei, the commander of the Z Heavy Armored Division of the H Group Army. Given this connection, he's bound to be an extraordinary figure in the future, perhaps even a top contender for the next commander of the Heavy Armor Division. Being polite now and making a good connection can only bring benefits and no harm. Should we learn in the logistics department first? Su Ming was momentarily stunned, then nodded slightly, showing no objection to the arrangement. Never underestimate the logistics department of an army group. The food, drink, sanitation, equipment, fuel, and ammunition supplies for tens of thousands of people all depend on the logistics department for overall planning and coordination. How to effectively manage the flow of supplies between various combat units is a complex and demanding task. Moreover, by observing the material allocation of various units, one can often deduce the organizational size, equipment level, and combat readiness of a military force. These things were all valuable experiences for Su Ming. "Comrade Su Ming, do you have any objections?" Seeing Su Ming slightly stunned, Shi Jianhua asked with concern, his tone somewhat probing. "No objections, sir." Su Ming came back to his senses and replied with a smile. "I'm like a brick. I'll go wherever I'm needed. I'll do whatever the superiors tell me to do, and I'll absolutely obey orders." Hearing this, Shi Jianhua smiled, and his impression of the young captain improved even more. This captain from the Tibetan military region is quite good, really quite good. Despite his considerable fame and strong connections, he is not troublesome or arrogant at all. On the contrary, he is very humble, which is quite rare. As the head of the logistics department, Shi Jianhua was very clear about which department in the entire logistics department was the most crucial and where he could learn the most. Moreover, the chief of staff made it very clear. The captain is here to learn and train, not to be a figurehead. So Shi Jianhua took Su Ming directly to the core department of the logistics department, the statistics office. Pushing open the door to the statistics office, one is greeted by a bustling scene. Telephones are ringing incessantly, and a dozen staff officers are engrossed in processing data on their computers, while various numbers are constantly displayed on the large screen on the wall. Director Liu, Shi Jianhua greeted him. Colonel Liu Jiangtao, the head of the statistics department, immediately put down his work and came forward. Minister. Director Liu, I'm entrusting Comrade Su Ming to you. Shi Jianhua pointed to Su Ming beside him and said half-jokingly, Comrade Su Ming is a talent specially transferred here by the general staff to learn about combat readiness exercises. You should teach those people in the statistics department what they need to know. Don't hold back. Although it was said in a joking tone, it was actually a reminder to his department. This captain is someone important. He's here to learn and train, so we must make sure he learns something real and not just go through the motions. Yes, Minister. Colonel Liu Jiangtao understood immediately and assured him, I will definitely take good care of Comrade Su Ming. Please rest assured. Shi Jianhua nodded in satisfaction, gave a few more instructions, and then turned and left. After seeing the minister off, Colonel Liu Jiangtao personally showed Su Ming around the statistics department. The logistics department of an army group is an important part of the army group system, and its operation has far-reaching consequences. The statistics department, in particular, is responsible for compiling statistics on the materials needed by various units, and then scientifically scheduling and rationally allocating them based on the actual situation. This is a department that deals with data all day long. It's tedious, but extremely important. Real, concrete data can often most accurately reflect the actual situation of a military unit. The amount consumed, the amount in reserve, and the amount of shortage are all clearly visible. For the rest of the time, you'll stay with me. As Liu Jiangtao spoke, he pulled a thick stack of documents from the filing cabinet. Let me first find some material allocation data for this year. Take a look and familiarize yourself with the basic process. If there's anything you don't understand, circle it first and ask me about it all at once. If you don't understand it at all, just tell me directly, it's okay. Normally, anyone who isn't too stupid can understand the data scheduling tables from the statistics department. It simply shows the monthly allocation of materials and the distribution routes for each unit, which is straightforward and intuitive. Although they may seem like just dry data, there is actually a lot of knowledge and depth involved. With such a massive amount of data, it's easy to get confused and lose your bearings if your thinking isn't clear or your logic isn't rigorous. This can be seen from the sparse hair on the heads of the staff officers in the statistics department. This is a department that not only requires working overtime and staying up late, but also demands a lot of mental effort, making it a baldness hotspot. Coincidentally, Su Ming has no shortage of brainpower. During this period, the entire army group was busy with preparations and exercises. The logistics department was extremely busy, and the statistics department was naturally even busier. Liu Jiangtao, the head of the statistics department, was also extremely busy. While dealing with the mountain of data tables, he would occasionally glance at Su Ming in the corner to observe his condition. That one glance was all it took. He discovered that Su Ming was completely absorbed in the data, his gaze focused, his expression serious, and he was even making notes in his notebook from time to time. The colonel nodded secretly. If someone can get into the zone so quickly, it means they understand the material and have a sharp mind, which makes them easy to teach and less of a worry. After an unknown amount of time, Liu Jiangtao, whose eyes were tired from staring at the computer screen, was startled by a figure that suddenly appeared beside him. Su Ming had somehow appeared beside him, staring intently at his computer screen, without him noticing at all. You finished reading it all? Liu Jiangtao asked, somewhat surprised, after regaining his composure. I've finished reading it. Su Ming nodded and handed the stack of data tables he had just borrowed back to Liu Jiangtao. Is there anything you don't understand? Liu Jiangtao asked routinely. There's nothing I don't understand. Su Ming paused for a moment, then added. However, I found a few errors. Oh, that's good. What? There's something wrong with it. Lu Jiangtao nodded subconsciously at first, but after realizing what he had heard, he looked up at Su Ming in shock, even wondering if he had misheard. What's wrong? Su Ming actually said there was an error in the data in this table? Is this questioning the professional competence of his statistics department staff? These data have all undergone multiple layers of review. Where do you think it's wrong? Lu Jiangtao took a deep breath, trying to keep his tone calm. Since Su Ming has spoken, he must get to the bottom of this matter and not let it slide. There are only two possibilities for this. First, Su Ming might be wrong. In Lu Jiangtao's view, this was highly likely. What could a captain who had just arrived at the statistics department know? It would be good enough if he could understand the data, let alone find errors. Why was he so skeptical? Secondly, they were indeed wrong. The staff in the statistics department made a mistake in their work. If that's the case, it's very serious, because the data on these spreadsheets is a statistical summary of the actual allocation of materials last month. Once a mistake is made, it's irreversible, and the resulting waste is a real loss. I've circled all the mistakes, Su Ming said calmly, pointing to several places lightly marked with a pencil on the stack of forms. Also, Director, the data in the form you're looking at right now actually has the same mistake. Hiss. Lu Jiangtao couldn't help but gasp, a chill running down his spine. It's like being slashed on the butt with a knife. It's eye-opening. He had been the head of the statistics department for so many years, managing a group of carefully selected advisors. Yet a newcomer who was visiting the statistics department for the first time pointed out his mistakes, and not just one. If this gets out, and he doesn't clear his name, he'll lose face as the head of the statistics department. How will he ever be able to hold his head high in front of his subordinates again? What exactly is wrong? Tell me, I'll listen. Lu Jiangtao tried his best to keep his tone calm, but his eyes had already become serious. It's actually very simple. I made the mistake of repeating the same route. Su Ming pointed to several sets of data on the table and explained them clearly and logically. For example, on the 5th and 12th of this month, these two batches of supplies had the same destination and the same type of supplies, but they were sent in two separate trips, with only a week between them. It can be combined into one shipment, saving the manpower, fuel, and time costs of a single trip. For example, here, the fuel on the 18th and the 25th was also being transported to the same regiment. It could have been transported in one go enough for a month, but it was split into two shipments. In summary, it is a typical waste of resources, with a somewhat bloated scheduling and allocation system that lacks overall planning and optimization. After hearing Su Ming's detailed analysis and explanation, Lu Jiangtao was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. If it weren't for Su Ming's explanation and analysis, he really wouldn't have noticed the patterns hidden behind the data. But after this analysis, the problems are clearly and plainly laid out before us. There's definitely a problem. There were indeed problems with the allocation of supplies last month and this month, resulting in wasted resources and unnecessary trips. Moreover, this wasn't just a problem of the last 2 months. Lu Jiangtao's mind raced through the previous months, the first half of the year, and even last year. How much manpower and resources were wasted this year? This number made his heart sink. This is indeed an excessive waste of resources, and there's no excuse for it. How did you figure that out? Lu Jiangtao couldn't help but ask, his tone already tinged with admiration. Su Ming explained earnestly. I have read quite a few professional books on logistics management and material allocation systems. To be honest, our current logistics and material allocation system is somewhat bloated and has room for optimization. In this regard, we can actually learn from some of the logistics and material dispatching methods of foreign militaries and combine them with our own actual situation to analyze and develop a material dispatching system that is more suitable for our field army. You see, we can actually optimize it like this. Su Ming has read no fewer than 1,000 professional military books. He reads anything related to the military. He had also systematically studied military books on troop logistics management, and some military academies even had special courses in this area. Although he had not studied them systematically, he had long since mastered the core content through self-study. If Su Ming hadn't come to the Logistics Department's Statistics Division of the H Group Army today for an on-site visit, He wouldn't have known that a group army's material dispatch and distribution system could be so bloated and have so much room for optimization. As Su Ming explained things clearly and logically for a while, Lu Jiantao was completely shocked, feeling as if this young captain had a library in his head. After a long while, Lu Jiantao finally came to his senses. "Come with me to see the minister." Taking Su Ming to see Colonel Shi Jianhua was Colonel Lu Jiantao's last act of defiance. Perhaps only Senior Colonel Shi Jianhua, as the head of the logistics department, could truly understand the importance and immense value of the new material dispatch and distribution system that Su Ming described. So, inside the colonel's office, Senior Colonel Shi Jianhua, the dignified Minister of Logistics, actually took out a notebook and pen in front of Su Ming, just like a student listening attentively to a lecture, and quickly took notes on the key points and core concepts of the new material dispatch and distribution system that Su Ming was talking about. If the other staff officers saw this, they would probably be astonished. That evening, Shi Jianhua hurriedly went to the General Staff headquarters with a thick stack of notes and met with Major General Zhou Qijing, the Chief of Staff of the Army Group, to report the matter in person. "Chief of Staff, your decision to assign Comrade Su Ming to the Logistics Department was absolutely brilliant," Shi Jianhua said excitedly. "If it weren't for Comrade Su Ming's sharp eyes, we wouldn't have discovered the huge shortcomings in the logistics dispatch system." After saying that, he put on a pained expression. As the Minister of Logistics, he was practically the housekeeper of the Army Group, in charge of the food, drink, sanitation, fuel, and ammunition of tens of thousands of people. Seeing the enormous amount of supplies being consumed every day, the colonel felt a pang of heartache. Now he knows that due to the bloated and unreasonable scheduling and allocation system, a lot of resources have been wasted over the years, and he almost fainted from heartache. Have Comrade Su Ming submit a detailed report on the new material dispatch and distribution system, Major General Zhou Qijing said very seriously after listening to the report and understanding what had happened. This event is of great significance to the H Group Army and even to the entire field army. An excellent logistics, scheduling, and allocation system can save an astronomical amount of resources every year. A bloated and outdated logistics, scheduling, and allocation system also wastes an astronomical amount of resources every year. The difference between the two is even more striking when compared side by side. By the way, you should tell him. Major General Zhou Qijing thought for a moment and then added, "As long as he writes well, and the new logistics material dispatch and distribution system he comes up with is effective and can be implemented, I will personally recommend him for commendation." Su Ming was not an officer of the Northern Military Region, so the H Group Army headquarters could not directly award Su Ming a prize. However, based on Su Ming's actual performance, we can recommend him for commendation by our superiors. If a Major General Chief of Staff personally came forward to request commendation, then his rank must be quite high, at least a first-class merit. Yes, Shi Jianhua was deeply shocked and could not calm down for a long time. Su Ming is definitely the first person who could get a Major General Chief of Staff to take the initiative to ask for credit in person. The young captain was far more capable than he had imagined. Chapter 275, he finished all the work for everyone. There is a secluded pond near the headquarters, in a remote and tranquil location. The area is overgrown with weeds and dense trees, completely obscuring the water. Unless you are specifically looking for it, it would be difficult to discover that there is such a wonderful place here. The pond is quite large, with clear water, and it is home to many plump fish, not for eating, but purely for recreational purposes. Along the pond, artificial fishing platforms have been built, with wooden planks, sunshades, and even neatly arranged small stools. For anglers, such a place is a rare and precious fishing paradise. During their rest time, you can always see groups of officers carrying fishing rods running over here. However, at this very moment, during the critical period of the Army Group's combat readiness exercises, the entire headquarters was in a state of frantic activity, while a group of people sat by the pond, holding fishing rods and leisurely staring at the water. "Chief, is this really appropriate?" a young staff officer muttered under his breath, glancing around every now and then, as if afraid a superior might suddenly appear. Everyone else is working overtime, and we're fishing here. Isn't this too conspicuous? That's right, that's right. Someone immediately chimed in. If the commanders at headquarters saw this, they'd probably give us a real dressing down, and a punishment would be the least of our worries. A scolding would be the least of our worries, sighed another, slightly older staff officer. I heard that last month. A staff officer in the training department was caught dozing off during work hours by the chief of staff, who gave him a warning on the spot. What we're doing here is blatant fishing, which is much more serious than dozing off. We could easily get punished. People in other departments have been working themselves to the bone these past few days, looking like pandas from exhaustion. Our actions are nothing short of blatant provocation, someone said, shaking their head in anguish. The 7 or 8 staff officers in the statistics department were each holding a fishing rod, leisurely fishing, but their faces were full of guilt and unease. They whispered to each other from time to time, but they were actually panicking inside. This isn't a regular day or a day off. What time of day is it now? The military region is preparing for its annual large-scale exercise, and all departments are extremely busy, working overtime day and night. They even have to eat their boxed lunches while staring at their computer screens. They spend almost 2/3 of their 24 hours a day working at high intensity, and many people are even at risk of sudden death at any time. The consumption of coffee and strong tea in the office has tripled. As a result, the statistics department of their logistics department, which is usually extremely busy, has now mobilized all its staff to come here for fishing and relaxation. In particular, when the military region wasn't busy, many officers and staff from the headquarters would come here to fish and relax when they had nothing to do. But is now the time to relax and unwind? During this critical period of exercise and preparation, the entire Army group is on high alert, yet they are leisurely enjoying themselves here. Isn't that courting death? What else are we supposed to do besides fishing? Colonel Lu Jiangtao glanced at everyone with a frustrated expression, his tone full of helplessness. Go back to the office and watch that workaholic finish all our work. Then sit there staring at each other, questioning our existence. After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. The director is right. A staff officer sighed and resignedly gripped his fishing rod. Rather than going back and being discouraged to the point of becoming withdrawn, it's better to fish here. At least out of sight, out of mind. Forget it, I'll accept the scolding. I'll just fish here and at least have some peace and quiet for a while. Exactly, it's rare to steal a moment of leisure from a busy schedule. Isn't life meant to be enjoyed? Someone consoled themselves. As the director of the statistics department, Lu Jiangtao has now completely given up, and all the staff members in the statistics department have also given up. I have no choice but to lie down. A weirdo has joined the department. The Captain Su Ming, who was seconded from the Tibetan military region by the general staff, was not a human being at all. He was a monster in human skin. On his first day, he directly pointed out the problem of the bloated logistics and material allocation system, which shocked Lu Jiangtao on the spot. Immediately afterwards, they produced a detailed report on the new material dispatch and distribution system and submitted it to the headquarters in just a few days. The training department held an emergency meeting overnight to discuss and evaluate the proposal, and ultimately unanimously agreed that the new material dispatch and allocation system proposed by Captain Su Ming was a huge innovation that could effectively save resources and improve efficiency, and it must be promoted and piloted within the Army group as soon as possible. The result of the captain's behavior was that Shi Jianhua, the head of the logistics department, was severely criticized by Chief of Staff Zhou Qijing, who reprimanded him for not noticing the loopholes in the system after all these years. After being criticized, Minister Shi turned around and gave the statistics department a severe dressing down, pointing his finger at them and scolding them for not discovering such a major mistake and wasting so many resources over the years. How much money would you get if you converted those wasted resources into cash? As the head of the statistics department, Lu Jiangtao could only accept the criticism. What else could he do? It's true that I didn't notice it and I did waste resources, so I deserve the scolding. But that's not all. In just 3 days after arriving at the statistics department, the captain transformed from an observer and learner into a key member of the department. With her strong work ability and abnormal learning speed, she single-handedly took on all the daily work of the statistics department, including the share that belonged to each of them. Their terrifying work efficiency made them question their very existence. Data that would normally take a whole day to process was finished by the captain in just 2 hours. Reports that would normally require the collaboration of several people were completed by the captain in half a day, all by himself. So much so that they even began to doubt themselves. Had they been working in the statistics department for so many years for nothing? Not only did I fail to discover system loopholes and waste resources, but my daily work efficiency was also crushed by a newcomer. Have all my years of hard work really been a waste? As a result, everyone, including Lu Jiangtao, is now completely out of work. All of it has been taken by Su Ming alone. Tell me, what's the point of not going fishing? Are you suggesting that they sit in the office like idiots, watching Su Ming, who single-handedly solved all their work, and then silently shut themselves off and question their existence? Going out for a walk will keep me from seeing things and from getting annoyed, and at least I can preserve some of my pitiful self-esteem. Meanwhile, Major General Zhou Qijing, the Chief of Staff of Army Group H, has been in a very good mood these past 2 days. Although I'm incredibly busy, everything is progressing smoothly and all preparations are going well. To his delight, the treasure that the General Staff had borrowed from the Tibetan military region to their H Group Army was truly invaluable. As expected of a prominent figure at the Army Academy, that young captain is indeed outstanding. So outstanding that even Major General Zhou Qijing, who had served in the army for decades, had to admire him. Within just 3 days of arriving at the logistics department, they discovered a systemic problem that had plagued the army group for many years and came up with a practical and feasible solution. What is talent? This is talent, and the kind of innovative talent that comes along only once in a century. Once the new material dispatch and distribution system is fully implemented, the amount of resources that can be saved for the H Group Army each year will be staggering. Especially since the H Group Army is a heavily armed group army, its consumption of fuel, ammunition, and spare parts is enormous. Even optimizing the dispatch efficiency by a few percentage points would save enough money to equip another battalion. This is definitely a huge step forward for Army Group H. Arranging for Su Ming to work in the logistics department was a very clever decision, Zhou Qi thought to himself, feeling that his initial decision was truly brilliant. This unexpected windfall put the Major General in a great mood, and he decided to reward himself by taking a short break from his busy schedule to go fishing at the pond. It's been a long time since I've been there. The fish in the pond must be starving and thin. I should go and feed them. When Zhou Qi was leisurely carrying his fishing rod to the edge of the pond, the scene before him made his smile freeze instantly, and his face immediately turned cold. My good mood vanished instantly. On several fishing platforms by the pond, 7 or 8 people were sitting leisurely, holding fishing rods in their hands, and some even had their legs crossed, chatting and laughing as they fished. What's going on? Which department are you from? Zhou Qi strode forward and questioned sternly. Who gave you permission to fish here? Do you know what time it is? This is a critical period for exercises and preparations. The entire army group is working overtime, and you're fishing here? Do you have no respect for discipline? Upon hearing the stern voice, the staff of the statistics department turned around and saw that it was the Army Group Chief of Staff who had personally arrived. They were so frightened that they trembled all over, hurriedly put down their fishing rods and stood up, each with their head down, not daring to breathe. Lu Jiangtao immediately jogged over, stood at attention, and saluted, fine beads of sweat already appearing on his forehead. Reporting to the Chief of Staff. We are from the Statistics Department. Lu Jiangtao replied in a loud voice, but his confidence was clearly lacking. Lu Jiangtao, the head of the Statistics Department, right? I know you. Zhou Qijing's voice was stern, his gaze sharp as a knife. Other departments are all working overtime, and you people in the Statistics Department still have time to come here fishing? Have you all finished your work? The Major General hadn't recognized these people before, but he recognized Lu Jiangtao now. The head of the Statistics Department was just criticized by him a few days ago. Chief of Staff, it's not that we wanted to come fishing. It's just that we can't stand being in the Statistics Department anymore. Lu Jiangtao complained bitterly, his tone full of helplessness. Huh? Zhou Qi was taken aback, looking at him in confusion, not understanding what he meant. What do you mean by, I can't stay in the statistics department anymore. What happened to the statistics department? Chief of Staff, it's like this. Lu Jiangtao took a deep breath and began to explain. All the work in our statistics department is currently being handled by Comrade Su Ming alone. He even took away our share of the work. We want to work, but there's nothing to do. We can't just sit in the office staring at each other, can we? Wouldn't that be just sitting around doing nothing? After saying that, Lu Jiangtao looked at Zhou Qijing with pleading eyes. Chief of Staff, could you please transfer Comrade Su Ming to another department? Let him go and mess with others, instead of just taking advantage of our statistics department. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qi was speechless, and his lips twitched. It was like a knife scratching my butt. It opened my eyes. Is this even possible? One person took on all the work of the entire department, forcing the section chief to take his subordinates out fishing to escape the hustle and bustle? Is that so? Zhou Qijing was skeptical. Chief of Staff, if you don't believe me, you can go to the statistics department now. Lu Jiangtao said confidently. I really can't stay there. All I can do there is doubt about life. Let's go take a look. Zhou Qi was intrigued. He didn't believe it. Was it really that strange? Although Su Ming is indeed outstanding, how could a captain seconded from another military region have mastered the work of the statistics department so thoroughly in just a few days? How many people can do the work of one person? Are you forcing others to have no work? That's way too exaggerated. Soon, the group arrived at the statistics office. Pushing open the door, the room was empty except for Su Ming sitting in front of the computer, intently typing on the keyboard. Hearing the door open, he looked up and saw Lu Jiangtao return, then immediately stood up. Director Lu, I've finished all the work by now. Su Ming quickly approached and asked earnestly, is there any other work to be done? Are there any backlogged tasks in the statistics department? He had finished all the work in the statistics department an hour ago and wanted to do some more, but found that no one was there and he could only sit in the office waiting. It's really gone. Lu Jiangtao was on the verge of tears, his voice trembling. In just a few days, Su Ming finished all the work that had accumulated in the statistics department. That workload would have taken their entire department several months to complete. But Su Ming finished it in no time. This work efficiency is terrifying. It's practically inhuman. Greetings, Commander. Su Ming suddenly noticed Zhou Qijing standing at the door, immediately stood at attention and saluted, his movements precise and his voice loud and clear. I heard from Director Lu that you've done all their work, so I came to take a look. Zhou Qijing stated his purpose directly, his gaze sweeping over Su Ming with a mixture of scrutiny and curiosity. Sir, it's Director Lu and the others who took care of me and were willing to give me more opportunities to learn. Actually, there wasn't much work to do, Su Ming said modestly, with a sincere smile on his face. If it weren't for the presence of the Major General, Lu Jiangtao would definitely have voiced his protest. Chief of Staff, listen to this. Is this even human language? What do you mean by we take care of him? What do you mean by there's not much work to do? Did we even want to give him a chance? He completely snatched the job away from us. We couldn't stop them. Upon receiving confirmation, Zhou Qijing was deeply shocked and remained unsettled for a long time. Su Ming's work efficiency alone surpassed that of all the staff members in the statistics department. The difference is truly enormous. The capable should be given more responsibilities. Zhou Qijing pondered for a moment before speaking. During this period, you should visit various departments, learn more, and observe more. This is a new arrangement and plan made for Su Ming. Originally assigned to the logistics department, Zhou Qijing thought it would take at least a month for Su Ming to learn about and understand the operation of the logistics department. Unexpectedly, the captain's learning ability was so abnormal that he messed up the statistics department like this in just a few days. There's no point in keeping Su Ming in the statistics department. All the work has been done. If they stay any longer, the people in the statistics department might collectively become depressed. Since there's still time, let's send the captain to other units to learn and get acquainted with the business of different departments. This will be beneficial for his future development. Yes, sir. Su Mingli replied at attention, without any objection. Doing these undemanding tasks in the statistics department all the time is really quite boring. Being able to visit other departments and learn more is exactly what he wants. And so, in the following period, Su Ming began to rotate through various departments for further learning. When the departments first heard that a new person had arrived who could help with the work, they were all quite pleasantly surprised. During the preparation for the exercise, who wouldn't complain about having too much work to do? Having more people share the workload is a wonderful thing. But soon, the surprise turned into shock and then into despair. Because no matter which department he goes to, Su Ming operates in the same way. First, spend half a day familiarizing yourself with the business. Then spend a day clearing out the backlog of work, and then start actively looking for work to do. In the end, you leave the entire department with nothing to do and can only sit in the office questioning their existence. So much so that whenever Su Ming left a department, such comments would arise. "Thank God, he's finally gone," someone said, clasping their hands together in relief. "If he doesn't leave soon, I feel like we can all pack our bags and leave," someone muttered to himself, slumped in a chair. "When he was around, I felt like a complete waste. All my efforts over the years have been for nothing, and all the hair I've lost has been for nothing." A balding staff officer touched his forehead, on the verge of tears. "Damn it, it turns out it wasn't that we had too much work, it was that we were too useless." Someone finally realized this cruel reality. In this way, Su Ming completed his rotational training in various departments of the H Group Army within a month. From logistics to training, from communications to intelligence, from equipment to military affairs. He thoroughly understood the operations of every department. At the same time, he also gained a deep understanding of the operation of a group army-level system. Su Ming had never had such an opportunity before. In the military region of Tibet, he was most familiar with the operations at the company and battalion levels. At the H Group Army, he directly experienced the operations at the group army level, which broadened his horizons considerably. A month later, Su Ming left the headquarters building and went to the strongest main combat division of the H Group Army, the 1st Heavy Armored Division of the Field Army, the Z Division. Next, Su Ming's task was to stay in the Z Division as an operations staff officer, joining the Z Division staff group to participate in the planning and simulation of the exercise, and waiting for the arrival of this annual grand exercise. The military vehicle drove along the wide asphalt road, and the scenery outside the window rushed past. Su Ming looked out the window, a sense of anticipation rising in his heart. The 1st Heavy Armor Division, my mentor and senior brother. Su Ming thought to himself, a slight smile playing on his lips. Finally, I can see the real person in person. I'm a little excited. The legendary commander Qi Shunwei, the first disciple of Dinfeng Jinhua, was a legendary figure who rose from platoon leader to commander. Su Ming had wanted to meet him for a long time. Chapter 276 Commander of the 1st Heavy Armored Division. A Warrior brand military jeep drove smoothly along the wide asphalt road, taking Su Ming to the headquarters of the Z Division of the 1st Heavy Armored Division of the H Group Army. The scenery outside the car window gradually changed from the city to the countryside, with the outlines of rolling mountains faintly visible in the distance. Su Ming sat in the back seat, gazing out the window, his mind filled with various pieces of information about the senior brother he had never met. During his time studying at the Army Academy, Su Ming's teacher, Major General Feng Jinhua, often told him about the glorious achievements and growth of his senior, the commander of the Heavy Armored Division. Back in the Army Academy, Qi Shunwei was an absolute star, hailed as the Dragon of the Armored Command Department, displaying astonishing talent and ability in the field of armored command. After completing his advanced studies and returning to the H Group Army, he rose through the ranks in just a few years, eventually becoming the commander of the Z Division, leading this top-tier heavy armored division that had garnered attention throughout the Army. Staff Officer Su, our Army Group's division commander Qi, is a true strongman. The veteran driver glanced at Su Ming through the rearview mirror and began to speak enthusiastically. I have some inside information for you. If nothing unexpected happens, the future commander of our H Group Army will be your senior brother. During his month-long rotation at headquarters, Su Ming not only learned a great deal of professional knowledge from various departments, but also managed his interpersonal relationships quite well. He was a smart-looking man who spoke politely, worked efficiently, and always greeted everyone with a smile. The entire headquarters had a good impression of him. The only problem is that she is too capable at work and always takes over other people's work, which makes her disliked. But this is a sweet trouble. Although everyone complains, they are actually convinced of its existence. In other respects, the entire H Group Army headquarters gave Su Ming high praise, all feeling that this captain from the Tibetan military region was indeed extraordinary. If it were someone else, the driver wouldn't say something like that. After all, this driver was no ordinary driver. He was the personal driver of the Chief of Staff of the H Group Army. Having driven for his superior for so many years, he naturally knew far more than the average person. Brother, aren't you afraid of violating discipline by talking about this with someone from another military region like me? Su Ming joked with a smile, his tone relaxed. Ugh, what kind of inside information is this? The driver waved his hand dismissively, looking indifferent. Every commander of the H Group Army must first serve as the commander of the Z Division. This is an old tradition of our group army, and basically everyone knows it. It's not a secret. This is indeed a little-known fact, but it's almost an open secret within the H Army Group. Every commander of the H Army Group must first serve as the commander of the Z Division to accumulate sufficient qualifications and experience before naturally taking over as the commander of the Army Group. In other words, it's a certainty that Su Ming's senior, Colonel Chi Shunwei, the current commander of the Z Division, will become the commander of the H Group Army in the future, barring any major unforeseen events. For example, if the commander of Division Z commits a major disciplinary violation or makes an irreparable command error, his promotion path is basically very stable. My senior is really amazing, Su Ming exclaimed sincerely. No wonder when we were at the Army Academy, the teachers always praised him to me, saying that he was my role model. Staff Officer Su, you're not bad either. The driver glanced at Su Ming again through the rearview mirror, his tone sincere. If you were in our H Group Army, I think you'd have a chance to become the commander of the Z Division. Your abilities are no joke. During this period, Captain Su Ming, who was seconded from the Tibetan military region, has made quite a stir at headquarters. First, the statistics department of the logistics department was taken down by one person. Then, he took turns going to different departments and took over all the work in each place, forcing the department head to take his subordinates out fishing to relax. The news has spread throughout the headquarters. Everyone, from top to bottom, knows about it. Everyone naturally knew that Su Ming was the junior brother of their heavy armor division commander. No wonder he became Commander Chi's junior brother. His ability is not just talk. It's something he earned through hard work. It's just a pity that he's not from their H Group Army. He was seconded from the Tibet military region and will have to go back sooner or later. The warrior jeep sped along and finally came to a smooth stop at the gate of the Z Division headquarters. Su Ming got out of the car, carrying a few simple bags, and walked into the division headquarters compound. After completing the relevant registration and identity verification, a senior colonel personally came out of the office building. Greetings, Commander. Upon seeing the colonel, Su Ming immediately stood at attention and saluted with perfect form, a loud voice, and a respectful attitude. The visitor was Senior Colonel Wang Liqing, Chief of Staff of the Z Division. Upon seeing Su Ming, a kind smile appeared on his face, and he quickly came to greet him. He had received the order from headquarters, and naturally he wanted to personally receive this special captain. Comrade Su Ming, right? Wang Liqing extended his hand and shook hands with Su Ming. I am Wang Liqing, Chief of Staff of the Z Division. Welcome to our Z Division. Yes, sir. Su Ming saluted again. I have received the notification from headquarters, Wang Liqing said. Division Commander Chi is currently leading training at the training ground. You can wait here at the division headquarters for a while, and I will have someone arrange a place for you to rest. The driver who brought Su Ming here was stunned when he saw this scene. Unexpectedly, the Chief of Staff of Division Z personally came out to greet Su Ming. The captain has quite a lot of influence. It should be noted that Wang Liqing holds the rank of Senior Colonel, equivalent to a division-level officer. Those who would be personally greeted by him would at least be officers of the same rank. Sir, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now, the driver said, saluting as he prepared to take his leave. Go back now. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Liqing nodded. After the driver saluted Su Ming and Wang Liqing, He turned and got into the car and left. His mission was complete. He had to return to report to his chief of staff. "Commander, could you take me to see the training grounds?" Su Ming made a small request, his eyes filled with anticipation. What's the point of just sitting idly in the division headquarters office? Would it be more interesting to go to the training ground and see in person his senior leading the training? That was the top-ranked heavy armored division in the entire field army. What is their training actually like? Just how awe-inspiring are those legendary steel torrents? Su Ming had long wanted to witness it with his own eyes. No problem. Wang Liqing readily agreed to Su Ming's request, a knowing smile on his face. He truly deserves to be the junior brother of the Z Division commander. Both of them were students taught by the same teacher and share an unyielding love and obsession with armored formations. Wang Liqing could understand this feeling. When he first witnessed heavy equipment cluster training, he was so excited he almost jumped up. Soon, Wang Liqing personally drove Su Ming to the training ground of Division Z. It was the peak of afternoon training, and Qi Shunwei, the commander of the Z Division, was leading his team in high-intensity training. Boom, boom, boom. Before the car had even come to a complete stop, a deafening roar assaulted our senses. On the vast training ground, the roar of the king of the land resounded continuously, like thunder rolling across the earth. Looking out, hundreds of main battle tanks, like steel beasts unleashed from their cages, constantly changed formations on the vast training ground, sometimes forming a long, straight line, sometimes a flanking maneuver, and sometimes quickly assembling into an assault spearhead. The air was thick with the smell of diesel fuel, almost overflowing, mixed with the scent of dust, creating a unique aroma characteristic of armored units. This scent is more alluring to a true soldier than any perfume. One by one, the second lieutenants of the tank platoon stood on the turrets of their respective tanks, waving their flags in an orderly fashion and using standard flag signals to direct the tanks to form ranks. As the flags fluttered, the steel behemoths weighing tens of tons moved like obedient sheep, executing various tactical maneuvers with perfect accuracy. In addition to tanks, the training ground also features infantry fighting vehicles, self-propelled howitzer crews, armored personnel carriers, command vehicles, and recovery vehicles. All kinds of armored vehicles were available, lined up densely and stretching as far as the eye could see. Standing on the observation platform in the distance, Su Ming watched this scene unfold before him, his heart pounding with excitement and his blood boiling. He wished he could jump onto a tank right now and drive it into that torrent of steel. This is a real armored formation. This was the first time he had ever seen so many tanks appear in front of him at the same time. Recalling the tank company scale combat exercise I had commanded at the Army Academy, compared to what was happening before me, it was nothing but a small-scale skirmish, a mere drop in the ocean, not even in the same league. The entire Z Division has about 20,000 officers and soldiers. Wang Liqing glanced at Su Ming, whose excitement was palpable, and introduced in a calm tone. Currently, this is only the size of a reinforced tank regiment, with about 2,000 people, maybe a few thousand. When the whole division assembles, that scene will be truly spectacular. Su Ming took a deep breath, trying to calm the shock in his heart. No wonder it's the best heavy equipment division in the entire army. A reinforced tank regiment can have such a large armored formation. The military region in Tibet where he previously served had all the tanks from several border defense regiments plus an independent regiment combined, and that was probably the most they could manage. Moreover, it's an outdated Type 59 tank, which is no match for the Type 96A main battle tank in front of us. Those Land Kings roaring on the training ground are not the old Type 59 tanks at all, but the newly equipped Type 96A main battle tanks. It has a high degree of informatization, powerful firepower, amazing protection, and excellent mobility. This is a truly modern main battle tank. If the entire division were to assemble and deploy all 5 combat regiments, what a magnificent sight it would be. Su Ming simply couldn't imagine it. As a disciple of Dean Fong Jinhua of the Armored Command Department, Su Ming could tell at a glance that this reinforced regiment-sized tank regiment was undergoing deployment training. This refers to the reorganization and integration training conducted by the troops after the new equipment arrives. The Armored Group deployment training was the same set of training that Su Ming had learned in the 3rd Company of the Tibetan Military Region before he went to the Army Academy for further studies. At that time, it was just a small tank company that was equipped with it, with a few tanks tinkering around there. And now, it's an entire reinforced tank regiment being deployed. That display was incomparable, worlds apart. Such a heavily armed Z division, apart from military powers like the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, is fully capable of sweeping aside any small or medium-sized country in the world if commanded properly. This is not an exaggeration, it's the truth. What is strength? This is strength. Not far ahead, a middle-aged colonel with a tall, strong build, a resolute face, and eyes that revealed determination and decisiveness stood beside a command vehicle, his eyes keenly observing every detail on the training field. He stood there like a mountain, steady, solid, and unshakable. This person was none other than Qi Shunwei, the commander of this steel behemoth and the division commander of the Z Division, who was also Su Ming's senior brother. Soon, the equipment training of a reinforced tank regiment came to an end, and the various companies began to regroup and assemble. At ease. Stand at attention. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of uniform footsteps rang out as all the officers and soldiers of the Z Division's tank regiment marched in unison, their movements crisp and efficient. Each person stood tall and proud, with piercing eyes and an imposing presence, exuding the arrogance and killing intent unique to elite troops. A glimpse into one corner is enough to see the whole leopard. The style and quality of this regiment alone reveal the overall competence of the officers and soldiers of the 1st Heavy Armored Division. It is indeed the best level in the entire army. A colonel jogged up to Qi Shunwei, stood at attention, and saluted with perfect, powerful movements. Reporting, Division Commander. The entire tank regiment is fully equipped. Please give your instructions. At ease. Yes, sir. The colonel turned to face the entire regiment and loudly ordered, at ease. All the officers and soldiers of the regiment simultaneously assumed the position of at ease, but still maintained their upright military posture. Tell me about it. Qi Shunwei stepped forward and spoke with a strong voice that echoed across the training ground. Your regiment is the only reinforced tank regiment in the entire division, the sharpest blade in the entire division, and an elite force that the whole army is watching. Qi Shunwei's gaze swept over all the officers and soldiers of the regiment, and everyone whose gaze swept over them felt a wave of pressure coming towards them. Changing clothes is the biggest test for you. As the commander of the Z Division, I have confidence in you. I have always said that you are the elite of the elite, the troops I trust the most. Qi Shunwei's voice suddenly turned stern. But is this the result you've given me today? The entire venue was completely silent, save for the sound of the wind and the faint rumble of machinery in the distance. In front of thousands of people, Qi Shunwei spoke without any politeness, his voice extremely stern, each word like a nail driven into the ears of everyone present. He publicly called out the names of each company one by one in response to the problems exposed during the tank regiment's phase training. Which company was slow to change formation? Which company had problems with coordination? Which company made a mistake in flag signaling? Which company failed to maintain proper vehicle spacing? Every issue was explained clearly and precisely, hitting the nail on the head. The reprimand was well-reasoned and supported by evidence, data, and examples, leaving everyone present with no room for rebuttal. They could only listen obediently, secretly feeling annoyed. If the tank regiment is likened to a ferocious tiger, then Qi Shunwei is now a top-notch tiger trainer. Before him, no matter how ferocious the beast, they all had to obediently tuck their tails between their legs, daring not to act recklessly, much less to express any dissatisfaction. A bad soldier is just one bad soldier. A bad general makes a bad army. What is control? What is prestige? The commander of this heavy armor division taught Su Ming a valuable lesson. That kind of confidence and authority that comes from the core is not something that can be forced out by military rank, but rather something that is built up through solid combat achievements and capabilities. There is only 1 month left before the exercise begins. Qi Shunwei continued his address, his voice softening slightly. I remind you all again, combat is not just the responsibility of any one of your units, but a matter of coordination and cooperation among all combat units. Good coordination and seamless teamwork are essential to maximizing combat effectiveness. Do you all understand? Listen carefully. The entire tank regiment roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Rest for 15 minutes. Chi Shunwei waved his hand. After 15 minutes, continue with extra training. Fix all the problems that surface today until they become muscle memory. Yes. The entire regiment responded in unison, then quickly dispersed and began to rest on the spot. Some drank water, some wiped away sweat, and some sat on the ground to calm themselves down, but no one dared to truly relax. The division commander's eyes are still on them. With the exercise imminent, all participating troops are making the most of their remaining time for intensive training. This exercise is of paramount importance, concerning the honor of the Army group and the test of the entire Army's equipment upgrade results. No one wants to lag behind in this exercise, much less become the one being criticized behind their back. From the time he changed his clothes until now, it has been a full 4 months for Master Z. The mastery of new equipment, the replacement of old equipment with new equipment, the departure of some veterans, and the replenishment of fresh blood. This is a huge test for a heavy division. Any problem in any link will affect the overall combat effectiveness. It is normal for coordination problems to arise between combat units in the early stages of equipment replacement, and it is also normal for combat effectiveness to temporarily decline. Chi Shunwei knew this better than anyone else. But more than 4 months have passed, and he doesn't care how the other units are coordinating their changes. But the heavy division he commands cannot afford to have any problems. Absolutely not. As the commander of the Army's number 1 heavy equipment division, Chi Shunwei has his own pride and bottom line. Old Chi, your junior brother is here. Seeing that Chi Shunwei's training had temporarily come to an end, Wang Liqing led Su Ming to Chi Shunwei's side and introduced them with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chi Shunwei turned his head and sized Su Ming up and down. His gaze was sharp as a knife, as if he wanted to see right through Su Ming. A moment later, he spoke without any restraint, his tone direct and somewhat harsh. Didn't the Chief of Staff say he was to join the staff group as an operations staff officer? What are you doing bringing him here? The Chief of Staff did give that order, Wang Liqing explained with a smile. But he also said that you, his senior, should mentor him and teach him. He heard that you were leading the training here and volunteered to come, wanting to see the training of the heavy armored division firsthand. After saying that, Wang Liqing leaned close to Chi Shunwei's ear and whispered, "Also, the Chief of Staff has spoken to me privately. This Su Ming is an absolute talent. I want you to mentor him and try to keep him in our Army group after the exercise." Wang Liqing's voice was very soft, so soft that only the two of them could hear it. Although Su Ming was seconded from the General Staff, his amazing performance over the past month has led Major General Zhou Ruding, Chief of Staff of the H Group Army, to no longer intend to return him after the exercise. Sending such talent back to the Tibetan military region would be a waste. It would be much better to keep him in the H Group Army. Moreover, Division Commander Z is Su Ming's senior brother. It would be great if the two brothers worked together. Their cooperation would definitely be seamless. If we train them properly for a few years, the next commander of the Z Division might just be decided. After listening, Chi Shunwei's expression remained unchanged. He simply nodded slightly. Chapter 277. A Practice Battle Between Fellow Disciples. Chi Shunwei's gaze fell on Su Ming again, his eyes filled with scrutiny and consideration. He walked slowly to Su Ming's side, his steps steady, exuding a calm and dignified air of someone who had been through many battles. Chi Shunwei spoke, his voice deep and powerful. "My teacher mentioned you to me. They said you are a very promising armored commander and asked me to take good care of you. Although I am your senior brother in terms of relationship, I have always only looked at strength, not relationships, and I don't care who is whose junior brother." As the commander of the Z Division, leading the Army's top heavy armored division, Chi Shunwei had his own pride. This pride is not arrogance, but absolute confidence in one's own strength. Every commander of the heavy armor division has risen to the rank of commander through sheer ability, without any influence from personal connections. Qi Shunwei has risen to his current position thanks to his outstanding skills and the achievements he has made in countless exercises. He said this beforehand as a reminder to Su Ming. For me, there's no room for sentimentality among fellow disciples. If it works, it works, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. Upon hearing this, Su Ming simply smiled slightly, without showing any surprise on his face. It would be surprising if the commander of this heavy armor division were a shrewd and worldly person who always considered interpersonal relationships. This straightforward and outspoken personality is befitting of the position of commander of the 1st Heavy Armored Division. I heard you never lost an infantry tank exercise against those mid-level officers at the Army Academy? Qi Shunwei asked again, his tone tinged with interest. Yes, sir, Su Ming admitted frankly, without any modesty or evasion. There's no point in fighting those weaklings. Qi Shunwei made a surprising statement, saying something that Su Ming had never expected. Don't be complacent if you win, and don't think you're so great. How many of those mid-level officers at the Army Academy have actually been on the battlefield? How many have actually commanded realistic combat exercises? Anyone can talk the talk, but real skills are what matter. However, upon closer reflection, Su Ming understood. This is the pride and spirit that a commander of the 1st Heavy Armored Division should possess. If you don't have this kind of temper and confidence, how can you be the commander of a heavy armor division? How can he keep his more than 20,000 arrogant and fierce soldiers in check? The commander of the 1st Heavy Armored Division needs not humility and modesty, but confidence and domineering presence built on absolute strength. Su Ming was well aware of this. However, I am truly surprised that you were able to defeat your teacher in the war game simulation. Qi Shunwei changed the subject, his tone now showing more approval. You're better than I was back then. Su Ming was definitely the first junior officer to receive such praise from the commander of a heavy armored division. It's worth noting that Qi Shunwei rarely praises people, so for him to say something like, better than I was back then, is enough to show that Su Ming already holds a certain weight in his heart. Colonel Wang Liqing, who was standing nearby, was also deeply shocked upon hearing this. How could this young captain defeat Major General Fang Jinhua, the dean of the Armored Command Department, in a war game simulation? He was a veteran major general, a former commander of a heavy armored division, and in terms of seniority, experience, and competence, he was among the best in the entire army. The fact that this captain could defeat him speaks volumes about his skill. Just luck, Su Ming said modestly, a faint smile on his face. Even if it's luck, it's still a form of skill. Qi Shunwei waved his hand, clearly disliking such excessive modesty. I'll have a tank infantry combat exercise with you later. Interested? Won't this interfere with the tank regiment's training? Su Ming asked, glancing at the tank regiment soldiers who were resting in the distance. A company-level infantry tank confrontation exercise can be considered training, Qi Shunwei said casually. Just treat it as extra training for the troops. Let them see what real confrontation is like. Thank you, Commander. Su Ming was pleasantly surprised, not expecting such a gain. The commander of the 1st Heavy Armored Division, a senior colonel, is going to personally engage in an infantry tank combat exercise with him. This kind of opportunity is so rare, it's practically a once-in-a-lifetime chance. This is a completely different concept from the infantry tank exercises and confrontations we had previously conducted at the Army Academy. Because this is the Z Division, using the Z Division's tank company, the combat quality, equipment level, and tactical skills of the officers and soldiers are completely different from those of the students at the Army Academy. What's more, the opponent was the commander of a heavy division, a combat-experienced commander who had risen through the ranks from platoon leader to commander. This kind of treatment isn't something everyone gets. Nearby, the tank regiment's officers and soldiers, who were resting on the spot, cast many curious glances and whispered among themselves. Who is that captain? What's his background? How come he can talk to the division commander for so long? A young tank soldier couldn't help but ask. I don't know, the chief of staff brought him. What a young captain. How old is he? He looks to be in his early 20s, right? Another soldier craned his neck to look. Such a young captain. Could he be a cadet officer who graduated from some military academy? His background must be quite impressive. You don't know him? A A second lieutenant platoon leader looked at the group of ignorant soldiers around him with some surprise. Wang Pai, do you know who he is? Upon hearing this, the surrounding soldiers immediately gathered around, their faces full of curiosity. Platoon leader Wang lowered his voice, his tone tinged with a hint of reverence. A pervert who came from the military region in the Tibetan area. The youngest captain in the history of the field army, with less than a year of service, was promoted all the way through the ranks and won 4 first-class merits, as well as many second-class and third-class merits. He went to the Army Academy for further studies, skipped grades one after another, and left those mid-level officers bewildered. Platoon leader Wang recounted Su Ming's glorious deeds one by one as if they were his own treasures, leaving the surrounding soldiers stunned, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg in them. Really? That's incredible, someone asked incredulously. My classmates at the Army Academy told me this themselves. How could it be false? Platoon leader Wang said with certainty. He is the second closed-door disciple of Dean Fong Jinhua of the Armored Command Department of the Army Academy. The first one was our division commander. In terms of relationship, he is our division commander's junior brother, understand? He can definitely be considered a legendary figure in the field army. Wow, that's amazing, someone couldn't help but swear. It's more than just impressive. It sounds like he's talking way more impressively than our division commander. Another soldier exclaimed. I always thought our division commander was the most awesome, but I never imagined there was someone even more awesome than him. Then what is he doing here in our Z division? Could it be that he's planning to become the next commander of the Z division? Someone suddenly wondered. No way. He's an officer from the Tibetan military region, not from our H group army. How could he possibly be the commander of our Z division? Idiot. Platoon leader Wang tapped the man on the head. If we really intend to make him the next commander of the heavy armored division, transferring him would be a simple matter of issuing an order. With a transfer order from the general staff, it would be a piece of cake for him to go wherever he wants. That makes sense. Everyone suddenly realized. The officers and soldiers of the tank regiment whispered among themselves, constantly exclaiming in amazement. Many people never expected that such a young captain would be so incredibly talented, with a resume that would dazzle anyone. He is truly a living legend. The 15-minute break ended quickly. Just as the tank regiment's officers and soldiers were preparing to continue training, news arrived that shocked everyone. What? The division commander is actually going to have an infantry tank combat exercise with that captain? Someone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe their ears. Really? A colonel and a captain fighting in an infantry tank exercise? Isn't that a pure annihilation? What's the point of fighting? The division commander never does things like bullying the weak. Why did he suddenly decide to start an exercise? Could it be that the commander wants to train his junior brother and see what he's made of? A confrontation with no suspense whatsoever. Someone asserted confidently. I bet the captain can only last one round at most. One more round, someone immediately retorted. You know our division commander's strength. In one exchange, the captain's troops would be completely overwhelmed. They wouldn't last more than a few minutes. Under Qi Xunwei's arrangement, the two men each commanded a tank company from a tank regiment to conduct a company-level infantry tank exercise. This kind of company-level confrontation, like the practical combat training at the Army Academy, is an effective way to test the capabilities of junior commanders. The remaining officers and soldiers of the tank regiment acted as spectators, sitting around the training ground, waiting to watch this rare showdown between fellow soldiers. Who is this captain? Colonel Zhao Wenbai, Deputy Chief of Staff of the Z Division, walked up to Wang Liqing and asked curiously. During his break, he was talking with several officers of the tank regiment and did not hear the conversation between Qi Xunwei and Su Ming. He only knew that they had suddenly announced that they would be conducting a combat exercise. Wang Liqing explained. A famous figure in the Army Academy. The second disciple of Dean Fong Jinhua of the Armored Command Department, strictly speaking, is our division commander's junior brother. His name is Su Ming, the captain who was seconded from the Tibetan military region. Zhao Wenbai suddenly realized, his gaze falling on Su Ming in the distance, scrutinizing him carefully. He's the captain from the Tibetan military region where the chief of staff was stationed in our Z division. That's impressive. It's been years since I've seen a division commander engage in a company-level confrontation with someone. What? You want to test whether your junior brother is up to par? Whether he meets your standards? Wang Liqing nodded and said, there is an element of probing involved. I think it's more about taking the opportunity to fine-tune the technique. After all, they were taught by the same teacher. You know what kind of temperament our teacher has. When he sees a promising talent, he will never hesitate to nurture him and will never hide him away. Zhao Wenbai became interested and rubbed his hands together. Interesting. A colonel, commander of a heavy armored division, is fighting a company-level battle against a captain. How many rounds do you think this captain can last? I'll bet you 2 packs of special supplies. Wang Liqing laughed and scolded. Get out. Get out. Get out. I don't smoke. You keep betting with me about special supplies, just so I can help you find a way to get them, right? Let me tell you, I'm not falling for your tricks. He was the chief of staff of the Z Division and the deputy chief of staff of the Z Division. The two were old acquaintances and friends. They spoke freely in private, saying whatever they wanted, and joking around was commonplace. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a highly anticipated infantry tank combat exercise soon began. Su Ming was commanding the 3rd Tank Company of the Tank Regiment, while Qi Shunwei was commanding the 5th Tank Company. The 2 companies were equipped with the same equipment and had equally skilled personnel, making it arguably the fairest competition. The company-level infantry tank exercises do not involve logistical support, special operations, or complex battlefield environments. But this also puts the commander's skills to the test. How to make the right judgment in the shortest time, how to give full play to the combat effectiveness of the troops at hand, and how to deal with changes in the opponent. These are all real and hard skills. Start. With the referee's whistle, the competition officially began. The first phase is the preparation phase. Su Ming was already very adept at issuing orders, requiring absolutely no time to think. He had led a company in the Tibetan military region and fought countless battles at the Army Academy, so he was already very familiar with the tank company's maneuver preparation procedures. In addition, the officers and soldiers of the tank regiment are indeed highly skilled, executing orders decisively and efficiently, and their actions are standardized and compliant. In just 7 minutes, the 3rd Tank Company completed all its preparations for maneuver. Vehicles started, personnel in place, ammunition checked, communications tested, everything was ready. This timing is already quite excellent. Even if the company commander of this tank company in the tank regiment personally took charge, he might not be able to do a better job. Su Ming's move certainly gave many people a good thrashing. Holy crap, someone in the audience exclaimed. The maneuver preparation only took 7 minutes. This captain is insane. Even our company commander couldn't achieve that in 7 minutes, another soldier said, his face filled with shock. Excellent. No wonder he's the teacher's junior brother. He's got some skills. He's achieved this at such a young age. Even our division commander probably couldn't have done it when he was that young, right? This kid is really something. Colonel Zhao Wenbai couldn't help but exclaim. Although he's incredibly young, he can command the mobilization and preparation of a tank company in just 7 minutes. Clearly, he has his own understanding and unique insights into mechanized command. He's not the kind of officer who just reads from the book and talks about military strategy on paper. Wang Liqing laughed. When he was studying at the Army Academy, he fought against the mid-level officers of the Army Academy for half a month in infantry and tank exercises and was undefeated. He is exactly like the division commander from back then. Back when our commander was at the Army Academy, he was a true prodigy, unmatched among his peers, and was well known for it. Back when Qi Shunwei was at the Army Academy, he was a prominent figure, overwhelming his peers with absolute strength and becoming Dinfang Jinhua's first disciple. Now, his junior apprentice, Su Ming, seems to be following the same path as him. As the commander of a heavy armored division, Qi Shunwei also took 7 minutes to prepare a tank company for maneuver, exactly the same as Su Ming's team. Although both sides had the same preparation time for maneuvering a tank company, this does not mean that Su Ming and the colonel were on the same level of strength. The time a tank company spends preparing for a maneuver depends not only on the commander's ability, but also on the overall quality of the company's officers and soldiers and their usual training level. Both companies are elite units of the tank regiment, with comparable officer and soldier quality, so it is normal that they have the same preparation time for maneuver. But if it were a regular company, the situation might be completely different. Both sides completed their maneuver preparations and moved towards the core battlefield area almost simultaneously. This time, Su Ming's deployment was a standard operational deployment for conventional armored company confrontations. He did not intend to incorporate any special tactics or use any fancy tricks. The opponent is the commander of the 1st Heavy Armored Division. To hell with tactics. If we don't command our tank company to engage the enemy in a real, head-on battle at this point, we'll never have another chance. Tactics can have a surprise effect, but at this moment, Su Ming just wanted to feel how big the gap was between him and his senior brother. Only through direct confrontation can one truly understand the depth of their opponent's strength. Qi Shunwei also wanted to test his junior brother's strength. Therefore, he didn't make too many fancy deployments. He simply had the armored company deploy in a standard assault formation when they were about to reach the core battlefield area, proceeding steadily and cautiously to test the strength of Su Ming. 2 tank companies rapidly approached each other on the open training ground, the roar of their engines deafening, the dust kicked up by their tracks obscuring the sky. Soon, the battle between the 2 sides began. Captain versus Colonel. A true contest between fellow disciples has officially begun. Chapter 278A Draw. The entire division was abuzz with excitement. This armored duel between fellow apprentices was highly anticipated from the very beginning, attracting the attention of all officers and soldiers in the tank regiment. The viewing area around the training ground was packed with people, all craning their necks and staring intently at the dust-filled battlefield in the distance. The 2 armored groups engaged in fierce fighting as soon as they met. The roar of tank guns rose and fell, and smoke grenades used in simulated combat exploded continuously, spreading white smoke across the battlefield. The battle has lasted for more than 30 minutes, with both sides locked in a fierce and evenly matched struggle, neither able to gain the upper hand. Although this was only a company-level armored combat exercise, both sides brought the details of armored command to their extremes. Every tactical maneuver, every firepower maneuver, and every formation change was as precise as if it were from a textbook. There were no incorrect instructions and no redundant instructions. It's all about responding to each move as it comes. You make a move, and I immediately counter it. I launch an attack, and you immediately organize a defense. Then both sides try to find each other's weaknesses and launch a new round of attacks. In the distance, the officers and soldiers of the tank regiment who were watching were all stunned, many of them with their mouths agape, unable to close them for a long time. Holy crap, a young soldier couldn't help but swear. This captain's awesome. He's been fighting the division commander for so many rounds. I thought it would be over in 10 minutes at most. I originally thought it would be a crushing defeat, and the division commander would take him down in no time. A sergeant next to him said, his face full of shock. I didn't expect it to be such a close fight, with both sides going back and forth. Look, the 2 sides are fighting back and forth. Both have suffered some losses, but both still have a chance. It's really hard to say who will win or lose. Another soldier excitedly waved his fist. Is he really a captain? Can a captain possess such armored vehicle command skills? Someone asked incredulously. It's absolutely true. It's the captain. Didn't you hear the announcement just now? Someone next to him replied. This captain is ridiculously awesome. He's practically freakish. None of the officers and soldiers in the tank regiment expected that this infantry tank exercise between a senior colonel and a captain would last so long, let alone reach such a stalemate. In their view, the outcome was already clear. For a heavy division commander to defeat a captain is a piece of cake, isn't it? That's not something that can be easily taken down, is it? Some people had even confidently predicted that Su Ming wouldn't be able to withstand even one round in a direct confrontation and would be completely overwhelmed by the division commander's iron torrent in a single encounter. And the result? More than 30 minutes passed, and the 2 sides were still deadlocked, with neither side gaining a decisive advantage. This kid is really something. Colonel Zhao Wenbai, the deputy chief of staff, stood at the edge of the observation platform and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. I originally thought it would be amazing if he could last 4 or 5 rounds, but I never expected him to fight the division commander like this. It's truly an eye-opener. A person who can be trained as a disciple by the instructor is definitely not an ordinary person. Colonel Wang Liqing took over the conversation, his tone tinged with pride. Let me tell you, he is the one who defeated the instructor in a war game simulation. Defeat their former teacher? Zhao Wenbai turned his head sharply, his eyes wide. A war game? What scale? Armored regiment level wargaming simulation, Wang Liqing said. A regimental level. Zhao Wenbai breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. That's all right, that's all right. If it were a division level, I really wouldn't believe it. That would be too outrageous. The fact that a captain could defeat a major general in a war game is already quite astonishing and enough to leave people speechless. If the scale of the wargame simulation is still at the division level, who can accept it? Who can believe it? If a mere captain can command a division and manage an armored group of that size perfectly, then he is truly exceptionally talented, practically superhuman. On the battlefield, smoke filled the air and dust flew everywhere. 3rd and 4th platoons of the 3rd Tank Company, flank from the right and get close. Be quick, don't give them time to react. Su Ming's voice rang out in the command channel, calm and composed, without a trace of panic. 3rd Company, 1st and 2nd platoons, provide frontal cover and suppressive fire. Don't let the 5th Company's tanks lift up. Receive. One command after another was transmitted to each tank crew, and the officers and soldiers of the 3rd Tank Company strictly carried out Su Ming's orders, their actions swift and decisive, without any hesitation. Fighting against the commander of this heavy armor division was a very different experience for Su Ming. The sense of oppression, the precision, and the control over the battlefield situation were all things he had never encountered before. This pure head-on confrontation has kept both sides locked in a fierce battle, and the situation has continued until now, which has led to a very subtle problem. That is, both sides were taught by the same teacher and used the same tactical system. In normal command and confrontation, they can't counter each other's moves. I'm familiar with the tactics you're using. You know the formation I'm using. The two were like two boxers who knew each other's moves well. They threw punches at each other, but neither could hit a vital spot, and neither could defeat the other. In armored command and control combat, there is actually a very shady tactic that Su Ming used before at the Army Academy, and it worked quite well. Often, when there seems to be no way to break the deadlock, successfully using this tactic can yield unexpected results, and may even provide an opportunity to break the deadlock and turn the tide of battle. This move is called dogfight. Tank dogfights and tank flanking maneuvers are somewhat similar, but there are still some differences between the two. Tank flanking maneuvers utilize the tank's superior mobility to exploit the weaknesses of heavy tanks, employing tactics such as circling and flanking attacks to specifically target the enemy's lightly armored sides and rear, thereby achieving the goal of destroying the enemy. Tank dogfighting, on the other hand, is a close-quarters melee between two tanks with similar mobility. Both sides continuously adjusted their vehicle posture, utilized the terrain's undulations, and sought the optimal firing angle, trying their best to prevent the other from penetrating their vehicle while simultaneously finding opportunities to penetrate it. This is a highly challenging tactic that tests the commander's ability to make on-the-spot judgments and the crew's ability to work in perfect harmony. At this point, it's time and necessary to use a tank dogfight as a decisive move to break the stalemate between the two sides. So after a while, on the battlefield, only a few tanks remained, and close-quarters hand-to-hand combat began. Under Su Ming's command, his two remaining tanks fought with utter shamelessness and cunning. A tank used a small embankment as cover, constantly changing positions, firing a shot each time it peeked out, and then immediately retreating. The other tanks circled around the opponent, specifically targeting the opponent's side, forcing the opponent to frequently turn and struggle to cope. Hiss! The soldiers watching gasped. What a shameless dogfight. This captain is a real scoundrel. He broke the deadlock with a dogfight? That's truly an eye-opener, another soldier exclaimed excitedly. The division commander is probably feeling helpless right now. He tried everything to prevent it, but his junior brother ended up doing something completely unexpected and started a dogfight. There's nothing we can do. We were taught by the same teacher, so without some special techniques, we can't break their moves. If we fight normally, we probably won't be able to determine a winner until dark. I love how cunningly they command heavy troops, someone laughed. Under Su Ming's command, a spectacular tank dogfight unfolded before everyone's eyes, eliciting waves of discussion and exclamations. Finally, 10 minutes later, the infantry tank combat exercise ended. Both sides suffered almost equal casualties. Overall, the two sides were tied. As soon as the result was announced, the viewing area erupted in uproar, with discussions surging like a tidal wave. A draw. A captain actually managed to fight his division commander to a draw in an infantry tank combat exercise. What does this mean? One is a senior colonel who has been immersed in the field of armored vehicle command for many years. He rose from platoon leader to division commander and has commanded countless exercises of all sizes. His experience is extremely rich. One of them is a captain with less than a year of service. How long has he been in the military? He had just graduated from the Army Academy. Even if the captain loses this infantry tank combat exercise, as long as he can hold out for a few rounds, he can still be considered to have lost with honor, and he can brag about it for a lifetime. But now, they actually managed to fight to a draw with their division commander. That's insane. It's insanely strong. To be able to fight to a draw with a division commander, that's truly freakish. Zhao Wenbai couldn't help but sigh again. This dogfight was a brilliant move, catching the opponent off guard. The division commander probably didn't expect this kid to suddenly pull such a stunt. Wang Liqing analyzed. They were all taught by the same teacher, so they can't break the deadlock without some unconventional methods. This kid is smart and clear-headed. If he doesn't resort to this dogfight at the end, he will lose. After all, the division commander has much more experience than him, and a protracted battle would be disadvantageous for him. It's a tie now, which is amazing, really amazing. After the confrontation ended, Su Ming and Qi Shunwei walked from their respective command positions to the central meeting point. As Su Ming walked down the street, he could clearly feel admiring gazes coming from all directions and landing on him. In those gazes, there was surprise, admiration, disbelief, and also a touch of warmth. A powerful unit can instill a sense of honor and pride in its soldiers. As soldiers of the Army's top heavy armored division, the officers and soldiers of the tank regiment are naturally proud, even somewhat arrogant. They are the elite of the elite, the ace of ace. The only thing that makes them recognize a person is their ability. Su Ming, a captain. Although they came from the remote Tibetan military region, their ability to fight to a draw with their division commander in an infantry tank exercise has earned them their heartfelt recognition. It's important to understand that even the commander of a reinforced tank regiment might not be able to achieve a draw against their division commander in an infantry tank exercise. And this young captain did it. Well played. Upon meeting, Qi Shunwei took the initiative to speak, his tone filled with obvious affirmation. Especially the last tank dogfight. It really exceeded my expectations. It was played with great skill. In this exercise, Su Ming's demonstrated strength also earned the recognition of his senior, Qi Shunwei. No wonder he was able to beat those mid-level officers at the Army Academy to a pulp. He certainly has the ability. It's not that those mid-level officers are too weak, but that this junior brother is too strong. Qi Shunwei particularly admired the final tank dogfight. As an armored commander, no matter the time or the predicament you encounter, you must find a way to solve the problem instead of sitting idly by and waiting to be captured. Su Ming's ability to think of using dogfighting to break the deadlock shows that he has a flexible mind and is not bound by conventional methods. Commander, your rapid conversion of armored assault formations is the real masterstroke, Su Ming said sincerely. Qi Shunwei was the strongest opponent he had encountered in all the infantry tank exercises he had participated in. He was indeed strong. That control over the battlefield situation, that ability to command armored formations, made him feel real pressure. Even someone like Su Ming, who was practically cheating, felt the power, especially the rapid switching of armored assault formations. It was clearly just a regular assault formation, but in Qi Shunwei's hands, the conversion speed was astonishing, and the changes in formation were seamless, which indeed caused Su Ming a lot of trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been forced to resort to unconventional tactics like dogfighting in the end. From the very beginning of this infantry tank confrontation, his senior brother maintained the initiative and pressured him relentlessly. Su Ming merely reacted to each move and managed to block them in time, barely preventing a complete collapse. Anyone else would probably have been completely overwhelmed in 2 or 3 rounds and wouldn't have lasted this long. "Want to learn?" Qi Shunwei asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Yes," Su Ming said directly, without the slightest hesitation. "I can teach you," Qi Shunwei said, a rare smile appearing on his usually serious face. "Junior brother." Qi Shunwei has always adhered to one principle. Let's put it to the test. No matter how nicely you talk, it's useless. The battlefield is where the truth is revealed. He doesn't care about connections, he only cares about ability. This infantry tank exercise was also a test and exploration of Su Ming's strength. If Su Ming's performance meets his minimum standard, then he will accept this junior brother as one of his own from now on. If Su Ming performs poorly, then sorry. Even if you are the teacher's last disciple, he will not acknowledge you as his junior brother. Just go do whatever you were doing. The strength that Su Ming is showing now has completely exceeded his expectations. No wonder his teacher told him that Su Ming showed even greater potential than him. Seeing it today, it's true. This junior is worth nurturing. "Thank you, senior brother," Su Ming said, feeling a warmth in his heart. Indeed, strong people are all individualistic, with their own principles and bottom lines. You really can't do it without showing your true strength. This confrontation was well worth the effort. Qi Shunwei said, "I will have someone make the post-battle debriefing process of our recent infantry tank combat exercise public to the entire division. It will become your passport to Z Division. From now on, no matter which group you visit or learn from, no one will dare to look down on you, and no one will treat you perfunctorily." At this moment, Wang Liqing and Zhao Wenbai walked over, both with smiles on their faces. Wang Liqing said with a smile, as expected of fellow disciples, "Commander, although your junior brother is young, no one dares to underestimate his strength. I just witnessed it with my own eyes. It was a 30-minute match, with both sides going back and forth, and it ended in a draw. Amazing, truly amazing." Qi Shunwei turned to Wang Liqing and instructed, "Old Wang. He was with me during this period when I was leading the team in training. The rest of the time, he's with you. You can show him the daily work of the staff team and let him get more familiar with the things involved in planning exercises." "No problem," Wang Liqing readily agreed, patting Su Ming on the shoulder. "Follow me, and I guarantee you'll learn something real." Following the public review of the tactical debriefing conducted by Su Ming and Qi Shunwei during the infantry tank combat exercise, the entire division was informed. The entire Z Division was in an uproar. The tactical review documents were distributed to each regiment, battalion, and company, and every officer received detailed information. The document contains not only a complete record of the process from both sides, but also evaluations and annotations personally given by Commander Qi Shunwei. Wow! In the barracks of a certain company, a young officer stared wide-eyed at the document in his hand. "A captain fought our division commander to a draw? That's incredible. I heard that this captain is our division commander's junior, taught by the same teacher," someone nearby added. Another officer carefully studied the debriefing documents and exclaimed in amazement, "That captain's command skills are truly outstanding. Look, from beginning to end, there wasn't a single wrong instruction, not a single superfluous instruction. It's practically a textbook example of command. Every command was perfectly timed, attacking when it was time to attack and defending when it was time to defend." Some people were completely baffled. How did he become a captain at the age of 22? That's incredible. How could such a person emerge from such a small place as the Tibetan military region? It's unbelievable, truly unexpected. A captain in his 30s said self-deprecatingly. Compared to him, we're nothing but trash. At 22, I was still a green recruit. I didn't know anything. All I knew was how to stand at attention and fold blankets. He's only 22 years old, and he can already fight our division commander to a draw. How can the difference between people be so great? Someone quietly concluded. Therefore, we do not understand the world of geniuses, nor are we worthy of understanding it. For a time, the entire Z Division was abuzz with discussion, and Su Ming's name swept through the entire 1st Heavy Armor Division like a whirlwind. From the division headquarters to the company level, from officers to soldiers, everyone was talking about this young captain who had suddenly appeared. Meanwhile, Qi Shunwei also took great care of Su Ming, his junior brother. Not only did he personally lead Su Ming in the training of the tank regiment, but he also arranged for someone to take Su Ming to visit and learn from several main combat regiments under the Z Division, so as to gain an in-depth understanding of the equipment and combat characteristics of each regiment and make full preparations for this annual large-scale exercise. Su Ming is full of anticipation for the upcoming exercise. Chapter 279, The Exercise is Imminent. Grinding experience across ranks? With the exercise imminent, a tense atmosphere prevailed throughout the Z Division, reminiscent of the impending major battle. Under the leadership of Division Commander Qi Shunwei, all officers and soldiers of the division have been making the most of the remaining time for high-intensity training, striving to ensure that the coordination and cooperation between the newly equipped combat units are more seamless and efficient in this exercise. For the top heavy equipment division in the entire army, fighting is never a matter of a single unit fighting alone, but rather a matter of overall coordination between various combat units. Tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, self-propelled artillery, attack helicopters, and logistics support units. Every link must be closely connected to form a complete operational chain. For an armored unit to charge forward alone is a foolish act, tantamount to courting death. Compared to historical military units, heavy infantry units are essentially equivalent to heavy cavalry units. It is highly mobile, has strong firepower, and is heavily protected. If they fight separately, they would absolutely be no match for the agile and mobile light cavalry in a one-on-one situation. However, once they fight in groups and form a mass charge, 10 heavy cavalrymen can easily crush 20 light cavalrymen, and their own casualties will not exceed half. This is the core advantage of heavily armed forces. Cluster operations, overwhelming the enemy as a whole. Although heavy infantry are cumbersome and not as agile as light infantry, once they form a momentum, their power is terrifying, possessing the strength to crush all obstacles. Like a boulder rolling downhill, once it starts, it's unstoppable. The greatest benefit that Su Ming received was the recognition of his personal abilities and his status as a fellow disciple. During this final preparation period, whenever Qi Shunwei led the team in training, he would bring Su Ming along so that Su Ming could observe and learn from the entire process. They brought Su Ming along, allowing him to learn and comprehend the true wisdom of mechanized warfare through training among various combat units of the Z Division. The things that cannot be learned from books, the subtleties that can only be experienced in actual combat training, were all revealed to Su Ming in these training sessions. What's even more remarkable is that Qi Shunwei would occasionally share his years of accumulated experience with Su Ming, pointing out the details he needed to pay attention to during command and answering his various questions. These experiences benefited Su Ming greatly, as if they had opened a new door for him. A heavy division commander personally sharing his command insights and combat experience is a rare and precious opportunity. Of all the staff officers in the division, how many can receive personal guidance from the division commander? Only junior brother Su Ming received such treatment. Su Ming also took advantage of this time to visit and learn from the 3 main regiments of the Z Division. Putting everything else aside, the 3 main combat regiments of Division Z are truly well equipped. It is fully equipped, has ample ammunition and fuel, and has all kinds of new equipment. Especially the 3 groups after changing their outfits, the feeling was completely different. The tanks are all Type 96A main battle tanks. The infantry fighting vehicles are the latest models, and the artillery is the newest self-propelled artillery. The officers and soldiers were all in high spirits, looking every bit like big shots. It's that kind of nouveau riche vibe that says, I have plenty of money and equipment, I lack nothing. In layman's terms, it means you no longer need to worry about the so-called fear of insufficient firepower. You can fire as many shells as you want and train however you want, without having to be stingy about calculating ammunition consumption. Finally, amidst everyone's anticipation and tense preparations, the annual grand exercise arrived. The General Staff's order has been officially issued. Because the H Group Army was far from the exercise site and needed to make a long-distance maneuver of over 1,000 kilometers, it set off 4 hours earlier than its opponent to make up for the distance disadvantage. After receiving notification from the Army Group headquarters that the exercise had begun, the Z Division headquarters immediately notified all its combat units. The orders were relayed down through the ranks, like a current of electricity, instantly activating the entire Z Division. Tank Regiment. A sharp emergency assembly whistle suddenly rang out, shattering the tranquility of the camp. This is the signal for the entire regiment to assemble, signifying the official start of the exercise. The hallway immediately erupted in excitement. Hurry up, move faster, don't dawdle. The shouts of the company commanders echoed in the corridor. Emergency assembly. Emergency assembly. Everyone, assemble downstairs immediately. Clang, clang, clang. The soldiers' footsteps echoed in the corridor, making the entire building tremble slightly. Upon hearing the emergency assembly whistle, everyone immediately dropped everything and rushed out of the dormitory, sprinting down the stairs. No one spoke, no one asked why. Only the sound of hurried footsteps and panting. 1 minute later, all the companies had assembled in front of the building. Report your numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Attention all. Destination, parking lot. Run. Each combat unit, organized into platoons and companies, immediately began running towards the vehicle yard under the leadership of their platoon and company commanders. Neat formations, synchronized steps, and resounding slogans echoed throughout the camp. On the wide road, if viewed from above, one can clearly see rows of green cars gathered in an orderly fashion, like streams flowing into a great river. The soldiers shouted loud slogans with great momentum, and their steps were firm and powerful. Upon arrival at the vehicle depot, the company commanders of each armored company immediately issued orders for maneuver preparation. The soldiers in the company performed their respective duties and began to conduct basic inspections of the armored vehicles according to their assigned functions. Some were inspecting the engine, some the tracks, some the communication equipment, and some the fire control system. Everyone was busy and focused, moving quickly and efficiently. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, high-horsepower diesel engines were started, their roars deafening. The strong smell of diesel fuel quickly filled the air, mixing with the scent of engine oil and metal, creating a unique aroma characteristic of armored forces. Communication detection, power test, fire control device test, hydraulic system inspection. The routine comprehensive inspection before maneuver preparation consists of 15 items. Every subject must be strictly implemented, and the inspection results must be clearly recorded without any omissions. Report. Tank 101 has completed inspection. Everything is normal. Report. Tank 102 has completed inspection. Everything is normal. Report. Tank 103 has completed inspection. Everything is normal. As reports sounded, tanks completed their inspections and entered standby mode. All tank crew members, board the tanks immediately, the company commanders ordered. The refitted A1 main battle tank has a crew of 3, compared to the older Type 59. The driver, commander, and gunner had clear roles and worked together seamlessly. At the command of each company commander, all the tank crew members nimbly climbed onto the tanks, crawled inside, and closed the hatches. Each tank platoon leader stood in a prominent position, holding red and green flags, and used flag signals to direct these steel behemoths to emerge in an orderly manner. As flags fluttered, tanks slowly started up and drove out of the vehicle yard in order, lining up in neat formation at the assembly point. 43 minutes later. Assembly point. The tank regiment, the reinforced tank regiment of the Z Division, is absolutely the main force among the main forces. The entire regiment is fully equipped. Tank crews, armored vehicle crews, infantry fighting vehicle crews, self-propelled rocket launcher crews, air defense missile crews are lined up densely, stretching as far as the eye can see. The entire regiment, from frontline combat units to logistics and maintenance support units, has been fully assembled. What's even more impressive is that a squadron of armed helicopters was circling overhead, the roar of their rotors whistling past, and the missile racks on their fuselages clearly visible. An armored regiment, equipped with a squadron of armed helicopters. Such treatment is only provided to the main armored regiments of the 7 major military regions, which are rich and powerful. Ordinary troops can forget about it. Even if you turn the entire 5th Border Regiment of the Tibetan military region upside down, you wouldn't find a single armed helicopter. This is the difference, a stark and blatant difference. The troops will temporarily assemble at the assembly point and, after a brief preparation, will depart for the exercise field. This time, the tank regiment's mode of movement was road transport. In other words, such a massive steel torrent will travel over 1,000 kilometers to the exercise site via national highways and then expressways, relying entirely on its own power to reach the site. The journey of over 1,000 kilometers will be a considerable challenge for such a massive steel torrent. Will the engine malfunction if it runs for a long time? Will the tracks wear out excessively after prolonged use? Can the fuel supply keep up? These are all real problems that need to be faced. The commander of the tank regiment of the Z Division came into view of all the officers and soldiers. Instead of standing on the podium, he climbed directly onto the turret of a tank and looked down at the entire regiment of officers and soldiers. The reason for looking down was entirely because the colonel was standing on higher ground. Standing atop the tank, his gaze swept across the entire regiment of thousands, taking in every single one of them. Stand at attention. All the officers and soldiers of the regiment stood at attention, their eyes fixed on the regimental commander. Tell me about it. The colonel began, his voice loud and clear. This exercise is of paramount importance. The colonel's gaze was sharp as he swept over every face. Our opponent this time is the renowned Long Live Army, a group army of the Beijing military region. It is a veteran unit with a glorious tradition, and its combat power should not be underestimated. This battle concerns the honor of our tank regiment. It concerns the honor of our 1st Heavy Armored Division. The colonel's voice grew louder and louder. Although the opponent is powerful, our tank regiment has never been afraid of anyone. Tell me loudly, are you scared? We are not afraid. Thousands of people roared in unison, their voices soaring into the sky that the leaves on the trees above rustled. Who is the strongest? We are the strongest. Who is the strongest? We are the strongest. The morale of all officers and soldiers in the tank regiment was high, and their shouts rose one after another. Everyone was filled with excitement, wishing they could rush to the battlefield right now and fight against that so-called Long Live Army. The colonel nodded with great satisfaction at the scene before him and waved his hand. Let's go. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, one after another, the armored behemoths started up, the roar of their engines mingling together, deafeningly loud. The steel tracks rolled over the ground, making a clattering sound, and the earth seemed to tremble. The steel torrent has officially set off. On the other side, Su Ming, who joined the Z Division staff group as an operations staff officer, also joined the team for this exercise. A main combat division has 3 commanding officers, the division commander, the political commissar, and the chief of staff. They are the core of the command, determining the life, death, victory, and defeat of more than 20,000 people in the entire division. But so far, the division commander has not yet set off. However, a disagreement arose between the division commander and the chief of staff. The point of contention was caused by Su Ming. The headquarters ordered Su Ming to join this exercise as an operations staff officer, so he must be in the same echelon as me, the chief of staff. Senior Colonel Wang Liqing looked at Qi Shunwei with dissatisfaction. What do you mean by taking him away halfway through, you division commander? Originally, according to Wang Liqing's plan, Su Ming would accompany him, the chief of staff, in the first command echelon during this exercise. That way, he could take Su Ming with him at any time, teach him some advisory skills, and let him learn more. Unexpectedly, just before departure, Qi Shunwei wanted to take Su Ming away and put him in his team. He is my junior brother, Qi Shunwei said calmly, but with a firm attitude. Before he came, didn't we have an agreement? Wang Liqing continued. We agreed that Su Ming would come with me and that I would be the one to mentor him. It's not right for you to go back on your word now, is it? He's my junior brother, Qi Shunwei said, his face expressionless. Can you come up with a different reason? Wang Liqing said, both amused and exasperated. We were taught by the same teacher. Qi Shunwei added, still with that calm expression. You're ruthless. Wang Liqing waved his hand helplessly. Then let him go with you. You're ruthless. Wang Liqing was completely helpless. Su Ming and Qi Shunwei are fellow disciples, taught by the same teacher. With that relationship, anything he says will be in vain. Qi Shunwei was determined to take the man. What could he do? In a large-scale battle, the three commanding officers of the division headquarters will not be together, whether in the maneuver phase or in the combat command phase at the exercise field. The three men will divide the staff, with each leading a group of staff officers to form an independent command echelon. The division commander led one team, the chief of staff led another team, and the political commissar led a third team, each operating separately. The purpose of this was to prevent the enemy from decapitating them and wiping out the entire enemy force. For example, if, during the maneuver, Qi Shunwei, the commander of the Z Division, is unfortunately beheaded by the enemy, for example, by an attack by a special operations unit, or by the destruction of his command vehicle, there is no need to panic. Even if the division commander is gone, there are still the chief of staff and the political commissar who can continue to command the troops and keep the chain of command intact. However, if the three commanding officers were to gather together during the maneuver and be wiped out by the enemy, then the trouble would be quite serious. While it may not cause the entire command chain of the troops to collapse all at once, the impact will be significant, at least in the short term, leading to command chaos. Even afterwards, the three officials in charge would definitely be criticized and severely punished. In wartime, three commanding officers gathered together, showing absolutely no wartime preparedness. What kind of commanding officers are they? Such behavior constitutes a serious violation of combat discipline. Wang Liqing wanted Su Ming to be in the same team as him, entirely because he had discovered Su Ming's exceptional talent. Although he is only a captain, he is full of ideas, quick-witted, and a rare talent. Before Su Ming arrived, Wang Liqing and Qi Shunwei had already discussed it. Wang Liqing will mentor Su Ming, a newcomer, to familiarize him with staff duties. At the time, Qi Shunwei looked down on his junior, a captain, thinking he was just a fresh graduate and nothing special. But now, they've gone back on their word and are trying to take him away. This clearly shows that Qi Shunwei also values Su Ming's abilities and wants to keep him by his side. The most important point, and also because Qi Shunwei, as the senior brother, wanted Su Ming, the junior brother, to have a look from the sidelines. How exactly did he, the commander of a heavy armored division, fight? What is on-site command like? What is the decision-making process like? How to handle emergencies? These are things you can't learn from books. You can only truly understand them by seeing them with your own eyes and experiencing them firsthand. Z Division Headquarters. The three commanding officers and relevant operational staff were all present, and the atmosphere was serious. This exercise is of great significance, and we have been preparing for it for so long. Qi Shunwei spoke, his voice very serious, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. I hope that none of you here will make any basic mistakes. We are the commanders. If we make a mistake, it will be a heavy blow to the troops below and may even lead to the complete loss. Did you all hear that clearly? Yes, we heard you. Everyone responded in unison. Set off. Qi Shunwei waved his hand. At his command, the relevant personnel immediately began to act according to the original allocation plan. Everyone went to their respective posts, and each team prepared to depart. Standing aside, watching this scene unfold before him, Su Ming felt a surge of emotion. So this was the commotion before a large-scale exercise began. This is what the unit commander should be doing. These are things that cannot be seen or learned from books alone. Only through personal experience can one truly understand and appreciate the considerations and trade-offs behind those decisions. With Captain Su Ming's rank, he would normally be able to serve as a company commander at most. Even operations staff only operate with the regimental level and at most have contact with the regimental command level. But now, his rank has been directly upgraded to the division level. Moreover, it is the largest heavy armored division in the field army. Such an opportunity is rare and hard to come by. It's like a pie falling from the sky. At this time, Qi Shunwei brought Su Ming with him, naturally with this idea in mind. Let Su Ming see and learn as much as possible and gain experience across military ranks. This allowed him, as a captain, to gain early exposure to the division-level command structure. Let this young man experience the decision-making process of a large-scale battle in advance. This kind of experience cannot be bought with any amount of money, nor can it be accumulated over many years. Chapter 280 Blowing Up the Bridge. What exactly is Army A planning? Su Ming, who was in the same command echelon as Qi Shunwei, the commander of the Z Division, now truly witnessed what a real steel cluster was like. A torrent of steel stretching for tens of kilometers, with no end in sight. Tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, armored personnel carriers, troop carriers, tactical missile launchers, self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, radar command vehicles. Various armored vehicles were densely packed on the road, like a giant steel dragon winding forward. The vanguard had already crossed the hill ahead, while the rear was still slowly moving along the horizon behind them. It stretches for tens of kilometers from beginning to end. What does this mean? If a person stands on the side of the road and starts timing from the first car passing by until the last car passes by, it may take 1 or 2 hours. This is the mobility of mechanized heavy armored forces. If this were the era of light infantry, it would have been a human line stretching for tens of kilometers. The soldiers, carrying rifles, marched in columns on foot. But the visual impact of a crowd of people is vastly different from that of a massive steel torrent. One is made of flesh and blood. The other is a behemoth of steel. One crawls slowly, the other roars and thunders. They are not even in the same league. The journey to the exercise site was over 1,000 kilometers away, requiring continuous travel for more than 10 hours. What are armored formations most afraid of during maneuver? Fear of bombing by enemy air power. On the ground, armored formations reign supreme. Its heavy armor, powerful firepower, and rapid assault capabilities make it a fearsome force for any ground unit. However, nowadays, fighter jets and bombers have become increasingly advanced, and armored formations are nothing more than moving targets in their eyes. Fighter jets can carry ground attack missiles, laser-guided bombs, and anti-tank cluster munitions, all of which can cause huge casualties to ground armored forces. This annual large-scale exercise is a confrontation between two army groups, with Air Force support from both sides. Two army groups, each with one Air Force division attached to them, to assist ground troops in combat. Flying creatures and ground-based vehicles work together in a coordinated, three-dimensional combat operation. Only magic can defeat magic. Even in the maneuver training of armored groups, there are special training deployments for air defense camouflage and air fire defense. For example, camouflage nets, smoke screens, and the configuration of anti-aircraft fire groups, etc. In a true sense, a long-distance maneuver of a large-scale armored group must be escorted by the Air Force throughout the entire process. Otherwise, it would be playing with the lives of the troops. As the first heavy armored division of the H Group Army, the Z Division is of great strategic importance, serving as the Group Army's elite force and ace main force. Sure enough, the Army Group headquarters provided Z Division with absolute security support, sparing no expense. In the air, a fighter squadron was patrolling, with 4 fighter jets in tactical formation, shuttling up and down the clouds, providing full escort for the Z Division's ground maneuver. The roar of fighter jets could be heard from overhead from time to time, their silver-white wings gleaming in the sunlight. You think that's all? It's not over yet. An anti-aircraft artillery division and its directly subordinate tactical missile battalion from Army Group H were reassigned to Division C to be specifically responsible for air defense. The anti-aircraft artillery division was completely dispersed and deployed among various combat units of the Z Division. Self-propelled anti-aircraft guns are mixed in with tank formations, and radar vehicles constantly scan the surrounding airspace. Once enemy aircraft are detected, a dense anti-aircraft fire network can be immediately organized. The Tactical Missile Battalion was also fully deployed, with missile launchers hidden in the woods on both sides of the road, ready to launch surface-to-air missiles at any time to intercept incoming enemy aircraft. These forces combined form a three-dimensional air defense system that coordinates air and ground operations, covering the entire airspace where the Z Division operates. In terms of air defense allocation, the H Army Group headquarters completely tilted a significant amount of resources toward the Z Division. This is the status of the Z Division in the minds of the leaders of the H Group Army headquarters. Absolutely the center of attention, absolutely the darling of my heart. That's really extravagant. Looking at the patrolling fighter jets in the sky through the observation window of the command vehicle, Su Ming said with genuine envy, with fighter jet squadrons escorting you with just a slight movement. Even if Army A sends out a fighter jet squadron to bomb you, it would probably be a complete failure. Keep your mouth shut, don't make a fuss. Qi Shunwei reminded Su Ming, seeing his naive and unworldly demeanor, but there was no blame in his tone. He could understand Su Ming's shock. This level of air defense treatment is unparalleled in the entire field army, except for the Z Division. Let alone a military region like the Tibetan region, even elite divisions of other army groups might not have such a configuration. This is the prestige of the 1st Heavy Armored Division. Qi Shunwei continued. The exercise site is a plain, which is an excellent battlefield for heavy forces. Our Z Division can be said to shoulder the core mission of heavy assault for the entire army, and is the sharp knife for the group army to tear open the enemy's defense line. The more air power the army group leaders allocate to us, the heavier the responsibility we bear. If you've taken the benefits, you have to fight a good battle. Su Ming could not deny this and fully agreed with it. There is never a free lunch on the battlefield. Favorable support is always based on having strong capabilities and strategic advantages. Z Master receives such treatment because Z Master has such value. Suddenly, the massive torrent of steel began to slow down. Sitting inside the command vehicle, Su Ming could clearly feel the vehicle speed decreasing and the vibration frequency of the vehicle body changing. The car slowed down, Su Ming said involuntarily. What happened? It's not that Su Ming was making a fuss. Rather, it was the first time he had experienced something like this, and he was filled with uncertainty and curiosity about everything. Even though Su Ming has read many books, learned a lot of knowledge, and has strong command skills, this is the first time he has ever sat in the same command vehicle as the division commander in such a large-scale exercise, and he has absolutely no experience. There's a saying that's really true. What you learn from books is never enough. You must put it into practice to truly understand. No matter how much you learn from books, real-life experience is a completely different concept. Books teach you theories, reality teaches you details. Books teach you principles, reality teaches you flexibility. For example, right now, Su Ming can sense that the team's speed has slowed down, but he can't immediately analyze what caused it to slow down. There must be a reason why the convoy slowed down. However, given the traffic control measures in place, the road ahead should be clear, so it's unlikely to be due to a traffic jam. What could be the reason? Engine failure? Road damage? Or an encounter with the enemy? Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Qi Shunwei said calmly, "Take it easy. It's probably because one of the tanks in the advance unit broke down. We've been traveling for over 4 hours since we set off, all at high speed. It's normal for the tank's engine to break down. When hundreds of tanks are running a long distance together, some of them are bound to have problems." No sooner had he finished speaking than his voice came through the radio. "Calling command. Calling command. This is the tank regiment. Tanks in the vanguard company of our regiment have broken down. A tank engine is overheating and needs to be stopped for cooling and repair. Repeated message, shutdown, cooling, and maintenance required." The sound from the radio was urgent and clear. Qi Shunwei calmly picked up the microphone and gave the order. "Halt. All divisions halt advance. Tank regiment, armored regiment, artillery regiment, use the stoppage time to refuel and rest in place for 20 minutes. All units, maintain vigilance." The regimental commanders responded one after another. Tank regiment received. Armored regiment received. Artillery regiment received. Su Ming was inwardly amazed. That's really a lot of experience. As a division-level commander, he can deduce problems in advance through his analysis and judgment even before the troops below have a chance to report them. This is the result of solid experience and intuition that can only be developed through countless realistic combat exercises. Get out of the car and release the water, Chi Shunwei said, then took the lead in pushing open the car door and jumping out of the command vehicle. Inside the vehicle, a group of operations staff also got out to stretch their muscles and relieve their physiological needs. Su Ming jumped off the command vehicle and stood by the roadside for a glance. There were long queues both in front and behind, and the steel dragon seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. On the highway, tanks, armored vehicles, and artillery pieces were densely packed together, their metallic gleaming in the sunlight. But at this moment, everyone is doing the same thing. That is to quietly walk to the roadside and start discharging water. If you could take a helicopter to look down from the air at this time, you would see the spectacular scene of tens of thousands of people releasing water together. Along both sides of the road, every few meters there is a person standing facing the fields or woods, releasing water in unison. The scene was truly magnificent, with thousands of people scattering the elixir at once. Don't say things like, "It has no morals," or "shame." This is an exercise, which is equivalent to a state of war. When a real war breaks out, who cares about morality? People have to use the restroom sometimes, and we can't expect the soldiers to hold it in, can we? Are you suggesting we keep tens of thousands of people waiting while they're on the move? Wouldn't that make you sick from holding it in? Besides, relieving oneself by the roadside is a fine tradition of field training, a compulsory course that every soldier has experienced. No one would think there was anything wrong with it. Staff Officer Su, the division commander, seems to like you very much. A lieutenant colonel staff officer walked up to Su Ming, lit a cigarette while rinsing him with water, and offered one to Su Ming. "Officer Lee, why did you suddenly say that?" Su Ming took the cigarette, lit it, and smoked while relieving himself, saying with a smile, "The division commander has never talked so much about unrelated topics while giving orders," Staff Officer Lee said with a smile, taking a drag of his cigarette and exhaling a smoke ring. Su Ming looked at him with some confusion. Staff Officer Lee explained, "I have been following the division commander for 3 years and have participated in 7 or 8 exercises of all sizes. You know the division commander. He's serious and doesn't talk much. Especially in such large-scale command operations, no one talks about anything unrelated to issuing orders and discussing tactics, let alone proactively explaining anything to anyone." He glanced at Su Ming and continued, "But what about just now? Your teachers will personally answer any question you may have, analyze the reasons for you, and teach you how to make judgments. It's just like an elder or a teacher teaching you step by step, afraid that you won't be able to learn." The lieutenant colonel was actually quite shocked. He understood his division commander's personality and combat style. There were very few people in the entire division who would be treated this way by him. This clearly demonstrates how highly Su Ming is regarded by his teachers. The bond between teachers and students is indeed profound. 20 minutes later, the endless torrent of steel began to move again. The tank that broke down in the lead unit had its engine repaired, restarted, and returned to the unit. During the 20-minute stop, all 3 regiments conducted basic inspections, maintenance, and refueling. If all goes well, we should be able to travel at least another 200 kilometers before stopping for a rest. Because tanks typically undergo routine maintenance every 200 kilometers or so. Inspect the tracks, add lubricating oil, replenish fuel, and test each system. Of course, the assumption that we can travel another 200 kilometers smoothly is that no unexpected situations will occur. However, less than an hour after the last rest period for the entire division, the convoy stopped again. The car gradually slowed down and finally came to a complete stop. The roar of the engine gradually subsided, leaving only a few occasional low growls. "Have you figured out why this is happening?" Chi Shunwei's voice rang in Su Ming's ears, carrying a hint of testing. Su Ming pondered for a moment, his gaze falling on the terrain outside the car window. There should be a river not far ahead, and a bridge over it. He recalled the mobile route map he had seen before setting off, with the locations marked as special transportation routes. Bridges, tunnels, and mountain passes are all areas that require close attention. "If I'm not mistaken," Su Ming said, "the bridge on the only road ahead must have been blown up." As a commander, you must have the map of the routes your troops travel on memorized. This is a fundamental skill. As early as when the Z Division began its maneuver, Su Ming had carefully studied the route map and memorized all the key nodes along the way. 5 kilometers ahead, there is a bridge spanning a river that is several tens of meters wide. That was the only way for Division Z to advance. There was no way to bypass it or avoid it. If Army A's Air Force were to launch an airstrike against Division Z, that bridge would definitely be the primary target. Blowing up the bridge would slow down the Z Division's movement speed and disrupt their schedule. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Qi Shunwei nodded slightly in agreement. This junior brother is indeed very sharp. The fact that he can make a judgment so quickly shows that he has really memorized the route map and knows how to analyze the enemy situation. Qi Shunwei picked up the microphone and gave the order, Palm Bridge Battalion, advance immediately to the bridge location ahead and prepare to set up a temporary pontoon bridge. Reconnaissance Company, send men to scout the situation at the bridgehead. The radio immediately responded. The pontoon bridge crew has been secured. Depart immediately, because the instructors have already received a notification from the directing department. The bridge ahead was destroyed by the Air Force of Army Group an hour ago. Of course, the bridge was not actually destroyed. It was just a tactical assessment based on the bombing operation by Army A's Air Force. Under the exercise rules, the bridge had been marked as destroyed, and the Z Division's vehicles could not pass through, so they had to take a detour or build a bridge to continue their advance. Qi Shunwei was not particularly surprised that the bridge was blown up. On the contrary, this was entirely within his expectations. It would be truly strange if Army A didn't blow up the bridge and let them cross smoothly. Are there really any commanders on the battlefield who are so kind? I'll definitely seize any opportunity to annoy you. As the vanguard of this mobile force, the captain of the reconnaissance company of the tank regiment jumped off the vehicle, cursing and swearing. The company captain kicked a small pebble away from the roadside and angrily cursed. Damn it! They blow up bridges all the time. Can't they come up with something new? Is it easy for people to work so hard to build a bridge? All you do is blow things up. You're just wasting our time. Cursing is one thing, venting is another. The captain, of course, knew that this was just a tactical decision under the exercise rules, not a real bridge bombing. But it's the same every time we do a drill. You blow up my bridge, I'll blow up your road. It's always the same few tricks. Aren't you annoyed? Of course, he was just venting his frustration. If it were him, he would definitely blow up the bridge too. On the battlefield, creating trouble for the enemy is creating opportunities for yourself. This is the most basic tactical thinking. What's wrong with the company commander? Why is he so angry? Several soldiers from the reconnaissance company huddled together and whispered among themselves. Isn't it normal for the bridge to be blown up? I heard the company commander had a fight with his wife, a soldier said in a low voice, sounding mysterious. Hiss, the others gasped, suddenly realizing. No wonder the company commander has been looking so gloomy these past few days. It turns out it's because of family discord. That's right, men, when their backyard is on fire, it's no wonder they're in a bad mood. Keep your voice down. Keep your voice down. Don't let the company commander hear us, or we'll all get a scolding. During their free time, several soldiers squatted by the roadside, gossiping quietly. Exercises are exercises, and life is life. When it's time to gossip, we should still gossip. At the same time, the special vehicles of the Engineering Pontoon Bridge Battalion had already arrived quickly. One after another, pontoon bridge vehicles, bridge erecting vehicles, and engineering vehicles lined up and sped towards the bridge location ahead. Upon arriving at the bridgehead, the engineers quickly jumped off the vehicle and began directing the operation. Special vehicles unfold, robotic arms extend, and sections of the floating bridge are lowered into the water. The engineers, chanting slogans and working in perfect harmony, used special vehicles to erect pontoon bridges, ensuring that the heavy troops could regain mobility as quickly as possible. During the time it took to cross the bridge, the atmosphere inside the command vehicle became heavy. There are still 2 bridges left, an operations staff officer said, pointing to the map. Judging from Army A's tactics, they'll probably have to bomb them. Our planned maneuver time will be delayed by at least 2 hours. Can't the guys from Army A come up with something new? Another staff officer said discontentedly. What key effect can bombing the bridge to reduce the mobility of our Z Division have? It's just a way to buy some time. With our Z Division's air defense system, what can they do to slow down our movement without blowing up the bridge? Are they going to send paratroopers to raid us? They'd have to have the capability to do that. The radar staff reported. Air Force 6 Division fighter jets have been frequently appearing in our radar detection range. Although it did not enter the attack route, it continued to hover around it. Army A is probably planning something big. Chi Shunwei stared at the markings on the map and said in a deep voice, "Don't be careless. Increase the patrol efforts of fighter jet formations and expand the vigilance area. Anti-aircraft artillery divisions and missile battalions maintain a state of combat readiness and are ready to respond to air threats at any time." Although in his view, Army A's act of blowing up the bridge was indeed intended to reduce the mobility of Division Z and delay their entry into the exercise area. But he always felt that something was wrong. If it's just a matter of delaying the inevitable, why send the Air Force out so frequently? That doesn't make sense. What exactly is Army A planning? Chapter 281 Su Ming's Analysis. A diversionary tactic? As the commander of the 1st Heavy Armored Division, Chi Shunwei's command ability is beyond doubt, as it has been tested through countless exercises and realistic combat training. At the same time, as the commander of a division-level combat unit, he also had a very keen combat awareness and a perception of the battlefield situation that far exceeded that of ordinary people. He could understand that Army A used the method of blowing up the bridge to delay the mobility of Division Z, and it was entirely within the scope of the exercise. On the battlefield, creating trouble for the enemy is creating opportunities for yourself. This is the most basic tactical thinking. But Chi Shunwei always felt that something was wrong, and an inexplicable sense of unease lingered in his mind. Currently, both sides are in the process of maneuvering and have not yet officially arrived at the exercise area to deploy their formations. Therefore, at this stage, the only effective means for Army A to strike Division Z is through airstrikes. Using air superiority, bomb and harass moving armored formations. This is also the tactic that armored formations fear most during maneuvers, bar none. Even the most powerful ground forces can only passively endure air attacks if they lack effective air defense cover. Better safe than sorry. Sensing something was amiss, Chi Shunwei immediately used the command link to order the attached 8th Air Division to increase its aerial escort patrols and raise its combat readiness level, in order to ensure that it had sufficient strength to deal with the attack from Army A's Air Force and not be caught off guard. "You can proceed, let's go." More than an hour later, the pontoon bridge was completed. The engineers worked swiftly and efficiently, and the pontoon bridge was steadily laid across the river, strong enough to withstand the passage of heavy tanks. After on-site inspection, the staff sent by the directing department gave an affirmative assessment. The pontoon bridge is up to standard and can be used for passage. The massive Z Division mobile force then continued its journey, the steel torrent roaring forward once more. However, after only 1 hour of driving, the directing staff sent another notification. Judgment. The bridge ahead has been destroyed again by Air Force A. This was the second bridge that the Z Division had to cross on its maneuver route, and like the first one, it could not escape being bombed. As expected, the second bridge was also destroyed. Damn it. Inside the command vehicle, a operations staff officer couldn't help but curse. These bastards from Army A are inhuman, bombing bridges one after another. Do they even dare to let us reach the exercise area smoothly and have a fair fight? I'm speechless, I'm really speechless. Another staff officer rubbed his temples, looking helpless. This is the second one, there's still one more. If they bomb us 3 times in a row, we'll be delayed for at least 6 hours. 6 hours, brothers, that's enough time for them to make a lot of preparations. The Strategic Rapid Reaction Army is just an old-fashioned unit. This is a completely outdated fighting style. It's disgusting and infuriating, someone angrily cursed. An older staff officer sighed. What can we do? They are fast and highly mobile. Our heavy armored units simply can't outrun them. We can't possibly send fighter jets off their escort mission to protect the bridge first, can we? Besides, we can't protect them. They're in the shadows, and we're in the open. It's impossible to defend against them all. The operations staff were helpless, utterly helpless. This feeling of being passively attacked is incredibly frustrating. The old man's tactic of constantly blowing up the bridge successfully disgusted them. It's like punching cotton. You can't exert your strength. Stop saying such useless things. Chi Shunwei spoke in a deep voice, interrupting everyone's complaints. Let the engineering battalion continue building the bridge. Even if he delays us by 6 hours, we still have enough time to reach the exercise site within the scheduled time. Don't let emotions affect your judgment. Although I was indeed disgusted, I have to admit that Army A's tactics were correct and in line with battlefield logic. If nothing is done and the Z Division is allowed to arrive at the exercise area smoothly, fully deploying its heavy equipment and forming a massive steel torrent, Army A will be unable to stop the Z Division's frontal assault without deploying 2 divisions. Then they will face a fully deployed 1st Heavy Division, which will be a real nightmare. But just sitting there waiting to be killed and passively taking a beating is indeed frustrating, so frustrating that you want to curse. Z Division is now like a fierce tiger advancing, aggressive and unstoppable. But you're constantly bothered by mosquitoes on the road. They bite you and run away, only to come back again. There's nothing you can do about them. You can't ignore it, otherwise they'll keep buzzing and it'll drive you crazy. Su Ming did not participate in the others' complaints. He stared intently at the map in front of him, his brow furrowed, lost in deep thought and analysis. Su Ming's sensitivity to data made him realize that something was wrong. Army A's actions were definitely more complex than simply bombing bridges, as they appeared on the surface. If it's just harassment and delay, why keep blowing up the bridge? Why time it so precisely at the critical juncture of the Z Division's maneuver? There must be a deeper calculation behind this. Meanwhile, the Z Division's Engineer Pontoon Bridge Battalion was dispatched again, quietly arriving around the 2nd destroyed bridge to begin constructing a pontoon bridge. The soldiers in the Engineer Battalion were already used to this. Normal, perfectly normal. Whenever troops need to cross a bridge during an exercise, they are always available to work. They are indispensable. One after another, military commanders like to pick fights with bridges all day long, blowing them up at the drop of a hat. These engineers are specifically there to clean up the messes left by these bridge-blowing maniacs. The captain of the reconnaissance company of the Vanguard Tank Regiment took advantage of the waiting time to jump out of the vehicle and start cursing again. Damn Army A, can't you get any better? The company captain kicked a pebble, his face full of displeasure. What did this perfectly good bridge do to you? You keep blowing it up all the time. Can't you just fight it out head on? I really want to drive my tank over there right now and crush them. This is the 2nd time he has started swearing today. Family discord really has a big impact on a company commander, a scout muttered quietly. It feels like the company commander is wishing he could grow wings and fly straight to Army A's headquarters to wreak havoc and wipe out all those bastards who blew up the bridge. Actually, the company commander is right. Blowing up the bridge again and again is really boring. The methods are not new at all. Can't we come up with something new? The soldiers started another round of gossip. Soon, the colonel of the tank regiment sent a major over to give the captain a stern reprimand. The major pointed at the captain's nose and cursed. What the hell? What kind of mentality is that? What's the big deal? Why are you getting so worked up? What nonsense are you spouting? Did you know that the staff officer sent by the directing department was watching from the sidelines? Do you want your comments about other companies talking badly about them behind their backs to be recorded? Are you waiting to be criticized later? Although the major himself wanted to curse, you can curse all you want, but you can't hide in the car and curse secretly behind someone's back. Why did you have to scold them in front of the director's advisor? Isn't this just asking for trouble? The captain was thoroughly humiliated and dared not utter another word. Given the size of this 2nd bridge, constructing a pontoon bridge would likely take more than an hour. The repeated setbacks to maneuverability had only one advantage for the officers and soldiers of the Z Division. It's nice to be able to steal a moment of leisure from the busy schedule, sneak a smoke in the car to relax, or take a nap in the seat to recharge. Above them, a formation of J-8 fighter jets continuously escorted and patrolled, with their radars constantly on. If there is an air raid, it can be detected immediately and a timely warning can be issued. Therefore, short rest periods are safe. Inside the command post, the atmosphere was heavy, and smoke filled the air. Just as Chi Shunwei and a group of operations staff were at a loss for how to deal with the successive bridge bombing operations and fell into silence, Su Ming suddenly spoke up, his voice clear and firm. "Something's not right. There's something fishy going on." These words stunned everyone present, and all eyes turned to Su Ming. "A trap? What trap?" a lieutenant colonel asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. "This is a tactic of exhausting the enemy." Su Ming stood up, walked to the map, and pointed at it with his finger. "It's not just a tactic of exhausting the enemy. There's also a plan to lure the enemy away from their stronghold." "Tired troops? A diversionary tactic?" The lieutenant colonel looked puzzled. "What do you mean? I don't understand." These words left everyone confused, and for a moment they didn't understand what Su Ming was saying. They knew about the tactic of wearing down an enemy's forces, which involved constantly harassing and attriting them to exhaust the opponent and reduce their combat effectiveness. But what about luring the tiger away from the mountain? What tiger to lure? And what mountain to leave behind? Here, Su Ming didn't explain further. He simply picked up a pencil, marked a circle on the map, and pressed it firmly. "The A Army will definitely have their Air Force ambush us here and take the opportunity to bomb us." The lieutenant colonel staff officer immediately retorted. "Impossible. This is not the best place to bomb. And even if they come to bomb us, with our air defense system, even if they send out a squadron of bombers, it won't pose much of a threat to us. Anti-aircraft artillery divisions and missile battalions are not to be trifled with." As soon as Su Ming said this, the lieutenant colonel immediately objected. As an experienced staff officer, he had full confidence in the Z Division's air defense capabilities. With a fully equipped anti-aircraft artillery division, a tactical missile battalion, and fighter jets from the 8th Air Division providing escort, this air defense system can be described as impregnable. Su Ming turned around, looked at the lieutenant colonel, and said calmly, "Under normal circumstances, with our air defense system, the bombing by a force fighter jets does not pose much of a threat to us. But what if our fighter squadron isn't there at that moment?" The lieutenant colonel said without even thinking. "That's even more impossible. The fighter jet formations will take turns to carry out escort missions and maintain a constant air presence. The 8th Air Division isn't stupid. How could they possibly allow a gap in airspace above our heads?" Su Ming pointed to the point marked on the map and said in a deep voice, "I told you, there's a trap here to lure us away from our prey. If our fighter squadron, during its shift change, is ambushed by Air Force A on its way back for rest and resupply, will we send a fighter squadron to provide support?" The lieutenant colonel blurted out, "Of course. Our brother unit has been attacked, so we must provide support. But what you're saying are just your personal speculations. What's the basis for that?" The lieutenant colonel was somewhat speechless after Su Ming's analysis, but he still disagreed. "Because these are all Su Ming's personal speculations, without any solid evidence. On the battlefield, speculations without basis are nothing but wishful thinking. If we follow your analysis, Army A will deploy their fighter reserve," Chi Shunwei said, his tone calm. "That's a very risky move." He understood Su Ming's analysis perfectly. Thinking from Su Ming's perspective, it does make sense, and such a situation does exist. First, use the bombing of the bridge to delay the Z Division's movement rhythm, while simultaneously reconnoitering the shift-change patterns of the Z Division and the 8th Air Division. Then, set up an ambush during the shift-change interval to destroy the Z Division's air cover forces, and finally launch a large-scale air raid on the Z Division, which has lost its cover. But all of this needs to be supported by concrete evidence to be valid. It's just speculation without any basis. Fighter formations signify air superiority, which can be considered the lifeline of the battlefield. Not to mention the fighter reserve, which is used as a last resort, a backup plan for unforeseen circumstances. Therefore, in Chi Shunwei's view, at most Army, it would send some fighter squadrons to harass and bomb them during their maneuvering process, but it was absolutely impossible for them to use all their air force to gamble on such a risky move. Because that's too risky. If the exercise fails, air superiority could be lost, and subsequent exercises would be put on the defensive. "I have the evidence," Su Ming said calmly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. "Data can most directly reflect the problem. He picked up a piece of paper and, in front of everyone, began to speak and write at the same time. From here to the next bridge, we still have 120 kilometers to go. Currently, we are being escorted by a squadron of J-8 fighter jets sent by the 8th Air Division. With increased escort efforts and extended patrol times, fuel consumption will be higher. Su Ming's pen tip glided rapidly across the paper, and a series of numbers appeared on the page. Calculated based on the fuel consumption rate of the J-8 fighter jet. Currently, the increased patrol efforts mean that they will need to move around more frequently, which will increase fuel consumption by about 15%. So, when will the next shift change be? Su Ming didn't waste any words or make any empty guesses. Instead, he directly presented the data to everyone. The numbers were precise, clear, and interconnected, forming a complete logical chain. The following details regarding the Z Division's subsequent maneuvers, including the arrival time of each key node, the duration of each action, the flight path, cruising radius, fuel consumption curve, and shift change time of the J-8 fighter jet formation. Su Ming presented all of this with precise numbers. The surrounding operations staff stared in disbelief, some even gaping open involuntarily. By substituting speed and distance into the formula and combining fuel consumption and shift change patterns, we can finally arrive at a conclusion. Su Ming emphasized the dot on the map with his pen. Here, our Z Division will experience a gap in fighter escort. This gap will last approximately 10 minutes. Finally, Su Ming made the final decision and put down his pencil. The command vehicle was eerily silent. There was only the faint rumble of the engine and the occasional sound of a radio call. The operations staff stared in disbelief at the sheet of paper covered with dense data and calculation formulas, and at the dots circled in pencil on the map. Shocking, utterly shocking. They never imagined that intelligence reasoning could be reflected through numbers and formulas, and that it could be done in this way. The key point is that Su Ming's analysis was actually quite reasonable, with a tight logical chain that left no room for error. Just like the points Su Ming marked on the map, there will be a gap of about 10 minutes during this route, given the current escort strength and shift change pattern of the 8th Air Division. During those 10 minutes, Z Division had no fighter jets escorting them, only the air defense network set up by ground air defense forces. Overhead, a squadron of J-8 fighter jets from the 8th Air Division was on escort duty. They needed to return to the Air Force Base for resupply and maintenance at regular intervals. This is normal operational procedure, and there is nothing wrong with it. Based on the previous escort patrol efforts of the J-8 squadron, and through calculations of fuel consumption and distance, although there are certain gaps in the patrol, the time is very short, only 2 or 3 minutes, which is completely controllable and almost negligible. But now, the situation is different because Qi Shunwei has ordered an increase in escort patrols. Increased patrols mean increased consumption. Increased consumption means shorter range, and shorter range means earlier shift changes. This chain reaction caused the window of absence to be extended to 10 minutes. In that case, let's just restore the J-8's original patrol intensity, the lieutenant colonel suggested. That way, there won't be any gaps in patrol activity. Su Ming shook his head and said with certainty, "It's too late." The 2 bridge bombings were ostensibly to delay our time, but in reality, they were to delay the escort rhythm of the 8th Air Division, so as to determine the Z Division's maneuver speed and the 8th Air Division's shift change pattern. They have figured out our background. As Su Ming spoke, he picked up a pencil again and scribbled down a string of data and calculation formulas in front of everyone. Even if we resume our original patrol intensity now, their ambush location will at most shift from this marker on the map to the 3rd bridge. They have grasped the pattern and can adjust at any time. We've been put on the defensive. The surrounding operations staff looked at each other, their eyes filled with deep shock. But many more still find it hard to believe. Su Ming's data calculation and analysis were so impressive that they were almost skeptical. Is Su Ming overthinking things? Are army really that smart? Could they have calculated things to this extent? It would be bad if they overcomplicated a simple problem and scared themselves. Chapter 282 Army A's operation has really begun. Inside the command vehicle, a deathly silence fell once again. The only sounds were the occasional hissing from the radio and the faint rumble of machinery in the distance. Everyone was astonished by Su Ming's data analysis. Using data to analyze the battle situation and deduce the enemy's intentions is an incredibly brilliant operation that most people would never think of or do. Those densely packed numbers and formulas are dazzling, but they are logically rigorous and interconnected, leaving no room for error. However, the enemy's intentions that they ultimately deduced seemed somewhat outrageous to them, even like a fantasy. They even doubted at one point, was Army A really that smart? Was the series of bridge bombings just a foreshadowing? They could even calculate the Z Division's mobility speed by delaying the bridge by bombing it, and analyze and judge the 8th Air Division's escort shift change time. Finally, seizing a brief window of opportunity for escorting aircraft, they set up an ambush and launched a large-scale air raid on the Z Division. That's outrageous, quite outrageous. This isn't about underestimating Army A's weakness, but rather about overestimating their strength. Is that old 6th Army soldier really that treacherous? After listening to Su Ming's analysis, Qi Shunwei did not express his opinion first, but turned to ask the group of combat staff officers he had brought. What are your thoughts? Qi Shunwei asked. A lieutenant colonel staff officer carefully considered his words before speaking. Commander, Staff Officer Su's data analysis is very reasonable and logically sound. But personally, I think it's a bit unrealistic. There are too many variables on the battlefield, and Army A could not possibly calculate them so precisely. Another colonel chimed in. I think so too. That's too presumptuous. If Army A can really calculate to this extent, then they are not the quick counter-reaction army, but the divine calculator army. There aren't that many precise calculations on the battlefield. It's more about improvisation and adaptability. Some people have raised questions. Was Staff Officer Su's analysis a bit too in-depth? Perhaps Army A simply blew up the bridge to delay us, and there's not so much more to it than that. Are we overcomplicating things? Faced with the doubts of the crowd, Su Ming did not get agitated or refute them. He listened calmly to everyone's remarks, and then slowly began to speak. The Z Division is not only the first heavy armored division of the H Group Army, but also the first heavy armored division of the entire field army. Its strength is beyond doubt. If I were the commander of Army A, I would definitely try every means to find an opportunity to strike Division Z during Army A's maneuver. Even if there is no opportunity, we must find a way to create one. He paused, then continued. Since the start of the exercise, our radar screens have detected 4 probing approaches by the 6th Air Division. Every time we enter the radar range, we retreat immediately and never linger. The A Army's focus has always been on the Z Division. This is a fact, not speculation. Of course, this is just my personal suggestion. Su Ming concluded. If you think there's a problem, you can choose to ignore it. I'm just stating what I've seen and analyzed. Although the two sides have not yet engaged in aerial combat or formally clashed, so far. However, during this exercise, the fighter squadrons of the 6th Air Division, under the command and deployment of Army A, have appeared within the radar detection range of Army Z 4 times. They always appeared suddenly, stayed briefly, and then quickly left. In Su Ming's view, this behavior was nothing short of a test. They continuously tested the Z Division's air defense system's reaction speed, reaction mode, and reaction limits. Through these 4 probes, Army A has figured out the details of Division Z's air defense system. Qi Shunwei then spoke, his voice deep and powerful. Putting everything else aside, staff member Su's analysis has shown that there are loopholes in our current air defense system. Regardless of whether Army A had this plan or not, the loophole is there, and we cannot turn a blind eye to it. His gaze swept over everyone present, finally settling on the communications officer. Notify the 8th Air Division that the fighter reserve team should prepare for takeoff and be ready to be deployed at any time. At the same time, all air defense units were ordered to be on high alert and prepared for any possible enemy air raids. The radar must be kept on 24 hours a day. There can be no slackening. As the commander of a heavy armored division, this deployment clearly demonstrates his stance. He agreed with Su Ming's analysis. Regardless of whether Army A comes or not, he must be fully prepared. The capital city. Field Army Staff Headquarters. The huge auditorium has long been transformed into the director's hall for this exercise. Hundreds of staff officers were busy at this moment, with telephones ringing incessantly, radios constantly transmitting various messages, and keyboards clattering like dense raindrops. In the very center of the auditorium hangs a huge LCD screen that almost covers the entire wall. Information kept scrolling on the screen. On the left are the command orders and troop movements of Army Group A. On the right are the command orders and troop movements of Army Group H. And in the middle is a real-time battlefield situation map. The Directorate staff, composed of a large number of senior officers, will conduct real-time calculations and judgments based on the various combat orders issued by the two Army groups, combined with relevant factors and data, and give the exercise decision. This exercise, conducted on the scale of 2 Army groups, is of great significance as it aims to test the combat effectiveness of the troops after their equipment upgrades. The entire exercise will be broadcast live to all units of the military via an internal network. All military regions, all military academies, and even non-commissioned officer schools that have already gotten on track were observing the entire process. The General Staff attached great importance to this exercise. A general and a lieutenant general personally came forward to oversee the exercise, observing the entire process and closely monitoring every key moment. At the request of the General Staff Chiefs, each of the 7 military regions also sent an observation group composed of senior military officers to the Director's office for on-site observation and learning. These generals from various military regions are currently sitting in the observation seats, their eyes fixed on the large screen, occasionally exchanging a few words in hushed tones. The general watched the situation diagram on the screen with great interest, his fingers lightly tapping the table. The Army's strategy is very clear. Knowing that the biggest challenge this time is Division Z, leaving none of the 3 bridges behind will delay Division Z for at least 6 hours. 6 hours is enough for them to make a lot of preparations. The Lieutenant General added with a smile. According to the exercise rules, troops that fail to arrive at the exercise site within the stipulated time will be eliminated. 6 hours is not enough for Army A. They must have a backup plan. The general said with a smile. The Air Force of Army A has already probed 4 times. Looks like Liang Wenlong has some ideas. Only this high-ranking official from the General Staff could call the commander of the prestigious A Group Army Kid. In terms of seniority, military rank, and position, he certainly has the qualifications. The Lieutenant General analyzed. The H Group Army has devoted a lot of resources to the air defense of the Z Division. Even a complete squadron of fighter jets wouldn't gain an advantage against Z Division's air defense system. Unless Army A disregards battle losses and breaks through Z Division's defenses at all costs, it will be impossible to shake Z Division's air defense system. From the start of the exercise until now, the deployment plans of both Army groups have been receiving real-time feedback from the directing staff. To ensure the smooth maneuverability of the Z Division, Army Group H assigned an anti-aircraft artillery division and a tactical missile battalion to the Z Division, along with a fighter squadron to form a 3-dimensional air defense system. They all knew about this decision. It was clear to everyone that the H Group Army had pinned all its hopes on the Z Division, a heavily armored division, treating it as a trump card and sparing no expense to ensure its smooth maneuver into the exercise area. The exercise area is an open plain, which is an ideal battlefield for heavy troops. Once the Z Division successfully enters the battlefield, its powerful armored assault capabilities will make it invincible and unstoppable. H Group Army Forward Command. A military train was speeding along the railway line, the rhythmic sound of wheels hitting the rails echoing through the air. Lieutenant General Tan Jun, the Army commander, along with a group of operations staff forming the 1st Command Echelon, is moving by rail to the exercise site. To meet command needs, a section of ordinary carriage was temporarily converted into a command center, which was equipped with all kinds of communication equipment. 5 minutes ago, the B Division was bombed by enemy air force. An operations staff officer quickly reported the latest situation from various units. An armored battalion has suffered combat damage, losing 10 tanks and 5 infantry fighting vehicles. We are currently compiling the specific casualty figures. During the escort mission for Division C, our 8th Air Division spotted an enemy fighter squadron, and a brief firefight ensued. The 8th Air Division successfully shot down one enemy fighter, and we suffered no losses. D Division reports, we encountered a small group of enemy troops during our maneuver, but they have been repelled. We will continue our advance. The operations staff quickly reported the latest situation from various units, and messages echoed in the command room. The bombings and harassment encountered by other units were minor incidents, and Tanjun did not think they were worth worrying about too much. What he was really worried about was Master Z. Even in terms of anti-aircraft firepower, he had already given the Z Division the maximum possible support. A combination of an anti-aircraft artillery division, a tactical missile battalion, and a fighter squadron is unique in the entire H Group Army. But he knew the importance of Division Z, and Army A knew it too. Army A will definitely not let Division Z off easily, and will try every means to cause trouble for Division Z. Latest report from Z Division. The communications officer's voice rang out. Z Division is currently stuck at the May 7th bridge. The engineer battalion is working on building a pontoon bridge and is expected to be able to continue its journey in about 30 minutes. At the same time, Z Division deduces that the enemy may bomb the 288 area and requests that the reserve formation of the 8th Air Division be prepared for takeoff and ready to provide support at any time. Tanjun looked up in surprise. Area 288. He walked to the map and found the location the communications officer had mentioned. It was less than 10 kilometers from the next bridge, a relatively open area, but not a good bombing spot. With no high ground nearby for cover, Z Division's anti-aircraft firepower can be fully utilized. Where did Division Z get the intelligence to make such a deduction? Requesting the mobilization of the 8th Air Division's reserve force? Nonsense. The reserve formation of the 8th Air Division is meant to be a last resort, a safety net in critical moments. How can it be mobilized casually? What if an emergency occurs and air superiority is lost? Sir, this is the latest battle situation analysis and reasoning telegram from the Z Division. The communications staff officer handed a telegram to Tanjun. Tanjun took the telegram and quickly scanned it. The telegram was very long, densely filled with analysis and reasoning. But the core content is Su Ming's set of data analysis methods. Based on fuel consumption calculations, speed estimations, and shift change pattern analysis, it was concluded that in Area 288, the Z Division will have a 10-minute escort window, and the A Army is very likely to take advantage of this window to launch a surprise attack. Tanjun's gaze lingered on the telegram for a long time, his brows furrowed. After a long pause, the Lieutenant General spoke, his voice steady and powerful. Order the 8th Air Division to have its reserve formations prepare to take off in 20 minutes and proceed to the vicinity of Area 288 to await orders. The operations staff standing nearby were all stunned when they heard this. The Army commander actually approved Z Division's application and ordered the reserve formation of the 8th Air Division to take off to provide support. Is this a move to use their trump card ahead of time? Z Division's mobility is indeed very important, but we can't afford to neglect other aspects while focusing on one. What should we do with the C Division? What should we do with the D Division? What should we do with the other units? If we mobilize all our air force now, and an accident occurs and air superiority is lost, how will we fight the rest of the war? Each unit is still a long way from the exercise area. Even if they successfully reach the exercise area, without air superiority, they will be at a great disadvantage when the armored forces of both sides engage in combat. With no of our own planes in the sky and enemy planes ready to bomb us at any moment, we can't fight this war. Commander, a colonel staff officer said urgently. Isn't it a bit too early to deploy reserve fighter squadrons now? The exercise has only just begun, and there are still major battles to be fought later. Yes, another staff officer chimed in. The C Division's escort force was already a bit weak. If we transfer all the air force to the Z Division, the A Army could take the opportunity to launch a focused attack on the C Division, and then there won't be enough time to provide support. We can't afford to lose sight of one side. Commander, what's going on? Someone asked directly, looking puzzled. The Z Division's status within the H Army group is well known. It is the ace of ace, the elite of elites. But no matter how strong the Z Division is, we can't put all our eggs in one basket. This is an army group operation, not a Z Division fighting alone. Take a look at this. Tan Jun didn't explain much, but simply handed the telegram in his hand to the operations staff officer next to him. Curious, everyone took the telegram and quickly read it together. Then, one by one, their eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief. "No way," someone exclaimed in surprise. A captain as a staff officer could analyze all this. Using data to analyze and deduce Army A's intentions? There's a gap in the Z Division's air escort? This is too outrageous. Really? He's just a captain. He probably hasn't even finished studying army operations. How could he understand all this? And calculate the gap period? Isn't Commander Chi a little too trusting of his junior brother? Although I've heard that his junior brother is indeed very capable, this analysis is too far-fetched. The lowest rank among the combat staff officers around Tan Jun is Lieutenant Colonel, and there are also colonels and senior colonels. Although they had heard about Su Ming's abilities before, such as the youngest captain for first-class merits and a prominent figure in the Army Academy. But I've only heard about it. I've never seen it with my own eyes. In their view, the captain was still too young, and this was his first time participating in such a large-scale exercise. To make such a bold deployment and movement of the 8th Air Division based solely on the captain's analysis and reasoning is really too reckless. Using data formulas to analyze and deduce Army A's intentions is indeed a brilliant and novel tactic that most people would never think of. The problem is that all of this is just speculation and has not yet been verified. What if the reasoning is wrong? What if Army A has no such intention at all? Wouldn't that be a complete waste of precious Air Force resources? Tan Jun said in a deep voice. Regardless of whether Army A will bomb Z Division in Area 288. But it is a fact that there were gaps and loopholes in the Z Division's air escort. It's better to be safe than sorry. Since we have already given Z Division an absolute air power tilt, we don't care about this little bit of deployment and movement. We cannot let our efforts be in vain because we are reluctant to use our reserves. After the lieutenant general finished speaking, all the operations staff around him fell silent. Since their own commander has said so, it means their mind is made up, and there's no point in them continuing to talk nonsense. 3 hours later, Z Master arrived in Area 288. That is, the location that Su Ming marked on the map earlier. This is a relatively open area with flat fields on both sides of the road, offering a good view. There are a few small hills in the distance, but they are too far away to pose a threat. A torrent of steel was slowly moving through the area, the roar of engines rising and falling, and the dust kicked up by the tracks obscuring the sky. Just then, an emergency notification came over the radio from the 8th Air Division. 8th Air Division reporting. 8th Air Division reporting. The communications officer's voice suddenly became tense. Enemy 6th Air Division fighter formation spotted 130 kilometers to the northwest. Attack is underway on our fighter squadron, which has completed its escort mission and is returning for rest and replenishment after its shift change. Our formation is currently engaged in firefight, requesting backup. The announcement shocked everyone in the command vehicle. All eyes turned to Su Ming. It's here. Army A's operation has truly begun. Chapter 283 Aerial Combat. Let them never return. In Area 288, there are less than 10 kilometers left until the last bridge ahead. The reconnaissance company of the Vanguard Tank Regiment sent a message. The bridge ahead had been destroyed, just like the two in front of it. As expected, everything went exactly as they had guessed. Su Ming had seen through Army A's tactics beforehand. The anti-aircraft artillery battalion, which was scattered among the tank regiment, armored regiment, and artillery regiment, and was responsible for covering the main armored movement of the 3 regiments, had by this time completed the construction of anti-aircraft artillery positions. Rows of twin-barreled 37mm anti-aircraft guns stood proudly facing the sky, their barrels gleaming with a cold metallic luster in the sunlight. All personnel were in position. The gunner sat at the firing position, the loader held the ammunition box, and the radar operator stared intently at the screen. Constructing anti-aircraft artillery positions is generally done in preparation for an enemy Air Force attack. and is a standard air defense tactic. Constructing anti-aircraft artillery positions in advance and hastily constructing them when attacked by enemy air force are two completely different concepts. The former approach involves being prepared, calm, and collected, aiming accurately, and firing steadily, thus forming a dense air defense fire network. The latter is merely an instinctive reaction when passively being attacked, with vastly different effects. Not only are the anti-aircraft artillery units on high alert, but the tactical missile units are also fully prepared. Missile launchers were hidden in the woods on both sides of the road. The missiles were already erected and the radar had locked onto the airspace, waiting for the target to appear. He's gone mad. He must be mad. The battalion commander of the anti-aircraft artillery battalion stood beside his command vehicle, a cigarette dangling from his lips, grumbling. Why are we making us build anti-aircraft artillery positions here instead of using perfectly good roads? What are we supposed to shoot at? Big birds? What exactly is Commander Chi up to? He couldn't understand it at all. There was only one bridge left, and the important thing was to rush across it. Why waste time here? If you are late and exceed the time limit, you will be eliminated. Battalion commander, look over there. A lieutenant beside him pointed into the distance. The tactical missile battalion seems to be ready too. The missiles are all erected. What's going on here? Such a big operation. Who knows? The anti-aircraft artillery battalion commander took a deep drag on his cigarette. Why leave such a perfectly good road? Are you trying to wait here for a rabbit to run into your trap? Waiting for whom? Waiting for a rabbit. Could it be that Commander Chi suspects that Army A will bomb us in this area? The lieutenant asked cautiously. The anti-aircraft artillery battalion commander glared at the lieutenant with annoyance. I told you to study hard, but you insisted on raising pigs. You wasted your time at military academy? Open your eyes and look around. Is this terrain suitable for bombing? It is open, but our air defense firepower can be fully deployed. If we're going to bomb, I'll definitely wait until we're crossing the bridge. That's when our formation is most compact, we're most passive, and we're caught in a dilemma. That's the best opportunity. Do you understand? The lieutenant was so reprimanded that he dared not utter a word and could only nod repeatedly. The battalion commander is right. A sergeant next to him chimed in. Anyway, we rank and file soldiers are just meant to be messed around with. We do whatever the commanders tell us to do, and let them mess around with us. It's not like it's the first time. Huh. The anti-aircraft artillery battalion commander snorted coldly, stubbing out his cigarette on the tracks. I'm telling you this. If we can wait here for the A-Force fighter squadron to bomb us, I'll swallow an anti-aircraft gun hole. Raw. Without chewing. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a piercing alarm blared, shattering the tranquility of the sky. The radar units of the Z Division were frantically sounding alarms. On the radar screen, several dots of light are approaching at high speed. Data analysis shows that an enemy fighter squadron is rapidly approaching the Z Division, and the distance is less than 100 kilometers. Is 100 kilometers a distance for a fighter jet? At the speed of a supersonic fighter jet, 100 kilometers is just a matter of minutes. Enter combat readiness. Everyone, enter combat readiness. The shouts of the company commanders echoed through the communication channel. Before long, a deafening roar came from the sky above Division Z. A fighter squadron from the 6th Air Division has appeared. 6 fighter jets, plus 2 bombers, roared in tactical formation. The wings were laden with missiles and bombs, clearly visible in the sunlight. They arrived fully loaded with ammunition, ready to give the Z Division on the ground a good beating. At the same time, another fighter formation from the 6th Air Division appeared 130 kilometers to the northwest. They have launched a surprise attack on the fighter squadron of the 8th Air Division that was escorting the change of shifts and returning for rest. The air battle has begun. 2 entire fighter squadrons. This is the entire Air Force of Army A in this exercise. The fighter squadron at the back was originally a reserve force, meant to be used as a trump card. This time, Army A deployed all of its Air Force power, betting everything on it. The tactical intent is already very clear. A fighter squadron attacked the returning 8th Air Division aircraft, forcing the 8th Air Division to send some of its fighters, which were on escort missions, to provide support. This would weaken the escort force above Division Z. Meanwhile, the reserve formation took advantage of the brief window of air escort for the Z Division to launch a large-scale bombing raid on the Z Division. The strategy of luring the Tiger away from the mountain and feinting to the east while attacking in the west is a series of interconnected moves. And all of this was exactly the same as Su Ming's previous prediction. Absolutely perfect. A fierce air battle immediately broke out. Director's Department. Army A's sudden action caused an uproar. Even the seasoned senior officers of the directing department, who had seen it all, were surprised that Army A would pull such a stunt at this time, so decisively and so boldly. Many people are only now realizing the purpose behind Army A's repeated bombings of the bridges. By bombing the bridge, they delayed the Z Division's maneuver time. At the same time, during the repeated bombing of the bridge, they secretly observed and recorded the Z Division's maneuver speed and reaction time, thereby deducing the 8th Air Division's escort flight schedule and shift change pattern. All of this was premeditated, a meticulously designed series of schemes. Now, they've even brought out their reserve team, playing with great force and showing great courage. It must be said that Team A's move was indeed brilliant and ingenious. Commander Liang's tactic of luring the Tiger away from the mountain is brilliant. Truly brilliant. A colonel from the observation group couldn't help but exclaim. I didn't realize it before, another officer remarked. I thought it was just a simple attempt to slow down the Z Division's movement, but I never expected there to be such a grand scheme behind it. Commander Liang has thought it through very clearly. The Z Division is the biggest threat, the trump card of the H Army group. Therefore, we must do everything possible to destroy the Z Division's armored forces during the maneuver. Even if it comes at a cost, it's worth it. Some people sincerely admired. No wonder he's a division commander who's earned his reputation through battle. This kind of courage is something most people don't have. Not everyone has the guts to bet their entire air force. The general nodded slightly, giving an affirmative assessment. That Liang Wenlong kid, he really has some ideas. A feint attack, a diversionary tactic, a brilliant strike. This move is worth studying carefully. The lieutenant general analyzed. This means they've deployed all of their air force. He was very wary of the Z Division. There were only a handful of units in the entire army that could make the commander of Army A so wary. The general's gaze fell on the screen, his eyes filled with anticipation. Now it's up to Master Z to decide how to respond. If not handled properly, this airstrike will result in the loss of at least 1/3 of the Z Division's armored forces. The battles that follow will be much harder to fight. Z-Class Teacher. Command Post. The A-Force Fighter Squadron has really arrived, someone exclaimed. The returning formation was also ambushed, just as Staff Officer Su predicted. Wow. From the very beginning, Team A has really been playing such a big game. Their calculations are incredibly deep. The moment the radar detected the approaching fighter formation of the 6th Air Division, all combat units of the Z Division had already made full preparations for air defense firepower. The armored forces have already carried out an emergency camouflage evacuation. Tanks and armored vehicles quickly left the road and drove into the woods and fields along the roadside, where they were covered with camouflage netting to reduce the risk of being detected. Although tanks are the king of land warfare, their gun barrel elevation angle is limited, making them unsuitable for shooting down aircraft, let alone high-speed fighter jets. The only forces that can pose a threat to fighter jets are anti-aircraft artillery units and tactical missile units. The current situation is exactly the same as Su Ming's previous analysis and prediction. It can be said that Su Ming predicted Army A's prediction. The operations staff who had previously doubted Su Ming were now filled with shock and disbelief. Their gazes towards Su Ming had shifted from initial suspicion to shock, and then from shock to admiration. It can be said that Su Ming slapped everyone in the face with his solid battlefield results, making them blush with shame. They initially thought Su Ming was overthinking things, believing that Army A couldn't possibly be that smart. But what happened? That's how clever Army A is. That's how they calculate things. Su Ming was smarter than Army A, and he saw through all of this in advance. Order the anti-aircraft artillery and tactical missile units to fire freely. Chi Shunwei issued the order expressionlessly. If Army A dares to bring out its reserves, then let them come and not return. This time, I'm going to make the 6th Air Division suffer a lot. The aerial battle has officially begun. A formation of fighter planes from the 6th Air Division, along with 2 bombers, arrived over the Z Division. The pilots' eyes lit up as they looked down at the dense torrent of steel below. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. According to the plan, the escort formation above the Z Division was not at full strength. Half of the fighters had been sent to support the returning formation. Therefore, the 6th Air Division's fighter squadron now has an absolute numerical advantage. Free fire, the colonel leading the team ordered, his voice brimming with excitement. Inflict maximum damage on the Z Division's armor. Withdraw after you've finished, don't linger. Receive. Clear. However, just as the pilots were about to press the launch button, countless new dots of light suddenly appeared on the radar screen. In the air, a formation of fighter jets from the 8th Air Division appeared. Not just one squadron, but a whole squadron and a half. The number exceeds that of a full-strength squad. This sudden turn of events completely shocked the colonel leading the team. Calling tower. Calling tower. The colonel's voice boomed over the radio. Something's wrong. At least 1.5 enemy fighter formations detected. Repeat. At least 1.5 enemy fighter formations detected. They were prepared. This is a trap. Before he could finish speaking, fighter jets from the 8th Air Division roared in. 30 minutes ago, a full squadron of fighter jets that had been urgently transferred from the 8th Air Division Air Base, along with the other half of the fighter jets that were originally on escort missions and had not gone to provide support, had completed the encirclement. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Air-to-air missiles, trailing white flames, were fired from all directions at the fighter jets of the 6th Air Division. The fighter jets were extremely fast, and the pilots of the 6th Air Division desperately pulled up the control stick, performing various high-difficulty maneuvers to evade the incoming missiles. Some swooped down, some climbed, some rolled, and some released flares. White trails were left in the sky. On the ground, the anti-aircraft artillery units also opened fire. Boom, boom, boom. The dense sound of artillery fire rang out like thunder. One anti-aircraft gun after another spat out tongues of fire, and the shells exploded in the air, forming plumes of black smoke. The shrapnel flew through the air, enough to tear apart any aircraft that dared to approach. The tactical missile forces were not to be outdone. One after another, surface-to-air missiles roared into the sky, trailing long plumes of flame, and hurtled toward their targets in the air. The division commander gave them the order to fire freely, which meant there were no restrictions. Each unit was to find its own opportunities and lock onto its own targets, as long as they were careful not to shoot down the fighters of the 8th Air Division. In an instant, the sky was ablaze with fireworks, as tongues of fire exploded in the air. The tail flames of missiles, the smoke from anti-aircraft guns, and the white mist from chaff and flares intertwined, creating a dazzling spectacle, yet also fraught with danger. Give them a good beating, the anti-aircraft artillery battalion commander roared, his face flushed red. Aim down. These guys actually dared to come. Fire. Shoot them down. It's fair to say his face was swollen from the beating. Not long ago, he confidently declared that the 6th Air Division would not come, and if it did, he would swallow an anti-aircraft gun hole. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6th Air Division actually arrived, showing him no respect whatsoever. He can't care about swallowing the anti-aircraft gun alive now. He just wants to take it down first. With the support of anti-aircraft artillery and ground tactical missile units, the fighter squadron of the 6th Air Division quickly suffered combat losses. A perfect score. A perfect score. Within a short period of time, 2 fighter jets were hit. The destruction of the 2 fighter jets by the 6th Air Division was also related to their own actions. Realizing the situation was dire, they even launched several air-to-ground missiles, attempting to gain some ground advantage before retreating. This action thoroughly enraged the ground-based air defense forces, who immediately became the focus of their attention, targeting ground-based tactical missile units and anti-aircraft artillery. Good grief. We were all ready to fight you from the ground, and you still dare to provoke us? Do you really think that just because you fly fast, we can't do anything to you? Retreat. Retreat immediately. Upon receiving the emergency evacuation order from the 6th Air Division's control tower, the colonel leading the team immediately commanded, "Everyone, full speed ahead. Get out of the battlefield. Quickly." With fewer fighter jets than others, and anti-aircraft artillery and tactical missile units lurking on the ground, it was clear that the Z Division was already prepared, just waiting for them to jump into this ambush zone. If this continues, the entire formation will be wiped out. After the retreat order was given, the remaining fighter jets of the 6th Air Division immediately turned around, engaged afterburners, and ran back at full speed, wishing they had more wings. Those two bombers were out of luck. Under normal circumstances, bombers can only swagger out to carry out missions as long as they are escorted by fighter jets. The original plan was to ambush Z Division, but instead, they launched a counter-ambush. Fighter jets are fast, but it's quite difficult for these two big guys to get away. The two bombers accelerated with all their might, but their bulky fuselages were no match for the agile fighter jets. The fighter jets of the 8th Air Division have already closed in, and their missiles have locked on. Director's Department. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. The entire hall was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at the big screen, their faces filled with disbelief. The officers who had initially been optimistic about Army A's strategy of luring the enemy away from their base never expected things to turn out this way. H Army actually guessed A Army's tactical intentions, made preparations in advance, and launched a perfect counter-ambush. That's absolutely amazing. Wow, someone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Is the H Army that powerful? How could they guess that? That's incredible. I thought Army A's move was already pretty brilliant, but I didn't expect Army H to be a step ahead, launching a counter-ambush. They were ambushed. I wonder how many planes a full-strength 6th Air Division can recover? The losses are heavy. Look at the command and deployment of the Z Division. It's simply outrageous. They were completely certain that the A Army would come, and they had already made preparations in advance. The anti-aircraft artillery positions were all set up, and the missiles were all erected, just waiting for the 6th Air Division to jump into their anti-ambush zone. The command orders issued by both sides are being fed back to the large screen in the directorate in real time. The dense text and data clearly demonstrate every step of the decisions made by both sides. On the observation deck, senior officers from various military regions whispered among themselves, their faces filled with shock and admiration. What a pity. The general sighed softly, his tone tinged with regret, but mostly with admiration. Master Z was actually prepared and guessed that Liang Wenlong would do this. Otherwise, the Z Division would have lost at least a third of its strength in this air raid. A Army's plan was indeed bold and ingenious, but unfortunately it encountered a smarter opponent. The Lieutenant General remarked with emotion. In such a short period of time, both sides have deployed all their air power. Z Division is even more ruthless. He directly used the strategy of waiting for the rabbit to run into the tree stump and taking advantage of the situation. That's a brilliant strategy of waiting for the rabbit to run into the tree stump. Whose idea was that? Commander Tan? Or that famous Commander Chi? The rapid change in the battlefield situation shocked both of these seasoned senior officers from the General Staff, who couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Chapter 284 The World of Geniuses is incomprehensible to ordinary people. Army A's tactic of luring the tiger away from the mountain was truly amazing and can be called a textbook-level tactical design. By repeatedly bombing bridges to lull the enemy into a false sense of security and gather intelligence, they can ultimately seize an opportunity to launch a fatal attack. This layered and progressive tactical layout is enough to impress any commander. However, Master Z's strategy of waiting for the rabbit to run into the tree stump was even more brilliant. They not only saw through Army A's tactical intentions, but also made thorough preparations in advance, turning Army A's 6th Air Division's proactive bombing and ambush into a passive and defensive attack. The game of ambush and counter-ambush, with its ingenious tactics and accurate predictions, is truly astonishing. This is not just a simple tactical confrontation, but also a contest of intellect and willpower between commanders. In the eyes of these two bigwigs in the General Staff, There are only two people who can analyze the tactical intentions of Army A. It was either Tan Jun, the commander of the H Group Army, or Chi Shunwei, the commander of the Z Division. One is the former commander of the Heavy Armor Division, and the other is the current commander of the Heavy Armor Division. Both men possess exceptional talent in armored vehicle command and have keen strategic awareness, enabling them to see through Army A's plans and make them logical and reasonable. But the next second, the information scrolling on the big screen shocked everyone. The incredibly brilliant counter-ambush tactic of Division Z was actually proposed by a captain named Su Ming. For a moment, the entire director's office hall was completely silent, followed by a burst of discussion. Captain Su Ming? A captain could come up with such a counter-ambush tactic? Someone stared wide-eyed in disbelief. A captain could analyze and deduce the tactical intentions of Army A's commander? Are you kidding me? Who is this captain? Is he that powerful? Whose general is this? He's incredible. It's like a prophetic prediction. Wow, are captains this good at military affairs these days? They can even figure out a corps commander's tactical intentions? What are we lieutenant colonels and colonels compared to that? Su Ming? That name sounds familiar. Someone stroked their chin, lost in thought. Could this Su Ming be the famous figure from the Army Academy? Someone suddenly realized. Do you know who he is? Who doesn't know him? The man looked shocked. The most monstrous talent in the history of the Army Academy, repeatedly breaking the Academy's records. An 18-year-old captain, the youngest captain in the entire field army. And I heard that he was specially transferred by the general staff from the Tibet military region to the H Group Army for this exercise. Which of the officers present didn't have some connections? Especially in places like the Army Academy, who doesn't have a few friends who have studied there. Su Ming is so famous at the Army Academy that many people have heard of his reputation, but no one expected that he would appear in this exercise and cause such a commotion. There are many officers and many outstanding people in the field army, but Su Ming is the first one who is as outstanding as him. So outstanding that it's freakish, so outstanding that it makes you question the meaning of life. I never expected it to be this little guy. The lieutenant general couldn't help but laugh, a hint of pride on his face. It seems that it was a wise move to second him from the Tibetan military region this time. He knew Su Ming. He had previously made a special trip to the Tibetan military region to listen to Su Ming explain his concept of diversified functions for non-commissioned officers. He knew then that this young captain was no ordinary man and had great potential. But I never expected him to grow up so fast and to stand out in such a big arena so quickly. This kid is quite good. The general was clearly aware of Su Ming's abilities. However, for some reason, the training of young officers has always been the responsibility of the lieutenant general, and he has not been involved much. In retrospect, the lieutenant general was indeed insightful. Commander Liang probably never dreamed that his tactical intentions would be seen through by a young captain. If he knew this, he'd probably be depressed for days. The lieutenant general chuckled. Army Academy. Inside the auditorium. The auditorium, which can accommodate thousands of people, was now packed with students, a sea of black. The exercise was broadcast live on the big screen. Every frame and every piece of information captivated everyone present. This fierce air battle undoubtedly became the focus of everyone's discussion. That scene was so cool. Missiles roared, fighter jets swooped, anti-aircraft guns roared, and fireballs exploded, stirring the hearts of the viewers and igniting their passion. An exercise involving air combat is a rare occurrence. A military exercise of the scale of two army groups is unlikely to occur again for decades. Although they were observers, such an opportunity was equally rare and enough for these trainees to brag about for a lifetime. However, when the students saw Su Ming's name appear on the screen, they were completely shocked. Holy crap! Someone jumped up from their seat. The name of the expert is on the screen. This counter-ambush tactic was actually proposed by the expert? Really? Isn't the expert from the Tibet military region? How come he's participating in this exercise? Someone asked, puzzled. Same name? It can't be that much of a coincidence, can it? They even share the same rank. Captain. Don't doubt it. It's the expert. A well-informed cadet shouted excitedly. I heard that after graduating with his master's degree, The expert was seconded by the general staff from the Tibet military region to the H Group Army to prepare for this exercise. He's in the H Group Army. Wow. The general staff is planning to cultivate a genius, someone exclaimed in realization. Nonsense. With a potential like that, wouldn't it be a waste of talent not to nurture him? You would have done the same. Awesome. Absolutely amazing. Countless people exclaimed in sincere admiration. Although the exercise has only been going on for a short time, Su Ming's tactical proposal has already made him the focus of the exercise. The most dazzling person there, bar none. A captain who was able to analyze and deduce the tactical intentions of a corps commander during an exercise of this scale is worthy of being called a god. Everyone was amazed. As expected of gold, it shines wherever it goes. At the Army Academy, Su Ming's brilliance was unmatched, leaving a group of mid-level officers utterly defeated. Now that he's gone to the H Group Army to participate in this exercise, he's still showing off his personal strength. He's so damn cool. This appearance is a public appearance in front of all military regions and all military academies. Hundreds of thousands of eyes are watching. That's absolutely incredible. Major General Fang Jinhua stood in the observation seat, his face flushed with excitement, pointing to the names on the big screen. Old Zhao, did you see that? I told you long ago. My student is a true tactical mastermind. His mind can always analyze things that ordinary people can't see. This time it's even more impressive. He even saw through the tactical intentions of the commander of Army A. Seeing Su Ming make an appearance like this made him even happier and more excited than if Fang Jinhua himself had made an appearance. His pride was palpable. He seemed to want the whole world to know that this was Fang Jinhua's student. Senior Colonel Zhao Yuantong, Dean of the Armored Command Department, exclaimed in genuine amazement. That's really impressive. The tactical layout of Army A's commander is already quite covert and ingenious. If he hadn't sent the 6th Air Division's reserve force to carry out the bombing, I would have thought he blew up the bridge just to buy time. What I didn't expect was that Su Ming had already figured it out. Awesome, really awesome. The ability to predict the enemy's tactical intentions is enough to prove how sharp Su Ming's tactical thinking is. This kind of keenness cannot be learned from books. It is an innate talent combined with diligent study. Even the Lieutenant General Superintendent of the Army Academy couldn't help but speak up, his tone full of admiration. That's his skill. Enough for some senior colonels to take a good look and learn from. Tactical skills have nothing to do with rank or age. They only have to do with one's brain. Sergeant School. Today, the framework of the non-commissioned officer school has been established, its rules and regulations have been improved, and it is on the right track. The enrollment and training work is going very smoothly, and everything is progressing in an orderly manner. All of this is thanks to Su Ming. If it weren't for his cross-military region coordination, which secured equipment and teaching personnel from 3 group armies of the Beijing military region, laying a solid foundation for the sergeant school, how could it have achieved its current vigorous development? It is worth mentioning that Wang Xiaoqiang, who serves as the principal of the sergeant school, has been riding high lately and is walking with a swagger. Because the non-commissioned officer school developed very smoothly, it received praise from higher authorities on many occasions. If this trend continues, he still has a good chance of making further progress. During this exercise, the sergeant school also organized all students and teaching staff to observe and learn, which was a rare learning opportunity. Although Su Ming was seconded to the H Group Army of the Northern Military Region to participate in this exercise after graduating from the Army Academy, he retained his position as an advisor to the sergeant school. In principle, Su Ming is still a student at his sergeant school. Principal Wang Xiaoqiang slowly swept his gaze over the group of students and teaching staff, his face filled with undisguised smugness. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "Our sergeant school's advisor, Captain Su Ming, is only 18 years old this year. In such a large-scale exercise, there are such tactical strategies that can see through the enemy commander's tactical intentions. You must watch carefully and learn well. It's not easy to have the opportunity to observe such an exercise, so don't waste it." When he said this, Wang Xiaoqiang was extremely proud, his tail practically wagging in the air. Because Su Ming is an advisor to his sergeant school, Su Ming's excellent performance is a great honor for the sergeant school and also brings glory to his position as principal. Upon hearing this, all the students and instructors at the sergeant school were shocked and filled with admiration. Look at how old they are at 18. Look at themselves. Indeed, there are differences between people. Next time someone says something like, "We both have two shoulders and one head, so why can others do it, but you can't?" They'll have a reason to refute it. Sometimes, even though we both have two shoulders and one head, it's true that some people can do it, but others can't. The world of geniuses is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. H Group Army Forward Command. The military train continued to speed forward, the rhythmic clatter of its wheels against the rails echoing through the air. The communications officer strode up to Tan Jun and reported loudly. The Z Division has sent the latest battle report. 20 minutes ago, a fighter squadron from the 6th Air Division bombed the Z Division in Area 288. With the assistance of ground anti-aircraft artillery and tactical missile units, 1.5 fighter squadrons of our 8th Air Division successfully destroyed 2 enemy fighters and 1 bomber. Our losses are minor and negligible. The communications officer recounted the latest battle situation of the Z Division, his voice filled with barely concealed excitement. Upon hearing this, all the operations staff were shocked, exchanging bewildered glances. Damn, the 6th Air Division really did bomb the Z Division in Area 288. They actually sent a squadron of fighter jets. Z Division made the right decision by requesting the transfer of the 8th Air Division's reserve force. If it weren't for the timely support from the 8th Air Division's reserve force, given the situation at the time, the Z Division's escort force would have been weakened, creating a gap in its air defense system. In that wave of air attacks, the Z Division would likely have suffered considerable losses. Losing dozens of tanks and armored vehicles is the least of our worries. And all of this was exactly as the young captain had analyzed. Army A's act of blowing up the bridge was really just a deceptive tactic. The real purpose was to learn about the Z Division's mobility and the 8th Air Division's shift change time. I feel it is necessary to remind everyone. Tan Jun spoke in a deep voice, his gaze sweeping over each staff officer present, his tone stern. If it weren't for Comrade Su Ming's timely discovery of the gap in the Z Division's fighter escort and his analysis of Army A's true military intentions, this time it would have been a different story. A single fighter squadron bombing raid would be enough to give the Z Division a run for its money. Heavy losses would be the least of its worries. Sometimes, it's really necessary to think about problems more deeply. Tan Jun paused for a moment, then continued, "Don't you agree?" Upon hearing this, the officers on the side exchanged glances, their faces instantly turning red. Their own army commander is targeting them. They had previously questioned Su Ming's analysis, thinking that the young captain was overthinking things and that Army A couldn't possibly be that smart. And what happened? As it turns out, Team A was indeed that clever, but Su Ming was even cleverer than them. This battle was undoubtedly like a slap in the face, a sharp and stinging blow. Back on the battlefield, after successfully executing a surprise attack and counter-ambush, the Z Division regrouped its troops and continued its mobile advance. The troops were reorganized, and the damaged vehicles were towed to the side of the road to await repairs, while the intact vehicles continued to move forward. The steel torrent started again, and the roar resounded once more. Upon reaching the last bridge, as expected, the bridge ahead had already been determined to have been destroyed. The engineering battalion was mobilized again, silently carrying out its job, building bridges like a tool. During this waiting time, Qi Shunwei allowed the various units to take a short rest. After more than 10 hours of continuous maneuvering and a fierce air battle, everyone needed rest, and the vehicles also needed inspection and maintenance. The battle that just ended was a resounding success for Z Division. The enemy lost 2 fighter planes and 1 bomber, while the Z Division's own losses were negligible. Such a casualty ratio is practically a perfect victory. All of this is thanks to Su Ming. If Su Ming hadn't analyzed and predicted this in advance, according to the previous plan, the Z Division would probably have suffered a significant loss and heavy damage. And these commanders will certainly be criticized afterward. However, unlike the Z Division's good fortune, The B Division of the H Army Group was not so lucky. As a renowned strategic rapid reaction force within the Field Army, Army A's operational characteristic is speed, rapid response, rapid maneuver, rapid strike. Although the strategic operation to strike Z Division ultimately failed, Army A's reaction speed was astonishing. Upon realizing that something was amiss, the A Force Command immediately made a new decision. The reserve fighter squadron of the 6th Air Division was ordered to withdraw. Although they lost 2 fighter planes and 1 bomber, they managed to preserve most of their strength and were not completely wiped out. Immediately afterwards, Army A ordered the returning formations of the failed missions, as well as the fighter formations previously sent to intercept the returning formation of the 8th Air Division, to all change course and head straight for the airspace above Army B. The air defense system of B Division is incomparable to that of Z Division. Z Division was escorted by an entire anti-aircraft artillery division, a tactical missile battalion, and a fighter squadron from the 8th Air Division. B Division only had basic regimental air defense capabilities. How could it possibly withstand a surprise attack from a complete fighter squadron? Under such intense bombing, an armored battalion of the B Division was wiped out. Dozens of tanks and infantry fighting vehicles were deemed destroyed. The losses were devastating. Tan Jun, the commander of the H Group Army who received the battle report from the B Division, was not one to suffer losses. He was a man of strong character who never backed down and would never stand by and watch his troops be bullied without fighting back. Without hesitation, Tan Jun picked up the microphone and issued the order. Mobilize a fighter squadron from the 8th Air Division and fly to an Air Force base of the 6th Air Division. They bombed my B Division, so I'll bomb their base. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Chapter 285 The Game Between Two Army Groups. A certain province. The 6th Air Division Air Force Base. The base was quiet in the dead of night, with only sparse lights on the runway and flashing signal lights on the control tower. Suddenly, the piercing radar alarm blared wildly, shattering the silence of the night. Report. Radar has detected a fighter formation from the 8th Air Division of the H Army, approaching at high speed, 120 kilometers away. Alert. This is not an exercise. The radar operator's voice boomed across the channel. The senior colonel commander of the 6th Air Division of the A Army, with a serious expression, immediately rushed to the command post and grabbed the microphone. Attention, all personnel. Enter Level 1 combat readiness. Air defenses ready. All personnel in position. The control tower and the base must be defended. We can't have our own fighter jets come back and there's nowhere to land, can we? That would be a huge joke. The base immediately erupted in excitement. The anti-aircraft missile launchers slowly rose. The gunners on the anti-aircraft artillery positions rushed to their positions. The radar vehicles were turned on at full power, and a series of instructions were transmitted to every combat unit via radio. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fighter jet formation of the 8th Air Division roared in, like ghosts in the night. Without further ado, they went straight to the attack route. Air-to-ground missiles and laser-guided bombs, mounted under the wings, hurtled toward targets within the base with a deathly whistle. Da-da-da-da. The anti-aircraft guns inside the base also opened fire at the same time, and dense barges exploded in the air, forming a network of fire. Anti-aircraft missiles, trailing plumes of flame, ascended into the air in an attempt to intercept incoming enemy aircraft. The battle soon broke out, and the night sky was illuminated by the firelight. Although the 8th Air Division came with great force, they were also at their last gasp. The long-distance raid covered hundreds of kilometers, with limited fuel and ammunition. After 2 rounds of bombing, they didn't linger, but turned around, turned on afterburner, and quickly returned to base. They came in a hurry and left in a hurry, fighting and leaving without any hesitation. This efficiency left even the senior colonel commander of the 6th Division stunned. Wow, they really took the hit-and-run tactic to the extreme. It's a textbook example of hit-and-run tactics. Although the 6th Air Division Air Base had done a good job of air defense, it still suffered considerable losses. An oil supply depot was hit by a missile and was determined to be destroyed. Both main runways have suffered varying degrees of damage and require repair before they can be used again. Subsequent fighter jets returning to base could only temporarily use the backup runway. This exchange resulted in a draw between the two sides. The 8th Air Division did not suffer any losses, nor did the 6th Air Division gain any advantage. On the grassland, the night was as dark as ink, and the starlight was sparse. Boom, boom, boom. The propellers of the armed helicopters roared at high speed, and the sound of the blades cutting through the air echoed in the night sky. To avoid radar detection and blockade by fighter jets, all armed helicopters flew at low altitudes, almost skimming the treetops and grass, their dark camouflage blending seamlessly with the night. This is the Army Aviation Battalion of the R Division of Army Group A, a total of 12 armed helicopters, which are rushing towards the outer area of the exercise field. Note that this direction is neither the R Division's forward direction nor a conventional maneuver route. They made a double jump. They first made a feint in one direction, then suddenly changed course and flew directly to the outer area of the exercise field where the Z Division had entered, preparing to launch a surprise attack. Each armed helicopter carries a mechanized infantry company in addition to regular weapons and ammunition. These soldiers, fully armed, were crammed into the narrow cabin, swaying with the turbulence of the plane. Their mission was to destroy an Army fuel supply depot located in the outer area of the exercise. From the moment the exercise began, the battle between the two sides was in full swing and did not stop. Although the long-planned bombing of Division Z failed, Army A was not discouraged. They quickly adjusted their tactics, redirecting the air force originally intended for the Z Division to the B Division, which helped them regain some ground. The 6th Air Division's air base suffered a retaliatory attack from the 8th Air Division. Although there were some losses, the damage was minor. It's normal for there to be casualties during exercises. No one can finish a battle unscathed. For Army A, the biggest hidden danger has always been that damn Z Division. That top-ranked heavy armor division in the entire army was like a sword hanging over their heads, ready to fall at any moment. Therefore, it is necessary to inflict as much damage and trouble as possible on the Z Division before they arrive at the exercise area, thereby weakening their combat effectiveness. What is the most important supply for mechanized forces, especially heavily armed forces? Fuel consumption. Tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, and self-propelled artillery are all fuel guzzlers. Z Division, the first heavy armored division of the field army, has the largest number of heavy armored vehicles, which also means it consumes the most fuel. If we can destroy the Army's fuel supply depot before the Z Division arrives at the exercise area, it will definitely cause the Z Division a lot of trouble. A heavy infantry unit without fuel is just a pile of scrap metal, unable to move at all. This time, Army A directly dispatched the R Division's aviation battalion to transport a complete mechanized infantry company, using an air-mobile, two-stage traverse, to deliver it to the vicinity of Army H's key fuel supply depot. Attention all. Inside the cabin, the second lieutenant's voice came through the headsets to every soldier. We are expected to reach the landing zone in 5 minutes. Check your equipment and prepare for landing. Repeat, 5 minutes. The soldiers inside the cabin immediately sprang into action, conducting a final check of their weapons, adjusting their equipment, and confirming the connection status of the descent ropes. No one spoke. There were only faint metallic clanging sounds and heavy breathing. 3 minutes. 2 minutes. 1 minute. Arrival at the landing zone. Commence landing. The cabin door swung open with a bang, and the night wind howled in. Thick ropes were thrown down, hanging into the grass on the ground. Hurry up. Move faster. The second lieutenant platoon leader was the first to slide down the rope. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he immediately raised his gun to be on guard, while loudly urging the soldiers behind him to hurry up. One after another, soldiers armed with rifles were quickly rappelled from armed helicopters to the ground using ropes. The movements were swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. This is a subject they have practiced countless times, and it has long since become muscle memory for them. The landing zone was less than 3 kilometers away from their target area. Once you pass through this grove and climb over that small hill, you'll see the oil supply depot. Although the main forces of both sides are still in the process of maneuvering and have not yet arrived at the official exercise area to deploy their formations. However, both sides had already deployed troops to guard and defend these key facilities located on the periphery of the exercise area, such as fuel supply points, ammunition depots, and command posts. No one is naive enough to assume that they are safe until they reach the exercise area. Exercises are real combat. Who cares about rules then? Do you think it's still the way wars are fought in the spring and autumn period? Arrange the troops in formation, beat the drums to advance, and sound the gongs to retreat. This cannot be attacked. That cannot be attacked? Since the emergence of Sun Tzu's art of war more than 2,000 years ago, everything has changed. Warfare is based on deception. If you can launch a sneak attack, never a direct confrontation. If you can ambush, never engage in a head-on fight. This is the norm in modern warfare. However, just as the mechanized infantry company of the R Division's Army Aviation Battalion had completed half of its air assault, a rapid alarm suddenly sounded in the darkness. Attention! Enemy Army Air Force squadron detected. A major from Z Division, who was lying in ambush nearby, discovered the movements of the R Division's Aviation Battalion using high-powered night vision goggles. He immediately grabbed the microphone and ordered, "The enemy Aviation Battalion is already air-dropping infantry. Our Aviation Battalion, move out immediately." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a squadron of armed helicopters suddenly appeared from the darkness. That was half of the Army Aviation Battalion of the Z Division, which had arrived here long ago and was ready to ambush. Chi Shunwei had anticipated Army A's tactic of destroying the fuel supply depot. He had long anticipated that Army A would not let Division Z off easily and would definitely try to sabotage it during the maneuver. Therefore, he ordered half of the Army Aviation Brigade of the Z Division to arrive in the area ahead of time, set up an ambush, and wait for the enemy to come to them. However, the Z Division had too many armored vehicles, and the entire division of more than 20,000 people needed the full cover of armed helicopters and fighter jets during their movement. Therefore, only half of the Army Aviation Brigade could be transferred here. It's impossible to send all of our precious helicopters here. Armed helicopters play a huge role on the battlefield. They are excellent at taking down tanks and are known as tank killers. If the Z Division sends its entire Army Aviation Force, the main force's mobility will lose air cover, which is too risky. This highlights a drawback of heavy divisions. While they possess numerous heavy armor units, formidable firepower, and strong assault capabilities, they also require a greater amount of air cover. With limited manpower and resources, it's impossible to cover everything. DR Division's Aviation Battalion, which was landing by air, was suddenly attacked by half of the Z Division's Aviation Battalion. The large caliber cannons mounted on the armed helicopters fired first, the flames drawing bright trails in the night sky like the lash of death, striking the hovering R Division helicopters. Machine gun shells exploded in the air, forming barges of bullets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately afterwards, air-to-air missiles were also launched. Missiles, trailing white plumes of flame, were fired from all directions at the R Division's helicopter group. On the R Division's aviation side, the air assault process is not yet fully completed. Half of the soldiers are still on the plane, and the other half have already landed. Upon seeing the enemy aircraft suddenly appear, the armed helicopters providing cover immediately engaged them, launching flares and performing tactical maneuvers to buy time for the helicopter landing. In an instant, sparks flew across the black night sky, the exhaust plumes of missiles, the trajectories of machine guns, and the white smoke from chaff and flares intertwined, illuminating half the sky. Although some of the R Division's aircraft were tied up in air assault missions and unable to participate in combat, the Z Division's aviation squadron only had half its aircraft, 6 against 12, putting it at a significant numerical disadvantage. They dared not advance too aggressively, lest they be surrounded and everything be over. However, a reconnaissance company was defending behind them. This reconnaissance company had arrived here well in advance, set up forward missile positions, and had portable air defense missiles ready to be launched at any time. Therefore, the Z Division's Air Force can fight more intelligently and flexibly. Fight and retreat simultaneously, luring the enemy towards the missile sites. Therefore, The Z Division's Army Aviation Brigade fought and retreated, avoiding a direct confrontation. Fire a few missiles, then turn and run. Fire a few bursts of machine gun fire, then immediately turn around. Like a pack of cunning wolves, they constantly harass their prey, but never get close easily. After being harassed for 5 minutes, the R Division's aviation finally completed its air assault. The last soldier on the last helicopter slid down the rope and landed on the ground. Mission accomplished. All personnel have successfully landed. Good. The R Division's aviation battalion commander gritted his teeth and ordered, "Now, charge up. Kill those damn flies. We were tied down by the air assault, and they had their fun, didn't they? Now, it's time to get their revenge." 6 helicopters providing cover, along with another 6 that had just completed their landing, made a total of 12 armed helicopters, charging menacingly toward the Z Division's Army Aviation. The roar of the propellers was deafening, the machine guns were preheating, and the missiles were unlocked. Facing the menacing R Division Army Aviation, the Z Division Army Aviation remained calm. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Vanguard teams, the leading major calmly ordered. 3-round salvo assault. Target, the one at the very front. On the ground, the Vanguard missile teams that had been lying in ambush immediately took action. 1 group locked in. Group 2 locked on. All 3 groups locked on. Emission. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 tongues of fire rose from the ground, trailing long plumes of flame, and were aimed directly at the armed helicopter at the forefront of the R Division's Air Force. On the aircraft, the fire control radar was blaring alarms at an alarm bell. Beep beep beep. Locked on. Locked on. High threat level. The experienced pilot immediately pulled back on the control stick upon hearing the alarm, while simultaneously releasing flares in an attempt to evade the incoming advanced missile. The plane suddenly rolled to the side, performing a difficult evasive maneuver, and white flares exploded in the air, forming a cloud of metallic foil. Unfortunately, his space was already locked. 3 Qianwei missiles, while lacking precision guidance, could compensate for their lack of accuracy at this distance with sheer numbers. The 2 Qianwei missiles were attracted by the flares and deviated from their targets, exploding into 2 balls of sparks in the night sky. But the last shot hit the helicopter's tail rotor precisely. Boom. A plume of white smoke billowed from the tail of the helicopter. This is a smoke generator used specifically for exercises, indicating that the aircraft has been hit and is considered combat damaged. Damn it. The pilot slammed his hand on the control stick, cursing in frustration. Damn it. That's that old fox. He's too sneaky. He originally thought that his troops' leapfrog infiltration, going around in circles to launch a surprise attack, was already enough for Lao Lu. Unexpectedly, Division Z was even more cunning than them, having deployed so many troops in the fuel supply area in advance. The Vanguard missile team had been lying in ambush, just waiting for them to arrive. Boom boom boom. The aerial battle continues. With the assistance of the ground-based frontline missile team, the R Division's aviation unit suffered considerable damage, with armed helicopters constantly emitting white smoke and being forced to withdraw from the battle. Although the Z Division's Air Force also suffered aircraft losses, the casualty ratio between the 2 sides reached an astonishing 3-to-1. The R Division lost 3 aircraft in combat, while the Z Division lost only 1. If they keep fighting at this pace, the Z Division's Air Force will make a killing. Trading 1 plane for 3, that kind of kill ratio is enough to make anyone laugh in their sleep. But Army A was clearly unwilling to accept defeat so easily. Their determination to seize the oil supply depot of Division Z was immense. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the roar of propellers echoed across the horizon. Another Army aviation squadron was hurtling towards them at high speed. That's the Army Aviation Battalion of the T Division. A full 12 armed helicopters were also urgently dispatched. 2 Army aviation squadrons, a total of 24 armed helicopters. This is quite a large undertaking. Army A is determined to take over this oil depot. Meanwhile, on the ground, the mechanized infantry company that had landed from the R Division had also completed its assembly and was menacingly making its way towards the fuel depot. The black figure moved quickly through the grass, its tactical flashlight flashing occasionally before going out again. In a short time, the situation changed drastically. The Z Division's ground reconnaissance company was tied down and had to split its forces to deal with the approaching mechanized infantry company. The Vanguard missile team can no longer comfortably and freely shoot down aircraft as before. They had to evade ground infantry searches while simultaneously looking for an opportunity to launch missiles, greatly increasing their difficulty. Withdraw. The Army Aviation Battalion Major in charge made a decisive decision and issued the retreat order without any hesitation. He was conscious. Continuing to defend like this is pointless. 24-6, an absolute numerical disadvantage. If the fighting continues, the final outcome will only be the loss of all of them, and the oil replenishment depot will also be destroyed. In the end, they will lose both their wife and their army, and they will lose everything. Armed helicopters are particularly important to the Z Division, serving as a key force in subsequent operations. Even if the fuel depot is destroyed, it's only one location. There are other supply points that can provide support later. But if half of the Army aviation is gone, then it's truly gone, and the loss will be irreparable. Therefore, half of the Army Aviation Battalion of the Z Division, consisting of 6 helicopters, immediately changed direction, activated afterburners, and retreated at full speed without the slightest hesitation. "Where are the people on the ground?" a pilot asked. "We can't worry about that now. Save the plane first," the major said through gritted teeth. On the ground, the soldiers of the reconnaissance company watched helplessly as their own helicopter disappeared into the horizon, frozen in place. "What the hell?" someone exclaimed in disbelief. "They got away? So, have we been abandoned?" "Brothers," the reconnaissance company captain spat fiercely, raised his rifle, and roared, "We'd rather die than be taken prisoner. Let's fight. We'll take as many as we can." The Z Division's air force withdrew, but the reconnaissance company responsible for holding the area was not so lucky. "There's no way we can leave now. Can their 2 legs outrun 24 armed helicopters? Not to mention the enemy's mechanized infantry units searching and surrounding them. At this point, the only option left is to fight to the death. We can take as many as we can. At least we should die with dignity." The captain of the reconnaissance company, who was assigned to this location to defend the area, also joined the battle. Holding a Type 95 rifle, he roared and led the charge. Behind him, dozens of soldiers from the reconnaissance company followed him, rushing forward. Although they were abandoned at this time, as a reconnaissance company of a heavy armored division, they were proud and their strength was beyond doubt. They have their own sense of honor and self-respect, and they will never allow themselves to be captured without resistance. "Taking 1 is a win. Taking 2 is a bonus," the captain roared, boosting morale. "Brothers, let's go all out. Let those bastards see just how tough the Z Division's reconnaissance company is." However, 10 minutes later, the captain was emitting white smoke, which meant he had been declared killed in action. He stopped, looked at his comrades around him who were also emitting white smoke, and shook his head with a wry smile. The reconnaissance company was completely wiped out. Surrounded by 2 Army aviation battalions, 24 armed helicopters, and a fully equipped mechanized infantry company, the ground infantry were utterly powerless to fight back. The gap in strength is too large. It cannot be bridged by courage alone. The captain took off his helmet, sat on the ground, lit a cigarette, and stared blankly at the sky. The battle continues, but he's out of the game.